Thus concludes the objectives of today's field exercise. Has everyone understood? In the training grounds of Konoha Village, the Junin instructor of the advanced class, Shuji Mikami, was earnestly elucidating the training protocols. Burp, I'm so full. This loud belch incited an immediate surge of fury in Mikami, who was in the midst of his explanation. Yasaka, you need to exercise some restraint. With a forceful grip, he snapped his wooden pointer in two. While I may not possess the strength to discipline you as a Junin, your repeated violations of the classroom rules leave me no choice but to take action. His thunderous declaration elicited astonished expressions from the entire class, who began to murmur amongst themselves that is the teacher all right. Does he dare to confront Yasaka? Has he forgotten the fate of the dozen or so former instructors lying in the ninja hospital? This is bad. This could lead to a significant incident. As their eyes fell upon the languid figure at the back of the classroom, an inexplicable terror spread across their faces. They understood that provoking Yasaka would invariably lead to one outcome: death. Burp, were you speaking to me just now? Yasaka, leisurely picking his teeth after a satisfying meal, appeared utterly unfazed. Yet, such a simple action sent a chill of anxiety through the hearts of all present. Yasaka, I was merely suggesting that you refrain from eating during training. It could lead to indigestion. The moment those words escaped his lips, Mikami felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Mikami, why could you not restrain your tongue? In Konoha Village, the name Yasaka was known far and wide. From his infancy, he had developed an insatiable penchant for snacks. Aside from sleeping and using the restroom, he could be found indulging in treats throughout the day. Yet this gluttonous and indolent individual possessed a ninja aptitude that astonished all of Konoha. Even Orochimaru, the direct disciple of the third Hokage, had been incapacitated for half a month from a mere casual strike delivered by Yasaka. He was ultimately forced to resort to forbidden techniques to regain his mobility. This day, Mikami recalled the words spoken by the third Hokage when he took over as homeroom teacher. Do not provoke Yasaka, otherwise the only outcome is death. Even having experienced the tumult of the Ninja World War, he had never witnessed such a grave expression on the third Hokage's face. Before Mikami's arrival, more than a dozen elite instructors had already found themselves in the ninja hospital. Rather than physical injuries, it was the psychological trauma that weighed heavily upon them. The previous homeroom teacher had been hospitalized after inadvertently knocking a chip from Yasaka's hand, only to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The sole visible injury was a terrifying laceration inflicted by a blade. Although the wound healed swiftly, the instructor succumbed to mental collapse and was transferred to the psychiatric department for treatment. To this day, he incessantly mutters a single phrase: how could I, a teacher, be sent to the hospital by an 80-year-old child? How is that possible? Thanks to Yasaka's restrained power, had he truly unleashed his strength, even possessing 10 lives would not suffice. Upon hearing Shuji Mikami's words, Yasaka smiled faintly. Not eating? What a jest. Yum, 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 delicious. Notification: the host experiences exquisite flavor, swordsmanship proficiency 1. Notification: the host experiences rich aroma, physique 1. Notification: the host experiences delightful texture, speed 1. Like many other transmigrators, Yasaka possessed a formidable system within him. Simply by consuming food, he could continuously reap rewards. Moreover, the more delectable and rare the food, the greater the rewards he could acquire. In simpler terms, indulging in unfamiliar delicacies would grant him double, or even more, skill points. Yasaka had little interest in the intricate attributes aside from the fixed enhancements from leveling up. He allocated all his points directly to his swordsmanship training. There was no need to ponder over anything else. His sole focus was on striking down foes. This aligned perfectly with his life motto: savor the most exquisite meals, enjoy the deepest slumber, and vanquish the mightiest opponents. Yum, yum, in just a few minutes, Yasaka had devoured yet another bag of snacks. Gone again? I haven't even had my fill. How infuriating. His classmates observed his antics with trepidation, instinctively retreating. Hey, you still have snacks over there, lend me some. At that moment, Yasaka approached a girl amidst the crowd. She was petite and charming, with large, clear eyes that sparkled like water, making her particularly endearing. However, that was not what Yasaka was primarily concerned about. His instincts hinted that her bag contained rare delicacies he had yet to taste. With a startled cry from Lin Noera, Yasaka swiftly retrieved the snacks from her bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Instantly, a wave of rich flavor enveloped his senses. Under the system's influence, Yasaka promptly earned double the skill points. Yasakaken, that's the jelly I've eaten before it's been touched by my mouth. As she gazed at Yasaka's handsome features, Lin Noera blushed, her eyes reflecting admiration and infatuation that it was no surprise as the most formidable boy in the class. Yasaka was the object of every girl's dreams. Yasaka, did you not hear Lin's words? Quickly remove your foul mouth from her. A boy with graying hair and a deep blue mask emerged from the crowd, unable to contain himself. This was Kakashi Hitaki, son of the legendary White Fang of Konoha. Hailed as a super genius at the tender age of 6, he had already graduated from the Ninja Academy the previous year. His friend Aido had harbored feelings for Lin since childhood, and after suffering a leg injury and taking a half-month leave, he rushed over upon hearing that someone was harassing her, determined to defend Aido's honor. Why should I remove it? Can't you see this young lady has made no protest? Yasaka chuckled softly, savoring the jelly, his face a mask of disdain. Due to the turmoil of the Ninja World War, the culinary variety in the Hidden Leaf Village has diminished. Significantly, the recently consumed bag of potato chips was merely the most inexpensive sustenance available. In the face of such scarcity, he could only manage with ordinary fare, begrudgingly accumulating ever-dwindling skill points. Now, having encountered a rare delicacy, how could he possibly let this splendid opportunity to enhance his abilities slip away? I advise you to withdraw with your current prowess. Confronting me recklessly would only doom your future, he warned. Curse it. Kakashi, unable to bear any longer, unsheathed the short blade from his back and lunged fiercely at Yasaka. Kakashi no. Though he has achieved the rank of Chunin upon graduation, Yasaka possessed Jonin-level strength even before enrolling. If this continues, Kakashi is surely doomed. Kakashi, undoubtedly formidable among his peers, was akin to an egg striking a stone when compared to Yasaka. There was no chance of victory whatsoever. Yasaka, Kakashi, cease at once. Their speeds were astonishingly swift, leaving even their homeroom teacher, Hiroma Mikami, unable to intervene in time. In that fleeting moment, Yasaka set aside the jelly he had been savoring and drew the blade at his waist. It was a mere standard ninja knife, so basic that even a novice blacksmith would disdain crafting it. Swish! As the blade was unsheathed, an immediate chill enveloped the surroundings, the palpable aura of lethal intent rendering the air suffocating. Even Kakashi, who had faced formidable jonin from enemy nations, felt his heart race in disarray at the sight of his opponent. The figure before him was no longer human, he embodied the very essence of a deathly specter. Swish! Yasaka! Stop! In a blur reminiscent of the speed of sound, a flash of the blade sliced through the air. Before any could register, Kakashi's form shattered into fragments, falling lifelessly upon the blood-soaked grass. Did someone just die? What now? Yasaka has actually killed Kakashi. This is terrifying. The students present erupted into chaos, retreating in fear and disbelief. Ding! This brand of jelly is truly delightful. Yasaka relished a mouthful of jelly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Chapter 2. Divine Blade. Heavenly Feather / have you all lost your senses from hunger? I haven't even made a move. This revelation left the crowd in disbelief as they realized that Yasaka's blade had not made contact at all. Kakashi, who should have been reduced to fragments, remained unscathed, albeit in a dazed state on the ground. How could this be? I was once the elite ninja who thwarted an S-rank assassination for the 3rd Hokage. How could my perception fail me? Mikami Shuji gazed in astonishment, struggling to accept the reality before him. Beside him, the vice homeroom teacher from the Hyuga clan wore a similarly shocked expression, repeatedly using his Byakugan to scrutinize the scene, yet failing to discern how Yasaka had executed his technique. Could it be that he has mastered the forbidden techniques left by the 2nd Hokage? The more he contemplated, the more dread filled Mikami Shuji's heart. If even he, an elite ninja, could not see through Yasaka's jutsu, it was clear that Yasaka's power had reached an unfathomable level. Yet, Yasaka himself was unaware of any forbidden techniques. What he had employed was merely a refined blade aura, coupled with a hint of psychological suggestion. To think that a genius like me has been defeated? Kakashi stared at his hands in terror, his face a mask of fear. He was oblivious to the specifics of Yasaka's technique, but he distinctly felt as if he had been cleaved into pieces. The sensation, akin to flirting with the abyss, was one that no other method could replicate. Prompt. The host has successfully astonished the entire class and has received a random reward. Divine Blade. Heavenly Feather Slash. As Yasaka indulged in the delightful taste of jelly, the system's synthesis sound echoed in his mind. Heavenly Feather Slash? That name sounds quite impressive. Yasaka took another bite of jelly, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. I'll set this aside for now, and perhaps I'll take a look at it when I'm interested. With that, he resumed his snacking. Reluctantly, Mikami Shuji pressed on with his lecture. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates, still reeling from the spectacle, found it difficult to concentrate on their studies. Yasaka's formidable prowess instilled fear in all the boys, yet it garnered admiration and affection from the girls. His striking features and commanding gaze captivated them, rendering them utterly spellbound. As the slightly awkward atmosphere lingered, the training session finally concluded, and everyone began to disperse from the training ground. As for Kakashi, he had mysteriously vanished at some point. As the most renowned young genius of his generation, to have been so thoroughly intimidated by Yasaka in front of everyone was a profound humiliation that left him no choice but to seek a secluded spot for relentless training. Yugao, we agreed to go buy ninja tools together yesterday. It's time to set off. Suki, scratching the back of his head with a bashful expression, approached Yugao. The entire class was already aware of his secret crush on her. The two shared a mutual affection, mere words away from breaking the unspoken barrier. With the current progress of their relationship, Suki believed that today could very well be the day he solidified Yugao as his girlfriend. However, in the midst of the moonlight and the gusty winds, with unwavering confidence, Yuen did not even spare a glance at him, but instead walked straight towards Yatsuka. Yatsuka, your home is quite far. Let me accompany you back. Yatsuka-kun, you seem to have a fondness for that brand of jelly. I know the location of the shop. Allow me to take you there. Noera-rin and Yuen clasped Yatsuka's arm, and the three of them chatted merrily. Indeed, with the prospect of acquiring snacks and the delightful company of two lovely maidens, how could Yatsuka not feel at ease? He wrapped his arms around the two girls, a hearty laugh illuminating his face. Yatsuka-kun, please don't. Feeling the breadth of Yatsuka's arms and the masculine warmth of his embrace, the blush on the faces of the two maidens deepened, rendering them even more enchanting. How dare you touch my Yuen? You scoundrel, Yatsuka! Moonlight Surefoam, witnessing his future girlfriend being enveloped by Yatsuka, was immediately engulfed in fury. Ignoring the disparity in their strengths, he charged recklessly towards Yatsuka. What are you doing, Surefoam? Yuen's expression turned to one of anger, yet her body remained snugly nestled against Yatsuka. But Yuen, you once promised me. Upon seeing Yuen's irate countenance, Surefoam was instantly flustered. Did you not see that I have matters to attend to? Escorting Yatsuka-kun home? I am not in the mood today. We can discuss the purchase of ninja tools later. But Surefoam found himself at a loss. Just moments ago, he intended to rescue the beleaguered Yuen from Yatsuka, yet why had he now become the object of her disdain? Upon returning home, he pondered throughout the night, unable to comprehend where he had faltered. Several hours later, when Yatsuka opened his eyes once more, the clock on the wall indicated it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. What happened? Did I really fall asleep while buying snacks? Observing the numerous bags of snacks surrounding him and the note left by the two girls, Yatsuka recalled that he had dozed off as soon as they entered the snack shop. Ultimately, it was Noera-rin and Yuen who had carried him home, leaving behind some digestive fruits before departing on their own. Forget it. Indulging in snacks is of utmost importance. Why dwell on trivial matters? Just as Yatsuka reached for a snack bag, his fingertips unexpectedly brushed against a slender object. What is this? He looked up to discover an exquisitely crafted broad-bladed long sword. The ornate scabbard, the flowing blade, and the glimmers of cold light hinted at a divine presence. With a swift motion, Yatsuka attempted to wield it, and the unintentional release of blade energy effortlessly severed a steel shuriken on the table in two. What a magnificent blade! Truly worthy of being hailed as the strongest sword artifact in ancient legends. From a young age, he had heard tales of a myth that spoke of 3 unparalleled divine swords, left behind by the gods at the dawn of creation. 2 of these were lost to the ravages of war, leaving only this one, known as the Heavenly Feather Cutter, to remain in the mortal realm. The first master of this divine sword was none other than the illustrious Izanagi, father of the gods. Empowered by the might of this divine blade, Izanagi emerged as an invincible war deity, conquering all adversaries. This extraordinary sword became the ultimate aspiration for countless ninjas wielding blades. Now, Having successfully repelled Kakashi in the training ground, he had acquired this formidable artifact. In the past, he had been compelled to wield a mere iron dagger, for no weapon could withstand his astonishingly immense power. With the possession of this unparalleled divine sword, Yasaka no longer had to fear the potential shattering of the blade upon striking. Truly, it was a remarkable weapon. Henceforth, he could unleash his full strength without trepidation. A mysterious smile crept across Yasaka's face, his gaze emanating a chilling intensity. Chapter 3. A man admired by the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, in the Hitaki household on the eastern side of Konohagakure, Kakashi remained locked away in his room. Presently, Shumo Hitaki, known as the White Fang of the Leaf, sat at the dining table, a slight frown adorning his brow. Alas, this child seems troubled, ever since he returned home today. He has barricaded himself within his room and refuses to emerge. Mrs. Hitaki expressed her concern as she stepped out from the corridor, worry etched upon her face. In that case, I shall go and have a word with him, Shumo replied, weariness evident on his countenance, having just returned from a mission in a foreign land. While passing by the ninja academy, he fortuitously encountered an acquaintance who informed him of Kakashi's recent ordeal. In Kakashi's room, he sat in a corner, his head buried deep within his knees, consumed by fear. How could I have been so easily defeated without even making a move? The memories of his battle with Yasaka flooded his mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, unable to calm his racing thoughts. A series of knocks on the door jolted Kakashi from his self-imposed stupor. Who is it? Kakashi, it's me, came his father's voice, bringing a semblance of tranquility to Kakashi's heart. I have heard about today's events. What are your thoughts on the situation at the training ground? Gazing at his father's kind face, Kakashi first felt a wave of relaxation, which soon morphed into a sense of shame. Having always viewed his father as a role model, he now found himself embarrassed to face his idol. They were both youths, both prodigies of their generation, yet Kakashi had failed to match his father's illustrious achievements, succumbing instead to a classmate who seemed only to indulge in snacks. Before Yasaka had even made his move, Kakashi was paralyzed by fear. The image of the prodigy he had painstakingly cultivated was obliterated in that singular confrontation. Kakashi was engulfed in profound dread, unable to articulate the turmoil within his heart. Do not rush. Take a moment to compose yourself, Shumo reassured him, gently placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Under his father's comforting presence, Kakashi gradually regained his usual composure and recounted the events of the day at the training ground in detail. That child's name is Yasaka, is it? Kikumo Tsukumo found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of melancholy gracing his features. As a prominent figure within the Hidden Leaf Village, he was well aware of Yasaka's formidable prowess. Should Kakashi fall to that child, it would hardly be surprising. After finally soothing Kakashi, Kikumo Tsukumo returned to the living room, bowing his head into distant reminiscence. Among the elite shinobis serving the third Hokage, there once existed a distinguished special jonin named Kiyama Kuno. His strength eclipsed all in Konoha, even causing the so-called strongest genius, the fourth Hokage, to concede. The third Hokage held this subordinate in utmost regard. Upon Kiyama's son's birth, he personally bestowed upon him a name. That child is none other than the present-day Yasaka. Regrettably, during a covert assault from enemy territory, Kiyama Kuno faced a multitude of assailants alone to protect Konoha. Outnumbered, he ultimately fell on the battlefield. Upon learning of her husband's demise, Yasaka's mother, who had just given birth, succumbed to despair and soon passed away herself, leaving the infant Yasaka to navigate this world alone. In a bid to alleviate his guilt, the third Hokage had for years discreetly arranged for Yasaka's care, even transforming into a neighbor to encourage him to strive for success. Alas, Yasaka remained impervious to such counsel, indulging instead in an increasing consumption of snacks. By a stroke of fortune, the third Hokage discovered that Yasaka's abilities had not diminished. Rather, they had flourished due to his penchant for treats. Thus, he ceased to impede Yasaka's indulgences, allowing him the freedom to mature. As a fellow special jonin, Kikumo Tsukumo frequently acted under the third Hokage's orders to look after his dear friend's only son. Matters such as Yasaka's enrollment in the ninja academy and several incidents where he had injured teachers were all facilitated by Kikumo Tsukumo's assistance, enabling Yasaka's growth to this point. Kuno, were you to witness Yasaka's current endeavors from beyond, would you feel solace or disappointment? Kikumo Tsukumo gazed into the distant horizon, his contemplation lingering. Time pressed on. Ever since that day when Kakashi was startled by Yasaka on the training ground, Yasaka's popularity at the Ninja Academy soared to unprecedented heights. Numerous girls found themselves unwittingly drawn to Yasaka, their eyes shimmering with affection. Particularly, Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yugao arrived daily, bearing various delectable snacks, each time inviting Yasaka to dine with them. "Yasaka-kun, these cookies are made by my own hands. Do give them a try. Let me see how they taste." As he beheld Noera Rin's enthusiastic offering, Yasaka's face lit up with a joyful smile. After indulging in the treats, Yasaka was met with the system's synthesized voice in his mind. Notification. Host feels exhilarated. Blade Precision 3. Indeed, the handmade snacks were imbued with the creator's heartfelt intentions. Typical snacks would yield merely 1 skill point, yet this occasion had granted him 3-fold. "Yasaka-kun, if you enjoy them, I shall make them for you every day." Upon witnessing Yasaki savor the cookies he had personally crafted, Noera Rin cast a glance towards the adjacent Yuzuki Yuin, her face adorned with a hint of pride. Yuin, immediately incensed, pouted her lips. Had it not been for her accidental hand burn the previous day, she would have concocted cookies 100 times more delectable than these. "Do not revel too much, for I shall not concede," she declared. "Yasaki-kun, having devoured such a dry morsel, you must be parched, yes? Here, I have procured this exquisite fruit juice from the land of clouds. Its flavor is rich and aromatic. Do give it a try." With that, Yuzuki Yuin unscrewed the cap and presented the juice she had prepared. Now that you mention it, I do feel a tad thirsty," Yasaki mused. It is only through the harmonious pairing of various snacks that one can truly experience the pinnacle of flavor. Gulping down the juice, he emitted a sound of satisfaction. "Delicious," he exclaimed, and resumed his hearty feast. The intense flavor transported him to a realm of bliss. Notification. The host experiences sublime flavors. Physique level 5. Notification. The host's physical attributes have surpassed limits. Reward for breakthrough. Chakra recovery speed increased by 50. Notification. The host's level has risen, achieving the rank of Special Jonin. At this revelation, a flicker of surprise graced Yasaki's features. "I've leveled up?" Eagerly, he summoned the attributes interface. Chapter 4. Strength Assessment, Strongest Gourmet System. Host, Yasaki. Age, 10. Ninja rank, Special Jonin. Physique, Special Jonin. Chakra recovery speed, 150. Swordsmanship training, Elite. Special technique, Demon God Blade Aura. Overall rating, approaching shadow level. This system bore some distinctions from what Yasaki had encountered in his previous life. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances, the system remained silent, only issuing alerts upon culinary enlightenment or level advancements. However, Yasaki dismissed these nuances. After all, a system is merely a tool for enhancement, and as long as it bolstered his strength, the rest was inconsequential. Despite his current rating nearing the shadow level, it was essential to remember that he had not truly exerted himself when he had startled Kakashi into submission. The true extent of his formidable power remained a mystery. As for the so-called Demon God Blade Aura, it was merely a reward bestowed by the system after he had taught a lesson to the teacher who had knocked his chips away, leaving the entire Ninja Academy astounded. This special technique wielded profound and unfathomable power. At its zenith, even specters would tremble in fear. Without an unwavering will, one could succumb to madness within the illusions, rendering them a husk of their former self. Yet, such matters held little significance. The thrill of relishing delectable snacks eclipsed the trivialities of the system. Under Yasaki's relentless assault, yet another bag of treats was vanquished. The following day at the Ninja Academy playground, Mikami Shuji finally concluded today's lesson, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Delicious. Observing Yasaka, who continued to indulge in snacks, a hint of exasperation flickered in Shuji Mikami's eyes. Thankfully, he had not lost his temper today. Otherwise, should he resort to violence, it would undoubtedly lead to a harrowing incident. He had repeatedly reported this matter to the village's higher-ups, requesting a change of homeroom teacher. However, the third Hokage had outright rejected his plea, insisting he refrain from mentioning it again. Helpless, Shuji Mikami could only continue attending classes at the Ninja Academy with a mournful expression. After all, it was his own folly that had led him into this murky situation. Now, to assess everyone's recent academic progress, we shall conduct a performance evaluation. Upon uttering this, a chorus of murmurs erupted from the students. Another test? We've had several this month already. Is it really necessary to go through such elaborate measures to gauge our abilities? Curiosity piqued about the content of this evaluation. They were aware that this month alone had witnessed 6 theoretical examinations, 3 ninjutsu tests, 2 taijutsu assessments, and 1 outdoor training evaluation. Despite the frequency, the students endured and complied with each requirement, as every score determined their chances of graduating from the academy and earning the Leaf Village headband, thus becoming capable ninjas. Now, the assessment is about to commence. Everyone, please prepare yourselves and regroup here in 5 minutes. After this announcement, Shuji Mikami lowered his voice and beckoned to Lin Noura and Yuyuki Yuzuki. Lin, Yuyuki, since you both have a good rapport with Yasaka, could you kindly assist him in preparing and ensure he joins us for the assembly? As the homeroom teacher, he could have directly addressed the students, but Yasaka's overwhelming strength made him reluctant to risk his safety in conveying the message. Such circumstances were not without precedent. In previous evaluations, whether theoretical or practical, Yasaka had consistently scored a resounding 0. When it was Yasaka's turn for the taijutsu assessment, the entire class had instinctively retreated 500 meters. It was not an overreaction. Without maintaining a safe distance, Yasaka might very well have shattered the ground with a single punch. As the homeroom teacher, Shuji Mikami, too, wished to distance himself. Yet he bore the responsibility of grading and guidance. Where could he possibly hide? In contrast, for other students, even the most exaggerated displays of strength resulted in little more than a sore hand. However, Yasaka was a different case entirely. His speed and power exceeded all reasonable expectations. If points were awarded based on damage, Yasaka would undoubtedly achieve multiple full scores. Yet, that damage was directed at himself. Had Shuji Mikami not evaded in time, he would now be a mere silhouette, hung upon the wall. As for the ninjutsu assessment, it was needless to say that Yasaka had not participated, resulting in a score of 0 for absence. The theoretical examination fared no better, with Yasaka leaving the questions untouched, only to smear his greasy hands on the answer sheet, which subsequently bore the scent of snacks. Consequently, Shuji Mikami awarded him a score of 0 on the spot. In a state of desperation, he could only place his hopes on Noura Rin and Yuzuki Yuka, urging them to devise a means to bring Yasaka to participate in the examination. If he were to forego this test, his chances of graduating from the Ninja Academy would vanish. Understood, Sensei. We will certainly ensure Yasaka-kun joins the test, assured Noura Rin and Yuzuki Yuka, exchanging determined glances. Subsequently, they each wrapped an arm around Yasaka. Do you both also desire some snacks? Yasaka inquired, his words slightly muffled as he chewed. All right. Seeing as you two possess commendable character, I shall share a bit with you. I would not extend the same courtesy to others. With that, Yasaka inhaled a mouthful of luscious jelly and leaned toward Noura Rin's small mouth. Yasaka-kun, I shall pass. I'm not hungry at the moment, Noura Rin exclaimed, blushing and quickly retreating. Despite Yasaka's striking good looks, she found it rather embarrassing to engage in such an intimate act in public. What about you? Would you like some? Yasaka turned to Yuzuki Yuka beside him. I shall also decline, Yasaka-kun. The test is about to commence. Let us prepare swiftly. The two girls giggled as they accompanied Yasaka towards the classroom, exuding joy. That Yasaka. Kakashi, witnessing the scene nearby, felt his temper flare. Having previously suffered defeat at Yasaka's hands, he was already simmering with frustration. Now, seeing Yasaka in such close proximity to the two girls only intensified his ire. What right did such a lackluster individual have to underestimate the significance of this strength examination? However, despite his anger, Kakashi quickly dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. Yasaka's formidable prowess was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, my guy was different. This gluttonous fellow had actually managed to best Kakashi, his strongest rival. If he did not bring Yasaka down today, he would not be worthy of standing as an independent ninja. Chapter 5. Might Guy's challenge 5 minutes later. Everyone had readied themselves for the examination and returned to the training ground. After confirming the head count, Mikami Shuji began to announce the rules for today's test. Since everyone is prepared, let us not delay further. We shall commence today's strength assessment. At this, the crowd could not help but swallow hard in anticipation. Today's test would entail one-on-one combat. However, there was a twist in the rules. Yasaka would stand alone, and any participant who could defeat him would be deemed successful. All others would be considered failures. As Mikami Shuji's words echoed, a profound silence fell over the assembly. Only Yasaka continued to indulge in his snacks. Yum yum yum. delicious. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Yasaka looked up and asked, "What? Did someone call for me?" Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuka quickly leaned in to whisper the testing rules to Yasaka. "What? Are we really expected to engage Yasaka in one-on-one combat? How could we possibly win? Sensei, you must be mistaken." As he observed the expressions of terror etched across the faces of his peers, Mitsushima Shuji discerned that he had struck a nerve. Just as he prepared to elucidate the reasons behind the commotion, his companion, Might Guy, suddenly interjected. "Wait. Everyone else can step back. It is I who must defeat Yasaka." Guy advanced, striking a combat stance. "What? This fervent fool dares to challenge Yasaka?" The incredulity was palpable. Lacking even the basics of ninjutsu, did he truly wish for his demise? Might Guy, how unexpected, Shuji mused, his countenance reflecting astonishment. Although Guy had struggled with both ninjutsu and jinjutsu, his physical prowess remained unparalleled in their class. Should a confrontation ensue, the outcome was uncertain. "Perhaps you should reconsider. Engaging in battle with you would be less entertaining than indulging in snacks." Yasaka dismissed Guy's challenge nonchalantly, tossing more treats into his mouth. This blatant disregard ignited a fierce anger within Guy. "How dare you belittle my youthful spirit? Take this." Unable to contain himself, Guy surged forward. However, just as he was about to charge, Shuji intercepted him. "My Guy, you are unfit." Stunned by this proclamation, Guy faltered. "Unfit? Why? I have yet to even engage in combat." It's quite simple. The first lesson of a ninja is self-restraint and the unwavering commitment to complete one's mission. You were blinded by rage. Had I not intervened, you would have already fallen victim to Yasaka. Upon seeing Guy regain his composure, Shuji released his grip on his shoulder. Thankfully, his timely action had averted a potential calamity at the Ninja Academy. Now what follows? Is it my turn to challenge him? Yasaka suddenly set aside his snacks, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "No, Yasaka, please listen to me. That is not how it is arranged." As Yasaka prepared to initiate an assault on Guy, a cold sweat trickled down Shuji's brow. Having narrowly averted one crisis, he was not eager to witness another. "That peculiar fellow with the horrid hairstyle, my Guy, is it? Perfect, I shall use you as a target." With a casual glance back at his opponent, Yasaka's eyes glimmered with disdain. "You dare mock my hairstyle? You wretched scoundrel." Struck by a sensitive nerve, Guy's fury reignited. Observing the escalating tension, their classmates swiftly retreated several meters. This impetuous fool dared to insult Yasaka. Surely, his days were numbered. "Yasaka, this is merely a test. Please do not take it too seriously." As the two prepared to clash, Shuji rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. With Yasaka's formidable prowess, a skirmish would be no trifling matter. Yet, Yasaka paid no heed to Shuji's words, a menacing smile curling upon his lips. "You wish for me to engage earnestly? Very well, I too wish to gauge my full strength." Amidst the murmurs of their classmates, Yasaka inadvertently misinterpreted Shuji's plea. Yasaka was taken aback. The seemingly frail homeroom teacher displayed an unexpectedly masculine side today. In light of his genuine character, perhaps it would be wise to afford him a modicum of respect moving forward. "Hey, you with the bushy eyebrows. Did you hear the teacher's request? Hurry over here, so I can properly test your swordsmanship." Yasaka reached for the hilt at his waist, a rare glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. This was rather excessive of the teacher. Wasn't he it? To compel Yasaka to unleash his full prowess against Might Guy? Though he ranked last in the class, such severity seemed unwarranted, a display of utter madness, indeed. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances at Mikami Shisuke. This fellow, who usually appeared quite refined, was revealed to be a rather reckless scoundrel. "Since when did I ever ask you to be serious?" Mikami felt a wave of despair wash over him, contemplating the judgment of his peers. They were all healthy young adults. Surely they could not be so oblivious. If a tragedy were to unfold, he would find no absolution, even if he plunged into the depths of the sea. "You scoundrel, prepare yourself." In a flash, Might Guy lunged forward, instantly closing the distance to Yasaka. He executed a fluid spinning kick, targeting Yasaka's face directly. "Oh, quite an impressive move," Yasaka remarked, his expression unfazed as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. This was disastrous. Might Guy, the fool, dared to confront Yasaka head-on with such a basic technique. It was precisely this type of reckless charge that had led to Kakashi's swift defeat at Yasaka's hands. The surrounding students anxiously thumped their thighs in response. If even a genius like Kakashi fell to Yasaka, How could Might Guy possibly escape unscathed? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mikami hastily produced a scroll and employed a summoning technique. Blade technique. As Yasaka's aura shifted, an overwhelming pressure enveloped Might Guy, rendering even breathing a challenge. What kind of ninjutsu was this? An unprecedented terror surged within him, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. One-word dragon flash. Boom. Swish. 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 Yasaka, you must cease at once. Just as the long blade was about to be drawn, three figures suddenly materialized behind Yasaka. Clad in specialized J-Nin uniforms, they firmly restrained Yasaka's wrists, preventing him from exerting any force to break free. Chapter 6. The appearance of these three figures was so abrupt that, aside from Mikami Shusuke, all the students were taken aback. Unable to comprehend how they had arrived, in the blink of an eye, those three silhouettes emerged. What on earth is happening? Tsukikage murmured in confusion. His lowly rank rendered him oblivious to the fact that had Yasaka unleashed that strike, it would surely have claimed Might Guy's life. He merely witnessed the moment Yasaka prepared to draw his blade, only to be subdued by the three figures. The three figures, having employed a unique teleportation jutsu, arrived amidst a cloud of smoke, rendering them unrecognizable to the students present, much like the swift moonlight. You three are rather dull, attempting to restrain me simultaneously. What an honor. Yasaka remarked with a hint of exasperation. He intended to shrug, but found his joints firmly immobilized by the trio, leaving him no choice but to remain stationary. What can I say? Your earlier move was exceedingly perilous. Had we not intervened, that thick-browed fellow might well be in dire straits by now. Came a gravelly voice from behind. Yasaka needed no glance over his shoulder to discern the speaker. After all, there were many with hoarse voices in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet only one possessed the ability to coil their arms like a serpent to ensnare others. Humph, Yasaka, if you continue with such violence, I shan't take you to the culinary festival in the Land of Lightning next month, a melodious voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yasaka wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Responding with utmost politeness, rest assured, I, Yasaka, am a true gentleman. How could I possibly resort to violence? You must take me to the festival next month. As Yasaka conversed with the person behind him, the white smoke from the teleportation jutsu gradually dissipated, revealing the true forms of the three figures. In the next moment, a series of gasps echoed from the crowd of students. The previously lively discussions abruptly silenced, plunging the scene into an absolute stillness. Yet, the tranquility was swiftly shattered. Could it be Lady Tsunade, and also Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru? The legendary Sannin have all gathered, Kakashi exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief as he gazed at the three esteemed figures known as the Sannin. What? The Sannin? The Sannin themselves have come to restrain Yasaka. Am I dreaming? The students erupted in a cacophony of astonished voices. Most had only heard tales of the Sannin, never having witnessed their presence in reality, and today, during the exam, they beheld them with a mix of shock and exhilaration. Yet, amidst the excitement, a few felt a pang of bitterness. Kakashi stared blankly at Yasaka, now subdued by the combined efforts of the Sannin, his mind tumultuous with questions. Had Yasaka's strength escalated to the point that it required the Sannin to intervene? Why was he so powerful despite his seemingly carefree demeanor? What did that make him? The son of the Konoha White Fang, hailed as a genius since childhood, yet unable to surpass even Yasaka's casual prowess. Yueguang Jifeng trembled uncontrollably, his right hand tightly gripping his katana as he finally comprehended why Shien chose Yasaka over him. A man so formidable that it took the combined might of the Sannin to subdue him. What girl wouldn't admire or adore such strength? Damn it, why is he so strong? He thought. No, I must surpass him. I will prove to Shien that I am the strongest man. At this moment, every student present was struck by a profound psychological impact. Some were in awe, others were shocked, some were envious, while a few felt a surge of spirited determination. However, these reactions were of little concern to Yatsuka, who cleared his throat and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, all right, I've sheathed my blade. How much longer will you hold me down? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and his two companions released their grip on Yatsuka, who returned to his languid demeanor. He raised an eyebrow at Mikami Shusuke and declared, this round is mine, right? Indeed, it is yours. Mikami nodded in agreement, then turned to the students and announced loudly, in this contest, Yatsuka emerges victorious. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued to gaze at Yatsuka with a dazed expression, half kneeling on the ground, his muscles rigid with tension. The impact of Yatsuka's strike had been overwhelming. At the moment Yatsuka was about to strike, it felt as though an enormous blade, reaching to the heavens and the earth, had manifested before his eyes, dominating his entire perception. In that instant, his body became utterly immobilized, as if his very soul had been drawn from his corporeal form. The teacher, Mikami, vanished, the training posts disappeared, and the arena, classmates, even Yatsuka himself faded from view, leaving only the colossal blade descending upon him. This surreal experience left a profound psychological scar on Might Guy, rendering him motionless, as if paralyzed. "Hey, are you all right?" As Yatsuka passed by Might Guy, he kindly patted his shoulder, only for Might Guy to, perhaps overwhelmed by the experience, widen his eyes in shock before fainting. "What a fragile constitution," Yatsuka quipped, then turned to face his classmates below, stating nonchalantly, "Is there anyone else?" Though his tone was casual, the words resonated differently in the ears of his peers. Yawahara Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she clasped her small fists to her mouth, blushing fervently, gazing at Yatsuka with awe, muttering, so handsome." Similarly, Yuyuka gazed at Yatsuka with starry-eyed infatuation, perceiving him as the most striking man in the world. Merely looking at him filled her with exhilaration and joy. The other girls, too, wore expressions of admiration akin to Rin and Yuyuka, much to the chagrin of several male classmates. Yet, when they considered Yatsuka's terrifyingly superior prowess, a sense of impotent anger welled up within them, for the disparity was insurmountable, rendering any hopes of surpassing Yatsuka utterly futile. Observing the astonished and adoring expressions of his classmates, Yatsuka remained unfazed, his thoughts solely on hastening through the tests to indulge in culinary delights. He then inquired, "Is there no one willing to challenge me? If not, I shall take my leave. I shall challenge you." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd of students. Chapter 7, The Third's Progeny. Who dares to speak so boldly? Upon hearing this, Mikami Shusuke felt a headache coming on. Had someone uttered those words before Yatsuka's bout with Might Guy, he might have found it somewhat reasonable. However, at this moment, in the face of Yasaki's swift execution of Might Guy, one cannot help but question the audacity of those who dare to defy such perilous odds. Is it a lack of fear or sheer foolishness? At this juncture, Mikami Shusuke found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to commend the individual for their bravery or to deem them hopelessly misguided. After all, although Yasaki's strike did not truly connect, Mikami sensed that had it done so, even he would have met his demise. Thus, he was left pondering who among them was so weary of life, questioning why one would choose to exist in such folly. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted among the students following that bold declaration, with numerous heads turning towards the source of the voice. What is wrong with him? Why is he so reckless? Such bravado, devoid of strategy, renders one unworthy of the title of ninja, for a true ninja must embody patience and restraint, qualities evidently lacking in this individual. Ah, it's him. How dare he challenge Yasaki? Has he lost his senses? In an instant, as the students witnessed this audacious challenge, chatter ensued, and no one held faith in the challenger's success. Even Kakashi, who had been taught by his father to never underestimate others, furrowed his brow, contemplating how someone like Asuma could dare to confront Yasaki, considering that even he, the so-called genius Kakashi, felt himself no match for Yasaki's prowess. Meanwhile, Yasaki, who was preparing to step down and enjoy some chips, paid little mind to the challenger. "Oh, it's you, Asuma," he remarked casually after glancing at him. Asuma, perceiving Yasaki's indifference, scoffed, a smug expression adorning his face, as he steadily advanced through the crowd. He moved deliberately towards the stage, unhurried, passing by classmates who whispered their judgments. Not a single voice suggested his victory. Rather, they unanimously anticipated his defeat. Yet, Asuma continued to stride forward with unwavering determination, ignoring the murmurs around him. Despite the prevailing doubt, he harbored an unshakable belief in himself, his conviction as solid as granite. He understood that to be regarded as a true warrior, one must possess an ironclad will, unyielding in the face of external challenges. Only then could one qualify as a genuine force to be reckoned with. He, Asuma Sarutobi, son of the third Hokage, was destined to become such a formidable strength. As he walked, he contemplated. People say Yasaki is powerful, and indeed he is formidable. Yet, I, Asuma Sarutobi, am the son of the third Hokage, inheritor of his will, and destined to become Hokage myself. Others may falter before you, but I, Asuma Sarutobi, do not fear you." At that moment, Asuma radiated a potent aura of confidence, one so palpable that his peers could not help but sense an intangible presence emanating from him. Kurenai Yuhi, who had initially doubted Asuma's capabilities against Yasaki, found herself regarding him with newfound perspective. In that moment, Asuma appeared transformed, resembling a giant, his steadfastness instilling within her an inexplicable sense of security. Perhaps Asuma could triumph over Yasaka. At that moment, as Asuma reached the position of the first row of students and was mere steps away from ascending the arena, suddenly someone grasped his sleeve. "Asuma, heed my advice. Do not proceed. You are no match for him." Sarutobi Asuma halted, slightly furrowing his brow as he regarded the individual who had seized him. It was Nara Shikamaru, nonchalantly chewing on a toothpick, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by an unusual seriousness. "Do you not believe in me either, Shikamaru? Even you doubt my strength." Sarutobi Asuma expressed his displeasure. "It is precisely because I understand your capabilities that I urge you to refrain. You cannot defeat him." "Humph. You all claim I cannot win. Today, before your very eyes, I shall showcase the might of Sarutobi Asuma." With indignation, Sarutobi Asuma shook off Nara Shikamaru's grip and ascended the arena steps. "Ah, Asuma, brimming with fighting spirit today, knowing you will lose yet boldly drawing your sword against me. Out of respect for your warrior spirit, I, Yasaka, shall refrain from inflicting harm upon you today." Yasaka raised his chin, in high spirits, thinking of the upcoming food festival in the Land of Lightning that Tsunade would take him to next month, which greatly pleased him. "Humph, Yasaka, others may fear you, but I, Sarutobi Asuma, hold no fear. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Today, I shall bring an end to your undefeated record." With that declaration, Sarutobi Asuma pointed to his chest with his thumb, his face resolute. "Well said." Suddenly, a voice from the audience erupted in applause. Sarutobi Asuma glanced over to find it was Nara Shikamaru, feeling secretly pleased, indeed, a true comrade. Yasaka, distractedly clearing his ears, nodded, then, while thinking of his plans to visit Ichiraku ramen that evening, casually remarked to Sarutobi Asuma, "Have you finished? If you're done, let us commence the battle. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can celebrate the anniversary of Ichiraku ramen." Are you belittling me, Yasaka? Today, Sarutobi Asuma shall make you understand what it means to be surpassed. With a mighty shout, Sarutobi Asuma hurled 3 shuriken directly at Yasaka. Simultaneously, Jiraiya utilized a special ninjutsu to transmit his voice solely into Yasaka's ear, ensuring that only he could hear. "Yasaka, that's enough. If you can manage not to harm Sarutobi Asuma, I will treat you to Ichiraku ramen's latest special. I possess a voucher for the new dish." "Wow, the latest special?" "Absolutely. You have my word. I will follow your lead." Upon hearing Jiraiya mention the new dish, Yasaka immediately agreed, eager with enthusiasm, as Ichiraku ramen only released a limited number of tasting vouchers for new items, allowing those lucky enough to possess them to enjoy the dish before it officially appeared on the menu 2 months later. The new signature voucher can only be obtained by individuals of the elite Jonin rank. Chapter 8, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Each time Ichiraku ramen unveils a new flavor, Yasaka is particularly eager to sample it. However, lacking the new signature voucher, he must wait until the new ramen is officially released 2 months later. Thus, upon learning of the opportunity to indulge in the latest culinary delight at the earliest moment, he is filled with excitement. Consequently, Jiraiya's demands seem trivial in comparison. As the 3 shurikens, gleaming with sharpness, hurtle toward him, Yasaka chuckles, tilting his head to evade the first shuriken. It narrowly grazes his cheek, missing him by mere inches. Sarutobi Asuma, witnessing this, feels a pang of disappointment. He was so close to becoming the first person in history to injure Yasaka. He places his hopes on the remaining 2 shurikens. The second shuriken heads straight for Yasaka's chest. Since the first shuriken aimed for Yasaka's left cheek, he had tilted his head to the right to evade it, allowing the second shuriken to close in to within 2 meters of his torso. Given this proximity, unless Yasaka employs the body flicker technique, evasion seems impossible. This was the strategy Asuma had devised from the outset, utilizing the first shuriken to block Yasaka's movement, serving as a feint to increase the likelihood of the subsequent shurikens striking their target. Hit him. Strike him. Asuma fervently prayed in his mind, while keeping a close watch on the second Shuriken. Below, Kakashi felt a surge of tension. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. He desired the Shuriken to hit Yasaka, hoping to see him face some hardship. Yet, at the same time, Kakashi did not wish for it to connect, as Yasaka was his target, and he did not want anyone else to claim the honor of being the first to injure him. Similarly, Tsukikid Shikaze shared these sentiments. Meanwhile, Noara Rin and Yugugo wore anxious expressions, worried that Yasaka would be struck by the Shuriken, while Miya Shuji and the legendary three ninjas were eager to observe how Yasaka would respond. In an instant, the second Shuriken became the focal point of everyone's attention. However, in the next moment, Yasaka disappointed some onlookers. With a playful smile, he remained perfectly still, lifting his foot to kick a small stone from the ground. With a swift motion, it shot forth like a bullet, directly colliding with the second Shuriken. With a sharp clang, the second Shuriken, just half a meter from Yasaka's chest, was redirected by the incoming stone, veering away to the left and failing to make contact. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that the target was not struck. Yasaka's luck is remarkable, as he was fortuitously saved by a mere pebble. Moonlight Gale felt a wave of disappointment. Believing that the small stone had merely intercepted the attack meant for Yasaka, unaware that it was Yasaka who had kicked the stone in the first place. And due to the swift execution of his kick, he had not perceived it clearly. This entire scene, however, was witnessed in its entirety by the nearby Sannin. Jiraiya chuckled, stroking his chin, and remarked, "This young lad is rather intriguing. I never expected him to come up with such a strategy. I had thought he would resort to drawing his blade for defense." Orochimaru sneered, his voice hoarse as he stated, "He is indeed worthy of having defeated my man. Though merely a genin, I still hold great respect for his prowess." While the onlookers were astonished by Yasaka's deflection of a second Shuriken, Asuma Sarutobi maintained a grave demeanor. His teeth clenched as he controlled the third Shuriken. Among those present, only he understood that the third Shuriken was his true trump card, with the first two served solely as feints to set up the third. As Yasaka deflected the second Shuriken, the third had already reached a mere 3 meters from him, a distance that could be covered in the blink of an eye. Now, Asuma bellowed, swiftly forming hand seals, and shouted, "Prepare yourself. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu." In an instant, the third Shuriken appeared to split as if by magic, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 16. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from one into a multitude of shurikens, sealing off Yasaka's left, right, and overhead avenues of escape. No matter where he sought refuge, he would be assailed by shuriken. As the multitude of shurikens surged towards Yasaka like an impenetrable wall, the students, all genin, were left utterly astounded. Even Kakashi, who often proclaimed himself a genius, gazed in astonishment at the swarm of shadow shurikens. He had not anticipated that Asuma possessed such advanced ninjutsu, a technique that even he could not perform. Could it be that, at long last, someone was poised to defeat Yasaka? Kakashi's heart raced, nearly lodged in his throat, his pupils narrowing as he focused intently on Yasaka, fearing he might miss the unfolding moment. On the platform, Asuma wore a victorious grin at the corners of his mouth. Countless days and nights of arduous training had culminated in this moment. Before the entire class, and even in the presence of the Sannin, he sought to vanquish Yasaka, to emerge as the mightiest man in the class. That was his aspiration, Asuma Sarutobi. Yet, just as many eagerly awaited to witness Yasaka riddled with shuriken, he merely smirked, a sly smile gracing his lips as he uttered, a trivial technique. In the next instant, Yasaka's right hand deftly grasped the hilt of his blade, drawing it with a swift motion. Clang, 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 clang. In the blink of an eye, a flash of steel illuminated the scene, and the spectators were momentarily blinded by a brilliant light. Following this, the air was filled with a cacophony of clashing metal, and before they could comprehend the unfolding events, the blinding light vanished, revealing Yasaka sheathing his blade back into its scabbard. What just transpired? Had Yasaka truly evaded the shuriken? Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, the bewildered Moonlight Jiraiya stared at the figure of Yasaka on stage, momentarily unable to comprehend the rapid sequence of events that had just unfolded. The astonishing speed of the earlier encounter left the students in the audience utterly confounded, their eyes and minds struggling to catch up. All they witnessed was Yasaka drawing his sword, a fleeting flash of white light, and then the sword being sheathed once more, leaving them to ponder what had transpired and what the outcome might be. The atmosphere was thick with confusion, Even the nearby Mikami Shuji appeared dazed, while only the three shinobi on the side regarded Yasaka's silhouette with solemn expressions. In Chapter 9, The True Ace, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru after a moment of silence. Her voice tinged with a subtle tremor. "Did you see that, Orochimaru?" "Yes, I observed everything clearly," Orochimaru replied gravely, while Jiraiya, usually jovial, remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Yasaka's sword at his waist. "I never imagined his swordsmanship had reached such heights," Jiraiya remarked in a low tone. "Indeed," Tsunade responded with a mere utterance, yet this single acknowledgement startled both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the grandniece of the second Hokage, Tsunade possessed a profound understanding of the second Hokage's sword techniques, renowned for their might. It was said that he had once defeated Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara, with his self-created flying thunder god slash, a feat accomplished even against an opponent nearing the level of a half-shadow. Thus, Tsunade's evaluation of Yasaka's prowess underscored the exceptional nature of his swordsmanship. On the arena, Sarutobi Asuma stood transfixed, gazing at Yasaka, who remained unscathed at a distance, overwhelmed by a wave of profound shock. "Why?" Asuma murmured, his eyes glassy. The Shadow Shuriken technique was a signature ninjutsu of his father, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. To defeat Yasaka, Asuma had diligently trained for over 6 months, mastering the technique in hopes of one day triumphing over Yasaka, thereby proving his superiority as the strongest lower ninja. Yet, the culmination of his arduous efforts yielded only this outcome, as Yasaka effortlessly countered his technique without even shifting from his position. Asuma struggled to accept this harsh reality. "I saw you enter the stage brimming with confidence, believing you had mastered some formidable ninjutsu. But is this all there is? Just this?" Yasaka shook his head, casually kicking the discarded shuriken back to Asuma, the very weapon he had used to execute the Shadow Shuriken technique. "If you possess no further techniques, then it seems this test shall conclude with my victory," Yasaka stated coolly. "Curse it." Asuma gritted his teeth, his right hand pressed firmly against the ground, leaving deep grooves carved by his fingers. "I shall not concede so easily. I am the descendant of 3 generations, the illustrious Sarutobi Asuma." A surge of fury erupted from the depths of his heart, coursing through his mind. With a thunderous roar, Sarutobi Asuma propelled himself off the ground, swiftly hurling several shurikens towards Yasaka before rapidly forming hand seals. Yasaka effortlessly evaded the shurikens launched by Asuma, remaining stationary and awaiting his opponent's technique. He refrained from attacking, having promised Jiraiya not to harm Sarutobi Asuma. An offensive move could inadvertently result in injury to Asuma, a risk Yasaka was unwilling to take. Although he could minimize this risk significantly, the possibility of a misstep loomed large, threatening to mar his chance at savoring the exquisite new ramen. Thus, to ensure he could indulge in the culinary delight, Yasaka opted for a defensive stance, aiming to illustrate the disparity between them and coax Asuma into conceding. Meanwhile, witnessing Asuma's hand seals, Kakashi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that the tiger seal? Is he about to unleash a fire technique?" In the next instant, Asuma puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a dense cloud of gray smoke towards Yasaka, enveloping him entirely. "What? Not a fire technique? What kind of jutsu is this?" Kakashi was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Asuma's intentions. Could it be that technique? Nara Shikamaru, observing the vast expanse of gray smoke, paused, recalling a previous conversation he had with Asuma. "Could this be the ultimate trump card I prepared for you?" Asuma bellowed, brandishing a lighter from his pocket. Igniting it, he tossed the lighter into the swirling smoke. Fire release, ash pile burning. In an instant, the gray smoke ignited, erupting in a furious blaze that culminated in a violent explosion. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated, unleashing a massive shockwave that swept across the arena. The nearest participant, Mitsuhashi Shuji, shrieked in terror, hastily retreating while employing a water technique. The students in the front rows were instantly knocked over by the force of the blast, sprawling chaotically on the ground. The spot where Yasaka once stood had transformed into a raging inferno, flames soaring over 3 meters high, their searing heat incinerating the surrounding grass. The fire consumed 3/4 of the arena, leaving only Asuma's position untouched. As for the 3 legendary ninjas, they had already leaped from the arena at the first sign of danger. "Haha, this is my secret weapon. Yasaka, this time victory is assured. I, Sarutobi Asuma, and the strongest man in the lower ninja world. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma, resembling one who has endured trials only to emerge into sweetness, stood with his hands on his hips, laughing uncontrollably, even shedding tears of mirth. Meanwhile, the students in the audience, having gathered themselves, beheld the raging inferno on the arena, where Yatsuka had vanished without a trace. A profound silence enveloped them, as disbelief rendered them speechless. The once invincible Yatsuka, renowned for his undefeated prowess, had been vanquished by Sarutobi Asuma? What an astonishing turn of events! Kakashi pondered with a tinge of disappointment. Is it truly possible that Yatsuka was defeated so easily? I refuse to believe it, cried Noira Rin, tears streaming down her face. What a pity that Asuma managed to seize the moment. It's truly frustrating, thought the swift and melancholic Moonlight Gale. On the opposite side of the arena, Orochimaru suddenly narrowed his gaze, frowning as he declared, "No, it is not over yet." At that moment, a voice emerged from within the flames, causing Asuma's smile to falter. "Asuma, that was quite an inventive technique. But to think you could defeat me with it is rather underestimating, don't you think?" Chapter 10. Cutting through the flames. That familiar voice caused Sarutobi Asuma's laughter to freeze on his face, his eyes filled with a mix of horror and disbelief. What? Asuma felt as though every muscle in his body had turned rigid. His heart skipped a beat upon hearing that voice. How could this be? Like a malfunctioning robot. Asuma turned his head mechanically, gaze filled with uncertainty, towards the heart of the blazing fire. The next instant, a voice rang out from the inferno, blade technique, breaking the waves. In the blink of an eye, the spectators witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The towering flames, several meters high, appeared to be sliced apart as if by a knife through cake, splitting into two distinct sections. Suddenly, these halves erupted violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar, before vanishing into thin air. Had the flames been extinguished so effortlessly? Kakashi stared, his pupils trembling, as the spectacle before him transcended his understanding. He had actually cut through the flames. How could this be possible? Moonlight Gale gazed in astonishment at Yatsuka on the stage, disbelief etched across his face. This was beyond his comprehension. How could anyone slice through fire? As Asuma beheld Yatsuka, poised with his katana, exuding calm and confidence, completely unscathed, he felt as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Confounded, he could not fathom why Yatsuka's blade could cleave through flames. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. No matter how sharp the blade, it could not cut through fire. As Sarutobi Asuma let out a furious roar, his body remained rigid. The image of that blade cleaving through the flames inflicted a profound shock upon his psyche, rendering him unable to move freely. Though he was not ensnared by Jinjutsu, the exaggerated strike from Yatsuka had a similar effect, transcending even the boundaries of illusion in some respects. It was akin to a veritable illusion in its potency. At that moment, the arena was strewn with flickering embers, resembling a rain of fire descending from the heavens, scattered across every corner of the platform. Yatsuka stood amidst these flames, then lifted his right foot, advancing step by step towards Sarutobi Asuma. Don't come any closer. As Yatsuka approached, Sarutobi Asuma lost control of his emotions, shrieking in a frenzy. To him, Yatsuka appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, advancing through the inferno, his katana glinting with a chilling light, as if sent to extinguish his life. Stay back. I command you to stay back. Sarutobi Asuma cried out hoarsely, attempting to retreat, even yearning to turn and flee. Yet, in a state of terror, he realized that apart from voicing his dread, his body had become utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by invisible claws that rendered his muscles and bones powerless. Move. In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was engulfed by dread, his entire being overwhelmed by fear as he witnessed Yatsuka drawing ever closer. His body trembled uncontrollably, yet he remained unable to budge. On the opposite side of the arena, Tsunade, arms crossed and a grave expression upon her face, observed Sarutobi Asuma intently. What is happening? He appears as though he has fallen victim to Jinjutsu. Yet there is an unmistakable difference. Beside her, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his voice low as he spoke with deliberation. If I am not mistaken, he has experienced a psychological shock, resulting in effects akin to those of Jinjutsu, similar to individuals who become paralyzed in fear. Indeed, that must be the case. Yatsuka's strike was not merely a simple act of severing flames. according to the insights gleaned from my sensory abilities. It seems his blow also unleashed a form of mental impact upon Sarutobi Asuma, creating an effect reminiscent of genuine Genjutsu. That strike was far more intricate than it appeared. He continued. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell into silence. Having been exposed to the first and second Hokage since childhood, she possessed considerable knowledge on such matters. Like Orochimaru had mentioned, Tsunade had heard the second Hokage speak of such psychological shocks. It was an intangible form of assault, akin to Genjutsu, yet fundamentally distinct. While Genjutsu ensnares the mind through false illusions and perceptions, this psychological shock bypassed the realm of illusion altogether, directly assaulting the spirit. The destructive potential of this mental attack far exceeded that of Genjutsu. As illusions typically exert their influence only temporarily, such mental shocks, if sufficiently powerful, can leave indelible scars or marks upon the psyche, inflicting a trauma akin to the proverbial fear of the well rope after one has been bitten by a snake. Moreover, Tsunade recalled the second Hokage's words, warning that if such a mental assault were potent enough, it could potentially obliterate a person's soul on the spot. Those who have been frightened to death, in truth, have had their souls extinguished. Contemplating this, Tsunade was momentarily struck by an indescribable astonishment, her gaze towards Yasaka shifting dramatically. He possessed such remarkable potential. At that moment, Yasaka remained oblivious to the profound shock he had inflicted upon the three Sannin. His only concern was to compel Asuma Sarutobi to concede, lest he be provoked into action. With a decisive step, Yasaka approached Asuma, who was now slumped on the ground, and looked down at him from a position of superiority. Asuma, I am the mightiest genin of Konoha, Yasaka, he declared coldly. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Yasaka pondered whether he might have been overly severe. What if he frightened Asuma into a faint? After all, in his previous strike, he had infused a wave of mental pressure, intending to shatter Asuma's resolve and prompt him to surrender. Thus, with this thought in mind, Yasaka quickly donned a smile, his pearly teeth glinting in the sunlight. Asuma, do not be disheartened. Your inability to overcome me is not a reflection of your weakness, but rather a testament to my overwhelming strength. Chapter 11. Fainted upon hearing Yasaka's words, Asuma felt a wave of nausea wash over him, followed by a surge of discomfort, and he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing. Hey, Jiraiya, pay attention. I haven't laid a finger on him. When he set fire to me, I merely defended myself by slicing through the flames. His spitting blood is not my concern. You cannot use this as an excuse to deny me a meal of the new ramen. Yasaka exclaimed anxiously, turning to Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled helplessly, casually tossing a voucher emblazoned with the Ichiraku ramen logo towards Yasaka like a shuriken. Yasaka caught the new ramen coupon, treating it like a priceless treasure, and carefully tucked it into the inner pocket of his clothing, his face lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Asuma collapse and bleed, Hiragi rushed forward to lift him, checking to find that he was merely overwhelmed, which brought him some relief. After all, Asuma was the son of the third Hokage. Any mishap during his lesson could lead to significant trouble. Medical team, quickly take Asuma to the hospital, Hiragi called out, handing Asuma over to the medical personnel. Simultaneously, the students observing from below the arena erupted into a cacophony of varied reactions, as if a pot had boiled over. In a moment of exasperation, Shunui Jenkins sighed and bit down on his toothpick, lamenting, Alas, I advised you against confronting him. You cannot prevail, yet you chose not to heed my counsel. And now, behold the outcome. TSK, Yasaka-kun is truly formidable beyond measure. Kakashi gazed solemnly at Yasaka on the stage, his heart brimming with a tumult of emotions. He felt a profound chasm separating him from Yasaka, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Ever since his defeat at Yasaka's hands last year, he had set his sights on surpassing him. Yet, could he truly surpass Yasaka? Doubts began to seep into his heart regarding the answer to that question. Tsukiyakuri Shippu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, oblivious to the pain. His gaze was solely fixed upon Yasaka, the man standing on the stage, who, though 2 centimeters shorter than him, emanated an overwhelming strength. The moment when Yasaka cleaved through the flames with a single stroke left Tsukiyakari breathless, as if time itself had paused. That astonishing spectacle conjured a vivid illusion before his eyes, in which his own stature appeared minuscule, while a colossal figure loomed before him. Towering to the heavens, Yasaka's face was that of the giant. Being a master of the sword himself, Tsukihikari understood the immense skill required to sever flames with a single cut. Even with the aid of wind techniques, he had yet to achieve such a feat. Moreover, he realized that Yasaka had executed that strike without the use of wind techniques, relying solely on his swordsmanship to part the flames. Damn it, Yasaka! I will surpass you! I must surpass you! Tsukihikari fervently shouted within his heart. His desire to outdo Yasaka was fueled not only by the ambition to prove the superiority of his swordsmanship, but also by the pang of unrequited love for Yuyuki, who had seemingly abandoned him to fawn over Yasaka. This betrayal stung Tsukihikari deeply. In his heart, Yuyuki was his guiding light, yet she had been drawn to Yasaka. How could he endure this? He believed that if he could defeat Yasaka, Yuyuki would be captivated by his own charm and return to his side. Yasaka, I shall surpass you. Yuyuki is mine. Tsukihikari vowed through gritted teeth. Not far away, Noara Rin watched Yasaka on the stage with wide-eyed admiration. Her small fists resting against her chin, her cheeks flushed, as if a wild deer danced in her heart. He is so handsome, so cool. Especially that remark. It's not that you are too weak, but that I am too strong. It was simply exhilarating. This is the man I desire, she thought to herself, overwhelmed by the feeling of infatuation. Several other girls in the audience shared a similar experience, their expressions mirroring Rin's, while the boys looked on with a mix of envy and admiration toward Yasaka. However, there was one girl who stood apart, and that was Hinata. Upon witnessing Asuma Saratobi's defeat, a wave of sorrow washed over her. When Asuma coughed up blood, Hinata nearly dashed forward, only to be preempted by Shusui Mikami. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yasaka was blissfully unaware of the myriad emotions, jealousy, admiration, infatuation, and resentment, emanating from the audience below. His mind was solely occupied with culinary delights, particularly the new ramen from Yao Ramen. The smooth, chewy noodles paired with a specially crafted broth and exquisite toppings promised a taste that transcended the ordinary. Indulging in such a dish, especially one he had never tried before, would undoubtedly yield extraordinary rewards from the system and significantly enhance his abilities. With this in mind, Yasaka felt an urgent desire to sample the ramen, yet he was bound by the ongoing test in class. Turning to his classmates, he called out loudly, "Is there anyone else?" Yasaka's intention was merely to inquire if anyone wished to challenge him. If not, he would be off to enjoy his ramen. However, his words stirred a variety of sentiments among the students below. Some boys felt a surge of indignation, thinking it was overly arrogant of him, while others perceived a commanding aura in his proclamation, exuding an air of dominance as if to declare, "The world is vast, and I am its mightiest. Who dares oppose me?" In that moment, although the students harbored their thoughts, none dared to step forward and challenge him. Winning against Yasaka would mean success in the test. Yet who among them could claim victory? The recent example of Asuma Saratobi loomed large in their minds, a confident ninja who aspired to be the strongest, yet now lay in a hospital emergency room. Observing the lack of challengers, Shusui Mikami sighed, relinquishing the hope that anyone would confront Yasaka, as even he, in his role as a teacher, lacked the confidence to defeat him. Chapter 12. Otsutsuki Yao. Since no one dared to challenge Yasaka, Shusui Mikami declared, "Even if all of you fail today's test, you shall practice Shuriken throwing." He gestured towards the target range, and for the first time, the students did not grumble in discontent. Previously, they would have sighed heavily, but now, the prospect of avoiding a confrontation with Yasaka was a welcome reprieve. Consequently, the group hurried to the target range to practice Shuriken throwing, leaving only Yasaka, the three ninjas, and Shusui Mikami on stage. Approaching the three ninjas, Shusui Mikami spoke with deep respect. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed ninjas. I would have been unable to withstand Yasaka's onslaught without your support." Inwardly, he felt fortunate for Might Guy's timely warning. Had he not alerted the three ninjas, Guy might have faced a fate similar to Asuma's, if not worse, as Yasaka had been genuinely serious at that moment. After all, our primary concern is the safety of the students, which is of no inconvenience. Tsunade replied, harboring doubts about whether she could triumph in a one-on-one confrontation with Yasaki. Prior to witnessing Yasaki's ability to cleave through flames, she had felt quite confident in her prowess. However, after witnessing that remarkable display, her self-assurance began to wane. In terms of close combat capabilities, Yasaki's offensive power was indeed formidable, yet Tsunade believed he was not invincible. Regardless of his strength, A single blow from her monstrous strength would undoubtedly incapacitate him, as Yasaki's physique remained within the realm of a normal human, unlike Orochimaru, who was impervious to physical attacks. Interestingly, even someone like Orochimaru, who typically withstood such assaults, had once come perilously close to being slain by Yasaki. Tsunade had previously inquired about this incident with Orochimaru, but he had refrained from answering, likely out of pride. Thus, Tsunade speculated that Yasaki's attacks might not merely be physical in nature. At that moment, Jiraiya turned to Yasaki and said, "Yasaki, shortly we shall venture to Ichiraku Ramen to sample their new offerings. I have heard that this latest creation was inspired by a 3-month meditation in the mountains by Uncle Ichiraku, who, upon hearing the splash of a fish leaping from the water, experienced a moment of inspiration that led to this new ramen. I dare say it will be quite delightful." Indeed. Your words have me eagerly anticipating it, Yasaki replied, saliva pooling in his mouth. His mind brimming with anticipation not only for the culinary delight, but also for the system rewards that would accompany it. Noticing Orochimaru, Yasaki was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, Orochimaru, you've healed. Your recovery is remarkably swift." Orochimaru's lips twitched. It had been over 3 months, and naturally, he had long since recovered. Even a broken bone would have mended by now. He offered an awkward smile and hoarsely remarked, "Your previous attack was extraordinarily fierce. Such a strike is unprecedented. I have truly witnessed something remarkable." Orochimaru expressed genuine admiration, for he was a person of great magnanimity and bore no grudge against Yasaki for having struck him. Rather, he found himself sincerely impressed by Yasaki's formidable attack. Simultaneously, his curiosity about Yasaki's physique intensified. He mused that it would be splendid to study Yasaki's body, or even better, to inhabit it himself. With this thought, Orochimaru's gaze toward Yasaki shifted significantly. "Hey, Orochimaru, why are you looking at me like that? It feels rather unsettling." Yasaki instinctively took a step back, sensing something ominous in Orochimaru's gaze, which seemed to shimmer with a greenish hue. No, I was merely contemplating some intriguing ideas." Orochimaru waved his hand in dismissal, but this explanation only fueled Yasaki's suspicion that Orochimaru harbored ulterior motives. What intriguing ideas could two men possibly share? A chill ran down Yasaki's spine as he edged closer to Jiraiya, thinking that the more reliable, female-preferring Jiraiya was a safer companion. As the students were dispatched by Mitsukami Shusuke to practice shuriken throwing, there was a temporary lull in activity on his side. With Yasaka no longer engaged in combat, the 3 ninjas no longer required supervision. Thus, Orochimaru took his leave first, followed by Tsunade. Mitsukami Shusuke then went to oversee the group of students practicing with shurikens, leaving only Jiraiya and Yasaka. "Let us depart now, Jiraiya," Yasaka exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Indubitably," responded Jiraiya. The two swiftly made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. It was afternoon, and the crowd was sparse, so when Yasaka and Jiraiya arrived, only one patron occupied the establishment, leaving plenty of empty seats. "Boss, we'll have 2 bowls of the latest signature ramen." Yasaka and Jiraiya handed over their new signature coupons. Uncle Otsutsuki Ichiraku accepted the 2 tickets with a warm smile and nodded, then turned to Yasaka. "Yasaka, have you discovered any new culinary delights recently?" Yasaka chuckled, "Not recently. I've been indulging in familiar dishes. While they are still delightful, I yearn to sample something novel." "Perfect timing. This is my latest creation, the 20-second signature ramen. It will undoubtedly delight your palate." "That sounds wonderful." Uncle Otsutsuki Ichiraku shared a close bond with Yasaka, as the latter's passion for food aligned with the renowned Ichiraku Ramen of Konoha. Consequently, Yasaka frequented the shop, and his cheerful demeanor quickly fostered a friendship with Uncle Ichiraku. At this moment, Uncle Ichiraku was in the prime of his life, with his daughter, Otsutsuki Ayam, just 15 years old and blossoming, sharing the same age as Yasaka, thus cultivating a good rapport between them. "Uncle, where is Ayam?" Yasaka inquired casually upon noticing her absence. While preparing the ramen, Uncle Ichiraku replied, "She has accompanied her mother to procure ingredients. I've heard a new batch of ingredients from the Cloud Village has arrived, which we Konoha folks have yet to taste. I want to seize the opportunity to acquire some before it runs out." "Oh, I shall come to sample the new ingredients then," Yasaka exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of new culinary experiences. Engaging in light banter with Uncle Ichiraku, it wasn't long before 2 steaming bowls of ramen were presented before them. Immediately, Yasaka was enveloped by an aromatic fragrance that made his mouth water. Eagerly, He took a spoonful of the broth to taste. What? How could it be this delicious? My heavens! Yasaka was utterly astonished. This was, without a doubt, the finest broth he had ever savored. Chapter 13. Peeping, this ramen is absolutely exquisite. Yasaka proclaimed with enthusiasm as a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Tasting new culinary delights has granted you Steel/1. Enhancing your swordsmanship and boosting your killing intent proficiency. Haha, I have acquired a new skill, Steel/. The very name of this skill sounds formidable. Its power must surely be immense. As Yasaka savored the ramen, a wave of joy washed over him, and he couldn't help but reflect on his fortune. This system not only allowed him to indulge in exquisite cuisine, but also granted him formidable power, akin to a miraculous boon. While others labored tirelessly through arduous training to enhance their strength, often at the cost of blood and sweat, Yasaka's path was entirely different. His prowess grew merely through the enjoyment of food. The more he relished his meals, the mightier he became. One could only imagine the reaction of someone like Might Guy, who lacked any ninjutsu talent, or the gluttonous members of the Akimichi clan. Surely, they would be driven to despair upon learning of his secret. For Yasaka, the journey to greater strength unfolded in a delightful manner, creating a win-win situation. Yasaka, what has you so joyous? Jiraiya inquired, noticing Yasaka's sudden outburst of laughter as he ate. Yasaka, attempting to mask his elation, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find this ramen to be an unparalleled delicacy." And I couldn't help but laugh in delight. As he spoke, Yasaka took another hearty sip of the broth, feeling as though he had transcended to a new realm of bliss. He then mumbled to Otsutsuki Ichiraku, "Uncle Ichiraku, your broth is simply divine. What is your secret ingredient?" "Ah, such inquiries touch upon trade secrets. Naturally, I cannot divulge them," Jiraiya remarked, rolling his eyes at Yasaka's question. "Fear not, for Yasaka has been like family to me. I trust he will not act as a spy, and even if he learns my methods, he could never replicate the flavor without my personal touch," Ichiraku replied, counting on his fingers as he elaborated. "This broth has been meticulously crafted with clams, oysters, lobsters, sea cucumbers, seaweed, cucumbers, and my special seasoning blend. Simmered for 8 hours to perfection, it is truly the epitome of freshness." "Wow, that's incredible. No wonder it's so delicious," Yasaka exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration for Ichiraku. As Yasaka engaged in casual conversation with Jiraiya and Ichiraku, he simultaneously directed some of his focus towards examining his newly acquired abilities. The proficiency of his killing intent surge had increased, enhancing the potency of his slashing techniques. This killing intent surge, when unleashed in a single stroke, enveloped his blade with an intangible mental assault aimed directly at the enemy's psyche. Such an attack, being incorporeal and devoid of physical substance, could not be defended against, resembling Jinjutsu, yet proving far more formidable. While Jinjutsu inflicted indirect harm to the mind, killing intent surge delivered a direct assault. Unless the target possessed exceptional mental fortitude or an indomitable will, evasion was impossible. A recent example was when Yasaka cleaved through flames, rendering Sarutobi Asuma paralyzed with fear, unable to move, a testament to the effectiveness of his newfound power. At that moment, when Yasaka unleashed his strike, it was accompanied by a surge of murderous intent that assailed Asuma Sarutobi's psyche, nearly driving him to the brink of mental collapse. Consequently, the enhancement of his murderous aura's proficiency signified a notable augmentation in Yasaka's capacity to inflict psychological damage upon his adversaries, a fact that filled him with great satisfaction. Should he indulge in exquisite culinary delights a few more times and further elevate his murderous aura, it would evolve into the soul cleave, enabling him to slice through flesh as well as sever the spirit. While Yasaka's current abilities inflicted damage upon the minds of his foes, the upgrade to Soul Cleave would grant him the power to directly assault the very souls of his enemies. If he were to attain the pinnacle level of Idealistic Cleave, as indicated by the system, he would possess the extraordinary capability to sever all entities that bear a name, even to the extent of cutting off a failed future, thereby preserving a victorious one, a truly formidable ability. After perusing the details of the murderous aura, Yasaka felt a profound sense of contentment and yearning. He then turned his attention to the introduction and upgrade potential of the Steel Flash, realizing that reaching its highest level would bestow upon him the title and abilities of the Wind Blade Master. allowing him to proclaim with flair, "Death is like the wind, ever at my side." Consequently, amidst an atmosphere of excitement and enjoyment, he finished his meal with satisfaction, letting out a hearty belch that reflected his contentment. "Jiraiya, thank you for your hospitality. Should you encounter anyone you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing them," Yasaka declared with fervor, feeling quite elated. "That won't be necessary. I rarely encounter anyone I cannot overcome, and those I cannot defeat. I suspect you would struggle against as well," Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Yasaka refrained from inquiring whom he could not best. Having satiated his appetite, he found his desire for gourmet food slightly diminished and contemplated a post-meal activity. "Jiraiya, how about we engage in a friendly spar?" he suggested. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shan't spar with you. I prefer to avoid a lengthy stay in the hospital. However, if you wish to stretch your limbs, I can take you to a splendid location." "Oh, what splendid location?" Yasaka asked, his curiosity piqued. Jiraiya grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Yasaka and whispering conspiratorially, "I just overheard Tsunade mention she plans to visit the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse for a soak this afternoon. I've scouted the place beforehand, and it seems there are no guards present. We could sneak a peek. At this hour, there should be quite a few young maidens." "Ah, Jiraiya, even if there are not many guards, we could still be discovered. Aren't you concerned about the possibility of being caught?" Yasaka questioned, puzzled. Jiraiya chuckled, "Not at all. I have ample experience from my previous escapades with the third Hokage, where we often spied on others bathing. However, I must admit, I still have much to learn from him. He is a master in the art of stealth when it comes to watching young ladies bathe, far surpassing my own skills. This lecherous old man. I never imagined he harbored such interests," Yasaka mused to himself, stroking his chin. Chapter 14. Intimidation. It is, of course, a pleasure to share with you a secret. My remarkable skills in stealth have been imparted to me across 3 generations, particularly the technique known as the Shadow Shield, which is truly the pinnacle of espionage," Jiraiya declared with an air of pride. "Oh, the Shadow Shield? What is that?" asked Yasaki, curiosity evident in his expression. Jiraiya responded, "The Shadow Shield is a ninjutsu that conceals one's presence, rendering one imperceptible to adversaries. It allows the practitioner to mask their temperature, breath, heartbeat, and even their appearance, so that enemies cannot detect them. It is a specialized technique for eavesdropping and surveillance." Pausing briefly, Jiraiya continued, "However, this technique has a critical flaw. One must remain completely still. The moment one moves, their concealed heartbeat, breath, and appearance are all revealed, making it exceedingly easy for enemies to discover them." Yasaki nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Jiraiya and the third Hokage had relied on this technique for their covert operations. "Perhaps it is best for you to engage in your espionage alone. I must return home to rest. After a hearty meal, it is time for slumber," Yasaki remarked, shaking his head. "Ah, youth is indeed fleeting. Someday you will come to appreciate the thrill of stealth. Haha." Jiraiya laughed heartily. Subsequently, Yasaki and Jiraiya parted ways. Yasaki headed home to sleep, while Jiraiya made his way to the Tenbo bathhouse to indulge in the secret pleasures of observing others bathe. Just 5 minutes after Yasaki and Jiraiya left Ichiraku Ramen, a patron who had been seated in the corner since their arrival stood up and removed the conical hat that had obscured his face. Upon revealing his visage, it became evident that the man bore a most peculiar countenance. One half was black, and the other half was white. More astonishingly, it appeared as though the two halves of his face did not belong to the same individual, as they seemed capable of conversing with one another, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. The man then approached the ramen counter and addressed the ramen chef, Otsutsuki Ichiraku. "Mr. Otsutsuki, my name is Zetsu. I am here on behalf of Uchiha Aido to invite you to join us in our endeavor to create a truly peaceful world." "Oh, a peaceful world? If I am not mistaken, it seems that many lives will be sacrificed in pursuit of your so-called peace." Otsutsuki Ichiraku continued to prepare the ramen, not raising his gaze. The man, identifying himself as Zetsu, nodded and spoke with his black half to Ichiraku. In the face of genuine success, a few sacrifices are indeed warranted. After all, there is an old adage that states, "A general's triumph is built upon the bones of thousands. Those who perish are but necessary sacrifices for success." Ichiraku remained focused on his work, disregarding Zetsu, and replied, "If you wish to stir up trouble, then do so without involving me. My involvement will only lead to death, as I have washed my hands of such matters." I desire nothing more than to be a god of ramen. My aspirations extend no further. However, should your turmoil impede my ability to sell ramen or draw customers, then you shall find your own existence in peril. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, are you speaking earnestly? To extend an invitation to you is a sign of respect, a gesture of honor. I strongly advise against spurning this goodwill. The man who referred to himself as Ketsu darkened in countenance, his voice low and ominous, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Are you threatening me? Otsutsuki Ichiraku replied nonchalantly, his hands tirelessly crafting noodles, not even sparing a glance at Ketsu. Yet, in that moment, Ketsu felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, plunging him into an abyss of icy dread, as though he had fallen into a world of corpses and blood. In this grim realm, a colossal beast erupted from the sanguine depths, its gaping maw poised to devour him. In the next instant, the macabre landscape of corpses and blood, along with the menacing jaws that threatened to engulf him, seemed to freeze, as if the universe itself had hit the pause button. Cracks began to form in the scene, and like shattered glass, the surrounding horror disintegrated into countless fragments, bringing the vision back to Ichiraku's noodle shop. This serves as a warning. Do not let there be a next time. I prefer not to resort to violence, for when I do, death inevitably follows. Otsutsuki Ichiraku placed a perfectly crafted bundle of noodles on the rack, reached for a cleaver, and began chopping green onions, seemingly oblivious to the paralyzed Ketsu beside him, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. I apologize, I shan't intrude any further. Ketsu finally regained his composure after an extended silence, stammering his apologies and hastily placing a wad of cash on the table before fleeing. Ah, these young people, always so eager to resort to violence. What a futile endeavor. Otsutsuki Ichiraku sighed, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, the curtain of the noodle shop was lifted, and a charming girl with a ponytail entered, her bright smile illuminating the space. Dad, has Yatsuka been by? Yes, he left not long ago. Oh, father, why didn't you keep him here a bit longer? I didn't even get to see him before he left. How frustrating. Otsutsuki Sayaka pouted in disappointment. What is this? Are you missing Yatsuka? Otsutsuki Ichiraku chuckled. Not at all. I was merely inquiring, she stammered, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This child, Otsutsuki Ichiraku chuckled, shaking his head, while inwardly pondering. Yatsuka seems like a decent fellow. I wonder if he harbors any feelings for Sayaka. Meanwhile, Yatsuka had just returned home when he received a call from Mikami Shuji, who informed him that the third Hokage had urgent matters to discuss and required Yatsuka's presence at the Hokage's office. Initially reluctant to go, Yatsuka, feeling somewhat bloated from the ramen, decided to take a leisurely walk to aid digestion, eventually meandering his way to the Hokage's office. Hokage, old man, what do you want with me? If it's nothing of great importance, please don't bother me. I'm busy trying to catch some sleep. Yatsuka boldly entered the room, speaking with a nonchalance that suggested he regarded the Hokage as nothing more than a neighbor. Young man, you didn't even knock before entering. You truly do not regard me, the Hokage, with the respect I deserve. After all, I am a Hokage. The third Hokage chuckled, resting his chin on his hands while seated at his desk. Yasaka reclined on the sofa, letting out a great yawn. Fatigue was beginning to set in. Chapter 15. My refusal. Yasaka, you have always had a penchant for gourmet food. Have you encountered any novel delicacies of late? The third Hokage inquired with a warm smile. Indeed, I just finished tasting a new ramen from Aido, which is currently in its trial phase and has yet to officially launch. The flavor is simply divine, Yasaka replied, salivating at the memory. Despite having eaten just an hour prior, one would expect his appetite to wane. Yet, merely recalling that new ramen stirred his enthusiasm anew. Another new product? I was unaware. The third Hokage mused internally, planning to sample it himself after work. After all, as Hokage, he could indulge even without a voucher. With a beaming expression, the third Hokage continued, Yasaka, how have you been? Are you satisfied with the specialty chips from the rock village I arranged for you? Yasaka nodded, grinning. They were quite remarkable, with a uniquely intriguing flavor. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the groundwork he had laid. At that moment, Yasaka furrowed his brow and asked, Old man, you must have something you wish for me to do. Speak plainly. How did you know? The third Hokage was taken aback. He had not anticipated being so easily seen through by Yasaka. Is that even a question? Yasaka leaned back casually. It's apparent to anyone with a modicum of sense. There's a saying, No good deed goes unpunished. Besides, you clearly have a purpose for summoning me. Well, I never imagined that I, a Hokage, would be so easily deciphered by a mere genin. How embarrassing. The third Hokage thought to himself, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, yet maintaining a composed demeanor. He dove straight into the matter. Recently, to foster friendship and peace among the ninja villages, the ninja world has decided to host a friendly competition among the 5 great nations. This endeavor aims to showcase national strength and potential. Hence, we will dispatch genin from each village to participate. Pausing for effect, he continued, the event will take place in our own Hidden Leaf village. Each nation's genin team will require a leader, and I have chosen you to be the captain of our Leaf Village team. Upon finishing, the third Hokage gazed expectantly at Yasaka, knowing full well that among genin, his prowess was unrivaled. Even against J-Nin, and particularly elite J-Nin, Yasaka stood a fighting chance. His student, Orochimaru, had been injured by Yasaka 3 months prior, and though Orochimaru had not fought with full strength, inflicting injury upon a J-Nin was itself a testament to Yasaka's formidable skill. Therefore, if we could appoint such an extraordinarily gifted individual as the leader of the genin team, it would undoubtedly lead to a resplendent victory for the Konoha representative against other nations, thereby bringing honor to our village. Thus, the third Hokage fervently hoped that Yatsuka would acquiesce. I refuse, Yatsuka yawned nonchalantly. What? The third Hokage's hopeful expression froze, and after a moment of shock, his face reflected astonishment. Why? Is it not an immense honor to represent Konoha and triumph over the competitors of other nations? Do you not aspire to be hailed as a hero in the eyes of all? The third Hokage was utterly perplexed by Yatsuka's dismissal. I have no interest in any of that, Yatsuka shrugged, her demeanor radiating indifference, leaving the third Hokage feeling as though he had been struck, nearly sputtering blood from the sheer bluntness of her response. Could she not express herself with a touch more subtlety? Suppressing the urge to voice his incredulity, the third Hokage took a deep breath and began to impart a lesson on patriotism. Well, Yatsuka, do you understand the significance of Konoha? Are you familiar with the spirit of our village? What? I don't know, Yatsuka replied, her expression one of utter confusion. The third Hokage cleared his throat, propping his chin on his hands, his face adopting a solemnity akin to that of a poet or orator, as he commenced his most eloquent discourse on the legendary will of fire. Wherever leaves dance in the wind, the fire will burn, illuminating the village and nurturing new growth. It is only when one seeks to protect their most cherished ones that a ninja's true power is revealed. Not this again, Yatsuka interjected, exasperated. Old man, can you not phrase it differently? You've recited this line 12 times, and I could recite it backward by now. With that, Yatsuka indeed began to recite the third Hokage's famous quote in reverse, leaving him momentarily speechless and astonished. He had not anticipated that Yatsuka would delve so deeply into the will of fire, capable of reciting it backward. Truly, she was a promising blossom of Konoha, a testament to the strength of its youth. The third Hokage felt a surge of excitement and burst into laughter. Excellent. With a future like yours in Konoha, I would gladly embrace my end with a smile, knowing that our village shall flourish even more. Yatsuka gazed at him as if he were a fool, perplexed by his sudden, inexplicable laughter and nonsensical words. What is wrong with you? After a few moments, the third Hokage continued to chuckle, prompting Yatsuka to finally ask, Are you okay? Since you can recite the will of fire so fluently, why do you refuse to be the leader? This is a truly honorable opportunity. Yasaka, while absent-mindedly scratching his ear, replied, It's simply dull and lacks any excitement. Even if I were to go, it would merely be a matter of overwhelming opponents effortlessly. There's no sense of gaming experience. I'd rather indulge in some delicious food at home, which piques my interest far more. The third Hokage, taken aback by this response, silently lamented, Is representing Konoha not more thrilling than snacking? However, having watched Yasaka grow up and knowing that his greatest joy lay in culinary delights, the third Hokage could partially understand. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Yasaka, I know of a place that sells a delicacy called Taiyaki, which is reportedly quite popular. They only sell 30 each day, and many people queue for a week in advance just to have a taste. At this point, the third Hokage ceased speaking, casting a furtive glance at Yasaka. Chapter 16. The hook. Though the third Hokage did not elaborate further, the implication was unmistakable. He had ignited a spark of anticipation in Yasaka's mind, leading him to envision limitless possibilities. Given the third Hokage's understanding of Yasaka, it would take no more than 5 seconds for Yasaka to inquire about this culinary marvel, at which point the third Hokage would seize the opportunity to broach the subject of the competition once more, proposing it as a wager. He would promise that if Yasaka participated and led the team to a commendable rank, he would treat him to Taiyaki. Based on his extensive experience with people over the years, the third Hokage was confident that this scheme would bear fruit. As expected, just as the third Hokage silently counted to 4 seconds, Yasaka spoke up. Taiyaki? What is that? Is it really that delectable? The corners of the third Hokage's mouth curled subtly, his thoughts echoing. The fish has taken the bait. With a mixture of excitement and an outwardly composed demeanor, he replied, It's a type of sweet pastry, you see. It is said to be filled with red bean paste, encased in a layer of golden, crispy batter. With the first bite, you experience the delightful crunch of the pastry, followed by its fragrant aroma, and then your tongue meets the soft, sweet, and sticky red bean filling, a perfect harmony with the crispy outer crust. The flavor is simply unforgettable. To have tasted Taiyaki even once in a lifetime is a fulfillment of desire. As the third Hokage embellished the description of Taiyaki, he discreetly observed Yasaka through his fingers. He noted that with each word, Yasaka grew increasingly restless, visibly swallowing hard and displaying a longing expression, his eyes nearly gleaming with desire. Excellent. Let me stoke the flames further. The third Hokage thought to himself, continuing, It said that they also offer a special mint green tea, fragrant and delicate. After enjoying a bite of the crispy, sweet treat, a sip of the mint tea creates an exquisite experience. I want to join. I want to sign up as Konoha's team leader. Yasaka exclaimed, abruptly rising from the sofa, voice raised in fervor. Just as I anticipated, different methods resonate with different individuals when the right approach strikes at the core of their desires. Success is assured. The third Hokage was suddenly filled with a sense of pride and satisfaction. For someone like Yasaka, who could not be swayed by moral coercion, it was essential to adopt a different approach, targeting what he valued most. Much like his dealings with Orochimaru, the third Hokage typically resorted to enticing him with forbidden jutsu, such as those granting immortality, longevity, or even the restoration of youth. Orochimaru and Yasaka shared a certain kinship in this regard. Thus, understanding both oneself and one's adversary would lead to assured victory. The third Hokage was quite adept at this strategy. Although he felt exhilarated by the prospect of persuading Yasaka, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting his position as Hokage. Therefore, with a calm tone, he stated, Very well. If you can lead the Leaf team to victory in the team tournament, I shall take you to the Rock Village for some grilled sea bream. Should you secure the championship in the individual competition, I will personally prepare for you my family's heirloom dish, the golden broth beef noodles. This time, the third Hokage was laying his cards on the table, wagering a cherished family recipe. All right, those are your words. Yasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is I, the third Hokage, who has made this promise. The choice is yours, grilled sea bream or my ancestral golden broth beef noodles. The third Hokage smiled, sensing that Yasaka's fighting spirit had been ignited, which pleased him immensely. As soon as he finished speaking, Yasaka unsheathed the katana from his waist with a swift motion. In an instant, the hidden bodyguards of the Hokage sprang into action, ready to subdue Yasaka, only to be halted by a discreet gesture from the third Hokage. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Yasaka, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, startling even the third Hokage himself. With one hand gripping the sword and the other outstretched with fingers splayed, Yasaka slowly brought his hand to his face. A gleam flashed in his eyes, imbuing him with a striking charisma. In that moment, his demeanor transformed dramatically. He clenched the outstretched hand into a fist, producing a crackling sound, and enunciated distinctly. I want it all. Gone was the carefree attitude Yasaka once exhibited. He now bore an intensity reminiscent of the second Hokage, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The third Hokage was astounded by Yasaka's remarkable presence, realizing that he had been underestimating his potential all along. It appeared that Yasaka had been concealing his true strength. Or rather, no one had yet compelled him to unleash his full capabilities. Observing Yasaka's newfound seriousness, the third Hokage felt a mix of astonishment and pride swell within him. Koyama, your son is truly remarkable, he thought, rising from his seat. The third Hokage approached Yasaka and placed a hand on his shoulder. Yasaka, I have watched you grow since childhood. regardless of how others perceive you. I have always regarded you as a surrogate son. It brings me genuine joy to see your strength today. I hope that one day, when I am no longer here, you can uphold the legacy of this village, becoming a hero like your father, as you treat me like your own child. I kindly request a few more vouchers for the new ramen, as I yearn to savor that delightful dish once again. The third Hokage stood frozen in place, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. How could he feel such exhilaration and fervor, only for the conversation to suddenly veer towards ramen? Trembling, the third Hokage retrieved 2 ramen vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Yasaka, suppressing the urge to vomit blood as he said, "Take these. I only have 3 left. You must represent me well in the competition. Rest assured, I, Yasaka, am not one to accept vouchers without taking action. I shall ensure the competition is handled with utmost diligence. There is no opponent that cannot be dispatched with a single strike. If there is, then 2 strikes will suffice," Yasaka confidently declared, cheerfully tucking the vouchers away like treasured jewels in his garment. The third Hokage had no doubt that if anyone dared to snatch those vouchers from Yasaka, he would unleash his ultimate prowess, reducing the assailant to a mere black and white photograph. Thus, the conversation between the third Hokage and Yasaka continued for half an hour before concluding, with Yasaka leaving the Hokage's office, elated with the 2 ramen vouchers in hand. Chapter 17. Yasaka hasn't tried to attack me in a month. With a sense of joy, Yasaka departed the Hokage building, clutching the 2 new ramen vouchers bestowed upon him by the third Hokage. That evening, he visited Ichiraku Ramen to indulge in the latest ramen offering. While he was savoring his meal, 2 fellow diners noticed that he was enjoying the newest variant, stirring feelings of envy and longing within them, causing their own bowls of ramen to suddenly lose their appeal. Meanwhile, in a small grove, a young boy was vigorously wielding his katana against a scarecrow that stood before him. The scarecrow was rigged with mechanisms that sporadically launched shurikens from its body. The boy struck at the incoming shurikens with his katana, the sound of clashing metal ringing out incessantly. However, the boy was now exhausted, panting heavily, with 3 shurikens embedded in him, fortunately avoiding any vital areas, so the wounds were not fatal. Despite this, his clothing was stained with blood in several places. Suddenly, a shuriken shot forth from the scarecrow, transforming into a streak of black light as it hurtled towards him. This particular shuriken differed from the others. It was faster, more powerful, and even had a lit explosive tag attached to its end. This was undeniably a perilous shuriken, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. In that life-threatening moment, the boy seemed to tap into a wellspring of latent potential, unleashing a primal roar. His katana traced an unusual arc, emitting a chilling white light. With a resounding clash, his katana struck the tip of the shuriken, halting its momentum and sending it spiraling away, rotating rapidly before him. In the next moment, the already descending katana was suddenly lifted, slicing through the already half-burned explosive talisman, averting its detonation at the very last moment. Had he been even a second late, the talisman would have exploded, leaving the young boy either dead or gravely injured. Gasping for breath, the boy plunged his katana into the ground, kneeling as he gazed at the shuriken that had been deflected by his strike, along with the severed explosive talisman that now lay in tatters, reduced to a third of its original form. He murmured to himself, "Not enough, far from enough." The memory of that afternoon, when Yatsuka had cleaved through flames, flickered in his mind, and he felt the chasm between them still vast. "Curse be you, Yatsuka. I, Tsukikage Kaze, shall surely surpass you. Yaku is mine." Tsukikage Kaze gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to rise, and began to practice the fundamental techniques of his swordsmanship. In the shadow of a nearby tree, a face partially revealed itself. Tsukikage Kaze's father, Tsukikage Yeso. Has he been stimulated? Perhaps this is for the best, igniting his fighting spirit and compelling him to forge ahead. Meanwhile, Yatsuka lay on his bed, perusing information within the system. After indulging in 2 new ramen dishes that day, his swordsmanship had seen significant enhancement. Particularly after consuming the latest ramen for dinner, his steel-slash technique had reached its peak proficiency, enabling him to imbue his strikes with wind attributes. This wind attribute served to reduce air resistance, thereby accelerating his sword swings to a near-instantaneous strike. Moreover, it heightened the sharpness of his cuts and extended the reach of his attacks. As he unleashed a strike, the wind attribute would manifest as a blade of air, allowing Yatsuka to achieve an additional 3 meters in strike distance, transforming his range from 1 meter to 4. Should he consume more exquisite cuisine, he could potentially elevate his abilities further, even launching wind blades akin to a vacuum wave. Furthermore, the wind attribute itself enhanced the sharpness of his blade, enabling him to sever opponents' shurikens and other weapons devoid of additional properties with ease. In summary, the combination of the steel slash and the newly acquired willful attack attribute, when executed with full force, could very well lead to the instantaneous defeat of even high-ranking ninjas. Ah, splendid. I find myself curious about the extent of my own power. I've heard that the ninjas of the Land of Lightning excel in physical techniques, many of whom master lightning-infused swordsmanship. The Samurai Guild is also adept in the art of the blade, and according to the third, they will be sending participants to this competition. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it. Yasaka initially held no particular thoughts regarding the upcoming competition. His later agreement to participate, influenced by the allure of culinary delights, sparked a flicker of interest upon learning that many skilled swordsmen would also be competing. Nonetheless, he remained convinced that any opponent was merely a matter of a single strike. Before long, Yasaka drifted into slumber, finding himself in a dreamscape brimming with delectable cuisine. He indulged voraciously, while the system rewarded him profusely. The following day, at the Konoha Village First Ninja Hospital, Uchiha Aido unwrapped the bandages around his arm, vigorously swinging it with newfound strength, a wave of joy washing over him. Haha, I am fully healed, and it seems I am even stronger than before. Uchiha Aido, you are being discharged today, announced a nurse who entered the room. Excellent. Aido replied with a smile, his thoughts drifting back to a month prior. On one fateful day, Aido and Yasaka stood in a training ground, where Aido, hands on his hips, pointed accusingly at Yasaka. Yasaka, today I shall defeat you. Noara Rin is mine. Yasaka chuckled, I never claimed Rin was mine. However, your confidence in defeating me seems rather misplaced. Have you been consuming inferior liquor? Aido scoffed, regardless, Rin will always belong to me. Today, I shall become the first man in history to conquer you. I am the #1 ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Aido. With that declaration, he wore a confident smile. Very well, let us see, Yasaka replied, drawing his katana. In the next moment, a flash of steel illuminated the air as he plunged the blade forward. Aido, rendered speechless, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 18. Fireball Technique. When Aido awoke, he found himself in a hospital bed, bearing only a single wound upon his arm. He recalled Yasaka's strike, and through his awakened Tutomo Sharingan, he had dimly perceived the blade slicing through the blinding light. He raised a kunai to defend himself, yet as he positioned it to block the incoming blade, he perceived a sword manifesting within his mind's eye. The weight of it drained the strength from his arm, leaving him helpless. A sharp pain surged through his head, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The initially shallow wound necessitated a month-long hospitalization due to the persistent presence of that phantom blade in his mind. Each time he recalled the injury on his arm, the image of that sword reappeared, causing him to faint once more. His arm's recovery was notably sluggish, with a wound that typically healed in a week taking an entire month to mend. This is precisely why Uchiha Aido has been hospitalized for such an extended period. Haha. It has been a whole month since Yatsuka last attempted to strike me. I am utterly delighted, Aido thought to himself, feeling a sense of secret joy. For previously he would frequently seek out Yatsuka for duels, only to be defeated time and again. Eventually, it became unnecessary for Aido to pursue Yatsuka, as Yatsuka would come looking for him, mercilessly attacking him. This continued for nearly a year. However, during Aido's month-long hospitalization, Yatsuka had not sought him out at all. This filled Aido with exhilaration. Could it be that Yatsuka had forgotten about him? Haha. Thus, Aido burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Before long, Aido completed the discharge procedures and felt the warm sunlight enveloping him. In a cheerful mood, he began humming a tune as he strolled through the small grove in front of the hospital. Aido, you're out of the hospital. Wonderful. I can finally resume my training. Just as Aido was whistling happily, a voice of surprise suddenly called out from beside him. In that instant, his previously melodious whistle faltered, and his right foot, which he had just lifted to take a step forward, froze mid-air. Aido resembled a rusty robot, turning his head slowly to the right, only to find Yatsuka beaming at him. Why, Yatsuka, what brings you here? Aido asked, his expression stiffened. I came to see how you were doing, and coincidentally, I spotted you leaving the hospital. What a stroke of luck. I was just lamenting the lack of sparring partners, and here you are, fresh out of the hospital. How generous of you. Is that so? Aido stammered, inwardly lamenting the unfortunate timing of encountering Yatsuka right after his release, fearing he might be compelled to return to the hospital. Yet, at that moment, Aido recalled the boredom he experienced during his hospitalization, envisioning himself practicing the great fireball technique. During those idle hours, he had also contemplated strategies to defeat Yatsuka. Indeed, diligence yields rewards. As he eventually devised a method to overcome Yatsuka, avoiding close combat and physical confrontations, opting instead for long-range ninjutsu. Thus, he thought of the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball Technique. As the scene shifted back to Aido, he felt a significant reduction in his fear of Yatsuka upon recalling his newly devised strategy, restoring his confidence. With a surge of determination, he pointed dramatically at Yatsuka, exclaiming, "Yatsuka, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out for a rematch. You've come right to my doorstep, saving me the trouble of finding you. Come, let us head to the training grounds. Today, I, Uchiha Aido, shall demonstrate the might of my clan. Let us proceed, and I hope you do not return to the hospital afterward," Yatsuka remarked nonchalantly. "You, Yatsuka, are you looking down on me?" Uchiha Aido bellowed in anger. "Not at all, I merely extend my best wishes," he replied. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground. Observing the 5-meter distance between them, Uchiha Aido allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, confident that at the moment the contest commenced, he would swiftly create distance and execute the fire release, Great Fireball Technique in the shortest time possible. He believed that once he unleashed this technique, Yatsuka would be utterly powerless to counter it and would quickly surrender under the onslaught of his fierce flames. At that moment, he, Uchiha Aido, would become the first man in the history of Konoha Village to defeat Yatsuka and the first to compel him to surrender voluntarily. He imagined how impressed Noara Rin would be, finding him extraordinarily impressive and cool. Lost in these thoughts, a foolish grin spread across Uchiha Aido's face. Before long, with a coin tossed high into the air, both combatants readied themselves for battle. The moment the coin landed, it signaled the official start of the contest. With a crisp sound, the coin struck the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Aido, whose muscles were already tensed in preparation, forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself backward like an arrow released from its bow, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Why isn't he charging at me? Uchiha Aido, retreating and forming seals, suddenly noticed that Yatsuka remained motionless, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. But soon, a wave of elation surged within him. This fool was not pursuing him, granting him ample time and space to successfully execute the Great Fireball Technique. Haha, you have squandered your only opportunity to defeat me, Yatsuka. Prepare to surrender, he proclaimed. I am the strongest genin in Konoha, Uchiha Aido. With that, Uchiha Aido hastily formed seals, channeling chakra within him. As he completed the final tiger seal, the Great Fireball Technique was poised for execution. Finally, the moment of history was upon him. He was about to become the first man to vanquish Yatsuka. Uchiha Aido thought excitedly, then shouted at Yatsuka, "Fire release, Great Fireball Technique." In the next instant, Uchiha Aido puffed out his cheeks, gathering all his chakra, intending to conclude the battle with this one decisive blow. During his time in the hospital, he had contemplated the matter thoroughly. In close combat, Yatsuka had numerous methods for both offense and defense. However, in the case of a wide-reaching, non-physical attack, Uchiha Aido could not fathom how Yatsuka would defend against it. After all, he had never witnessed Yatsuka employing any ninjutsu, considering him akin to a ninja specializing in taijutsu. Ninjas who practiced taijutsu or wielded weaponry possessed a notable weakness. They struggled to counter range-based, non-physical ninjutsu. Thus, this was the scheme devised by Uchiha Aido to confront Yasaka. Regrettably, Aido was absent during the testing conducted by Sange Hideki yesterday afternoon, and no one informed him of the circumstances surrounding the evaluation. Had he been aware that Yasaka had effortlessly cleaved through Sarutobi Asuma's fire release technique, he would have surely reconsidered the efficacy of his own Great Fireball Technique against Yasaka. Unfortunately, when Sarutobi Asuma was admitted to the hospital, Aido happened to be in the restroom, missing the chance to encounter him. Conversely, when Might Guy arrived at the hospital, Aido did cross paths with him. But at that moment, Guy had yet to witness Yasaka's prowess in severing flames. Once again, fire release. Obito's hand seals and stance immediately clued Yasaka into his intentions, filling him with a sense of resignation. Just yesterday, Asuma had believed that fire release could vanquish him but was swiftly defeated. Today, another Uchiha, Obito, appeared with the same misguided confidence. Moreover, Yasaka had since mastered a new skill, the steel cutting flash, which, albeit normally countered by fire, could prove formidable depending on the relative strengths of the combatants. After all, an overwhelming wind could extinguish flames. Now, with the combination of his drawing slash and the steel cutting flash, the power of his strike was immensely amplified. In the next moment, Obito unleashed a colossal fireball, its diameter reaching 4 meters, towering almost as high as a 2-story building. The surrounding temperature soared dramatically, causing the nearby grass to wither under the intense heat. Before the imposing fireball, Yasaka's figure appeared diminutive. As the searing fireball loomed to engulf Yasaka's slight form, Obito's heart swelled with pride and exhilaration. He envisioned Yasaka's defeat and himself rising as a celebrated star among the lower ranks, accomplishing what others could not. He fancied the adoration in Lin's eyes as she witnessed his triumph over Yasaka, picturing Yasaka panting and half-kneeling in surrender. Such visions were on the brink of becoming reality. Steel cutting flash. Just then, Yasaka's voice rang out, prompting Obito to sneer coldly. Even at this juncture, he still resisted absurdly. With a swift motion, the immense fireball astonishingly split in half, transforming into 2 smaller fireballs that shot off diagonally to either side. What? Obito gasped in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging. How could this be possible? In shock, he cursed aloud, witnessing his own fireball divide, a phenomenon that shattered his understanding of reality, rendering his mind blank for several seconds. Immediately, Uchiha Obito observed Yasaki, who held a blade, emerging from the fissure of the raging fireball. The manner in which Yasaki wielded the sword clearly indicated a decisive strike. What? He has actually cleaved the great fireball technique in twain. How is that possible? Is this even feasible? Uchiha Obito, in disbelief, found it inconceivable that his trump card, the great fireball technique, had been so effortlessly bisected by Yasaki. Can a blade truly sever flames? Is it I who am mistaken? Or is there an affliction with my sight? Indeed, this must be an illusion. That scoundrel Yasaki has secretly mastered Jinjutsu. To think that I, of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, could fall prey to such trickery. In a flash, Uchiha Obito clapped his hands together with a resounding smack and commenced the unraveling of the Jinjutsu. He recalled the teachings of Sanj Shg from class. By disrupting the balance of chakra within, one could break free from illusions. Thus, Uchiha Obito directed his chakra to flow in reverse within his body, causing 2 streams of chakra to collide, igniting a conflict that successfully disrupted the equilibrium of his chakra. However, this act left him with internal wounds, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With a spurt of crimson, Uchiha Obito coughed twice and lifted his gaze towards Yasaki once more. There stood Yasaki, unmoved, while behind him 2 large flames still blazed, remnants of the great fireball that had been split and struck the ground, yet to extinguish. What is happening? Why does the scene remain unchanged? Uchiha Obito found himself momentarily bewildered. Under normal circumstances, breaking a Jinjutsu would alter the surrounding environment, yet everything remained as it had been. To his astonishment, Yasaki's Jinjutsu proved to be remarkably potent, rendering him unable to break free. Even now, as blood trickled from his lips, he pondered if this too was merely an illusion. How humiliating it was, as a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of Jinjutsu, to find himself ensnared by another. In his shame, Uchiha Obito reflected, while Yasaki approached him. Oblivious to Obito's belief that he was still trapped in an illusion, Yasaki continued his advance, puzzled by Obito's nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed and unwilling to retreat. Was he truly seeking to engage me in direct combat? With resolve, Yasaki surged forward, accelerating towards Uchiha Obito. Chapter 20. Is it Jinjutsu? Come forth, for it is merely an illusion. What is there to fear? At that moment, Uchiha Obito perceived everything as a vivid dream. After all, it was just an illusion. He could not perish, so why be afraid? Thus, he stood his ground, hands on his hips, watching as Yasaki charged toward him. What could be amiss? Has Uchiha Obito suffered lasting damage from my previous mental assault? This cannot be, yet he appears utterly oblivious, behaving as if he were a fool, showing no inclination to evade. As Yasaka sprinted forward, a sense of bewilderment lingered in his mind. However, he remained undeterred and continued his relentless advance. In the next moment, he found himself merely 3 meters away from Uchiha Aido. This distance was sufficient for him to unleash the Gale Blade. Without a second thought, Yasaka assumed that Aido might still possess some hidden trump card, and thus he executed the Gale Blade for the first time. The katana sliced through the air, emanating a translucent, pale blue wave of wind that enveloped the blade like a gossamer sheath. As the sword cleaved forward, a crescent-shaped wind blade, approximately 2 meters long and a hand's width wide, was propelled towards Aido, accompanied by a distinctive, resonant whoosh. How remarkably lifelike, even with sound effects. Has Yasaka's mastery of illusion reached such heights? Aido pondered with a tinge of trepidation as the wind blade hurtled towards him. Despite knowing it was merely an illusion, he felt an instinctive urge to evade the impending attack. Why do I still want to escape, even when I know it's an illusion? I must dodge first and think later. The wind blade drew closer, causing Aido's body to tremble involuntarily. Ultimately, he opted to evade. However, as he leaned back into a bridge position, it was already too late. The blade grazed perilously close to his nose as it sliced through the air. The sharp sensation sent shivers down his spine, and the primal fear of death momentarily shook his belief in the illusion's falsity. What a vivid sensation! Is this truly mere illusion? Aido silently criticized, for although many could cast illusions, most merely deceived sight and a fraction of touch. Few could craft illusions that rendered tactile experiences nearly indistinguishable from reality, a feat reserved for true masters of illusion. From what Aido understood, only a select few powerful Uchiha, endowed with the Sharingan, could create such illusions that replicated tactile sensations akin to reality. Yet Yasaka's illusion seemed to blur the line between the real and the unreal, leaving Aido feeling as though he was not ensnared in an illusion at all. However, reality demanded his immediate attention. As the wind blade narrowly missed him, another blade approached, this time vertically, threatening to cleave him in two from his groin to his head. Another one, Aido exclaimed, rolling to the ground just in time to avoid the oncoming blade, which carved a deep gash into the earth where he had just stood. Goodness, Yasaka, when did you secretly master such illusions? This is astonishingly realistic. Uchiha Aido gazed in astonishment at the ravines carved into the ground by the wind blades, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he instinctively shouted, "Genjutsu? What are you talking about? I can't use Genjutsu." Yasaka, bewildered, couldn't fathom what Aido meant, as he effortlessly swung his blade once more, unleashing 3 additional wind blades. What? You can't use Genjutsu? Then these wind blades are indeed real. Aido stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, finally grasping the gravity of his situation. Everything was, in fact, genuine. That slash that severed the great fireball was real, and those wind blades were undeniably real as well. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Aido exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Fortunately, by sheer instinct, he had evaded the 2 wind blades earlier. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into several pieces by now. As he witnessed the 3 wind blades approaching, panic surged through him, and he hastily attempted to dodge. However, the blades were now perilously close, leaving him little time to react. Get away from me. At this critical moment, Aido's latent potential surged forth. Utilizing the power of his 2-tomo Sharingan, he discerned the trajectory of the first wind blade. Anticipating the outcome of his movements, he executed a maneuver akin to a push-up, supporting his entire body with his arms, lifting himself off the ground. The wind blade sliced past his lower half, aimed at his arms pressed against the ground. Had he faltered and allowed his body to descend, he would have been cleaved in 2. Conversely, if he had failed to elevate his arms sufficiently to keep his body aloft, his limbs would have been severed by the blade. In that crucial moment, Aido shouted, channeling his strength into his arms, lifting them high enough to maintain his body parallel to the ground at a height of half a meter. The next instant, the wind blade passed through the gap between him and the earth. Experiencing the wind blade's near miss instilled a profound terror within Aido. He had narrowly escaped dismemberment or even death. Yet, before he could fully recover, the second wind blade followed swiftly. In a moment of dire urgency, Aido once again tapped into the unique abilities of his Sharingan, pushing its power to the utmost limit. He observed the trajectory of the blade, adjusting his posture to evade the second wind blade in a manner that seemed almost defiant of logic. Witnessing Aido's precarious stance, Yasaka exclaimed in surprise, Uchiha Aido can even do yoga? Just then, the third wind blade hurtled toward him. Aido had only just landed, caught in the liminal space between exhaustion and renewed vigor. Yet, faced with the threat of death, he summoned his potential once more, narrowly evading the brunt of the wind blade's assault. However, this time, Aido was not as fortunate as before. Chapter 21. Back to the hospital. Although Aido managed to evade most of the wind blade's strike this time. However, in the end, he was struck by the edge of that wind blade on his arm. In an instant, blood stained a significant portion of Uchiha Aido's sleeve, and he let out a scream, collapsing to the ground. I concede. I concede. Uchiha Aido surrendered in humiliation on the spot. Even though just a moment ago he had envisioned himself using the fire style, great fireball technique to force Yatsuka's surrender, becoming the first in the history of Konohagakure to defeat Yatsuka. Yet, in the following moment, he capitulated, leaving him utterly ashamed, unable to face anyone. His meticulously honed trump card, the great fireball technique, had been effortlessly sliced apart by Yatsuka, and now he had been wounded by the wind blade. If the battle continued, Yatsuka might inadvertently cleave him in two. Is this how it ends? This is too easy. I haven't even warmed up yet. Upon witnessing Uchiha Aido raise his hands and surrender, Yatsuka's face fell in disappointment as he lowered his katana. What a disgrace. Is this even a fair fight? It infuriates me. If I were stronger, I would have liked to land a few punches and kicks. Uchiha Aido glared at Yatsuka approaching him, filled with resentment. There was nothing he could do. The disparity between them was far too vast. Aido, you really are lacking. I dispatched you with such ease. You didn't even manage to retaliate. What are we to do about this? Yatsuka lamented with a furrowed brow, provoking Uchiha Aido's teeth to grind in frustration. He longed to leap up and strike Yatsuka, but feared that he would be split in two before he could even take flight. Thus, he resigned himself to his fate. Yatsuka, don't get too smug. My defeat today is merely due to my hunger. I didn't have a proper breakfast, hence my weakness and disorientation. If I had eaten enough, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Uchiha Aido declared defiantly. Upon hearing this, Yatsuka's eyes sparkled with interest. Is that so? Then go eat something. Once you're full, we shall battle again. Uchiha Aido wished to slap himself, realizing he had just shot himself in the foot, having just been wounded. Was he really suggesting he would wait until after a meal to face another blow? No, absolutely not. Thus, Uchiha Aido quickly devised a new strategy, pointing to his injured left arm. Because I was hungry and disoriented, I was struck by you. I cannot unleash my full power in this condition. Do you intend to take advantage of my misfortune and defeat me to boast about it? Yatsuka shook his head, dismissing the notion. What would be the point? It would be no different than bullying the weak, even though you are quite weak yourself. When Yatsuka uttered the first half of his statement, Uchiha Aido felt he had finally received a reasonable response. However, upon hearing the latter half, he nearly coughed up blood and fury. Let us continue our duel once you have fully recovered, Yatsuka said disappointingly, then escorted Uchiha Aido to the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, the security guard was astonished to see Uchiha Aido enter once more, barely 20 minutes after being discharged, already bearing new injuries. Uchiha Aido, are you reluctant to leave the hospital? You just got discharged and returned injured again. I am merely engrossed in my training. Thus, upon my release, I devoted myself to rigorous practice, only to sustain injuries once more. Aido chuckled awkwardly. Soon, the nurse who had previously discharged him returned, commencing the application of medication and changing the bandages. How have you found yourself back here? She inquired while tending to his wounds. Spare me the details. Just after my discharge, I encountered a friend and ended up challenging him to a duel, only to be defeated and returned here, Aido lamented weakly. The defeat at the hands of Yasaka left him deeply wounded. He had believed he had devised a strategy to overcome Yasaka, yet he was swiftly proven wrong, leading him to question his own existence. Why was Yasaka so powerful? Was this not somewhat beyond comprehension? After escorting Aido to the hospital, Yasaka returned home alone. Reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, meticulously reflecting on the details of his recent use of the steel cutting flash. Being his first practical application of this technique, he felt somewhat unpracticed. However, the results were quite impressive. He had effortlessly cleaved through Aido's fire release, great fireball technique, and unleashed several wind blades. Though the wind blades were slightly slower, making them easier to evade, their cutting capability was commendable. Merely grazing Aido's arm had resulted in a wound. Had it struck him directly, it would have undoubtedly severed him in two, akin to the effects of wind release, vacuum wave. This wind blade was merely a supplementary skill of the steel cutting flash. If the blade of the steel cutting flash were to strike an enemy directly, the resultant cutting power would be even more terrifying. This, however, necessitated finding an opponent to test it against. While Yasaka frequently engaged with his fellow villagers, he always refrained from causing serious injury, merely inflicting superficial wounds. However, dealing with enemies from other ninja villages would present no such constraints. He could simply cleave them in half without hesitation. Thus, Yasaka began to ponder whether he should seek an opportunity to venture outside of Konoha soon, hoping to find an adversary to test his skills against. Meanwhile, as Yasaka contemplated his next target, Aido was placed in the same hospital room as Asuma Sarutobi. Upon seeing Aido, Asuma greeted him weakly. "Ah, you've arrived as well." Aido sighed in response. "Indeed, I was just discharged half an hour ago, and now I find myself back here. How vexing. What transpired?" Asuma asked curiously. "What else could have happened? I was, of course, cut down by Yasaka." Aido replied through clenched teeth. "It appears that you two have been struck down by Yasaka. How fortuitous." Upon hearing Uchiha Aido's words, Sarutobi Asuma felt a wave of pleasantness wash over him. The gloom that had enveloped him after his defeat by Yasaka seemed to dissipate considerably. Perhaps this is the effect of shared adversity. "You two were brought down by Yasaka-kun? What a coincidence," Uchiha Aido replied with an awkward smile, reclining upon his hospital bed. Chapter 22. United against a common foe. Upon learning that Sarutobi Asuma had also resorted to a large-scale fire release technique to attack Yasaka, only to be cleaved apart by him, Uchiha Aido let out a long sigh and collapsed back onto his bed. "Why did no one inform me about yesterday afternoon's test? Had I known, I would not have been so unfortunate as to employ the great fireball technique against Yasaka," he lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma lay on the adjacent bed, a dazed expression etched on his face. His spirit had been severely shaken the previous day. Although Yasaka had not directly harmed Asuma's psyche, the impact on his mental state was profound. Even after a day had passed, whenever Asuma closed his eyes, the image of that colossal blade from the spiritual realm would haunt him. The sight of that great sword instilled within Asuma a deep sense of his own insignificance, making him feel akin to a mere ant in the presence of Yasaka. The vast chasm between them felt as insurmountable as the distance between heaven and earth, leading Asuma to momentarily question his existence. The disparity between him and Yasaka was indeed staggering. Observing Asuma's condition, his attending physician had notified the third Hokage, hoping for a means to uplift Asuma's spirits. It was evident that while Asuma's mental health was intact, he was grappling with severe psychological distress stemming from the overwhelming shock of the prior day's test. After all, Sarutobi Asuma was the son of the Hokage, a true paragon of excellence, a quintessential example of privilege. To face such a humiliating defeat at the hands of Yasaka was unfathomable. Had their encounter been a fierce battle, with Asuma merely falling short, he would have taken it in stride, perhaps even redoubling his efforts. However, the reality was that he had been effortlessly slain by Yasaka, who had clearly not exerted his full strength. This stark contrast was too much for the typically proud Sarutobi Asuma to accept, leading to his psychological turmoil. The hospital had enlisted a psychologist to assist Asuma, but the results were disheartening. Alas, what is there to be ashamed of? Losing to Yasaka is hardly an uncommon occurrence, is it? I too was just discharged, only to be defeated by Yasaka once more. Fear not, for failure is the mother of success, with enough losses. One becomes accustomed to it, Uchiha Aido consoled him. Yet, Sarutobi Asuma remained fixated on the ceiling, unmoved by the words of comfort. Observing his demeanor, Uchiha Aido sighed and reclined on the bed. Although he had sustained injuries from Yasaka's blows, he bore no resentment towards him. On the contrary, Aido accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, acknowledging that his own inadequacies had led to his downfall. Meanwhile, Yasaka strolled down the street and, upon passing Ichiraku ramen, instinctively considered indulging in the new ramen offering once more. However, as he reflected, he realized he possessed only a single voucher and had already dined there twice the previous day. If he were to partake again, the culinary bonuses afforded by the system would diminish due to the excessive frequency of consuming the same dish within a short time frame. Therefore, he restrained himself and opted to seek out other untried delicacies. As Yasaka passed Ichiraku ramen, he was suddenly greeted by a sweet voice from behind. "Yasaka-kun, is that you?" Ah, it was Iam. Yasaka turned to acknowledge her. Upon seeing Yasaka, Iam's face lit up with joy as she hurried towards him. Yasaka-kun, where are you headed? Yasaka pondered for a moment, realizing he could not disclose his intent to seek other culinary delights, as that would imply that the ramen from Iam's establishment was less than satisfactory. Thus, he quickly devised a response. I am going to train. Yes, training. Wow. Yasaka-kun, you're already so impressive, yet you still strive to train harder. What a diligent person you are. Upon hearing Yasaka's declaration of training, Iam expressed her admiration, her eyes sparkling with admiration akin to countless stars. Indeed, even if one is already quite formidable, persistence in training is essential, Yasaka replied, feeling somewhat guilty. In truth, his notion of training merely involved indulging in gourmet food. As for him, the experience of savoring exquisite dishes was akin to attaining the effects of rigorous training. However, others were oblivious to the peculiarities of his system. Yasaka-kun, may I? Iam's voice trailed off, growing softer. What? Yasaka inquired, bemused by her sudden shyness. May I watch you train, Yasaka-kun? Iam summoned her courage and boldly declared, albeit with her eyes shut. Why would you want to watch me train? Yasaka was perplexed, sensing something unusual about Iam's behavior today. I just want to see. Just say yes. Iam resolutely pressed on. All right, Yasaka acquiesced. He had not intended to agree, as his so-called training was truly just a binge on delicious food, far from any serious regimen. However, given his frequent patronage of Ichiraku ramen, it felt impolite to refuse her request, so he steeled himself and consented. Haha, that's wonderful. Yasaka-kun, you're so kind. Upon hearing Yasaka's agreement, Iam beamed with joy, bouncing excitedly in place. Is it really that thrilling? Yasaka thought to himself, bemused as he watched Iam jump with delight. Thus, originally intending to meander through the gastronomic street, Yasaka begrudgingly led SHBU towards a training ground, driven by a sense of pride. Had it been someone else in his stead, that person would have undoubtedly unleashed a furious retort, exclaiming, "What business do you have meddling in my cultivation? Leave me be." Consequently, Yasaka stifled the urge to salivate as he passed by the tantalizing food stalls. Inhaling the delightful aromas while engaging in casual conversation with SHBU Yasaka, I heard that you effortlessly cleaved through a Suma Saratobi's fire technique with a single strike yesterday. That is impressive. It's a pity I couldn't witness it firsthand. How did you manage to slice through flames? It's beyond my imagination. Yasaka replied with a smile. Therein lies the exquisite art of slashing. When one's technique reaches a certain pinnacle, not only can one sever flames, but even a waterfall can be cleaved with a single stroke. His confidence was palpable, and SHBU found herself captivated by his handsome profile. Chapter 23. Training with SHBU. How splendid. SHBU felt a flutter in her heart, glancing at Yasaka as she inquired, Yasaka, it seems there are no instructors at the Ninja Academy specializing in slashing techniques. How is it that your skill is so formidable? After pondering, Yasaka thought it unwise to disclose the existence of his system. Thus, he replied, well, it's akin to possessing innate strength. I have a natural talent for slashing techniques, which has allowed me to excel in this discipline. SHBU instinctively remarked, it must be that your father was a master of slashing techniques, and you inherited this talent from him. Immediately regretting her words, SHBU realized that mentioning Yasaka's late father would undoubtedly evoke memories of his loss. Panic set in as she pressed her hand to her mouth, berating herself. Oh no, how could I be so thoughtless? By saying that, Yasaka-kun will surely remember his father. What if he becomes sad? I am truly foolish. Before SHBU could shift the topic, Yasaka chuckled. Indeed, I must have inherited my talent from my father, haha. Suddenly, Yasaka found merit in SHBU's comment, as it conveniently addressed the inconsistency of his system. In the future, when questioned about his extraordinary slashing skills without formal instruction, he could attribute it to the legacy of his father. However, he felt no emotional connection to the father he had never met. After all, he was not originally from this world, and how could he harbor feelings for someone who was not truly his father? Before long, the two arrived at a training ground, a small clearing within a grove, approximately the size of a modest plaza. Several wooden posts stood erect on one side for the practice of throwing shuriken and kunai, while a few large stones provided a resting area on the other. Upon arrival, Yasaka felt somewhat at a loss, for he had never undergone any training and thus had no idea how to proceed. However, upon noticing the calamus by the side, he devised a plan and addressed it, saying, "Calamus, in a moment, you shall swiftly hurl small stones at me, and I will shatter them one by one with my blade, thereby honing my reflexes. You should be capable of this, correct?" Calamus, momentarily entranced by the visage of Yasaka, found herself momentarily speechless, failing to grasp his words until he reiterated his request. Once she comprehended, she eagerly nodded in affirmation, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Thus, Yasaka made several trips, gathering an abundance of small stones and placing them at Calamus's feet before retreating to the opposite end to unsheath his katana, assuming a combat stance. He called out to Calamus, "Ready, we may commence." Calamus picked up a small stone, weighing it in her hand, and with a hint of concern asked, "Will this not harm you, Yasaka-kun? What if I accidentally injure you?" "Not at all. Do you doubt my prowess?" Yasaka waved his hand dismissively. Reluctantly, Calamus complied. "Yasaka-kun, I am about to throw," she announced, to which Yasaka gestured for her to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Calamus gripped the stone and hurled it towards Yasaka. With a swift whoosh, the small stone raced toward him, trailing a series of afterimages, akin to a bullet in flight. Its speed so remarkable that even a member of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan would perceive the shockwave rippling through the air around it. "How fast?" Yasaka exclaimed, initially anticipating that Calamus's throw would exhibit merely the speed of an ordinary person. He was astounded to discover that the stone flew with such velocity. Instinctively, he swung his blade, and a flash of white light streaked by, followed by a sharp crack as two halves of the stone flew past him. Thud! Thud! Moments later, the sound of the two severed stones hitting the ground reached his ears. To his astonishment, Calamus possessed such remarkable skill. The speed of her thrown stones was formidable enough to inflict severe injury upon impact. Yasaka's lips twitched as he glanced at Calamus, his expression transformed. He had not anticipated that the daughter of Uncle Otsutsuki would possess such prowess. It was evident that if his daughter bore such strength, one could only fathom the formidable nature of Uncle Otsutsuki himself. Yasaka was taken aback, while Calamus, observing Yasaka effortlessly cleave the stones, was filled with admiration. So captivating. His technique with the blade is utterly mesmerizing. "Calamus, please continue." Yasaka, noticing her rapt gaze instead of further throws, called out, somewhat perplexed. "Oh yes, of course." Calamus nodded vigorously, hastily gathering a handful of small stones and launching them at Yasaka. Upon witnessing this, Yasaka's demeanor shifted. Realizing that Calamus held him in such high regard that she flung not one, but several stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 in total. Was she testing his strength? As the foremost shinobi of Konoha and a frequent patron of Uncle Iru's ramen, he, Yasaka, could not possibly disappoint Calamus. As Yasaka's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. His right arm tensed, muscles coiling as he gripped the hilt of his blade with fervor. Fixating on the 8 stones hurtling towards him, his mind raced, calculating the precise distance of each stone and anticipating the sequence of their arrival in relation to the delay of his strike. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful shout, swinging his katana with ferocity, releasing a dazzling arc of white light. The air was punctuated by a series of sharp sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, Yasaka cleaved the 7 stones in half, transforming them into 14 smaller fragments that scattered around him. Exhaling deeply, Yasaka acknowledged the considerable challenge of his swift strikes. The velocity of those 7 stones had been astonishing, nearly rivaling that of bullets. The difficulty of shattering them in such quick succession was no small feat, even for him. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing he had succeeded without missing a single one. On the other side, Ayam was invigorated, astonished by Yasaka's ability to sever 7 stones consecutively. It was an impressive display of skill, especially since she had merely tossed hers in a moment of panic. Chapter 24. Kakashi's confusion seeing Yasaka effortlessly dismantle the 7 stones. Ayam contemplated adding more to the mix. Picking up a large handful of stones from the ground, she cupped her hands in a trumpet shape and called out to Yasaka. "Yasaka-kun, I'm going to throw some more. Here they come." Yasaka braced himself, muscles taut, his gaze fixated on the stones in Ayam's hand. While he had previously underestimated her, he now regarded her as a formidable expert in throwing projectiles. Engaging in practice with someone of her caliber would undoubtedly enhance his cutting technique and provide invaluable experience. In the next moment, Ayam bit her lip, her brows furrowing as if she were holding her breath. With a powerful swing of her right arm, she hurled the handful of stones toward Yasaka. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of stones flew towards him in a relentless stream. Akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun, the air filled with the sound of their swift passage. Yasaka's expression turned grave. This was indeed a significant challenge. The stones, moving at speeds reminiscent of bullets, pressed upon him with considerable intensity. It was the perfect opportunity to test my steel-cutting flash. With that thought, Yasaka stepped forward, adopting a stance akin to a bow. His right arm contracted, generating immense power as he swung his katana forcefully in front of him. The air crackled with the sound of slicing wind as he executed a rapid series of strikes, creating an impenetrable wall of wind blades before him. In the next heartbeat, a series of impacts echoed in the air as the stones collided with his defenses. As the small stones were shot forth, they were struck by countless blades of wind, instantly transforming into myriad fragments, akin to bullets shot from a shotgun, continuing their trajectory towards Yasaki. However, upon nearing Yasaki, just a meter away, they were halted by a more powerful gust, cascading down to form a small pile of stones before him. The sound of clattering resonated as the numerous tiny fragments settled on the ground. What a thrill! I nearly got hit by those stones, Yasaki mused internally. It seems that Shobu's ability to hurl stones could vanquish the majority of lower-ranked shinobi. Until now, I always believed Shobu to be just an ordinary girl, but it appears that might not be the case. Her strength could very well rival my own. Meanwhile, Shobu, with an exhilarated expression, gazed at Yasaki, thinking how impressive he was to shatter over 10 stones simultaneously. His reaction speed and swordsmanship were nothing short of divine. At the same time, in a distant training ground, another young man was diligently honing his skills. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a swift utterance, a wall of earth, 5 meters long, 3 meters high, and half a meter wide, erupted from the ground, standing protectively before him. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the nearby river, only to soon disperse into a large pool, cascading back into the stream. Panting heavily, the young man knelt, his chakra nearly depleted. This is frustrating. This alone is insufficient. I must cultivate greater strength. At this level, I cannot withstand that guy's assault. Kakashi thought fiercely to himself. After witnessing Yasaki cleave through flames with a single stroke the previous day, Kakashi was utterly astounded. Even dreaming that night of unleashing the fire release, fire dragon flame bullet technique upon Yasaki, only to have it severed by Yasaki's blade. Indeed, Yasaki's display of prowess in front of others left an indelible mark on many hearts, including that of his teacher, Haichir Mikami, who was equally astonished. Such a feat had never been witnessed before. Who could have imagined that a single stroke could cleave through the intangible substance of fire? This transcended the limits of human comprehension. I cannot falter. I must defeat Yasaki. I cannot afford to be complacent. Feeling the fatigue enveloping his body, Kakashi, on the verge of collapsing, gritted his teeth and forced himself to rise, only to stumble and fall back to the ground. Your body has reached its limits. What you require now is rest, not bravado. Only a robust physique can forge greater strength. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Kakashi, recognizing the speaker, responded without turning, understood, father. The speaker was none other than Kakashi's father, known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. He appeared to be an exceptionally handsome middle-aged man, with hair of a striking ash-white hue, reminiscent of Kakashi's. At his back, he bore a short sword, known as the White Fang, which was the origin of his moniker, Konoha's White Fang. Shikamaru stepped beside Kakashi, crouching down to observe the uneven terrain, pockmarked by various ninjutsu. With a smile, he remarked to Kakashi, "You were taken aback by that fellow Yasaki, weren't you?" Kakashi, after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. Indeed, yesterday afternoon, he cleaved through flames with a single strike, leaving me astounded. It seems the chasm between us is widening. Shikamaru chuckled softly. Yasaki excels in slashing techniques, dedicating himself to mastering that art, and he has ascended to remarkable heights in this pursuit. This is his strength, while many remain unaware of their true talents, failing to focus their energies on a singular endeavor. Contemplating Shikamaru's words, Kakashi found himself in deep thought, pondering what he was truly adept at. A sense of confusion enveloped him. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's turmoil, Shikamaru placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "I won't elaborate further. This is something you must ponder yourself. After all, I cannot guide you forever. Some insights must arise from within." With that, Shikamaru stood and departed from the training ground, leaving Kakashi seated in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Yasaki had concluded his training with Shobu, having left behind a multitude of stones cleaved in two. "Yasaki-kun, you are truly impressive." Shobu beamed at him. "Haha, I suppose it's acceptable," Yasaki replied with a sheepish grin, feeling slightly bashful under Shobu's admiring gaze. He could effortlessly wield his blade against foes and engage in sparring with classmates, yet he found himself unable to act the same way around Shobu. After a spell of training, the two strolled by the riverside, engaging in light conversation until evening approached. As it neared 7 o'clock, Yasaki escorted Shobu back to Ichiraku Ramen before returning home himself. On the other side, having learned of his son's melancholic state, the third Hokage reluctantly made his way to the hospital, where he took Asuma Sarutobi aside. They arrived at an empty training ground. Asuma sat despondently on a wooden stump. His head bowed. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a drag, and sighed. "Are you still troubled by yesterday's test?" After a moment of silence, Asuma nodded. The image of that colossal blade loomed persistently in his mind, haunting him and causing significant mental distress. The third Hokage understood Asuma's predicament all too well, as he had faced similar challenges in the past. "Years ago, I found myself in a situation quite akin to yours. At that time, I had just ascended to the rank of Jonin, yet my prowess distinguished me among my peers. In my youthful confidence, I encountered an individual who would alter my perspective." "Who?" Asuma Sarutobi inquired with curiosity, his countenance finally betraying a semblance of emotion different from the despondency that had plagued him since yesterday. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke, his gaze revealing a complex array of feelings as he began. "His name was Uchiha Madara." "What? The progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara?" Asuma exclaimed in disbelief, astonished to learn that his father had crossed paths with such a legendary figure, one who stood alongside the first Hokage, a veritable titan of strength, long since departed from this world and nearly forgotten by many. The third Hokage continued, "In my youthful arrogance, I proposed a sparring match, and so we clashed." "And the outcome?" Asuma pressed, intrigued. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "What else could it be but a crushing defeat? I was utterly powerless. Despite exerting every ounce of my strength, he was merely toying with me, and I could not even breach his defenses." "What? Such prowess? The disparity in strength was that vast?" Asuma exclaimed, astonished. In his eyes, his father was the Hokage, certainly formidable, even in his youth, but to be unable to penetrate the defenses of such an opponent was astounding. Asuma reflected, "That encounter left me profoundly shaken whenever I closed my eyes. I was haunted by the image of my defeat at his hands. For an entire month, I was tormented, plagued by nightmares of being vanquished by Uchiha Madara, often waking in terror in the dead of night. Indeed, that was one of the darkest periods of my life." After a pause, the third Hokage continued, "However, I eventually gained clarity. It was merely a reflection of my own inadequacies, and I realized that if I dedicated myself to rigorous training, I could avoid such a humiliating defeat in the future. If others could grow stronger, why could I not? Ultimately, it was a manifestation of my shattered confidence. Regaining that confidence would allow me to overcome my predicament." Asuma pondered this. "Do you truly believe I can defeat Yasaka?" The third Hokage laughed heartily. "If you dare not even entertain the thought, what distinguishes you from a coward? If you cannot envision victory, you shall never achieve it. Is that so? At present, I find myself too afraid to even consider such a possibility. If I continue down this path, will I forever remain unable to defeat Yasaka?" Asuma mused in silence. At this moment, the third Hokage gently patted Asuma Sarutobi's shoulder and remarked, "Victory and defeat are customary in the realm of warriors. There is an old adage that states, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Just because you cannot prevail now does not imply you will always be unable to do so. However, if you surrender now, you shall truly never surpass him." A spark of understanding illuminated Asuma Sarutobi's eyes, as if he had suddenly grasped a profound truth. His voice resonated with newfound conviction. He had discerned the wisdom in the third Hokage's words, and thus he felt invigorated, his spirit brimming with determination. Abruptly, Asuma rose from the wooden stump, his gaze radiating resolute intent, and declared to the third Hokage, "I will strive diligently and train hard. One day, I shall surely defeat Yasaka." Ah, that is the spirit. How can one be disheartened by a single failure? A ninja embodies endurance. Lacking the courage to endure hardships disqualifies one from being a true ninja. Ninjas are the ones who can endure the greatest trials, and for a singular goal, they will steadfastly uphold their convictions, regardless of the challenges faced. In order to achieve it, pausing briefly, the third Hokage continued, "The belief of our village, Konohagakure, is naturally the will of fire. The forthcoming alliance tournament among the 5 great nations is an opportunity for others to witness our will of fire in action. Asuma, you must perform admirably and not tarnish the reputation of our village. Show those from other nations that the people of Konohagakure are not to be trifled with. I will not bring shame to Konohagakure." Asuma assured, resolutely nodding his head, his confidence restored as he emerged from the shadow of his defeat by Yasaka. The third Hokage, a master of persuasion, effortlessly uplifted Asuma's spirits with mere words. It was regrettable, however, that his eloquence could not sway Yasaka. Without the allure of delectable cuisine, it is highly likely that Yasaka would not partake in this friendly competition. Chapter 26. The Essence of Competition. Observing Asuma's rekindled fighting spirit, the third Hokage felt a measure of relief, for he could not help but care deeply for his son. In truth, Asuma's prowess among the genin was quite commendable, rivaling even Kakashi Hatake, the son of the renowned Minato Namikaze, who was celebrated as a genius. The third Hokage took pride in the fact that at Asuma's age, his own abilities had not yet reached Asuma's current level. Yet, it was somewhat unfortunate that talents like Asuma and Kakashi were overshadowed by the extraordinary brilliance of Yasaka. Yasaka's strength had already transcended the realm of genin, to such an extent that even some J-nin struggled to contend with him, which left the third Hokage utterly astonished. After all, his disciple Orochimaru had been severely injured by Yasaka, requiring a month of hospitalization. The third Hokage felt immense pride in Yasaka's growth and strength, particularly since Yasaka's father had sacrificed so much for the village of Konoha, ultimately giving his life in the process. Before his demise, he entrusted Yasaka to the third Hokage, who, though not perpetually attentive, regarded Yasaka as a surrogate son. Thus, the third Hokage rejoiced at Yasaka's formidable prowess, not only because it enhanced the village's might, but also due to the deep emotional bond they shared. Currently, Yasaka had surpassed the ranks of both Genin and Chunin, rendering even the esteemed Asuma Sarutobi, who excelled among Genin, inadequate in comparison. Hence, during the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, the third Hokage harbored great expectations for Asuma. While the championship was unattainable, securing a position within the top 10 was plausible, especially with his guidance as Hokage. Reflecting on the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, the third Hokage sighed inwardly, realizing that the situation was far more complex than he and Yasaka had previously discussed. This tournament was essentially orchestrated by Konoha to showcase its national strength, flaunting its might. The motivations behind this event were not truly rooted in camaraderie, but were driven by more pressing concerns. The timing was significant, as it came just a decade after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, a period during which the major ninja villages were still in a state of reconstruction. The war had been devastating, claiming the lives of many distinguished ninjas, of the 5 Kage, for had perished. The Raikage was ambushed during the alliance ceremony and succumbed to his injuries, while the Hokage had sacrificed himself as bait, engaging in battle against over 20 elite jonin led by the notorious Kin and Jin brothers, ultimately exhausting himself to death. It was during this tumultuous time that the third Hokage emerged as a leader, appointed by the second Hokage to assume the role of Hokage. The Tsuchikage and Mizukage also fell in battle, perishing in a mutual destruction. Consequently, apart from the Wind Country's Kazekage, who narrowly escaped death, the other 4 Kage had all met their ends, underscoring the war's brutality. Moreover, it was not only the Kage who lost their lives. Numerous elite ninjas perished as well. For instance, the parents of the Sand Country Sasori were slain by Kakashi Hatake's father, Tsukumo Hatake, who earned the title of Konoha's White Fang due to that very battle. Konoha itself suffered grievous losses. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, fell victim to an ambush, inadvertently triggering an explosive tag that resulted in his immediate demise. Following his death, His remains were desecrated by enemies attempting to extract his organs for the creation of a human puppet, a plot thwarted only when Konoha's forces intervened, retrieving Nawaki's mutilated body. This horrific event profoundly traumatized Tsunade, leading her to develop hemophobia. Not only that, but Tsunade's beloved, Kato, also perished in this war. Ambushed by enemies, he suffered a grievous blow, his kidney violently dislodged. Despite Tsunade's swift arrival and her extraordinary medical skills, she was unable to save Dan's life. Consequently, the sacrifices of these two, one a brother, the other a lover, deeply traumatized Tsunade, plunging her into despair and leading her to seek solace in alcohol. Had it not been for the unwavering support of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she might still be ensnared by the shadows of that fateful time. Thus, it can be said that the Hidden Leaf Village emerged as both a victor and a vanquished in the Second Shinobi World War, while they triumphed in the immediate aftermath. Strategically, and in the long run, they faced significant losses. Had Kato survived, he might have been poised to succeed the third Hokage as the fourth. Furthermore, the geographical position of the Hidden Leaf Village is quite unique. Optimistically, it lies at the heart of the continent, at the center of the world. Pessimistically, it borders 4 great nations and is surrounded by numerous smaller ones, making it vulnerable to the ravages of war. Any conflict would inevitably draw the village into the fray, potentially embroiling it in a global conflict. This precarious position necessitates that the Hidden Leaf Village maintain formidable military strength, lest it fall prey to invasion and annihilation by rival nations. The current moment is particularly critical. All major powers are in a state of rebuilding post-war. Each nation has suffered considerable losses during the Second Shinobi World War, and the prospect of launching another conflict now could catch opponents off guard, especially as their manpower has yet to be replenished, leaving them susceptible to devastating blows. These myriad reasons compelled the third Hokage to assess the present circumstances of the Hidden Leaf, prompting the organization of the 5 Kage Summit under the guise of fostering friendship and strengthening ties. In truth, it serves to showcase the strength of the Hidden Leaf Village and the potential of its next generation, sending a clear message to other nations. Do not provoke us, lest you find yourself shattered. This, indeed, represents the true aim of the third Hokage. Consequently, the third Hokage places particular emphasis on the participation of the lower-ranking ninjas, with the most significant being Yasaka, whom he regards as the Hidden Leaf's trump card, destined to astonish other nations. Meanwhile, Yasaka remains blissfully unaware of the intricate political landscape, lost in a deep slumber, dreaming of exquisite culinary delights, while the system bestows upon him a plethora of rewards. Chapter 27. The utility of the steel-cutting flash. Following his earlier practice of stone-throwing with SHBU, Yasaka has gained a more profound understanding of the steel-cutting flash. In close quarters, it serves as a powerful slashing technique. At mid-range, it can function as a broad-area attack and even serve a defensive purpose, such as countering a barrage of shurikens or kunai thrown by opponents. At this moment, one could directly utilize the steel-cutting flash to unleash a multitude of wind blades to knock down those concealed projectiles. The essence of the steel-cutting flash lies in its control over wind, harnessing the sharp attributes of the wind to mount an offensive capable of severing steel. Thus, it represents a unique application of wind properties, fundamentally akin to the transformation of attributes. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who had been swiftly defeated by Yotsuka, had awakened in the hospital. Unlike Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi, Might Guy possessed an unwavering optimism and an indomitable spirit, refusing to be disheartened by Yotsuka's single strike. Instead, his defeat ignited within him a fervor and determination to surpass Yotsuka. This shift in his resolve diverged from the original narrative where he aimed to surpass Kakashi. In this timeline, the introduction of Yotsuka had altered the entire sequence of events and character dynamics. Yotsuka was indeed formidable, yet Might Guy would not concede defeat. He vowed that one day, he would surpass Yotsuka. This is youth, he exclaimed passionately, instinctively executing a whirlwind kick, inadvertently shattering the light bulb above him. Might Guy, what mischief have you wrought now? A furious nurse stormed into the corridor. Meanwhile, following the stone-throwing practice with Yotsuka, SHBU's interactions with him had noticeably become more relaxed. Previously shy, she now exhibited a newfound confidence. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, observing his daughter's exuberant return, smiled faintly, reminiscing about his own youthful days during his first date with his wife. The youth of today truly evokes nostalgia. As he pondered, an apparition of a figure with a half-black, half-white face, identifying himself as Zetsu, suddenly materialized before him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he thought, "Whoever dares to disturb my life shall meet their demise." A week had elapsed since Yatsuka was summoned by the third Hokage. On this particular noon, while enjoying tea in his office, the third Hokage experienced a sudden epiphany. The first stage of the tournament will indeed include an examination, ostensibly to assess the competitor's theoretical knowledge, but in reality, it serves to evaluate their ability to gather intelligence. Can Yatsuka manage this? The third Hokage felt a headache brewing. He acknowledged Yatsuka's formidable combat prowess, an unstoppable force against any lower ninja, yet when it came to intelligence gathering, he held reservations. Throughout the duration, Yatsuka had exhibited solely his sword techniques, and the third Hokage struggled to envision how one could procure intelligence solely through such means without alerting the adversary. Thus, he decided to place a call to Yatsuka. "Hello, Yatsuka. What is going on?" Yatsuka replied with his mouth full of rice, his words muffled. I have a question to ask you." "Go ahead, what is it?" "In pursuit of intelligence regarding adversaries, how might one procure such information without causing alarm?" The third Hokage inquired over the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Yatsuka replied, "You are the Hokage. Surely, you ought to know how to handle this. Why ask me?" On the other end, the third Hokage nearly slammed down the receiver. Yet, recalling that Yatsuka might be their trump card in showcasing strength to the other four great nations, he composed himself and continued, "I am speaking of you. If it were you, what course of action would you take?" As Yatsuka swallowed a mouthful of food, he pondered briefly before responding, "Naturally, I would eliminate the enemy swiftly, leaving one alive to interrogate." The third Hokage, overwhelmed by exasperation, thought to himself, "I am asking how to acquire information without alarming the enemy, and here you are suggesting a full-throttle assault." However, he reconsidered. If one could swiftly dispatch foes without a sound and leave a lone survivor, perhaps that was not entirely unfeasible. Nonetheless, such a method would be wholly inappropriate in an examination context. Thus, the third Hokage probed further. "Now, if you were in an examination, faced with a question you could not answer yet needed to pass, and there was someone nearby who possessed the answer, how would you procure it without alerting the proctor?" Yatsuka contemplated this and found himself momentarily stumped, for he had always resolved issues with a direct strike. If one blow was insufficient, then two would suffice. Yet, in a scenario where violence was prohibited, he truly found himself at a loss. "Well, I do not know," he finally admitted. "But I could contact the examiner privately after submitting my paper and threaten him. If he does not ensure my passing, I shall take action against him." Satisfied with his cleverness, Yatsuka beamed with excitement. Upon hearing this response, the third Hokage felt as though he might collide his head against a wall. Was he truly suggesting such blatant misconduct? It appeared that the chances of Yatsuka obtaining information through subtle means were nearly non-existent. What could be done? Yatsuka was the strongest participant from their Leaf Village. And if he failed the first written examination, where would their village's honor lie? Even though there were talented genin like Kakashi, other nations also boasted their own prodigies. Should Yatsuka fail to pass the written test, the third Hokage could not guarantee their victory. Thus, it was imperative for Yatsuka to succeed in the first written examination. There could be no ifs. He must pass. Yet, the option of canceling the written examination was out of the question, as it had been unanimously decided during the previous 5 Kage summit. The purpose was to ensure that ninjas were not merely brawn without intellect. The ability to gather intelligence was equally vital. Therefore, the cancellation of the exam was not an option, and alternative methods had to be considered. Could it be that they would have to provide Yatsuka with the answers in advance to facilitate cheating? The third Hokage felt a surge of frustration at this notion, as the examination questions were only released the night before, and it was unlikely that Yatsuka could memorize the answers in such a short span. Chapter 28. Astonishment. However, the third Hokage was deeply troubled by the need to prevent Yasaki from being eliminated. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to enlist the help of Mitsukami Shuji to guide Yasaki through the exam material. Since Shuji would also be involved in crafting the questions, the Hokage decided to share his own questions with Shuji, who would then elucidate them to Yasaki. This way, Yasaki would at least secure a score of 20 or 30 points. The remaining questions, being of similar nature, would not deviate significantly. Therefore, as long as Yasaki grasped the core concepts, passing would pose no challenge. The third Hokage promptly summoned Mitsukami Shuji, and, after a lengthy explanation, Shuji hurried off to find Yasaki. Ordinarily, Yasaki would never consider following Shuji to study. However, the prospect of winning the competition and indulging in the legendary delicacies of Taiyaki and the Hokage's family heirloom, golden broth beef noodles, spurred him to patiently commence his studies with Shuji. The sight of Yasaki diligently studying left his peers utterly astonished, as if they were witnessing an extraterrestrial phenomenon. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Am I blind, or have I fallen under a genjutsu? Yasaki is actually studying seriously. What in the world? Muttered Nara Shikamaru, his expression one of utter disbelief. Someone, please punch me. I must be dreaming. How could Yasaki possibly be earnest in his studies? I must be dreaming, exclaimed Irika, equally incredulous. Without hesitation, Nara Shikamaru delivered a punch to Irika's face. Bang! Ow! Irika collapsed to the ground, instantly glancing at Yasaki, who was intently poring over his materials, his face a mask of shock. Am I not dreaming? Is the sun rising in the west? It was not only the two of them who were astounded. Many others had been drawn in, and before long, a crowd had gathered at the classroom's edge, including Noira Rin and Yugogo. Wow, Yasaki-kun is actually studying. Truly my idol. He looks so cool while learning, exclaimed Noira Rin, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Yugogo, equally starry-eyed, gazed at Yasaki, realizing that he was just as captivating while studying as he was in battle. What is happening? Why has Yasaki suddenly begun to study so earnestly? Inquired Tsukigakure Jikaz, pushing his way through the crowd, equally astonished. I have no idea. Perhaps he has developed a newfound love for learning? Responded Inazuka Kiba. That's hardly a response. It's as good as saying nothing. Jikaz retorted, exasperated. Meanwhile, Yasaki, engrossed in memorizing the material, remained blissfully unaware of the throng of onlookers surrounding him. Before him lay a paper filled with numerous questions and their corresponding answers. For instance, one question posed a scenario where a ninja throws a shuriken at a 30-degree angle and inquired about the distance and angle required for another shuriken to deflect the first. Alternatively, if there lies a grove ahead, what should you first be mindful of upon entering it? Such inquiries are exceedingly intricate and demanding, to the extent that merely the answers span 7 or 8 lines, or even a considerable expanse. Consequently, from morning until now, Yabasaka has only managed to memorize the solution to the first question. Upon glancing further, he is confronted with vast swathes of text that leave him feeling overwhelmed. How vexing! The challenge of memorization. Yet, should he fail the initial written examination, he would be barred from participating in the ensuing competition. The third Hokage asserts that this is to test a ninja's capability to gather intelligence. While the rationale holds merit, if I possess the ability to directly vanquish my foes and forge a path forward, wouldn't stealth be rendered unnecessary? I truly despise memorizing these questions. However, for the sake of the ancestral golden beef noodle soup of the third Hokage's lineage, I shall persevere. At this moment, Yabasaka recalled a conversation he had with Jiraiya about a special device designed for surreptitiously observing girls while bathing, which seemed rather impressive. Regrettably, I lack the skill to employ it. Yabasaka, with a frustrated expression, gnawed on his pen and continued his arduous memorization. Just then, Mikami Hideshire returned from the restroom. Upon noticing a throng of students gathered at a distance, observing Yabasaka, he felt a surge of anxiety. Should someone disturb Yabasaka's concentration and hinder his memorization, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the third Hokage's ire. Thus, Mikami stealthily approached. Irika, upon spotting Mikami, prepared to greet him, but just as he opened his mouth, Mikami made a shushing gesture, prompting Irika to promptly silence himself, and the others in the vicinity understood the unspoken cue and refrained from speaking. Everyone, keep your voices down. We must not interrupt Yabasaka, or I shall make him throw shurikens 500 times, Mikami declared in a fierce whisper. At that moment, Kakashi quietly inquired of Mikami, Sensei, why has Yabasaka suddenly taken to studying? Are you concealing something from us? Mikami, feeling a wave of exasperation, acknowledged Kakashi's astuteness. No wonder he is deemed a genius. His intellect is such that he can infer from mere hints. Reflecting on this, Mikami found himself speechless, marveling at Kakashi's sharp mind and tactical intelligence, qualities essential for gathering intelligence. Just from the peculiar sight of Yabasaka diligently studying, he sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Yabasaka had only managed to memorize a single answer after an entire morning. Mikami felt an urge to smack Yasaka with an eraser, but he hesitated, wishing to live a few more years, knowing he could not contend with Yasaka. Thus, Mikami addressed Kakashi, "There are indeed matters at hand, yet I am unable to disclose them at present. However, you shall soon be apprised of everything. So do not dwell on it." He then turned to the others, speaking softly, "Let us disperse. Anyone remaining within my sight after 5 seconds shall be tasked with throwing shurikens 500 times. Run." With that, Noirajinkin whispered and was the first to leap out the window. Following his lead, the others hurriedly fled the classroom in a frenzied exodus. Consequently, the classroom was left with only Mikami and Yasaka. "Yasaka, how goes your memorization?" Sanjishuji inquired with a gentle demeanor. "Not bad. I've already memorized half of the second question," exclaimed Yasaka, brimming with excitement. "What?" Sanjishuji silently screamed within, his vision momentarily clouded. "What on earth? You mean to tell me that you've only memorized 1.5 questions this entire morning?" Sanjishuji felt his blood pressure surge uncontrollably. Chapter 29, Why Not? Sanjishuji felt as though he might faint on the spot. At this pace, the friendship competition would likely conclude before Yasaka could fully memorize all the answers. Moreover, Sanjishuji harbored grave doubts about whether Yasaka would even remember the answers to the earlier questions after finally recalling the last one. In his heart, Sanjishuji already possessed a conclusion to this dilemma. Heavens, spare me. Sanjishuji felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why had the third Hokage assigned him this task? Could he not request a replacement? At this moment, with a fleeting sense of hope and a dash of luck, he tentatively asked Yasaka, "Yasaka, do you still remember the answer to the first question?" Yasaka pondered for a moment, then nodded, "I can't recall." In that instant, Sanjishuji felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. Why did you nod? Shouldn't a lack of recollection warrant a shake of the head? Why the nod? At the moment of Yasaka's nod, a glimmer of hope ignited in Sanjishuji's eyes, as if the heavens themselves were favoring him. Believing that Yasaka had not forgotten the answer to the first question. Yet, just as this flicker of hope ignited, Yasaka's next words plunged him from the heights of ecstasy into the depths of despair. At this juncture, Sanjishuji was on the brink of tears, his frustration compelling him to shout, "Yasaka, how on earth will you finish memorizing this? You're moving far too slowly." But as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing that impulsiveness was a treacherous foe. How could he allow himself to be so rash? Upon hearing Sanjishuji's reprimand, Yasaka frowned. In truth, he too was feeling increasingly irritable, as the difficulty of these questions and answers rendered memorization a daunting task. The tediousness of rote learning paled in comparison to the allure of indulging in snacks at the food street or engaging in thrilling stone-throwing practice with Shibu. Had it not been for the prospect of savoring the third Hokage's ancestral golden broth beef noodles and the delicacies from the land of lightning, would he endure such discomfort in memorizing these convoluted questions and answers? Consequently, Yasaka erupted in frustration, swiftly drawing his weapon. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of light ensued, and with a crisp crack, the paper before him, along with the table, was cleaved in two. "I'm done. It's too difficult," Yasaka declared, standing furiously. He then noticed the stunned Sanjishuji, his heart yearning to unleash a bout of frustration to vent the irritations of memorization. Thus, Yasaka pointed his blade at Sanjishuji, exclaiming, "Let us have a duel." At this moment, Shuji Mikami was utterly bewildered. Prior to his arrival, he had repeatedly reminded himself to exercise patience and to remain composed, determined not to act impulsively. However, he had succumbed to his impulses, and now Yasaka was furious, demanding a one-on-one confrontation. Mikami knew he could not possibly face Yasaka. He was no match for him and certainly did not wish to end up in the hospital. Yet, Mikami understood Yasaka well. Declining a challenge did not exempt one from facing him. Yasaka's declaration of a duel was merely a notification. Regardless of one's willingness, he would engage. Thus, as Mikami felt overwhelmed and on the verge of perspiring from anxiety, the classroom door creaked open. A middle-aged man entered. The moment Mikami caught a glimpse of this figure, he felt as if he had seen a savior and rushed over with tears of relief, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage." Mikami quickly hid behind the Hokage, drenched in cold sweat. Once sheltered by the third Hokage, he finally exhaled, realizing his heart was racing uncontrollably. It was evident how tense he had been, despite being among allies. The thought of sparring was more nerve-wracking than facing an enemy. Ahem, Yasaka, I hear your memorization skills are quite commendable, the third Hokage remarked, feigning ignorance with a light cough. Humph, third Hokage, this question is simply too difficult. It's beyond human capability. I refuse to memorize it. Yasaka retorted angrily. Yet, he was not entirely incorrect. The question was designed to be nearly impossible to answer. Its purpose was to be challenging, compelling individuals to resort to their abilities to cheat and acquire the answers from others' papers. Thus, Yasaka's assertion that the questions were not meant for human response held truth. Even a genius ninja like Kakashi Hatake, renowned for his battle intellect, would likely be stumped, and even the third Hokage, the one who formulated the questions, could not answer them. You are indeed correct. These questions were never intended for you to solve, the third Hokage admitted, somewhat awkwardly. What? They were never meant to be answered? Then why have you tasked me with memorizing them? Why require others to attempt to answer? Yasaka expressed his confusion regarding the Hokage's intentions. In response, the third Hokage elucidated the true significance of this written examination. After listening to the Hokage's explanation, Yasaka nodded thoughtfully, saying, I see now. No wonder you called me earlier to inquire if I had any methods for acquiring others' answers. So that was your intention. I understand. The third Hokage nodded helplessly. Ideally, he should not have divulged this information to Yasaka, as the examination was meant to test not only the candidates' information-gathering abilities, but also their capacity to identify problems and adapt accordingly. It is evident that upon encountering questions of a difficulty that far exceeds the capabilities of a mere genin, one should recognize that this, in itself, serves as a veiled test. This examination assesses whether the participants can discern the essence of the problem clearly. The true nature of this written test is to compel them to seek answers through alternative means. Once the essence of the issue is recognized, the ability to ingeniously resort to cheating becomes the secondary focal point of this assessment. Thus, although it is merely a modest written examination, it encapsulates numerous evaluative aspects. As a ninja, the foremost requisite is to possess the acumen to observe and listen attentively, to grasp the subtle nuances, and to infer the broader implications from seemingly insignificant details. This inaugural written test serves precisely that purpose. However, due to the peculiarities surrounding Yatsuka, the third Hokage had no choice but to directly address him, thereby circumventing the step of discerning the essence through subtle observation. Yet, there was no alternative. The third Hokage certainly did not wish for Yatsuka to be eliminated in the very first round of the written examination. Chapter 30. A new ability. I see. Yatsuka murmured to himself. He was not unreasonable, having comprehended the significance of this initial written test. He understood why the third Hokage resorted to such a strategy of having him memorize the questions. It stemmed from the concern that he lacked the exceptional abilities to acquire information, and that the questions were beyond the capacity of any ordinary human to answer, thus risking disqualification. Reflecting on this, Yatsuka remarked with resignation, Third Hokage, was the act of pilfering the shadow shield used by women in the bathhouse particularly challenging? If you were to hand that shield over to me, I could discreetly observe the answers of others. As the third Hokage was sipping water, he unexpectedly spewed it forth upon hearing Yatsuka's comment, subsequently choking and erupting into a fit of coughing. Meanwhile, the nearby Shimaka Hideshire gazed skyward, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Yatsuka, do not speak recklessly. When have I ever engaged in such acts at the bathhouse? After regaining composure, the third Hokage promptly rebuked Yatsuka. Jiraiya mentioned to me just last week while we were dining at Ichiraku Ramen that your shadow shield surpasses his. He claimed that even if one were to be splashed with water while observing women bathing, it would remain undetected. Truly remarkable. Jiraiya. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, contemplating that indeed it was this fellow who had divulged the details. Upon returning, he must certainly reprimand these youngsters for spreading such matters, showing no gratitude whatsoever. Were it not for his teaching Jiraiya about the shadow shield, Jiraiya would have never had the opportunity to engage in such voyeurism, and now he had betrayed him. At this moment, the third Hokage slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Shimaka Hideshire. Hideshire, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and feigned ignorance, stating, I have not encountered the third Hokage today. I am unaware of anything. The third Hokage, in an embarrassed rage, exclaimed, Do not heed this fool's nonsense. I have never engaged in such behavior. Shimaka Hideshire eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have faith in the character of the third Hokage. He would never stoop to such actions. Meanwhile, Shuji Misaka was pondering in his heart. I cannot bring myself to believe this. Lord Jiraiya is notoriously indulgent in his carnal desires. The saying, a crooked beam will lead to a crooked roof, suggests that this matter is likely true. After all, the third Hokage is Jiraiya's mentor, and it is indeed plausible that a teacher would accompany his students to clandestinely observe women bathing. Noticing Shuji Misaka's unwavering conviction, the third Hokage felt a sense of relief and turned to Yasaki, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. Given the current pace, it was clear that there was no way to absorb the material before the competition. What to do? Should he consider implementing a special reward to allow Yasaki to skip the first round? The third Hokage contemplated this, but soon dismissed the idea, knowing that other nations would never permit it. Thus, he began to ponder how to enable Yasaki to acquire the answers from the other candidates. Lord Third, how about we equip Yasaki with an earpiece and I can relay the answers from afar? Shuji Misaka suggested. No, the third Hokage immediately rejected the notion. That method is far too conspicuous. Others would surely notice. It would be a minor issue to disqualify Yasaki, but a grave embarrassment for our land of fire. What to do? Shuji Misaka furrowed his brow in distress. Isn't it simply a matter of obtaining information discreetly? How could this be a challenge? What? Do you have a special method? Upon hearing Yasaki's words, the third Hokage and Shuji Misaka looked at him with eyes gleaming like they had discovered a lifeline. Yasaki nodded, only to respond, no. Uffed. The third Hokage spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto his back. Shuji Misaka felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly toppling over as well. In his mind, the third Hokage raged. Why did you nod? You clearly don't have anything. What was the point of that nod? Shuji Misaka, having learned from previous experiences, had instinctively braced himself upon seeing Yasaki's nod, yet he couldn't suppress a flicker of hope. Thus, when Yasaki uttered the word no, he was still struck hard, though less so than the third Hokage, who suffered genuine emotional damage. At that moment, the third Hokage rose from the ground, grasped Yasaki's shoulders with fervor, and shouted, "Why did you nod if you have nothing?" Yasaki replied, "I wanted to surprise you." Is this truly a surprise? It feels more like a fright. Yasaki waved his hand, smiling slightly. All right, I understand this matter. I will devise a method to acquire information from others, so you needn't worry about it. Really? Shuji Misaka responded with skepticism. Indeed, Yasaki maintained a serious demeanor but added, however, you must provide me with a dish I have never tasted before. I assure you, if you can procure it, I will develop such an ability. Are you certain? The third Hokage questioned with a look of doubt. Yes, Yasaki affirmed with a solemn nod. Very well, I shall trust you this once. The third Hokage spoke with a serious expression, declaring that he would go all out for the sake of Konoha, trusting that Yasaka would not jest about such matters. He then turned to Mikami Shuji and exchanged a few words. Nodding in agreement, Mikami vanished in an instant. I have instructed Mikami to procure that exquisite delicacy, but it will require some time. You may return home. This evening, Mikami will deliver it to your residence. Remember not to venture out tonight. All right. By the way, what kind of delicacy is it? Yasaka inquired, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. A secret. The third Hokage chuckled before turning to exit the classroom. Thus, Yasaka spent the entire afternoon lost in a daydream of anticipation. What could that delicacy mentioned by the Hokage be? Was it a dessert, a snack, a dish, barbecued meat, or perhaps a staple food? As he pondered, he activated the system. His earlier words were not mere idle chatter. As long as he could indulge in new culinary delights, he would be able to exchange for his sensory ability. With the newly acquired power, he could glean answers from others' papers. Additionally, it would enhance his steel flash technique, a veritable trifecta of benefits. Meanwhile, Mikami Shuji was en route to Yasaka's home, carrying a large box. Chapter 31. Pizza knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Yasaka opened it to find Mikami Shuji standing outside, clutching a sizable box. This is what the third Hokage asked me to bring you, Mikami stated, panting heavily. One could only imagine the distance he had run that afternoon, a true test of endurance and stamina. Wow, is this the delicacy the third Hokage mentioned earlier? Yasaka exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight as he gazed at the box, eager to uncover its contents. I'm exhausted. Well, I've delivered the goods. You can take it from here. I must be on my way. With a brief farewell, Mikami turned and left, clearly fatigued. It was unclear where he had retrieved this item, But the third Hokage had promised him half a month's paid leave, which had convinced Mikami to agree to the task. Once Mikami departed, Yasaka promptly placed the large box on the table. It was substantial, nearly half the size of the table itself. Despite its considerable area, the box was not thick, resembling a heavy board, which only piqued Yasaka's curiosity further about the nature of the delicacy within. Judging by its shape, he surmised it might be some sort of flatbread. With bated breath, Yasaka opened the box, and a rich aroma wafted forth, a delightful medley of grilled meat, roasted fish, cheese, and fruit. To his astonishment, Yasaka beheld a grand pizza within the box. This pizza was unlike any other, as it featured several distinct flavors, artfully blended together. What first captures the eye is the portion imbued with the essence of grilled meat, adorned with barbecued meat and sausages, complemented by an array of spices and cumin, exuding a rich aroma that caused Yasaka to salivate on the spot. As his gaze shifted clockwise, he beheld the fruit section, where a medley of mango, strawberry, durian, apple, and pineapple graced the pizza, still radiating the distinctive sweetness of fresh fruit despite being roasted. Following this, he encountered the seafood segment, which boasted shrimp, lobster, scallops, and grilled fish, all emanating the unique freshness of the ocean. Finally, there was the portion adorned with cheese, minced meat, salad dressing, and jam, equally tantalizing. Thus, this grand pizza was composed of these 5 sections, an exquisite feast for the eyes, presenting an overwhelming array of ingredients that left Yasaka momentarily bewildered, unsure of where to commence his indulgence. It was simply exhilarating. Yasaka, drooling and wide-eyed, gazed at the pizza before him, already anticipating that upon devouring this culinary delight, the system would surely bestow new rewards upon him, and he would also be able to exchange for a heightened sense of perception. Currently, Yasaka's offensive power was formidable, and his defensive capabilities were commendably robust due to this high attack strength. Although his speed and agility were slightly lacking, the overwhelming nature of his attack power mitigated this shortcoming. However, his perception and battlefield reconnaissance skills remained underdeveloped. High attack power alone could not prevent him from being caught off guard. Naturally, Yasaka wished to avoid a passive stance, and thus he seized the opportunity presented by the upcoming competition to enhance his reconnaissance abilities, striving to become more well-rounded, more potent, and devoid of weaknesses. While his slashing technique was indeed powerful, it was not a panacea for all challenges. Numerous ninjutsu techniques, such as the Nara clan shadow manipulation, were beyond the reach of mere slashes. Despite Yasaka's current ability to cleave flames and sever waterfalls with his sword, he found himself powerless against shadows, unable to counteract the shadow binding technique effectively. Consequently, he could only strive to eliminate his opponents before being ensnared by their shadows. This approach, however, placed him at a disadvantage from the outset, contradicting Yasaka's philosophy of being able to counter every technique, leaving his adversaries in despair. It was evident that the shadows of the Nara clan were beyond his capacity to dismantle fundamentally, requiring him to adopt alternative methods to circumvent them. Similar challenges arose with techniques such as the mind transference of the Yamanaka clan and various sophisticated illusions, which were not within the realm of Yasaka's slashing techniques to resolve. Therefore, it was imperative for Yasaka to bolster his capabilities in other areas, striving for a comprehensive skill set devoid of vulnerabilities. As Yasaka drooled, he envisioned the benefits he would receive after devouring the pizza. Would it further enhance his proficiency in the steel-cutting flash, bolster the intensity of his willful strike, or perhaps grant him a new ability altogether? One certainty remained. Yasaka was determined to exchange for a reconnaissance-type ability. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and spun the pizza box on the table, eagerly awaiting the moment it came to rest, directing his attention to the portion of pizza that faced him. With a vigorous twist, he closed his eyes, estimating the time for the box to cease its rotation before opening them once more. To his delight, the barbecue section was presented to him. Thus, he decided to commence his feast from that very slice. Yasaka promptly tore off a piece of pizza, the surface adorned with a rich layer of cheese, which stretched tantalizingly as he pulled it apart. Upon tasting it, he was instantly enveloped by the robust flavors of barbecued meat mingled with cumin. It bore an essence reminiscent of Orleans-style seasoning, sweet yet savory, with a hint of spiciness that danced upon his palate, an exquisite amalgamation of flavors, beyond mere words to describe its deliciousness. The barbecue itself was of exceptional quality, yielding a delightful crunch on the outside while remaining tender within, releasing succulent juices that rendered it neither dry nor tough, but rather perfectly elastic, epitomizing the pinnacle of barbecued meat. "This is simply divine," Yasaka exclaimed in excitement, and in that very instant, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a level 2 skill exchange voucher, which can be used to exchange for a level 2 skill. Wow, this is fantastic. I shall use this level 2 skill exchange voucher to acquire a reconnaissance skill shortly. Chapter 32. Skills. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Yasaka was filled with exhilaration. Recalling how he had confidently assured the third Hokage yesterday that he would indeed procure a reconnaissance skill, had the system failed to notify him, the absence of that skill would have left him in a most embarrassing predicament. Fortunately, the system provided him with the prompt and the level 2 skill exchange voucher, allowing him the opportunity to exchange for a skill. Such skill exchange vouchers are categorized by levels, ranging from level 1 to level 5, with level 1 being the most formidable and descending in power thereafter. The skills available for exchange via these vouchers are drawn from the world of Naruto, whereas those rewarded by the system typically do not belong to that realm. Level 5 skills might include common jutsus like the Shadow Clone Technique or the Fireball Jutsu, while level 1 skills allow for the exchange of forbidden techniques such as the Wind Release, Rasengan. As for the super techniques like Dust Release, Wood Release, or even Sound Release, a total of 5 level 1 vouchers would be required for exchange. This is due to the fact that such advanced techniques necessitate the use of bloodline limits. When employing 5 level 1 exchange vouchers, the system will automatically bestow upon the user the corresponding bloodline limit associated with the desired jutsu, in addition to developing compatibility that permits the possession of multiple bloodline limits without conflict. The level 1 exchange voucher is exceedingly difficult to obtain. To date, Yasaki has never acquired a level 1 exchange voucher, and even for level 2 vouchers, he has only received them twice, including this occasion. The skill exchange vouchers are contingent upon chance. One must first savor exquisite delicacies, ideally for the first time, in order to have a probability of obtaining a skill exchange voucher. Naturally, the higher the level of the skill exchange voucher, the lower the probability of acquisition. Consequently, Yasaki has never harbored any expectations of obtaining a level 1 skill exchange voucher, and today, receiving a level 2 skill exchange voucher is already a delightful surprise. However, even without this level 2 skill exchange voucher, Yasaki possesses confidence in acquiring the skills he desires, for when the system dispenses rewards, there exists an option to refuse the offered reward and instead select a type of reward he prefers, from which the system will then randomly bestow a reward. Just as Yasaki was still basking in the joy of receiving the level 2 skill exchange voucher, he was startled by another system notification. Ding! The mechanism of the Chosen One has been triggered, granting a 1 in 10,000 accompanying reward. Lightness Technique, Great Freedom, Immortal Method 1. What? Another skill attained. Yasaki's eyes sparkled with excitement. His blood pressure surged, nearly causing him to faint from elation. The Great Freedom, Immortal Method. The very name sounds formidable. Overcome with exhilaration, Yasaki began to leap about, executing front and back flips, momentarily at a loss for how to express his overwhelming emotions. Wow! 3rd generation, this pizza of yours is astonishing. I've acquired 2 skills from just 1 slice. Marvelous! 3rd generation, you seek victory for Konoha in this friendship tournament, and I, Yasaki, shall assist you. I am determined to lead Konoha to triumph in this friendship competition. Haha! Yasaki was nearly beside himself with joy, realizing that both skills were bestowed upon him due to the pizza provided by the 3rd generation, which significantly heightened his admiration for him. Thus, he resolved to aid the 3rd generation in securing the championship, as a means of repaying the generosity of receiving 2 skills from the pizza. Alright, first, let me explore what this Great Freedom Immortal Method entails. As he savored his pizza, Yasaki examined the system's description of Great Freedom Immortal Method. The Great Freedom Immortal Method is a unique technique conceived by the ancient deity, the Great Freedom Immortal, characterized by remarkable speed, exceptional agility, and the ability to traverse space. Its core principle revolves around the concept of freedom, allowing one to be unbound by any constraints, achieving high-speed flight and instantaneous short-range movement unaffected by barriers, significantly enhancing agility. It is truly the pinnacle of movement techniques. Wow, is it truly that extraordinary? Once I master this Great Freedom Immortal Method, my shortcomings in movement will be rectified. If I then exchange for a reconnaissance or perception type skill, wouldn't I be soaring to new heights? At this moment, Yasaki suddenly paused, realizing that he had indeed become remarkably powerful. As he savored his pizza, he meticulously studied the great freedom technique of the unfettered sage. He discovered that once mastered to perfection, this skill could reach speeds of up to 20 Mach, a truly terrifying prospect. Additionally, it enabled instantaneous movement within a certain range. And this was not merely a form of body flicker, but a genuine teleportation, far superior to the flying thunder god technique, as it required no marking. He could appear wherever he desired. It also disregarded barriers, allowing him to instantly teleport out even when trapped, thus embodying the essence of true freedom. However, at present, Yasaka's proficiency in the great freedom technique was still relatively low, preventing him from attaining such an extraordinary ability. Consequently, he needed to continuously indulge in various delicacies to enhance his skill level. After thoroughly reviewing the great freedom technique, Yasaka began to search for a reconnaissance-type ninjutsu among the level 2 skills available for exchange. Approximately 20 minutes later, he finally discovered a ninjutsu that suited him, named airflow perception. This technique allowed one to detect subtle changes in the airflow, thereby gaining insight into the surrounding situation. Since the air is filled with particles, even the slightest movement of an object would disturb the air, creating minute motions. Airflow perception operates by sensing these subtle changes in the air, enabling the user to ascertain the movements of others. Furthermore, it can amplify sounds transmitted through the air, allowing for eavesdropping. The aforementioned abilities are passive effects of airflow perception, meaning that movement within the range is necessary for detection. Without movement, there is no air disturbance, and thus no perception. However, one can actively induce airflow to sense objects within range, akin to sonar. The method is quite simple. For instance, using wind release to create a gentle breeze would suffice. Chapter 33. Airflow Manipulation. Yasaka felt that a skill named airflow manipulation was particularly fitting for him. Although this skill might not possess as extensive a range as some other perception techniques, it would allow him to sense the movements of his enemies, significantly enhancing his close combat capabilities. This would be especially beneficial in battles requiring precise maneuvers. For example, if an adversary were to unleash a flurry of strikes toward him, relying solely on sight would be inadequate to keep pace with the speed of the attacks. In such instances, he could rely on the fluctuations in the airflow to clearly perceive the enemy's movements and respond accordingly. Alternatively, if the enemy employed abilities that deceive the visual senses, such as the second Mizuki's clam's visual illusion or techniques that obscure vision entirely, he could still detect their actions and position by attuning to the subtle changes in the airflow. Thus, it possesses numerous advantages that many perceptual abilities lack, resembling Jiraiya's method of reconnaissance through spatial barriers. However, unlike Jiraiya's spatial barriers, this airflow manipulation can enhance sound by controlling the airflow, achieving a similar effect to transmitting sound and enabling the detection of subtle noises. Consequently, it facilitates a dual perception of airflow and sound for reconnaissance purposes. Moreover, this airflow manipulation can be combined with the steel cutting flash, making it an exceptionally suitable ability for Yasaka, who expresses immense satisfaction with this capability. Nevertheless, akin to the great freedom sage art, his proficiency remains relatively low at this moment. Thus, many impressive effects are still beyond his reach. Yet it is adequate for his current needs. With these two skills, he feels as though he has acquired wings like a tiger, and he is confident of victory in the upcoming friendship tournament. Yasaka is filled with assurance, as he now perceives no apparent weaknesses. Even his previously lacking perception has been sufficiently supplemented, rendering him nearly unparalleled among those below the rank of Jonin. Even Jonin might not necessarily be his match. He even contemplates seeking out Konoha's White Fang or Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze, for a friendly spar. The former is reputed to possess exceptionally high swordsmanship, while the latter wields the formidable flying thunder god technique and the Rasengan, capable of instantaneously claiming lives. Yasaka is eager to test whether his newly acquired airflow manipulation and great freedom sage art can withstand Minato's flying thunder god technique. However, it is said that Minato is currently preoccupied with campaigning for the position of the fourth Hokage, leaving little time for sparring, even if Yasaka is keen. Following this friendship tournament among the 5 Kage, preparations for the 4th Hokage election will commence. Yasaka has heard whispers from fellow students about the fierce competition for the 4th Hokage position, with numerous contenders, including Kakashi Hataki's father, Hatake Sakumo, Jiraiya's disciple Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shursui of the Uchiha clan, and reportedly the leader of the Umbu and a close friend of the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, all vying for candidacy. Thus, it can be said that the village of Konoha will be bustling in the upcoming period. Nonetheless, such matters do not concern Yasaka. His current objectives are twofold: to indulge in various culinary delights and to assist the third Hokage in securing victory in this tournament. Nothing more. After satisfactorily devouring an entire large pizza, Yasaka succumbed to a sweet slumber. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazes gloomily at Orochimaru. Are you truly not considering participating in the fourth Hokage election? Among his 3 students, he regards Orochimaru with the utmost esteem for the role of fourth Hokage. In his eyes, Orochimaru possesses sufficient strength and composure to govern the nation, along with a wealth of scientific knowledge that could potentially enhance Konoha's combat capabilities if he were to ascend to the position of Hokage. In contrast, while Jiraiya also possesses adequate strength, his nature is too carefree and reckless. The color does not suit Orochimaru better. Tsunade, on the other hand, is too violent and has a penchant for both alcohol and gambling. While she is not entirely unfit for the position of Hokage, she is, in comparison to Orochimaru, somewhat inferior. Thus, the third Hokage held high hopes for Orochimaru. To his surprise, however, Orochimaru declined to participate in the election, which significantly raised the third Hokage's blood pressure. It was evident that, had Orochimaru chosen to run for Hokage, with the current third Hokage's support, the position of fourth Hokage would likely have been his. Yet, Orochimaru had no desire to assume the role. Indeed, I have no interest in becoming Hokage. You may seek another candidate, he stated, nodding with an impassive expression. The third Hokage, placing a hand on his forehead, expressed his helplessness. You are the candidate I hold in the highest regard. Why do you not wish to be Hokage? You possess numerous research endeavors. If you became Hokage, you could secure greater resources for your research. Orochimaru smiled lightly as he replied, I currently do not lack resources. Being Hokage would impose numerous responsibilities upon me, consuming much of my time and energy. Thus I prefer not to be shackled by such constraints. Realizing Orochimaru's resolve, the third Hokage conceded. At that moment, Jiraiya leaned toward the third Hokage, half of his body hovering over the desk, and remarked, My disciple, Minato Namikaze, has also signed up as a candidate for Hokage. I believe he is quite capable. Perhaps you should cast your vote for him. Minato Namikaze is indeed a remarkable young man. In terms of strength, temperament, intellect, and even appearance, he is a fitting choice for Hokage. The third Hokage mused while stroking his beard, lost in thought. A wave of regret washed over him as he glanced at Orochimaru, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. Had Dan Cat not perished, there would be no discussion of Hokage candidates at all. The position of fourth Hokage would have been predetermined for him. Alas, with a deep sigh, the third Hokage lamented, while that may be true, there are still a few individuals who are equally as commendable as Minato, such as Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. They are also excellent candidates. At this point, the third Hokage hesitated, leaving unspoken the name that all present, be it Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Tsunade, understood he was alluding to, Danzo Shimura. Chapter 34. Danzo Shimura. The mere thought of his name plunged the group into silence. Danzo Shimura is indeed one of Konoha's most formidable figures, having dedicated over a decade to the Umbu, where his influence is exceedingly powerful, second only to that of the Hokage in terms of authority and strength. Furthermore, Danzo's prowess is formidable, though few have witnessed his true capabilities. Whispers and rumors have circulated regarding his might. For instance, there was an assassination attempt against him by a special operations team consisting of 20 elite jonin from a foreign nation, aimed at crippling Konoha's special forces. As a result, the 20 elite jonin were utterly defeated by Danzo alone. Although the specifics of the battle remain undisclosed, the mere fact that he single-handedly vanquished 20 elite jonin speaks volumes about his formidable prowess. Moreover, the absence of any disturbances suggests that either Danzo had established a barrier that obscured external perception, or he possessed some clandestine technique that enabled him to swiftly eliminate those elite shinobi. Regardless of the method, it underscores that Danzo's strength is arguably on par with that of the Hokage. Furthermore, the root organization, summoned by Shimura Danzo, is tasked with handling unsavory operations that are unsuitable for public scrutiny in Konoha. The members of this organization are exceptionally powerful. For instance, the renowned Konoha White Fang. Tsukumo Hitaki originally emerged from Root. There are several individuals of comparable strength within Root, making it evident that Danzo's personal capabilities and the influence he wields should not be underestimated, as he is only marginally inferior to the Hokage. Thus, should he pursue the Hokage position, his prospects appear quite promising. It can be asserted that the upcoming election for the fourth Hokage is highly competitive, with numerous formidable candidates vying for the position. However, from another perspective, this is a positive development, indicating that many individuals in Konoha have ascended to near Hokage level strength, which is advantageous for the village. Of course, reflecting on this, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that if only Hiruzen Sarutobi had not perished. His extraordinary strength would have allowed him to contend effortlessly against any of the current candidates for Hokage. His spirit technique granted him the ability to separate his soul and traverse at nearly the speed of light, rendering him almost immune to any form of attack. The only drawback being his physical form, which is vulnerable. However, locating and striking at it is no simple task. Noticing Orochimaru's reluctance to assume the role of Hokage, the third Hokage chose not to press the matter further and instead initiated discussions with the legendary three regarding the forthcoming 5 Kage Summit, which would also serve as a friendship tournament. This event not only entails competition, but also offers the top 10 participants the chance to be awarded the Chunin title, effectively resembling a mini Chunin exam. Hence, from both a national prestige standpoint and the prospect of attaining the Chunin title, this competition is bound to be fiercely contested. Should Konoha lack participants of the caliber of Yasaka, their competitors would not possess a significant advantage over other nations, thereby complicating the situation and intensifying the rivalry. After all, other nations boast their share of prodigies, such as the Scorpion of the Sand, who wields exceptional puppet techniques, praised even by the elder of the Senju clan, and the formidable Killer Bee from the Land of Lightning, a Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. His prowess is equally formidable, alongside the Two Tails Jinchuriki, ni Yujito, also from the Land of Lightning. Even Kakashi and his comrades would hesitate to declare a guaranteed victory against such formidable opponents, thus excluding Yatsuka. The prowess of these individuals is essentially on par with one another. None would dare to assert that they could decisively triumph over the others. Should anyone claim superiority, the third Hokage would undoubtedly scoff, questioning the audacity of such a boast. After all, who could possibly achieve such feats with mere peanuts? However, if the individual making such a claim were Yatsuka, the third Hokage might indeed consider it a plausible assertion. With Yatsuka's inclusion, the third Hokage expressed great confidence in the representative team of Konoha for the upcoming competition. Although the roster of participants has yet to be finalized and the matter remains unannounced, the third Hokage already has a clear idea of who will participate. At that moment, the third Hokage recalled Yatsuka's previous assertion of possessing a method to cultivate a reconnaissance or sensing ability. On that day, he had even instructed Mitsuhara to procure a signature 5-topping pizza from a century-old pizzeria at the borders of Konoha as a gift for Yatsuka. He pondered whether Yatsuka had indeed developed such abilities as he claimed. The third Hokage found it quite peculiar that Yatsuka, being an Epicurean of sorts, appeared to enhance his strength through culinary indulgence. He had observed Yatsuka for several years and concluded that his prowess seemed to elevate in tandem with his gastronomic experiences. Although the specifics remained unclear, the third Hokage was convinced of the correlation, which prompted him to send Mitsuhara for the pizza, as he believed that gourmet food genuinely contributed to Yatsuka's growth. Jiraiya, if you have the time, why not test Yatsuka's strength and see to what level he has ascended? I am quite curious, suggested the third Hokage. Oh no, please don't send me. I prefer to avoid hospitalization, Jiraiya waved dismissively. Orochimaru has already faced his share of danger. You are the only one left. Do you intend to send Tsunade instead? The third Hokage snorted derisively. Sending Tsunade is not out of the question. Yatsuka would surely be unable to withstand even a single punch from her, Jiraiya remarked indifferently. Humph. When I instruct you to go, you shall go. Spare me your prattle. You've yet to answer for your indiscretion in spreading rumors about me peeping at women bathing. The third Hokage's anger flared. What? When did I ever mention such a thing? You must be mistaken, Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your words? Spreading falsehoods about me spying on women. This is a matter I shall hold you accountable for. The third Hokage glared furiously. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Isn't it the truth? Jiraiya muttered quietly, feeling a twinge of guilt, only to see the third Hokage's fury escalate further. At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. I heard everything you said. Yatsuka? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Tsunade turned to open the door, while Orochimaru furrowed his brow, remarking, I recall that the Hokage's office is protected by a barrier. How could Yatsuka have eavesdropped on our conversation? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya also displayed a serious expression. Indeed, the barrier should be capable of muffling sound. How could Yasaki hear us? At this moment, Tsunade had already opened the door, revealing Yasaki standing outside. Yasaki, you claim to have overheard our conversation? Pray tell, what did you discern? The third Hokage observed Yasaki with great interest. If what Yasaki said were true, it would indeed indicate a remarkable ability of perception. In that case, Yasaki had not spoken in vain, and he was assuredly secure in the written examination. I heard Jiraiya say you peeped at women bathing in the hot springs. You said not to spread rumors, but Jiraiya insisted it was all true, Yasaki replied earnestly. The third Hokage observed Jiraiya, who wore an expression of suppressed laughter. Ahem, what exactly is this auditory ability of yours? How did you manage to hear us? The third Hokage deftly redirected the conversation towards Yasaki's talents. Taking a seat on a nearby sofa, Yasaki explained, I transmitted sound through the wind to my ears, and I was also able to perceive your every movement through the air. Although there is a barrier, it cannot impede the flow of air, allowing me to sense everything. Upon hearing Yasaki's explanation, Orochimaru fell into contemplative thought, while Tsunade furrowed her brow in a pensive manner. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, and the third Hokage nodded with keen interest. An impressive ability indeed, utilizing the manipulation of wind or air currents for perception. Remarkable. It astounds me that you have mastered such a skill in such a short period. This alleviates my concerns regarding the written examination, the third Hokage remarked. Following his statement, Orochimaru displayed an expression of understanding, while Jiraiya and Tsunade grasped the mechanics of Yasaki's ability. However, while they comprehended the concept, they were left perplexed regarding the specifics of how Yasaki achieved this feat typically. Such mastery would require an unparalleled proficiency in wind release. Yet, even the most skilled past Kazekage had never demonstrated such an extraordinary command over wind release, nor had they ever heard of anyone reaching such a level of expertise. Thus, Orochimaru and the others surmised that Yasaki had perhaps unlocked a unique bloodline limit, enabling him to manipulate the wind. Yasaki, in light of this, you must perform admirably and lead the Konoha representative team to victory. I assure you, I shall honor my promise, the third Hokage said with a warm smile, holding Yasaki in high regard. Were it not for Yasaki's rather capricious nature, he would have considered nurturing him in the manner of a Hokage. Rest assured, I am determined to claim those 2 delicacies you mentioned. No one shall impede me. Those who stand in my way shall be met with divine retribution, Yasaki declared earnestly, instilling the third Hokage with confidence. Observing Yasaki's fighting spirit, he felt reassured. While Yasaki may be unreliable in other aspects, the third Hokage felt certain of his combat prowess. After exchanging a few words, Yasaka returned home, only to unexpectedly find Myoka Shuji standing at his doorstep. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Teacher, what brings you here? Upon hearing the term teacher, Myoka felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. It was rare for Yasaka to address him with such respect. Today, however, it seemed the sun had risen differently, and Yasaka had transformed into a paragon of politeness. Myoka was utterly elated, for Yasaka, being his student, possessed remarkable talent, which reflected well on him as an instructor. Unbeknownst to Myoka, Yasaka's newfound courtesy stemmed from having acquired 2 formidable skills after indulging in pizza, elevating his spirits and demeanor. I came to see if you have mastered the sensory ninjutsu. In preparation for future matters, Myoka adjusted his glasses and stated, eager to ascertain whether Yasaka had indeed honed the reconnaissance skills he had mentioned. Should Yasaka have succeeded, Myoka would be relieved of concerns regarding the upcoming written examination. Conversely, if he had not, he would need to strategize on how to ensure Yasaka's success in the test, particularly given that it was a competition among the 5 great nations, where actions would be subject to scrutiny beyond just the leaf's assertions. Oh, is that what this is about? I have indeed mastered it. Would you care to test it? Upon hearing Yasaka's response, Myoka instinctively took a step back, wary of what test might entail. Did he mean a sparring match? If so, he would prefer to avoid hospitalization. If you intend to engage in a physical contest, then let us forego that, Myoka replied, his expression tinged with caution. No need for that. Merely demonstrating my ability to gather information during the written examination will suffice, Yasaka replied nonchalantly. What do you require of me? Quite simple. Just write something in the room, and I will respond to it. Oh, are we simulating a cheating scenario during the exam? Myoka felt intrigued and nodded, stepping into Yasaka's room, where he retrieved paper and pen to jot down a series of numbers. Meanwhile, Yasaka closed his eyes. Once Myoka had finished writing, Yasaka opened his eyes and spoke. If I am not mistaken, you have inscribed a string of numbers. Wow, you truly perceived it. What numbers did I write? Yasaka shrugged. How would I know? What? You don't know? Myoka nearly fainted at the revelation. Merely knowing that it was a number without recognizing the specific digits was of little use. How could one cheat or copy answers during an exam without that knowledge? Indeed, I have just begun to grasp this ability. I require further practice to discern what you have written on the paper, Yasaka replied with a hint of regret. Approximately how long will that take? About a week, I believe. Myoka exhaled in relief. A week was more than sufficient. Chapter 36. Indiscernible Yasaka had only just mastered the skill of airflow manipulation 3 days prior. Thus he could merely concentrate and amplify sounds to his own ears. However, he was still unable to discern the specific types of sounds. If someone were speaking, he could hear them distinctly, yet when it came to written text, his current capabilities allowed him to differentiate only between letters, numbers, or symbols. Nevertheless, as Yasaka continued to indulge in culinary delights, his proficiency in airflow manipulation would undoubtedly increase. According to his estimations, within a week's time, he would be able to identify the content of the writing, as he would then be able to discern what was being inscribed by analyzing the frequency and volume of the sounds. Mikami Shuji felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring to great heights one moment and plunging down the next, his heart racing uncontrollably. Engaging in conversation with Yasaka required ample mental preparation. Otherwise, one could very well perish on the spot. Mikami Shuji, Yasaka suddenly murmured, lowering his head. What? Yasaka inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Mikami Shuji slowly raised his head, his expression dark and foreboding. In a low voice, he said, Yasaka, in the future, could you please complete your thoughts? Do you wish for me, Mikami Shuji, to be reduced to a black and white photograph? Yasaka burst into laughter at once. Mikami Shuji sighed in exasperation. Being Yasaka's teacher required not only remarkable healing abilities, but also an even greater capacity for psychological resilience. Otherwise, one might withstand Yasaka's sharp tongue, but falter under the impact of his soul-crushing wit, ultimately succumbing to a heart attack. Fortunately, Mikami Shuji was seasoned in the ways of battle and had previously witnessed Yasaka's astonishing twists. Thus he had prepared himself mentally to some extent and managed to avoid an immediate demise. Very well, since you have said as much, I shall trust you. With nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. With that, Mikami Shuji vanished from sight in an instant. The following morning, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, all the lower-ranked ninja students had gathered, including Yasaka. Mikami Shuji stood at the front of the classroom, announcing the upcoming 5 Kage's friendship tournament schedule for the next month. Upon hearing this news, the lower-ranked students were astonished, as they had not anticipated that the competitors would be lower-ranked ninjas rather than their higher-ranked counterparts. Naturally, some raised questions regarding this matter. In response, Mikami Shuji provided a thorough explanation. Firstly, many of the higher-ranking ninjas were occupied with missions and could not easily depart. Secondly, numerous individuals possessed their own unique skills, and participation in the tournament would inevitably expose their personal techniques. This would lead to the revelation of certain hidden aspects of each nation, which would be detrimental for all involved. Thirdly, the participants were undeniably powerful, which could easily provoke conflicts and potentially lead to unnecessary troubles. In 4 aspects, the immense potential of these lower-ranked ninjas mitigates any concerns regarding the exposure of their abilities. On the contrary, it serves to highlight the future potential of the nation. The ninjutsu employed by lower-ranked ninjas is not particularly lethal, thus making it relatively easy to prevent injuries among participants. Consequently, after careful consideration, the 5 great nations have resolved to allow lower-ranked ninjas to partake in the competition. Upon hearing Mikami Shuji mention the tournament, those present became acutely focused on one pressing question. Who would represent the participants? Would they be free to sign up? Or was there a predetermined list? Regardless, those who could represent the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly be the Armée de la Armée among the lower-ranked ninjas. Hence, being selected as a participant would be a matter of great honor and a testament to one's prowess. Many eyes turned to Yasaka, as it was widely anticipated that he would undoubtedly be among the competitors. After all, his strength was well recognized, having bested all lower-ranked ninjas. If he were not selected, it would seem implausible, and conversely, if he were chosen, it would undoubtedly solidify the formidable reputation of the Hidden Leaf. Although some individuals often found themselves bested by Yasaka in practice, this was merely a reflection of their training sessions. Even those who harbored resentment hoped for Yasaka's participation, as he epitomized strength. At this moment, Mikami Shuji declared, "The list of participants for this competition has been finalized after discussions with several teachers and the third Hokage. I will now announce the names of those who will compete. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please inform me, and I will find a replacement." Upon hearing Mikami Shuji's words, the atmosphere grew tense, as everyone felt an unsettling mix of anticipation and anxiety. They yearned for their names to be called, which would signify a validation of their abilities, as only the elite among the lower-ranked ninjas would be chosen. Conversely, the fear of being selected stemmed from the dread of failing and bringing dishonor to the Hidden Leaf. Thus, the participants were on edge, their hearts racing. Kakashi confidently mused, "I am certain my name will be among them." Meanwhile, the swift moonlight wind felt a twinge of anxiety, reflecting, "I wonder if I will be selected. My abilities are commendable, yet perhaps my teacher has overlooked my potential." Ichiraku thought to himself, "It's unlikely I will be chosen, as my skills are not particularly high, so I need not fret." Recently discharged Sarutobi Asuma contemplated. "Though I was defeated by Yasaka, it does not imply that I am weak. He is simply exceptionally strong. In fact, my abilities are among the top echelons of lower-ranked ninjas, so I should also be included." Uchiha Kagami silently affirmed, "I will undoubtedly be chosen. My strength is considerable, and Mikami-sensei is well aware of my capabilities." At that moment, Mikami Shuji announced the first name, Hatake Kakashi. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Kakashi had been selected. Yahara Rin beamed with excitement. Although she had long suspected that Kakashi would be selected, hearing his name called by Mikami Shuji filled her with exhilaration. Kakashi indeed? His selection was to be expected. Moonlight Gale mused quietly. It was entirely reasonable for Kakashi to be chosen. "I wonder if my name will be called," thought Yuhi Kurenai. Chapter 37. The announcement of names. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi nodded silently, reflecting, "I anticipated my inclusion. It is a natural occurrence. However, who else will be named? I expect Yatsuka to be among them." As Kakashi closed his eyes in contemplation, Mikami Shuji announced another name, Sarutobi Asuma. "Ah, Sarutobi Asuma. I suspected he would be selected. After all, his strength is formidable, and being the son of the Hokage, his inclusion is justified," Ichiraku thought. "Sarutobi Asuma has been chosen as well. I wonder if I will be selected too. Yet, my abilities are slightly inferior to Asuma's," Nara Shikamaru pondered, absently twirling a toothpick in his mouth. The strength of Sarutobi Asuma is likely on par with Kakashi's, both being exceptionally talented ninjas. Although he was previously defeated by Yatsuka, it was not a reflection of Asuma's weakness. Rather, Yatsuka's prowess was simply overwhelming. Kakashi glanced towards Sarutobi Asuma, contemplating silently. Upon hearing his name, Sarutobi Asuma was overwhelmed with fervor. "I have been chosen. I shall represent Konohagakure in battle. Every action I take, every victory or defeat, will embody the glory of my village. I must triumph over my opponents and bring honor to Konoha, contributing my humble strength to its legacy." In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma felt as if he had been reborn, the disheartenment from his prior defeat by Yatsuka fading away, replaced by the exhilaration and trepidation of preparing to charge into battle for Konoha. He felt a weight of pressure, fearing that a loss might burden his village. He could not help but glance towards the front row, where Yatsuka sat, seemingly dozing off. In the past, he would have felt disdain, considering such behavior unbecoming of a student. However, after his conversation with the third Hokage, he understood a profound truth. The rules are written by the powerful. What the strong do is deemed right, while the actions of the weak are seen as wrong. Yatsuka possesses the strength and qualifications to sleep soundly. Should he manage to defeat Yatsuka, even if he were to slumber openly in class, no one would find fault. Rather, they would regard it as a testament to his character. Yatsuka will undoubtedly participate in this competition. With his strength, few can rival him. The presence of Yatsuka will undoubtedly grant the Konohagakure representative team a significant advantage. Sarutobi Asuma thought. Just then, a crumpled piece of paper flew toward him, striking his head. He turned to see Yuhi Kurenai looking at him with a warm smile, giving him a thumbs up. Ah, Yuhi Kurenai, I will strive with all my might. Sarutobi Asuma smiled, determination shining in his eyes. At this moment, Mitsukami Haichir announced the next name, Uchiha H. Sui. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience upon hearing the name of Uchiha H. Sui, as no one expected him to be selected. Among the students present, if anyone could rival Yasaka, it would undoubtedly be Uchiha H. Sui. As the younger brother of Uchiha Shui, his body flicker technique was remarkably proficient. While Yasaka's slashing techniques were formidable, Uchiha H. Sui frequently evaded them with his swift body flicker, enabling him to counterattack with remarkable speed, thus creating significant challenges for Yasaka. Consequently, the announcement of Uchiha H. Sui's selection sent shockwaves through the gathered students. However, amidst the surprise, they acknowledged the inevitability of this outcome, as Uchiha H. Sui was undoubtedly one of the strongest contenders present, second only to Yasaka. Hence, upon hearing his name, everyone brimmed with excitement, believing that the odds of victory in the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament had greatly increased. Meanwhile, despite the announcement of Uchiha H. Sui, Yasaka remained in a drowsy state, having drifted into a dream where he triumphed over a ninja from the land of Earth on the arena, leading the Konoha team to victory in the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. In his dream, the third Hokage honored his promise by treating him to a bowl of ancestral golden beef noodles. Subsequently, the third Hokage whisked him away to the land of lightning to savor a delicacy known as Taiyaki. He then received a super reward from the system, soaring into the air, vanquishing all obstacles in his path. Thus, he remained blissfully unaware of the ongoing announcement of the participants, and even if he had been cognizant, it would not have captured his attention. At that moment, Mitsukami Haichir announced another name, Uchiha Aido. A gasp of surprise filled the room upon hearing Uchiha Aido's name, for the audience had not seen him for a month. Since the previous incident where Uchiha Aido sought a one-on-one confrontation with Yasaka due to Lin Noera, he had not been seen again. However, reports of his presence in the hospital had circulated, leading everyone to deduce that Uchiha Aido had indeed been hospitalized after his encounter with Yasaka, even without concrete evidence. The majority of the attendees harbored an 80% certainty that Uchiha Aido had been defeated and sent to the hospital by Yasaka. Uchiha Aido's prowess was not to be underestimated. Though he may not surpass Kakashi, he was still quite capable and possessed the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, granting him a natural advantage. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Uchiha Aido to be included in the roster for the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. However, at this moment, Uchiha Aido was not present, and soon, news of the announcements would reach the hospital. Uchiha Aido, intriguing indeed. It appears that this upcoming competition will be exceedingly intense, thought Reiku as he sat beside Tsukiyakari Shippu, who was currently engulfed in anxiety. Thus far, several names had been called, yet his own remained absent, leaving him in a state of profound unease. To be included in the roster of participants signifies a recognition of one's prowess. Consequently, should his name fail to appear, it would imply a relegation from the ranks of the elite, a notion utterly intolerable to Tsukiyakari. It wasn't merely a matter of self-worth. He also fretted over how this might alter Shien's perception of him. After all, the last time he witnessed Shien's admiration for Yasaka, it stemmed from Yasaka's formidable strength. If Tsukiyakari were to be excluded this time, he feared he would further lose her esteem. Chapter 38. The leader surely, I must be included. Tsukiyakari fervently prayed within the confines of his mind. In truth, his abilities were commendable. While he may not surpass Kakashi, the disparity was not insurmountable. In fact, he had once fought to a standstill with Asuma Sarutobi. His swordsmanship, though not as extraordinary as Yasaka's, was nonetheless exceptional among the lower ninjas. Even Kakashi, the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, who inherited his father's sword techniques, fell short when it came to Tsukiyakari's prowess in this domain. Kakashi was not exclusively focused on swordsmanship. Rather, he possessed a well-rounded skill set encompassing taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and more. This versatility, while admirable, meant that he lacked an outstanding specialization. However, this did not detract from his strength. The notion that a jack of all trades is a master of none holds some truth, yet from another perspective. Kakashi's lack of weaknesses enabled him to devise a plethora of strategies to confront diverse foes and assaults, thus establishing a remarkably low threshold for defeat. Whether faced with ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, Kakashi had a corresponding countermeasure, which is precisely what rendered him formidable. His versatility was his hallmark, and unlike his father, who excelled in taijutsu and sword techniques, Kakashi thrived in his comprehensive skill set. Conversely, Tsukiyakari bore some resemblance to Yasaka, primarily specializing in swordsmanship. Excluding Yasaka's exceptional talents, Tsukiyakari's swordsmanship was indeed impressive, with few rivals among his peers. He exhibited a natural aptitude for this art, especially given that Yasaka had the benefit of a system, whereas Tsukiyakari relied solely on his own efforts. Moreover, Moonlight Gale frequently engages in one-on-one sparring sessions with Yatsuka, thereby continuously assimilating the merits of Yatsuka and mastering some formidable techniques of swordsmanship, diligently enhancing his own skills. Consequently, Moonlight Gale possesses considerable strength, albeit with a relatively unassuming demeanor that renders him less conspicuous. This circumstance stirs a modicum of anxiety within him. He fears that if he remains too reserved in showcasing his abilities, his instructor might underestimate him, potentially jeopardizing his selection. As Moonlight Gale wrestles with his unease, he suddenly hears Hidemitsu Mikami announce, "Moonlight Gale." A moment of astonishment washes over him, swiftly followed by an expression of exhilaration. "It is I? Finally! My name has been called." Moonlight Gale exclaims inwardly, his heart racing with joy. He glances back at Yuin, whose face also radiates excitement, instantly uplifting his spirits and instilling a sense of security within him. "Thank goodness, I have been selected. How wonderful." The relief washes over his features, and his heart settles considerably. At that moment, Hidemitsu Mikami announces two more names, Might Guy and Shirenui Genma. One is rather eccentric, while the other is exceedingly understated, thus failing to generate significant commotion. Questions begin to arise regarding Yatsuka's absence. After all, Yatsuka is a pillar of strength among the Konoha genin, and the absence of his name baffles many. Why hasn't Yatsuka been called? Could it be that he is not on the roster for this competition? That seems unlikely. Kakashi ponders, furrowing his brow. Is Yatsuka unwilling to participate, or is there another reason? Though Moonlight Gale harbors a slight resentment towards Yatsuka for capturing Yuin's attention, he nonetheless hopes for Yatsuka's participation. Despite personal grievances among these genin, the weight of national honor invariably takes precedence, a testament to Konoha's commendable emphasis on patriotic education. Surely, Yatsuka's name simply has yet to be announced. His prowess would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset for Konoha in this competition. Uchiha Kazemizu reflects calmly. Just then, Hidemitsu Mikami continues. The leader of this competition is Yatsuka. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the classroom. Upon hearing Hidemitsu Mikami's words, everyone is taken aback. Even the typically composed Kakashi, whose eyes widen in disbelief. What? Yatsuka is the leader. That fellow has assumed the role of leader. Moonlight Gale's pupils tremble as he gazes at Yatsuka, feeling as though the chasm between them has widened. Unexpectedly, Yatsuka has become the leader. However, his strength indeed merits such a position. How intriguing. Uchiha Kazemizu smiles faintly, observing Yatsuka with silent amusement. Yatsuka-kun is impressive, having been appointed as the leader. I knew it. There was no way Yatsuka would be absent. He is the leader after all. How splendid. Yatsuka-kun is truly magnificent. In the dim light of the moon, Nozawa Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yasaka. The inherent nature of women is to admire strength. Similarly, Tsukikage felt a pang in her heart as she observed Shien, who, like Nozawa Rin, looked upon Yasaka with unabashed adoration. Witnessing this scene, Tsukikage felt a tightening in her chest. The tranquility she had previously found was once again overshadowed by a tide of insecurity, making her feel anxious and uncertain. Dreadfully, Shien's gaze was once again drawn to Yasaka. This cannot stand. I must surpass Yasaka swiftly. Tsukikage gritted her teeth in frustration. Yasaka, you are the leader for this event, called Mikami Shuji, attempting to rouse him. Yasaka remained undisturbed in slumber. Yasaka, Mikami shouted again, yet Yasaka continued to sleep soundly, even snoring. Unbelievable. At such a crucial moment, you dare to sleep? Do you not care for your dignity? Mikami's frustration was palpable as he hurled a piece of chalk at Yasaka. With a swift arc, the chalk struck Yasaka on the head with precision. Yasaka stirred, groggy and drooling. "Oh, is it mealtime?" he mumbled, utterly bewildered. "Yasaka, it's your turn," Mikami said, trying to maintain his composure. "Ah, mealtime," Yasaka replied, still lost in confusion. Chapter 39, Fruit Ninja. "Yasaka, you are sleeping in class again," Mikami exclaimed in anger, yet he refrained from being too harsh, fearing Yasaka's impulsive retaliation. At that moment, Yamamoto Taichi, seated beside Yasaka, nudged him with his elbow. "The teacher just mentioned that you are the leader of our Konoha team for the upcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament." Gradually, Yasaka regained his senses and nodded, acknowledging, "Oh, got it." Then, he resumed his position, resting his head on the desk, and fell back into a deep slumber. Seriously, Mikami felt his blood pressure rise, exasperated by Yasaka's nonchalance. It was crucial to understand that the leader's role signified the strongest presence in the team. If Asuma or Tsukikage were appointed, they would undoubtedly revel in the opportunity. However, familiar with Yasaka's demeanor, Mikami suppressed his irritation and continued addressing the assembled students. "The competitors have been announced. These individuals were selected based on a comprehensive evaluation of your abilities by myself, several other instructors, and the third Hokage. They represent the strongest among the genin." Upon hearing Mikami's words, Sarutobi Asuma nodded with a smile, filled with a sense of accomplishment and confidence. Though not the absolute strongest, he was among the elite, a recognition worthy of celebration. Similarly, Kakashi and the others felt a surge of joy at their acknowledged prowess. Being young, they often placed great importance on such honors. The remaining students who were not selected should not feel disheartened. A true ninja must endure humiliation and carry burdens to fulfill their mission. Although your current abilities may not suffice, with diligent effort, you can certainly surpass those who have been chosen. Time changes everything. No one can confidently assert that they will always outshine others. After offering words of encouragement to those not selected, Sanjo Haichir proceeded to discuss some important considerations for the upcoming 5 Kage friendship tournament, such as avoiding provocation and not revealing one's strength before the competition. However, for Yasaka, these were trivial matters. He continued to sleep and dreamt of becoming Hokage, envisioning a hidden leaf village filled with delectable food that nearly overwhelmed his reward system. When class was dismissed, Kakashi called Yasaka over, eager to spar and assess his current level of strength. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against it, realizing that he might be defeated in an instant by Yasaka, thus rendering any evaluation of his own abilities futile. Instead, Kakashi opted to challenge Asuma Sarutobi for a friendly match. After class, Yasaka strolled aimlessly down the street when he noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Piqued by curiosity, he approached. He discovered a newly opened shop hosting an event called Fruit Ninja. Upon reviewing the game rules, he learned that participants would need to slice fruit thrown by the organizers with a blade, while avoiding any other objects. Failure to do so would result in elimination. Each successful slice would accumulate points, and the participant with the highest score would win a newly launched fruit tart from the shop, along with other prizes. Conversely, those eliminated, as well as those placing third or lower, would bear the cost of the fruits that were cut. Ah, Fruit Ninja, how intriguing. This is a test of cutting technique and reflexes, perfectly suited for me. After observing for a while, Yasaka grasped the essence of the challenge. The vendor would load fruits and other items into a machine that would randomly launch them at high speed, requiring participants to slice the fruits within a designated area. Any slices made beyond that range would not count. At that moment, several young challengers were taking their turns, and one individual struck a wooden block instead of a fruit, leading to his elimination and subsequent payment of the required fee, his demeanor reflecting his disappointment. The two remaining competitors continued, but there was a stipulation. If 3 fruits fell to the ground without being sliced, the challenge would conclude. Yasaka glanced at the current leaderboard. Noting the top scorer with 135 points, he felt confident in surpassing this record. Thus, Yasaka approached the stall, paid the 10 yuan registration fee, and prepared to take his turn once the 2 competitors concluded their attempts. Soon, one of the young contestants mismanaged his cut and was immediately eliminated, while another faltered in his reaction, causing 3 fruits to fall to the ground, thus ending his participation. That individual's score stood at 122 points. Had he persevered a little longer, he might have had a genuine chance to break the record. Now, he could only claim the second position. Next contestant, the vendor bellowed. Yasaka stepped forward confidently, drawing his katana and positioning himself behind the yellow line, prepared to confront the initial wave of attacks. Begin, with the vendor's commanding shout. He pressed the button on the machine. In an instant, two indistinct shadows shot forth from the nozzle of the device. Yasaka swiftly brought down his blade, and with two decisive slashes, the shadows transformed into four pieces that landed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the audience realized they were halves of a banana and an orange. Impressive, this lad wields his blade with remarkable speed. Swift, precise, and lethal, an elder nearby remarked, stroking his beard. This is merely the first wave. We cannot yet ascertain his true capabilities. Let us see how many waves he can endure, another bystander concurred. At that moment, the second wave commenced. The air filled with a whooshing sound as three indistinguishable shadows burst forth from the machine's nozzle at an astonishing speed. Yasaka executed two rapid cuts, revealing the identities of the shadows as they fell. On the ground lay two halves of an apple and a strawberry, along with an intact small rubber ball, which was evidently placed among the fruits to confuse the participants. A misstep involving the rubber ball would result in disqualification. However, Yasaka's strikes were both swift and precise, entirely disregarding the rubber ball. His performance was commendable, yet it was merely the beginning, prompting the onlookers to continue their attentive observation. Chapter 40. Striving for the record after enduring 7 or 8 waves of fruit slicing, Yasaka had consistently and cleanly severed the fruits ejected from the machine without error. By this point, he had successfully navigated 12 waves without missing a single fruit, meaning he still had 3 opportunities to falter. At this juncture, the number of items being launched had escalated beyond the initial 2 or 3. Each wave now unleashed a staggering 12 items, comprising 8 fruits and 4 wooden blocks, thereby presenting a significant challenge. From the moment the items were ejected to when they reached the designated cutting zone, Yasaka had a mere 2 seconds to discern which were fruits and which were distractions. He then had to swiftly slice through each fruit, completing the entire process within that brief time frame, all while the fruits and distractions were propelled at a speed exceeding that of a thrown shuriken. Thus, reaching the 12th wave was a testament to Yasaka's remarkable skill and resilience. At the outset, the onlookers numbered merely 7 or 8, but now their ranks have swelled to over 20, forming a tight circle around the fruit ninja stall. All eyes are fixated on Hachisaka as he deftly wields his blade to slice through fruit. At this juncture, as the quantity of fruit being launched increases, the peril of each wave of fruit attacks escalates significantly. One miscalculation could lead to hitting an obstacle, resulting in disqualification, or a momentary lapse in judgment might cause him to miss a fruit entirely, potentially leading to failure on the spot. Such an impressive young man, an elderly gentleman remarked, his expression serious as he observed Hachisaka. His knife skills are nothing short of extraordinary, and his reflexes are astonishing. In such a brief span, he can distinctly differentiate between fruit and obstacles, slicing through them with remarkable precision. Truly remarkable. Indeed, not only can he distinguish them, but when those fruits and obstacles are launched, I can hardly catch a glimpse of them myself. Yet this young fellow manages to cleave them effortlessly. If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I might have thought he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Absolutely. When it comes to such feats, the Uchiha Sharingan is unparalleled, as it allows them to slow down the movement of objects, effectively enhancing their reaction time. Yet this lad accomplishes this solely with his natural eyesight. Truly a prodigy. Without a doubt, it is cause for celebration that our village, Konoha, has such promising talent in the next generation. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Hachisaka, comprising men, women, and children alike. Even a few jonin were present among the spectators. These jonin, upon evaluating their own abilities, realized they could not reach Hachisaka's level. By the 8th or 9th wave of fruit attacks, their eyes, minds, and bodies could no longer keep pace, earning Hachisaka their deep respect. Hey, do you know who that kid is? He looks like a genin, nudged one jonin in a Konoha headband, directing the question to his companion. The latter shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. I don't know him. As jonin, my time is consumed by training and missions. I hardly have leisure to pay attention to the affairs of genin. The only ones I recognize are Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. Beyond them, I am unfamiliar. That's true. Who has the time to observe genin? This kid is undeniably impressive. When that last wave launched 12 items, although I didn't step forward, based on my own reflexes, I would have struggled to cut through all the fruits in time. Most likely, I would have struck incorrectly and missed at least 2. I concur. This lad is truly remarkable. What's most astonishing is that he doesn't even possess the Sharingan yet can achieve such feats. I am genuinely impressed. Just as the two Jonin were engaged in their discussion, a red light illuminated on the fruit launching machine, accompanied by the ringing of bells. Here it comes again. The renowned ninja, initially engaged in discussion, fell silent upon hearing the chime of the bell. His gaze, along with that of the previously chattering crowd, became fixated on the nozzle of the machine. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. All chatter ceased as the spectators concentrated intently, anticipating the 13th round of fruit bombardment. With a flurry of whistling sounds piercing the air, a series of dark silhouettes erupted from the machine's nozzle, which swayed unpredictably during the discharge, causing the projectiles to follow varying trajectories. In an instant, 13 shadows appeared before Yasaka, scattered in different positions around him. The speed of the ejected items was astonishing, rendering it nearly impossible for the majority of onlookers to discern whether they were fruits or something else entirely. They merely witnessed a multitude of shadows shooting forth, resembling a wall surging toward Yasaka. In the next moment, Yasaka's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly swung his katana, a flash of white light illuminating the scene. The sound of slicing filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, countless fruit pieces plummeted to the ground. Oranges, apples, strawberries, and more. Behind Yasaka lay 7 wooden blocks, the distractions from this round. What? Only 5 fruits in this wave, while the distractions, number 7, exclaimed a young man clad as a ninja, his astonishment echoing in the silence. His incredulous voice resonated with the crowd, eliciting expressions of shock as they gazed at the 7 wooden distractions, collectively grappling with the implications. 7 distractions meant that of the 13 items launched, over half were diversions, compelling Yasaka to divert his attention to discern the fruits from the distractions, thereby complicating his task. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, Yasaka flawlessly sliced through all the fruits with precision. His technique, skill, and reflexes astonishing all present. Chapter 41. The astonishing Yasaka, incredible. A Chunin observed Yasaka, utterly awestruck. Just based on Yasaka's cutting technique and reflexes, he concluded that he could not possibly match him in combat. Meanwhile, not too far from the Fruit Ninja's stall, word began to spread about Yasaka's prowess. Sitting in Ichiraku ramen, Shusuke Mikami, savoring his noodles, overheard the conversation of 2 passers-by. Hurry, hurry. There's a fruit-cutting stall over there. A Genin's sword technique is simply unparalleled. He has already withstood 13 waves, and the record of 16 waves is within reach. It's spectacular. Let us go take a look. Upon hearing their chatter, Shusuke pondered with curiosity, fruit cutting? Fruit ninja? Mikami Shuji had encountered this so-called fruit ninja stall before. Once, during a mission in the Land of Thunder, he had come across this game on the bustling streets. He understood that although the game appeared deceptively simple, the difficulty escalated significantly as one progressed. Out of curiosity, he had played around, only to be eliminated at the 9th wave due to his sluggish reactions, having struck an obstacle while missing several fruits. Oh, so it is that game, he mused, finding it somewhat amusing yet ultimately unremarkable. It appeared that the residents of Konoha were equally intrigued by this game. As he continued to enjoy his noodles, he felt no particular interest in the stall nearby, intending to finish his meal and return home for a nap. However, just as the noodles entered his mouth and he began to chew, his actions gradually slowed until they came to a halt. Genin? The 13th wave? A look of confusion crept onto his face. This batch of Genin from Konoha comprised his own students. It had only just dawned on him that this meant his students were over there, on the verge of challenging the first-place record. Who could it be? So formidable as to last until the 13th wave? Even I, their teacher, only managed to reach the 9th wave. As this thought crossed Mikami Shuji's mind, he suddenly froze. Fruit ninja, slicing fruits with a blade. Could it be that Genin Yasaka? The moment this notion took root in his mind, it swelled uncontrollably, rendering him too distracted to continue his meal. Driven by an intense curiosity, he abandoned his half-eaten noodles and dashed towards the fruit ninja stall. Father, why did teacher Mikami suddenly run off in such a hurry? As Shuji burst out of the ramen shop, Ayam, holding a small bowl of extra noodles, happened to emerge from the kitchen, witnessing his abrupt departure. She turned to the nearby Otsutsuki Ichiraku with a look of intrigue. Ichiraku replied with a smile. There's a stall called Fruit Ninja, and a remarkably skilled contestant is about to challenge the record for first place. "Oh, I see," I responded, placing the extra noodles into Shuji's bowl and then setting it in a warming box, thinking perhaps he would return to finish his meal. However, she held no interest in this so-called fruit ninja. Even if someone were exceptionally talented, it did not pique her curiosity. Just as turned to head back to the kitchen, she overheard Ichiraku say, "Do you suppose that contestant could be Yasaka?" Froze mid-motion, her hand still poised to lift the curtain. Then, she turned back, a slight blush gracing her cheeks as she asked, "Could it truly be Yasaka-kun?" Instantly, images of their training sessions together, throwing stones and cleaving through them, filled her mind, and she felt that Yasaka was indeed quite adept at playing Fruit Ninja. Ichiraku smiled gently. "Why not go see for yourself?" With a gentle dip of her head, Changpu acquiesced, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. She hesitated to meet her father's gaze, sensing an underlying significance in his eyes that made her uneasy. Hastily, she untied her apron and fled outside, as if escaping. Oh, such is the essence of youth. Observing his daughter's retreating figure, Daitong couldn't help but smile knowingly, reminiscent of his own youthful courtship days. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Moonlight Gale and Chien were savoring their tea when Asuma Sarutobi hurriedly approached, leaning on the table. "We must hurry," he urged them. "Yasaka is nearing the record in Fruit Ninja, having already surpassed 14 waves." "What?" Moonlight Gale exclaimed in disbelief. He had played Fruit Ninja himself, reaching only the 10th wave. And now Yasaka had outdone him by 4 waves. "Let us go, let us see." He leapt to his feet, grasping Chien's hand and pulling her along as they dashed out with Asuma. Chien, blushing, could only exclaim in surprise, her eyes fixed on the hand that Moonlight Gale held as he led her away. In the supermarket, Kakashi Hitaki, engaged in shopping, noticed Aido Uchiha rushing towards him. Just as he opened his mouth to greet him, he heard Aido exclaim, "Quick! Yasaka is about to break the Fruit Ninja record." "What? Let us go?" In a cosmetics store, Rin Noera, perusing lipsticks, suddenly received a message from Kurenai Yuhi. After glancing at it, she discarded her chosen lipstick and sprinted out. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage and Orochimaru were intently observing a crystal ball displaying a live feed of Yasaka at the Fruit Ninja booth. "This fellow possesses remarkable swordsmanship," the third Hokage remarked with a sip of tea, impressed by Yasaka's reflexes despite lacking the Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, equally astonished. At the Fruit Ninja booth, Yasaka was fully immersed in sensing the subtle shifts in the air around him. By this stage, his eyes could no longer keep pace with the projectiles launched at him. The speed and quantity overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to discern the exact nature of the items after the 11th wave. His continued precision in slicing the fruit and avoiding obstacles relied on his mastery of airflow manipulation, allowing him to perceive the nuances of the air currents. At that moment, his sensitivity to airflow was at its peak, attuned to every subtle change in the atmosphere. Chapter 42. Abandoning vision. Even now, Yasaka could close his eyes without any detriment. He relied solely on his ability to sense airflow, gaining comprehensive and precise awareness of incoming objects. He could even visualize a colorless three-dimensional image in his mind, formed by the slightest variations in air currents. In this way, the clarity surpassed even that of mere sight. After all, Yasaka lacked the Sharingan, and his dynamic vision was merely on par with that of an ordinary person. Even with the advantage of experience, he could not achieve the effect of slowing down rapidly moving objects like the Sharingan could. However, through his perception of airflow, although he could not decelerate the objects hurtling towards him, he could visualize them distinctly in his mind. Coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship, this enabled him to slice through the fruits with remarkable precision. This ability stemmed not only from his perceptual acuity, but also from the enhancement provided by the Great Freedom Immortal Technique, which augmented the speed of his arm's movements, allowing Yasaka to sever the fruits within a short span of time. Thus, the true reliance on his own faculties lay primarily in his mind. After all, one must have a quick-witted brain to command the body's actions. Yasaka's mental response was notably swift, allowing him to manage the fruit-cutting task with relative ease. Yet, as the waves of attacks increased, even with the advantages of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom Immortal Technique, Yasaka began to feel the strain. Human limitations can be rather constraining, and one must always adhere to fundamental principles. By the time the 15th wave arrived, the audience surrounding him was wide-eyed with astonishment. This time, their gaze was not fixated on the machine's nozzle, but rather focused intently on Yasaka. They could no longer discern the projectiles with the naked eye. as not only had the quantity of the fruit increased, but the speed of their projection had also escalated. Consequently, the onlookers were unable to see clearly and could only watch Yasaka's movements, anxious to see if he would miscut or overlook any fruit. "Excuse me, please make way." Noera Rin struggled to push through the crowd to the front row. After finally managing to peek through, taking a breath of fresh air, she spotted Yasaka standing ahead. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to call out to him, but before she could utter a sound, a hand clapped on her shoulder. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" Noera Rin exclaimed in surprise, looking at Mikami Shuji, who was the one silencing her. "Stay quiet. Do not distract Yasaka. If you call out to him just as he begins to launch the fruits, it could distract him and lead to a mishap," Mikami Shuji replied. His gaze fixed intently on Yasaka without turning his head. Upon arriving at the stall and discovering it was indeed Yasaka, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, Yasaka was his student, and seeing him shine brought him joy. "Oh, I understand. I want to disturb Yasaka-kun." Noera Rin nodded emphatically, then redirected her attention to Yasaka. Meanwhile, not far away, Ayam was watching Yasaka with a mix of nervousness and excitement. She felt anxious about the impending 15th wave of fruit attacks, fearing that Yasaka might not be able to handle it, while her excitement stemmed from witnessing Yasaka's incredible prowess, causing her cheeks to flush with enthusiasm. "Go, Yasaka-kun." In silence, Changpu silently cheered for Yasaki. "Truly, Yasaki is remarkable. I could never have managed that last wave." Yet, Yasaki skillfully sliced through the fruits with astonishing precision, deftly avoiding the obstructions. Impressive indeed. Uchiha Obito, with admiration etched upon his face, remarked as he gazed intently at Yasaki. His eyes transformed into the state of the two-tomo Sharingan. The previous fruit barrage, the 14th wave, had unfolded before his eyes with crystal clarity. Under the unique dynamic visual effect of the Sharingan, the projectiles seemed to slow, allowing him to discern 11 fruits and 3 obstructions. However, while he could perceive every detail, his body failed to keep pace. Thus, Uchiha Obito held Yasaki in high regard, acknowledging that without the Sharingan, Yasaki surpassed its capabilities. "The disparity between us is indeed vast." Kakashi mused as he focused his gaze on Yasaki. Meanwhile, the red warning light on the machine activated, accompanied by the ringing of an alert. At that moment, Yasaki closed his eyes, directing all his attention to the perception of the surrounding air currents. In that instant, the visual imagery faded, replaced by a slightly blurred and ever-changing black and white three-dimensional effect. This was Yasaki's first experience of completely abandoning visual input, relying solely on airflow to construct his perception. Initially, the three-dimensional image in his mind appeared distorted, akin to animations created by a novice student just learning the craft. Yet, one must commend Yasaki's intellect. Within merely a second or two of adaptation, he fully acclimated to this mode of perception and made targeted dynamic adjustments. Consequently, the image in his mind, devoid of color, became nearly indistinguishable from what one would see with their eyes. "Look, he has closed his eyes," someone exclaimed upon noticing Yasaki's action. Soon, the crowd gathered around recognized Yasaki's closed eyes, sparking a flurry of discussion. Some speculated he had surrendered, as the impending 15th wave would unleash 15 projectiles, a challenge bordering on insurmountable. After all, the difficulty escalates exponentially with each additional projectile. Others held differing opinions. Uchiha frowned slightly, contemplating. "Based on my understanding of Yasaki, he does not seem like someone who would give up. Thus, only one possibility remains." Simultaneously, Kakashi pondered. Perhaps he possesses a unique perception ability, enabling him to scout without relying on sight. This capability could very well be more effective than using his eyes. This fellow, could this be his extraordinary perception ability? Mikami Shuji thought with a serious countenance, feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation that was hard to contain. Just then, the fruit assault commenced. Chapter 43. Astonishing power. At that moment, the machine roared to life. Suddenly, a series of black shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle with a swift whoosh. The speed of these shadows was so remarkable that those who were fixated on the nozzle could barely register the fleeting blur before their eyes. By the time their minds caught up, the shadows had already darted towards Yasaka. At that moment, Yasaka was with his eyes closed, channeling all his mental energy outward into the surrounding air, meticulously attuned to the slightest fluctuations within it. Witnessing the machine unleash its torrent of black shadows, Mikami Shuji clenched his fists, his heart racing as if he were the challenger, even more anxious than Yasaka himself. Not only Mikami, but the others too shared his tension. Kakashi's eyes were wide, pupils constricted as he fixated on the shadows hurtling toward Yasaka. Uchiha Aido had fully activated the power of his double Tomo Sharingan, clearly perceiving the 15 objects speeding towards Yasaka. Moonlight, like Kakashi, stared intently at Yasaka, fists clenched tightly, an expression of palpable anxiety on his face. Yahiko Sho and Yuhi Kurenai also bore expressions of nervous anticipation. As the 15 black shadows emerged from the machine's nozzle, countless gazes followed their trajectory, while even more eyes converged on Yasaka. Just as the 15 shadows were about to close in within 1.5 meters of Yasaka, time seemed to slow. In a swift motion, Yasaka unleashed a powerful upward slash. A silver blade of light glimmered like a crescent moon, and half an apple instantaneously appeared to the left of his blade, while the other half shot away at a 45-degree angle behind him. Without delay, he executed a horizontal cut, drawing another crescent of white light, and a banana was cleaved in twain, appearing on either side of his blade. At that moment, another shadow sped toward him, but he merely tilted his head to the left, evading the oncoming shadow effortlessly. Observing this, Kakashi, with eyes wide in astonishment, murmured, "Is that a distraction?" "Indeed, it's a small ball." Uchiha Aido almost shouted, having discerned the small ball through his Sharingan's exceptional dynamic vision. Yet his body struggled to keep pace with his sight. By the time he felt his body react, the ball had already been sidestepped by Yasaka, illustrating that Yasaka's reflexes were significantly quicker than those of Uchiha Aido. Just then, 3 more shadows approached Yasaka in a triangular formation, closely followed by another 6 shadows. Mere half a meter behind. This was undoubtedly a wave of extremely challenging fruit attacks. As the foremost 3 shadows were arranged in a triangular layout rather than a simple linear formation, this implies that Yasaka must, in what could be described as an instant, identify these 3 objects consecutively and sever them all in that fleeting moment if they are to be cut, as they lie within the same vertical plane. Achieving this feat necessitates an exceptionally high speed of the blade. After all, when the edge of the blade makes contact with the object, it signifies that the object is less than 1.5 meters away from Yasaka. At such a distance, to slice through these rapidly approaching entities, he must execute at least 2 cuts within mere milliseconds. Furthermore, following the severance of these 3 objects, 6 additional shadows will immediately follow. Although these 6 shadows are not aligned within the same vertical plane, their proximity to one another renders the challenge even greater than that posed by the previous 3 triangular figures. Witnessing this scene, the multitude present believed that Yasaka would undoubtedly falter, likely facing elimination in this round. "Come on, Yasaka-kun," I silently urged, her heart racing. Similarly, Mikami Hideshire, Kakashi, and Uchiha Aido were all on edge, their tension mounting. The peril of this wave was exceedingly high. Any slight delay in his blade's speed or reaction could very well lead to his immediate disqualification. This was the 15th wave, with only a fraction separating him from the 16th, the leading wave. Yet, amidst the palpable anxiety of those around him, Yasaka, the focal point of the pressure, remained serenely composed. His mind was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, reflecting the calmness of a mirror. Within his mental realm, a monochromatic, 3-dimensional image emerged. At a distance of 1.5 meters before him, 3 objects approached in a triangular formation, a wooden block at the top, an orange to the bottom left, and a dragon fruit below that. Trailing behind these 3 were 6 apples. At such proximity and velocity, even for Yasaka, severing all of them within such a brief span was an immensely daunting task, with a success probability of merely 20%. However, this statistic pertained to ordinary blade techniques, not alternative methods. To slice through 8 fruits within such a time frame, he would have to employ different tactics. In the next moment, Yasaka silently commanded within himself, "Steel cutting flash." With a fierce motion, his right arm swung the blade forward, generating a brilliant arc of white light that transformed into a dazzling crescent-shaped wind blade, weaving into a grand net that surged towards the incoming objects. This is," Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate a light bulb, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Wind. Materialized wind. Moonlight Gale stared in shock at the unfolding spectacle, his pupils contracting and trembling slightly. "No, this is not merely wind. It is the essence of the blade." Hiroshi Misaka exclaimed in utter astonishment, momentarily forgetting the admonition against disturbing Yasaki with loud outbursts, for the scene before him was simply too breathtaking. The others around him were equally astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief, rendered speechless by the spectacle. At that moment, a vast array of wind blades, unleashed by Yasaki, precisely severed a multitude of dark figures, with only one shadow darting past Yasaki's side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be merely a wooden block. Chapter 44. The 15th Wave, a series of rapid, slicing sounds echoed through the air, reminiscent of vegetables being chopped at high speed. In the next instant, the sound of fruits plummeting to the ground was heard, as numerous fruit pieces rained down, each perfectly bisected in half. A total of 8 fruits, resulting in 14 fruit segments, lay scattered around Yasaki's form, while 6 additional shadows surged toward him. With his eyes closed, Yasaki raised his hand and executed a swift strike, a brilliant flash illuminating the scene. The fruit pieces crashed to the ground, all expertly cleaved without missing a single one or miscalculating any obstructions. A profound silence enveloped the arena as everyone turned to gaze at the closed-eyed Yasaki, who stood there like a legendary hero, exuding an aura of undeniable coolness. "Remarkable! Truly remarkable!" exclaimed Ayam, her cheeks flushed with excitement, utterly captivated by Yasaki's astonishing prowess. "His technique is extraordinary. I never imagined he had reached such heights. I am still far from his level." Tsukikage, with a look of incredulity, directed his gaze toward Yasaki. He had once believed he was making great strides, feeling that despite the distance, Yasaki was within reach. Yet, he now realized that Yasaki had never exerted his full strength. The power he had attributed to Yasaki was merely a figment of his imagination. In that instant, Tsukikage's confidence plummeted, but just as swiftly, a flame of determination ignited within him. He thought to himself, if he strived even harder, perhaps he could attain a level akin to Yasaki's. Had not teacher Misaka stated that fortunes change over time? Just because he was incapable now did not mean he would always be so. Who could claim they would forever remain victorious? "Yasaki, I shall defeat you." Tsukikage's eyes gleamed with resolute determination. Hiroshi Misaka regarded Yasaki with a complex expression. On one hand, he was astonished by Yasaki's displayed combat prowess, a level of skill beyond his own capabilities, leaving him, as a teacher, feeling somewhat humiliated. It was indeed disheartening that his student had surpassed him. On the other hand, Misaka felt an overwhelming sense of pride for Yasaki, having watched him grow over the past 3 years. When Yasaki first enrolled, he was barely as tall as Misaka's waist. Now he stood shoulder to shoulder with his mentor. Thus, witnessing the formidable strength of his own student filled him with immense satisfaction. This individual is destined to become a pillar of Konoha. Mitsukami Shuji wore a pleased smile. Such formidable swordsmanship. This embodies his ninja way, sharp and incisive. Yet, where lies my own path, my own ninja way? Observing Yasaka, Kakashi found himself enveloped in a moment of confusion. It was not only those acquainted with Yasaka who were in awe. The onlookers were equally captivated by his recent performance. This spectacle was nothing short of a visual feast, though the entire display of Yasaka slicing fruit with a flying fruit knife lasted merely a second or two. However, for the spectators, those fleeting moments felt both ephemeral and interminable. Suddenly, someone began to applaud, prompting others to join in, and soon a rousing round of applause enveloped Yasaka. "Well done. Splendid. Keep it up." The crowd erupted in cheers, with SHBU clapping vigorously, her small hands turning red from the effort, yet she continued enthusiastically. Not far from her, Noera Rin was also clapping, her hands similarly reddened. At this juncture, Yasaka had successfully endured 15 waves of fruit attacks. This meant that if he could withstand the next wave, his score would surpass the previous leaders, breaking the record and claiming the top position. Although the former leader had also withstood 16 waves, he had missed 2 fruits in earlier rounds, whereas Yasaka had not overlooked a single one thus far. Consequently, Yasaka was on the verge of exceeding that individual score, although the previous leader had not missed any fruits during the 16th wave. If Yasaka continued to maintain his perfect record, he would eclipse the former leader's score. Even if both were eliminated in the 17th wave, Yasaka would still hold the leading score. Thus, the upcoming wave would determine Yasaka's ranking. Success would earn him first place, while failure would result in a second-place finish. It was indeed a critical moment. "Yasaka, you can do it." Mitsukami Shuji clenched his fists, silently praying for Yasaka's success. Kakashi, usually composed, found himself experiencing an unexpected surge of tension. Although he regarded Yasaka as a rival to surpass, at this moment, he earnestly wished for Yasaka to shatter the record and seize first place, for that would render his aspiration to surpass Yasaka all the more meaningful. After all, the higher the caliber of his opponent, the greater the motivation to excel, and the more significant his growth and strength. Moonlight Gale shared a similar mindset. Despite his disdain for Yasaka, he recognized that the stronger Yasaka became, the greater the pride he would feel in defeating him. Although he had often been bested by Yasaka, Moonlight Gale possessed a resilient spirit, refusing to be easily defeated. Instead, he rose from each setback, growing braver with every challenge. Similarly, Sarutobi Asuma was no different. He boldly shouted towards Yasaka, "Yasaka, keep it up. You must endure through the 16th wave. Go for it." Upon hearing Asuma's encouraging voice, Yasaka smiled faintly and responded with a victorious gesture. At that moment, Yasaka's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of SHBU amidst the crowd, causing him to momentarily freeze. What is SHBU doing here? SHBU, noticing Yasaka's gaze fixed upon her, felt a blush bloom on her cheeks. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her courage and called out to Yasaka, "Yasaka, you can do it. If you secure first place, I'll treat you to ramen afterward." "What? Such a delightful offer? I absolutely must claim first place." Yasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of food, invigorating him instantly. Chapter 45. A stealthy ambush. SHBU mentioned that if I secured first place, she'd treat me to a meal? Excellent. In that case, first place is as good as mine. Yasaka's gaze turned fervent as he looked at SHBU, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Why does Yasaka look at me as if I were something particularly special? SHBU thought, wanting to cover her face out of shyness. However, she feared that such an action might displease Yasaka, leaving her in a tumultuous emotional conflict. At that moment, Yasaka regarded SHBU as if she were a bountiful array of system rewards. Although he had savored ramen before, it could never compare to the thrill of his first experience. Nonetheless, any food could bolster his strength, differing only in magnitude. Thus, in Yasaka's eyes, SHBU transformed from a mere girl into a feast, and then into a multitude of system rewards. Consequently, both Yasaka and SHBU misinterpreted each other's intentions. Yet, this mattered little, as both of their objectives were fulfilled. Meanwhile, while the crowd rallied behind Yasaka, one individual stood apart, his expression darkened with unease. Positioned 3 meters away from Mikami Hidataka, he was a middle-aged man over 6 feet tall, sporting a ponytail, clad in samurai attire, and wearing wooden sandals that imparted an air of a Japanese ronin. This man was the current record holder, soon to be surpassed by Yasaka. His face was etched with tension and anxiety, for he had maintained his record for 2 months, and today it was likely to be shattered by the seemingly unremarkable genin before him. This thought filled him with dread as he was unwilling to see his record fall. Damn it, what can I do? Unless something drastic occurs, my record is about to be broken. I cannot allow that. I've held this record for 2 months. How can I let a mere youth destroy it? He discreetly reached to his side, where a short katana hung, and on the opposite side, a tool pouch containing implements for his blade. With a stealthy hand, he delved into the pouch and grasped 3 sharp steel needles. At the moment he draws his blade, I shall release these 3 steel needles, abruptly altering the trajectory of the fruits and distractions. In that fleeting instant, he will undoubtedly be unable to respond swiftly enough, causing him to miss the fruits. This will instill panic within him, leading to a disruption in his movements, significantly increasing the likelihood of his immediate elimination. With this thought in mind, the man dressed as a ronin grew increasingly anxious, for this task must be executed with utmost secrecy and without causing harm. Otherwise, should he be discovered, his previous achievements would be rendered null and void, and he would be deemed a despicable and treacherous character, looked down upon by others. However, he possessed confidence in his abilities, for not only was his swordsmanship exemplary, but his expertise in hidden weapons was formidable. He estimated an 80% chance of successfully launching the steel needles to collide with the surfaces of the fruits and distractions, creating friction that would alter their flight paths. Thus, at the precise moment when Yasaki prepared to strike, the trajectory of his intended target would shift. In such a fleeting instant, Yasaki would be incapable of instantaneously redirecting the force of his arm's muscles, resulting in a missed strike. This failure would impact his psyche, potentially triggering a cascade of missteps that could lead to his immediate disqualification. Should Yasaka be eliminated during the 16th round, his points for that round would not count, thereby allowing the man in the Ronin disguise to retain his first place. Huh, you think you can surpass me? Not a chance, the middle-aged man mused, resolute in his determination to defend his position at the top. Meanwhile, Yasaka was with his eyes closed, bracing himself for the impending onslaught of fruits in the 16th wave. This wave of fruit was of utmost importance. If he could withstand it, he would secure first place, allowing Iam to treat him, which would lead to a feast and rewards from the system. Stay calm. I must maintain absolute composure to accurately sense the changes in the airflow. Yasaka stifled his excitement, gradually achieving a state of tranquility. Within his mental realm, the colorless outline of the world re-emerged, with all his focus on perceiving the shifts in the air currents. His mental landscape became remarkably clear, even more vivid than what his eyes could discern, capturing the expressions of everyone present with astonishing clarity. Through repeated experiences of the fruit attacks, Yasaka's ability to manipulate airflow had grown increasingly proficient. He was even unaware that he had begun to amplify and diminish sound by controlling the density of the air currents. However, despite his newfound ability to visualize his surroundings through airflow, he failed to notice a figure on his left reaching into his waist pouch, grasping several steel needles. This was the limitation of airflow manipulation. It did not grant the power of X-ray vision, thus rendering him somewhat inferior in terms of reconnaissance compared to the Byakugan. Come on, bring on the next wave of attacks. I must block them. Yasaka pondered inwardly, while at that moment, the machine's ominous red warning light began to flicker. The shrill sound of the warning bell echoed, signifying that within 2 seconds, the critical 16th wave of fruit attacks would ensue. The Ronin-clad man to Yasaka's left grew increasingly tense and focused, for his forthcoming actions bore a challenge not unlike that faced by Yasaka. He merely needed to strike a few of the fruits, while Yasaka was tasked with targeting the majority. I shall not allow you to prevail. The middle-aged man, resembling a rogue, felt the perspiration forming on his fingertips that clutched the steel needles. His ability to maintain first place hinged on the operations that followed. In the next instant, the machine's nozzle unleashed a flurry of 16 shadows, surging towards Yasaka like a formidable wall. This time, the speed surpassed that of the previous 15th wave of fruit attacks. Now is the moment. The rogue-like man's eyes widened as, employing an imperceptible technique, he propelled the 3 steel needles from his grasp. In the following moment, those needles soared towards the mass of fruit that had been ejected, though only 3 in number. Their impact could reverberate throughout the entire scenario. At such high speed and proximity, even the slightest error could lead to utter failure. Thus, whether in mindset or circumstance, any hint of mistake was intolerable at this juncture. This is the fundamental reason why the game of Fruit Ninja escalates in difficulty as one progresses. The constraints of using only a blade, devoid of ninja techniques, impose limits on the speed of one's swings. Even with the keen perception granted by the Sharingan, capable of discerning all rapidly moving objects in a second, and a mind able to process trillions of calculations in that brief span, the body remains constrained by its own limitations. In truth, the game of Fruit Ninja possesses inherent limits, rendering it nearly impossible to exceed 20 waves. By the 20th wave, one must not only perceive all the airborne objects within a second, but also execute over 15 consecutive slashes. This pushes the human body to its extreme, for even the most rigorously trained physique must adhere to basic laws of movement. Should those 3 steel needles alter the trajectory of even a single fruit, Yasaka would face a significant increase in difficulty. Normally, Yasaka's mind would instinctively calculate the trajectory of the fruits, allowing him to anticipate and swing his arm towards them. However, if, as he swung, a fruit abruptly changed its course, the inertia of his arm's motion would render it nearly impossible to adjust its direction within that fleeting 1/100th of a second. By that time, should the strike miss its mark, a domino effect would ensue, adversely affecting the subsequent fruit slicing. If at that moment, Yasaka were to observe the trajectory of the flying fruits solely through his visual perception, he would likely remain oblivious to the steel needles that suddenly shot from the side. This is due to the fact that his attention would be entirely fixated on the airborne objects, neglecting his surroundings. Furthermore, the 3 steel needles were remarkably slender, nearly reaching a kilometer in length, rendering them nearly invisible unless one possessed extraordinary eyesight. Otherwise, such visual cues would be exceedingly difficult to detect under these circumstances. However, Yasaka was different. He did not rely on his eyesight, but rather on his ability to perceive the environment through the manipulation of air currents, akin to the echolocation of bats. Thus, the moment the 3 steel needles were launched, he effortlessly detected them within his mind's three-dimensional representation. The movement of those needles altered the surrounding airflow, much like the butterfly effect, causing subtle changes in the air currents around him, which rapidly coalesced into a dynamic, ever-shifting three-dimensional image within Yasaka's mental realm. What is happening? Are there hidden weapons? Is it the stall owner's attempt to thwart my record-breaking efforts? Or perhaps the hand of the individual maintaining the record? Upon detecting the needles, Yasaka immediately ceased the motion of his arm wielding the blade, redirecting his focus to the needles and the airborne objects. He resolved to wait until he had determined the final trajectories of the 16 flying objects before he made his move with the sword. His combat intelligence dictated that if the needles were to collide with the flying objects while he was in the midst of a swing, he would likely be unable to alter his blade's direction in time. Thus, in what felt like an almost superhuman reaction, Yasaka managed to refrain from swinging his sword within the span of mere milliseconds and successfully utilized his ability to sense the airflow to predict the outcomes influenced by the 3 steel needles. 2 fruits and 1 disruptive object. In an instant, Yasaka had foreseen the flying objects affected by the needles. After making a rough estimate of the potential changes in the trajectories of the 2 fruits and the disruptive object, he decisively took action. Empowered by the great freedom immortal technique which enhanced the speed of his arm's movements, he swung his sword at an almost unparalleled velocity, swiftly cleaving through the approaching fruits. Slice! Yasaka shouted, achieving the utmost limit of his swordsmanship, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake, and even causing a layer of airflow resistance waves to form around the blade. At this near maximum speed, he rapidly severed the 7 fruits positioned at the forefront while deftly avoiding the 2 disruptive objects, leaving 9 airborne entities in his wake. Among these 9, 3 collided with the steel needles, resulting in an instantaneous displacement, and astonishingly, 1 fruit even struck another, causing their trajectories to undergo a sudden and drastic alteration. However, under the perceptive gaze of airflow, these transformations became strikingly clear. Coupled with Yasaka's nearly extraordinary cognitive prowess, he successfully deduced the approximate flight trajectories of the 3 affected objects. Thus, Yasaka continued to wield his katana, executing a series of swift and precise slashes, deftly targeting each piece of fruit while skillfully avoiding an interfering object. With a cacophony of splintering fruit raining down, Yasaka, breathless, performed a sheathing motion. This wave of fruit attacks was exceedingly challenging, pushing him to the brink of his limits. Were it not for the enhancement of the great freedom immortal technique, he might have faltered, missing 1 or 2 fruits. Yet, it was precisely in this state of near exhaustion that his potential was unleashed, allowing him to transcend his previous self and reach an elevated pinnacle. Although this was only a slight improvement over his prior limits, that minuscule advancement was the very barrier that stymied countless others. To break through such limits is a daunting endeavor. Nevertheless, Yasaka accomplished this feat in the course of the game, demonstrating that not only did he possess system enhancements, but his innate talent was also remarkable. Consequently, when Yasaka successfully struck every incoming piece of fruit without a single miss, the crowd erupted in unprecedented applause and cheers. At that moment, Yasaka emerged as the new champion, shattering the record that had stood for 2 months, all while standing at the pinnacle as a mere genin. Chapter 47. Becoming number 1 incredible. He succeeded. Moments later, a voice rang out, prompting others to join in the jubilant outcry as if they were the victors themselves. Astonishing. A record broken. His swordsmanship is phenomenal. The atmosphere surged with excitement, with many leaping in elation. Shobu's exuberance was palpable, her emotions spilling over as she struggled to contain her delight. She beamed with joy for Yasaka's record-breaking achievement, while simultaneously feeling the thrill and nervousness of the prospect of spending time alone with him. Yasaka-kun is so impressive, so handsome. Shobu's cheeks flushed with excitement, her small fists clenched against her chest. This guy is ridiculously strong. To sever all those fruits in such circumstances is simply ruthless. I am in awe, Asuma Sarutobi remarked, his face a portrait of astonishment. He considered that had he been in that situation, he would have been hard-pressed to slice even 10. Yet, Yasaka faced 16 at once, an existence that seemed almost otherworldly. Moreover, it appeared that something unusual had just occurred. Uchiha Fusue stated gravely, "Oh, what issue has arisen?" At that moment, Uchiha Fusue activated his Sharingan, now in its 3-tomo state, surpassing even Uchiha Ibido's 2-tomo form. It appeared that someone had just launched steel needles, deliberately disrupting Yasaka's movements. 3 steel needles altered the trajectories of 2 fruits in an obstruction. However, Yasaka proved to be exceptionally skilled, accurately cleaving the fruits despite the interference and without misstriking the obstruction. Uchiha Nagashi remarked in admiration. "What? Such a thing actually happened? Did you discern who was responsible?" Sarutobi Asuma inquired, astonishment etched on his face, soon followed by a hint of anger. Uchiha Nagashi shook his head at that moment. "My attention was entirely focused on Yasaka and those flying objects. By the time I noticed the steel needles being launched, it was too late. I could not identify the individual responsible. However, the direction was within a small range to Yasaka's left." As he spoke, Uchiha Nagashi discreetly scrutinized those individuals, prompting Sarutobi Asuma to do the same. Among them were 2 elderly men. One was the fruit shop owner, whom he recognized as a non-ninja, while the other was a ninja, though he likely lacked the skill to wield such hidden weapons. After all, to precisely strike flying objects with steel needles without leaving marks required an extraordinary level of proficiency in concealed weaponry. As he pondered, his gaze shifted among the group, swiftly locking onto a target. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and his attire suggested a degree of combat prowess. A katana hung at his left side, while a bag on his right likely contained weaponry. Upon this realization, Uchiha Nagashi intensified his scrutiny through his Sharingan, noting that the zipper of the man's waist pouch was ajar, revealing a sharp object within. However, he could not ascertain whether it was the tip of a steel needle, a shuriken, or a kunai. Nevertheless, the man was the prime suspect. Noticing Uchiha Nagashi's unwavering gaze fixed on one individual, Sarutobi Asuma scrutinized the man as well. Moments later, he too concluded that this individual bore the greatest suspicion. "It is highly likely that he is the one," Sarutobi Asuma quietly conveyed to Uchiha Nagashi. The man, dressed as a ronin, was evidently no ordinary individual. During Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Nagashi's observation, he sensed their scrutiny and, although aware that they were merely 2 chunin, he was naturally cautious and slowly retreated into the crowd. "He intends to escape. Should we apprehend him?" Sarutobi Asuma asked, frowning. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Nagashi responded, "Pursue him." Thus, the 2 of them extricated themselves from the crowd. Just as they emerged, they saw that the ronin had already sprinted over 20 meters ahead. Sarutobi Asuma immediately shouted, "Don't run," and dashed after him. Their actions went unnoticed by the other spectators, who remained engrossed in Yasaka's previous display of skill. Apart from Uchiha Nagashi, who possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan and had discerned the earlier deception, none of the others had perceived any anomaly. Even the esteemed instructor Mikami Haidsher failed to notice the unfolding events. At that moment, he raised a thumb in appreciation of Yasaki. Although this fruit ninja is merely a game, it encompasses a plethora of elements that demand sharp reflexes, agility, and discernment, making it far from a trivial pursuit for the unskilled. Those who have managed to surpass 10 waves are undoubtedly exceptional in terms of their reflexes. However, it does not imply that those who cannot conquer 10 waves are inept. Even Tsunade struggles with this challenge, yet she possesses formidable prowess. Why does Yasaki evoke such profound despair within me with each of his strikes? Every time I muster the resolve to rise again, he inevitably casts me back into the abyss. Moonlight Gale, with an expression of exasperation, lamented his situation. He belonged to the category of those who rise to fight again despite repeated failures. Since being swiftly defeated in his first duel with Yasaki, he has engaged in 32 subsequent encounters, all of which ended in defeat, yielding a disheartening record. Yet, after each battle with Yasaki, Moonlight Gale meticulously reflects on the nuances of his previous encounters, scrutinizing his shortcomings and absorbing Yasaki's strengths. Thus, despite a string of losses, he experiences growth after each defeat. Unbeknownst to him, he has made considerable progress through these trials, a testament to the benefits of having a formidable adversary who continually propels him forward. Beside him, Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. They shared a camaraderie forged in mutual hardship, naturally empathizing with one another. "You must either give up now or continue to strive to catch up with him," Kakashi spoke solemnly. "He 2. Was unwilling to concede, determined to pursue Yasaki relentlessly. Even if he never reaches him, as long as he does not succumb to despair, he must persist in his efforts. I understand, Moonlight Gale sighed, his gaze drifting to the distance where Yuin was exuberantly cheering for Yasaki, her joy only amplifying his own bitterness. How wonderful it would be if she were applauding him instead. Chapter 48. The Envy of Moonlight Gale. If only I could reach Yasaki's level. Then I too could earn Yuin's applause, and her attention would be solely on me, Moonlight Gale mused inwardly, recognizing that all achievements are rooted in one's capabilities. With this thought, he felt an eagerness to train, yet he was compelled to wait and see how far Yasaki could advance. However, at that moment, Yasaki too began to feel fatigued. Maintaining such intense focus for an extended period inevitably led to mental exhaustion, and the relentless high-speed strikes placed considerable strain on his arm muscles. Consequently, Yasaki acknowledged his weariness, anticipating a meal with Ayam after the conclusion of this endeavor. At that juncture, the red warning lights and alarms blared simultaneously, heralding the imminent arrival of the 17th wave of fruit attacks. This marked the first time they had reached the 17th wave, thus signifying a historic moment. In the next moment, the machine's nozzle once again spewed forth countless shadows. This time, one more than before, resulting in a total of 17 flying objects being ejected. Yasaka maintained an intense focus of mental energy to perceive the movements of the air. The instant those objects were released, he assessed their outlines. And by the time they had traveled a meter, he had fully grasped their nature. Among the 17 flying objects, 16 were fruits, and only one was a decoy. Thus, Yasaka needed to wield his blade 16 times within a mere second, a daunting task even for him. Despite the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, it was increasingly arduous, especially since this was not the beginning, but rather the culmination of numerous rapid strikes. Consequently, Yasaka's arm was nearing its limit. Strike! Yasaka bellowed, his katana slicing through the air with remarkable speed, creating an array of afterimages. The blade glimmered as it unleashed a haze of white light, dazzling to the eyes. Countless fragments of fruit cascaded to the ground like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Once again, Yasaka executed the task flawlessly, leaving no fruit untouched and avoiding the decoy. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. However, Yasaka remained impervious, his eyes closed as he stood still, seizing this fleeting moment to allow his arms some respite. After enduring more than 10 rapid strikes, his muscles ached, and he estimated that only 2 more such exertions would render his arms incapable of holding the blade due to fatigue. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been intently observing the crystal ball, suddenly remarked, Yasaka's arm must be approaching its limit. Indeed, at this intensity of sustained strikes, considering his current physical condition, he is unlikely to endure more than 20 waves. Each subsequent wave places an increasing burden on his arm, and if he were to push himself further, he risks muscle tears, Orochimaru stated gravely. Nevertheless, that is already quite commendable. Even I may not reach such heights, Jiraiya chuckled, adding, if it were solely based on swordsmanship, I estimate he would max out around 11 or 12 waves. However, this did not imply that he could overpower Yasaka. Although Yasaka was formidable in an actual confrontation, he would not prevail against Jiraiya. Yasaka's strength lay in his close combat prowess, yet Jiraiya's ninjutsu encompassed vast ranges, allowing him to eliminate Yasaka before he could close in. While Yasaka had previously cleaved through fire, it was merely a basic level of fire-style ninjutsu. High-level fire techniques, particularly if Jiraiya employed sage art, Gourmet, would be beyond Yasaka's capacity to sever or withstand. Nonetheless, this limitation was transient. As Yasaka's swordsmanship evolved, the balance of power might shift in the future. As the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru engaged in casual conversation, an ominous chime echoed from Yasaka, signaling the imminent arrival of the 18th wave of fruit attacks. Frustration washed over Yasaka. This wave felt precarious, and his hand struggled to maintain its grip on the blade. At that moment, his entire right arm was rigid, the muscles exhibiting a pronounced sensation of tearing. Despite having rested for approximately 15 seconds, relief remained elusive, and a fierce sense of swelling coursed through his arm. Should one touch the muscles, the hardness would be unmistakable. This was the state of muscle engorgement. While moderate engorgement could enhance strength, excessive strain could lead to injury. Yasaka's right arm was teetering on the brink of such peril, and he knew that enduring the 19th wave was beyond his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to muster every ounce of strength for this 18th wave. His right hand gripped the hilt with fervor, the speed of his strikes necessitating a tremendous effort to hold onto the blade, resulting in a painful tension within his hand. He recognized this discomfort as a precursor to cramping. If he continued at this pace, he might very well lose his grip entirely. Cursing the brevity of his respite, he lamented that his muscles had yet to relax. He decided to give his all for the 18th wave, planning to surrender thereafter. Yasaka was not one to overestimate his abilities. He understood the limits of his endurance. The rapid, high-intensity strikes occurring every 20 seconds constituted a formidable physical exertion, with a significant burden placed on his arm. Such strain was likely only bearable by someone like Might Guy, he mused. At that moment, the 18th wave of fruit attacks commenced. The sound of slicing filled the air as a multitude of dark shadows materialized before Yasaka, their speed reminiscent of a wall rushing towards him. Exhaustion clouded his senses, rendering the images formed by his chakra perception unstable. Yet, even a fleeting glimpse of the airborne projectiles sufficed. Summoning all his strength, Yasaka swung his katana fiercely at the incoming barrage. Chapter 49. Elimination. The swarm of shadows surged at Yasaka like a wall, advancing at an alarming velocity from all directions, akin to a shotgun blast aimed directly at him. Hold on. Yasaka roared internally, channeling every ounce of strength into his right arm. Nevertheless, he could feel the power in his swing waning. His speed diminished by at least 20%. Furthermore, stiffness and pain in his arm dulled his reflexes, causing him to lag in his response as he attempted to redirect his strikes towards other fruits after cleaving the first. Moreover, his hand throbbed with excruciating pain, compelling Yatsuka to grit his teeth and endure, relying solely on sheer willpower to maintain his grip on the hilt of the sword. "Give me the cut," he roared, as the katana swiftly sliced through the air, cleaving an orange in two. Almost simultaneously, he summoned strength from his nearly rigid muscles, forcibly altering the trajectory of his right arm from a vertical slash to a diagonal upward strike, severing 2 more fruits. Fueled by this sudden surge of energy, he gritted his teeth once more, cleaving through 9 more fruits while fending off an obstruction. At this juncture, only 4 fruits remained. Yet, Yatsuka's right arm had reached its limit. Not merely the muscles, but even the joints and ligaments had succumbed to fatigue, with his entire right arm ablaze with intense pain. He recognized this as a symptom of muscle tears, and additionally, his grip on the hilt was fraught with agony and trembling, a sign of impending cramping. In that fleeting moment, Yatsuka's mind raced, contemplating. Only 4 fruits remain, and the rules allow for the omission of 3, so if I can sever 2 of them, I can forego the last 2 and survive this round. This would grant me 20 seconds of respite, allowing me to potentially slice through 2 fruits in the next round. Even if my arm hasn't fully recovered, Yatsuka reasoned that, despite the risk of disqualification for neglecting the remaining fruits, acquiring points from 2 fruits was better than none. With this thought igniting his determination, Yatsuka clenched his teeth, summoning all his willpower to grip the katana firmly. Even as his entire right arm and hand began to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Yet, he exerted every ounce of strength to strike at the nearest banana. In the next instant, a sharp sound echoed as the blade sliced through the banana, severing it in half. However, as Yatsuka focused his attention on the second fruit, preparing to swing his arm once more, his hand seized up. "Hold on, just one more," he bellowed, expending all his strength to lash out at the second fruit. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. As his arm reached its absolute limit, the muscles of his right arm tore apart at the exact moment he attempted to redirect his swing towards the second fruit. His right hand, now cramping, lost all control and could no longer grasp the hilt. In the subsequent moment, the katana slipped from Yatsuka's grasp, soaring through the air towards an elderly man. "What?" Yatsuka exclaimed in horror, but there was no time to react. This was dire. Sanshideo was utterly horrified, letting out a scream. Although he was the first to perceive the unexpected incident, his eyes and mind could not synchronize with his body's reaction. Positioned directly opposite the old man, he was unable to intercept the katana hurtling towards him, and could only watch helplessly as the blade soared towards the elderly figure. The occurrence was so sudden, transpiring in a mere split second, that the majority of spectators were caught off guard. The old man, witnessing the katana approach, found himself paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror. as if his very soul had fled his body. The surrounding lower ninjas, similarly to Sanchideo, were aware of the unexpected turn of events, but could not react in time. Their minds grasped the danger, yet their bodies remained still, powerless to intervene as they stared in horror at the impending catastrophe. Not good, Moonlight Gale shouted, launching himself towards the frozen old man like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, he was a moment too late, despite being the first to react. By the time he surged forward, the katana was already less than 2 meters from the old man. It was over, Kakashi thought in alarm. Get out of the way, Yawahara Rin cried out anxiously. It's too late, Uchiha Aido lamented inwardly. In that critical moment, a barely perceptible shadow zipped past, leaving a trail of afterimages, swiftly overtaking the katana that had been flung from Yatsuka's grasp. Unbeknownst to everyone, a resounding impact struck the katana's hilt, flipping it midair. To the eyes of the onlookers, the blade suddenly sprang upwards, spinning rapidly as it soared into the sky. At this juncture, the crowd was fixated on the flying katana, oblivious to a small stone, the size of a grape, that fell to the ground with a soft thud. Yatsuka, having reached the limits of his mental capacity, had inadvertently shut down his sensory perception, failing to notice the small stone. The only one who witnessed the pebble was Uchiha Aido, who, with his activated Sharingan, observed the minute stone chase down the katana and knock it skyward. Aido was left in stunned disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. What kind of force could propel such a small stone with such speed, allowing it to overtake Yatsuka's katana? Chapter 50. Limits. At this moment, aside from Uchiha Aido, all others were focused on the katana that had been launched into the air, seeing that the blade had been deflected and posed no threat to the old man. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Their hearts had nearly leapt into their throats just moments before. Mikami Shuji patted his chest, exhaling a long sigh of relief. That was a close call. He nearly caused a life to be lost, and it frightened him immensely. Indeed, just moments ago, he had been completely taken aback. The speed was astonishing. By the time his mind caught up, the blade was about to pierce the old man's flesh. Noira Rin, equally shaken, echoed his sentiments, her expression betraying the lingering fear she felt, clearly having been greatly startled. Thankfully, no one was harmed. Yatsuka had finally reached his limits. It was the first time he had witnessed Yatsuka pushed to such extremes. It appeared that even Yatsuka had boundaries, that he was not invincible. Kakashi contemplated this revelation, feeling a flicker of excitement within him. To Kakashi, Yatsuka had always been an unattainable goal, akin to a lighthouse, visible and ever-present, yet perpetually out of reach. However, Kakashi now realized that Yatsuka was indeed human and not beyond defeat. The reason he had always fallen to Yatsuka's prowess was not solely due to Yatsuka's strength, but rather his own inadequacies. If he were stronger, he could have easily bested Yatsuka, as there were many who could challenge him. This thought reignited the flame of hope within Kakashi. He finally glimpsed a possibility. He had been overly pessimistic. Yatsuka was not as mythically powerful as he once believed. It was merely a reflection of his own weakness. Just as Yatsuka had once told Sarutobi Asuma after their match, "It is not that you are weak, but that I am strong." This could be interpreted in reverse. His own frailty made Yatsuka appear overwhelmingly formidable. With this realization, Kakashi's gaze hardened with determination, and his spirit was revitalized. However, Tsukikid Shippu, unlike Kakashi, had not discerned this shift. His attention was instead fixated on Yuyuki. He noted with dismay that she seemed distressed. What could be the cause of her sorrow? Was it because she witnessed Yatsuka injured and exhausted? A wave of bitterness surged within him, igniting a profound anger. After all, they were childhood friends. Why had Yatsuka suddenly inserted himself between them? Furthermore, it was clear that Yatsuka held no special feelings for her. Why then did she lean towards him? Did she not realize he was right there beside her? Tsukikid Shippu could see that Yatsuka had no interest in Yuyuki. Otherwise, he would have long harbored resentment against him. This understanding allowed him to maintain a relatively normal mindset, viewing Yatsuka as a target to surpass rather than a rival in love. Yet, Yuyuki's actions perpetually filled Tsukikid Shippu with a sense of insecurity. Despite his considerable growth and strength, he remained plagued by uncertainty. As long as he had not defeated Yatsuka, he felt perpetually vulnerable. Unbeknownst to him, he had experienced a remarkable enhancement in his abilities, surpassing his previous prowess, yet he remained oblivious to this transformation, as did those around him, who were unaware that the Moonlight Gale had indeed become quite formidable. his attention solely fixated on Xian. CF felt as though her heart had been on a roller coaster, ascending and descending in thrilling bursts. She had been poised to rush forward and assist the elderly man in staunching his bleeding, only to be relieved when the knife inexplicably soared into the sky. It would have been a grave injustice for a life to be lost over a mere game. Meanwhile, the elderly man, the focal point of this unforeseen incident, was now paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as though he had encountered a specter, his expression one of sheer horror. Concerned that he might suffer lingering effects from the fright, someone promptly carried him away to the hospital. At this moment, Yasaka was panting heavily, one hand clutching his right arm. In that fleeting instant, he had nearly been overwhelmed with terror, never anticipating that he would lose his grip on the knife. Had the blade flown off and caused harm, even if unintentional, he would have faced considerable financial repercussions. Thus, he was left shaken and with a newfound understanding of his limits. However, he seized the opportunity to rest his arm, only to realize that he had only managed to slice a single fruit. The remaining fruits had slipped away, indicating his elimination from the game. The thought filled him with regret, for he had come so close. Had he maintained his grip on the knife, he could have severed that fruit, securing himself 20 seconds of respite and the chance to slice one or two more. Alas, human capabilities can be quite limited, he sighed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, while everyone else breathed a sigh of relief over the absence of injuries from the incident, Uchiha Aido furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed towards a certain group. The small stone had originated from that direction, implicating those few individuals as the throwers. Uchiha Aido narrowed his focus to 4 individuals in that vicinity. One was an elderly gentleman he recognized, the proprietor of a local grocery store, an ordinary man without any foundation in martial arts or ninjutsu. The second was a middle-aged man, unfamiliar to him, but his rotund appearance suggested he lacked the physicality to hurl a stone with such velocity. It was evident that a person capable of launching a stone at such high speed could not possess arms burdened with excess weight. Next, Uchiha Aido's gaze shifted to a middle-aged woman, who appeared equally improbable as a suspect, for she was cradling a child in her arms. He reasoned that it was unlikely she could have thrown a stone with such remarkable speed while holding a child. As for the notion of kicking a small stone away, it appears implausible, for judging by the trajectory of the stone's recent flight, it must have been thrown by someone. Thus, from this perspective, it does not resemble the act of a kick. Chapter 51. The mood of SHBU. Uchiha Aido speculated that the middle-aged woman cradling a child was likely not the culprit. This left him pondering the identity of the last individual. His gaze shifted to the final person present. SHBU? Uchiha Aido was taken aback, surprised to discover SHBU's presence. Yet, he could not fathom her as a formidable adversary. While SHBU might possess exceptional skills in noodle making, the ability to hurl a stone of that caliber seemed improbable. Who, then, could be responsible for such an act? Uchiha Aido found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, Yatsuka exhaled in relief, realizing that since he had been eliminated, he could finally rest. He attempted to move his right arm and flex his hand, only to find his right arm nearly immobile, the muscles stiff and slightly swollen. The earlier ability to wield his blade was solely due to the force of will, sustained by sheer determination. Now that the ordeal had concluded, the tension he had held within began to dissipate, leading to a collapse of his once indomitable spirit. Thus, he could no longer lift his arm. Consequently, Yatsuka found himself in a state of utter physical and mental exhaustion. The recent game of Fruit Ninja had drained his energy significantly in a short span, and in comparison to others, his stamina was not particularly exceptional. After all, his cutting technique was so powerful that he often defeated foes with a single strike, rendering endurance training unnecessary. His arm trembled violently, veins bulging, and muscles reddened from injury. Witnessing this, SHBU instinctively felt compelled to rush to Yatsuka's side to offer a soothing massage to his arm. However, as she took a step forward, another figure surged ahead of her to reach Yatsuka first. Noira-rin. SHBU gasped in astonishment as she watched Noira-rin reach Yatsuka before her, leaving her foot suspended in midair before slowly retracting. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately refrained from advancing, a flicker of discontent rising within her. Noira-rin, what brings you here? Yatsuka inquired, perplexed, as Rin approached. Yatsuka-kun, your arm is injured. Allow me to administer some urgent treatment. Have you forgotten? I am skilled in medical ninjutsu. Noara Rin replied playfully, before unceremoniously seizing Yatsuka's right arm to inspect it, concern etched across her face. Yasaka, your arm muscles have completely torn. Noara Rin felt a surge of emotions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of his determination. To endure to the point of injury requires immense willpower. The thought struck her, causing a pang of sympathy, as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She swiftly placed her hand upon Yasaka's arm. In the next moment, a radiant green light emanated from her delicate hand, enveloping Yasaka's arm in a refreshing sensation, akin to the cool touch of jade. Rather than feeling cold, it brought forth a soothing relief. At that moment, his entire right arm throbbed with pain. But the appearance of the green light provided a sense of respite, as if his arm had been submerged in cool well water, alleviating the excruciating ache. This refreshing sensation transcended mere surface relief. It penetrated his skin, delving deep into his muscles and cells, imparting a gentle chill from within. In an instant, Yasaka felt significantly more at ease. His previously trembling arm steadied, and the stiffness in his muscles began to ease. How delightful! Thank you so much, Noara Rin. Yasaka chuckled with gratitude, causing Rin's cheeks to flush with excitement. No need to thank me. I am truly happy to help you, Yasaka-kun. With that, Rin intensified her healing energy, the green light growing more vibrant. Yasaka felt his right arm rapidly recovering, the pain diminishing considerably. This marked the first time he had experienced such injury, as he had never pushed himself to this limit before. Even during battles, he had swiftly dispatched his foes with a single strike, never encountering such a state of injury. Surprisingly, Yasaka found no aversion to this pain. Rather, he perceived it as exhilarating, akin to a long-awaited blessing after a drought. It felt as if his body, while injured, was simultaneously growing stronger at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, Shobu watched from the crowd, her heart brimming with jealousy as she observed Noara Rin's hands resting upon Yasaka's arm, akin to an embrace. Despite understanding that Rin was merely providing treatment, she could not suppress her discomfort, feeling as if a part of her was being taken away. Her expression darkened like a gathering storm. As she watched Yasaka and Rin share laughter, Shobu bit her lip, hesitating to approach, her feet retreating as she lowered her gaze, unwilling to witness their interaction. Just then, Yasaka's voice reached her ears. Shobu, I need to visit the hospital shortly. I'll come find you later tonight. And don't forget your promise from earlier, huh? Shangpu suddenly lifted her head, only to find Yasaka gazing at her with a beaming smile. Her face flushed, and her previously clouded mood transformed into one of radiant joy. She responded with a cheerful stammer. All right, Yasaka-kun, just give me a shout on WeChat when the time comes, and I'll come find you. Her heart was filled with sweetness, realizing that Yasaka had been thinking of her all along, which brought her immense happiness. Aware that it was not the right moment to approach Yasaka, she exchanged a smile and a greeting before retreating from the crowd, making her way home with a light-hearted jog. Chapter 52. Junji Ito. Meanwhile, amidst the cheers of the crowd, 3 figures, 2 small and 1 large, were swiftly weaving through the buildings. Don't run. Stop right there. Asuma Sarutobi shouted at the figure ahead, his feet moving rapidly. He leaped onto a utility pole and propelled himself forward, soaring through the air over a distance of 5 meters. Beside him, Uchiha Kazumizu was also in relentless pursuit. Not far ahead, a figure was darting swiftly along the walls between the buildings. It was none other than the middle-aged man in a Ronin disguise, Junji Ito, who had previously attempted to disrupt Yasaka. At that moment, these 3 individuals were engaged in a chase through the streets and alleys of Konoha village. In a bid to shake off the persistent pursuit of Uchiha Kazumizu and Asuma Sarutobi, Junji Ito deliberately chose routes cluttered with debris and complex terrain, believing that such intricacies would allow him to elude the 2 lower-ranked ninjas. Little did he know that he had underestimated their capabilities, failing to lose them entirely. I underestimated these kids, such strength from mere genin. They possess considerable potential. However, I must first create some distance. Ito mused internally as he discreetly formed hand seals and unleashed a technique of wind release. Wind release, great wind technique. Instantly, a gust of wind whipped around Ito, providing him with a surge of speed and lift, allowing him to accelerate further away from his pursuers. Seeing the gap widen, Asuma, in a state of urgency, turned to Kazumizu and said, "This won't do. We should use ninjutsu as well." Kazumizu nodded in agreement, promptly forming hand seals. In the next moment, Flames erupted beneath his feet. Fire release, flaming foot technique. As he landed, a burst of fire ignited from his shoes, generating a powerful recoil that propelled his body forward like a cannonball. In an instant, Kazumizu shot upward like a rocket, rapidly reducing the distance between himself and Junji Ito. Upon witnessing this, Asuma Sarutobi's face exhibited a look of admiration. How remarkable! He had not anticipated that fire release could be utilized in such a manner, employing the explosive force of fire to propel oneself with the swiftness of a cannonball. Truly impressive. Asuma Sarutobi's eyes gleamed with respect, yet he was not merely a novice. He possessed techniques to enhance his own speed as well. In the next moment, he let out a fierce roar, wind release, gale palm. Instantly, a layer of wind enveloped his body, imparting two distinct effects, the first being an acceleration of his movements and heightened agility, effectively augmenting his speed. The second effect was a reduction in air resistance, further contributing to his velocity. Thus, bolstered by the wind release, gale palm technique, Asuma Sarutobi managed to catch up with Uchiha Shimizu. Consequently, the trio found themselves in a similar predicament as before. Junji Ito could not shake off Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Shimizu, while the latter two were unable to close the gap on Junji Ito. Having traversed a considerable distance, Junji Ito's gaze fell upon a small grove ahead. Is an open area approaching? A jolt of alarm surged through his mind, as this could mean a direct confrontation with the two pursuers. After all, within the confines of narrow corridors, they had tacitly agreed to refrain from employing aggressive jutsu out of concern for innocent civilians. However, upon entering a desolate open space, the likelihood of battle escalated. Humph, merely two lowly genin, why should I fear them? Junji Ito scoffed inwardly, planting his foot upon a wooden beam and propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he reached into his pouch, retrieving 3 glass orbs, which he flung backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind echoed as the 3 glass orbs hurtled toward Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Shimizu at an alarming speed. Junji Ito deliberately aimed away from their vital points, as they were allies. He merely intended to create a diversion to impede their pursuit. However, he had not anticipated that those rapidly flying orbs, which might be difficult for others to evade, would appear as if slowed down in the eyes of Uchiha Shimizu, whose Sharingan had fully awakened. He observed their trajectories with crystal clarity and understood their movements effortlessly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of sharp impacts resonated as Uchiha Shimizu deftly deflected the 3 glass orbs with kunai, executing the entire sequence with fluidity and precision, leaving no room for hesitation. Their speed remained entirely unhampered by the glass projectiles. What? They blocked all of them? Junji Ito was taken aback, astonished that the current genin possessed such formidable prowess. At this moment, the towering buildings had vanished ahead. Ito Junji was the first to spring forth, leaping onto a vacant lot. Yet, before he could regain his balance, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air from behind. Experience informed him that a lower-ranking ninja had hurled shurikens at him. With a cold smirk, Ito Junji scoffed. What a trivial technique. He swiftly unsheathed his katana, creating a flurry of blade blossoms that deflected all incoming shurikens. However, this very action provided a window of opportunity for Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Ito, who were in pursuit, allowing them to surge forward and land directly in front of Ito Junji. Now, the three stood face to face, and Ito Junji found himself stripped of the advantage of flight. You two are quite relentless, having pursued me so far without yielding, he remarked, sizing up the 2 lower-ranking ninjas, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Sarutobi Asuma. To his surprise, one of his pursuers was the son of the 3rd Hokage. This posed a dilemma. Chapter 53. Does the Sharingan grant license for impunity? Nonetheless, despite recognizing Asuma as the son of the 3rd Hokage, Ito Junji did not feel overly apprehensive. After all, what difference did it make? As long as he refrained from killing him and merely taught him a lesson. Could the 3rd Hokage truly seek vengeance over such a trivial matter? Moreover, this altercation had been instigated by Sarutobi Asuma and his companion. Had they not relentlessly pursued him, even attempting to apprehend him, he would not have been compelled to act. He had committed no grave offense. At worst, he had merely interfered with the competition. He had not broken any laws, and if anything, he might only be accused of excessive self-defense. With this thought, Ito Junji's confidence surged. He sneered at Sarutobi Asuma and declared, Do not think that being the son of the third Hokage makes you invincible. What? Does being a bureaucrat's offspring grant you the right to act with impunity? Sarutobi Asuma frowned, retorting, you are distorting the argument. Why did you choose to interfere with the game of Fruit Ninja? His expression conveyed a sense of moral indignation. Aido Junji scoffed. How do you know I interfered with the game? Did you witness it? If not, do not slander me without evidence. True, I did not see it clearly. But someone did. Him. Asuma pointed to Uchiha Aido, his face a portrait of righteous conviction. Indeed, I witnessed everything distinctly. You threw 3 steel needles, 2 of which struck the fruits, altering their trajectories, while the third missed its target entirely. I saw it all with clarity. Uchiha Aido asserted, gesturing to his own eyes, which were now activated in the state of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan. Aido Junji was taken aback, his heart skipped a beat. No wonder he could see so clearly. It turned out to be the Sharingan, and a highly advanced 3-tomo Sharingan at that. Initially, he had merely intended to disrupt the game, never anticipating that it would lead to an encounter with someone possessing such a powerful ocular ability. Today seemed to be the epitome of his misfortune. However, even if he was seen, what could it matter? There was no evidence to substantiate that he had indeed been witnessed. He would staunchly insist on his innocence, refusing to concede, for what could he possibly do to him? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Aido Junji maintained a facade of calmness, his expression betraying no sign of the shock he had just experienced from the Sharingan. He scoffed lightly and retorted defiantly, do you have any proof? Just because you claim you saw something, does that make it true? Is possessing the Sharingan a license to act with impunity? Besides, even if I did toss a steel needle, what of it? Have I committed murder or arson? What law forbids one from disrupting another's game? Be cautious, for I might just report you for causing a disturbance. Aido Junji adopted a demeanor of brazen indifference, unyielding in his obstinacy. What do you intend to achieve by pursuing me? Beware, for I may report you for harassment. Hearing Aido Junji's nonsensical and inverted arguments, Sarutobi Asuma frowned, visibly irritated as he replied, we have no intention of harming you. We merely want you to return with us to apologize to Yasaka and the Fruit Ninja vendor. Ridiculous. Why should I, Aido Junji, apologize to you? He shot back. Do you possess any evidence that I disrupted the game? And even if you claim to have seen it, what does that prove? Do you have proof, or is there a fingerprint of mine on that steel needle? Speak. You have no retort, do you? With a tone of arrogance, Aido Junji pressed his advantage, feeling he had taken control of the situation, and secretly chuckled to himself. Umph. 2 kids with such limited skills think they can challenge me? I have experienced more in my life than they have in their years. If they wish to contend with me, they should live another decade first. I know a formidable ninja by the name of Yamanaka Inoichi, a member of the Yamanaka clan. Their family's ancestral spiritual jutsu allows them to infiltrate the minds of others and extract memories. I could have him assist in reading your memories, if you are indeed innocent. You need not fear, for we would then owe you an apology. Upon hearing the name Yamanaka Inoichi, Aido Junji felt a surge of panic. He was well aware of Inoichi, the captain of the Konoha Special Forces Mind Division, renowned for extracting memories to gather intelligence. If his memories were truly probed, he would be exposed. No, I must devise a strategy to avoid being led by these 2 children. As Aido Junji contemplated his response, Uchiha Shursui suddenly paused, a flash of realization crossing his mind as he recalled the ranking list of Fruit Ninja he had just seen. The name at the top position was unmistakably Aido Junji, and the individual before him was also named Aido Junji. I see now, it all makes sense. No wonder you resorted to interfering with the competition. You are indeed the one in first place. You fear that Yatsuka might shatter your record, and out of sheer vanity, you have resorted to despicable actions to sabotage him, hoping to eliminate him and secure your position. Am I correct, Aido Junji? Uchiha Shursui pointed at Aido Junji, speaking with unwavering conviction. What? I see. I was pondering why he would engage in such a tedious endeavor to disrupt the match, but now, with your explanation, it all becomes clear. Sarutobi Asuma's expression transformed into one of sudden enlightenment. Instantly, Aido Junji's countenance darkened, akin to an ominous storm cloud, his eyes gleaming with malice as he regarded Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui. In a grave tone, he declared, it appears there is no room for negotiation. If that is the case, we shall resolve this matter through the way of the ninja. Upon hearing these words, both Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui felt a chill run down their spines. Was this a direct declaration of hostility, signaling the onset of a physical confrontation? The method of resolution among ninjas, after all, is dictated by the strength of one's fists. Aido Junji slowly unsheathed the black short sword lodged at his left hip. Even under the sun's radiant light, the blade refracted no gleam, unmistakably a weapon designed for assassination. You two clever youngsters. I shall today impart a lesson on behalf of your father, teaching you the principle that some matters are best approached with one eye open and the other closed. Chapter 54. Counterattack. As Aido Junji prepared to engage in battle, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui braced themselves for the confrontation. Uchiha Shursui held a kunai in his left hand and 3 shurikens in his right. At this moment, they both recognized that he was the former champion. Although his slashing technique was not as formidable as Yatsuka's, it was still remarkably powerful, perhaps only slightly inferior to Yatsuka's prowess, making it clear that they could not triumph in close combat. Moreover, they were acutely aware of Aido Junji's prowess with hidden weapons, keeping them on high alert. Suddenly, Sarutobi Asuma spoke. Aido Junji, if you lose, then the trickster shall return with us to apologize. It's merely an apology. Nothing dreadful will come of it. A man should own up to his actions. What is there to fear? Aido Junji, his expression grim, nodded in tacit agreement, abandoning any pretense of denial. Recognizing the gravity of the impending confrontation, Sarutobi Asuma focused all his energy on the battle ahead. After enduring Yatsuka's brutal onslaught, he understood that he was no match for those who specialized in close combat. Thus, he chose to leverage his strengths. Since Aido Junji's technique was formidable, he would avoid close combat, maintaining distance and employing ninjutsu to defeat him. Sarutobi Asuma doubted that Aido Junji could cleave through flames as Yatsuka had done. With resolve, Sarutobi Asuma began to channel his chakra, his imposing presence emanating strength as he swiftly formed hand signs. Asuma Sarutobi unleashed a torrent of dense gray smoke directed at Junji Aido, intending to employ the technique of fire release, ashes to confront him. After all, not everyone possesses the peculiar ability like Yatsuka, who can effortlessly slice through flames. Thus, this fire-based ninjutsu holds a significant advantage against close combat ninjas. However, Junji Aido is no novice. His battle experience is extensive. Upon seeing the smoke billowing from Asuma, he instinctively reacted. Although he was unaware of the smoke's nature or purpose, he understood that as long as he avoided direct contact with it, he would remain unharmed. Nevertheless, all smoke is inherently light, which presents a critical vulnerability for smoke-based ninjutsu. It is easily dispersed by strong winds or, conversely, blown back. Coincidentally, Junji Aido is a wind-style ninja. At that moment, Asuma was forming the tiger seal while Junji Aido observed. He thought to himself, tiger seal? Fire release. Ah, I see. If his assumptions were correct, the smoke must resemble a flammable gas, designed to envelop him before igniting with the fire release technique, thereby amplifying its potency and potentially causing an explosive effect. With a cold smirk, Junji Aido swiftly began to form the seals for wind release. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui, who was watching the unfolding events, noticed Junji Aido's actions and quickly realized the implications. He shouted, Asuma, don't use fire release. However, it was too late. As the words left his mouth, both Asuma and Junji Aido simultaneously unleashed their respective ninjutsu. Junji Ito's wind release surpassed Asuma's fire release in speed, and in the next instant, the gray smoke expelled by Asuma was forcefully blown back toward him by Junji Ito's powerful gust. In that fleeting moment, Asuma unleashed his fire release technique. Consequently, the flames he emitted ignited the very smoke that had been directed back to him. A deafening roar ensued as a colossal fireball erupted, engulfing Asuma entirely. The heat radiating from the fireball was so intense that even Junji Aido, standing 5 meters away, felt an unbearable wave of warmth. As if his face were on the verge of igniting, he hastily retreated 2 steps to alleviate the discomfort, gazing at the massive fireball, which measured 4 meters in diameter. Junji Aido suddenly felt a pang of concern. His intention had merely been to teach Asuma a lesson, not to end his life. What if he miscalculated and inadvertently caused Asuma's demise? If the third Hokage held him accountable, the situation would escalate dramatically. He would be left with 2 choices: either become a rogue ninja, fleeing from Konoha and living a life of wandering homelessness. Undoubtedly, this is not a favorable choice. After all, he has a home in Konoha and has been living quite comfortably. Alternatively, He could surrender and face the consequences. Yet such an outcome would be no better. At best, a decade in prison, or worse, a death sentence if the situation escalates. Neither option is appealing, for ultimately, it seems hardly worth the trouble. After all, he merely threw 3 steel needles, intending to disrupt the match. This hardly qualifies as cheating, merely a trivial matter. However, if this minor incident were to transform him into a rogue ninja or confine him for over a decade, or worse, if the third Hokage were to become enraged and take his life, it would be a most unjust demise. The next day's headlines would read, "A bloodbath triggered by the first place or for the sake of pride. He not only endangered Konoha's next generation, but also his own." At this moment, Aido Junji found himself harboring some resentment towards Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui. Was it truly necessary to pursue him so relentlessly over such a trifling matter? A moment's leniency would suffice. Just then, the enormous fireball had nearly extinguished, and Aido Junji anxiously glanced towards Sarutobi Asuma's position, only to discover nothing but a patch of charred earth remaining. What? Is this boy's fire style so potent that he has incinerated his opponent? This is disastrous. I may have inadvertently caused his death. Aido Junji was taken aback, his heart sinking. However, at that instant, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Distracted by the potential death of Sarutobi Asuma, his mind reacted sluggishly, and he lost the necessary vigilance, instinctively lowering his gaze to the earth below. Suddenly, a fist erupted from the ground, striking fiercely toward his chin. Chapter 55. Uchiha Shursui. Elsewhere, Yasaka, having concluded the match, received urgent treatment from Noera-rin. His arm, no longer red and swollen as it had been, was still somewhat stiff, yet he could now move it. "Thank you, Noera-rin," Yasaka said with a smile. A blush graced Noera-rin's cheeks as she replied, "It is my utmost honor to treat you, Yasaka-kun." Reluctantly, she withdrew her small hand from Yasaka's right arm. At that moment, the vendor of the Fruit Ninja game approached, presenting Yasaka with a trophy. Grasping Yasaka's left hand, he raised it triumphantly toward the sky, calling out to the gathered crowd, "Congratulations to our new champion, the meticulous creator, Yasaka." Instantly, a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. Although only 30 or 40 spectators were present, the fervor of their celebration equaled that of hundreds. At that moment, the majority of those present learned that this exceptional swordsman was named Yasaka, sparking a flurry of discussions. So, his name is Yasaka. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, it is truly a source of pride for Konoha to possess such a remarkable young talent. With proper guidance, he is destined to become a pillar of our village. This young man is truly impressive. At such a tender age, he possesses extraordinary abilities. It is not far-fetched to envision him as a future Hokage. His name is Yatsuka, and with such promising potential, his future is boundless. One wonders if he has a girlfriend. I should hasten to introduce him to my daughter, lest he be snatched away by another. His swordsmanship is nothing short of transcendent. As Kakashi listened to the praises surrounding him, he clenched his fists. This is the benchmark he aspires to surpass. Such strength does not intimidate him. He firmly believes that with perseverance and diligence, he shall one day surpass Yatsuka. His conviction is unwavering, reminiscent of his personal motto, "There is no one I cannot defeat." There are only those who are evenly matched with me. Not far from Kakashi, the feelings of Tsukike's were tumultuous. He admired Yatsuka's prowess, yet felt disheartened by his own inferiority. Particularly, the way Tsukike's observed the adoration in the eyes of Tsukiya towards Yatsuka ignited a flame in his heart, not one of envy or hatred, but of frustration at his own weakness. "Yatsuka, I will surely surpass you. Tsukiya is mine." A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on his sword and withdrew from the crowd, making his way to the training grounds. Mizukami Shuji adjusted his glasses, filled with a sense of pride. Admittedly, this student often dozed off in class, displayed a lack of seriousness, and at times even skipped lessons. Yet, one cannot deny that Yatsuka is the most exceptional student Shuji has ever had. Although much of his brilliance stems from his own innate talent, Shuji could confidently assert to others, "Did you see that impressive swordsman? He is my student." With this thought, Shuji eagerly anticipated the upcoming Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament in a month's time, keen to witness how Yatsuka would fare against the genius contenders from other nations. They would likely be defeated by Yatsuka, he chuckled to himself. The thought of that day filled him with joy, envisioning Yatsuka triumphing over the elite of the world. In the crowd across from Shuji, Might Guy gazed at Yatsuka with fervor, murmuring, "Incredible. This is what youth is all about. This is what youth is all about. I too must embrace such youth." With that, Might Guy smiled, his white teeth glinting in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling Shuji. Meanwhile, nearby, two jonin engaged in conversation. "Hey, Minato, what do you think of this kid? Quite impressive, isn't he?" inquired one, clad in black with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back. "Indeed, Shursui. This child possesses tremendous potential. If he survives, he is bound to attain strength on par with that of a Hokage," replied Uchiha Shursui with a smile. "However, it takes more than sheer strength to become Hokage. One must also possess the intellect to govern a nation." "Haha, are you complimenting my intellect?" boasted Minato Namikaze with a hearty laugh. "Your mind is indeed quite sharp. I, on the other hand, lack the capacity to govern an entire nation. I wonder if you will be elected in this upcoming Hokage election. Let nature take its course, even if you do not win. It merely indicates that someone else is more suited to the role of Hokage." As they stood amidst the crowd, their presence did not attract the attention of Hayashi Hyuga. Otherwise, he would have surely approached them to exchange pleasantries. After all, both individuals possessed strength at the level of a Kage, and one was even a potential candidate for the Hokage position. Who could say when he might ascend to such heights? Meanwhile, having concluded the Fruit Ninja Challenge, Rin Noera escorted Yasaka to the hospital. Upon arrival, a nurse examined Yasaka's arm and discovered several muscle tears. Though not severe, it was certainly more than a minor injury. The nurse's demeanor shifted as she regarded Yasaka, contemplating, "This child has worked so hard. He has pushed himself to such extremes in his training. Truly a diligent young man." With great care, the nurse treated Yasaka's arm, applying a special ointment and wrapping it in bandages. She advised him to refrain from any physical exertion for at least a week, assuring him that he would likely recover in just over a week. After tending to his injury, Rin smiled and said, "Yasaka-kun, you've worked hard all afternoon, and you haven't eaten yet. May I treat you to a meal?" Just as Yasaka was about to accept, he suddenly recalled his prior commitment with Shubu and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I had promised someone else to dine together. How about this? I'll treat you another day." Yasaka-kun, you wish to treat me to a meal? Oh, how embarrassing." Rin exclaimed, her excitement leaving her flustered, unsure of where to place her hands as her cheeks flushed pink. Are you unwilling?" Yasaka scratched his head. "Of course not. I'm more than willing," Rin quickly affirmed, eager to avoid any potential change of heart from Yasaka. Chapter 56. An unexpected encounter. At that moment, Uchiha Aido happened to stroll by, and they collided unexpectedly. Yasaka," Aido exclaimed, astonished. "Aido? What brings you to the hospital?" Yasaka asked, equally surprised to run into him so soon after his arrival. "I came to change my bandages," Aido replied, waving his arm, revealing that his own was still wrapped in bandages from a previous injury. "Wow. Aido, is your injury healing? Once you're better, we should spar again," Yasaka said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Better not. The Allied Shinobi Forces tournament is approaching, and I must represent Konohagakure. What if I'm not fully healed by then?" Aido replied, conveying a sense of caution. "All right, that is indeed unfortunate." At this moment, Rin turned to Aido with a cheerful smile, saying, "Aido, you must do your best. I look forward to seeing your remarkable performance." As Aido heard Lin's encouragement and saw her smile directed at him, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, akin to being electrified. With a resolute voice, he declared, "Lin, rest assured, I will triumph in the competition. I shall not disappoint the hopes of the villagers of Konoha. I am determined to start anew." Observing Aido's anxious demeanor, Lin couldn't help but chuckle, yet to Aido, her smile appeared extraordinarily beautiful, a smile meant solely for him. Watching Lin cover her mouth in laughter, Aido silently vowed that he must win this match, no matter what. He simply could not let Lin down. At that moment, Yasaka glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to find SHBU for dinner, so he bid farewell to Lin and departed. Seizing the opportunity, Aido swiftly reacted, saying, "Lin, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go. I know a fantastic barbecue place." "Then let us go." And so, Aido joyfully accompanied Lin to the barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, the battle between Shursui Uchiha, Asuma Sarutobi, and Junji Ito raged on. Just as Junji Ito noticed a fist emerging from the ground beneath him, it was too late. He had no time to react before the fist struck him squarely on the chin. With a resounding thud, His head jerked upward, and his body was propelled into the air, flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The owner of that fist, endowed with the Sharingan and known as Shunshin no Shursui, was none other than Uchiha Water Release. Following closely behind, Asuma Sarutobi rushed out of the same hole. Grateful for Water Release's timely intervention. Thank you. Without your help, I would have been in dire straits, he expressed, recalling how close he had come to being severely injured by his own fire technique. No need for thanks. Let us quickly bind this fellow. Water Release replied. Seizing the moment while Junji Ito was dazed from the blow, the two swiftly tied him up with rope. After tightening the knots securely, Asuma stood up confidently and nudged Junji Ito with his foot, saying, "Well then, you've been defeated by us. It's time to fulfill your promise and apologize." Junji Ito grimaced in pain from the earlier punch and gritted his teeth, asking, "How did you manage to get underground?" Water Release pointed to another hole not far away. Following his gesture, Junji Ito noticed that the hole was located 2 meters behind where Asuma had previously stood, directly behind the explosion of flames. What? It was a moment of shock for Junji Ito, as a chilling thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Could it be? At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi spoke up. Just now, as I was engulfed by flames, I utilized the body flicker technique to pull back. Then, taking advantage of the explosion to obscure your vision, I created a hole in the ground using Earth Release, and the two of us slipped beneath your feet. Upon hearing Asuma's words, Junji Ito cast a complex glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Is it true that heroes emerge from youth? At such a tender age, he possessed such remarkable strength. Indeed, his potential was extraordinary. After saving his comrade with the body flicker technique, he cleverly used the flames as cover to obscure his line of sight while sneaking through using Earth Release. His combat intelligence was truly commendable. With this in mind, Junji Ito felt that his defeat was not unjust. His opponent indeed possessed formidable abilities. If this had been a real battle, he would most likely be dead by now. For in a genuine confrontation, what struck his chin would not have been a mere shuriken, but a kunai. Suddenly, Junji Ito paused, as if recalling something. Muttering to himself, the body flicker technique? The Sharingan? Could it be? Are you Shursui of the body flicker? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly. Asuma just mentioned it. My name is Fugaku, Uchiha Fugaku. Shursui is my brother. I am body flicker Fugaku. Well, you certainly are impressive. I concede. But you've bound me so tightly that I can hardly move my legs. How am I to walk? Do you intend to carry me back to apologize? Asuma Sarutobi burst into laughter, pointing at the 2 long ropes that had been pulled taut. But look, there are 2 ropes here. We'll drag you back. Consider it a physical training exercise. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Ah, I see. I understand now. Let us proceed as such. Junji Ito suddenly spoke in a calm tone. But Uchiha Fugaku instinctively felt something was amiss. Just then, Junji Ito let out a cold laugh. You're still too green. You should train for a few more years before challenging me. Wind Release, Needle Jutsu. In the next instant, countless wind blades erupted from Junji Ito, severing the ropes that bound him. Chapter 57, Deception and Escape. What? Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning around to draw a kunai and thrust it at Junji Ito. However, he was a moment too late. Junji Ito had already retreated swiftly while tossing 3 explosive tags. Watch out! Uchiha Fugaku shouted, grabbing Asuma and retreating. In the next second, the 3 explosive tags ignited, reaching the point of detonation, and erupted. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous explosions sent massive plumes of black smoke soaring into the sky, enveloping an area of several hundred square meters within a mere second. Wait, this is not an explosive tag. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and shouted. It's a smoke explosive tag. Asuma Sarutobi let out a furious exclamation, his face contorted with rage. He activated the smoke bomb, a talisman strikingly similar in appearance to the explosive tag, sharing the same ignition method. The distinction lies in the fact that while the explosive tag unleashes a violent explosion, utilizing a powerful shockwave to incapacitate foes, the smoke bomb generates a vast cloud of smoke, obscuring the enemy's vision and facilitating retreat or confusion. Consequently, the smoke bomb is often employed deceptively as an explosive tag to mislead adversaries. Instances akin to Junji Ito brazenly tossing an explosive tag, only to reveal it as a smoke bomb intended to feign retreat, are not uncommon. Damn it, I've been tricked, Uchiha Nagashi exclaimed, his frustration evident. Despite possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, which allows him to slow down objects and perceive chakra, he was unable to penetrate the smoke, lacking the transparent vision afforded by the Byakugan. Thus, ensnared within the dense fog, he could not discern Junji Ito's silhouette. Be cautious, he may launch a surprise attack. The two remained vigilant, ready to react to any movement in their surroundings. Yet, after approximately half a minute, silence reigned, and the smoke began to dissipate. Ah, Asuma, don't you have wind release? Quickly disperse this damned smoke. Uchiha Nagashi suddenly recalled Asuma's mastery of wind techniques and urged him. How could I forget that? Asuma exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. He promptly performed the wind release, gentle breeze technique, effectively scattering the surrounding smoke. Once the haze cleared, both men stood dumbfounded, apart from themselves. There was not a soul in sight, clearly indicating that Junji Ito had long since fled. Damn it, he got away. That guy is too cunning. Asuma slammed his fist against a wooden post, panting with frustration. After a moment, he added remorsefully, it's all my fault. If I hadn't slowed us down, he definitely wouldn't have escaped. Don't worry, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. You should be grateful this was merely a trivial matter. The opponent is from Konoha and had no intention of harming us. Otherwise, in a real combat situation, you might have already lost your life. Thus, take this as a lesson to accumulate experience. In truth, this incident is insignificant. The other party was merely trying to avoid confrontation. Our relentless pursuit nearly cornered him. Uchiha Nagashi reassured him. Asuma understood the sentiment behind Nagashi's words, realizing that Junji Ito was not a villain. If it had come to blows, they might not have emerged victorious. The interference had been merely a matter of pride, causing no harm. As Nagashi had pointed out, sometimes it is prudent to let certain matters slide. However, in genuine combat, your adversaries may prove even more cunning. Being deceived once could very well cost you your life. So remain vigilant, Uchiha Shursui reiterated earnestly. I understand, Asuma replied, and the two returned home with a mixture of disappointment and resolve. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yasaka exited the hospital and promptly sent a WeChat message to Iam. Upon receiving the message, Iam hurriedly dressed and ventured out. Previously, Chongpu had already inquired about nearby culinary delights, aware that Yasaka was an Epicurean with an insatiable passion for gastronomy. Thus, before inviting Yasaka to dine, Chongpu undertook considerable research. However, most of the delectable dishes had already been savored by Yasaka, making the quest for an untried delicacy a formidable challenge. Ultimately, in light of the difficulties, she resorted to inviting Yasaka for hot pot. Where are you? Yasaka sent a voice message to Chongpu. I'm almost there. Chongpu hastily replied, her heart racing with anxiety. It was her first time treating Yasaka to a meal, and arriving late filled her with profound embarrassment. Soon, Yasaka spotted a figure rushing towards him, unmistakably Chongpu. He excitedly waved and called out, Chongpu, I'm over here. Ah, Yasaka-kun. In her moment of exhilaration, Chongpu inadvertently called Yasaka father, eliciting laughter from passers-by, which caused her cheeks to flush crimson. As she approached a crossroads, her focus remained solely on Yasaka, neglecting her surroundings. Consequently, she failed to notice an oncoming horse-drawn carriage. Yasaka, witnessing this perilous moment, felt a surge of urgency. Instantly, he unleashed his chakra, fervently channeling the great Freedom Sage technique, generating two powerful whirlwinds beneath him that propelled him forward like a cannonball. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of white light, dashing towards Chongpu with the swiftness of lightning, leaving a trail of fierce gusts in his wake, as if the very air around him was being swept away. On the other side, as Chongpu realized the carriage was about to collide with her, she furrowed her brow and mentally invoked Bagua Void. Chongpu, huh? As she prepared to unleash her technique, Yasaka's voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. Instinctively, she looked up to find Yasaka's face mere inches away, momentarily stunned. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt herself being lifted off the ground, cradled in Yasaka's arms. In an instant, her mind went blank as the scenery blurred into streaks behind her, with Yasaka's face looming close, displaying urgency and determination. Then, she sensed a slight pause in her airborne descent, only to realize that Yasaka had leapt onto a rooftop, embracing her in a princess carry, saving her from the imminent danger of the carriage. Yasaka-kun. Chongpu finally grasped the gravity of the moment. Yasaka had recklessly dashed forward to rescue her from the brink of disaster. Chapter 58. Saving Chongpu Chongpu, are you alright? Yasaka inquired, concern etched across his face. Having witnessed the carriage hurtling towards her, he had nearly lost control in his frantic attempt to reach her, tapping into his latent potential to the utmost limit. Achieving a speed rivaling that of the fourth Hokage. The speed was so astonishing that the pressure of the wind against his body felt as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall, rendering Yasaka momentarily breathless. However, he could not afford to dwell on this sensation. Instinctively, he harnessed his control over the airflow to maintain clarity of vision, ensuring he would not crash into an obstacle due to the overwhelming velocity. Just in time, he managed to rescue Iam from imminent collision with the carriage. Consequently, his mind was consumed with concern for Iam's well-being. The thought of her being injured filled him with dread, for their promised meal together would be dashed, and he would miss out on a delightful feast. Does Yasaka truly care for me? Iam pondered, gazing into the face before her, where concern was clearly etched. A warm rush surged through her heart, and she became acutely aware of how close Yasaka's face was to hers. He was slightly fatigued from exerting his abilities, breathless, and the warmth of his exhalation brushed against her skin. Feeling the heat envelop her, Iam's cheeks flushed as if set ablaze. Realizing she was cradled in Yasaka's arms only accelerated her heartbeat, making it race as if it might leap from her chest. Could you please set me down, Yasaka? Iam's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible, her eyes shyly cast downward, avoiding his gaze. All right, Yasaka replied, hastily placing her back on the ground. He noted her peculiar demeanor. Her face was flushed, her body seemed tense, and her gaze wandered, which alarmed him into thinking she might be injured. Are you hurt? Are you all right? Yasaka reached out to touch her forehead, feeling an unusual warmth. Oh dear, you have a fever. And no, I don't. Iam quickly shook her head. At a loss for words or actions, her mind a blank slate. Fortunately, the oblivious Yasaka, not sensing anything amiss, suggested, if you're not feeling well, perhaps we should skip dinner for today. We can always eat another time. This finally provided Iam with a chance to redirect the conversation and extricate herself from her predicament. No, I'm perfectly fine. Let's go eat. With that, she took the lead, leaping off the rooftop. Wow, Iam is incredible. She dares to jump from such a height. Yasaka marveled as he watched her descend from the third story, surprised by her audacity. Until now, he had always perceived Iam as an ordinary girl from a noodle shop, far from any ninja prowess. Yet, he now realized she possessed considerable skill, rivaling that of lower-tier ninjas. Her stone-throwing technique alone could overwhelm most of them. Thus, Yasaka leaped down as well. At this moment, Iam had somewhat regained her senses and began to regret her impulsive decision to jump from the rooftop without a second thought, as it did not quite align with her delicate feminine image. However, noticing that Yasaka seemed unfazed, she let out a sigh of relief. Gathering her composure, she patted her face and feigned nonchalance, suggesting to Yasaka, how about we go for hot pot? Hot pot? How fortuitous. I've been craving it lately. Yasaka replied with a cheerful smile. The two then made their way to the hot pot restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Following their meal, Yasaka naturally received a system reward from the delightful cuisine, but since this was not her first experience, the effect was not as profound as during her initial encounter. Nonetheless, her proficiency in other techniques had indeed been enhanced. After their encounter with the fruit ninja, Yasaka had also deepened her mastery of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom technique, enabling her to momentarily activate the technique at a speed nearing that of the fourth Hokage. However, there was an element of adrenaline-fueled urgency involved, and if Yasaka were to attempt the Great Freedom technique again, she would not be able to replicate the same swiftness as when she had rescued Iam. Upon returning home, Iam immediately dove into her bed, burying her head beneath the covers. Otsutsuki Ishiki found her peculiar behavior intriguing, especially since it occurred after Iam's outing with Yasaka. Curious about what had transpired between the two, he activated his Rinnegan with its 3 tomos, employing the power of space-time to observe Iam's recent experiences. Oh, this young lady. Not bad, he mused before returning to his ramen making. Time passed swiftly. Since the day Yasaka saved Iam, more than half a month had elapsed, and in less than 10 days, the 5 Kage friendship tournament would commence. Consequently, the village was bustling with activity, and the security forces had notably increased, primarily overseen by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, was exceedingly busy managing the security of the entire Konoha village while simultaneously preparing to send his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to the Ninja Academy, leaving him quite overwhelmed. However, there was a piece of good news. His wife was pregnant again. After consulting a member of the Hyuga clan, who used their Byakugan to confirm it was a boy, Fugaku named the child Uchiha Sasuke. Since that day, Yasaka rescued Ayam. Ishiki had gifted Yasaka a VIP gold card, which granted her a 20% discount on ramen. This delighted Yasaka immensely, as she no longer had to fret about affording ramen. Nevertheless, considering the impact of culinary novelty on system rewards, Yasaka refrained from frequent visits, opting instead for occasional indulgences to maintain a relatively high level of system rewards. During this time, his arm had fully healed, and his physical condition was exceptional, his strength surpassing what it had been before. He had begun to prepare eagerly to showcase his prowess against the geniuses from various nations. Chapter 59. Reactions from various countries. Cloud Village. Oh, you want me to lead the Cloud Village delegation to participate in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament? Exclaimed the flamboyantly dressed Yuki in surprise. Indeed. Among this generation of genin, you are the strongest and relatively more composed. Thus, you shall represent our Cloud Village in battle, allowing those softlings from Konoha to witness the might of our village, while also demonstrating to other nations that we, from the Cloud Village, are not to be trifled with. At the desk stood a remarkably robust man, laughing heartily. He was the third Reikage. Hey, why not let Killer Bee take the lead? We are both Jinchuriki. Why should this woman be the leader? If anyone should, it ought to be me, the iron-blooded man, Killer Bee. At this moment, a boy beside Yuki, wearing sunglasses and clutching a notebook and pencil, retorted angrily. Why should it be you, Killer Bee? It should be me, Darui. I am the only one who has inherited the black lightning of the third Hokage. If anyone is to lead, it should be me. Who are you, Killer Bee? Go home and sing your off-key songs. Another boy, dark-skinned with white hair, chimed in discontentedly. Is having black lightning such a big deal? Believe me, I can unleash the 8 tails and stomp you to death. Go ahead and release it. Let's see if you can actually defeat me. Enough of this. What are you two? The leader should undoubtedly be Yuki. I say neither of you should go. I alone can sweep away the opponents from other nations. You insolent woman. How dare you speak like that? Say one more word. Go ahead and say it. What of it, you insolent woman? I'll beat you to a pulp. Silence. The third Reikage's thunderous voice resonated, an unseen wave of sound imbued with lightning instantaneously silencing the 3 youths, who were on the verge of fighting. The third Reikage pounded the table, pointing at Yuki, and bellowed at Killer Bee and Darui. Yuki has the strength and is, comparatively speaking, more composed, making her the more suitable choice for leader. If either of you has an objection, challenge me to a duel. If you defeat me, you can take the lead. Thus, both Killer Bee and Darui fell silent. Silence, then? Very well, it is settled. Yuki will be the leader this time. You all are to compete diligently in Konoha, fiercely asserting the dignity of the Cloud Village. If anyone loses, do not return. Our Cloud Village cannot afford such disgrace. Yes, Lord Reikage. Mist Village. For this 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, who among you wishes to lead our Mist Village? In the shadows, a crimson glint flashed in Yagura's eyes as he slowly spoke. Esteemed Mizukage, I, Terumi Mei, am willing to take on the role of leader for the Mist Village. I shall not disappoint your expectations, securing victory in this tournament and bringing glory to our village, allowing other nations to witness our strength. In a sky blue dress, Karui stepped forward to recommend herself. Very well. Karui, this time, you shall lead the representative team of the Mist Village. I am eager to see what tricks those Konoha villagers will employ. When you encounter them, do not hold back, strike with deadly intent. It would be best to eliminate any potential talents among their next generation. The figure cloaked in darkness emanated a chilling voice that made the nearby Zabuza tremble. I shall not fail you, Karui declared loudly before retreating. At the Stone Village, Inoki floated in the air, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the lower-ranked ninjas below. This time, you must secure first place in the tournament and showcase the unwavering spirit of our Stone Village. Let those from other nations witness that our foundation is not something any mere rabble can rival. Yes, Lord Suchikage, Daidara replied with palpable excitement. As the leader of the Stone Village, he was poised to guide them to Konoha for the competition. His pursuit of instantaneous art made explosions a canvas for his creativity. This tournament would provide ample opportunities for him to express his artistry. Very well, let those fellows behold my art, he exclaimed. Humph, what are your explosions compared to mine? Mine are truly formidable. Shun, a fellow member of the explosive unit, retorted with a scowl, envious of Daidara's leadership position. In the Sand Village, the third Kazekage surveyed the young ninjas standing below. Sasori, you will lead this time. When you encounter the Konoha ninjas, do not hold back. Eliminate them if you can. But ensure your own safety. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Kazekage. Sasori nodded, his eyes, shadowed by his bangs, glinting with a vengeful light. His parents had been slain by the Konoha ninja, Tsukumo Hitaki. He yearned for vengeance, and although he could not yet confront Tsukumo, he could target his son. Kakashi Hitaki, you had better pray we do not meet on the battlefield. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Within the samurai clan, Yasuo was informed. Your Gale Slash has begun to show its brilliance. It is time for the ninjas to witness the might of our samurai and to see the prowess of your Gale swordsman. Yes, my lord, he responded. In the Rain Village, a ninja knelt before Hanzo of the Salamander and inquired, My lord, shall we not participate in the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament? Hanzo replied slowly, I had initially intended to send someone to compete. Even if we do not secure the championship, we could observe the potential of other nations. However, recent unrest demands our attention, so I must prioritize matters here. It is quite regrettable. Are you referring to that faction of rebellious agitators? Indeed, as the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Only when we achieve domestic stability can we afford to attend to external matters. Understood, my lord. I shall take my leave. Did I grant you permission to depart? My lord, do you have further instructions? You know too much. You must die. Not only the great nations, but also several smaller countries will participate in the competition to broaden their horizons. For instance, villages such as Grass Hidden Village, Waterfall Hidden Village, Rice Country, and Star Ninja Village will join, embodying a spirit of participation. Meanwhile, on the side of Konoha, preparations are in full swing, with participants undergoing intensive training to strive for victory in the upcoming contest. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed, leaving only 3 days until the Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament. Consequently, both the citizens of Konoha and those from other countries are filled with excitement and apprehension. After all, this event gathers the 5 great nations along with smaller ones, brimming with talents. One might even encounter a genius from another nation while taking a restroom break. Thus, Konoha Village is currently inundated with prodigies. Previously, one might have been regarded as a genius in their homeland, basking in admiration. However, amidst this congregation of talents, one might feel quite ordinary. Yet, each of these prodigies possesses their own pride, leading to a competitive atmosphere where no one concedes to another. While the camaraderie may not be harmonious, it is undeniably vibrant. Observing this scene, some of the older individuals reflect, this is youth. At the entrance of Konoha Village, a group stands, each member robust and muscular, their physiques markedly stronger than those of the villagers. This group represents the Cloud Ninja Village. Among them, a striking young girl stands at the center, commanding the attention of her peers. This is Yuzuki, a talented kunoichi of the Land of Lightning. Known for her exceptional control over the two-tailed beast. Dressed in a form-fitting black outfit, Yuzuki, though still in her teenage years, possesses an alluring figure complemented by her stylish half-ponytail. Alongside Yuzuki, another girl named Samui stands to the left of Darui. Slightly younger than Yuzuki, Samui reaches Darui's shoulder. Yet her development is notably advanced, surpassing that of her peers. Had Jiraiya been present, he would undoubtedly be thrilled, recognizing her potential to rival Tsunade. In addition to Yuzuki, Darui, and Samui, other participants from the Cloud Ninja Village include Kira, Mabui, and Yagura Saika, each possessing varying levels of skill. Among them, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, and Darui are the main competitors, showcasing considerable prowess, while the remaining members exhibit slightly lesser abilities. Aside from a handful of competitors, there were several accompanying jonin responsible for the well-being and security of the participants, totaling nearly 20 individuals, a moderately sized yet not overly large entourage. Hey, Kairabi. Is this the Leaf Village that defeated our Land of Lightning back in the day? It doesn't seem all that impressive to me, Darui remarked nonchalantly. A lollipop perched in his mouth. Humph, have you not seen the grand gates of the Leaf Village? They are exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding considerable assaults. Moreover, their security is formidable. In this brief moment, I have already spotted 6 elite jonin, indicating their numbers are substantial, Kairabi responded. humming a peculiar tune reminiscent of his unique rap style. At that moment, Yuzuki wore a smug expression and declared, "So what? In my view, the inhabitants of the leaf are merely soft, each one unable to withstand a single blow from me. Clearly, the champion of this tournament shall be none other than me." Yuzuki, what did you say? Don't think that just because you are the leader, you have any real prowess. You are unworthy of the championship. It will be I, Darui, who claims victory. Darui scoffed derisively. You two should just stay out of my way. I alone will seize the championship. Your presence only serves to hinder my success. The title belongs solely to me, Kairabi. Kairabi retorted indignantly. Kairabi, are you itching for a fight? Has it been 3 days since I last pummeled you, leading you to feel invincible? Yuzuki coldly remarked. Yuzuki, don't presume that your gender intimidates me. When I lose my composure, I shall strike anyone, regardless. Kairabi stood his ground defiantly. Fight, fight, fight. Strike hard. You two can exhaust each other, and then the championship shall be mine. Ha ha ha. Darui cackled, reveling in the chaos. Oh dear, these individuals, Samui sighed, shaking his head. I truly do not wish to be in the company of these 3 lunatics. Whenever they gather, peace is utterly unattainable. Cease this at once. A booming voice interrupted, and the 3 bickering individuals immediately halted. They beheld a man even more robust than Kairabi, glaring fiercely at them. If you dare continue this ruckus, I shall send him back to the Cloud Village with a single punch. Who is in favor? Who is against? I oppose. Darui shouted loudly, stepping forward. With a resounding thud, the burly man sent Darui flying with a single blow. Objection denied. Who else dares to oppose? The remaining individuals fell silent, watching the imposing figure with bated breath. Humph. This is the fate of those who dare to challenge my authority. The muscular man pointed at Darui, now sprawled 20 meters away, a human-shaped indent in the wall where he had collided. This man was none other than Kairabi's elder brother and the current 3rd Raikage's eldest son, a man with immense potential to become the 4th Raikage. He possessed a forthright demeanor but a notoriously fiery temper, quick to resort to violence over even trivial disputes. It was rumored that he had once engaged in a fierce brawl over the last piece of salted fish, leaving his opponent bedridden for 3 months. Thus, even the typically headstrong Kairabi instantly transformed into a submissive little brother in the presence of AI. All right, let us proceed and observe the changes that have transpired in Konoha over the years. AI declared, striding purposefully toward the main gate of Konoha, followed closely by the others who assumed the role of his subordinates. Their perception of Konoha was rather unfavorable, as the onset of the Second Ninja War was instigated by the Second Raikage, who met his demise at the hands of Kin and Jin during the signing of a peace treaty with the Second Hokage. This event catalyzed the Second Shinobi World War, resulting in the loss of many elite ninjas from the Village of Lightning at the hands of Konoha's shinobi. It is fair to say that the animosity between these 2 nations runs exceedingly deep. However, many of the younger generation of Cloud Village ninjas harbored little resentment toward Konoha. At most, their negative impressions were shaped by the narratives of their elders. Upon entering Konoha, this Cloud Village team ambled about, gazing with childlike curiosity. Hey, Darui, do you see that over there? The cliffside is adorned with 3 gigantic faces. How magnificent! The young man from the Yuzu clan exclaimed, excitedly nudging Darui and pointing at the Hokage rock. Isn't that the Hokage rock of Konoha? It was initially carved to commemorate the first Hokage, and eventually, it evolved to include the likenesses of all Hokage. It truly is a sight to behold. I believe our Village of Lightning could also create something similar. Fool, our Lightning Village lacks such vast cliff faces. I propose we erect several colossal statues, akin to the 2 figures at the Valley of the End. That would be equally impressive. Indeed, Kairabi, you have finally spoken some sense. Quite remarkable. The young man from the Yuzu clan praised. Yuzu, is it not unbearable for you to refrain from provoking me for even a moment? Kairabi retorted angrily. Yuzu, I also find Kairabi's suggestion quite commendable. When I ascend to the position of Raikage, my statue shall be erected alongside the 4th Raikage, earning the admiration of the people. Yes, quite splendid. Darui chuckled. Get lost. I shall be the 5th Raikage. You ought to stay where it is cool. Kairabi challenged. Are you looking for a fight? Then let us fight. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, Yatsuka was testing his ability to discern sounds through his airflow perception. By manipulating the thickness of the airflow, Yatsuka could amplify sounds that would be imperceptible to the average person, creating a trumpet-like effect that directed the sound into his ears. This enabled him to hear faint or distant sounds, truly transforming him into a veritable master of hearing. However, although Yatsuka had successfully learned to detect these subtle sounds and could differentiate between written numbers and letters, he still struggled to decipher the specific characters being inscribed based on the frequency of the sounds. Alas, this presents quite a predicament. However, did not the third Hokage mention the existence of multiple-choice questions? These inquiries merely require one to inscribe a numeral between 1 and 3. While I may struggle to comprehend other questions, I am adept at understanding multiple-choice queries. Thus, I shall focus solely on those, disregarding the rest. Consequently, Yasaka cast aside the written examination's concerns and continued to indulge in the potato chips he held. Should the third Hokage become aware of this, he would undoubtedly suffer an apoplectic fit, for one must recognize that the multiple-choice questions occupy a mere 20 minutes. If Yasaka solely attends to these, he would still fall short of passing. Yet, Yasaka remained oblivious to this dilemma, munching on his chips while contemplating his recent endeavors in Fruit Ninja. Following his last attempt, where he reached the 18th level and met his limits, over the course of more than half a month, his arm had fully recovered. In a twist of fate, the forced strain on his muscles had inadvertently strengthened his right arm. As a result, Yasaka surmised that he could now endure up to the 19th or even 20th wave. Under normal circumstances, relying solely on his arm's musculature would render him incapable of surpassing the 16th wave, for his muscle development paled in comparison to others, even falling slightly short. After all, Yasaka practiced a single sword style, and thus had not trained specifically for muscular endurance or robustness. Hence, it could be said that his physical conditioning in terms of musculature lagged behind that of Kakashi. Nevertheless, Yasaka could utilize the Great Freedom Sage technique, which, when employed, generated a gust of wind pressure, assisting in the movement of his arm and alleviating 20% of the strain on his muscles, allowing him to endure through the 18th wave. With his arm's newfound strength, Yasaka felt compelled to test his limits once more, discovering a burgeoning fascination with the Fruit Ninja game. Those egg tarts were quite delightful. I shared half with Iam last time, and I scarcely indulged myself. I shall procure some more, Yasaka mused aloud. He promptly donned his shoes and dashed out of his home, heading straight for the Fruit Ninja stall. Meanwhile, apart from Yasaka, who enjoyed the privilege of unrestrained movement due to his formidable abilities, the other competitors were engaged in rigorous training. Despite the scant 3 days remaining, Konoha demonstrated a palpable sense of urgency, conducting targeted training for these participants. At that moment, Kakashi was undergoing chakra endurance training alongside Yamanaka Yui, while Tsukiyakuri Shippu practiced sword techniques against another ninja's jutsu. Others, such as Saratobi Asuma, were also partaking in one-on-one drills. What thrilled Tsukiyakuri Shippu was when Yuyuki approached during practice to deliver him water, invigorating him like a shot of adrenaline, while he cherished the water she provided, reluctant to consume it. Hey, Hirabai, look over there. There's a Fruit Ninja stall. I never expected to find one here in the land of the leaf. Oh, is this the branch of our main Fruit Ninja store from back home? By the way, they must have the score records of the leaf villagers. I wonder what the highest score is. Let's go take a look. Thus, the group arrived at the Fruit Ninja stall, where 2 ninjas were currently engaged in a fruit challenge. However, they were struggling to face the 7th wave, and one participant was eliminated due to a slow reaction. The skill level of these leaf ninjas is rather poor. They can't even withstand the 7th wave. They are truly far behind us from Cloud Ninja Village. Indeed, the leaf ninjas are nothing but softies. This game requires high reflexes and bodily speed, which is beyond their capability. Only we from Cloud Ninja Village can excel at it, boasted Yumo. I estimate their highest record barely reaches the 10th wave. Haha, that's about right. Only we from Cloud Ninja Village can handle this. There isn't a single capable fighter among the Leaf Village ninjas. Chapter 62. The bet. Just as Durui was about to approach the score leaderboard, the remaining Leaf Ninja was also eliminated, leaving 2 vacant spots. Young man, I see you are not from the Leaf Village. Would you be interested in giving it a try? The stall owner greeted Darui with a smile, thinking to himself that while the young man appeared muscular, there is an adage that states, the bigger the muscle, the slower the reflexes. He believed this lad might not even last through 5 waves, certainly another potential paying customer. Sure, I'll give it a shot, Darui replied with a grin. In fact, he had played Fruit Ninja back in Cloud Ninja Village, achieving a commendable record of 13 waves. It is worth noting that even in the Leaf Village, 13 waves would easily secure a place in the top 5. Since I reached the 13th wave before. After some recent training, I should be able to last through 15 waves this time. Darui cracked his knuckles, recalling the words of the third Hokage. Your purpose in this journey is to showcase the might of our Hokage village. So if you get the chance to humiliate the Leaf Ninjas, do not hold back. Make them witness our strength. Darui thought to himself, the moment to showcase our power has arrived. Who knows, I might even become a hero of the Hokage village. At that moment, Yumu approached and patted Darui on the shoulder, saying, Darui, unleash your full potential and give those Leaf villagers a taste of their own medicine. It's time to serve your country. That's right, Darui. Besides my older brother, you have the fastest reflexes here. Show the pride of our land of lightning. Rest assured, I will certainly make the Leaf villagers see. With a confident smile adorning his face, Darui traversed the same path as the third Hokage, harnessing the power of lightning to enhance his own abilities. This infusion invigorated his muscles and neural reflexes, culminating in an extraordinarily robust physique. His speed, defense, and strength were significantly amplified. Consequently, when it came to reaction speed, Darui was second only to Killer Bee amongst those present. After all, the essence of the Fruit Ninja game lies in reaction speed and muscular endurance, both of which are Darui's forte. Look, those must be the ninja from the Cloud Village, exclaimed a surprised Leaf Ninja, nudging his companion as Darui approached, prepared to embark on the challenge of Fruit Ninja. Oh, indeed. It seems they have just arrived. As they are still carrying their luggage, his companion responded. Are they daring to challenge the Fruit Ninja? This should be entertaining. They must be novices at this game. Just wait. That kid will likely be eliminated by the 3rd or 4th round. The conversation between the two Leaf Ninjas reached Killer Bee's ears, prompting him to scoff disdainfully. A couple of simpletons. This game was actually conceived by our Cloud Village to hone our neural reflexes and muscular endurance. You Leaf Ninjas are utterly incapable of mastering it. Such arrogance. Keep boasting. I am eager to see how many rounds you can endure, retorted the Leaf Ninja defiantly. How about we place a wager? Interjected the aloof Yuzuki with a mocking smile directed at the Leaf Ninja. What do you propose? The Leaf Ninja inquired. If he cannot withstand 10 rounds, the money is yours. If he surpasses that, I want the sword at your waist, Yuzuki declared, pointing at the Leaf Ninja's katana. The Leaf Ninja thought to himself how audacious this girl was, displaying such bravado. Unfazed, he replied, all right. Since you're so bold, I will accept your challenge. I shall see where your confidence stems from. Should you lose the wager, do not claim that I am bullying you. As the Leaf Ninja regarded the self-assured Yuzuki, he felt an unsettling discomfort. Despite her being merely a girl of around 10 years, she exuded an aura that made him feel as though he were facing an equal, even overshadowing him in spirit. Thus, both parties placed their money and the katana on a nearby table, drawing the attention of a growing crowd. After all, this was a wager between a Leaf Ninja and a Cloud Village Ninja, potentially touching upon diplomatic ties between the two nations, inciting considerable interest among bystanders. At that moment, the alert bell of the Fruit Ninja machine rang out, and 2 projectiles were launched forth. Darui swiftly executed 2 precise slashes, effortlessly cleaving the fruits in 2. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they confirmed it was indeed 2 severed fruits. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Killer Bee remarked triumphantly, gesturing with his chin towards the Leaf Ninja. That was merely the first round. There's no need to rush. The Leaf Village Ninja smirked, casting his gaze upon the stack of banknotes on the table, which was conservatively estimated to amount to $1,000. He mused to himself about the wealth of the Cloud Ninja Village, albeit they seemed somewhat lacking in judgment. Nevertheless, that money would soon belong to him. Meanwhile, as Yasaka made his way to the Fruit Ninja stall, he unexpectedly encountered a figure dressed in the garb of a ronin, none other than the cunning Aido Junji, who had previously employed deceit. Young lad, your swordsmanship is quite impressive, Aido Junji remarked with a smile, having fortuitously crossed paths with Yasaka. Out of admiration for Yasaka's cutting technique, he took the initiative to greet him. Who are you? How do you know my technique is exceptional? Yasaka asked, bewildered by the unfamiliar man before him, having never seen him before. Before you, I was the top of the Fruit Ninja, Aido Junji. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Yasaka inquired nonchalantly. Are you not even a bit curious about me, the former champion? Aido Junji asked, taken aback. Having anticipated Yasaka would be thrilled, given the lineage of champions. You're merely a defeated opponent. What is there to be excited about? Yasaka responded, utterly unimpressed. Aido Junji, feeling a surge of indignation, nearly suffered a heart attack from embarrassment, unable to retort, as Yasaka's claim held undeniable truth. How infuriating to be dismissed. You may be skilled, but I shall return to reclaim my title, Aido Junji seethed, ultimately departing while contemplating ways to enhance his swordsmanship and physical prowess to regain his former glory. Chapter 63. The impressive Durui, the group from the Cloud Ninja Village, was not the last to arrive. There were those who came even later, such as the Mist Village. As the likes of Killer Bee began to engage in the Fruit Ninja game, the Mist Village members reached the entrance of the Leaf Village. Wow, is this the Leaf Village of the Fire Country? The village founded by the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? I am filled with curiosity and anticipation, Terumi said, forming a telescope shape with her hands and placing it over her eyes. At this time, Terumi was merely 15, resembling a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll, utterly charming. I have always believed that among the 5 great nations, the strongest is indeed the Leaf Village of the Fire Country. Now that I see it, the reputation is well deserved. Zabuza Momochi remarked, gazing up at the towering Leaf Village gates, which stood at least 10 stories high, marveling at the strength required to open such a door and the might needed to destroy it. Zabuza, refrain from such words that elevate others while diminishing our own stature. Though we may not rival the Leaf Village, our strength is not insignificant. They may be slightly stronger, but not by much, Kisame Hashigaki chuckled, though his smile appeared more grotesque than sorrowful. Kisame is right. As long as we strive for development, the Mist Village will one day become the most powerful nation. Come, let us enter. Terumi smiled and led the way into the Leaf Village. The entourage from the hidden Mist Village comprised not only the 3 competitors, but also several others, albeit with a noticeable disparity in strength compared to the trio. Upon entering the Leaf Village, they were immediately captivated by the picturesque scenery that adorned its streets. The ambience here starkly contrasts with that of our hidden Mist Village. I find it rather delightful, remarked the youthful Momochi Zabuza, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Indeed, the architecture here resonates with my aesthetic preferences. Having grown accustomed to the structures of the hidden mist, I now find myself intrigued by diverse architectural styles. Kirigakure exhibited a similar exuberance, her gaze wandering in admiration, her beauty drawing the attention of many passers-by. I wonder if I might encounter a handsome young man. Perhaps if I meet a charming lad from the Leaf, I might even consider settling here, she mused dreamily as she walked along. Not long after their departure, the delegation from the Sand Village arrived. Konoha, here I come. Sabaka no Scorpion, at your service, he declared darkly, casting a wary glance at the imposing gates of the Leaf Village, which appeared to possess formidable defenses, surpassing even the walls of their Sand Village, leaving him somewhat perturbed. Let us proceed with caution. Once inside, maintain decorum and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, our Sand Village suffered a significant defeat in the last ninja war against Konoha, enduring great losses. We must bide our time, bearing humiliation with dignity. However, should anyone dare to provoke us, we shall demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. The leader of the Sand Village addressed the contestants. Meanwhile, as time progressed, Darui had successfully endured the previous 8 waves of fruit attacks. The Leaf Ninja who had wagered with the Yuzuki was increasingly distressed, feeling the mounting pressure. How is this possible? This kid is incredibly formidable. Even I could only last until the 9th wave before being eliminated. Yet he has surpassed 8 waves without a single fruit falling. The Leaf Ninja thought nervously, glancing between Darui and his prized sword, sensing an ominous foreboding that today he might lose his blade. The surrounding spectators were abuzz with conversation. What is happening? That lad from the Cloud Village is surprisingly impressive, having navigated through 8 waves of fruit attacks without dropping a single one. It seems the Cloud Village has some capable individuals after all. Yet, there was no need for excessive concern, as the challenges would only escalate in difficulty. Perhaps he would be eliminated in the next wave. Even if he survived the 9th wave, could he possibly endure 18? Amidst the murmurs, Darui wore a triumphant smile. He excelled at this fruit ninja game, his muscles activated by the surge of black lightning, enabling him to react with remarkable speed. Not only were his muscles quick, but his mind was equally agile. Through the activation of lightning's power, he enhanced the speed of information transmission between neurons, thereby achieving a remarkable reaction time. Consequently, despite lacking the Sharingan, he could still discern the objects hurtling towards him, his mind processing information with remarkable swiftness. Beside him, the confident Yuzuki, arms crossed over his chest, wore a smug smile, exuding an air of assured victory. He cast a glance at the katana, appreciating its quality, envisioning it soon as his prize. As one of the most outstanding genin of the Hidden Cloud Village, Yuzuki possessed strength surpassing that of Darui, granting him keen insight into Darui's capabilities. He believed that Darui could withstand 13 waves in this fruit ninja game, and perhaps even contend with the 14th. Exploiting the Leaf Ninja's underestimation of Darui, Yuzuki provocatively mentioned the 10th wave, leading the Leaf Ninja to take the bait, igniting a sense of superiority within Yuzuki as he toyed with his opponent's perceptions. Foolish Leaf Ninja. At that moment, the 9th wave commenced. Swiftly, 9 dark shadows surged forth, and Darui remained intensely focused on the airborne objects. As they neared within 2 meters, he swung his blade with fervor, executing a frenzied series of slashes that severed all 9 shadows before him. To his astonishment, they were all mere fruits. Killer Bee gazed in disbelief at the scattered pieces of fruit on the ground, picking up half an apple, wiping it clean, and crunching into it. By this juncture, Darui had equaled the Leaf Ninja's own record, causing a surge of anxiety within the latter. The impending fruit assault would soon determine the outcome of their wager. Should Darui endure the next wave, the katana would undoubtedly belong to Yuzuki. Thus, the Leaf Ninja found himself silently praying that Darui would falter. At that moment, Uchiha Aido, granted a day off, happened upon the scene, curious about the throng of spectators and eager to investigate. Chapter 64, Displaying Might. Is this a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village? Uchiha Aido mused, observing Darui standing in the arena. He noted the young man's well-developed musculature, exuding an aesthetic of strength. Instantly, Aido recognized that he would not fare well in close combat against his opponent. He recalled from his textbooks that ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village excelled in a technique known as ninjutsu body technique, which amplifies physical prowess through chakra, enhancing muscle cells and nerves to achieve remarkable physical capabilities, thus merging ninjutsu with taijutsu to create an explosive martial art. Reflecting on this knowledge while regarding Darui's physique, Aido began to grasp the essence of the ninjutsu body technique. It remains uncertain whether their ninjutsu techniques surpass the pure physical prowess of Might Guy. However, it appears they possess a superior physique. Moreover, they have integrated ninjutsu into their martial arts, leading one to believe that their abilities may indeed eclipse Might Guy's singular focus on physical techniques. I should mention this to Guy and perhaps encourage him to practice ninjutsu techniques as well, thought Uchiha Aido to himself. At that moment, the 10th wave of fruit attacks was imminent, intensifying the tension for the Leaf Ninja, who was increasingly anxious and apprehensive. By now, he had come to understand that the seemingly unassuming genin was, in truth, exceptionally skilled. Subconsciously, he believed there was an 80% chance that Darui could withstand the 10th wave. Meanwhile, his companions, including Yuzuki, were confident smiles, viewing the 10 waves of fruit attacks as a trivial matter for Darui. After all, among the competitors, Darui epitomized the quintessential practitioner of ninjutsu and was a rare inheritor of the 3rd Hokage's Black Lightning technique, which greatly enhanced his physical abilities and neural reactions, emphasizing the importance of speed. It's time for these Leaf Ninjas to witness the might of our Hidden Cloud Village. Darui, show them what a true man is, exclaimed Killer Bee, his confident grin accompanied by an unidentifiable rhythm in his words. Darui, this is our Hidden Cloud Village's first opportunity to showcase our strength. It is your moment to shine, Yuzuki declared, crossing his arms in a posture of assured victory, already contemplating how to wield that great sword. Upon hearing his companions, Darui nodded with a smile, thinking, the moment to bring glory to the Hidden Cloud Village has arrived. As the 10th wave approached, even Darui found the limits of his physical prowess and neural responses tested. After all, he lacked powerful ocular techniques like the Sharingan or Byakugan, making it increasingly difficult to discern the incoming projectiles with his current vision. Nevertheless, he had his own methods, his signature moves, and with a curve of his lips, he silently declared, "Let the Leaf Villagers witness my signature skills." He shouted, his body tensing as every muscle contracted, fists clenched at his waist, gritting his teeth, with veins visibly bulging from his forehead. It was finally time for Darui to unveil his ultimate technique. This wager held no real challenge. Observing Darui's transformation, Yuzuki felt a surge of delight. Prepare to witness the ultimate ninjutsu passed down from the 3rd Raikage, Lightning release, chakra mode. Activate, he proclaimed, with a thunderous roar. A surge of black lightning erupted from Darui's body, enveloping him like a second skin. Countless black arcs of electricity shimmered with an ominous glow, crackling and twisting chaotically like serpentine lightning. The intense arc of electricity left the onlookers feeling as if they had been electrically shocked, with a few nearby individuals even having their bangs transformed into straight strands. What an astonishing phenomenon! Such remarkable chakra, such powerful lightning release. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The aura it exudes is truly breathtaking. In an instant, the crowd surrounding was left in awe of Darui's lightning chakra mode. They had never witnessed such a form of ninjutsu, nor such a formidable manifestation of chakra. Visually and sensorially, it was utterly captivating. Coupled with Darui's already robust physique, he appeared as if a thunder god had descended, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the gasps of amazement echoed through the crowd, individuals like Karui and Killer Bee wore smug smiles. See, this is the might of our hidden cloud village. Truly formidable. Uchiha Obito's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. It was the first time he had observed someone unleash such an immense quantity of chakra. The seemingly intangible, yet palpably oppressive force emanating from the abundant chakra left him utterly astonished. Is this the legendary body technique of the Hidden Cloud Village? How powerful! Is he a competitor from the Hidden Cloud Village? I must face such a formidable opponent? In that moment, Uchiha Obito felt a wave of intimidation wash over him, instinctively doubting his ability to prevail. No, I cannot allow his aura to overwhelm me. Just as feelings of trepidation began to creep into his mind, the image of Yasaka flashed before him, instantly dispelling his fears instigated by Darui's imposing presence. I must not be intimidated. I am a representative of the Leaf Village. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot rival Yasaka. Furthermore, should I encounter him as an adversary at this thought, the image of Rin Noera crossed his mind. Obito, you must do your best. I will be cheering for you from the stands. The echo of Rin's encouraging words resonated in his ears, fortifying his resolve. Even if I face him, I will surely triumph. I must win. Rin is watching me. A determined glint ignited in Obito's eyes. At that moment, the 10th wave commenced. A series of swift whooshing sounds erupted as 10 dark figures surged forth from the machine's nozzle, hurtling toward Darui with the speed of lightning. Darui, enveloped in shimmering black arcs, gripped his long blade tightly, eyes wide, intently fixated on the incoming projectiles. Chapter 65. The Lost, but I can see it clearly. Darui's mind echoed, as the potent activation of the black lightning enhanced his muscle and nerve conduction to the utmost degree, accelerating his neural transmission speed 5-fold. In this heightened state, his brain could process vast amounts of data in rapid succession, even as his eyes struggled to discern the nature of the dark figures racing toward him. However, endowed with a brain capable of extraordinary reflexes, he swiftly discerned the true nature of the shadowy figures before him, determining whether they were fruits or mere distractions based solely on their silhouettes. In the next instant, he let out a fierce roar and swung the massive sword in his hand, akin to a door panel, creating a sweeping arc of darkness that struck the first shadow with tremendous force. With a swift sound, the shadow was cleaved in two, its speed abruptly diminishing, revealing its true form, a halved apple. Onward. The second, he forcefully contracted the muscles in his arm, pivoting it in the opposite direction with great vigor. With another swift motion, he severed yet another shadow, exposing a banana split cleanly in two. Next came the third. Once more, he swung his blade, cleaving through yet another fruit. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the eighth. With a flurry of consecutive slashes, each stroke unleashed a cascade of dark arcs, both violent and aesthetically pleasing. As he dispatched all 8 shadows in a matter of moments, leaving a scattering of fruit pieces on the ground, the remaining 2 shadows collided against the net behind him, revealing their true identities, 2 small green wooden spheres. The 10th wave. Success. He planted his sword firmly into the ground and turned to the villagers of Cloud Hidden Village, flashing them a confident smile. Witnessing this spectacle, the Leaf Village ninja felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by a chilling despair. As a wave of bitterness surged within him, I have lost. The Leaf Ninja's face reflected sorrow as he gazed at the sword upon the table, his eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. This sword had accompanied him for 12 years, aiding him in countless battles and securing his illustrious victories. Now, It was destined to change hands, becoming another's weapon. Damn it. The leaf ninja gritted his teeth, feeling a profound anguish. Haha. Remember, a wager must be honored. By our agreement, this sword now belongs to me. The Yuzuki individual, brimming with triumph, approached the table and grasped the sword. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the blade, its edge gleaming coldly under the sunlight, casting a radiant light upon her exquisite visage, which reflected her uncontainable joy. What a splendid sword. Thank you. I shall take good care of it, she declared with a playful grin, brandishing the sword before the leaf ninja, before sheathed it once more and placed it behind her back. From that moment forth, this sword belonged to Yuzuki. Humph. A petty triumph. The leaf ninja seethed, feeling as if a dagger had pierced his heart at the sight of her smug expression, leaving him breathless with anguish. Yet, despite his reluctance, having made a promise in the wager, he knew he must adhere to it. Otherwise, to retract his words in such a public arena would not only disgrace himself, but also tarnish the reputation of Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. At this moment, Darui awaited the 11th wave of fruit attacks. Today was not only an opportunity for him to showcase the prowess of the Cloud Village in Konoha, but also a chance to test the limits of his current strength. Excellent. The next wave is the 11th. With this performance, I estimate that it would at least secure a second place in Konoha. I would wager that the first place will not surpass 14 waves. Kairabi chuckled, humming a rhythmic tune. Shall we take a glance at the leaderboard to see the score of the first place? Inquisitively asked Sam, with his golden hair and ample chest, standing nearby. There is no need to check. Once Darui finishes, the booth owner will record his score on the leaderboard, and it will undoubtedly be reordered. At that moment, Darui will certainly be in first place, so there is no necessity to scrutinize the current leader, Yuzuki remarked confidently, a victorious smile etched on his face. As the 11th wave commenced, Darui, harnessing the effects of the lightning release chakra mode that invigorated his muscles and nerves, flawlessly navigated through it once more. He subsequently passed the 13th wave, but ultimately reached his limit at the 14th, missing 3 fruits and being eliminated on the spot. Although he fell short of his ideal target of surpassing the 14th wave, he still felt satisfied. Just a little more. I see that my lightning release chakra mode requires further enhancement. If I could attain a level akin to that of Brother A, 20 waves would surely be within reach, Darui mused as he stepped off the stage. Despite his elimination, his expression bore no trace of regret, for in this wave, he had not only demonstrated the might of the Cloud Village to the astonished denizens of Konoha, but also seized a trophy from their hands. Although the wager was initiated by Yuzuki, and the spoils belonged to him, it was Darui who executed the endeavor. Thus, he believed that upon his return to the Cloud Village, showcasing that magnificent sword to Lord Rakage would surely earn him commendation. Haha, these Konoha folks have not a single capable fighter among them. This game is far beyond the capabilities of these softies. I reiterate, only we from the Cloud Village can truly play this game, Kairabi proclaimed with boisterous laughter, inciting ire among the surrounding Konoha residents. However, there was nothing they could do to refute the truth of his words, having just lost the wager. At that moment, Obito, indignant, pushed his way through the crowd, confronting Kairabi and his companions with a fierce retort. Do not revel in your triumphs here. What is so impressive about your score? It does not even compare to our second place, let alone the first. If Yasaka were present, he would undoubtedly dispatch you all with a single strike. Uchiha Obito declared vehemently. Chapter 66. The struggle of Uchiha Obito in the usual encounters with Yasaka. Uchiha Obito harbored a profound resentment towards him, determined to train diligently in hopes of exacting revenge. Yet, when faced with outsiders insulting Konoha, the first thought that sprang to Obito's mind was to defend Yasaka. In that moment, Yasaka's image loomed large in Obito's eyes, for, after all, they were comrades. The reason Obito did not rashly rush forward to challenge Darui with bravado was his self-awareness. He understood his own limitations and would not allow arrogance to cloud his judgment. While it is true that the Cloud Village excels in physical combat, Konoha possesses its own adept practitioners, such as Might Guy and the Hyuga clan. The majority of its shinobi are primarily trained in ninjutsu. Thus, it would be folly for Obito to compete with Cloud's strengths using his own weaknesses. Who do you think you are? Killer Bee scoffed, taken aback that someone dared to challenge him. I am Uchiha Obito of Konoha, Obito declared, stepping boldly before Killer Bee and gazing up at him. The height difference was stark, with Bee towering over Obito, placing him at a physical disadvantage. Had this been any other time, Aido might have faltered, yet now, he was fortified by the memory of Rin Noera, his source of motivation, his unwavering support, his sanctuary. As long as Rin remained in his heart, he felt no fear. All negative emotions were alleviated by her presence within him. You dare claim that Darui's score isn't the second highest? Impossible. This game may seem simple, but it rigorously tests reflexes, muscle strength, and endurance. Even many elite J-nin struggle to surpass 13 rounds, while our ninjas from the Cloud Village excel in muscular strength and responsiveness. How could Konoha possibly have anyone exceed 14 rounds? Unless they are of the caliber of the Hokage or the White Fang of Konoha. But why would such distinguished figures engage in trivial games? Besides, if that were the case, it would hold no significance, as our Raikage and others like A could achieve the same, rendering it meaningless. It is hardly about the Hokage or anyone of that ilk. Our top contender is a Genin, just like me, and, oh, just like you. Did you know that the first place is also a Genin, and their score far surpasses yours? Aido retorted disdainfully, feeling a sense of honor in supporting Yasaka. It was the first time he realized that Yasaka could serve a positive purpose. Oh, I must see for myself. Yuzuki scoffed, striding over to the leaderboard to investigate. Upon her initial glance, she noted the second-place holder, Aido Junji, with a score of 16 rounds. This revelation took Yuzuki by surprise. Someone had indeed surpassed 14 rounds. However, upon noticing the title of J-nin following Ito's name, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fact that a Jonin can reach such a level is relatively normal, as there are indeed Jonin from the hidden Cloud Village who fail to attain this standard. Moreover, considering Darui's current condition, it is highly probable that by the time he ascends to Jonin status, he too will be able to endure the 16th wave. Subsequently, Yuzuki shifted his gaze upward, focusing on the top position. There, inscribed were the characters Yasaka, followed closely by the number 18, indicating that he had withstood the 18th wave. What? Yuzuki was taken aback. Could it be that someone truly managed to withstand the 18th wave? Impossible. He must be a Jonin. A Genin could never last through the 18th wave, absolutely not. Thus, Yuzuki continued to scan the ranks to the right, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the word Jonin. However, what he encountered instead was the designation of Genin. How could this be? Yuzuki stood frozen, his mind replaying the words Genin repeatedly. Genin, 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 Genin. Hey, Yuzuki, what is the first place score? At that moment, Killer B, noticing Yuzuki's immobility before the ranking board, called out impatiently. Yuzuki? Seeing that Yuzuki did not respond, Killer B shouted again, but Yuzuki remained stony, akin to a wooden figure before the board. What on earth? Reluctantly, Killer B approached, his subconscious already sensing an ominous feeling. Hey, I'm calling you Yuzuki. Killer B tapped Yuzuki, only to find Yuzuki pointing at the ranking board. Following his gesture, Killer B's gaze fell upon the words Yasaka, 18, and Genin in stark contrast. Nanny. Killer B was momentarily struck dumb, his expression reflecting disbelief. How could this be? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again, but the scene remained unchanged. Yuzuki, I must be dreaming. Quickly, slap me to wake me up. A Genin could never withstand 18 waves. Yuzuki raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Killer B's face. Let me awaken. As Killer B watched Yuzuki's palm approaching, it seemed to grow larger before his eyes, and he silently prayed. Smack. Ah. Killer B was sent spinning through the air, landing with a thud on the ground. Ouch. But I must be awake now, he thought, scrambling to the ranking board. What? It was not a dream. How could it be possible for a Genin to endure 18 waves? Killer B was on the verge of losing his mind. At that moment, several other ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village gathered around, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the information on the ranking board. How could this be? Could it be that a person with the strength of a Jonin simply refused to advance? Or perhaps one who was previously a Jonin but had been demoted to Genin for a mistake? Darui murmured in astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. Did you see that? With your meager skills, you are hardly noteworthy here in Konoha. You can't even surpass a Genin. You might as well return home to tend to your pigs. Upon witnessing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the people from the cloud-hidden village, Uchiha Aido felt an immense sense of joy swelling within him. Indeed, Yaosaka proved to be the most formidable of them all. In that moment, Aido regarded Yaosaka as an endearing individual, momentarily forgetting the incident when Yaosaka had struck him. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. You must be deceiving us. fabricating a non-existent individual to claim the top position. Yes, that must be it. The stall owner is deliberately crafting this illusion to avoid paying. At that moment, Yuzuki, filled with rage, shouted vehemently. Chapter 67. The rampaging Yuzuki do not make unfounded accusations. I have not fabricated anything. This individual managed to withstand the 18th wave of fruit assaults right before our very eyes, and he is indeed a genin. Oh, by the way, I have heard that this lad is a participant from the Leaf Village in this competition, the stall owner, sporting a goatee, said slowly as he stepped forward. Since he was being discussed, he felt compelled to clarify the situation. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if someone truly believed he had engaged in deception. At that moment, some audience members chimed in. Indeed, we all witnessed it that day. That fellow is a genin, and he is of similar stature. You people from the Cloud-Hidden Village should not sour grapes, just because you cannot reach the same heights. Admit your shortcomings instead of seeking excuses. Yuzuki's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she still could not fathom how a true genin could endure through the 18th wave. Such extraordinary reflexes were required. No, that cannot be right. Perhaps it is not entirely impossible. If he possesses the physicality akin to Darui, and also possesses an ability similar to the Sharingan that allows him to perceive high-speed movements, then it is conceivable that he could withstand up to the 18th wave. I would very much like to meet this genin who endured to the 18th wave. I wonder what kind of person he is, Darui remarked with curiosity. If I meet him, I shall engage him in a spar, Killer Bee said with a smirk, confident in his prowess among the competitors. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and even though he could not fully unleash its power at that moment, his overwhelming chakra and strength would suffice to defeat most genin. Even Yuzuki, who was reputed to have excellent control over tailed beasts, would find him a worthy opponent. Thus, Killer Bee dismissed the talents of the other nations, for the tailed beasts were indeed a powerful trump card. Humph, he must resemble a child. In reality, he should be a jonin, but due to certain circumstances, he has been reduced to the rank of genin. I refuse to believe that a genin could achieve such a feat. Yuzuki adamantly denied any possibility. At that moment, Yasaka happened upon the stall and noticed a throng of people gathered around, perplexed by the commotion. What remarkable individual has arrived to draw such a crowd? As he squeezed through the throng, the moment he emerged, he spotted a robust individual from the Cloud-Hidden Village engaged in a heated argument with Uchiha Aido. Oh, Aido? Moreover, they must be the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village. For a moment, Yatsuka was oblivious to the unfolding drama and curiously observed the heated exchange between Aido and Killer Bee. The surrounding crowd, captivated by their altercation, failed to notice that the true subject of their dispute was quietly enjoying the spectacle nearby. Humph, you people from the Hidden Cloud Village. I see through your bravado, like a stubborn duck refusing to admit the sourness of grapes. Obito Uchiha exclaimed in frustration, realizing that no matter how fervently he argued, the Yuzuki remained unconvinced. Meanwhile, Killer Bee insisted that even if such a person existed, he would swiftly defeat them, while Darui speculated that the individual must have employed some clandestine ninjutsu to achieve their feats. Consequently, Obito was thoroughly incensed. Feeling that Killer Bee and his companions simply could not tolerate defeat, even though they had not actually lost. Just wait. I shall summon him here so you can witness for yourselves, lest you continue to act like big bad wolves. If you possess the ability, then bring him forth for me to see. At that moment, Yatsuka could no longer contain himself and stepped forth from the crowd. Addressing the Yuzuki, "Are you referring to me? Who are you? Step aside." The Yuzuki waved dismissively, hardly paying him any heed, assuming he was merely an arrogant fool seeking to show off. Yatsuka, you've arrived. I was just looking for you." Upon seeing Yatsuka, Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "What? Yatsuka? Yatsuka, he is the one who ranks first?" In an instant, Darui and Killer Bee turned sharply to gaze at Yatsuka. "What? This lad is Yatsuka?" The Yuzuki suddenly snapped back to reality, staring intently at Yatsuka. "I hear you were looking for me?" Yatsuka assessed the individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village before him, noting that they indeed matched the descriptions in the texts: tall, robust, and imposing in stature. Simultaneously, Killer Bee and his companions scrutinized Yatsuka, realizing he bore no remarkable traits. He was of average height, possessed an ordinary physique, dressed unremarkably, and exuded a commonplace aura, utterly unremarkable. This is the one who withstood the 18th wave. Just him? Darui pondered, repeatedly examining Yatsuka from head to toe, yet failing to discern what was truly impressive about him. How could such a fellow possibly surpass Darui? I find it hard to believe. Killer Bee vocalized his doubts. It is said you are the top-ranked genin and withstood 18 waves of fruit attacks. I refuse to believe it unless you can demonstrate it right here. The Yuzuki challenged Yatsuka. Yatsuka regarded the rather imposing Yuzuki before him and scoffed. You asked me to demonstrate? Very well, but do you think you are someone of significance? What? You dare to be so arrogant? The Yuzuki, incensed, raised an eyebrow, pointing to herself as she declared, I am the strongest genin of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Two-Tails, Yuzuki. Do I not possess the authority to request you demonstrate your 18 waves of fruit ninjutsu? Your grandmother is the strongest genin of the Hidden Cloud Village. What does that have to do with you? Yatsuka retorted coldly. I speak my own mind. You, an unsophisticated fool. Yuzuki felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Despite the absence of any egregious words exchanged between the parties, her fury was inexplicable. Oh, you, a mere lower-rank ninja. What right do you have to issue commands to me? I am rather fatigued today and have no desire to move. You may remain wherever you find comfort, so disperse at once. Yasaka waved his hand dismissively, which made Yuzuki feel as if her noble dignity had been trampled upon, as though her companions were mere servants, summoned and dismissed at will. This was intolerable for her. You want to fight, do you? As a distinguished genin from the Hidden Cloud Village, Yuzuki had never endured such indignity, though she was relatively composed among her group. It was merely a matter of relative measure. She was, in essence, quite the tempestuous woman. In a flash, she launched a punch towards Yasaka. Chapter 68. Die already. What? This scene took everyone present by surprise. Even Kira Bai and others from the Hidden Cloud Village were astonished that Yuzuki would react with such fury and strike. You infuriate me. Die already. Yuzuki's fist flew towards Yasaka. Although she did not exert her full strength, the suddenness of her attack rendered it utterly unforeseen. Just as her fist was about to collide with Yasaka's face, the surrounding ninjas finally reacted. Uchiha Aido stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed as he witnessed Yuzuki's fist approach Yasaka. Unable to move, Kira Bai's mouth hung agape, as if a light bulb could fit inside, his shock evident even behind his sunglasses. Darui, however, managed to comprehend the situation and sought to intervene, but it was too late. Yuzuki was far too impulsive. Darui thought anxiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was the territory of the Leaf Village, and a foreign ninja dared to strike one of their own. Was she courting disaster? Damn it. Wasn't the third Reikage supposed to say that Yuzuki was the most level-headed among us? I see her as the most volatile and reckless. Yet, despite Darui's rising panic, it was already too late. He envisioned the impending chaos. Both sides would inevitably clash, a brawl erupting in the streets. Although they would attempt to mediate, the members of the Hidden Cloud Village would undoubtedly face disdain throughout their journey, perhaps even suffer repercussions. With a heavy heart, Darui closed his eyes in despair, silently cursing the reckless woman. However, just as all believed that Yasaka would be struck by Yuzuki's blow, Yasaka instinctively sensed a disturbance in the air as Yuzuki raised her fist towards him. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively leaned back. In the next moment, the punch from the Yuzu man was deftly evaded by Yasaka, striking just 5 centimeters away from Yasaka's original position. Humph! How dare he? Yasaka was not one to be trifled with. In the village of Konoha, he had always been the one to strike others, never the recipient of blows himself. To his astonishment, this presumptuous woman from the village hidden in the clouds dared to challenge him on his own ground. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. With a cold snort, he unsheathed his katana in a swift motion, executing a horizontal slash that emitted a chilling arc of light, aimed at the Yuzu man's neck with blinding speed. Should this strike connect, it would result in instant decapitation. At this critical juncture, the two-tailed demon cat within the Yuzu man sensed the imminent threat and swiftly usurped control of his body, maneuvering him backwards in a dramatic arch, narrowly evading Yasaka's lethal blow. Although he sustained no injury, the long hair of the Yuzu man was caught in the force of his backward tilt, with the latter third of his ponytail severed cleanly by Yasaka's razor-sharp blade. With a soft rustle, the severed golden hair scattered in the air, resembling a grand fan that filled the space before them, momentarily enveloping them in a shimmering realm of gold. Ah, my hair. You seek death. Upon witnessing the loss of a third of his ponytail, the Yuzu man was consumed by rage, bellowing in fury and preparing to unleash a serious jutsu. However, he was restrained by Darui and Killer Bee, who each gripped his shoulders from behind, forcibly holding him back. Release me. I shall kill him. He dared to sever my hair. I will end him. Ack. The Yuzu man was utterly unhinged, shouting in anger, prompting several others from the village hidden in the clouds to step forward and subdue him, fearful that his madness might escalate into an all-out brawl. This was merely their first hour in Konoha. If a street fight were to erupt now, not only would they jeopardize their chance to participate in the tournament, but they could also face arrest by the Konoha shinobi. While execution was unlikely, they would be treated as prisoners of war, a disgraceful fate that could spark significant diplomatic issues between the two nations. In such a scenario, the village hidden in the clouds would undoubtedly have to pay a price to secure the release of their captured comrades, and they would be forced to do so in a subservient manner. Especially since it was one of their own who initiated this conflict, they held no moral high ground. Even if the third Raikage himself were to intervene, it would be a matter of reason. The village hidden in the clouds would have no choice but to endure the humiliation, given that they were the aggressors. It is worth noting that the recently concluded Second Shinobi World War also began with actions taken by the people of the Land of Lightning, and regrettably, it was in Konoha that they faced defeat. Thus, should another incident occur, it could escalate dramatically, inciting fierce animosity within the entire village of Konohagakure. At this juncture, the Hidden Cloud Village remains in a developmental phase, rendering it ill-suited for the initiation of war. Consequently, in the interest of maintaining a low profile and fostering the progress of their nation, even the notoriously temperamental Third Raikage would be compelled to endure humiliation and seek to pacify the situation. If the reckless impulses of the Uzuki were to trigger a cascade of repercussions, resulting in detrimental consequences for the Land of Lightning, then they would undoubtedly be deemed the villains of history. A conflict must be averted at all costs. Darui fervently shouted within his mind, desperately restraining the Uzuki, while Killer Bee mirrored his efforts, nearly unleashing his full strength to control her. The Uzuki's power at that moment was astonishingly formidable. It was as if one could sever a head and let blood flow, yet the hair must remain intact. The well-endowed Samui exerted herself to subdue the nearly rampaging Uzuki. Feeling utterly exasperated, the third Raikage had specifically noted that the Uzuki sister was the most composed among the group, advising her to keep the others in check and prevent any trouble. Yet, here they were, struggling to restrain the Uzuki to prevent her from causing a ruckus. One had to question the reliability of the Raikage. After considerable effort, the members of the Hidden Cloud Village finally managed to subdue the Uzuki. Killer Bee wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that the Uzuki had not unleashed her tailed beast form in the streets, as that would have spiraled into an uncontrollable situation. At this moment, the Uzuki had calmed down somewhat. She had begun to half believe the notion that a genin could withstand the 18th wave. However, she was reluctant to admit it, simply displaying stubbornness. In a moment of impulsiveness, she instinctively threw a punch at Yasaka. Yet, as soon as she did, regret washed over her. Her anger had clouded her judgment. To her astonishment, Yasaka deftly evaded her blow. This unexpected reaction left the Uzuki utterly surprised, as her punch had been a spontaneous and uncalculated act. Even she had not anticipated it. In situations where one throws a punch mid-conversation, most individuals would be caught off guard. However, had they been engaged in combat, many would have been able to react accordingly. Yet, before the Uzuki could fully comprehend Yasaka's remarkable speed, she suddenly found herself on the receiving end of a swift strike. The speed of that attack was so rapid that an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her heart, prompting an instinctive realization that something was amiss. And she prepared to evade and defend herself. Before she could even make a move, the two-tailed demon cat within her, more terrified than she was, seized control of her body and made her fall backwards. Consequently, her ponytail, propelled by the inertia of the backward motion, swung towards Yasaki, who swiftly severed a third of it with a single stroke. Thus, the once regretful and composed Uzuki erupted like a volcano, her anger ignited. She cherished her silky golden hair, investing considerable time daily in its upkeep. After nurturing it to such length, she had planned to style it into twin ponytails post-competition. Yet, now a third had been severed, a length that would take at least 6 months to regrow, and she devoted 2 to 3 hours each day to its maintenance. The thought of Yasaki's actions was utterly intolerable, pushing her to the brink of unleashing her beastly form in a fit of rage. "Uzuki, calm down. Have you lost your mind?" Kurabi shouted. "Let go of me. I am calm now. Yuzuki retorted angrily, noticing that although Yuzuki's face still bore signs of fury, her emotions had evidently regained their composure. Karabi and the others relaxed their grip. Humph. Yuzuki scoffed heavily, her gaze fixating on the katana in Yasaki's hand. A hint of trepidation in her eyes. That previous strike had been perilously close. Even she had nearly lost her head. She sensed that Yasaki had been genuine in his intent. Had her reaction been any slower, she would undoubtedly be dead. What a straightforward individual, Yuzuki mused. Mentally labeling Yasaki as ruthless and utterly unrestrained, a person who acted without hesitation. She approached Yasaki slowly and said, "You are one of the competitors, are you not?" "And if I am?" Yasaki replied with a cold smirk. He had actually held back during that last strike. Had he truly wished to kill Yuzuki, he would have employed the Great Freedom technique to enhance the speed of his arm and utilize the cutting steel flash. In such a case, the wind blades accompanying the technique would extend his attack range from the katana's 1 meter length to 2 meters. This meant that, although the blade itself never touched Yuzuki, the wind blades could have easily severed her head. Moreover, the mental shock he could produce would create effects akin to illusionary techniques, causing his opponent to momentarily freeze from the psychic impact. That single second would be ample time for him to decapitate her. Yasaki had demonstrated remarkable restraint in the past. He would have eliminated his opponent without a second thought. However, the third Hokage and Haichir Mikami had specifically advised him to avoid escalating conflicts, lest the entire village suffer the consequences. Yasaka may remain untroubled by personal issues, yet should the village suffer repercussions, such as the onset of an unwarranted conflict, it could lead to the closure of numerous eateries, fundamentally jeopardizing his culinary journey and the rewards bestowed upon him by the system. Hence, for the sake of gastronomy, he must exercise restraint. Observing Yasaka's nonchalant demeanor, Yuzuki felt a surge of irritation, although the initial fault lay with her. As a prodigious young woman from the Hidden Cloud Village, she had never before been subjected to such indignity. She had always been the one to command attention. This was her first encounter with someone disregarding her presence. However, constrained by the norms of Konohagakure, she stifled her anger and remarked, "Very well. I cannot engage with you now, but come the competition, I shall seek an opportunity to challenge you. I trust you one tea then, hee." With a sinister smile, Yuzuki had already resolved to exert her full strength, vowing to rend asunder the audacious individual who dared to sever her cherished locks. The rules of the competition did not prohibit lethal force. An accidental death would merely be deemed as excessive exertion, unlike the current scenario of public violence, where fatalities could attract grave repercussions from Konohagakure. She's clearly intent on unleashing her full wrath during the competition. "That young man is doomed," Kairabi whispered to Samui, who sighed and shrugged. They understood Yuzuki's character well, although she was generally more composed and stable than Kairabi and his ilk. When she truly lost control, none could rival her strength, unless Kairabi transformed into his 8 tails mode, as no one else present could match Yuzuki. Even with the 8 tails unleashed, Kairabi could only barely contend with Yuzuki, for her mastery over the tailed beasts far surpassed his, allowing her to harness 50% of their might, while he could manage only around 40%. Chapter 70. Did I let you go? Huh, just you? Yasaka chuckled mockingly, surveying Yuzuki with a scrutinizing gaze, concluding she possessed no remarkable traits, thus relegating her to the category of those easily dispatched. "Young man, I have no intention of engaging in verbal sparring with you. We shall meet in the competition," Yuzuki retorted coldly, mentally adding Yasaka to her death list. Such a proud individual could hardly swallow her pride, yet she was indeed, as the third Raikage had observed, the most composed among them. Had it been Kairabi in her stead, a brawl would have already erupted. The earlier incident concerning her hair had merely provoked a momentary lapse in her composure. She resolved to leverage her connections to ensure that she and Yasaka would be pitted against one another in their forthcoming one-on-one match, where she would unleash her full potential, feigning a lack of control in the process, ultimately eliminating Yasaka. Though this was the territory of Konohagakure, the competition was orchestrated by the 5 great nations, so Yuzuki deemed it feasible to manipulate matters behind the scenes. "Humph, you arrogant fool. Soon you shall learn the consequences of inciting the wrath of me." The Yuwood people. The Yuwood individual swiftly quelled her anger towards Yatsuka, for she realized that in a matter of days, she would have the opportunity to vanquish this person on the battlefield. Why should she hold a grudge against someone who would soon be deceased? With that thought, she turned and called out to Karabi and the others, Let us depart and find a place to stay. Did I permit your departure? Just as the U-wood person began to retrace her steps, Yatsuka's voice rang out from behind her. She halted abruptly, surprise and irritation flickering across her features as she turned to face him. What do you mean? She demanded, her voice low and laced with suppressed fury. She was well aware of the necessity to avoid conflict, yet if provoked excessively, she could not guarantee her restraint. At that moment, Yatsuka, with a haughty expression, proclaimed, I have heard that you won a katana in a wager against another. Dare you wager with me? If I withstand the 19th wave, the blade shall belong to me. What? The U-wood individual's eyes widened in astonishment. Yatsuka's words left not just her, but everyone present, utterly speechless, gazing at him in disbelief. This audacious fellow. Uchiha Aido stared at Yatsuka in shock. He had just informed Yatsuka about the U-wood individual's victory over a Konoha ninja, and now Yatsuka had the audacity to challenge her in hopes of reclaiming that sword. Could it be that he seeks to restore honor to that individual? Uchiha Aido was taken aback, realizing that Yatsuka possessed a sense of collective honor. When his own village faced humiliation, he was willing to step forward to assist a comrade in regaining dignity. Aido regarded Yatsuka with a complex expression. Previously, he had found Yatsuka insufferable due to his frequent acts of violence and overwhelming strength, which garnered considerable attention from Lin, inciting Aido's jealousy. However, he now recognized a sense of righteousness in Yatsuka's actions, astonished that he would come to the aid of someone from Konoha. Am I dreaming? When did he become so virtuous? Meanwhile, Karabi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions akin to witnessing an extraterrestrial. This is beyond audacious. The 19th wave? Who does he think he is? If it were the mighty A, I might believe it, but him? I would not trust it even if he swore on his life. Karabi's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb. This lad, in his quest for glory, dares to boast so brazenly. I am eager to see what prowess he possesses to withstand the 19th wave. I truly do not believe it. I can barely reach the 15th wave even in my lightning release chakra mode, and yet he claims he can reach the 19th? Darui regarded Yatsuka with a cold smirk. Scoffing you? I fail to see any remarkable abilities in you. My brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not overreach. For hubris may lead to your downfall. It is merely a katana. There is no need to tarnish your reputation for the sake of bravado. Who do you think you are to speak to me? With a sharp retort, Yatsuka incited the fury of Darui, who immediately brandished his great sword, ready to confront Yatsuka. However, Yuki intervened, restraining Darui from engaging in a reckless duel. After a moment of contemplative silence, Yuki, filled with indignation, remarked, What about your wager? What will you do if you lose? Should I falter, this very sword shall be yours. In a swift motion, Yatsuka unsheathed his katana, its blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight, unmistakably a weapon of exceptional quality. Yuki observed closely, acknowledging the sword's superiority, even more refined than the blades wielded by the Leaf's ninja. With a cold smirk, Yuki nodded in agreement. Very well, this blade appears commendable. Since you are so eager to bestow it upon me, I accept your wager. Yuki gazed greedily at the katana in Yatsuka's grasp, recognizing its value. Although he had no use for a sword, it would serve as a splendid trophy to bring back to the Hidden Cloud Village, surely earning him accolades from Lord Rakage. However, he was entirely skeptical of Yatsuka's ability to endure the 19th wave, a feat of extraordinary difficulty. To discern the nature of 19 airborne objects, whether they were fruits or distractions, and to sever each fruit while avoiding the distractions within a mere second, was a monumental challenge. Among those present, Yuki believed only AI could achieve this, yet AI had excused himself to the restroom. Consequently, Yuki had already resigned himself to the notion that the katana would soon be his, filling him with a sense of elation. He mused to himself, The Leaf's ninjas are all so foolish. I cannot fathom how they triumphed in the last ninja world war. Yet, they are indeed generous, gifting me 2 splendid katana upon my arrival in the Leaf. Perhaps they are simply foolish with their wealth. Haha. Soon enough, Yatsuka took his position for the Fruit Ninja Challenge, while Yuki and his companions stood by, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. Utterly convinced that Yatsuka would falter before the 19th wave, only Uchiha Aido stood aside, vocally rallying support for Yatsuka. Yatsuka, give it your all. Show these Hidden Cloud villagers that we, from the Leaf, are not to be trifled with. Aido exclaimed, his fervor suggesting he himself was partaking in the challenge. Humph. I await the moment that lad fails to withstand the 19th wave. The look on his face when he loses that sword will surely be amusing. Darui crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression, convinced of Yatsuka's impending failure. Even with his own mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, he could only endure to the 14th wave. Lacking muscular strength and the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan, Darui couldn't fathom how Yatsuka could possibly prevail through the 19th wave. I have witnessed it. The ninjas of the leaf may lack in skill, yet their eloquence is unmatched. Could this be the fabled art of verbal warfare? Truly remarkable. Ha! Killer Bee laughed heartily, and the onlookers from Konoha glared at him with indignation, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. The ineptitude of these leaf ninjas was evident. If everyone were like them, then the strength of our land of lightning would have long surpassed that of Konoha. Samui chimed in, while the Waimuki person wore a smug smile, scrutinizing Yatsuka and attempting to assess her potential abilities. However, in the absence of any action from Yatsuka, Waimuki could discern no remarkable qualities about her. At that moment, a warning bell sounded, and the first wave of 2 projectiles was launched. The speed of the shots was relatively slow, allowing even an ordinary person to see them clearly. Thus, as the 2 bananas were shot forth, the surrounding crowd observed with clarity. With a swift motion, Yatsuka brought down her blade, sending 4 banana pieces tumbling to the ground. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and up to the 7th wave, where Yatsuka effortlessly sliced each piece of fruit without missing a single one, exhibiting remarkable steadiness. His swordsmanship was indeed commendable, quick, precise, and ruthless, but if that were all he possessed, it would not suffice to sustain him through the 19th wave. Waimuki remarked with disdain, weighing the katana she had acquired, which she initially found impressive. Yet, upon witnessing the katana in Yatsuka's hands, her own suddenly seemed far less appealing. Hey, Darui, don't you wield a sword? I'll give you that kid's katana later. I don't need it anyway. I prefer larger blades. This lightweight sword doesn't suit me. It might serve better for Killer Bee, she stated. Darui waved his hand dismissively. Killer Bee glanced at the katana Yatsuka held and shook his head. Though I do use a light sword, that particular katana doesn't complement my 8-tails bee blade technique, as my sword is lighter. Fine, none of you want it. Very well, I shall present it to Lord Rakage. Waimuki huffed, her gaze returning to Yatsuka. At this point, Yatsuka had withstood yet another wave of fruit attacks and had reached the 10th wave. A series of swift sounds pierced the air as 10 projectiles surged forth. The 10th wave marked a turning point. The speed of the fruit attacks significantly increased, far surpassing that of the previous 9. By the time the 10th wave commenced, most observers could no longer discern the identity of the flying objects, as they had begun to blend into mere shadows. With a flurry of movements, Yatsuka swiftly executed 9 precise slashes, slicing through the fruits, leaving only one troublesome projectile unscathed. Observing this, Darui nodded, remarking, I must admit, this kid's swordsmanship is quite impressive. His speed is remarkable, and his accuracy is commendable. However, if this is all he offers, he won't even survive the 15th wave. Indeed, and at this level, he cannot possibly overcome my 8-tails bee blade technique. Ha ha ha. Killer Bee erupted into a hearty laugh, adorned with 8 short blades. In battle, he employed not only his hands, but also his elbows, chin, knees, and other joints to simultaneously wield the 8 knives against his foes, earning him the moniker of the 8-tailed bee. His prowess was formidable. Even those possessing the Sharingan found it arduous to counter the onslaught of his 8 blades. After all, one only has 2 hands, while he possesses 8 knives. Consequently, the reflexes displayed by Yasaka appeared rather unimpressive in the eyes of Killer Bee and his comrades. Before long, the 11th wave arrived, prompting Darui to finally observe with earnest intent. After all, his limit was 14 waves, and Yasaka had already persevered through 11, drawing closer to that threshold. With a flurry of rapid strikes, Yasaka sent a brilliant flash of white light cascading through the air, causing an array of fruits to plummet to the ground, reduced to numerous fruit fragments. Once again, Yasaka had failed to miss a single piece, successfully passing the challenge. This lad, I must admit, has some skill, Darui remarked with a nod. But so what? That's all there is to it. I wager he'll falter by the 13th wave. Even if he falls at the 13th wave, that's still quite an achievement, considering you can only manage up to the 13th wave yourself, another interjected. Indeed, making it to the 13th wave is commendable, but let us not forget, he boasted of enduring to the 19th wave. I look forward to witnessing how he fares at that point. As the 12th wave of fruit assaults commenced, Yasaka, undeterred, wielded his blades with precision, slicing through the fruits in a dazzling display of skill. Come on, Yasaka. Just 2 more waves, and you'll surpass that guy. This should be a breeze for you, shouted Aido Uchiha, filled with enthusiasm. Yasaka's previous limit had been the 18th wave, rendering the 14th wave a mere trifle for him. Thus, Aido held unwavering confidence in Yasaka's capabilities. In no time, Yasaka triumphed over the 13th wave and prepared to face the 14th. Meanwhile, the spectators from the Hidden Cloud Village began to take the situation seriously, for the 14th wave represented Darui's utmost limit. Should Yasaka surpass this wave, it would signify his superiority over Darui in the realm of Fruit Ninja, particularly as Yasaka lacked the lightning release chakra mode that Darui possessed. If he could succeed without such an advantage, it would speak volumes. Chapter 72, Darui's Dilemma. After all, Darui's lightning release chakra mode was exceptionally well suited for engaging in the game of Fruit Ninja. This mode harnessed lightning-based chakra to invigorate the blood cells within the body, enhancing and activating muscle cells, thus providing significant improvements in endurance, strength, and explosiveness. Simultaneously, the energy from the lightning attribute considerably stimulated neural reflexes, resulting in a remarkable increase in reaction speed, along with a rapid acceleration in cognitive processing. It can thus be asserted that upon activating the lightning release chakra mode, this individual experiences a remarkable enhancement in speed, strength, explosiveness, and reaction time, akin to a hidden potential unveiled. However, the lightning release chakra mode is inherently an explosive state. During this period, while various physical attributes may surge dramatically, it concurrently demands an immense expenditure of energy, for the human body is not an eternal engine. The acquisition of such tremendous power signifies that the cells within the body are working at high intensity, naturally leading to substantial energy consumption. Consequently, the lightning release chakra mode is exceedingly taxing on physical stamina. Once one reaches the limits of endurance, they are compelled to exit this mode, succumbing to a state of weakness. To address this challenge, the inhabitants of the Hidden Cloud Village typically opt to diligently train their bodies, fortifying their physical capabilities to better withstand the high-energy demands of the lightning release chakra mode. Furthermore, the human body possesses adaptability. Prolonged engagement in this mode will, due to bodily resilience, result in reduced energy consumption over time. Yet, while this adaptation alleviates the overwhelming energy drain, it remains a temporary solution rather than a fundamental fix. Hence, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village generally operate under a philosophy of swift resolution, characterized by intense bursts of power. Either they will vanquish their opponent with a series of rapid attacks, or if unable to do so, they must resign themselves to defeat. In contrast, the butterfly technique of the Akimichi clan in the Hidden Leaf Village produces effects akin to those of the lightning release chakra mode. The Akimichi clan members, known for their corpulence, accumulate significant fat reserves that are expended during the transformation into their butterfly state, utilizing this stored energy in battle. Thus, their approach contrasts starkly with that of the Hidden Cloud Village, representing two divergent strategies with their own merits and drawbacks. At this moment, Yasaka stands firm through the 14th wave without any external enhancements, relying solely on his innate physical attributes. This is markedly different from Darui, who activates his cells through brief stimulation to achieve substantial attribute boosts. This distinction is the reason why the gaze of the Hidden Cloud villagers towards Yasaka has shifted dramatically. They are astonished that Yasaka has managed to endure the 14th wave purely through his physical prowess. Is this a deception? How did he manage this? Samui exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at the equally astonished Darui, momentarily questioning his perception of reality. How is it possible for him to withstand the 14th wave with what appears to be an ordinary physique? My muscularity far exceeds his, yet I can barely last through 14 waves, while he, with his average build, achieves the same effect as I do in lightning release chakra mode. How is this possible? I can't shake the feeling that my efforts have been in vain, Darui remarked, staring incredulously at Yasaka, who awaited the next wave of fruit attacks. He simply cannot comprehend how Yasaka, with such average physical prowess, manages to endure the grueling demands of high-intensity swordplay. For Darui, whose physique is robust and muscular, even he could barely sustain himself through the 14th wave, relying heavily on the lightning release chakra mode. Without such formidable muscle strength or the enhancement provided by the lightning release, How has Yasaka persevered? This question leaves not only Darui, but also Killer Bee, the Yuzuki clan member, and Samui, equally perplexed. Might it be that his slender build results in a lesser burden on his muscles during exertion? The Yuzuki clan member remarked, gazing at Yasaka as if he were an alien. It is truly baffling. Are all individuals from Konoha so extraordinary? Killer Bee shrugged, expressing his confusion. What they remain unaware of is that, relying purely on physical capability, Yasaka would only be able to endure up to the 13th wave at best. His arm muscles lack the strength to withstand the immense strain caused by extreme sword swings in such a short time. Yet, how is it that Yasaka appears to be effortlessly enduring this ordeal? This is the advantage of the great Freedom Sage technique. With every swing of the sword, this technique generates a gust of wind that aids Yasaka's arms. It's akin to the experience of running with a powerful wind at your back, propelling you forward, allowing for greater speed with less effort. Thus, as Yasaka wields his sword, this wind not only accelerates his movements, but also conserves his energy, making it seem as though his arms are gliding through the air rather than straining against it. This substantially reduces the physical toll on Yasaka, alleviating the burden on his muscles. Furthermore, the Great Freedom Sage technique diminishes the air resistance Yasaka encounters. In any competitive sport, overcoming air resistance demands the most effort. Yet as Yasaka swings his sword, he benefits from both the wind's propulsion and the reduction in drag. This dual advantage enables him to execute his strikes with remarkable ease and speed. This is how Yasaka, despite an ordinary physique, achieves results comparable to Darui's enhanced muscularity. Yasaka, of course, has no intention of disclosing this secret, leaving the villagers of Kumogakure in a state of bewilderment. Let us see if he can withstand the 14th wave. However, I have an unsettling premonition. I believe he will endure, remarked the Yuzuki clan member, her expression darkening. At this point, having witnessed Yasaka's impressive performance, she reluctantly concedes that he possesses the capability to withstand the 14th wave. Chapter 73. Incomprehensible. Previously, the Yumu tribe regarded Yasaka's seemingly ordinary physical prowess as utterly unremarkable, unable to perceive any distinctive qualities that would suggest he could match the level of Darui. They questioned the rationale behind such a possibility. However, after witnessing Yasaka effortlessly endure the 13 successive waves of fruit assaults, it became evident to the Yumu tribe that he would undoubtedly surpass the 14th wave. In the realm of fruit ninja, Yasaka demonstrated superior skill compared to Darui. This notion lingered in the mind of the Yumu tribe, though she refrained from articulating it. This individual, I am determined to uncover the truth of his capabilities. The Yumu tribe silently vowed, discovering her growing intrigue towards Yasaka, a burgeoning desire to vanquish him. The thought of defeating Yasaka in the arena in a few days filled her with exhilaration. Nevertheless, it is nothing extraordinary. Battles among ninjas do not hinge solely on the strength of one's slashing abilities. It is essential to leverage one's strengths and exploit the weaknesses of the adversary. Such is the path to victory among ninjas. Killer Bee scoffed dismissively at Yasaka, secretly contemplating that no matter how formidable Yasaka's swordsmanship might be, he could simply maintain distance, denying him any opportunity for close combat, and with a few ninjutsu techniques, he could potentially defeat Yasaka. Moreover, he harbored confidence in his Eight Tails Bee blade technique, believing it could surpass Yasaka, even in close quarters, regardless of the presence of Sharingan. Nothing remarkable, though Killer Bee voiced his disdain. His expression remained serious as he observed Yasaka. I believe he may very well surpass the 14th wave, but I truly do not believe he can advance beyond the 19th. Darui stated expressionlessly, his gaze fixed intently on Yasaka's arm, keen to scrutinize the mechanics of his strikes. His curiosity was piqued by how Yasaka maintained such high-intensity slashing despite his seemingly average physical capabilities. Just wait and see, and you shall know, Killer Bee replied. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, unlike Killer Bee and his companions, wore an expression of excitement, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, casting a few provocative glances at the Yumu tribe before turning his attention back to Yasaka. Go for it, Yasaka. Show these softlings from the Cloud Village the prowess of our Konoha ninja. What? He dares to call us softlings. Has he lost his sight? Upon hearing Obito's words, Killer Bee was immediately incensed, leaping up and removing his shirt to reveal his bronzed, muscular physique. Pointing to his massive chest, he bellowed, "Look closely. This is far more impressive than yours. If you dare call this soft, then what are you?" Kairabi, calm down. Do not engage in a war of words with the denizens of Konoha. Their verbal prowess is unparalleled. We shall simply wait until that fellow, Yasaka, falters under the 19th wave. At that moment, we can seize his blade as a trophy of battle, and then it will be our turn to mock them. For now, let them flail about. Yuzuki remarked with a dismissive huff, her dissatisfaction evident, yet she restrained herself, eagerly anticipating the moment she could taunt Yasaka with his own sword. Just then, the alert bell for the 14th wave rang out. Upon hearing this sound, the previously chattering inhabitants of the hidden cloud village fell silent, their attention riveted on Yasaka. In the next instant, a flurry of 14 projectiles shot forth, their velocity transforming them into mere shadows. Here they come. Darui's spirit surged, his eyes widening as he fixated on the flying objects. This was a critical wave. Whether he could triumph over Yasaka in this round hinged on this moment. Likewise, Yuzuki and Kairabi widened their eyes, fearing the loss of any detail. In that moment, Yasaka narrowed his eyes, heightening his perception to its utmost. Within his mind, a vivid three-dimensional representation emerged, allowing him to discern the contours of each projectile, distinguishing between obstacles and fruit. With a swift motion, Yasaka executed a precise slash, emitting a brilliant arc of light akin to moonlight, cleaving the foremost apple in two. He then shifted his stance, delivering a horizontal strike that sent a crescent-shaped gleam slicing through the air, severing yet another piece of fruit. As the third projectile approached, Yasaka tilted his head, allowing it to soar past him, revealing it to be merely an obstruction. Moments later, another wave of 3 projectiles surged forth, 2 in front and 1 trailing behind, each at varying distances and moving at a rapid pace. Darui had met a similar fate in the past under such circumstances, where he had hastily cleaved the first 2 projectiles, only to neglect the third, leading to a catastrophic domino effect. Now, confronted with this scenario once more, Darui's focus sharpened as he watched Yasaka. What would he do? Yasaka swiftly executed 2 precise cuts to sever the leading fruits, then smoothly reversed his grip to slice through the trailing fruit. This display left Darui utterly bewildered. What on earth? It was Kairabi who uttered the incredulous phrase. How can he be so fast? Yuzuki exclaimed, astonished. What kind of speed is this? Darui stared in disbelief, convinced that had he been in Yasaka's position, he would have never managed to deliver a third strike in time. Due to the proximity of the third fruit to the first 2, it was imperative to slice it within a mere 0.01 seconds. Darui questioned his ability to accomplish such a feat. However, Yasaka succeeded. It was through his remarkably direct and swift reflexes, coupled with an unparalleled speed in wielding his blade, that he severed the third fruit. This spectacle rendered the inhabitants of the hidden cloud village utterly speechless. Among their number, only AI possessed such speed. Darui found himself momentarily questioning his existence, grappling with an even larger conundrum. How could this be possible? How could that slender arm unleash such formidable strength in an instant? It seemed utterly illogical. Darui expressed his complete bewilderment. Only Yasaka understood that his achievement was not a result of exceptional muscular power, but rather a manifestation of the wind manipulation ability granted by the Great Freedom Immortal technique, which replaced muscular force and altered the direction of his strikes, allowing him to execute 2 slices in opposite directions simultaneously. Chapter 74. The 14th wave of success. Soon after, several projectiles were launched towards Yasaka. Relying on his acute perception of airflow, Yasaka swiftly discerned whether the incoming objects were fruits or distractions. With precision and grace, he cleaved through all the fruit, resulting in a cacophony of splattering sounds as fragments scattered across the ground, signifying that Yasaka had successfully navigated the 14th wave of fruit attacks. This also indicated that, in the realm of Fruit Ninja, Yasaka had surpassed Darui. How infuriating! Who would have thought this seemingly ordinary individual could surpass me? In terms of instantaneous reaction, my lightning release, chakra mode pales in comparison to his. What is this? Am I dreaming? Darui gazed at Yasaka with a look of disbelief, observing how Yasaka remained unfazed and composed, as if he were merely enjoying a meal. This realization left Darui feeling quite disheartened. As the saying goes, comparison breeds pain. Just moments prior, during the 14th wave of fruit attacks, Darui had exerted every ounce of effort, yet failed to clear the challenge, panting heavily afterward. Now, witnessing Yasaka's flawless triumph, he appeared entirely nonchalant. Even more absurdly, Darui had just mocked Yasaka for his inferior physical prowess. only to turn around and find Yasaka succeeding effortlessly while he himself struggled and faltered. This left Darui feeling a wave of frustration, as if his worldview had been shattered, and he began to lose confidence. Killer Bee, am I truly this weak? Killer Bee glanced at Darui, pausing for a moment before responding slowly. Perhaps you've merely encountered an anomaly. Do not take it to heart. You should consider yourself fortunate to be a normal person. Oh, really? Darui replied weakly. Though Killer Bee's words seemed sound, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Hey, Yuzuki, this guy is about to break into the 15th wave, and it seems his performance is quite remarkable even among our Yunin village. What do you think of this lad? Kairabi nudged Yuzuki with his elbow. Yuzuki frowned and replied, This fellow indeed possesses considerable skill. His close combat abilities are likely quite formidable, and his reflexes are rapid enough to possibly match your 8 tails in battle. What? Engage my 8 tails in close combat? Surely, you're jesting. My 8 tails excels in melee, no matter how quick his reactions. Haven't you heard the saying that 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands? Moreover, I wield 8 hands. If he dares to challenge my 8 tails with his blade techniques, I assure you he will be thoroughly defeated. Yuzuki sneered, Let us hope so, but what use is strength in close quarters? With a single tail beast bomb, he would be reduced to ashes. What? The tail beast bomb? Yuzuki, have you truly mastered that technique? Kairabi exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Yuzuki in disbelief. A proud smile graced Yuzuki's face as he nodded. Indeed, not long ago, I finally mastered the tail beast bomb. And that too while in the state of the tail beast chakra cloak. Upon hearing Yuzuki's words, Kairabi was plunged into profound astonishment. He never imagined that Yuzuki had reached the level of executing the tail beast bomb while in the tail beast chakra cloak. Typically, one can only unleash the tail beast bomb after complete transformation into the tail beast, meaning that it is the tail beast itself that releases the colossal sphere of concentrated chakra. To achieve this while in the state of the tail beast chakra cloak is akin to a miniaturized nuclear effect. Although the power of the tail beast bomb released in this state does not compare to that of a fully transformed tail beast, even so, a normal person struck by a tail beast bomb in the chakra cloak state would certainly meet their demise. Thus, achieving this capability signifies a remarkable command over the tail beast's power. After all, even the Raikage would suffer severe injury from a direct hit of a miniaturized tail beast bomb. His body is renowned as the strongest shield, and if he is affected so severely, one can only imagine the fate of others. Yuzuki, you are indeed something else, Kairabi remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, he lived up to the title of the perfect Jinchuriki. The tail beast bomb unleashed in full transformation is indeed powerful, but generally, there is no need for complete transformation. Therefore, mastering the miniaturized tail beast bomb already places him in a league of his own regarding offensive capability. Hardly anyone would dare to withstand a single strike from it. Even if it is a smaller version, its power is off the charts. This implies that Yuzuki can maximize the tail beast's strength without fully transforming. However, I doubt any adversary could force you to relinquish the tail beast chakra cloak mode, so it is likely that technique will remain in use. With unwavering confidence, the young man declared. At that moment, the 17th wave of fruit attacks commenced. During his initial encounter with this game, the 17th wave had marked the pinnacle of his endurance. However, this time, as he faced the 17th wave anew, he found himself devoid of the previous burden that had once overwhelmed his arm muscles. Although he could distinctly feel the fatigue settling into his arms, he persevered. Thus, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of 17 dark shadows in the sky, he swiftly brandished his blade at the oncoming fruits, producing a symphony of swift slicing sounds. Various fragments of fruit cascaded to the ground: apples, strawberries, bananas, pineapples, kiwis, and even duck pears, alongside cantaloupes. These obliterated fruits were not discarded. They had merely been sliced and remained uncontaminated. The proprietor would later reclaim them to create delectable fruit salads for sale. No one bemoaned the fact that these fruits had been previously severed, for the samurai blade was perhaps cleaner than a chef's knife. Even if they fell to the ground, they had not gathered any dust and would be thoroughly washed afterward. Previously, he had even purchased a fruit salad from this very place. At this juncture, the ground was strewn with a cacophony of fruit remnants, and he had once again triumphantly conquered a level, reaching the 17th stage, just one step shy of his previous record. Chapter 75. The Assault on the 19th Wave. The 19th wave was not far off. After overcoming the 18th wave, the 19th would follow. The Leaf Village ninja gazed at him with a mixture of excitement and admiration. His previous misjudgment had turned his prized sword into another's trophy. This weighed heavily upon him, yet words once spoken could not be retracted. Having placed a wager, he was bound to honor it, despite the discomfort it caused him. However, the arrival of this young man reignited a flicker of hope within him, like the first ray of light piercing through darkness, akin to a lighthouse emerging amidst a vast, shadowy sea. It illuminated the possibility of reclaiming his treasured sword. Driven by such sentiments, he fervently shouted, "Go! Go!" His voice was joined by others in the crowd, some having witnessed him break records before, while others were newcomers. Regardless, everyone understood that this individual named Yatsuka was representing the Leaf Village in a wager against the Hidden Cloud Village, striving to recover the lost sword of their village. Though merely a sword, it symbolized a collective honor. Consequently, the spectators erupted in cheers for Yatsuka. "Go, Yatsuka! Hold on! Defeat these Hidden Cloud Village warriors! Fight! Hooray! Victory!" The air was filled with raucous enthusiasm, and to the untrained ear, it might have sounded like a riotous brawl. However, these individuals have forgotten that their cheers might impact Yasaka, who must concentrate intently on the subtle shifts in the wind. At that moment, the 18th warning bell rang out, prompting the team from the Hidden Cloud Village to brace themselves, their hearts filled with anxious prayers that Yasaka would falter in the upcoming challenge. Upon hearing the bell, Yasaka focused all his energy, fully aware that his purpose in approaching this challenge was to surpass his previous record. During the last attempt, he had been eliminated in the 17th wave, at which point his arms had been too fatigued to even grip the blade. Now, although his arms were nearing their limits and the pain was setting in, he still managed to hold onto the hilt of his sword. In the 18th wave, he had enough strength to persevere. At that moment, the machine's nozzle began to unleash an onslaught of fruits and distractions like a rapid-fire machine gun. The nozzle emitted a series of swift sounds, akin to a Gatling gun, instantly launching 18 projectiles into the air. In the next instant, 18 dark silhouettes converged, forming a dense net that rushed towards Yasaka. Yet, within his mind, he remained as calm as a still lake, devoid of any ripples or turbulence, reflecting a perfect mirror-like composure. At this moment, through his heightened perception of the airflow, he clearly discerned the outlines of the flying objects, identifying each fruit and distraction with precision. Next came the decisive moment as he swung his blade, severing the fruits one by one. With his eyes closed and exuding tranquility, his hands moved with astonishing speed, unleashing a vast expanse of white light. To the spectators, it appeared as though Yasaka had conjured a brilliant burst of white radiance, enveloping a 2-meter radius in luminous brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the members from the Hidden Cloud Village grew increasingly serious, realizing that only an extraordinary speed could produce such an effect, akin to a flare. In an instant, the dazzling white light vanished, revealing a scattering of fruit fragments on the ground, while Yasaka stood panting, exhausted yet triumphant. "What? He hit them all!" Darui exclaimed in disbelief, initially expecting Yasaka to miss one or two, only to be astounded that he had accurately struck every single one. The realization shattered his confidence into pieces. Impossible. How could he be this strong? Killer Bee's eyes widened, nearly popping out from behind his sunglasses, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The speed of Yasaka's strikes was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers were left in a daze, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the sword light Yasaka had unleashed, rendering them unable to even discern what fruits had been severed. This signified that Yasaka had successfully navigated through the 18th wave and was now poised to confront the challenges of the 19th wave. The wager they placed was precisely on the 19th wave. Surpassing 18 waves, such an accomplishment would rank among the top in the Hidden Cloud Village, leaving the Yuzuki clan astounded. After all, Yasaka was merely a lower-ranked ninja, lacking the robust physique typical of the Hidden Cloud's warriors. To achieve this feat was nothing short of miraculous. How infuriating! This young man possesses astonishing endurance, and now the 19th wave approaches. The crucial moment has finally arrived. Darui expressed his apprehension, thoroughly impressed by Yasaka's swordsmanship. Yet, despite his admiration, he did not concede defeat, for from Yasaka's performance, it was evident that his expertise lay in the art of swordsmanship. However, Darui was not similarly skilled. Although he wielded a katana, he employed it only occasionally, as it was not his primary means of attack. His true strength resided in ninjutsu, and he believed that in a genuine confrontation, Each would leverage their respective strengths. Darui was confident he could hold his own against Yasaka. Upon hearing Darui's words, Killer Bee frowned and remarked, perhaps there are other factors at play, such as a unique bloodline limit that enhances his stamina or some other ability. Nonetheless, do not let this discourage you. After all, you are not a specialist in swordsmanship. While he likely is. From this perspective, we have gained valuable intelligence, akin to obtaining first-hand information that we can use to devise targeted strategies against him. This is quite advantageous. Killer Bee's assertion held merit. By wielding a mere katana, they had acquired a portion of intelligence regarding a participant from the Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring a profitable exchange. When Yuzuki made this statement, she subconsciously acknowledged the likelihood of losing her prized katana. Chapter 76. The Unbelievable at this pivotal moment. Not only did the contingent from the Hidden Cloud Village focus their utmost attention, but those from the Hidden Leaf were equally engrossed. Everyone present was acutely aware of the wager between Yasaka and Yuzuki. Should Yasaka endure the 19th wave, Yuzuki would surrender the katana belonging to the Leaf Ninja. Conversely, if Yasaka failed to withstand the wave, he would forfeit his own katana to Yuzuki. While a katana may seem inconsequential, lacking the status of a formidable treasure, after all, most in the ninja world primarily wield ninjutsu. Its symbolic significance was profound. This represented a tangible prize for the Hidden Cloud Village, a matter of honor. Though it may seem trivial, a simple wager could elevate the reputation of the Hidden Cloud Village. With a bit of promotion, it could transform into an act of patriotic education. Thus, even the smallest matters between two nations could be elevated to monumental significance. Consequently, the crowd held their breath, collectively anxious for Yasaka's performance, with the Hidden Leaf Ninja among them feeling the greatest tension. If Yasaki emerges victorious, he will reclaim his treasured blade. Conversely, should he falter, not only would his weapon remain lost, but he would also be compelled to forfeit his own sword. Such a scenario would weigh heavily on the conscience of the ninja, as it was solely to assist in the recovery of his blade that Yasaki engaged in this wager against the shinobi of the Cloud Village. If he becomes the cause of Yasaki's loss, he would bear the burden of guilt, having not only compromised a comrade, but also brought shame upon the Leaf Village. Consequently, this Leaf Ninja is now filled with regret, pondering why he had allowed himself to be swept away by impulse and enter into a bet. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido radiates confidence, firmly believing that Yasaki will withstand the 19th wave of fruit attacks. After all, Aido has often been on the receiving end of Yasaki's strikes and holds a deep respect for his prowess, despite Yasaki's failure to endure the previous wave. However, that was a month ago, and Aido is certain that Yasaki has grown stronger since then. Yasaki, press on. Show these Cloud Village fellows the might of the Leaf's strongest genin. Aido calls out enthusiastically, his voice capturing the attention of the Cloud Village contingent. The strongest genin of the Leaf? Yuzuki pauses in disbelief. Is he truly the mightiest among the Leaf's competitors? A look of astonishment crosses Killer Bee's face. Is it possible that a mere game of Fruit Ninja could lead us to encounter someone heralded as the strongest genin of the Leaf? Darui remarks, exasperated. Does this imply that should we defeat him, our Cloud Village would be invincible? Samui exclaims with excitement. The strongest genin of the Leaf, huh? I must defeat him. Yuzuki's eyes gleam with determination. As the strongest genin of the Cloud Village, encountering an equal from another nation ignites her competitive spirit. The thought of vanquishing the strongest genin from the Leaf, along with those from the Sand, Mist, and Stone villages, sends a thrill through her. If she achieves this, she would undoubtedly claim the title of the strongest genin in the ninja world. The mere possibility sends shivers of excitement through her, for she possesses the credentials, being known as a perfect Jinchuriki capable of flawlessly harnessing the power of tailed beasts. When the beast emerges, not even many jounin can stand against her. Though some may argue that her strength is derived from the tailed beast, deeming it a form of cheating, she is intrinsically linked to the beast. It is part of her essence, thus qualifying as her own power. Kiki Yasaki, prepare to be my defeated opponent. In that moment, Yuzuki's gaze shifts towards Yasaki, reminiscent of a leopard poised in the grass, eyeing its prey. Just then, the alarm signaling the 19th wave sounds. Here it comes. The teak woodman gathered his spirits and focused intently on the machine's nozzle, joined by others who mirrored his concentration, even daring not to blink. After all, the speed at which the machine launched the fruits was astonishing. From the moment the machine ejected the fruits to the instant Yasaka sliced them, barely 2 seconds elapsed. Thus, A single blink could indeed result in missing a spectacular moment. Although the majority of the onlookers could hardly discern the specifics of Yasaka's fruit slicing technique, it was entirely possible that a fleeting glance might cause them to miss the brilliant flash of his blade, leaving only a scattered array of fruit fragments in sight, a significant loss. Keep it up. You must succeed. A leaf ninja fervently prayed within his heart. At that moment, the fruit assault commenced. The machine's nozzle erupted like a machine gun, rapidly spewing forth a multitude of flying objects, which instantaneously transformed into dark shadows racing towards Yasaka. At this juncture, a new pinnacle had been achieved within the realm of Leaf's fruit ninjas. This was the first instance someone had persevered through the 19th wave since the fruit ninja stall arrived in the village. Consequently, the stall owner was quite exhilarated, for indeed, the Yangtze River's surging waves perpetually pushed the previous ones forward as records continued to be shattered. Meanwhile, Yasaka's right arm was already fatigued, likely unable to endure for much longer. Yet, it was undeniably an improvement from before. Previously, he had reached his limit before even the 18th wave, to the point where his right hand could barely grip the hilt. However, now he not only retained his grasp on the hilt, but was also capable of continuing to slice the fruits. He attentively sensed the changes in the wind, his mind racing to predict the trajectories of the fruits ahead. With a powerful shout, Yasaka swiftly brandished his blade. A flash of white light sliced through the air, and an apple fell with a soft thud, split in two upon hitting the ground. This marked the first fruit Yasaka had severed. 18 remained. Uchiha Aido silently counted in his mind, as did the other spectators, who also mentally tracked Yasaka's progress. Even the individuals from the Cloud Village found themselves quietly counting down, eager to see how many fruits Yasaka could successfully slice through. Chapter 77. The Great Watermelon. At this moment, from Yasaka's perspective, the second fruit, closest to him, soared through the air. It was a watermelon. Unexpectedly, the array of fruits had expanded to include such a sizable specimen. Perhaps, after surpassing the 18th wave, the difficulty had increased. After all, no one had previously exceeded 18 waves, leaving the aftermath of that threshold a mystery to all save the stall owner. Typically, after 10 waves, the shooting speed of the fruits would intensify, and it was entirely plausible that after the 18th wave, the challenge would further escalate, increasing the size of the fruits as well. If all were to move at the same speed, it follows that a greater volume would result in increased inertia. Consequently, during the act of slicing fruit, the impact on the wrist and arm would intensify, thereby imposing an additional burden on the arm. Upon sighting the enormous watermelon, a shiver of apprehension coursed through Yasaka. Indeed, the challenge had escalated once more. Moreover, his arms were already fatigued, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Drawing from prior experiences, Yasaka resolved not to overexert himself this time. The last incident had nearly resulted in a grave mishap. Should he falter again, the consequences could be dire. At this moment, Yasaka contemplated another concern. The watermelon, despite its size, was relatively fragile. Its considerable weight posed a risk. Should it fall with force, it could shatter upon impact, resulting in a waste of the fruit. Thus, Yasaka decided to exercise caution, aiming to apply a downward-angled force so that the watermelon would land gently, presenting a stable half upon its descent. With a firm resolve, he readied his blade once more. The sunlight glinted off the blade, casting a radiant arc as he executed a sweeping motion, producing a crescent-shaped slice spanning 2 meters. With a decisive chop, the colossal watermelon was cleaved in two, landing gracefully upon the ground without shattering. Witnessing this scene, Yasaka felt a wave of relief wash over him as he prepared to tackle the subsequent fruits. Observers in the crowd silently counted. 17 remained. Meanwhile, several individuals from the hidden Cloud Village echoed the sentiment in their minds. 17 left. At that very moment, the third fruit was poised to soar toward Yasaka, a banana. He swiftly adjusted his arm's position, shifting from the downward strike used for the watermelon to an upward diagonal stance. In a manner reminiscent of before, the keen edge of his blade cleanly severed the banana. Observing this feat, Uchiha Aido, now activated with the Sharingan, clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Impressive." 16 left. Not only Aido, but others too silently counted along. 16 remain. A Leaf Village ninja, however, felt a swell of anxiety. With 16 fruits still to go, it was premature to celebrate. As the challenge progressed, the difficulty would surely increase. Although the initial fruits had been successfully struck, the subsequent ones might become too densely packed, leading to a potential downfall. Whether Yasaka could overcome this 19th trial would determine if he could reclaim his katana. Thus, the Leaf Ninja found himself even more anxious than Yasaka. Meanwhile, in the hidden village of Yunin, a group of individuals was intensely focused on Yatsuka. With only 16 flying objects remaining, they faced the daunting challenge of severing the majority within the mere span of a second. Among the inhabitants of Yunin, only AI possessed the capability to accomplish such a feat at that moment. Yatsuka had discerned the fourth incoming flying object. It was an apple. However, just as he swung his blade towards the fruit, a sudden realization struck him. Something was amiss. This was no ordinary fruit. It was a deceptive imitation. Though the apple bore the semblance of a typical fruit, its velocity and trajectory suggested an unsettling discrepancy in weight, diverging from that of a genuine apple. This revelation startled Yatsuka, as he recognized that striking this faux apple would equate to hitting a distraction, resulting in his immediate disqualification. Such an outcome would necessitate relinquishing his cherished katana, while parting with the sword itself held little consequence. The shame of losing face, especially at the hands of those from rival villages, was intolerable for Yatsuka. With a fervent shout, he summoned all his strength, forcefully altering the trajectory of his strike. In a split second, he managed to redirect his arm, twisting his wrist to adjust the position of his blade. Thus, the katana narrowly missed the faux apple, skimming past it perilously. Observing this, Uchiha Aido was left bewildered. Questioning the situation, why would Yatsuka go to such lengths to avoid what was clearly a target within reach? As the faux apple whizzed past him, the onlookers, unaware of its true nature, gasped in unison, mistakenly believing Yatsuka had simply miscalculated and failed to strike the fruit, thereby forfeiting one of the objects. "Oh no, he missed one," cried a few in panic. "What are you shouting about? Isn't it 3 misses that lead to disqualification? There's still one more chance." Many were now distracted by the sudden slip, leading to further errors in their subsequent attempts. "Silence your pessimism. Keep going." Voices of encouragement began to echo through the crowd. At that moment, another flying object approached. Yatsuka, having momentarily lost focus due to the earlier faux apple, quickly regained his composure. He concentrated intently on the next fruit, confirming it to be genuine, and decisively swung his blade, cleaving it in two. Chapter 78, almost over. The earlier distraction from the false apple had compelled Yatsuka to concentrate even more diligently than before. Previously, Yasaka only needed to discern the shapes of these flying objects. As long as he could identify what they were, he could wield his blade with precision. However, upon reaching the 19th wave, the difficulty escalated once again. Not only were large and heavy fruits, akin to watermelons, introduced, but also deceptive replicas of fruits. This undeniably elevated the challenge to a new tier. With the Byakugan's method of reconnaissance, it became nearly impossible to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit fruits. Yasaka had grown accustomed to observing from the Byakugan's 360-degree perspective, relying heavily on visual cues, which made it difficult to detect the presence of artificial fruits among the genuine ones. The reason Yasaka managed to identify the counterfeit fruit was that he was not relying solely on sight to observe these flying objects. This deviation from habitual behavior allowed him to bypass the subconscious tendency to overlook details. When utilizing the Byakugan's vision, one typically glances at a fruit, recognizes its type, and thereafter ceases to consider other aspects, relying solely on shape to differentiate between fruit and interference. Under such circumstances, discerning the authenticity of the fruit becomes nearly impossible. Given ample time for meticulous observation, one could indeed differentiate between the two, as the artificial fruits could never replicate the true ones perfectly. However, the pressing issue was the mere 2 seconds allotted for discernment, which meant a fleeting glance was all one could afford. Yasaka, however, possessed a distinct advantage. He sensed objects through the wind. Although he primarily gauged the outline of objects via the breeze, he could also ascertain their approximate weight and compare it to their speed, thus enabling him to detect the anomaly of the counterfeit fruit. Fortunately, Yasaka's quick reflexes played a crucial role. Otherwise, had it been another individual, even upon realizing the fruit was a fake, they would have lacked the time to react effectively. They might either fail to react and inadvertently strike the interference or, upon recognizing the deception, hastily alter their strike's trajectory, missing the interference altogether, leading to a disruption in rhythm and a loss of focus, ultimately resulting in the subsequent fruits escaping unscathed. At that moment, Yasaka found himself in a precarious situation, having already committed to a strike, caught in the awkward phase of expended momentum without the resurgence of new energy. In such circumstances, forcibly redirecting the blade was an exceedingly challenging endeavor, necessitating extraordinary strength to alter the trajectory of an arm still propelled by its initial force. This scenario could manifest in two forms. 1. Possessing exceptionally robust arm muscles that naturally allow for such a maneuver, or 2. Having a more agile arm, wherein minimal muscular exertion during the strike permits a temporary and reluctant change in direction. The most daunting scenario involves an individual possessing robust arm muscles, exerting considerable force when wielding a blade. In such instances, it becomes nearly impossible to alter the trajectory of the strike, as the individual has already expended significant energy, leaving insufficient strength for a change in direction. To alter the arm's inertia requires a force greater than that which was initially applied. Furthermore, the excessive muscularity of the arm limits flexibility, rendering it incapable of maneuvering effectively. However, when Yatsuka swings his arm, a portion of his strength is augmented by the winds generated by the Great Freedom Immortal technique, allowing him to wield the sword without employing his full might, thus granting him the latitude to adjust his movements. This is the reason Yatsuka can change direction with relative ease. At that moment, several fruits came hurtling towards him. Yatsuka's mind raced, processing a multitude of information to discern whether these airborne objects were genuine fruits or deceptive distractions. Upon careful evaluation, he determined that they were indeed real fruits. Consequently, he swiftly swung his katana, which, being a relatively light weapon, allowed for rapid movement. With remarkable ease, Yatsuka severed the remaining fruits. However, the abrupt change in direction had subjected his arm to considerable strain, further burdening his muscles. At this juncture, Yatsuka felt his arm nearing its limit. Fortunately, I can still grip the hilt, Yatsuka thought to himself, deeply concerned that his arm might falter, causing the katana to slip from his grasp and potentially harm others. He remained acutely aware of his right hand. Should he sense any sign of losing grip, he would immediately cease his actions. After all, even if he were to lose the wager due to this, it would only result in the loss of a katana, far preferable to injuring an innocent bystander. At that moment, more projectiles approached. Yatsuka's focus was waning, yet he forced himself to concentrate, discerning whether these objects were fruits or mere distractions. He quickly swung his blade once more, slicing through the incoming projectiles. Witnessing this, Uchiha Aido felt a surge of excitement. For thus far, Yatsuka had dispatched the majority of the airborne threats. Only 5 projectiles remained. If he could endure just a little longer and muster his strength, he would successfully navigate through this 19th wave of fruit attacks. If Yatsuka triumphed, it would mean victory over the wager with the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village. As such, Uchiha Aido fervently hoped that no errors would occur in these final moments. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the Cloud-Hidden Village, including Yuzuki, began to feel the tension rise. With only 5 projectiles left, should Yatsuka successfully cleave them, Yuzuki would face defeat. Yet, they felt powerless to intervene, for they held their own pride and could not resort to the underhanded tactics reminiscent of Ido Junji's earlier actions. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as Yasaka skillfully sliced the fruit, silently praying for a mistake. Yuki's face bore a grave expression, for she recognized the substantial likelihood of her losing this wager and had come to acknowledge Yasaka's prowess. To speak of nothing else, Yasaka indeed excelled in the realm of fruit ninja. Consequently, Yuki found herself in a state of profound discontent. Chapter 79, Arrival at the Hidden Mist Village. Meanwhile, just as Yasaka was about to confront the final 5 projectiles, individuals from the Sand and Mist villages had entered the Leaf Village. Remarkably, members from both villages encountered one another. "Hey, Zabuza, don't you think those people over there are from the Sand Village?" Kirigakure Mei shielded her eyes from the sun with one hand while pointing towards a group of Sand Village shinobi in the distance. Judging by their attire, they were unmistakably from the Sand Village, Zabuza replied solemnly. "Why the long face? You make it seem as if we are on the brink of a great battle." Mei quipped, bemused. Zabuza, maintaining his serious demeanor, responded, "To me, anyone who is not my ally is perceived as a hypothetical adversary. I often envision myself in combat with them. Hence, most individuals are my enemies." "Wow. Zabuza, are you suffering from paranoia? It seems you might need to consult a neurologist upon your return," Mei retorted, exasperated, feeling that among her companions, everyone except herself was rather peculiar. Zabuza was perpetually serious, always viewing others as potential foes, living in a state of incessant vigilance. Kisame Hoshigaki, on the other hand, was preoccupied with his blade, polishing it repeatedly, only to return it to its sheath, then draw it again for another round of meticulous care. Mei estimated that this obsessive routine occupied Kisame's entire day, akin to a compulsive disorder. Rin Akatsuki, meanwhile, entertained herself by repeatedly discharging an electric arc from a lighter, seizing opportunities to shock unsuspecting individuals. Similarly, Kisame summoned massive sharks only to return them repeatedly, mirroring Kisame's obsessive behavior. Enduring such eccentric companions had nearly driven Mei to madness. However, upon finally arriving in the Leaf Village and encountering what she deemed normal human beings, she felt a sense of relief, as if she had found solace. Thus, her mood lifted, even upon seeing individuals from other villages, despite the inherent rivalry dictated by their respective standings. Yet, in that moment, Koyomi felt that, compared to her mentally unstable companions, those individuals appeared far more endearing. Meanwhile, a group from Sunagakure also caught sight of the inhabitants from Kirigakure. The so-called Little Konoha of Sunagakure, Maki, pointed towards Zabuza Momochi in the distance and remarked to his companion, Scorpion, "Look, those individuals are from the Mist Village. It is said that the people from Kirigakure are quite unhinged. We should best keep our distance. After all, being mentally ill does not make murder a crime." "Oh, they are mentally ill?" Scorpion inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Indeed." Maki nodded affirmatively, then gestured towards Zabuza. "Take a look at that fellow wielding the large blade. He is Zabuza Momochi. His mind is consumed with thoughts of killing or being killed. To him, anyone who is not a friend is an enemy. If he were to ask if you wished to be his friend and you declined, he would not hesitate to slay you on the spot, for in his mind, anyone who does not wish to befriend him is undoubtedly an adversary, and adversaries must be eliminated. He is, without a doubt, a delusional paranoid." As Maki was elucidating Zabuza's character to Scorpion, Zabuza caught sight of Maki pointing at him and barked, "What are you looking at?" Maki, unfazed, retorted, "What of it?" Furious, Zabuza thundered, "Dare to look again." Maki stood his ground, insisting, "I am indeed looking at you, what of it?" And thus, Maki fixed his gaze upon Zabuza with intensity. "I'll kill you." Zabuza seethed, his anger boiling over as he brandished his blade and charged at Maki, only to be ensnared by Koyomi's water prison technique. "Zabuza, cease your ruckus," Koyomi commanded authoritatively. "He is looking at me. I want him dead." Zabuza bellowed from within the confines of the water prison. "And what of it? Perhaps he harbors an unspoken affection for your striking appearance. Are you to deny others the liberty of admiration?" Koyomi retorted sharply. "What? He fancies me? That's absolutely unacceptable. I have no interest in men. Let me out. I shall kill him." Zabuza's fury escalated, and he frantically sought to escape the water prison, observing the frenzied Zabuza trapped within the watery confines. Maki's group from Sunagakure nodded in agreement, pondering that he indeed seemed quite mentally unbalanced. "You see, Scorpion?" I merely glanced at him, and he immediately lost his composure. His mental instability is evidently severe. Scorpion nodded in understanding, affirming, "Indeed, that is clearly the case." At that moment, Maki pointed to another individual, Kirisakuren, who was engrossed in knitting with a decorative needle. "Do you see that person weaving a sweater? He is Kirisakuren, the holder of the sewing blade. Renowned as the invincible of Kirigakure, he is rather effeminate, avoiding all matters associated with masculinity. His days are consumed with embroidery, delicate gestures, and an affinity for handsome youths. It is rumored he has undergone self-castration to master the secret art of in-release, wielding formidable power. However, he has a penchant for charming young men, and you may very well find yourself as one of his admirers." Upon hearing the words of Kirisakanmaru, Scorpion could not help but glance in his direction. At that precise moment, Kirisakanmaru also turned to look at Scorpion and waved in greeting. Just as Scorpion found this individual to be rather courteous, he was taken aback when Kirisakanmaru unexpectedly licked his lips and formed a delicate gesture with his hand, saying, "Young man, would you be interested in a pleasurable transaction?" A shiver ran down Scorpion's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze. Nevertheless, Kirisakanmaru muttered to himself, "He actually turned away? Is this a tactic of feigned indifference? How enticing! I must have him." Nearby, Terumi Mei was filled with a sense of dread upon hearing Kirisakanmaru's words and cursed under her breath. What a perverse idiot. At that moment, Kirisakanmaru retorted, The fault lies not with me, but with this world. Terumi May felt a chill within her and chose to disregard him. In truth, both Momochi Zabuza and Kurisaemaru were older than Terumi May. Under normal circumstances, they would have already ascended to the rank of Jonin, yet for various reasons. They remained as Chunin and participated in this competition. Meanwhile, Maki continued to enlighten Scorpion. Do you see that man over there with the white, medium-length hair? His name is Hozuki Mangetsu, and he too is quite the eccentric. He suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, meticulously polishing his weapons over 100 times daily. Despite his peculiarities, his strength is formidable. Not only is he proficient in wielding all 7 ninja swords, but he also possesses the unique abilities of the Hozuki clan. It is worth noting that the second Mizukage also belonged to the Hozuki clan, known for their ability to liquefy their bodies, allowing them to become immune to physical attacks, quite the counter to your puppetry. Scorpion nodded, replying, even with immunity to physical damage, I have ways to defeat him. Maki resumed his introductions. Now, do you see that red-haired girl over there? Her name is Terumi May, and she can be considered the most normal among the participants from the Hidden Mist Village. Her strength is remarkable, possessing 2 bloodline limits, making her a significant threat in this competition. She is the leading contender from the Hidden Mist Village, regarded as the most formidable Chunin, with rumored qualifications to become the Mizukage. Scorpion nodded once more, silently committing this information to memory. The Hidden Sand Village, by comparison, was regarded as the weakest among the 5 great nations. However, situated within the desert, it was a naturally defensible stronghold. The arid terrain served as a barrier, deterring incursions from other nations. Thus, although its strength was comparatively feeble, it managed to maintain a semblance of security. After all, traversing the desert required considerable effort, dissuading most from attempting to invade the Hidden Sand Village. Yet due to the relatively weaker standing of the Hidden Sand Village among the 5 great nations, fewer participants had come to this competition, resulting in an overall diminished strength. However, Scorpion's own prowess was exceptionally formidable, rivaling that of competitors from other nations. Therefore, in this competition, he represented the hope of the Hidden Sand Village, alongside Maki, who was affectionately referred to as Little Kakashi of the Sand. Maki excels in the art of wind release and possesses formidable strength, though he pales in comparison to Scorpion. His abilities are roughly on par with those of a druid. One of Scorpion's primary motives for participating in the competition is to exact vengeance upon Kakashi for the sake of his parents. Aware that his current prowess is insufficient to eliminate Shikaku, he recognizes the limitations of his strength and the impossibility of infiltrating Konoha to assassinate the White Fang. However, should he succeed in slaying Kakashi, the impact on the White Fang would be monumental, perhaps even more devastating than the direct assassination of the White Fang himself. Scorpion believes that his current abilities are adequate to terminate Kakashi, as he has diligently trained for years, surpassing the ranks of a mere genin and proving to be a challenge even for many genin. Therefore, should he encounter Kakashi on the battlefield, he harbors unwavering confidence in his ability to eliminate him. His potent poison guarantees death within 5 minutes without an antidote, and he is certain he can prevent Kakashi from obtaining one in time. After all, the preparation of an antidote at the scene would require at least an hour or 2, even under the most expedited circumstances. Nonetheless, a significant obstacle looms. Scorpion is uncertain whether he will even cross paths with Kakashi, given the multitude of participants in the competition, which drastically reduces the likelihood of such an encounter. Thus, he contemplates the possibility of covertly assassinating Kakashi in the coming days. Yet, this endeavor is fraught with difficulty. Konoha's security forces are exceptionally robust, with patrols present even at night. Stealthily approaching Kakashi's residence to carry out the assassination proves to be a daunting task. Moreover, with a considerable influx of foreigners into Konoha, the village undoubtedly employs special measures to surveil these outsiders. It is highly probable that their every movement has already been observed upon their arrival. Additionally, should Shikaku be present, the task of killing Kakashi would become nearly insurmountable. Thus, the prospect of assassinating Kakashi presents a formidable challenge for Scorpion, yet he remains resolute in his pursuit. Remarkably, no one is privy to Scorpion's intentions, not Maki, nor any other visitors to Konoha, not even his grandmother, Chiyo. The desire to eliminate Kakashi has been deeply buried within Scorpion's heart, and he is determined not only to kill Kakashi, but also to ultimately slay Shikaku in his quest for vengeance. Furthermore, Scorpion's animosity extends beyond Konoha, Kakashi, and Shikaku. He harbors deep-seated hatred for the third Kazekage, whom he holds responsible for the chain of events that led to his parents being coerced into battle and ultimately being slain by Shikaku. To a certain extent, he harbored a deeper loathing for the third Kazekage than he did for Tsukumo Hatake. This disdain stemmed from the fact that his parents were, at the time, on a sabbatical, and according to the regulations of Sunigakure, ninja on leave were exempt from participating in wars or missions. However, the third Kazekage, citing a shortage of manpower, forcibly conscripted Scorpion's parents to undertake a mission, despite the availability of other candidates for the task. The unfortunate reality was that the individual who could have been sent was the Kazekage's brother-in-law, and thus, Scorpion's parents were compelled to replace him. Tragically, they perished during this mission. Consequently, Scorpion harbored intense hatred towards the third Kazekage. While it could be argued that Tsukumo Hatake's killing of Scorpion's parents was merely a matter of skill, as he was not at fault given that Scorpion's parents had initiated an ambush against him, the circumstances of their deaths were laden with injustice. In essence, there was nothing inherently wrong with Tsukumo Hatake defending himself, as he had no intention of harming anyone from Sunigakure. It was the latter who had ill intentions. Therefore, Scorpion's parents met their demise due to their own lack of prowess and the unfortunate clash of their opposing positions, resulting in Tsukumo retaliating against them. One could assert that Tsukumo was acting in self-defense, considering that he had no prior inclination to attack them. The root of all this turmoil lay with the third Kazekage. Had he not instigated the conflict, seeking to ambush Tsukumo and coercing Scorpion's parents into the mission out of fear for his brother-in-law's safety, their deaths would likely have been averted. Thus, Scorpion vowed to himself to diligently train, with the singular goal of avenging his parents by slaying the third Kazekage. Even if Tsukumo had not taken their lives, he would still seek the Kazekage's blood. The seeds of vengeance that would ultimately lead to the third Kazekage's demise at Scorpion's hands were sown at that juncture, not merely as a means to craft a puppet from the Kazekage's body. Creating a puppet from the third Kazekage was, in fact, a form of retribution akin to those who, after killing an enemy, would fashion trophies from their remains. Therefore, transforming the third Kazekage into a puppet was simply another method of Scorpion's ongoing revenge. However, given Scorpion's current capabilities, he was yet unprepared to confront the third Kazekage. Nonetheless, his innate talent and rapid growth would soon elevate him to the status of a formidable powerhouse. The third Kazekage, evidently aware of Scorpion's potential, even contemplated nurturing him as a candidate for the fourth or fifth Kazekage. Currently, there exists a formidable individual named Rasha, who possesses a magnetic release akin to that of the third Kazekage. However, while the third Kazekage commands an iron-based magnetic release, Rasha wields a sand-gold variant. Consequently, it is highly plausible that Rasha may ascend to the position of the fourth Kazekage, subsequently mentoring the puppet master Sasori to become the fifth Kazekage. This is indeed the third Kazekage's intention. Unbeknownst to him, he has already found himself on Sasori's assassination list, all the while contemplating how to nurture Sasori's talents. Ironically, Sasori has already inscribed the third Kazekage's name on his death list, a rather humorous predicament. However, before Sasori can execute his plan against the third Kazekage, he must first eliminate the Kazekage's brother-in-law, the root cause of this unfolding drama. Initially, the task of ambushing Tsukumo Hatake was assigned to this individual. Yet, upon learning that his target was none other than the legendary White Fang of Konoha, he was seized by terror, promptly resigning from the mission, even confronting the third Kazekage with the defiant declaration that he would not participate, regardless of the consequences. The third Kazekage found himself in a quandary, unable to take action against his own brother-in-law. Thus, he was compelled to command the parents of Sasori, who were on vacation, to undertake the mission. Initially resistant, they were ultimately coerced into compliance when the third Kazekage invoked his authority as Kazekage. This chain of events, akin to a butterfly effect, ultimately led to Sasori's betrayal, his entry into the Akatsuki, and the tragic demise of the third Kazekage at his hands. In retrospect, one might argue that Tsukumo Hatake was unfairly treated, as he was ambushed and left without recourse. Who could he turn to for justice? Was he not merely defending himself? The ineptitude of his assailants had led to their own downfall, yet this bore no relevance to him. Regardless, Sasori was resolute in his quest for vengeance. At that moment, as Sasori cast his gaze upon Meitarumi, she too was captivated by his striking appearance. Instantly, she fell into a reverie, exclaiming internally, "What a handsome young man. That fiery red hair, that captivating visage. Undoubtedly, he is my destined partner." May had long harbored a dream of marrying a handsome man. Though there were some attractive individuals in the hidden mist village, they mostly exhibited peculiar traits. For instance, despite Hozuki Mangetsu's decent looks, he was plagued by severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Similarly, while Momochi Zabuza had a rugged charm, he was consumed by paranoia. May found herself utterly intolerant of such characters. After years of observing the men of the hidden mist village, May ultimately arrived at a disheartening conclusion: to find a handsome and relatively normal partner, she would have to seek elsewhere among the various ninja villages. In her fervent desire to marry a handsome man, Terumi May showed no reluctance in changing her nationality. Becoming a citizen of another country was of little consequence to her. This pursuit had almost become a belief, a personal doctrine, for her. Who was that person? Kisame. Do you know who he is? Terumi May inquired with sparkling eyes. Kisame, recalling the profiles of various contestants from different nations, responded. That individual must be the prodigious puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure, renowned for his exceptional talent in puppet techniques, and regarded as a potential fifth Kazekage. Wow, how impressive. He is so handsome. I really like him. Terumi May felt a rush of infatuation, undeniably captivated by Sasori's striking appearance, which certainly qualified him as a charming youth and a heartthrob for many. However, just as she was about to call out to him, the members of Sunagakure had already turned to leave. Witnessing this, Terumi May felt a twinge of disappointment, yet her heart brimmed with fervor and excitement. It's all right. Today is merely our first encounter, and there will be ample opportunities to get closer to him. He is so dashing, truly the man of my dreams, she mused, even envisioning the scene of her wedding with Sasori. In this regard, Terumi May exhibited a slight obsession and delusional tendencies. Chapter 82. Daidara. While Terumi May was lost in her daydreams, the people from Iwagakure had also arrived. They gazed at the towering walls of Konohagakure, marveling at their height. What lofty walls! It must have taken considerable effort to construct such fortifications, one of the Iwagakure members remarked. That's nothing. Using earth release, one can easily create them. Another countered. However, consider the challenge of building such a high wall that encircles Konohagakure, came the reply. That's not a problem. If we mobilized 100 people to use the earth release, super large earthen wall technique simultaneously, we could probably complete it in less than a month. This argument held some merit. Listening to their conversation, Daidara scoffed, saying, "What good would that do? I could simply blow it up." Huh, just your little bombs? I might believe you could cause some casualties, but that you could destroy those walls. I find that hard to believe, scoffed a companion beside Daidara. Do you think I'm like you? If I were to say that to you, it might be plausible, but your explosive techniques are laughable. My art, on the other hand, is extraordinary, especially since I've developed Technique 3, a single blast could obliterate half of Konohagakure. Daidara declared with pride. You're just boasting. His companion dismissed Daidara's claims. As their conversation continued, the group entered Konohagakure, registering at the entrance before officially stepping into the village. As he stretched leisurely, Daidara remarked, when it comes to scenery, I must admit that the environment of Konoha is unparalleled. Our village of Iwagakure is far too arid, although it surpasses Sunagakure to some extent. The disparity becomes glaringly evident when compared to Konoha. Reluctantly, I concede that Konoha excels in terms of environment, climate, and urban development compared to our village. It is no wonder that this place has produced two legendary ninja gods. With a gaze filled with admiration, Sho added, indeed. Upon hearing Sho's words, Daidara inquired with a puzzled expression, which two legendary ninja gods? Immediately, Sho cast a disparaging look at Daidara and replied, I refer to Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I believe these two are the most formidable individuals in the ninja world. Even our first Tsuchikage seems to pale in comparison to them. Never heard of them, Daidara responded. At that moment, the group passed by a barbecue stall, and driven by hunger, they entered the establishment. Their arrival quickly captured the attention of the other patrons inside. Hey, Dingzwa, those individuals don't appear to be from Konoha, Yanshiro Aoi whispered as he discreetly scrutinized the Iwagakure group, addressing his companion Akimichi Dingzwa. Indeed, they must be participants in the recent 5 Kage friendship tournament. However, I can't discern their country of origin since they aren't wearing headbands, Dingzwa replied. Shikaku, do you know? After observing the Iwagakure group for a moment, Nara Shikaku slowly responded, if I am not mistaken, they should be from Iwagakure. How do you know? With a sidelong glance at Daidara, Shikaku explained, didn't the intelligence division release a report on the potential contestants for this 5 Kage friendship tournament? I recall that there was an individual resembling him named Daidara, who is part of the Iwagakure explosive core, possessing the explosive release ability to create bombs. I see. I haven't perused that manual, Ding Zhua and Yamashiro Aoi said in unison, their faces illuminated with understanding. Not far from them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were also curiously observing the Iwagakure group. Minato, that person must be the captain of Iwagakure's participating team, Daidara, Kushina remarked with intrigue. Indeed, he possesses a unique bloodline limit that allows him to create bombs. Quite impressive. I wonder if any of our village's contestants can match him. Kushina mused as she savored her barbecue. Minato pondered for a moment before responding. I believe we have contenders. For instance, Kakashi should be able to hold his own against him, as he wields water, lightning, and earth chakra natures, providing him with various offensive and defensive options. After a brief pause, Minato continued. Additionally, Asuma Sarutobi employs wind and fire release, making him formidable at mid to long-range attacks. There's also Uchiha Aido, who excels in both fire release and body flicker techniques, complemented by his 3-tomo Sharingan, making him a worthy adversary to Daidara. In the realm of combat, Yasaki is a formidable child, excelling in the art of blade mastery. If one does not maintain a safe distance, falling victim to his close-quarter prowess is inevitable. Similarly, Tsukikid Shuriken possesses combat skills, yet he too must close the gap to be effective. Kushina Uzumaki nodded in understanding, stating that one must either excel in long-range assaults or engage Daidara up close. Indeed, Daidara's explosive techniques revolve around creating bombs, and he is not immune to his own creations. Consequently, his attacks predominantly occur at mid to long range. Thus, should one manage to close the distance, victory becomes quite attainable. Conversely, if he maintains distance without effective long-range attacks, one risks being ensnared by Daidara's rhythm, leading to certain defeat. As Minato Namikaze spoke, Kahaku Mei and her entourage from the Hidden Mist village were drawn to a commotion ahead. Look, there are many people gathered up front. Let's go see what it is, she suggested. They approached a booth labeled Fruit Ninja, where they beheld Yasaki skillfully fending off an onslaught of fruit. At that moment, Yasaki had just dispatched 13 fruits, leaving only 5 remaining. Among them, the foremost apple soared towards him. With a resounding shout, Yasaki swung his blade, and a dazzling white arc of light cleaved the apple perfectly in two. Witnessing this spectacle left Kahaku Mei and her companions from the Hidden Mist village utterly astonished. Chapter 83, Kahaku Mei and Scorpion. They beheld Yasaki execute a vertical cleave, forcefully aimed at the fruit nearest to him. Upon arriving at the booth, Kahaku Mei's group witnessed a brilliant, crescent-shaped beam of light, spanning 2 meters, sever the apple with precision. This display left them in a state of awe. Incredible! Kahaku Mei exclaimed, her eyes alight with admiration and astonishment. The might of his slicing technique was astounding, while it appeared to be merely slicing fruit. The underlying power was formidable. She mused that had a person been in its path, they too would have been sliced in half. A formidable adversary indeed. One she felt compelled to eliminate. Zabuza Momochi, with widened eyes, harbored a fierce resolve. To him, anyone who was not a friend was an enemy, and thus, the sooner he could eradicate such threats, the better. Observing Yasaki's exceptional swordsmanship, Zabuza felt a palpable sense of threat emanating from him, prompting a desire to extinguish this burgeoning menace before it could grow into something formidable. Overwhelmed by a fierce fighting spirit, he yearned to charge forth with his decapitating blade and engage Yasaki in battle at once. However, due to the fact that they were in the Hidden Leaf village, Momochi Zabuza did not succumb to a sudden bout of insanity and rush forward to commit murder. Otherwise, it is highly likely that he would have met his demise today. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki stood beside him, equally astonished as he gazed at Yasaka. Residing in the village of the mist, where swordsmanship prevailed, he often witnessed individuals wielding blades and firearms, yet seldom had he encountered a display as breathtaking as Yasaka's recent strike. Consequently, Kisame was utterly taken aback, his heart filled with immense surprise at the extraordinary swordsmanship on display. That single stroke seemed capable of severing anything that dared to obstruct its path, akin to a divine force that could vanquish gods and Buddhas alike, imparting an impression of unparalleled sharpness and invincibility. How impressive! Moreover, he appeared so youthful. If his assumptions were correct, this individual was likely a participant in the upcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament. Observing the forehead protector atop his head, marked as a representative of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kisame contemplated the possibility of encountering him during the competition. This prospect stirred a mixture of excitement and apprehension within him. Indeed, the forthcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament had attracted numerous talented ninjas, which he found genuinely fascinating. Kisame's interest in the tournament, taking place in just a few days, deepened significantly. He perceived defeating the prodigies of other nations as a profound source of accomplishment, an affirmation of his own capabilities, and thus immensely meaningful. Although he had witnessed the exquisite swordplay of Yasaka, Kisame did not feel daunted, for his own prowess was formidable, particularly his water release techniques, which could be regarded as the finest among the participants from the Mist Village attending the competition in the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, if one were to assess who excelled most in water release among the group, it would undoubtedly be Kisame. The others were not weak by any means. However, their strengths did not primarily revolve around water release. For instance, while Zabuza was indeed powerful, his strength lay not in the execution of water release techniques, but rather in his combined combat effectiveness when employing them alongside his decapitating sword. As for Terumi-Mei, her water release techniques were also formidable, yet her true strengths resided in her 2 Kekkai Genkai, particularly her proficiency in boil release and dissolution release. Other participants, such as Kuratsuchi, each possessed their unique strengths, but none primarily relied on the offensive capabilities of water release. Most of their water release techniques were employed for support rather than direct lethality. In contrast, Kisame was a true master of water release, relying on it as his primary means of attack. Thus, he viewed himself as a mid to long-range combat ninja, while Yasaka, with his exquisite swordsmanship, was clearly a close combat specialist. Kisame held complete confidence in his ability to maintain distance from Yasaka, believing that once he did so, the battlefield would belong to him. After all, the most renowned characteristic of water release was its extensive range, surpassing even that of fire release in terms of destructive capacity. Therefore, if there were a distance created, and the dry persimmon Zabuza were to utilize water release techniques, he would truly doubt whether Yakumo could pose any significant threat to him. After all, could one truly sever his water? Moreover, this time, as the leader of the Hidden Mist Village, Suigetsu had clandestinely conferred with Zabuza, promising to lend his sword, the Kubikurabocho, during the competition. Once Zabuza wielded the Kubikurabocho, he would gain an immense advantage, for the blade is exceptionally suited to complement water release ninjutsu. Although it is classified as a ninja sword, its function resembles that of a summoning beast, with the formidable ability to consume the chakra of others and replenish its wielder. The more chakra the enemy possesses, the stronger Zabuza becomes, making it a weapon that grows increasingly potent in battle. Thus, Zabuza felt confident in his capacity to eliminate Yakumo using water release techniques, as this form of attack inherently counters close-range combat, possessing natural control effects that distance the opponent. The last thing a melee ninja desires is to be forced into a ranged battle. Consequently, a sinister grin spread across Zabuza's face, his gaze toward Yakumo reminiscent of a poised leopard surveying its prey. Unbeknownst to Yakumo, his actions had been closely observed by the members of the Hidden Mist Village. As he sliced through the remaining 5 fruits, he distinctly felt his arm nearing its limits while cutting the closest apple. However, based on his current sensations, he believed that he could manage to slice through the remaining 4 fruits without issue. Yet, he found the prospect of enduring a 20th strike exceedingly daunting, though not entirely impossible. Having learned from his previous experience with the katana slipping from his grasp, Yakumo was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. After all, an old adage warns that one should not fear 10,000 dangers, but rather the singular misfortune. Should he again lose control and inadvertently injure someone, what would he do? Just because he had escaped unscathed last time did not guarantee the same fortune would follow. Chapter 84. Yakumo's thoughts. Yakumo was not inclined to gamble on whether he could maintain control of the katana. The very act of wagering was already a descent into disadvantage. He wished to keep the situation firmly in his grasp and would not dare to take risks unless absolutely necessary. With numerous individuals, young and old, surrounding him, including foreign visitors, any injury, whether to a compatriot or a foreigner, would yield undesirable consequences. Hurting a fellow citizen might be manageable if no one died. The worst outcome would be financial compensation, as it would be deemed accidental harm rather than intentional. However, injuring a foreigner could escalate into a significant issue, as it would involve bilateral relations between nations, a matter fraught with complexity. If the parties involved chose not to pursue the matter, it would indeed be quite manageable. However, should they escalate the situation, considerable trouble would ensue. Therefore, Yasaka could not be compelled to act forcefully over such a trivial issue. He continued to endure the pain in his arm as he swung his blade towards the next piece of fruit. At that moment, Uchiha Aido, who was observing the scene, noticed the group from the Hidden Mist village and was taken aback, pondering to himself, "Aren't those the people from the Hidden Mist? What brings them here? They must have just arrived," allowing them to witness the might of our Leaf Village's ace, Yasaka, and instilling a sense of intimidation. Simultaneously, the earlier departing group from the Hidden Sand Village found themselves inexplicably drawn to the Fruit Ninja's stall, captivated by the large crowd surrounding it. And they too squeezed in to catch a glimpse of Yasaka. At this juncture, Yasaka was preparing to strike the fourth fruit from the end. He let out a powerful roar as he executed a horizontal slash, producing a dazzling crescent arc of white light, nearly 2 meters in length, akin to a miniature version of a wind-release vacuum wave. In the next moment, that crescent arc severed a dragon fruit in two. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's a red-fleshed dragon fruit." The sudden appearance of the red-fleshed dragon fruit stunned everyone present, including those from the Hidden Sand and Hidden Mist. As red-fleshed dragon fruits are exceedingly rare, indistinguishable in appearance from their white-fleshed counterparts unless cut open, the revelation of the red-fleshed variety sent waves of shock through the crowd, followed swiftly by greed, as many were tempted to rush forward and seize the fruit that Yasaka had split in half. However, given that Yasaka was currently in the midst of his fruit-slicing performance, the crowd hesitated to act recklessly. Fearing that a careless move could result in them being struck by Yasaka's blade, responsibility would fall squarely upon them. Additionally, the red-fleshed dragon fruit rightfully belonged to the Fruit Ninja, and attempting to snatch it would amount to brazen theft, punishable by imprisonment and fines. Thus, for various reasons, the onlookers refrained from rushing forward to claim the red-fleshed dragon fruit. They were also aware that individuals from other nations were present in the vicinity. Should they be seen pilfering the fruit, it would undoubtedly cast the Leaf Village in a disparaging light. Consequently, the gathered villagers suppressed their greedy impulses and refrained from advancing. At that moment, Scorpion, witnessing Yasaka's skillful cut through the red-fleshed dragon fruit, was profoundly impressed by his technique. Scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yatsuka, murmuring to himself, "What an impressive swordsmanship, precise, swift, and ruthless, embodying the essence of speed, accuracy, and lethality. It exudes an indomitable spirit, as though anything that stands in the path of his blade would be mercilessly severed. His technique carries an indescribable, intangible force that, although formless, enhances the power and sharpness of his sword remarkably." Intrigued, Scorpion continued to ponder, "I have recently learned the art of crafting human puppets. If I could vanquish him and subsequently transform his body into a puppet, the creation would undoubtedly possess formidable close combat abilities. How fascinating. I am increasingly captivated by him. I yearn to eliminate him swiftly." At that moment, Scorpion envisioned a future where he had slain Yatsuka, the third Kazekage, Kakashi Hitaki, and Tsukumo Hitaki. He imagined these figures, all turned into his puppets, becoming part of his collection and arsenal, a truly magnificent tableau. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration and fervor. However, he recognized that achieving such kills would be exceedingly challenging, necessitating immense power, at least at the level of a Hokage. Yet, Scorpion did not perceive this as an insurmountable obstacle. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, believing he would surpass these formidable opponents. Moreover, Scorpion harbored a dream of challenging the inventor of the puppet technique, Sasori. Regrettably, Sasori had long since passed, rendering such a challenge impossible. Nevertheless, had he known of Orochimaru's ability to resurrect the deceased, he might have sought Orochimaru's assistance to bring Sasori back to life, eager to engage him in a duel to determine whose puppet mastery was superior. Thus, Scorpion found himself particularly intrigued by Yatsuka's physique, deeming it exceptional material for crafting a human puppet. Recently, he had stealthily infiltrated the Forbidden Techniques chamber in Sunagakure, where he perused a scroll detailing the secrets of puppet creation. With this newfound knowledge, he understood how to forge human puppets, yet he had yet to create one. as he was still in search of a suitable corpse for his endeavor. Participating in the 5 Kage Alliance Friendship Tournament presented an opportunity for him to seek a fitting body for his puppetry. Perhaps he might acquire a suitable candidate for his creations. Chapter 85. Scorpion's Human Puppets at present. Although Scorpion had not yet crafted a true human puppet, he remained in pursuit of an ideal corpse for the task. Theoretically, any corpse could suffice for puppet creation. However, to meet Scorpion's standards, it required more than just any lifeless body. In essence, he adhered to 2 primary criteria. The puppets can retain the ninjutsu and abilities of the deceased. Thus, Scorpion seeks bodies that possess exceptional or unique abilities. For instance, if the individual was a wielder of a bloodline limit, such a corpse would perfectly meet Scorpion's requirements, as it would enable the puppet to utilize the bloodline limit as well. Moreover, even if the body lacks a bloodline limit or other extraordinary ninjutsu, it may still be deemed suitable if it possesses certain advantageous traits. For example, if the individual had a particularly massive physique, it would align with Scorpion's criteria, as a larger body could accommodate numerous mechanisms. However, thus far, Scorpion has yet to find such a corpse. Conversely, there are many living individuals who fit Scorpion's specifications, particularly among the inhabitants of Sunagakure. If any of them were to perish, they would align well with Scorpion's desires. Nevertheless, the prospect of taking their lives to create puppets remains unfeasible for Scorpion at this moment. Engaging in such actions would likely lead to exposure. Given that most of these individuals possess remarkable abilities and are, without exception, exceptional ninjas holding significant positions. Consequently, even if Scorpion could eliminate them, he could not ensure his own anonymity. Thus, Scorpion must approach this matter with patience and meticulous preparation before contemplating assassination. The 3rd Kazekage is an ideal candidate for Scorpion's puppet-making aspirations. Yet, his current strength is insufficient to eliminate the 3rd Kazekage, let alone execute a covert assassination, especially with the numerous guards that accompany him. Nevertheless, Scorpion harbors this ambition, believing that vengeance is a dish best served cold. He is confident that one day he will transform these individuals into puppets, immortalizing them as his artistic creations. When Scorpion witnessed the breathtaking moment when Yasaka cleaved through the fruit with a single stroke, he resolutely resolved to make Yasaka his puppet, immediately inscribing his name on the death list in his mind. Yasaka's swordsmanship was truly astounding, and aside from the ranged capabilities of puppets, their prowess in close combat is equally remarkable. Yasaka's evident excellence in close combat captivated Scorpion's interest in his physique. At that moment, after cleaving through the 4th to last piece of fruit, Yasaka began to feel an increase in fatigue, even starting to breathe heavily. Despite the seemingly brief duration of this intense exercise, requiring only a series of a dozen swings, the effort was indeed considerable. The challenge lay in discerning the fruit from distractions within a mere 2 seconds before swiftly executing multiple strikes. This endeavor is not merely a formidable test of mental fortitude, but also a significant challenge to physical stamina. It resembles an individual exerting every ounce of strength in a frenzied sprint for 10 seconds, followed by a brief respite of 5 seconds, only to repeat this relentless cycle over a dozen times. For an ordinary person, even 5 repetitions of this grueling sequence would likely result in a collapse to the ground. Achieving such a feat multiple times is indeed a rare capability. Thus, the exceptional prowess of Yatsuka lies in this very aspect, and it is here that his fatigue also manifests. The actions of wielding a blade with such rapidity within a short span are undeniably strenuous. By the 14th wave, he could distinctly feel a twinge of pain in his arm. Persisting until the current 19th wave is no small achievement, largely facilitated by the enhancement conferred by the Great Freedom Immortal technique on his blade work. While the reduction of air resistance may seem trivial at first glance, its practical application reveals a significant reduction in exertion. In fact, he discovered that his speed in wielding the blade increased by approximately 20 to 25% compared to when this effect was absent. Consequently, one could infer that employing about 75% of his previous strength yields the same results as before, effectively conserving around 25% of energy with each strike. In scenarios requiring rapid, consecutive blade swings, such cumulative savings in energy are substantial, coupled with the assistance of the wind aiding his arm's motion. This results in a further doubling of energy conservation. Hence, under the influence of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, It is conceivable to achieve a 40% reduction in energy expenditure compared to when the technique is not utilized. This figure is indeed formidable, nearly having the energy cost, which conversely suggests an enhancement in endurance by 40%. This is truly remarkable. Yet, despite these advantages, Yatsuka now feels he is nearing his limits. Although he has conserved considerable stamina, the development of his muscles imposes a ceiling on his endurance. Thus, his stamina remains finite, and no matter how much he conserves, there are inherent limitations. Yatsuka estimates that after completing this 19th wave, he will have to concede defeat. He foresees that in the 20th wave, unless he pushes beyond his limits to the point of collapse, he will not endure the strain of the current circumstances. Consequently, after severing the fourth to last fruit, he focused his attention on the third to last fruit, which is quite substantial in size. Within the three-dimensional representation of his airflow perception, it becomes evident. The surface of this fruit is adorned with numerous, uneven protrusions, resembling a multitude of small pyramids or sharp spikes. Thus, Yasaka deduced that this fruit must be a durian. Chapter 86. The Great Durian. Upon realizing that this fruit was indeed a durian, Yasaka was taken aback, pondering whether the proprietor had truly descended into such madness. Although he had already been astonished by the appearance of a watermelon, a colossal entity in its own right, he never anticipated that a durian would also be included in this challenge. It is known that a durian outweighs a watermelon, and with the same speed. The greater the weight, the stronger the inertia and the impact. Therefore, the introduction of the durian meant that when Yasaka attempted to cut it, his arms and wrists would endure a force far greater than that experienced while slicing apples. This undoubtedly increased his physical exertion. At this realization, Yasaka felt a shiver down his spine. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated significantly starting from the 19th wave. Firstly, the size and weight of the fruit had increased, thereby intensifying the burden on his physical capabilities. Secondly, the distractions had shifted from easily recognizable objects to high-quality replicas of fruits, augmenting the challenge of discerning and perceiving the flying objects. Thus, it can be asserted that from the 19th wave onward, there was a heightened test of physical endurance and observational acuity. The difficulty had indeed escalated considerably, far surpassing that of the 18th wave. Furthermore, this increase in challenge was not solely attributable to the additional difficulty presented by the 19th wave itself. The 19th wave required the execution of 19 swift strikes within a span of less than 2 seconds, signifying an intensely demanding task, compounded by the necessity to allocate extra mental energy to differentiate genuine fruits from imitations, as well as the additional impact force from the large fruit. The difficulty of the 19th wave had escalated by an entire level compared to the 18th wave. Although it may seem that the only difference between the 19th and 18th waves is the addition of a single fruit, in reality, that additional fruit translates to a direct increase of 2 levels of difficulty. After all, with each subsequent fruit, there is a significant rise in mental and physical burdens. Observing whether 18 fruits are real or fake is markedly different from discerning the authenticity of 19. As the old adage goes, it is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Consequently, after Yasaka severed the fourth to last fruit, he gazed at the impending colossal durian and silently thought, just 3 more to go. If I can endure these 3, victory will be mine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Terumi Mei and her companions were equally astonished by the enormity of the durian, as they too had not anticipated such a large fruit. In fact, Terumi Mei even felt a desire to taste the durian, for it appeared so large that it surely contained a wealth of delectable flesh within. In the village of Misty Vale, the durian is regarded as a costly fruit, primarily due to the environment's unsuitability for its cultivation. Consequently, it is imported from the neighboring villages of Cloud Hidden and Leaf Village, leading to its exorbitant price. However, after a fleeting desire for this exotic fruit, Terumi Mei redirected her focus towards the act of slicing the fruit itself. She understood the principle that the greater the weight, the more substantial the impact. At that moment, Yasaka wielded a katana that was relatively lightweight, unless it was extraordinarily sharp, to the point of encountering virtually no resistance. It would struggle against the considerable heft of the durian during the slicing process. This would inevitably impose additional strain on her wrists and arms. Conversely, if she were to wield a more formidable executioner's blade or a heavy cavalry sword, the advantages would shift in favor of slicing such a hefty fruit. The sheer size of the blade would naturally provide inherent stability, effectively counteracting a significant portion of the durian's impact on her wrist. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Wielding such a large blade would itself be an external burden on the wrist. Furthermore, attempting to swing that heavy sword rapidly over a dozen times in under 2 seconds would impose a far greater strain than the durian alone could inflict. Hence, one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. It becomes a matter of choosing the lesser of two evils. Ultimately, when considering all factors, Yasaka's lightweight katana emerges as the most suitable choice for a fruit ninja. After all, the essence of a fruit ninja lies in agility and reflexes, and Yasaka's lightweight blade is ideally crafted for rapid slashing. If Yasaka were to wield the executioner's blade, it is likely she could manage only up to the 7th wave before reaching her limit. The considerable length and weight of the executioner's sword favor heavy strikes, but do not lend themselves to nimble movements. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido stood nearby, equally tense, as they had reached a critical juncture. With the presence of this large durian, only 3 fruits remained. They had successfully navigated through 19 waves, with numerous fruit fragments scattered across the ground. It would be a grave disappointment if they faltered at this final moment and squandered their efforts. Suddenly, Uchiha Aido contemplated the rules of the fruit ninja game, which dictated that missing 3 fruits would result in immediate elimination. As of now, Yasaka had not missed a single fruit, implying that she could afford to miss at most 2. Thus, if Yasaka successfully sliced through the large durian, even if she were to miss the remaining 2 fruits, she would still be deemed to have successfully passed the 19th level. This realization underscored the importance of the durian. The outcome of whether they could advance past the 19th level hinged upon the successful slicing of this fruit. As he contemplated this, Uchiha Aido felt an immediate sense of relief, for he harbored unwavering confidence in Yasaka's abilities. He firmly believed that Yasaka would undoubtedly be able to sever the formidable durian. Conversely, the group from the Hidden Cloud Village, led by Yuzuki, held a starkly contrasting perspective. They fervently wished for Yasaka to falter in his attempt to slice the massive durian. Should Yasaka make a miscalculation in his strike, it could very well trigger a chain reaction, resulting in the failure to sever the remaining 2 fruits. This scenario would effectively mean that Yasaka had, in one fell swoop, let slip 3 fruits, leading to his outright elimination. Thus, Yasaka would lose the wager against Yuzuki, allowing the latter to claim Yasaka's prize katana. However, Yuzuki's true intentions extended far beyond merely acquiring Yasaka's sword. Although Yasaka's katana appeared to be a fine weapon, Yuzuki had little interest in swords, as she was not a ninja who wielded blades, but rather one who employed ninjutsu. Among their group from the Hidden Cloud Village, only Darui and Killer Bee were sword users. Yet, Darui wielded a heavy broadsword, distinct from Yasaka's lighter katana. Moreover, Darui typically favored ninjutsu over his broadsword in earnest combat. Similarly, Killer Bee, while also a sword-wielding ninja, utilized custom-made blades akin to those of a samurai, lacking sheaths to facilitate the simultaneous wielding of multiple swords. In contrast, Yasaka's katana was sheathed, which would hinder Killer Bee's agility while utilizing the 8 tails form. Though Yasaka's katana belonged to the lighter category, it was somewhat heavier and longer than Killer Bee's blades, as the latters were designed for close combat, while Yasaka's was primarily intended for singular slashing techniques. The differing purposes rendered the weapons incompatible, leaving none among the Hidden Cloud group capable of wielding Yasaka's katana. Nevertheless, Yuzuki still sought to obtain it, as doing so would serve to humiliate Konoha, symbolizing a triumph for the Hidden Cloud over the Leaf Village. Although the wager was merely a commonplace affair, elevating it to a national level transformed it into a matter of national pride, thereby underscoring its significance. Thus, Yumu Rin harbored a fervent desire for Yasaka to falter. However, she scorned the idea of resorting to underhanded tactics, leaving her to merely observe as Yasaka adeptly sliced through fruit without any interference. This distinguished her markedly from Aido Junji, who was unrestrained in his willingness to cheat, only to be thwarted by Yasaka's formidable prowess. Yet, had it been another opponent, they might not have withstood the onslaught of Aido Junji's disruptive maneuvers. How infuriating it was. This individual possessed remarkable stamina and muscular endurance, managing to persevere until now. Was he some sort of anomaly? Yumu Rin gritted her teeth, now entirely convinced of Yasaka's capacity to withstand the 19th wave. It was nearly impossible for her to doubt this, for once Yasaka vanquished the formidable durian. Even if she disregarded the remaining 2 fruits, she would undoubtedly endure through the 19th wave. Consequently, Yumu Rin had resigned herself to a 95% certainty that she would lose her wager, which left her feeling exceedingly vexed and irate. Prideful by nature, she had always been the victor, never the vanquished. Yet today, she found herself bested in a bet by this individual named Yasaka, a denizen of the Hidden Leaf Village, which only intensified her ire. Meanwhile, Karabi stood nearby, his expression grave and heavy as he regarded Yasaka. At this juncture, the qualities exhibited by Yasaka undeniably marked him as a formidable opponent. Without a doubt, in close combat, he presented a significant threat, a perilous adversary. Should Yasaka close the distance, the likelihood of being overpowered by him was profound. After all, his reaction speed was exceptional, and his agility was unparalleled. Consider this. How many could withstand a barrage of over 10 strikes in a single second? Even those endowed with the Sharingan would need their bodies to keep pace. Karabi envisioned a scenario where he faced Yasaka at close range, employing his signature Eight Tails B-Blade technique in a direct clash. While Yasaka's ability to unleash a terrifyingly rapid succession of strikes was indeed formidable, the Eight Tails B-Blade, with its simultaneous eightfold assault, could not be entirely countered by mere speed alone. In Karabi's mind, utilizing his technique would inflict some degree of injury upon Yasaka, while he too would likely sustain wounds. However, it was probable that Yasaka would deal Karabi more severe harm, while Karabi would only inflict minor injuries upon Yasaka. After all, Yasaka could adeptly parry Karabi's strikes aimed at vital points, while simultaneously retaliating against Karabi's own vulnerable areas. Karabi believed Yasaka possessed such capabilities, as his speed was so rapid that Karabi might struggle to match it in defense. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to adopt a strategy of mutual injury, albeit with Karabi sustaining a grave wound in exchange for a lighter one inflicted upon Yasaka. The issue at hand is that unless one is severely incapacitated or killed instantly, Karabi, despite sustaining grave injuries, can activate his tailed beast chakra cloak mode. The immense chakra of the Eight Tails will promptly commence the healing of his wounds, transforming his serious injuries into mere light wounds, thereby buying him precious time, and in some instances, enabling him to achieve full recovery. This is one of the extraordinary traits of tailed beast chakra. Additionally, the reason why Kisame Hoshigaki, in his later stages of development, is referred to as the tailless tailed beast is partly due to his ability to absorb his opponent's chakra through his shark skin, allowing him to heal his own injuries with the vast reserves of chakra he acquires. Consequently, there was a moment when Karabi's blood scythe technique exposed Kisame's ribs, yet remarkably, Kisame managed to recover from what could be deemed a fatal injury within a mere few seconds by leveraging the enormous chakra extracted from Karabi. Thus, Karabi has come to the conclusion that in close combat, he is undeniably no match for Asaka, and should a genuine confrontation occur, he would likely be slain by Asaka's prowess. However, if he maintains a distance or allows himself more time to utilize the tailed beast chakra, Karabi believes he possesses an 80% chance of defeating Asaka. After all, possessing a tailed beast grants one considerable latitude, unless the opponent is a formidable entity akin to the Akatsuki of later generations. In Chapter 88, The Power of the Tailed Beasts, it is essential to recognize that the opponents Karabi envisions are merely of the genin rank. Few among the genin can withstand the might of a tailed beast. Although Karabi has yet to achieve full control over the Eight Tails and cannot fully unleash its complete form, he has made significant progress in partially transforming into the tailed beast. This means he can now conjure several octopus-like tentacles of the Eight Tails. Moreover, Karabi has reached a level where he can assume the tailed beast chakra cloak mode with 5 tails without losing his rationality. His current limit allows him to maintain awareness while in the form of 5 tails. However, should he exceed this, the 8 tails would overwhelm his consciousness, taking control of his body. Although Karabi has established a relatively amicable relationship with the 8 tails, having become friends, his physical and mental fortitude remains insufficient to withstand the overwhelming psychic impact of such a powerful entity. This explains why, despite their newfound camaraderie, Karabi can only manage to transform up to 5 tails. When harnessing the power of a tailed beast, the Jinchuriki's spiritual realm acts as a vessel, integrating the tailed beast's will. At this juncture, Karabi's youth renders his mental strength inadequate. Simply put, he cannot contain the formidable will of the 8 tails. Thus, if he were to forcefully attempt to exceed his limits, the will of the Eight Tails would inadvertently dominate Kurabi's actions, even if it were not a conscious effort on the part of the Eight Tails. This phenomenon elucidates why the character of Yuzuki is regarded as the most exemplary Jinchuriki. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding the two-tailed demon cat, as long as the Jinchuriki remains willing, he will not lose his sanity due to insufficient mental strength. This explains why Yuzuki can perfectly harness the power of the two tails. However, it can only be said that he mostly controls the inherent power of the tailed beast itself. The two tails possess an extraordinary ability that Yuzuki has yet to fully master, the capability to summon demons from the underworld. Concealed upon the forehead of the two tails is a third eye, which remains hidden when closed, eluding detection by others. Yet, when the two tails consciously opens this third eye, it can summon demons from the underworld to assist in battle. Utilizing this ability demands a colossal amount of mental energy. Clearly, Yuzuki, as the current Jinchuriki of the two tails, does not possess the mental fortitude to withstand the strain of this power. Therefore, when the two tails is embodied within Yuzuki, it cannot employ this exceptional ability. However, should the two tails become a free-tailed beast, devoid of a Jinchuriki, it would be free to wield the power of summoning demons from the underworld. Consequently, it can be said that Yuzuki's insufficient mental strength prevents the two tails from accessing this ability. This power is indeed the two-tailed demon cat's unique trait. Each tailed beast possesses its own special ability. Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, commands the wind. The two tails summons demons from the underworld. The three tails governs water. The four tails embodies fire. The five tails specializes in physical techniques. The six tails commands lightning and corrosion. The seven tails encompasses earth. The eight tails boasts a robust physique, and the nine tails harbors immense chakra. Thus, it is reasonable for Killer Bee to consider Yuzuki, the Jinchuriki, as his only true rival in this year's 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, provided they can utilize the power of the tailed beasts. Prior to their arrival, Reikage had explicitly advised Killer Bee and Yuzuki to refrain from using the tailed beast's power unless absolutely necessary, as doing so would overly expose their nation's strength and easily incite greed from other countries. Thus, Killer Bee would only resort to the tailed beast's power in dire situations. Nonetheless, even without openly employing the power of the tailed beasts, both Killer Bee and Yuzuki possess a chakra reserve far exceeding that of their peers. This is the advantage of the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Darui, standing nearby, wore a similarly astonished expression. His own limit was 14 waves, and he had previously underestimated Yasaka, believing he could only manage 12 waves at most. Yet, Yasaka not only surpassed his limit of 14 waves, but has also since the 19th wave. The difference of 5 waves between them felt like a chasm, leaving Darui feeling as though he had struck an iron plate. Although he does not believe he would lose to Yasaka in an actual battle, he still harbors a sense of discontent. At this moment, Might Guy happened to pass by, well aware of the Fruit Ninja stall, having previously attempted it himself. At that time, his limit was 13 waves. The reason he was eliminated was entirely due to his eyes not being able to keep up. In terms of physical prowess, Might Guy was undoubtedly the strongest among this cohort of genin. After all, he specialized in taijutsu, endowing him with exceptional physical abilities that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. His reflexes were also remarkable, as mastery of taijutsu necessitated extraordinary reaction times. However, the crux of Might Guy's predicament lay in his inability to clearly distinguish between the rapidly moving fruits and distracting objects. Lacking the Sharingan or any other sensory abilities, he could only rely on his normal eyesight to observe. Although he could perceive the shadows and had the capability to strike them, he could not discern the fruits from the distractions. Thus, he was eliminated, despite having the potential to progress further. Had he possessed the Sharingan, it is likely that he could have achieved 20 waves. As Might Guy squeezed through the crowd, he emerged just in time to witness a scene where Yasaka was about to strike a large durian. This sight left him utterly astonished. He muttered to himself, "When did they start including durians? This is utterly outrageous. I remember when there were only smaller fruits like apples, bananas, and oranges. What wave is this? A large durian has appeared." At that moment, the colossal durian shot toward Yasaka like a meteor. Gritting his teeth, Yasaka firmly gripped the handle of his knife and delivered a powerful strike against the durian. Instantly, a brilliant crescent-shaped blade of light flashed across the durian. This radiant white light cleaved the durian in half, revealing an abundance of yellow flesh within. However, in that instant, Yasaka felt a tremendous force impacting his wrist and arm. No matter how sharp the knife, it would still be subjected to the powerful impact from the durian. Had this been the first wave rather than the 19th, Yasaka would not have perceived the durian as a formidable challenge. Yet, after enduring over 10 intense rounds of striking, encountering this durian, which he initially thought would be effortless, became exceedingly strenuous. From the first wave to this 19th wave, Yasaka had, if he counted correctly, swung his knife a total of 164 times. Normally, executing over 100 strikes would not be considered significant. However, the distinction lay in the fact that each of Yasaka's strikes was delivered with nearly full force at an incredibly high speed, more than 10 strikes per second. Consequently, these 164 strikes represented an extraordinary level of intensity. Thus, after severing the large durian, even with the ease afforded by Yasaki's mastery of the celestial arts, he found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. His arms were nearing their limits. Had it not been for the colossal watermelon and durian, Yasaki's endurance could have sustained him a while longer. However, these two burdens acted as the proverbial last straw, exacerbating the strain on his muscles. Consequently, Yasaki could only clench his teeth, mentally counting down the remaining two. He promptly tightened the muscles in his arms, adjusting his wrist to strike in the opposite direction of his previous blow against the durian. This was the peculiar challenge of the 19th wave. The sequence of fruits was designed such that the positions of the two fruits were in stark contrast to the trajectory of his strikes. In essence, the first fruit was on the left, while the second was on the right. He was compelled to slice the first fruit from right to left before transitioning to the left side to slice the second fruit from left to right and from bottom to top. Attempting to slice both simultaneously from left to right was nearly impossible. At times, the two fruits were even aligned on the same horizontal plane, meaning after cutting the first, he would need to replicate the action in an exceedingly brief span to strike the second. In summary, the difficulty of the 19th wave escalated dramatically. If the 18th wave's challenge was rated at 20, then the 19th soared to an astonishing 50, far surpassing 40. Observing this spectacle, Mike Guy among the onlookers wore a serious expression, fully comprehending the gravity of the challenge. Although for Guy, the act of slicing posed minimal difficulty due to his superior muscular endurance, he recognized that for the average individual, the challenge was nothing short of hellish. At that moment, upon witnessing Yasaki successfully cleave the durian, the members of the Yuin village, including Yuzuki, wore expressions of utter despair. They looked as if they had swallowed something repugnant. For even if Yasaki failed to hit the subsequent two fruits, he had already triumphed over the 19th trial. Yasaki had effectively won his wager against Yuzuki. How on earth did he manage that? Yuzuki exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she scrutinized Yasaki, unable to fathom how he had persevered through such relentless waves of fruit attacks. However, she gleaned an intriguing insight. Both she and Dalu had observed that Yasaki was slicing with his eyes closed. This suggested he possessed an ability to perceive his surroundings without relying on sight. Yet, the precise nature of this ability remained a mystery to Yuzuki and her companions. Some individuals possess an innate ability to perceive, or perhaps exhibit other forms of extraordinary talents. The people of Yuzuki harbor numerous speculations regarding this matter. Although they may not grasp the specifics, at the very least, they are aware that Yasaka possesses such a capability, which provides them with an additional layer of intelligence. Consequently, should they encounter Yasaka in future competitions, they could take preemptive measures. This brings to light a distinctive difference between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. If one can wield abilities that obscure vision, such as the technique of darkness, the Byakugan undoubtedly holds a significant advantage over the Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan requires a clear sight of the target to activate its slow-motion effect. However, if the Sharingan directly employs Susanoo, it becomes futile. If an opponent can manifest such an absolute defense, the utility of the darkness technique diminishes considerably. Hence, the people of Yuzuki silently committed the observations regarding Yasaka to memory. This individual possesses formidable close combat prowess. Could he possibly be the strongest genin from Konohagakure? Darui pondered with uncertainty. Perhaps, or perhaps not. After all, combat encompasses myriad approaches. This individual may excel in close-range encounters, yet who is to say how he fares at a distance? A single fire-style technique might very well incinerate him. Regardless of his exceptional swordsmanship, could he possibly cleave through flames? Karabi scoffed dismissively. Had Asuma Sarutobi been present, or if Obito Uchiha had overheard Karabi's remarks, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement, affirming that Yasaka indeed possesses the ability to slice through fire. However, the group from Amigakure remained oblivious to this fact. Lacking connections in Konohagakure, they were unaware of Yasaka's illustrious deeds from a month prior. Otherwise, they would not have wagered with Yasaka on whether he could endure until the 19th wave. After all, he had withstood the 18th wave just a month ago, and thus, it was entirely plausible that he could manage to last through the 19th wave with a little more effort. Consequently, information can often be a matter of great significance. At this juncture, Yasaka had only 2 fruits remaining. One was a banana, while the other was a minuscule grape, so diminutive that a slight miscalculation could result in failure, presenting a considerable challenge. Chapter 90, Extreme Difficulty. This revelation left Yasaka astonished. He mused on the considerable escalation in difficulty for the 19th wave. Previously, he encountered colossal fruits, such as watermelons and durians, which placed considerable strain on his wrists. Moreover, as the rounds progressed, the fatigue induced by these large fruits intensified. If, for instance, the 19th wave had commenced with enormous watermelons and durians, he might have felt fatigued, yet still managed to endure. However, now these large fruits emerged during the latter attacks of the 19th wave. At this juncture, the individual had already executed several rapid strikes with the blade, bringing their arms and wrists to a state of near exhaustion. Engaging in the act of cleaving such a substantial fruit would undeniably amplify the innate muscular fatigue experienced. Having grown accustomed to slicing larger fruits like apples and watermelons, they were astounded to find a single grape propelled forth. This was not a cluster of grapes, but rather an isolated berry, specifically of the fragrant rose variety, which is notably smaller in size. Such a diminutive object, when observed at high velocity, would likely be imperceptible to the naked eye, as its minuscule dimensions rendered it nearly invisible. In contrast, larger fruits like apples and bananas, even when hurtling through the air, could at least be distinguished as vague, shadowy forms. However, this solitary grape was so small that it eluded the vision of ordinary observers entirely. Curiously, some wondered why the 19th wave released only 18 projectiles, mistakenly attributing this to a malfunction of the machinery. In truth, the absence of the final grape was solely due to its minuscule size, making it virtually undetectable in such high-speed conditions. Only those with exceptional visual acuity, such as Uchiha Obito's Sharingan or Byakugan, could discern the tiny grape, or individuals employing unique perceptual methods, like Jiraiya's spatial barriers or Yasaka's airflow sensitivity. Consequently, upon sighting the grape, Yasaka almost experienced a mental breakdown, given its diminutive stature. The prospect of cutting such a small object was daunting. Any slight misalignment with the blade could easily result in a miss. The sole advantage was that this last grape would require minimal effort to slice, as mere contact with the blade would suffice to sever it, aided by the grape's own inertia and the sharpness of the knife. Perhaps it could be said that this grape had already benefited from the exertion expended on the larger watermelon and durian preceding it. Not only was Yasaka taken aback by the appearance of the grape, but Uchiha Obito was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the machine would eject a grape. While the concept of fruit ninja suggested fruits like apples and oranges, the notion of a grape had never crossed his mind. Although grapes do qualify as fruit, they are typically found in clusters, and the extreme velocity at which a bunch would be propelled would likely cause it to disintegrate. Many grapes would scatter, resulting in an effect reminiscent of a shotgun blast. Consequently, it was impossible to cut through them. Thus, Uchiha Obito had previously disregarded this particular fruit. To his utter astonishment, the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja stall had indeed unleashed grapes, and merely a single small grape at that. This prompted Obito to exclaim, "This owner has truly lost his mind in an effort to escalate the challenge. To think a mere grape could cause such trouble." Curious, Mike Guy, overhearing Obito's remarks, inquired, "Grapes? Where are the grapes? I didn't see any." Immediately, Obito elucidated, "The last fruit is indeed a single grape, quite diminutive, just about this size." As he gestured with his fingers to illustrate the grape's size, Mike Guy was taken aback. "What? A grape that tiny? How utterly insane!" he exclaimed, leaping in shock. He could hardly fathom that the difficulty had escalated to such an extent. Finally, he comprehended why he had only spotted 18 projectiles. The last one had been that minuscule grape, which had eluded his notice. This revelation led Mike Guy to ponder a critical question. If, in a real combat scenario, the adversary deployed projectiles as small as grapes, tiny and swift, how would he respond? Presently, he realized his eyesight could not detect such diminutive, high-speed weapons. Wouldn't he be caught unaware? This realization instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. He resolved to acquire a skill that would enable him to detect objects invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Mist Village, and the Hidden Sand Village also recognized that the final fruit was indeed a grape. Their astonishment mirrored his own. Darui exclaimed, "What the?" The difficulty of this 19th wave is insurmountable. Not only are there watermelons and durians, but now even tiny grapes have been introduced. This is sheer hell. His expression reflected disbelief, and others shared his sentiment. Karabi maintained a serious demeanor, believing that even with the use of the 8 Tails B blade technique, he would be unable to withstand the 19th wave. Consequently, his respect for Yasaka's prowess grew even greater. Yuzuki also bore an expression of shock. He had not anticipated the 19th wave to be of such magnitude. Although they had played the Fruit Ninja game in the Hidden Cloud Village, no one had ever persevered to the 19th wave. Chapter 91. Rising difficulty. It remains uncertain whether the challenges posed by Konoha surpass those of the Hidden Cloud Village, or if the 19th wave is simply characterized by an abrupt increase in difficulty. After all, it is their first encounter witnessing someone advance to the 19th wave, leaving her utterly astonished. At this juncture, it is evident that Yasaka has effectively won the wager. Consequently, although Yuzuki is reluctant to concede, he has indeed lost the bet. However, it is not of great consequence, as he had previously triumphed over another Konoha ninja. Thus, it merely results in a cancellation of 1 win against 1 loss. Devoid of any embarrassment, the only disappointment lies in the outcome. This experience imparts a valuable lesson to Yuzuki. One should refrain from gambling, for it is a venture fraught with uncertainty, and no one can guarantee victory. Meanwhile, Terumi May gazes at Yasaka with a look of sheer admiration, murmuring to herself, "Incredibly handsome, especially his swordsmanship. Even among the 7 ninja swordsmen, none possessed such formidable techniques. Alas, I have fallen for him." This is the feeling of love. Though he lacks the striking appearance of Scorpion, his overall charisma is far more captivating, a holistic allure. I must pursue him. He is undoubtedly my future husband. Terumi May finds herself once again lost in infatuation, while the nearby Kisame Hoshigaki regards her with disdain, pondering the reason behind her infatuation. On the other hand, Zabuza Momochi harbors an intensifying murderous intent towards Yasaka, perceiving him as an adversary. The stronger Yasaka becomes, the greater the threat he poses to both Zabuza and the Hidden Mist Village, thus fueling his desire to eliminate him. I must kill him. He is too powerful. He poses a danger to both me and the Hidden Mist Village, and I am determined to end his life. Zabuza exclaims with a sinister grin, prompting the nearby Hozuki Mangetsu, who is polishing his sword, to remark in exasperation, "What a lunatic." Upon hearing Mangetsu's comment, Zabuza shoots him a glare, stating, "Were it not for your affiliation with the Hidden Mist, I would have killed you on the spot." Mangetsu responds with a scoff, continuing to polish his sword while dismissively retorting, "Kill me? You? Huh. Where does your misplaced confidence stem from? It seems your mental faculties, as well as your intellect, are in question." With a low, menacing tone, Zabuza narrows his eyes, his gaze directed at Mangetsu, revealing his deadly intent. Unfazed, Mangetsu continues his taunts. "It's not that I look down on you, but with your skills, do you really think you can kill me? You must be dreaming." In the next instant, Zabuza, without uttering another word, swiftly draws his executioner's blade and strikes ferociously at Mangetsu's head, showing no restraint. This is a genuine attempt to kill. Truly, he is a formidable figure in this society, one who speaks little but acts decisively. Suddenly, the 2-meter-long decapitating blade swept through the air, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as it struck toward Akatsuki Manzuki. This unexpected turn of events startled those surrounding them. Akatsuki Manzuki, too, was taken aback, realizing that Tadazai no Satsu had indeed acted without hesitation. He immediately employed the technique of liquid transformation, converting his body into a watery essence. In the next moment, a sound akin to a palm striking the surface of water echoed through the air. The decapitating blade of Zai no Satsu came crashing down upon the head of Akatsuki Manzuki, shattering it into a cascade of water droplets that splattered across the ground. Yet, in an astonishing twist, the area where Akatsuki Manzuki's head once resided began to transform. The water that had fallen to the ground stirred to life, droplets flowing upward along his body, converging at the neck. Within a mere 3 seconds, the water coalesced into the shape of a head, ultimately reconstituting itself as Akatsuki Manzuki's brain. Haha, Zaino Satsu. I told you, with such feeble skills, you dare to challenge me? Surely you must be suffering from dementia. Even if you trained for decades, you would still not be my match. Akatsuki Manzuki laughed heartily, hands on hips. The expression on Tida Zaino Satsu's face turned a deep shade of fury. Without a word, he swung his blade once more at Akatsuki Manzuki, who stood still, making no attempt to evade or defend himself. Thus, Zaino Satsu's decapitating blade cleaved downward, slicing Akatsuki Manzuki in half. This gruesome spectacle sent shockwaves through the onlookers, as the violence was utterly shocking. However, before they could recover from their astonishment, the severed Akatsuki Manzuki, just as before, liquefied into a pool of water. The water then reformed into a humanoid shape, once again becoming Akatsuki Manzuki. Zaino Satsu, I have told you time and again, your techniques are utterly ineffective against me. If you refuse to believe, perhaps it would be best for you to return home and tend to your fish. He continued to laugh unabashedly. Zaino Satsu, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, recognized that his physical assault was completely futile against someone who could transform into liquid and thus evade physical harm. In a fit of frustration, Zaino Satsu plunged his decapitating blade into the ground and began to form hand seals rapidly. Water style, water dragon bullet. Just as he was about to unleash the grand technique, Terumi Mei erupted in fury, delivering a punch that sent Zaino Satsu crashing to the ground. The individuals from the Sand-Hidden Village observed the commotion in the Mist-Hidden Village with a sense of incredulity. Maki turned to Scorpion and remarked, "Did you see that? Even before the competition has begun, they are already embroiled in internal strife. Truly, they are a bunch of lunatics. I believe it would be prudent for us to keep our distance. They could turn on their own comrades in a fit of madness." Scorpion nodded in agreement, and thus, the people of the Sand-Hidden Village discreetly shifted away from the pedestrians of the Mist-Hidden Village. Chapter 92. Zabuza Momochi and Terumi Mei. Meanwhile, Zabuza Momochi, having been felled by a punch from Terumi Mei, quickly rose in a fury and retorted, "Terumi Mei, do not presume that your gender will spare you from my wrath." Terumi Mei, equally incensed, shot back, "You madman. You are bringing disgrace upon the Mist-Hidden Village." This altercation caught the attention of the people from the Cloud-Hidden Village. Yuzuki snorted derisively and mocked. "Look at the Mist-Hidden Village. They have not even begun the competition and are already fighting amongst themselves. How amusing. No wonder they are known as the Village of Blood Mist. They are on the verge of destroying their own nation. At least we in the Cloud-Hidden Village maintain our unity." Darui nodded in concurrence, adding, "Indeed. It appears that the ninjas of the Mist-Hidden Village undergo rather dark training methods. While we merely need to pass standard assessments at our ninja academy, they must engage in real combat to earn their status. Each individual is required to possess a bell, and possessing 2 bells qualifies one as a ninja. During this process, killing is permitted, and many aspiring ninjas have resorted to murder to seize bells from their peers. After all, the difficulty of obtaining bells through violence is markedly different from doing so without it." Pausing briefly, Darui continued, "Consequently, nearly half of the ninjas from the Mist-Hidden Village have killed their comrades during these examinations, sometimes even slaying members of their own group. This has fostered a profound sense of mistrust, leading to frequent internal conflicts." At that moment, Yuzuki interjected, "However, once they become ninjas, things improve significantly. Many missions require teamwork and cohesion to succeed. For the sake of survival and mission completion, they are compelled to unite. Yet even then, the ingrained distrust remains. In critical situations, they show no hesitation in betraying their allies." At this juncture, Yasaka began to swing his blade toward the penultimate fruit, a banana. The banana spun through the air towards Yasaka like a boomerang, presenting a certain degree of risk. Although the likelihood of failure was generally low, misfortune could strike. It was entirely possible that, as he swung his blade towards the spinning banana, it could evade the strike entirely. Such occurrences were rare, with only a 20% chance of happening. With a fierce swipe, Yasaka brought his knife down, the sharp edge slicing through the banana with precision, cleaving it cleanly in two. The severed banana, now subjected to external forces, reacted accordingly, continuing to soar at an angle of 30 degrees to either side. One piece fortuitously struck the hapless CHJR, further inflaming his already simmering ire. He lamented his misfortune, feeling victimized even by fruit. Additionally, his paranoia led him to believe that this was the work of Yatsuka, who had deliberately hurled a fragment of banana towards him with malicious intent. "I shall end you." CHJR seethed, casting a furious glare at Yatsuka, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Terumi Mei's punch. "Silence," Terumi Mei hissed, her voice laced with fury, as she thought to herself how this deranged CHJR was tarnishing the reputation of their village, Kirigakure. While the others exhibited their own eccentricities, none were as severe as CHJR's. Leading Terumi Mei to ponder the third Mizukage's judgment in sending such a volatile individual into their midst, likening him to a precarious ticking bomb. However, due to her superior strength, Terumi Mei could restrain CHJR, ensuring he would not cause chaos, a directive the third Mizukage had emphasized before their departure. Sighing, she supported her forehead with her hand, feeling overwhelmed, wishing for a handsome suitor to marry, thereby escaping such absurd predicaments. At that moment, Terumi Mei turned her gaze back to Yatsuka, who had just severed the penultimate banana. Witnessing this, she erupted into applause, thinking, "My husband is indeed remarkable." At this juncture, Yatsuka was left with only a solitary grape, diminutive in size. Yet, his arm was nearly at its limit. Merely gripping the hilt of his blade took nearly all his strength. Nevertheless, he was 80% certain that he would not lose his grip this time. With unwavering focus, he observed the tiny grape, his mind swiftly predicting its trajectory. Given its minuscule size, it was all too easy to misstrike. Under normal circumstances, this would pose no challenge. However, Yatsuka's hand trembled, and any lapse could result in a slight deviation in angle, necessitating utmost control over his arm. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido and Might Guy were equally fixated on Yatsuka's final strike. Although Might Guy could not see the grape hurtling through the air, he remained tense and exhilarated. Should Yatsuka successfully slice the tiny fruit, it would signify a flawless completion of all 19 challenges. Despite it being Yatsuka's triumph, Might Guy felt a surge of excitement. The party from Kumobikure was also keenly invested in the outcome. By now, they were aware of the stakes, having witnessed the loss of the betting Yuzuki. Thus, they now eagerly awaited to see if Yatsuka could indeed achieve an impeccable feat of not missing a single fruit throughout the entire challenge. Even though they hailed from another village, they were intrigued to witness if any Genin could accomplish such a remarkable feat. It must be acknowledged that many possess the capability to achieve this feat, and AI, being a high-ranking ninja, is among them. However, the true focus lies on whether the lower-ranked ninjas can accomplish it, which bears a different significance. Even the ever-reserved Karabi has ceased his humming. As the moment has arrived that is undeniably pivotal, the final stroke is all that remains to vanquish the 19th wave. At this juncture, Yasaka has nearly calculated the trajectory and velocity of that small grape. Consequently, Yasaka, with foresight, strikes his blade toward the path of the grape's flight. In doing so, he positions the grape to collide with the edge of his katana, while exerting utmost control to prevent his hands from trembling excessively, which could cause the blade to merely graze past the fruit. Chapter 93. Success. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Yasaka delivered a powerful blow, cleaving the small grape with all his might. In the next instant, a brilliant crescent of white light flashed, and the grape was severed in midair, falling to the ground and bouncing a few times due to its elastic flesh. The moment the grape was split in two signified Yasaka's triumphant and flawless evasion of the 19th wave's fruit assault. This outcome meant that Yasaka had won the wager against Yuzuki, with Yuzuki emerging as the loser. Consequently, the katana previously won by Yuzuki from the Leaf Ninja would need to be returned. This fact was understood by all present. When the Leaf Ninja witnessed the grape being cleaved in two by Yasaka, he was overtaken by emotion, collapsing to the ground in tears. This katana was a cherished relic left to him by his father, who perished in the Second Shinobi World War, reportedly meeting a fate akin to that of Tsunade's brother, Zuru, falling victim to an enemy explosive tag trap. However, his father's demise was even more tragic, as he was obliterated in the explosion, leaving nothing but remnants. While Zuru's body could at least be recovered, ultimately, only this katana remained. In a moment of impulsiveness, the Leaf Ninja had wagered this very sword. From the onset of the bet, he had harbored a twinge of regret, yet by that point, it was too late to withdraw. After losing the wager, he surrendered the katana with a heart heavy with despair. Therefore, when Yasaka reclaimed the sword for him, The emotions swirling within the leaf ninja were beyond description. At this moment, after severing the last grape, Yasaka grasped the hilt of his katana with his left hand, allowing his right hand, which had been firmly gripping the hilt, to relax. At this moment, everyone noticed that Yasaka's right hand and entire right arm were trembling slightly, clearly having reached their limit. Consequently, many speculated that Yasaka might be on the verge of forfeiting. Evidently, their conjectures were accurate. Yasaka directly addressed the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja, stating, "Boss, I forfeit. This is where I draw the line." The proprietor nodded and adjusted the information on the ranking board, changing Yasaka's previous score of 18 to 19. Thus, Yasaka's achievement surpassed the former record by yet another tier. Simultaneously, Uchiha Aido and Might Guy erupted in jubilant cheers, partly in celebration of Yasaka's remarkable feat and partly for winning the bet. After all, winning against individuals from other nations held a different significance than triumphing over compatriots. At that moment, Yuzuki stepped forward from the crowd, her face a mask of anger. Approaching Yasaka, she retrieved the Konoha ninja's sword from behind her and presented it to him with both hands. "I lost. According to our wager, this sword is yours," Yuzuki stated tersely, clearly displeased with the outcome. Despite the wager being merely a game, it gnawed at her competitive spirit, for she had always been regarded as a prodigious talent. Yasaka sheathed his own sword and accepted the Konoha ninja's blade with his left hand. "This time, you bested me. But remember, this was merely a bet. In a true battle, I shall certainly defeat you. You would do well to pray that we do not meet on the field, for I will show you what despair truly is." Initially, Yuzuki spoke with a stern countenance, but as she continued, her expression transformed into one of arrogance. As if convinced of her inevitable victory over Yasaka, "Those I have vanquished typically utter similar words before facing me. You are no exception. In my eyes, you and they are merely destined to fall before my blade," Yasaka replied with a chuckle. "You." Yuzuki seethed, her anger boiling over into a mocking laugh. "Very well. I look forward to the day when you find yourself defeated by my hand, and I shall relish the sight of your expression then." With that, Yuzuki turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. At this juncture, Darui approached Yasaka and remarked, "Though your swordsmanship is impressive, far surpassing my own, it does not guarantee victory in a genuine battle. I eagerly anticipate our clash. I hope to face you in the forthcoming matches. You would do well not to harbor such thoughts, for I fear that should you encounter me, you may be left with a psychological scar," Yasaka kindly replied. Darui burst into hearty laughter, unperturbed, and waved farewell to Yasaka before taking his leave. At this moment, Karabi approached with a tone directed at Yasaka, saying, "Your swordsmanship is impressive, and I eagerly anticipate a duel with you. My skills with the blade are formidable as well, so be prepared. However, if you attempt to maintain distance, you shall have no chance of defeating me." Yasaka retorted, "You will not have the opportunity to create distance, for I shall dispatch you with a single strike." Karabi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, let us wait and see." With that, Karabi departed. At that moment, the Hidden Cloud Village encountered AI, who had just emerged from the restroom. Karabi, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, why were you gone for so long?" AI replied, "Is it not obvious? I overindulged yesterday. Do you not know that excessive consumption leads to prolonged restroom visits? I nearly clogged the toilet." Nearby, Yuzuki, who was eating dango, promptly spat it out. Meanwhile, Yasaka took the katana from Yuzuki and handed it to a Leaf Village ninja. The ninja fell to his knees with a thud, receiving the sword with both hands. Tears streaming down his face as he said to Yasaka, "Thank you. Had it not been for you, this katana would have been lost. It is a treasured heirloom from my father." This Leaf ninja was named Yumino Iraka, the father of Yumino Iraka, though Yasaka was unaware of this connection. Thus, Yasaka advised Yumino Iraka, in the future, refrain from wagering with others, especially when a sword is at stake. It holds great significance. Chapter 94, Yumino Iraka. Yumino Iraka nodded earnestly, tears still flowing, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then rose and departed. The surrounding crowd began to cheer and celebrate, congratulating Yasaka for winning the wager and setting a new record. At that moment, Karui gazed at Yasaka with admiration akin to that of a fan idolizing a star, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clenching her fists to her chest, she thought, "This is the man I desire, so charismatic, incredibly powerful, and yet so responsible, embodying a sense of collective honor. Truly remarkable." At that moment, Momochi Zabuza rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Yasaka, muttering, "Humph. What is so impressive about that? I will surely kill you." Upon hearing Zabuza threaten her idol and future husband, Karui, filled with rage, swiftly employed the water prison technique, trapping Zabuza within it, thus silencing his raucous threats. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido and Might Guy rushed forward, exhilarated as they exclaimed to Yasaka, "Yasaka, you are incredible. To have made it to the 19th wave and won the wager against the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village brings great honor to our Leaf Village." Might Guy, brimming with fervor, added, "I never anticipated that your strength would grow so significantly in just a month. Truly astounding. But do not think you can outpace me. One day, I shall surpass you." "Well, it's just a game after all. Nothing to take too seriously," Yatsuka said with a smile. To the onlookers, he appeared quite humble. Unlike some individuals who become arrogant upon achieving success, this demeanor endeared him even more to Terumi Mei, who thought to herself that not only was he exceptionally skilled, but he was also remarkably modest, a perfect combination. With that, Terumi Mei boldly approached Yatsuka. "Hello, may I ask your name?" She had not checked the leaderboard and, having arrived midway, was still unaware of Yatsuka's name. Yatsuka, taken aback by the unfamiliar voice and the fact that this girl had approached him to inquire about his name, pointed to himself and curiously asked, "Are you asking me?" "Indeed." Terumi Mei nodded enthusiastically. "My name is Kazuki Yatsuka. Such a lovely name. I shall remember it. I am Terumi Mei, hailing from the Hidden Mist Village, and I am also a participant in this 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. I look forward to your guidance, Yatsuka-kun." She introduced herself with excitement. "What? This girl is actually a contestant from the Hidden Mist Village?" Uchiha Aido and Might Guy exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Terumi Mei, astonished that such a beautiful girl was also a participant. They discreetly observed her, noting that she was only slightly shorter than Yatsuka, which was quite remarkable for someone her age. Moreover, her appearance was quite pleasing, and her physique was commendable. However, Uchiha Aido's heart was already occupied by Rin Noera, leaving no room for any inappropriate thoughts toward Terumi Mei. As for Might Guy, his mind was solely focused on combat. To him, Terumi Mei's gender was of no consequence. His only interest lay in challenging her to a duel, curious to see if the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, known for their water techniques, could surpass the prowess of his Leaf Village youth. Thus, Might Guy approached Terumi Mei directly, saying, "Hello, I am Might Guy. Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle?" Terumi Mei regarded him with a bemused expression, silently pondering whether he was perhaps a bit eccentric for suggesting a duel so abruptly, reminiscent of the notorious Zabuza. She forced a stiff smile, feeling awkward, and replied, "I'm not quite available today. Perhaps another time. Would tomorrow work for you?" Might Guy pressed on, believing that as a contestant, she must be among the elite of the Hidden Mist, and battling her would undoubtedly be exhilarating. A bead of sweat formed on Terumi Mei's brow as she thought. "So, it seems the Leaf Village has its own share of eccentric characters." She awkwardly responded, "We are not permitted to engage in battles outside of the competition." "Oh, well, that's unfortunate," Might Guy said, his face reflecting disappointment. At that moment, Yatsuka interjected, "Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." In a moment of hesitation, Terumi Mei found herself at a loss for words. Although she yearned to suggest a date, the directness of such a proposal felt somewhat inappropriate, given that they had only just met. Thus, she feigned modesty and remarked, "Oh, I currently have no plans." "Oh, then goodbye," Yatsuka replied, departing without further ado. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei felt no anger. Instead, she gazed dreamily and thought, "Indeed, he is a true idol, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, even the most distant of gods will lower their guard in the presence of a woman they admire. And I am that woman." Thus, she resolutely affirmed her thoughts within her heart. Meanwhile, news of Yatsuka overcoming the 19th wave swiftly circulated among the lower ninjas. When Kakashi heard this news while dining, his chopsticks clattered to the ground in disbelief. He truly surpassed the 19th wave. This is remarkable. In just a month, he had shattered the record yet again. Simply unbelievable. Kakashi was astounded, never imagining Yatsuka's strength would advance so rapidly. It was worth noting that during this month, Kakashi himself had been enduring grueling training sessions, determined to achieve commendable results in the forthcoming competition. After all, no one wished to lose, especially not in front of their compatriots on an international stage. Consequently, Kakashi had been training relentlessly, and naturally, this month had significantly enhanced his abilities. improving his mastery of ninjutsu, physical endurance, and even the amount of chakra he possessed. However, upon witnessing Yatsuka's newfound progress, Kakashi's previously buoyant spirits were swiftly deflated. After all, he had not observed Yatsuka engaging in rigorous training. Instead, it seemed he spent his days indulging in food, moving from one meal to another without much exertion. Yet, despite this apparent lack of effort, Yatsuka's prowess had grown considerably, leaving Kakashi feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 95. Yatsuka's training. Kakashi had initially thought that since Yatsuka appeared to be solely focused on eating rather than training, there might be a chance for him to catch up. However, he now realized that even with a lifestyle of feasting and napping, Yatsuka's strength continued to escalate. This revelation plunged Kakashi into a state of existential doubt. How could his dedicated training seem inadequate compared to someone who barely trained? He pondered the implications. If Yatsuka were to truly commit to training, what level of strength would he attain? Unbeknownst to Kakashi, for Yatsuka, eating was an integral part of his training regimen. Thus, the frequent meals that Kakashi observed Yatsuka enjoying were, in fact, a continuous process of cultivation. In theory, Yatsuka was training more extensively than others, as he was perpetually engaged in the act of nourishment. Moreover, it is generally understood that the enjoyment of gourmet food does not hinge on the quantity consumed. The mere act of savoring a single bite of a delicacy can yield the same satisfaction as devouring an entire dish. In essence, even if Yasaka indulges in just one potato chip, it equates to the experience of consuming an entire bag. This brings about a noteworthy advantage: the avoidance of excessive fullness that could hinder the enjoyment of other culinary delights. For instance, should Yasaka consume a substantial cake, the resultant fullness may necessitate several hours of digestion, during which he would be unable to relish any other food, thus effectively wasting precious time. Conversely, if Yasaka can achieve system rewards merely by tasting a small portion of cake, he can utilize those hours to indulge in a variety of dishes and accrue numerous rewards. This is the inherent benefit of the system. Consequently, it has resulted in Yasaka having sampled nearly every culinary offering in Konoha. The rewards from the system vary significantly between first-time and repeat tastings. Therefore, Yasaka now relies on frequent repetition of tastings to accumulate system rewards. This explains why, when Yasaka first tasted the extraordinary pizza gifted by the third Hokage, he received particularly generous rewards due to it being his inaugural experience. This rapid advancement is a testament to his progress. Even if he misses out on exceptional rewards due to not tasting certain delicacies for the first time, as long as he is consuming gourmet food, the system will bestow rewards upon him. These rewards need not exclusively manifest as skills or techniques. They may also result in increased proficiency, enhanced physical attributes, such as muscle endurance, explosive power, reaction time, or even cognitive enhancement. Hence, while others perceive Yasaka as someone solely preoccupied with eating, oblivious to any form of training, they fail to realize that his continuous indulgence is, in fact, a form of practice. This revelation astonished not only Kakashi, but also others around him. For instance, Junji Ito, who was enjoying a bun, was taken aback. As the former record holder of the Fruit Ninja competition in Konoha, he had only recently seen his record shattered by Yasaka last month. To hear that Yasaka had once again surpassed that record within such a short span of time left him nearly choking on his bun, almost suffocating in disbelief. Was he some sort of monster? In just a month, Yasaka had managed to break the record yet again. It was utterly preposterous. Ito was left in a state of shock, realizing that he, once the top contender, was now rendered insignificant. The disparity in difficulty between the 18th and 19th waves was well understood by him, especially after hearing about the entire process of the 19th wave, which introduced formidable challenges such as large watermelons, gigantic durians, counterfeit fruits, and even diminutive grape-sized obstacles. This experience profoundly enlightened Junji Ito regarding the formidable challenge of enduring the 19th wave. He had only managed to reach the 16th wave himself. The disparity in difficulty between the 16th and the 19th waves was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Contemplating this, Ito shook his head in resignation and sighed. Indeed, the Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves forward. It seems that Konoha has produced such an extraordinary individual, which is a stroke of good fortune for the village. With that, he resumed enjoying his steamed buns. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsukikid Shippu, who was diligently honing his slashing techniques, was taken aback upon hearing this news. However, he quickly regained his composure, as he believed that if he regarded Yasaka as his goal, then the stronger Yasaka became, the stronger he would too. As long as he did not falter and kept pace with Yasaka, his own abilities would inevitably grow. Tsukikid Shippu had already recognized that his strength had significantly improved compared to before, thanks to his relentless pursuit of Yasaka. Thus, he was harboring a quiet determination. For no one else was aware of his true prowess. Only he knew it. He aspired to astonish everyone at the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament in 3 days, making both the people of Konoha and those from other nations aware that Konoha was not solely defined by Yasaka's remarkable talents. There was also a formidable individual named Tsukikid Shippu. Furthermore, he wished to demonstrate to Ujiri that he, too, possessed great strength. After a brief moment of surprise, Tsukikid Shippu resumed his training, his resolve having grown resolute. However, he recently discovered some health issues. It seemed he had contracted an ailment that the doctor indicated was rather serious. Nevertheless, it was not beyond remedy, and the physician was contemplating appropriate treatment measures. Tsukikid Shippu did not allow this predicament to plunge him into despair. His sole focus was on enhancing his abilities to shine brilliantly at the forthcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. He had always been a rather modest individual, with few aware of his true potential. Now, it was finally time for his talents to radiate. Simultaneously, in another corner, upon witnessing Yasaka surpass the 19th wave, Sasori's determination to eliminate Yasaka and transform him into a puppet solidified. Once I eliminate this fellow and the 3rd Kazekage, I shall turn them all into puppets, Sasori thought with great excitement. Thus, after Yasaka successfully claimed the top position and subsequently opted out of the 20th wave, his Fruit Ninja Challenge came to a close. Following his receipt of the first-place reward, Yasaka departed. Although others were inspired to partake in the Fruit Ninja Game Challenge after his departure, it was evident that none possessed his formidable prowess. Thus, after just a few rounds, only a handful of participants remained, leading to a noticeable decline in the spectacle, and the surrounding spectators gradually dispersed. Observing the dwindling crowd, Scorpion departed alongside the group from Sunagakure. Shortly after their departure, the denizens of Awagakure arrived. It must be noted that the stall of the Fruit Ninja was strategically located, perfectly adjacent to a small plaza in Kanahagakure, easily accessible from the main gate of the village. This is why the representatives from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure had all gravitated towards this stall. Naturally, the people from Awagakure also found their way there. However, by this time, the stall had attracted only a few onlookers. Although the Awagakure ninjas found the Fruit Ninja stall intriguing, their proficiency lay in earth-style ninjutsu, leaving them largely unfamiliar with the art of swordsmanship. Consequently, they chose not to linger and proceeded directly to the accommodations arranged for them in Kanahagakure. Other smaller nations, such as Kusagakure and Ryogakure, had also arrived at Kanahagakure. According to the registration office at the village gate, all participants from the nations entering the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament had now assembled. At this moment, the ninjas from various villages had largely settled into their respective lodgings. The contingent from Kumogakure was engaged in a small conference regarding the tournament. During this meeting, they presented the intelligence they had previously gathered about the competitors from each ninja village. When the discussion turned to Kanahagakure, they reviewed the information concerning the participant Yasaka. The intelligence merely detailed Yasaka's basic physical characteristics, his insatiable appetite, and his mastery of slashing techniques, while also mentioning that he was regarded as the strongest genin in Kanahagakure. To their surprise, it turned out that he truly was the mightiest genin of the village, indicating that he would serve as the main representative among the participants from Kanahagakure. Yuzuki, arms crossed, scrutinized the documents with an expression of anticipation on his face. The tournament would feature both individual and team competitions, meaning there would be 2 phases, a team event to determine standings, followed by individual matches or one-on-one duels, which would also yield corresponding rankings. The rationale behind these formats stemmed from the collaborative nature of ninja missions, as small teams frequently undertook tasks together, hence the inclusion of team competitions. The remaining individual matches naturally involved direct confrontations, a standard practice in such events. Each participating team would designate a leader, typically the most powerful member, though sometimes the most esteemed or intelligent individual might assume this role. However, it is primarily the most formidable individuals who assume these roles. The team leader differs from the main captain. The latter is a participant, while the former is typically an elite shinobi responsible for leading the team. In Konohagakure's case, due to the local nature of the battles, the distinction between leader and captain is somewhat moot, allowing Yasaka to take the reins. Nonetheless, there will still be a competent shinobi overseeing the team. For instance, in the Hidden Mist Village, the captain is undoubtedly the strongest, Terumi Mei. In the Hidden Sand Village, the captain is Sasori, while the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village is Wainaki, and Daidara holds the position in the Hidden Stone Village. Naturally, Yasaka serves as the captain for Konohagakure. No one disputes Yasaka's leadership. After all, apart from the female participants, the majority of the lower-ranked shinobi have been bested by him. While there may be differing opinions about Yasaka and other aspects, his prowess remains uncontested. Of course, anyone who might voice dissent would likely find themselves incapacitated by Yasaka. With merely 3 days remaining until the commencement of the Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament, the opening ceremony is set for the 4th day. Consequently, each team is diligently studying their opponents. Upon learning that Yasaka is the captain from Konohagakure, not only Wainaki, but also Durui, Killer Bee, and several others have developed a keen interest in him. They have recently witnessed Yasaka's exceptional swordsmanship, granting them some insight into his capabilities. Essentially, he is a close combat specialist, deviating from the traditional ninjutsu archetype. For such a type of shinobi, it is prudent to maintain distance and employ wide-ranging ninjutsu to counter him. This understanding is shared among the members of the Hidden Cloud Village. While Yasaka's swordsmanship is indeed top-notch, he is not invincible. As long as they maintain distance and utilize ninjutsu to keep him at bay, they believe they can manage the situation. This type of shinobi possesses both pronounced advantages and disadvantages, making them relatively easier to target. Next, I shall discuss a few others, starting with Kakashi Hatake. After a brief pause, Wainaki continued, stating that compared to Yasaka's exceptional close combat abilities and lackluster range skills, Kakashi presents a more well-rounded challenge. Although he does not particularly excel in any one area, Kakashi is proficient across the board, be it close combat, ranged attacks, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even jinjutsu. This means he lacks any glaring weaknesses, rendering him a formidable opponent. Therefore, when engaging him, one should rely on their strengths to establish a foundational strategy. Likewise, Asuma Sarutobi is also analyzing the competitors for this tournament, much like the Hidden Cloud Village. Their conclusions align with those of the Hidden Cloud, advocating for a ranged approach against Yasaka while employing fundamental tactics against Kakashi and his ilk. After all, Kakashi and his peers embody the archetypal shinobi, predominantly utilizing ninjutsu, which leads to a more conventional style of combat. Yasaka and Might Guy, known for their exceptional melee prowess, epitomize characters with both glaring strengths and weaknesses, allowing for precise targeting. In Chapter 97, attention is drawn to a contender named Tsukikid Shippu, whose swordsmanship appears to be formidable. Scorpion pointed to a photograph of Tsukikid Shippu and remarked to those nearby. Maki nodded in agreement, stating that according to gathered intelligence, Tsukikid Shippu is typically low-profile and seldom engages in combat. However, investigations reveal that he frequently challenges Yasaka, always emerging defeated. This pattern indicates a fiercely competitive spirit, as he persists in fighting despite repeated losses, displaying a growing tenacity. Thus, while he may not surpass the top-ranked Yasaka, his continual dueling with Yasaka suggests that his skills and swordsmanship are also considerable, merely overshadowed by Yasaka's brilliance. Hence, it is imperative that everyone remains vigilant regarding this individual. Those around Maki nodded in understanding, recognizing the validity of his analysis. They acknowledged the peril of fixating on one individual and overlooking others, which could lead to significant setbacks. Maki himself is akin to Tsukikid Shippu. His own abilities are commendable, holding a status among the genin of Sunigakure comparable to Kakashi's. However, the overwhelming prowess and talent of Scorpion have eclipsed Maki's own brilliance. In truth, Maki possesses noteworthy talent, particularly in wind release, and his combat intelligence is commendable. He excels in intelligence gathering and application, serving as the strategic mind of the Sunigakure representative team. Meanwhile, the intellectual cornerstone of the Konohagakure team is currently Kakashi Hatake. Ideally, the Nara clan would be best suited for such leadership roles, though currently, there are no lower-ranked ninjas from their lineage. The leader of Konohagakure is Minato Namikaze, with Uchiha Shursui as his deputy. The two have not provided extensive information about their opponents to the Konoha participants. believing that this tournament serves as an opportunity for the genin to develop their analytical skills and adapt to situations on the fly. After all, in many encounters, adversaries do not present their data beforehand, necessitating that one continually assesses and analyzes their opponent's capabilities during combat. This scenario fosters situational combat intelligence, which is why Minato and Shursui have refrained from overly intervening, allowing the Konoha genin the freedom to navigate this experience. The benefits are twofold. Either they will perform spontaneously, honing their practical combat skills, or they will engage in intelligence reconnaissance, enhancing their scouting abilities. For these two, the outcome of the tournament holds less significance than the growth of the participants themselves, a distinction that sets them apart from the other nations, such as Kiyama, which places greater emphasis on the prestige associated with the competition. Nevertheless, Kakashi and his companions managed to acquire information regarding the participants from other nations through various channels and convened a meeting with the other competitors to discuss their findings. Although they had informed Yatsuka, he chose not to attend, citing his preference for a direct approach to confrontations. This was not due to arrogance. Rather, Yatsuka wished to enhance his ability to perform under pressure and refine his sensitivity to airflow. As a result, he abstained from joining the gathering. Consequently, the remaining competitors assembled in a conference room within the Ninja Academy to engage in a detailed discussion. Within the confines of the room, Kakashi pointed to a photograph of an individual, stating, "This person is the leader of the IWA ninja village, named Daidara. He specializes in earth release techniques, utilizing explosive release to create various bombs, making him a formidable adversary in mid to long-range combat. When confronting him, one must either close the distance for close combat or counter with equally potent long-range attacks to suppress him. Exercise extreme caution with his bombs, as they may possess guided capabilities." Next, Kakashi indicated another individual from IWA, remarking, "This individual also employs explosive release, but in contrast to Daidara, he specializes in close-range explosions. Anything he touches can detonate, granting him tremendous explosive power in melee combat. Therefore, one should adopt a strategy entirely opposite to that used against Daidara, opting for long-range attacks instead." Then, Kakashi pointed to a ninja from the Kiyama, stating, "This is Troy from the Cloud Village. He possesses a peculiar magnetic release that imbues objects he touches with magnetic properties. When these objects come into contact with you, they transmit the magnetic force, causing subsequent physical attacks to relentlessly pursue you." "What does this imply?" Uchiha Aido inquired, perplexed. Kakashi elucidated with an example. "For instance, if he applies magnetic release to his shuriken and throws them at you, should you attempt to block them, you will inadvertently become imbued with magnetism. Consequently, regardless of the direction in which he hurls his projectiles, such as oversized shuriken, they will seek you out, rendering evasion futile. You would be forced to endure the assault, thus becoming ensnared in his rhythm. So, one must avoid any contact with his thrown objects?" Uchiha Aido interjected. "Precisely. To counter him, one must either eliminate him in close quarters or avoid any contact altogether, relying on ninjutsu to vanquish him. In essence, the guiding principle is to refrain from touching anything associated with him," Kakashi concluded. "What an array of abilities. Truly, there are individuals beyond our ken," Asuma Sarutobi remarked, reflecting on the multitude of unique powers possessed by others. However, he noted that the Leaf Village also had its share of extraordinary abilities, such as shadow manipulation, body flicker technique, insect manipulation, Byakugan, Sharingan, and multiplication techniques. Moreover, the Sharingan and Byakugan were particularly coveted ocular jutsu by other nations. Therefore, upon reflection, the Hidden Leaf Village need not envy the unique bloodline limits of other nations, for it possesses many formidable abilities of its own, perhaps even superior ones. It is merely the case that among the competitors, some individuals with bloodline limits are not participating. Consequently, Kakashi and the others continued their research on the profiles of other contestants. When discussing Scorpion, they emphasized that he employs puppet manipulation techniques, thus necessitating an assault on his true form. Otherwise, merely attacking the puppets would be a superficial remedy. Chapter 98. New abilities aside from Yasaka. Everyone else was engrossed in studying the other competitors. Upon returning home, Yasaka found his arm had returned to normal. Over the past month, he had indulged in a plethora of delicacies. Although he had previously sampled these delights, they granted him no substantial rewards. Nonetheless, they did contribute significantly to his foundational enhancements. For instance, his physical condition is now notably superior to what it was a month prior. After all, just a month ago, he struggled to endure the 18th wave. Yet now he has managed to withstand the 19th wave. While it may seem a mere 2 additional waves, in reality, these 2 require immense stamina to sustain. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was engaged in a meeting with several others. Since Yasaka had previously claimed he could decipher what was written, the prospect of his failure in the examination seemed unlikely. It would now hinge on the abilities of these young individuals. Why do I sense that Yasaka may not be entirely reliable? Are you certain he can truly discern what is being written? T-Rune Kamaru looked at the third Hokage with a puzzled expression. The third Hokage chuckled and replied, I had Sanjo Haichir visit Yasaka's home for a test. He wrote the numbers 9527 on paper, and Yasaka answered them all correctly. Does that not suffice? That's reassuring. Since Yasaka can consistently pass the initial written examination, there should be no significant issues. However, this year's competitors seem to boast a considerable number of prodigies. For instance, the genius puppeteer from Sunigakure, Scorpion, presents a formidable challenge. And Kumobikure is even more impressive, having dispatched 2 Jinchuriki. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage let out a disdainful snort. Do those Kumogakure fools think we are unaware of their Jinchuriki's arrival? We have known for quite some time. At that moment, T-Rune Kamaru added, moreover, according to relevant intelligence, it appears that Kumogakure is preparing for something significant. They have devised elaborate plans and amassed considerable resources. Based on the scale of these supplies, I suspect they may be gearing up for war. War? The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. Surely not. It has been less than a decade since the Second Shinobi World War concluded. How could they contemplate initiating conflict once more? They are situated near Sunigakure, our own Leaf Village, and Kirigakure. The third Hokage of the Hidden Sand Village is reputed to be exceedingly powerful, and the village itself is isolated by vast deserts, rendering any offensive from the Hidden Cloud Village a futile endeavor. Moreover, it has come to light that the Hidden Mist Village has recently undergone significant reforms and is now home to numerous exceptional talents. Any attempt to assault the Mist Village would undoubtedly incur substantial costs. As for our own Hidden Leaf Village, we have recently triumphed over them, making it highly improbable that they would target us. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage continued, speculating that their likely target would be the smaller neighboring nations. I suspect that the Hidden Grass Village and the Hidden Hot Water Village, both situated near the Hidden Cloud Village, are at risk of being attacked. After taking a sip of her tea, Tea-Gain Kamatsu scoffed, remarking, Humph, the people of the Hidden Cloud Village are like war maniacs. They instigated the last great ninja war, and after suffering defeat, merely a decade has passed, and they already seek to wage war again. They are bound to meet their demise through their own actions. This is beyond our concern. Regardless, if they aim to strike the Hidden Grass Village and the Hidden Hot Water Village, it bears no relevance to us. The third Hokage sighed in relief. It is worth noting that only 10 years have elapsed since the Second Great Ninja War, a period during which a new generation of talents has emerged, necessitating their careful cultivation. After all, the Second Great Ninja War resulted in significant losses for all nations, including the tragic deaths of a Hokage and a prospective Hokage from the Hidden Leaf Village, underscoring the war's brutality. The Hidden Cloud Village even lost their second Raikage in the fray. However, had it not been for the Second Great Ninja War, Sarutobi Sasuke would not have ascended to the position of third Hokage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yatsuka reclined on his bed, pondering what delicacies he might indulge in tomorrow. Having sampled all the culinary offerings of the Hidden Leaf, he found himself at a loss for new gastronomic delights. It seemed that to discover new flavors, he would have to venture to other nations. After the conclusion of the upcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament, he resolved to travel abroad and savor diverse cuisines, believing this would greatly enhance his abilities. Nonetheless, embarking on a journey to foreign lands is not a simple matter. In order to leave the Hidden Leaf, one must possess a legitimate reason. Yatsuka knew that expressing a desire to taste untried delicacies would not suffice as a valid justification. Most acceptable reasons pertain to the execution of missions, while some individuals, due to their elevated status, can depart the village without cause. For instance, the legendary Sannin or the White Fang of the Leaf possess the privilege of coming and going as they please. Thus, for Yatsuka, seeking passage to other countries would prove to be a formidable challenge. Even should he manage to leave the Hidden Leaf, entering foreign territories would not be easy, particularly as he lacked a compelling reason. If he were to inform the guards of his culinary aspirations, they would likely dismiss him as delusional. Consequently, Yatsuka resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the tournament, aiming for an outstanding performance, after which he would appeal to the third Hokage for assistance in gaining passage abroad. Although Yasaka entertained such thoughts, he failed to realize that achieving a mere 40 points by answering only a fraction of the 20 multiple-choice questions would render him unqualified to pass the initial written examination. Failing to pass meant he could not participate in the subsequent competitions. Yasaka's notion of casually filling in answers to occupy 20 minutes was, in essence, a misguided fantasy. On one hand, Yasaka was far from being an academic prodigy. He lacked the intellectual prowess for such tasks. On the other hand, the difficulty of this particular examination was akin to the depths of hell. Relying solely on his own abilities to answer the questions was a futile endeavor. Even a member of the Nara clan, reputed to possess the highest intellect in Konoha, would find it impossible to succeed. The questions were deliberately crafted to be unanswerable. If they were solvable, what purpose would the examination serve? After all, the intent of this competition was to assess a ninja's skills in reconnaissance and information acquisition, rather than to indulge in the frivolity of a written test. However, the third Hokage and others were oblivious to the fact that Yasaka could not even discern the characters being inscribed. Unbeknownst to him, acquiring the remaining 20 points was virtually impossible. If Yasaka wished to understand what was being written, he would require a skill beyond mere airflow control. Even if he mastered that ability, it would only allow him to amplify faint sounds through the uneven density of air, achieving a semblance of acute hearing. However, discerning the specific characters from sounds belonged to an entirely different domain. A ninja from the Sound Village, established later by Orochimaru, might possess the capability to interpret sounds in such a manner. Yasaka could perceive the frequencies of vibrations, yet he could not identify the characters they represented, necessitating a recognition of audio frequencies. This was unrelated to his air control abilities. Therefore, if Yasaka sought to enhance his skills, he would need to cultivate abilities pertaining to audio perception. Fortunately, this could be accomplished simply by indulging in unfamiliar culinary delights. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 3 days had elapsed. The long-anticipated opening ceremony of the Allied 5 Kage Friendship Tournament was finally upon them. The ceremony was held at the first stadium in Konoha, accommodating an audience of 50,000. Live broadcasts were also arranged, allowing many to watch from the comfort of their homes. On that day, Suitsuki SHBU had procured tickets from Yasaka and hurried to the venue. "Yasaka-kun, you must give it your all. I will be cheering for you from the stands," SHBU exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Rest assured, none of them can defeat me. I possess that much confidence," Yasaka replied with a grin. Just now, Champu brought him a box of dumplings filled with lobster, scallops, and green onions. It was Yaosaka's first experience with these dumplings, which were also a novel creation by Champu, and it was her inaugural attempt at making them. Consequently, Yaosaka was rewarded by the system on the spot, receiving a skill named Iron Body. As the name suggests, this skill enhances physical defense, albeit currently at a rudimentary level. As Yaosaka continues to indulge in exquisite cuisine, the capabilities of the Iron Body will progressively strengthen, eventually enabling him to withstand numerous attacks without sustaining any harm. In the later stages, this skill will also possess an active effect known as Iron Curtain. This ability is formidable. It grants Yaosaka a state of invincibility for 5 seconds, during which no attack can inflict damage upon him. However, a notable drawback is that during these 5 seconds, Yaosaka is utterly immobilized, and this immobilization is mandatory, consuming a considerable amount of chakra. It is a superlative defensive maneuver. Within this 5-second invincible state of the Iron Curtain, virtually no assault can affect Yaosaka, be it Amaterasu, tailed beast bombs, meteor strikes, or even Kagaya's 80 God's air strike. None can harm him. Nevertheless, certain exceptional skills can counter this ability. For instance, during these 5 seconds, Yaosaka's complete immobility allows Uchiha Aido to utilize Kamui to transport him elsewhere. However, Aido's technique can only move Yaosaka as a whole, attempting to displace him in parts. Akin to how Kakashi once severed Daidara's arm, would be entirely ineffective. The invincibility of the Iron Curtain stems not from enhanced defense or spatial abilities, but rather from a temporal manipulation. The moment the Iron Curtain is activated, Yaosaka's life state is effectively paused. This means that during these 5 seconds, His body exists in a state of temporal stasis, operating on a different temporal plane than the external world. Thus, regardless of the nature of the attacks directed at him, within this 5-second window, Yasaka's body remains in the condition it was at the instant the Iron Curtain was initiated, rendering him invulnerable. However, Yasaka has yet to reach this level of mastery. Currently, if he activates the Iron Body state, ordinary external injuries are largely incapable of breaching his defensive capabilities. For instance, should a Shuriken be thrown at him, Yasaka can simply stand still and withstand it without flinching. Conversely, if a decapitating blade were to swing at him, he would sustain superficial wounds. Without the Iron Body, he would be cleaved in two. Moreover, the Iron Body not only defends against physical damage, but also offers protection against magical assaults. For example, if faced with a standard fire release technique, such as the Great Fireball Jutsu, Yasaka would only suffer minor injuries if he were to withstand it. However, a normal person would be incinerated on the spot if they attempted to endure it. This exemplifies the remarkable defensive capabilities of the steel body. Its protective prowess surpasses that of the earth release defense employed by Angle. Moreover, the steel body possesses a distinctive characteristic. It is impervious to elemental weaknesses. In contrast, Angle's earth release defense is vulnerable to lightning release. The steel body, however, remains unaffected, rendering it invulnerable to both lightning and wind release attacks. Nonetheless, the steel body does exhibit certain limitations. It primarily offers surface-level protection, which renders it less effective against penetrating attacks. A prime example would be shockwaves, such as those produced by Daidara's bombs. The shockwaves generated upon detonation would inflict harm upon Yasen, as the steel body predominantly addresses collisions or tangible damage. In the case of shockwave-type attacks that can infiltrate the body, the efficacy of Yasen's steel body diminishes significantly, akin to the rigid defenses of the Diamond Shield and Iron Shirt. However, this is merely a consequence of Yasen having only recently acquired the steel body. As Yasen continues to indulge in culinary delights, the steel body will progressively strengthen, transitioning from surface-level defense to a comprehensive body-wide fortification, enhancing the defense of internal organs to match that of the exterior. At such a juncture, the defenses against shockwaves capable of penetrating the body and assaulting internal organs will be significantly bolstered. Presently, it can only mitigate the lethality of such shockwaves by 20%. Yet any form of defense is preferable to none. Chapter 100. The Opening Ceremony soon. The opening ceremony of the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament commenced amidst the resounding booms of cannon fire. The event was inaugurated by the 3rd Hokage of the host village, Konohagakure, who delivered a speech predominantly laden with platitudes about promoting peace and camaraderie among the various ninja villages, content that generally failed to captivate the audience's interest. Fortunately, the 3rd Hokage kept his address brief, concluding after 10 minutes with a classic quote embodying the will of fire. Subsequently, the leaders of the other 4 great nations took their turns to speak. However, due to their significant responsibilities, they did not attend in person but rather utilized shadow clones to deliver their addresses. This arrangement allowed all 5 Kage to address the assembly, elevating the prestige and significance of the tournament considerably. The mere presence, even through clones, of the 5 great nations' leaders was impactful. Following this, it was time for the participating teams to make their entrance. The order of appearance was orchestrated by the host village, Konohagakure. Traditionally, the host village would take the stage first, with stronger teams appearing earlier and weaker teams following towards the end. However, this year, Konohagakure opted for a different approach, intending for their representative team to serve as the grand finale. Consequently, the preceding teams were predominantly from smaller nations. Thus, the first team to take the stage was from the Takigakure village. The Takigakure village is a relatively small nation, lacking in strength. Yet, it once produced formidable shinobi, such as Kakazu, who participated in the assassination attempt on the first Hokage. From a distance of 800 miles, he threw a shuriken but failed to eliminate the first Hokage, who ultimately turned the tables and killed him instead. Kakazu, by chance, managed to escape back to Takigakure. But the Leaf Village, incensed by the incident, exerted pressure on Takigakure. In a bid to protect their village, Takigakure decided to sacrifice a few of Kakuzu's surviving associates. Consequently, Kakuzu developed a deep-seated mistrust of others, henceforth placing his faith solely in monetary gain. As a result of this incident, Takigakure suffered a severe blow from Konoha, leading to its subsequent decline into a dismal state, ultimately reducing it to a mere shadow of a ninja village. This historical animosity prompted Konoha to position Takigakure as the first to appear in the tournament. Upon witnessing this lackluster representative team, the audience displayed little interest, resulting in a dearth of applause, which rendered the participants from Takigakure quite awkward. However, given their own lackluster abilities, they had not anticipated any enthusiastic reception and thus were not overly concerned. Following them were the participants from Kusagakure, a village on par with Takigakure in terms of prowess, both regarded as substandard. Consequently, like Takigakure, they too were met with a tepid reception. Next to take the stage were representatives from the land of rice, Yakin village, the land of crafts, and Hoshigakure, among others, all of whom were akin to the previously mentioned Takigakure, and thus evoked little interest from the audience, resulting in a lackluster response. Just as the audience was on the verge of dozing off, the main event finally commenced. The first major nation to present its team was Kiyomogakure, led by the formidable Yatsuki, flanked by the likes of Killer Bee and Darui. Their entrance sparked an uproar among the audience, transforming the previously silent atmosphere into one of raucous applause. The people of Kiyomogakure are known for their fierce demeanor and proficiency in ninjutsu, boasting strong and imposing physiques that exude a sense of security, earning them much admiration. Sensing the audience's fervor, Yatsuki wore a confident smile, reflecting on the prowess of Kiyomogakure. Such a striking entrance, eliciting such a passionate response, was merely the beginning. He anticipated that when he eventually claimed the championship, the applause would crescendo beyond measure. Meanwhile, Killer Bee engaged the crowd with rap verses, gesturing animatedly towards the audience. Observing Kyomogakure's moment of glory, representatives from the earlier small nations could not help but feel a pang of envy. Having experienced a mere smattering of applause in stark contrast to the thunderous reception currently being bestowed upon Kiyomogakure. Following Kyomogakure's impressive display, the next team to take the stage was that of Sunigakure. Although the overall strength of the Sunigakure participants is deemed the weakest among the 5 great nations, the pinnacle of their prowess is not to be underestimated. In particular, the striking beauty of Sasori captured the attention of many spectators present. Consequently, a wave of applause and cheers erupted, rivaling the previous display of enthusiasm. However, Sasori remained unfazed. Despite the faint smile gracing his face, he was inherently indifferent. Beneath his seemingly amiable exterior lay a heart as cold as ice, viewing human life as inconsequential. Thus, the initial impressions people had of him were often profoundly skewed. As Sasori surveyed the sea of thousands in the audience, a thought crossed his mind: how exhilarating it would be to slay them all and transform them into puppets. Yet, he acknowledged that he could not control such a multitude simultaneously. He would first need to become a puppet himself before unveiling his ultimate technique. The Red Secret Technique, performance of 100 machines. At that moment, Sasori began to delve into the intricacies of this grand jutsu, which, for now, remained in the conceptual stage, awaiting the time when he could transform himself into a puppet. In terms of puppetry, Sasori had mastered the theoretical knowledge, only needing to put it into practice. He intended to first create puppets from others, perfecting his skills before crafting one of himself. Presently, he had already acquired the corpse of his first intended puppet, albeit not the grand figure he desired. It was nonetheless suitable for his needs, the body of the elite shinobi, Yura, from Sunigakure. Thus, Sasori's clandestine scheme was to commence the creation of Yura's puppet immediately upon concluding his journey in Konoha. He had even named this initial puppet Scarlet Flow Gem, designed to serve as both a formidable offense and defense, housing his true form. Originally, according to Sasori's plan, if all went smoothly, he could return with Kakashi Hitaki's corpse, thereby acquiring 2 puppets. However, this endeavor proved to be exceedingly challenging. Chapter 101, Sasori's Plan. Sasori, possessing a meticulously detailed strategy, intended to proceed step by step. His visit to Konoha, with the intent to kill Kakashi, was merely a subsidiary mission, an opportunity to eliminate him if possible, but not a crucial objective. The primary focus was on returning to Sunigakure, crafting a puppet, and assassinating the 3rd Kazekage, a mission Sasori deemed imperative. Yet, he recognized that he still lacked the requisite strength to eliminate the 3rd Kazekage at this time. Nevertheless, with Sasori's exceptional talent, it would not be long before he could reach the level necessary to confront the Kazekage. Moreover, the 3rd Kazekage appeared to hold Sasori in high regard, which presented a significant advantage, as the Kazekage would likely underestimate him. Following Sasori's appearance, the representatives from Iwagakure, led by Daidara, emerged. Although Daidara's hairstyle was somewhat flamboyant, he possessed an appealing visage, garnering considerable admiration during his stay in Konoha, as his looks were undeniably striking. He possesses the remarkable ability to craft lifelike clay dolls, and is known for his cheerful disposition, which has earned him a fair amount of popularity. Among the Iwagakure team, the most esteemed members are Daidara and Sai, both of whom belong to the demolition unit. Due to the geographical features surrounding Iwagakure, there are numerous stones in the area, necessitating the breaking and transporting of these boulders for road construction and material collection. Consequently, the demolition unit serves as a crucial organization, with Daidara and Sai being its primary contributors. However, aside from them, the other competitors also exhibit commendable strength, albeit lacking in fame. The entrance of Iwagakure naturally garnered applause similar to that received by the previous teams from Kumogakure and Sunigakure. Next came Kirigakure, led by the enchanting Mei Terumi. Her striking beauty and tall stature elicited a fervent applause that surpassed even that of the previous three great ninja villages. Such is the advantage of allure. Following Mei were the likes of Kisame and Zabuza, whose unusual appearances were somewhat mitigated by their impressive heights and Mei's captivating presence, making the overall impression quite agreeable, provided one chose to overlook the latter. As the thunderous applause resonated throughout the venue, Mei felt a surge of exhilaration, relishing the fervent atmosphere that acknowledged her beauty. Moreover, the thought of soon battling her husband filled her with excitement, yet also stirred a conflict within her. Should she intentionally lose the match or strive for victory for the sake of Kirigakure? Mei, an avid reader of romance novels, found herself lost in daydreams. She envisioned a scenario where she deliberately feigned weakness during the fight, allowing herself to be injured by Sasori or Yagura, collapsing dramatically. In her fantasy, they would rush to her aid, cradling her in their arms, igniting a spark between them, leading to a deepening connection. Eventually, as she convalesced in the hospital, Sasori or Yagura, burdened with guilt over her condition, would frequently visit to care for her, nurturing a fiery romance through their encounters. Lost in these delightful musings, Mei inadvertently collided with the Iwagakure team ahead of her, crashing into them. "What the hell? You clumsy woman. Dare to bump into me? Do you want me to end you?" One of the Iwagakure ninjas shouted furiously. In response, Mei conjured a bubble of water, which unexpectedly morphed into a shape reminiscent of a doughy mask, adhering to the face of the irate Iwagakure ninja, effectively covering his mouth and nose. The result was immediate. He found himself unable to breathe, succumbing to a state of suffocation. He desperately tried to grasp the watery membrane enveloping his mouth and nose, yet the fluidity of water eluded his grasp. No matter how he reached out, his fingers merely submerged into the liquid, failing to dislodge it from his face. After all, water, lacking a solid form, flowed freely, unlike a tangible object he could simply remove. Consequently, the ninja from Iwagakure found himself unable to breathe. If this predicament persisted beyond a minute, he would succumb to unconsciousness, and within 2 minutes, he would likely face asphyxiation. Witnessing this dire situation, his fellow ninjas from Iwagakure rushed to assist, but they were met with the same dilemma. The liquid could not be grasped, remaining steadfastly over the beleaguered ninja's visage. Even the formidable Daidara found himself at a loss, for his expertise lay in explosions, and he certainly could not eradicate the man in such a manner. Ultimately, it was the leader of Iwagakure who intervened, employing a technique known as the earth release, lime technique, which absorbed the water into the lime, thus preventing the ninja from choking to death. Even so, the Iwagakure ninja's vision darkened, his lips and face turning blue. Had he endured even a few more seconds, he would have faced imminent death. The display of skill by Terumi may astonish the Iwagakure warriors, who had initially underestimated the ninjas of Kirigakure. They were now acutely aware of the latent power within this seemingly unassuming adversary, whose mere manipulation of a small water sphere nearly claimed one of their own. Consequently, the Iwagakure ninjas adopted a much more cautious approach, refraining from underestimating their opponents. Terumi Mei, however, chose not to press the attack. She recognized that she might not prevail against the leader of Iwagakure, and further aggression could incite a widespread brawl, ultimately rendering her efforts futile. Amidst the tense standoff between the factions of Kirigakure and Iwagakure, a resounding wave of applause and cheers erupted from the stands. As the spectators turned to witness the source of this fervent reception, they beheld the arrival of the Konoha representative team. Leading the procession was Yasaka, followed closely by Might Guy, Uchiha Aido, Uchiha Shursui, Hatake Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Tsukuyami Shikaku. Trailing behind them were the legendary figures of Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shursui. This assembly was truly magnificent. Both the competing lower Nin teams and their leaders were undeniably formidable. In the annals of history, these individuals would become the backbone of Konoha, with only a select few having met an untimely fate, while the remainder were all exceptional talents, often regarded as elite or even beyond elite. For instance, Namikaze Minato was none other than the fourth Hokage, while Uchiha Shursui, known as the Shunshin Shursui, possessed the most powerful Genjutsu, Kodoamatsukami. Hatake Kakashi, affectionately dubbed Kakashi of the Sharingan, was renowned for his evenly matched prowess against any opponent and eventually ascended to the position of sixth Hokage. Might Guy, too, was an extraordinary figure, renowned for nearly delivering a climactic conclusion with a single kick. Uchiha Aido, seemingly an underachiever, possesses an unparalleled strength of conviction in the ninja world. An indomitable will that stems from a singular woman who dared to challenge the entire male populace. Even the Moonlight Gale, who met his demise at the hands of Maki, fell victim to an unfortunate accident, as he was already gravely ill at the time. Had he been in good health, the outcome of a confrontation with Maki might have been uncertain. It is worth noting that Sarutobi Asuma, while somewhat less formidable, also suffered due to a lack of information. In fact, even the peak version of Uchiha Madara could have faced dire consequences had Haiden obtained his blood. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Haiden is part of the Takigakure team attending the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament in Konoha, although at this juncture, he is yet to master his immortality. The representative team from Konoha, apart from Kakashi Hatake, would ultimately face demise, yet this time, the unexpected arrival of Yatsuka could alter the fates of many, potentially sparing numerous lives. As the Konoha team makes its entrance, they naturally enjoy the advantage of playing on home turf, eliciting an eruption of fervent cheers that reverberate throughout the arena, surpassing the volume generated by the previous teams from larger nations. Indeed, it could be said without exaggeration that the collective cheers for Konoha's team eclipsed the total volume of applause for the earlier competitors. Given that approximately 80% of the audience comprised villagers from Konoha, who passionately rallied behind their representative team. Furthermore, many spectators were familiar with, or even neighbors of, these competitors, fostering an even more spirited atmosphere of support. For instance, a middle-aged man, nearly hoarse from his enthusiastic encouragement, was fervently cheering for the Konoha team, particularly for Moonlight Gale, whom he had watched grow up. With Moonlight Gale on the team, his shouts grew louder. Even the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja stall was vocally supporting the team, as he knew Yatsuka, who had garnered significant attention for his stall, attracting numerous challengers eager to surpass his record, thus drawing in crowds of eager participants and spectators alike. The stall owner greatly admired Yatsuka and was determined to cheer him on during this competition as the captain of Konoha's representative team. Such instances of support were prevalent for nearly every competitor, including those there to witness Minato Namikaze's appearance, such as his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, and his mentor, Jiraiya. This collective enthusiasm explains the overwhelming volume of cheers that greeted the Konoha team upon their entrance. In that moment, everyone present, whether from the Konoha team or representatives of other nations, experienced a reverberation in their eardrums, a delightful buzzing that they relished. Even though many understood that the cheers were primarily directed towards the Konoha team, the fervor of the crowd stirred excitement and exhilaration in all. It appears our Konoha team enjoys greater popularity, remarked Minato Namikaze with a smile to Shursui Uchiha, who at that moment noticed Kushina Uzumaki waving at him from the front row of the stands. Shursui Uchiha replied with a subtle smile. It's mainly because this is Konoha Village, our home ground. If this event were held in the Cloud Village, the cheers would be for their team instead. Indeed. Mato Guy exclaimed enthusiastically, nudging Kakashi Hatake with his elbow. Kakashi, did you hear that? The cheers are absolutely invigorating. It's clear my team is quite popular. Kakashi, bemused, looked at Guy and thought to himself, can you have some modesty? The cheers for Konoha aren't solely your doing. He found Guy's unwavering confidence somewhat perplexing, as if he were slightly delusional. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha expressed his excitement to Yasaka. Yasaka, I feel a surge of exhilaration. The atmosphere is electric. Just thinking about fighting before such an enthusiastic audience, most of whom are from Konoha, makes me a bit anxious. I fear that if I can't hold my own, it would be a disgrace, disappointing the expectations of the Konoha spectators. Yasaka huffed, confidently asserting, then you must strive to succeed. You need an unwavering belief in victory, a reason that drives you to triumph. Keep that reason in your mind, grit your teeth, and hold on. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Aido paused, reflecting on Yasaka's words, murmuring to himself, a belief in victory? Indeed, it is a reason that compels you to win, even at the cost of your life. Yasaka stated with conviction, though in truth, he did not possess such a belief himself, as he often dispatched opponents with ease. Aido, however, was different. He repeatedly recited Yasaka's words, a belief in victory, even at the cost of my life. As he chanted, the image of Rin Noera materialized before him. He suddenly turned his head towards the audience. Rin said she would watch my match. Yes, Rin is watching me, cheering for me. How can I lose? I absolutely cannot lose. I must show Rin my victory. Even if it costs me my life, I must win. Thus, Aido's heart became filled with an indomitable belief in victory. Chapter 103. Aido Uchiha's faith. For Aido Uchiha, Rin Noera was his faith, his entire world. His feelings for Rin were complex, intertwined with admiration and tinged with a hint of Oedipal longing. Due to the tragic loss of all his parents, Uchiha Aido found himself in profound solitude. As a child, he was often considered the least capable among his peers, which deepened his feelings of loneliness and inadequacy. Yet, beneath this exterior of despair, Aido possessed a tender heart and an earnest yearning for the warmth of sunlight. It was amidst this turmoil that Noera Rin emerged as a beacon of hope, the sole individual who bestowed upon Aido warmth, care, confidence, and a sense of belonging. Consequently, Aido not only harbored deep affections for Rin, but also became exceedingly reliant on her presence. Rin was, in essence, his emotional anchor, her significance in his life akin to that of life itself. Aido is a character of remarkable extremes. He embodies a duality where he is either utterly powerless or overwhelmingly powerful. This characteristic is often found in those whose beliefs are deeply entrenched and idealistic. In moments of weakness, he is easily overpowered, yet when he is strong, he can vanquish any foe, embodying a stark contrast between vulnerability and strength. Without Rin, Aido is merely a shadow of himself, but with her by his side, he feels capable of challenging the entire world. She serves as his sanctuary, with her unwavering support. He can confront any adversity, for Rin is the very essence of his motivation. Thus, the moment he thinks of Rin, Aido's previously timid demeanor transforms dramatically. His gaze becomes resolute, infused with an unshakable belief in victory. He scans the stands. Though he cannot see Rin, he is acutely aware that she is watching him. I must not disappoint Rin. I will surely prevail, regardless of my opponent. In that instant, Aido seems like a completely different person, ready to face any challenge for her sake. Soon, as the final team, the representatives from Konohagakure, make their entrance. All teams for the 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament have gathered. They assemble at the center of the stadium, where the third Hokage is set to announce the rules of the competition. With remarkable agility, the third Hokage leaps down from the 30-meter-high podium, landing gracefully on the speech platform below, awe-inspiring all competitors and spectators alike. Witnessing this, Daidara from Ichiraku turns to his team leader and remarks, "Did the third Hokage just employ the art of weight manipulation?" The team leader nods in agreement. Indeed, he used the technique to lighten his weight midair, allowing for such a delicate landing. It is astonishing to see our own technique wielded so masterfully by the Hokage of Konoha. Daidara acknowledges this, saying, "It is said that the third Hokage possesses an extraordinary mastery of ninjutsu, adept in all 5 elemental styles and proficient in over 1,000 techniques. Truly, he is formidable." The leader of Ichiraku nodded in agreement, stating, "However, our Tsuchikage, Inoki, is exceptionally formidable. His dust release, inherited from the second Tsuchikage, stands unparalleled across the land, rivaling even the third Hokage. Therefore, there is no need to envy the shadows of others, as we possess our own." As he spoke, a confident expression illuminated his face. At that moment, the third Hokage began to elucidate the regulations pertaining to the upcoming competition. Consequently, the previously boisterous venue fell into a profound silence. According to the third Hokage's introduction, the first round would consist of an extraordinary screening prior to the competition, a written examination. All participants are required to complete the test within 60 minutes, and those who achieve a score of 60 or above will qualify for the subsequent rounds. Conversely, candidates who fail to reach this threshold will be eliminated and barred from continuing in the competition. Upon successfully passing the initial written examination, participants will advance to the first team battle. They will be transported to a dark forest, a space conjured through the collaborative efforts of the 5 Kages, reminiscent of the realm of Tsukuyami. In this enigmatic forest, competitors may freely employ their ninjutsu. Any contestant sustaining lethal injuries will be promptly transported out, thus deemed eliminated. Each participant will be adorned with a distinctive bell. The duration of this phase is 3 days, and at the conclusion, the team possessing the most bells will be declared the champion, with subsequent rankings established for the runners-up. It is noteworthy that within this realm, Jinchuriki are prohibited from transforming into their tailed beast forms, nor can they utilize chakra cloaks, as the will of the tailed beasts would inevitably lead to the collapse of the space. Nevertheless, they may harness abilities associated with their beasts, such as Gaara's sand-covered form or the octopus-like appendages of the 8 tails. Following the team battles, a series of individual matches will ensue, consisting of one-on-one duels to determine the champions, runners-up, and third place. Traditionally, single combat is held in higher regard due to its inherent spectacle, as duels have captivated audiences since time immemorial. Nonetheless, team competitions hold equal significance and are equally enthralling, as many missions necessitate collaboration. Thus, to foster camaraderie among competitors, the concept of team battles was instituted. These are the fundamental regulations of the competition. It is imperative to note that malicious killing is strictly forbidden, with proctors monitoring the proceedings. Should a fatal attack occur, the proctors will intervene directly. However, if a competitor fails to control their power and inadvertently causes the death of an opponent before a proctor can act, they will not face repercussions. Yet, if the act of killing is deliberate, the consequences will be dire, potentially involving diplomatic and political ramifications. Nonetheless, this is often a matter of perspective, as there are instances where control is elusive. The potency of certain ninjutsu can indeed lead to unintended fatalities, a scenario not uncommon in the realm of shinobi. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that the Raikage of Cloud Hidden Village suggested that if one were to kill, they should do so without restraint. For when the time comes, one could simply claim to have mismanaged their strength. What could anyone do about it? Chapter 104. The conclusion of the opening ceremony swiftly. The third Hokage completed his declaration, and thus the first round of the written examination was about to commence. Prior to this, a lottery would be held to randomly assign examination venues. Consequently, half an hour later, the drawing took place, and an hour thereafter, the written examination commenced. Seated upon the dais, the third Hokage observed the several hundred participants below, pondering with a heavy heart. I sincerely hope that Yasaka does not encounter any unforeseen mishaps during the written examination. However, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Could it be age catching up with me? But no, I am merely in my 40s. The third Hokage gazed at the competitors with increasing concern. Beside him, Jiraiya inquired, "Third, is there something troubling you? You appear quite distressed." With a deep sigh, the third Hokage replied, "Alas. My worry stems from the possibility that Yasaka may fail the written examination. After all, Yasaka is Konoha's most formidable secret weapon. His absence would significantly impact our prospects. With him, at least we possess a measure of stability." The third Hokage spoke with conviction. Although Kakashi and his companions were certainly skilled, they merely ranked as competent. This time, the participants hail from various nations, all of whom are talented genin, and thus, the distinction of being a genius within one's own country diminishes when placed alongside geniuses from other lands. In such a scenario, the prospect of victory becomes uncertain, given that everyone is of a similar caliber. Moreover, the third Hokage had heard reports regarding some of the competitors from other nations, and indeed, certain individuals exhibited exceptional talent. Kakashi and his group would find them challenging to contend with. For instance, figures such as Yuzuki, Killer Bee, Terumi Mei, Daidara, and Sasori are not to be underestimated. Each one of them is a genius in their own right, and even though Kakashi and his peers are regarded as geniuses within Konoha, they may appear somewhat ordinary by comparison, leaving the third Hokage feeling rather apprehensive. After all, those competitors possess formidable strength and remarkable attributes. Thus, The significance of Yasaka becomes ever more pronounced in the eyes of the third Hokage. He is the sole ninja from Konoha whom the third Hokage feels confident could rival these prodigies. For the others, the third Hokage remains uncertain. It is for this reason that he is so resolute in his support for Yasaka, nearly to the point of providing him with the answers directly. I hope this young lad proves reliable, the third Hokage sighed. Jiraiya sensed that complications might arise, but refrained from voicing his concerns, suspecting that the third Hokage harbored similar apprehensions. Before long, the participants in the stadium entered the indoor venue to commence the drawing activity. Yasaka drew the number 003, designating him for examination room 3. He surveyed those around him and inquired, "Which examination rooms do you all belong to?" Uchiha Aido replied, "I am assigned to examination room 001. Might I held the note in his hand and proclaimed, "I am from examination room 005. Uchiha, glancing at his own note, remarked, "I am from examination room 004. Moonlight Gale observed his note and interjected, "I, too, am from examination room 003. Wow, Moonlight Gale, we share the same examination room. If all goes well, you could copy my answers," said Yatsuka with a grin. Moonlight Gale looked at Yatsuka with skepticism, pondering. "Are you certain it is I who will be copying your answers, and not the other way around?" Moonlight Gale was confident that Yatsuka would struggle with the questions, considering that Yatsuka rarely paid attention during lessons. In the theoretical exams at the Ninja Academy, Yatsuka had never scored above 30 points. While Moonlight Gale acknowledged Yatsuka's formidable combat skills, who would dare claim otherwise? He was less convinced of Yatsuka's theoretical prowess, thinking, "Surely you must be dreaming." With a look of exasperation, Moonlight Gale turned to Yatsuka, contemplating, "If I were to copy your answers, I'd be fortunate to barely pass this written exam." Suddenly, he paused and asked Yatsuka, "Are you certain you can pass this written exam? It would be unfortunate if you were eliminated and unable to participate in the subsequent competition." Yatsuka replied confidently, "Do not worry, I have my methods. My unique reconnaissance techniques allow me to discern the answers others write." Moonlight Gale recalled a moment during their time in Fruit Ninja, where Yatsuka had effortlessly sliced fruits with his eyes closed, clearly utilizing a special sensory ability to detect the fruits. A chill ran down Moonlight Gale's spine, and he thought, could it be that Yatsuka relied on his auditory reconnaissance skills back then? At that moment, Yatsuka cast a reassuringly confident glance his way, prompting Moonlight Gale to dismiss his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Yatsuka was referring only to the first 20 multiple-choice questions worth 40 points. He would be unable to discern the content of the subsequent application questions. Being able to identify the answers to the new multiple-choice questions was already a remarkable feat. After all, distinguishing numbers required keen auditory perception. The fact that Yatsuka could identify what others were writing, despite lacking any auditory discrimination abilities, was indeed impressive. Regrettably, his prowess would only extend to the initial 40 points, as he could not comprehend the latter 20 points, which were equally challenging, designed to thwart solutions and encourage answer sharing. Thus, neither Moonlight Gale nor the third Hokage were aware of Yatsuka's predicament. At that moment, Asuma Sarutobi raised the note in his hand and declared, "I am from examination room 001. Consequently, only Moonlight Gale and Yatsuka remained in the same examination room. It was quite a coincidence that two individuals, each specializing in swordsmanship, had been assigned to the same venue. Following the conclusion of the draw, there remained 20 minutes before entering the examination room, during which candidates were free to move about. As long as one enters the examination hall within the stipulated time, there is no issue. However, if one strays too far or loses their way during the 20-minute window and fails to arrive on time, they will be deemed to have forfeited the exam and eliminated on the spot, thereby disqualifying them from subsequent competitions. Consequently, most individuals tend to remain close to the entrance, venturing no further than a restroom break. The presence of these spirited young talents, particularly those of prodigious caliber, often leads to conflict. Chapter 105. Discord after all. Each individual is a genius, brimming with confidence and pride, unwilling to back down from one another. Coupled with their rebellious age, any encounter is likely to spark discord. This particular altercation was instigated by Momochi Zabuza and Karabi. The incident began when Zabuza went to the restroom, followed closely by Karabi. Zabuza arrived first at the urinal and commenced his business, while Karabi stood behind, waiting. Disliking being watched, Zabuza curtly instructed Karabi to move back a bit. "Karabi, known for his fiery temper, retorted sarcastically, "What's the matter? I'm standing right here. Which law forbids me from doing so? Besides, with your meager stature, I wouldn't even bother to look. It pales in comparison to mine." This provocation incensed Zabuza to the point that he momentarily forgot his current predicament. Pivoting to face Karabi and challenging him, "Say that again if you dare." In his haste to confront Karabi, Zabuza inadvertently urinated towards him, causing Karabi to leap back in shock, nearly getting caught in the crossfire. Infuriated, Karabi suspected Zabuza had done it intentionally. In a fit of rage, Zabuza drew his short blade and lunged at Karabi's brother, declaring, "I'll make it so you can never urinate again." Karabi, equally enraged, retaliated with a fierce strike. Zabuza, taken aback, swiftly unsheathed his beheading sword to block Karabi's attack. Thus, the conflict escalated. Witnessing the brawl, those nearby hastily stepped aside, wary of being caught in the fray. Unperturbed by the restroom setting, Zabuza and Karabi engaged in combat. With agility, Zabuza formed hand seals and shouted, "Urine release, urine dragon technique." He then manipulated the liquid mixture from the urinal, shaping it into a pale yellow water dragon. Though diminutive in size, merely 30 centimeters in diameter and over 3 meters in length, this dragon was distinctly tainted, its hue hinting at prior overindulgence. Thus, although this urine dragon lacks any genuine lethality, its psychological impact, due to the amalgamation of urine, surpasses its physiological threat by several hundredfold. Indeed, it is more formidable than an authentic water dragon technique. If it were a true water dragon, Karabi could withstand it with relative ease. However, faced with this urine dragon, Karabi recoiled in horror at the mere thought of being touched by it. Consequently, the atmosphere grew tense, and he focused all his attention on evading the pale yellow menace. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of crackling lightning that shimmered with electric sparks, exclaiming, "Lightning release. Thunderwave." In the next moment, Momochi Zabuza roared in fury, directing the urine dragon towards Karabi, who retaliated by launching his lightning sphere at Zabuza. Instantly, the sphere transformed into a vast arc of electricity that struck Zabuza, causing him to howl in agony. Meanwhile, the urine dragon surged towards Karabi with alarming speed. Had it been a water dragon composed of pure water, Karabi would have made no effort to evade it. Yet, confronted with this hybrid of urine, Karabi's latent potential ignited. He activated his lightning release chakra mode, enhancing his cellular and neural reflexes to an extraordinary degree. In a flash, he dashed out of the restroom, narrowly avoiding the urine dragon's onslaught. Seeing his attack miss, Zabuza bellowed, "At least have the courage to face me head-on." From Zabuza's perspective, he had absorbed Karabi's thunder wave without much consequence, though he felt the sting of electricity coursing through him. In contrast, Karabi hesitated to confront Zabuza's water dragon technique, leading Zabuza to perceive Karabi as the one who faltered. At that moment, Karabi, initially intent on retreating, was provoked and charged back into the restroom, shouting, "Taste my might." Human cannon. With a powerful punch, he struck at Zabuza, his arm crackling with electricity, clearly demonstrating immense strength. Zabuza quickly formed hand seals, employing the water release, water barrier technique. Instantly, a pale yellow water wall rose before him. Most water ninja lack the ability to utilize water release techniques without an existing water source, necessitating either proximity to water or the prior creation of water for combat. Zabuza, however, adeptly utilized the restroom's supply, which was, of course, a mixture of urine and feces. As the yellow water barrier manifested, Karabi was taken aback. He had no desire to come into contact with such repugnant liquid. Thus, he abruptly halted his advance and retreated in alarm. With a thunderous roar, lightning release, lightning wall, Karabi unleashed a torrent of lightning from his mouth, which coalesced into a formidable wall before him. His instincts proved astute the moment the lightning wall materialized. The water barrier before Daibutsu exploded, transforming into countless small water spheres that assailed Karabi like shrapnel. The pale yellow, some tinged with brown, water spheres collided against Karabi's lightning wall, whereupon the high-voltage electricity electrolyzed the water, converting it into hydrogen and oxygen that dissipated into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Karabi realized that battling Daibutsu in the restroom was exceedingly disadvantageous. He bellowed, "Daibutsu, if you dare, let us clash in the corridor." Daibutsu scoffed, unflinching. "Do you think I fear you?" He promptly commanded the pale yellow water dragon to pursue Karabi as he exited the restroom. Meanwhile, at that very moment, as Karabi burst forth from the restroom, Yasaka happened to approach the restroom entrance. Their eyes met in an instant, a brief yet intense exchange of glances. Karabi dashed past Yasaka, creating a distance of 5 or 6 meters from the restroom entrance. Yasaka, intrigued, pondered why Karabi, in his lightning release chakra mode, resorted to ninjutsu for a mere bathroom visit. Was it possible that the ninjas of Kumogakure faced difficulties in urination due to their ninjutsu, necessitating the lightning release chakra mode for such tasks? Just as Yasaka was about to voice his curiosity, a pale yellow water dragon surged forth from the restroom, barreling straight toward him. "Watch out! Do not let that water dragon touch you!" Karabi exclaimed in alarm, his voice filled with urgency. Yasaka instinctively reacted. His senses heightened as the peril surged in his mind. Without conscious thought, his body responded through muscle memory. In a flash, Yasaka drew the katana from his waist. Channeling all his focus and energy into a singular strike, he unleashed a powerful slash. "Steel slash," he silently affirmed, the katana slicing through the air toward the water dragon. In the next heartbeat, a near-transparent distortion appeared before the blade's tip, surging forward. It was as if the very air had been cleaved in two, creating a vacuum zone. The pale yellow water dragon met the blade head-on, splitting cleanly in half. In an instant, the dragon lost its form, crashing to the ground as two puddles of pale yellow liquid. This scene left the onlookers gathered near the restroom utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Had my eyes deceived me? Someone had actually cleaved through water with a single stroke. How extraordinary. Could one truly slice through water from a distance? What kind of sorcery was this? For a moment, the spectators, including Karabi, stood frozen in astonishment, their expressions resembling that of witnessing a ghost, utterly speechless and wide-eyed. It was only after Yasaka executed his strike that he realized someone was employing the water release, water dragon technique within the restroom. What was going on? And what of Karabi, who had just burst forth using the ninja body technique? Yasaka was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for what had transpired. Continuing to step forward, Yasaka was abruptly interrupted by Karabi, who was the first to regain his senses and shouted urgently, "Don't go in." However, it was too late. Yasaka had already crossed the threshold of the restroom. At that moment, Zabuza charged out from within, and the two collided face to face. Mistaking Yasaka for Karabi, Zabuza swung his executioner's blade with fierce intent, aiming a lethal strike at Yasaka, believing him to be Karabi. As Yasaka stepped into the restroom, he was met head-on by the massive blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he countered, activating his steel slash technique, and their blades clashed with a thunderous sound, resonating like a clash of iron. Instantly, Zabuza, gripping his sword, felt a terrifying force surging through his blade. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was propelled backward, soaring through the air. "What?" Zabuza gasped, his vision catching a glimpse of a blurred figure, significantly smaller than Karabi, before being sent hurtling through the restroom window by Yasaka's strike, crashing to the ground from the 3rd floor. Fortunately, Zabuza managed to use the water release technique to cushion his fall, escaping serious injury, but his face was a mask of shock, his mind reeling from the impact. What in the world? Could that guy Karabi possess such a degree of swordsmanship? Zabuza was astounded, disbelief etched across his features. He had reviewed Karabi's dossier and knew that his opponent was a ninja utilizing the ninja body technique combined with the 8 tails B-blade technique. Normally, such techniques fell under the category of standard taijutsu attacks. However, the strike he had just endured was distinctly a form of slashing technique. There was a fundamental difference between tactical strikes and conventional swordplay. Tactical attacks typically concentrated the destructive force into a single, devastating blow, delivering a soul-piercing strike. In contrast, standard swordsmanship involved a flexible and varied approach, employing different stances and methods to inflict damage upon an adversary. Thus, in Zabuza's estimation, Karabi's attack style was clearly one that inflicted harm through conventional means rather than the heavy damage characteristic of a slashing technique. Yet, he had just been sent flying by a single blow. Had it not been for his hands gripping the sword, he might have found himself in a precarious situation, potentially allowing his own executioner's blade to be thrust back at him due to a lack of strength in one hand, resulting in self-inflicted injury. Yet, moments ago, it appeared that Karabi's stature had diminished. I distinctly recall him being quite tall. Why did he seem shorter now, his physique seemingly leaner? Could this phenomenon be attributed to some explosive secret technique? Perhaps it entails the expenditure of muscular power, or even the mere compression of muscle to generate sudden force. In that instant, Zabuza found himself engulfed in perplexity. Meanwhile, Yasaka, who had just sent Zabuza flying with a single strike, paid little heed to such thoughts and continued with his business. That previous slash, sharp as steel, was not executed with full force, merely around 65% of his capacity. It felt as though his opponent lacked considerable strength, as he effortlessly sent Zabuza sprawling. Who was that just now? I hardly had the time to discern, but it matters not. He appeared rather unimpressive, Yasaka muttered to himself as he continued on his way. Outside the restroom, Karabi and the onlookers stood in astonishment. They had all witnessed the spectacle of Zabuza, wielding a blade with both hands in a full-force strike, being effortlessly sent flying by Yasaka, who wielded a blade with but one hand, expelled through the restroom window. This shocking scene left all present momentarily dazed. Chapter 107. The astonished onlookers. It is essential to note that the sword in question measured an impressive 3 meters in length. Just the sight of such a weapon commanded respect. Furthermore, Zabuza had been wielding it with both hands, delivering a full power swing. While many in attendance might have been capable of blocking such an attack, the difficulty of doing so varied significantly. Some could do so with ease, while others would struggle immensely. The majority present found themselves barely able to withstand the blow. Even Karabi had to exert considerable effort to fend it off. In stark contrast, Yasaka wielded his blade with one hand, and not merely blocking, but rather he had launched Zabuza, along with his weapon, into the air with a single strike. This distinction is paramount. Firstly, the comparison between a one-handed small sword and Zabuza's two-handed executioner's blade is notable. Secondly, Yasaka not only withstood Zabuza's full-force attack, but simultaneously sent the combined weight of Zabuza, approximately 150 to 160 pounds, along with the weight of his sword, soaring through the air. Throughout this entire exchange, Yasaka maintained his grip with one hand on the small sword. What does this signify? This indicates that the force generated by Yasaka's one-handed strike must exceed 300, if not 400 pounds of pressure. To contextualize this, such force is akin to what Karabi could unleash with a full-powered punch after employing his ninja body technique, perhaps even slightly less. Under normal circumstances, any human subjected to such force would be unable to withstand it, resulting in immediate destruction. However, Yasaki achieved this feat, and more remarkably, he wielded a short sword with but one hand. Consequently, all present were rendered speechless, astonished by the terrifying strike delivered by someone of seemingly average height and build. This blow approached the realm of monstrous strength. Who on earth is this individual? At that moment, a participant, visibly shaken, muttered to himself. If struck by that blade, one would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Wait, I believe I have seen this fellow before. He seems to be a representative of the Leaf Village. And if I'm not mistaken, he is also the captain of their team. Suddenly, someone recalled Yasaki, exclaiming in astonishment. Instantly, the gazes of those around him shifted toward Yasaki. So, he is indeed the captain of the Leaf Village team. No wonder he possesses such strength. It is truly no exaggeration. Remarkable. He truly lives up to the reputation of being the captain of the Leaf Village, exhibiting formidable power. It is astonishing that a single strike could wield such force. I can hardly imagine how powerful he would be in a true battle. I eagerly anticipate his combat, though I wonder which unfortunate soul will be paired against him. In no time, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, and Karabi was equally astonished. Earlier, when he played Fruit Ninja with Yasaki, he had merely perceived Yasaki's extraordinary reaction speed, without witnessing much else. Consequently, Karabi and his companions assumed Yasaki was one of those types who, while exceedingly fast, lacked considerable strength. Such individuals are often adept at assassination, delivering lethal strikes, yet falter in a direct confrontation due to insufficient power. However, Karabi was now astonished to discover that this lad possessed immense strength as well. At least the force demonstrated in that recent strike rivaled his own full-powered punch while in lightning release chakra mode. This kid has some serious skills, Karabi thought with a smile, feeling a twinge of anticipation for the upcoming match against Yasaki. At that moment, Yasaki emerged from the restroom, only to find a crowd gathered at the entrance, all wearing expressions of shock, leaving him utterly baffled. What on earth has happened? Why does everyone appear so astonished? You just sent someone flying with a single strike. Is that not enough to elicit our surprise? One person remarked, exasperated. What is there to be surprised about? That person did not seem particularly strong. I barely exerted 70% of my strength in that last strike, and yet I sent him flying. So I suspect he is merely trash, unworthy of mention, Yasaki replied nonchalantly, once again astonishing those around him. He had effortlessly dispatched an opponent wielding a heavy blade with a single-handed strike, claiming he had used less than 70% of his strength? What kind of nonsense is this? If he were to unleash his full power, would he not obliterate the opponent entirely? Moreover, this individual is, after all, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a renowned group. Yet here, Yasaki dismisses him as not very strong and likely just a piece of garbage. If Zabuza were to hear this, he would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Thus, Yasaka transformed into a figure of awe-inspiring intensity, leaving even the typically unrestrained Karabi in stunned silence, his desire to engage in battle with Yasaka growing ever more fervent. It became apparent to me why that woman, Yuzuki, was so eager to confront Yasaka. I found myself equally compelled to test my mettle against him, Karabi mused with a smile. Meanwhile, the recently dispatched Momochi Zabuza was met with a torrent of scathing remarks from Terumi Mei, her fury exacerbating his already foul mood, rendering his expression as ghastly as if he had consumed excrement. Humph, these individuals are my foes. I shall ensure their demise. Zabuza vowed internally as he made his way toward the examination venue. Observing Zabuza's silhouette vanish from the plaza, Terumi Mei placed a hand to her forehead, utterly fatigued. Why had she chosen to partake in this madness alongside such deranged individuals? She would have preferred to compete alone rather than endure the company of these lunatics. Now, in retrospect, she realized that compared to the likes of Akatsuki's Jiketsu and Kurasame, Zabuza seemed almost like a model student. After all, one was incessantly polishing a ninja blade, while the other engaged in endless embroidery, both absorbed in their own quiet pursuits without disturbing others. Unlike Zabuza, who instigated chaos wherever he roamed, inciting Terumi Mei to contemplate putting an end to his incessant disruptions. I truly admire the third Mizukage for managing such a myriad of eccentrics with such remarkable composure. Had I been in his position, I would likely have succumbed to madness and found myself confined to a psychiatric institution within a week. Simultaneously, with merely 10 minutes remaining until the commencement of the first written examination, the preparatory bell rang, urging candidates to hasten to the venue. Chapter 108. Zabuza's killing intent. With the preparatory bell now sounding, it signaled that the time to enter the examination room was imminent. Consequently, most individuals rallied their spirits, gathering near the entrance of their respective exam halls, resulting in a marked reduction in the previous uproar of the corridors. Even Zabuza, who had been a source of turmoil, now stood quietly, his massive sword slung over his back, leaning against a wall while his eyes scanned the other candidates in proximity. These individuals hailed from foreign lands, likely to become adversaries, and since only those with some degree of talent were permitted to participate, many were regarded as prodigies from their nations. Thus, they posed a latent threat to the hidden Mist Village. It would be prudent to eliminate them all to mitigate this peril. Zabuza contemplated darkly, a fierce glint in his eyes as an invisible aura of menace radiated from him. Those standing nearby inexplicably felt a chill, despite the day's temperate 22 degrees, which should have been quite pleasant. Instead, they were left with goosebumps enveloping their skin. A bewildered contestant turned to his side and noticed Peach Land no more, prompting him to nudge Peach Land with his elbow and inquire, "Hey, do you feel a bit chilly?" "I suddenly feel cold, even though the air conditioning is not on." "Do you wish to die?" Peach Land no more replied with a grim expression, his gaze emanating a palpable aura of menace. "Ah, are you insane?" The contestant, startled by Peach Land's fierce demeanor, cursed under his breath and shifted to the right, distancing himself from no more, muttering, "Who is this idiot? It's as if he has a deep-seated grudge against everyone. He's truly deranged." Remarkably, he soon realized that the chill had dissipated, leaving him perplexed by the sudden change in temperature. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yatsuka and Karabi were together, both in the same examination venue. Yatsuka asked Karabi, "Do you feel confident about passing this written test?" Karabi chuckled and responded in a rhythmic manner, "Of course, I have no confidence. How could I possibly pass? I have never succeeded in answering questions throughout my life." "Ah, then won't you be eliminated and unable to participate in the subsequent competitions?" Yatsuka exclaimed in surprise. Karabi grinned mysteriously, saying, "But I can cheat. I have special methods to copy answers. As long as I am not caught, it doesn't matter how I do it. Passing is all that counts." "Impressive. Yatsuka nodded in agreement, adding, I too have never passed a single exam in my life. I am also preparing to copy answers this time. Indeed, we are kindred spirits. Karabi beamed with a knowing smile. On another front, Kakashi Hitaki and Uchiha Water Release were conversing. Water Release, what are your thoughts on the upcoming team battles? Kakashi inquired. Uchiha Water Release pondered for a moment before responding. It's hard to say. Team battles differ from one-on-one encounters. Teamwork relies on the synergy of various abilities, and the variables are quite significant. Sometimes, what works in a duel may not be effective in a team setting, especially with some of the contestants possessing particularly troublesome abilities. After a pause, Uchiha Water Release continued. Moreover, it is crucial to note that most of the participants this time are individuals with formidable combat skills, resulting in a scarcity of sensory ninjas. Thus, if someone possesses sensory reconnaissance abilities, they would have a considerable advantage in team battles. Unfortunately, among our lower ninjas, there are no members of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan. Otherwise, our team battles would be much more manageable. Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, the ideal strategy would be to remain still at the outset, laying an ambush and waiting for others to exhaust themselves in conflict before we reap the benefits. Additionally, we will have individual matches to contend with, so minimizing the exposure of our strengths is prudent. Exactly, thus it is wise for us to adopt a more cautious approach this time. As the two conversed, the loudspeaker in the corridor suddenly blared. Attention all candidates, you may now enter the examination hall. Please ensure you have your identification and admission ticket. There will be an inspector checking these. Failure to present them will result in immediate disqualification. Candidates who do not enter the hall within 5 minutes will also be disqualified, as will those who create a disturbance. With the announcement echoing repeatedly, candidates began to enter the examination hall in a steady stream. Yasaka found himself positioned relatively centrally, which offered the advantage of a broader view, making it easier to discreetly copy answers. However, this also meant he was directly under the watchful eyes of the invigilators. Should he attempt to cheat too overtly, he risked being caught and disqualified on the spot. In truth, many candidates understood the deeper significance of this written exam. In a typical competition, the focus is on practical skills and combat effectiveness, which are often unrelated to theoretical knowledge. After all, no matter how sound the theory, if one falters in practical application, it remains merely an exercise in futility. The reason for this seemingly unnecessary written examination had become apparent to many. It was, in fact, a test of the candidate's ability to gather intelligence. After all, for a ninja, such skills are paramount. Even the most formidable fighter could meet a grim fate if unaware of pursuers behind or ambushes ahead. Thus, it could be said that 80% of the candidates present were aware that this examination was designed to encourage them to subtly employ their abilities to acquire answers. With this mindset, it became clear that within each examination room, there would undoubtedly be an individual privy to the answers. The true challenge lay in identifying this person and successfully surreptitiously copying their responses without detection by the invigilators. It was now up to the contestants to showcase their unique talents. The participants from Konoha generally possessed their own distinct skills, as did their counterparts from other nations. However, some, particularly from smaller nations, lacked such abilities and would inevitably be eliminated in the written test. Even someone like Might Guy, who was solely a practitioner of taijutsu, possessed a special capability that enabled him to discern the answers of others. It is worth noting that the seating arrangements for this competition had been meticulously planned in advance. Chapter 109. The written exam commences. Given that the assessment focused on the candidate's intelligence-gathering abilities, various scenarios corresponding to differing skills were naturally taken into account. For instance, the Sharingan must be activated to perceive its effects. It allows one to see chakra and slow down movements. These abilities can only be executed under the prerequisite of visibility. Consequently, Uchiha Aido and Uchiha Shursui, both endowed with the Sharingan, were strategically placed near a candidate, an official, who knew the answers, enabling them to observe this individual's actions. Likewise, Might Guy was positioned nearby, allowing him to witness the movements of that same candidate. Might Guy possesses the extraordinary ability to discern the actions of others, enabling him to ascertain what they are engaged in. Though strategically positioned near the candidates, the officials conceal from them the fact that a certain individual is not a genuine contestant, but rather a decoy deliberately placed to facilitate answer copying. The means by which they identify this answer bearer relies solely on their analytical prowess. Hence, for such uniquely skilled participants, Tailored seating arrangements are implemented to ensure they can leverage their strengths. However, in actual practice, one may not be so fortunate as to have the opportunity to observe their counterparts. In this regard, the investigative capability of the Byakugan is indeed unparalleled. Consequently, ninjas endowed with similar Byakugan abilities are typically assigned to the back rows or corners, as they can acquire intelligence under any circumstance. Yasaka, however, is a special case. The third Hokage recognizes that Yasaka relies on auditory perception for information gathering, thus placing him in the central position, directly in front of the aforementioned decoy. This arrangement brings the decoy alarmingly close to Yasaka, who can discreetly glean the answers. It could be said that this setup is exceedingly audacious. Yasaka has been forewarned that the individual seated before him possesses the correct answers, instilling him with confidence in securing a score of 40 points. At this juncture, the invigilators for each examination room arrive. Yasaka's supervising official is Marino Ibiki, known for his fierce demeanor and a prominent scar across his forehead. Serving as the head of the interrogation division, each examination room is overseen by 2 invigilators. Aside from Marino Ibiki, the other is Hyuga Hizashi, a wielder of the Byakugan. The appointment of these 2 officials is deliberate. The Byakugan's extensive range allows Hizashi to monitor the entire examination hall, discerning who employs which methods of cheating. Meanwhile, Marino Ibiki assumes the role of the enforcer, targeting those with inferior cheating tactics for elimination. Thus, it can be asserted that cheating under the vigilant scrutiny of the Byakugan is a rare occurrence, except for methods akin to those of the Sound Ninja Village, which involve eavesdropping from a distance, thus evading detection by the Byakugan. Even if such methods are recognized, there exists no tangible evidence against the perpetrator. At this moment, the bell tolls, signaling the commencement of the examination, which is allotted 60 minutes, with a total score of 100 points. A passing mark is set at 60. Consequently, the candidates begin to showcase their unique abilities. However, during the initial 3 minutes, none engage in answer copying. They first review the questions to confirm their inability to answer them before embarking on the quest to identify the individual privy to the correct answers. By approximately the 10th minute of the examination, the majority have successfully pinpointed the one who holds the answers. The candidates commence their actions with fervor. The scorpion utilized chakra threads to manipulate mirrors discreetly installed on the ceiling, reflecting the answers of a fellow examinee for the purpose of copying. Daidara controlled his miniature explosives, keenly observing the answers of that individual and mimicking them. Kirigakure's Mei altered the reflection of light by manipulating the moisture in the air, creating an image of the answers on the test paper before the examinee, akin to a mirage, allowing her to transcribe the solutions directly. Kisame Hoshigaki increased the moisture in the air surrounding the candidate, establishing a spatial barrier-like state, thereby discerning the answers inscribed on the test paper through the fluctuations of humidity. Waiki, employing the unique abilities of the two-tailed cat, summoned a subtle and ordinary spirit, invisible to the naked eye, which stood beside the candidate. Observing the answers on the test paper, the information perceived by the spirit was transmitted directly to Waiki's mind, effectively allowing him to see the answers as well, thus facilitating his copying of them. Killer Bee harnessed the tentacle abilities of the Eight Tails to acquire intelligence from the candidate. Both Aido Uchiha and Kakashi Hitaki activated their Sharingan to directly replicate the candidate's actions, thereby writing down the identical answers. Though Might Guy was unable to replicate movements, he could ascertain the answers through careful observation of the candidate's actions. Mizuki Shigekio raised his hand, claiming a need to visit the restroom. Once inside, he immediately employed the technique of invisibility, becoming an unseen presence. He approached the candidate, akin to the previously mentioned spirit, remaining undetectable to the naked eye, and observed the answers on the test paper, committing them to memory with remarkable precision. After memorizing the answers, Mizuki returned to the restroom, revealed himself, and re-entered the examination hall to transcribe the remembered answers onto his own test paper. Thus, Mizuki adeptly pilfered the answers from the candidate's paper, albeit requiring the use of his restroom ruse, the effectiveness of which was undeniable. Chapter 110. The various methods of cheating. While this technique of invisibility might evade detection by most, the Byakugan can perceive it with clarity. The spirit beside the candidate and Mizuki, utilizing his invisibility, were both distinctly visible to Hinata Hyuga, whose Byakugan was activated. Due to the Byakugan's ability to perceive in a complete 360 degrees and its capacity to detect chakra, even though Moonlight Breeze had concealed himself, his chakra remained evident. Thus, through the lens of the Byakugan, he was rendered distinctly visible. However, Hyuga Hisashi chose to remain silent, pretending not to see. For his role as an examiner was not genuinely to prevent others from cheating. After all, the essence of this written examination was to assess the act of cheating itself. Consequently, upon witnessing Moonlight Breeze's stealth, Hyuga Hisashi felt a sense of satisfaction, reflecting on the commendable capabilities of the denizens of his village, Konoha. At that moment, Hyuga Hisashi feigned ignorance while patrolling the aisles, when Kakashi, lacking the formidable Sharingan of later generations, nonetheless relied on his own ingenuity. Renowned as a prodigious ninja, Kakashi could not possibly fail to copy an answer. Thus, he discreetly performed a Doton technique, causing a fine layer of dust to settle upon the paper of a nearby examinee. The ninja promptly brushed the dust away, which afforded Kakashi the opportunity to glimpse the answers on that paper, enabling him to transcribe them onto his own. Meanwhile, Asuma Sarutobi exhibited even greater prowess by employing a F-ton technique to send another candidate's paper fluttering into the air, allowing him a brief 2 seconds to observe the answers. This was sufficient for him to grasp the gist of the content. He merely needed to supplement it with inconsequential details to complete his response. With the foundational answers in hand, he was poised to secure marks. Asuma had been observing his neighbor for a while, and although this individual was not an official, it was evident that they had already copied answers from the official's paper. Thus, what distinction was there between Asuma's act of copying this person's answers and those of the official? They were fundamentally the same. Consequently, everyone resorted to their own methods of deceit, engaged in various forms of answer theft. Most candidates' methods of cheating were transparently visible to the Byakugan-wielding proctors in each examination hall. In the Yasaka examination room, it was Hyuga Hisashi, while other venues similarly hosted a Byakugan examiner. These proctors, although they observed numerous instances of cheating, often chose to feign ignorance, silently recording these methods. This served dual purposes. 1. To compile intelligence for the Konoha archives for future combat readiness, and 2. To incorporate these tactics into educational materials for greater enlightenment. However, should they encounter particularly clumsy and easily detectable methods of cheating, the proctor would then publicly call out the offender, resulting in their disqualification. The underlying truth was that such ineptitude in their deceptive tactics rendered them unfit, leading to their elimination from the examination. At this moment, Yasaka was employing his own method to surreptitiously obtain answers. Utilizing his ability to manipulate airflow, he amplified the sound of the person in front of him writing, directing it into his ears. This allowed him to discern the choices made by that individual on the multiple-choice questions, which he then transcribed onto his own examination paper. The entire process unfolded seamlessly. For each answer the examinee wrote, Yasaka attentively listened and promptly recorded his own response. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and his advisory council were observing the various examination venues through a crystal ball, with particular emphasis on Yasaka. Upon witnessing Yasaka accurately gleaning the answers from the examinee ahead, the third Hokage and his companions exchanged satisfied smiles, thinking that Yasaka was indeed quite reliable. The third Hokage remarked to the others with a chuckle, "It appears that this child, Yasaka, is quite dependable. My previous concerns were unwarranted." The others nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with smiles, as it seemed that Yasaka would undoubtedly secure the answers. Consequently, their anxiety regarding Yasaka's potential failure and subsequent elimination dissipated. Excellent. It seems all contestants from our Konoha team will pass the exam. The focus now shifts to the upcoming team battles, remarked T.K. Shikamaru, his glasses glinting with a confident gleam. Indeed, yet we must not be overly complacent, as the competitors from other nations are formidable. Our Konoha shinobi are no slouches either. The outcome remains uncertain, the third Hokage asserted confidently. Each contestant in this batch possessed considerable strength, rivaling that of other villages, and in fact, some may even surpass them. Particularly with Yasaka's overwhelming prowess as a trump card, instilling the third Hokage with ample confidence that the Konoha team could clinch victory in the impending group matches. Just then, Jiraiya, perplexed, pointed at the crystal ball and questioned, "Why has Yasaka stopped writing after completing the multiple-choice questions?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, the third Hokage and others immediately turned their attention to the crystal ball, fixating on Yasaka's image. They observed that Yasaka had completed all the multiple-choice questions accurately. Yet he was now seated, refraining from further writing, which left the third Hokage and others in bewilderment. Could it be that he is waiting for the person ahead to finish their application questions? Danzo proposed. No, that person has already answered 3 application questions. Why would Yasaka not copy them? This is quite strange, Jiraiya remarked, his confusion evident. The third Hokage shared the sentiment of perplexity, completely at a loss as to why Yasaka ceased writing after finishing the multiple-choice section. Just as they were engulfed in their collective bewilderment, Orochimaru suddenly interjected. Is it possible that Yasaka is using his auditory skills to discern the frequency of the writing sounds, thereby deducing the answers being recorded by others? The third Hokage nodded, recalling that Yatsuka had previously informed him that he discerned the content of written texts by the frequency of sounds. In Chapter 111, Orochimaru's speculation. A skeptical expression appeared on Orochimaru's face as he spoke. If I am not mistaken. He paused abruptly. Please continue. The third Hokage urged anxiously. Orochimaru resumed. If my conjecture holds true, Yatsuka can detect the frequency of numbers being written, which explains why he answered all the multiple-choice questions. He could hear the numbers. However, he cannot decipher the written words, thus leaving all subsequent answers, those involving text, blank. What? Upon hearing Orochimaru's deduction, the third Hokage was momentarily dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief. The astonishment was palpable among all present, as they too processed the implications of Orochimaru's theory. The third Hokage, overwhelmed by frustration, cursed under his breath, his expression reflecting utter dismay. I thought Yatsuka was quite reliable, that this time he would surely succeed. Yet, it turns out he can only hear numbers. How infuriating. He felt a surge of panic. With only 40 points available for the multiple-choice section, there remained a daunting 20 points to achieve a passing score. How on earth will he manage that? Yatsuka is indeed unreliable, only able to discern numbers. This is utterly unacceptable. At that moment, Orochimaru interjected, in truth. Yatsuka's ability to perceive the audio frequency of numbers is quite remarkable, especially considering he possesses no inherent auditory talents. According to him, he amplifies sound through airflow directed to his ears, allowing him to identify numbers. Even without any auditory capabilities, his skill is impressive. Yet, it is of no use. This will not suffice for a passing grade. The third Hokage exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. The urgency of their situation grew dire. If Yatsuka failed the written examination, it would mean a significant loss for their village. Moreover, the scenario was rather amusing. How ironic it would be for the captain of a major nation's team to be disqualified from subsequent matches due to a failed written test. Such news would surely invite ridicule. If the villagers of the cloud understood this predicament, it would be a severe blow to the reputation of the Leaf. Their rivalry had been long-standing, with the last ninja world war ignited by a conflict between the two villages. In a moment of desperation, the third Hokage implored his council of advisors, "What shall we do? Quickly devise a solution." However, the usually resourceful advisors fell into silence, unable to conceive a method for Yatsuka to cheat and secure the answers. Perhaps we could have Yamamoto use the mind transfer technique to assist Yatsuka in answering? Danzo suggested. This is utterly useless. Yamashiro Haichi has no clue about the answer. The third Hokage expressed his frustration. This predicament was indeed troublesome, as the question posed was exceedingly difficult, beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Yamashiro Haichi, unaware of the solution, faced an insurmountable challenge. If he attempted to employ the mind transfer technique, his consciousness would directly inhabit the mind of Yasaki, leaving him still oblivious to the answer and incapable of writing it down. Moreover, expecting Yamashiro Haichi to memorize the answer on the spot was utterly futile. What a dilemma. The third Hokage felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, yet this issue must be resolved. After all, considerations of reputation and the integrity of the competition demanded that Yasaki be safeguarded. Everyone brainstorm. Today, by any means necessary, Yasaki must pass this written examination. The third Hokage issued a resolute command. At that moment, Jiraiya approached the third Hokage and whispered a few words in his ear. What? You want me to relay the answers to Yasaki? We, the esteemed Hidden Leaf Village, cannot stoop to such brazen actions. The third Hokage exclaimed, indignation evident in his tone. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted as he nodded, murmuring to himself, perhaps it is not entirely out of the question. For the sake of Konoha, what harm is there in such a minor transgression? Indeed, it is merely conveying an answer, nothing of great consequence, Jiraiya concurred. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo exchanged concerned glances, voicing their apprehensions. But will this not provoke discontent among the other candidates? This is Konoha, our home ground. If they are dissatisfied, let them address the organizers. Here, we hold the authority. The third Hokage asserted decisively. Danzo smirked, noting that the organizers were none other than their own Hidden Leaf village. Thus, it is settled. Inform Marino Ibiki, Hinata Hizashi, and Toriyama Akira to relay the answers to Yasaki. The third Hokage declared with unwavering determination. In the examination hall, the leaf ninja named Toriyama Akira, seated in front of Yasaki, suddenly coughed. He then positioned his paper towards the right side of the table and shifted himself to the left, allowing Yasaki a clear view of the answers on the paper before him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Yasaki had fallen asleep. Indeed, upon discovering that he could not answer a single one of the application questions and unable to discern what others were writing simply by sound, he had succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the desk. Witnessing this, Toriyama Akira was taken aback. I made room for you to copy my answers, and you choose to sleep instead? How am I to assist you in this matter? Nearby contestants exchanged incredulous looks, bewildered by the scene unfolding before them. What is happening? Is this a blatant attempt to assist someone in copying answers? This is far too obvious. At this moment, a person immediately raised his hand to signal the proctor, exclaiming, "Report. I protest. This individual is openly sharing answers with others, violating the rules." Seinwa Bahiki approached with a grave expression, casting a stern glance at the protesting examinee. A sinister smile then crept across his face as he addressed the student. Your protest is futile. Bribing others to obtain information is, after all, a significant method for ninjas to gather intelligence. The ninja displayed a look of indignation. Chapter 112. Protest invalid you. This is blatant favoritism. The examinee shouted in anger. Whether my actions are biased or not is inconsequential. Your opposition is ineffectual. Do you understand? If you disagree, you may lodge a formal complaint with the event organizers. Seinwa Bahiki regarded the student with a mocking grin, while the examinee opened his mouth in fury but found himself at a loss for words. Lodging a complaint with the organizers? What a farce. Who does not know that the organizers of this event are from your own Konoha village? Moreover, he could see that Yatsuko wore the headband emblazoned with the Konoha symbol, clearly indicating his allegiance. Reporting a Konoha participant for cheating to Konoha itself would be as futile as throwing a meat bun to a dog, utterly pointless. Without even a splash of water to show for it, the ninja finally grasped the harsh realities of society. This was indeed a brutal lesson in social dynamics. Do you have any further questions? If not, please take your seat and continue with the exam. Seinwa Bahiki observed the student with a cold smirk, relishing the triumph within his heart. Humph, you think you can challenge me? I am the head of the interrogation department, and my experiences far exceed the grains of rice you have consumed. Ultimately, the examinee fell silent and returned to his examination. Thus, Seinwa Bahiki paid him no further mind. Meanwhile, in another examination room, Moonlight Gale felt an overwhelming tension as he watched Hinata Hizashi approaching him, his body rigid with anxiety. He thought to himself, he is coming this way. Has he already discovered my presence? Moonlight Gale stood frozen, unable to move. Although his transparency technique granted him invisibility, it came with certain drawbacks. When he remained still or only moved slightly, like shifting his arms or turning his head, he could achieve complete visual invisibility, rendering him undetectable. However, if he attempted to move while employing the technique, such as walking or running, his invisibility would be significantly compromised, resulting in a semi-transparent state. In this semi-transparent state, he remained hidden, yet a keen observer could still discern his presence if they looked closely. Of course, this was contingent upon careful scrutiny. If he were in dense foliage or a complex environment, even in a semi-invisible state, it would be quite challenging for the average person to spot him at a glance. However, the predicament lies in the fact that he finds himself in an environment that is decidedly orderly rather than chaotic. The examination hall is characterized by neatly arranged rows of seats and candidates. Thus, any movement on his part would be conspicuously evident, even if he were to employ a semi-transparent technique. Moreover, Hinata Hizashi is currently approaching him, his gaze directed towards this very spot. Were Hinata's eyes diverted elsewhere? Perhaps a slight movement would go unnoticed. However, with Hinata advancing towards him, the likelihood of detection increases significantly. Caught in this conflicting situation, he yearns to move yet fears being directly observed by Hinata, whose Byakugan grants him a level of insight far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Conversely, remaining still does not guarantee he will remain undetected as Hinata draws nearer. Thus, the moment of decision has arrived. In the final instance, he resolves to trust in his evasion technique, choosing to remain stationary. Unbeknownst to him, since the moment he employed his technique to enter the classroom, Hinata had perceived him clearly through his Byakugan, merely feigning ignorance. Consequently, he gambles on the hope that Hinata has not noticed him, reasoning that stillness might afford him some chance of remaining hidden, while movement would undoubtedly increase the chances of discovery. With this anxious mindset, he remains rigid, watching as Hinata approaches, his back drenched in perspiration. He observes Hinata drawing closer, his gaze fixated upon him, causing a jolt of apprehension to surge within him. Could it be that he has been discovered? Yet, in a moment of stubborn optimism, he contemplates the possibility that Hinata's attention may be directed towards another candidate behind him. Harboring this flicker of hope, he watches as Hinata closes the distance, only to pass by him. What? Could it be that he truly did not notice me? He gazes in astonishment at Hinata, who brushes past him. Ah, what wonderful fortune. He did not discover me. It appears my evasion technique is quite effective after all. Perhaps I was merely frightening myself. It seems I have been overly cautious. What a false alarm. Filled with elation and pride in his evasion skills, he revels in his triumph. Yet just then, he catches sight of Hinata suddenly turning back, winking rapidly at him with his right eye before continuing his slow walk towards the back of the classroom. In that fleeting moment, his mind goes blank, and the joyful expression that had graced his face moments prior freezes in place. He realizes, to his dismay, that Hinata has indeed noticed him. However, he unexpectedly winked at me, signaling? In other words, he was intentionally pretending not to notice my presence? After a fleeting moment of distraction, Moonlight Gale was taken aback by this revelation. It turned out that all my assumptions were merely a product of my own overconfidence. If I were not mistaken, Lord Hyuga Hizashi must have noticed me the moment I entered the classroom using the body flicker technique. Yet, he chose to feign ignorance. Was this a deliberate act of overlooking my transgression? If my conjecture holds, it must be due to a bias in favor of the Leaf Ninjas. Moonlight Gale, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the situation and resolved to compose himself. He thought, since Lord Hyuga Hizashi has granted me this opportunity, I must not squander his deliberate blindness. I must seize this chance. Thus, Moonlight Gale refocused his attention on the examination paper before him, diligently committing the answers to memory. In another part of the examination hall, at Yasaka, Toriyama Akira, assigned by the Leaf to assist other candidates by providing answers, found himself in a state of utter disarray. He was not only responsible for supplying correct answers, but also on standby as a representative of the Leaf. Consequently, an order had been issued for him to vacate his position to allow Yasaka, behind him, to copy his answers. He complied resolutely, shifting the examination paper to the far right of his desk and attempting to sit as far left as possible. However, after a brief wait, rather than hearing the sound of writing from behind, he was met with the unmistakable sound of snoring. What on earth? Toriyama Akira was momentarily dumbfounded. How could this person be asleep? I had gone to great lengths, almost audaciously, to make room for him to copy the answers. And yet, he had the audacity to fall asleep. This was utterly intolerable. Toriyama Akira felt as though he might explode from frustration. He had gone to such lengths to facilitate this opportunity, only for the individual to succumb to slumber. He had never encountered such a frustrating situation in his life. Toriyama, known for his short temper, found this scenario unbearable, yet out of loyalty to the Leaf, he restrained his ire. Determined to rouse the sleeping Yasaka, Toriyama leaned back in his chair and forcefully pushed against the backrest, hoping to jolt Yasaka awake by colliding with his desk. Yet, Yasaka remained undisturbed, the sound of snoring continuing unabated. How could someone sleep so soundly? Toriyama cursed internally, and once more he thrust backward with greater force, causing a significant noise as his chair collided with Yasaka's desk. Still, there was no change. The snoring persisted, driving Toriyama to the brink of despair. What is going on? Who is this person? Why won't he wake up? Toriyama Akira screamed in his mind, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. However, there was no alternative. He was a ninja of Konoha and a member of the Umbu, entrusted with executing commands and bearing responsibility for his village. His mission was to ensure the completion of tasks, regardless of their complexity. This was the essence of a ninja's professionalism. Thus, even if he felt like cursing inwardly, and even though Yasaka remained unconscious, Toriyama Akira had to devise a way to fulfill his mission. He pondered, the task assigned to me is to assist the individual behind me, enabling him to replicate my answers. The crux of this assignment, its very nature, is to ensure that the answers on this fellow's exam paper are correct, allowing him to pass this written test. In other words, as long as there are correct answers on his paper, that suffices. Regaining his composure, Toriyama Akira swiftly engaged his intellect, understanding that being a ninja requires not only formidable strength, but also a clever and calm mind, and he epitomized such qualities. Soon enough, he discerned the core essence of his current mission. Stripping away the superficial, it was simply to ensure Yasaka passed the written examination, nothing more. He contemplated, since this fellow was sleeping like a log, I cannot rouse him overtly. Thus, I must resort to that method. With a newfound resolve, a steely expression emerged on his face, one that suggested a readiness to face death. He took a deep breath, turned around, and swiftly seized Yasaka's exam paper. Placing his own on Yasaka's desk, the name section on his paper was left blank, allowing Yasaka to inscribe his name directly. This audacious act stunned the majority of the other candidates monitoring Toriyama Akira's movements, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. What? This is utterly brazen. Are they so blatant now? Instantly, many candidates were left bewildered, questioning if they were indeed witnessing such an obvious act. While it is understandable for Konoha to protect its own, this level of directness was astonishingly audacious. Consequently, one candidate stood up defiantly, exclaiming, I protest. He is openly cheating. These two are blatantly exchanging exam papers, which constitutes cheating and should result in immediate disqualification. Sit down. The protest is invalid. Morino Abiki replied impassively. What? On what grounds is the protest invalid? I refuse to accept this. The candidate's face flushed crimson with indignation, voicing his displeasure vehemently. Morino Abiki's expression remained unchanged. A mocking grin akin to that of a cup fell upon the face of the proctor as he addressed the student. To brazenly cheat in front of the invigilator, who chooses not to expel you on the spot, is indeed a remarkable skill. If you possess such talent, then go ahead and copy. Let us see if I shall expel you. Should I refrain from doing so, it would be a testament to your prowess. Conversely, if I do expel you, it reveals your incompetence. Such reasoning seemed utterly preposterous, and many of the examinees shared this sentiment. The protesting candidate, his face fluctuating between pallor and flush, was acutely aware that he would not heed the proctor's taunts. Should he dare to cheat openly, the proctor would undoubtedly expel him in an instant. Thus, he seethed in silence, continuing to answer questions, finally comprehending the harsh realities of society, the unvarnished truth of a brutal awakening. At that moment, the proctor scanned the examination hall, issuing a sharp command. What are you all staring at? If you wish to abandon your papers, I can assist you in collecting them, and you may vacate the premises. Upon hearing this, the candidates resumed their focus on their answers, no longer voicing objections. The proctor, maintaining an icy demeanor as he patrolled the room, internally grappled with a sense of disarray, reflecting on how a figure of his esteemed position as the Minister of Interrogation could utter such shameless words. Feeling as though his once revered reputation was in jeopardy, tarnished by the likes of Yasaki. Meanwhile, Yasaki remained oblivious, lost in slumber, completely unaware of the absurd incidents transpiring during his nap, events that would surely leave him blushing with embarrassment. Chapter 114. Yasaki's dream. At this moment, Yasaki was immersed in a dream, envisioning himself indulging in a lavish buffet. In his dream, he selected an array of cakes, over a dozen varieties, so abundant that he could scarcely keep up, ultimately choosing only a portion to savor. As he feasted, his mind resonated with the exhilarating sounds of system rewards, filling him with elation and excitement. After devouring the cakes, he proceeded to relish other delectable offerings, such as barbecued meats and an assortment of dishes that tantalized his palate, prompting the system to bestow upon him various enhancements. With each bite, his physical prowess and chakra reserves surged, elevating his strength to the realm of a super shadow level. In this dreamscape, he found himself nearly on par with the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya, capable of holding his own against even the legendary Madara Uchiha. Alas, this was merely a dream. And just as Yasaki erupted into joyous laughter within it, he inadvertently jolted himself awake. As he laughed heartily, his exuberance resonated throughout the examination hall, drawing the attention of all present. Rewinding time by a minute, the focused examinees were startled by the sudden outburst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Many paused in confusion, wondering who could be so audaciously amused. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they resumed their quest for answers. Yet, moments later, another wave of laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. This time, all eyes in the examination hall turned towards the source of the mirth. In that direction, a candidate was sprawled across the desk, soundly asleep. How audacious can one be to doze off during an examination? Wasn't he this the same individual who had been brazenly solicited for answers by the person seated ahead of him? Astonishingly, while the individual before him openly encouraged him to copy, he remained blissfully unaware, lost in slumber. It seems the person in front was pushed to the brink, resorting to offering answers, only to find this lad unresponsive in sleep. I can only surmise such a scenario unfolded. Who is this young man, so arrogantly confident that he believes he can effortlessly pass this written test, allowing himself the luxury of sleep? Why does he evoke such a strong desire to confront him? I must seek him out during the group battle to deliver a proper beating. Otherwise, my resentment shall remain unsatisfied. Perhaps it is merely envy that stirs within me, as he can sleep through the exam while we toil to copy answers. Humph, you talk too much. In that moment, the minds of those in the examination hall were a cacophony of thoughts, though most were left in utter astonishment. Just as the other candidates prepared to continue answering questions, the slumbering Yasaka suddenly began to mutter in his sleep. Ah, this is simply delectable. This reward is astounding. With this reward, I am invincible. What are the Reikage and Tsuchikage to me? I could easily kick them all aside. Upon hearing Yasaka's sleep talk, the candidates in the examination hall were left befuddled. What was this? A dream where he could punch the Reikage and kick the Tsuchikage, effortlessly dominating everything in sight? The people from the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village glared at Yasaka with evident disdain, astonished by his audacity to dream of vanquishing their leaders. What kind of arrogance must one possess to dream such shameless dreams? Killer Bee couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself how amusing Yasaka truly was. It is worth noting that their third Reikage was hailed as the embodiment of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. The third Reikage's body technique had reached an unparalleled level, his formidable lightning power having elevated his flesh, muscle, and nerves to the utmost limits, rendering his body nearly impervious. In essence, he could withstand ordinary ninja techniques without flinching. He could stand there and invite attacks without a worry. Unless faced with a forbidden-level jutsu, it was nearly impossible to breach the Reikage's defenses. Previously, the Hyuga clan boasted of their ultimate defense, or Gaara with his sand, both claiming absolute protection. However, such so-called absolute defenses were mere child's play in the presence of the third Reikage. He asserted that his very body was an absolute defense, perpetually active, its resilience rivaling that of Susanoo. To a certain extent, he embodies a diminutive version of the Susanoo. Thus, the third Reikage's physique can be regarded as an ultimate manifestation of the steel body technique that was ultimately acquired by Yasaka. Should Yasaka's steel body attain its zenith, he would possess a defensive capability equivalent to that of the third Reikage. In other words, one might perceive the present third Reikage as an individual endowed with an intermediate steel body. However, the third Reikage's defense is confined to the surface of his body, which constitutes a rigid form of protection. His internal organs remain rather vulnerable. Consequently, while he can withstand direct physical assaults, he is susceptible to penetrating shockwave attacks. This presents a relative weakness for the third Reikage, although most individuals would scarcely fathom this issue. Furthermore, the technique of penetrating strikes is seldom mastered, as most attacks are limited to superficial, rigid assaults. The third Reikage's body is not only exceptionally resilient, but his offensive capabilities are also formidable. His signature move, the Hell-Stabbing Finger, is lauded as the mightiest spear, possessing extraordinary piercing power. The principle behind this technique involves concentrating a substantial amount of lightning-release chakra onto a single fingertip, significantly enhancing the density of the chakra, thereby achieving an unparalleled piercing effect, so much so that it is claimed no defense can withstand the assault of his Hell-Stabbing Finger. This brings forth a contradiction, as he proclaims his body to be the strongest shield, while simultaneously asserting that his finger is the mightiest spear. So, which is superior, his defense or his offense? He has provided an answer through a scar that adorns his body, a mark of shame for the third Raikage. Chapter 115. The tale of the third Raikage. It can be said that the vast majority of people are oblivious to the origin of the scar upon the third Raikage chest. For him, it signifies a lifelong disgrace. At times, those beneath him have speculated about the origins of this scar. Some assert that it resulted from an incident in his youth when he was caught peeping at women bathing and was subsequently punished by his father. Others suggest it stemmed from a childhood scuffle over a lollipop. There are even tales claiming that upon his birth, he did not cry. In desperation, a nurse struck his chest, inadvertently leaving a scar while managing to elicit a cry from him. Thus, many conjectures abound, aligning with the rationale behind the third Raikage's view of it as a source of shame. However, they remain mere speculation, as the third Raikage would never divulge the truth of the matter. Only his son, AI, and a select few are privy to the true account, which is, in fact, connected to Orochimaru. Once, Orochimaru stealthily infiltrated the hidden Cloud Village, seeking out the previous generation's Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. He clandestinely assaulted the former Jinchuriki and subsequently released the Eight Tails. In response, the third Raikage endeavored to subdue the Eight Tails, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. However, through an unfortunate mishap, he inadvertently struck himself, resulting in a wound that left a lasting scar. This incident became a source of deep humiliation for the third Raikage, who decreed that anyone privy to this event must remain silent about it. In this context, the formidable third Raikage was humorously portrayed as being kicked to death in a dream by Yasaka, which elicited not just ire from the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud, but also laughter from the other examinees present. One might jest that Yasaka fancied himself akin to Might Guy, a man capable of conjuring grand conclusions from his dreams. Nearby, Sasori observed Yasaka with keen interest, finding him exceedingly amusing and thus solidifying his resolve to transform Yasaka into a puppet. Sasori believed that in order to possess Yasaka eternally, he must become a puppet, as human life is fleeting. "I must acquire your body, Yasaka," Sasori declared with a smile, his eyes glinting with a greenish hue. Meanwhile, Killer Bee struggled to contain his laughter, nearly doubling over with mirth. Truth be told, if one could indeed kick the third Raikage to death, the force behind such a kick would necessitate an immense power, likely in the range of dozens, if not hundreds, of tons. After all, the third Raikage had previously engaged in battle with the Eight Tails, whose size was comparable to that of a mountain. The fact that the Raikage was able to withstand the Eight Tails charge speaks volumes about his strength and muscular resilience. It is worth mentioning that to deliver a kick capable of vanquishing the third Raikage, one would not only require immense strength, but also the fortitude of the leg itself. The laws of physics dictate that the force exerted is reciprocal. Thus, the impact from such a kick would also recoil upon the individual's leg. If the muscle strength of the kicker were insufficient, it is plausible that they might suffer injury to their own leg before even managing to defeat the third Raikage. Amidst the laughter, Yasaka, still in the realm of dreams, began to utter more whimsical thoughts. "I've heard that the Taiyaki in the Hidden Cloud Village is exceptionally delicious. The third Raikage promised to take me for a feast if I won the championship. This time, I shall defeat all the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village." Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud were struck by a blend of exasperation and amusement. They were incensed by Yasaka's audacious claims of defeating their ninjas, delivered with such ease, as if they were mere trivialities. Yet, they couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his dream. After all, while others strive to conquer foes to prove their worth, Yasaka simply aimed to triumph for the sake of indulging in a delectable taiyaki. Kairabi wished to approach Yasaka and say, "In truth, it is not so complicated. Just provide me with your address, and I shall dispatch a dozen or 20 packages to you via express delivery. I shall even send it through SF Express, ensuring swift arrival. Warm and fresh on the same day. You need not toil so hard." Consequently, Kairabi was nearly doubled over with laughter, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. At that moment, the vigilant invigilator, Marino Ibiki, cast a stern gaze over the examinees and barked, "What are you all laughing at? There are merely 15 minutes remaining in the examination. Have you all completed your papers? If you have finished, do inform me at once, and you may leave." Upon hearing Marino Ibiki's reprimand, the previously chuckling students fell silent, hastily resuming their attempts at copying answers. Meanwhile, Yasaka continued to slumber undisturbed. In truth, when Yasaka's examination paper was exchanged with that of Akira Toriyama, some candidates were adversely affected, leading to disruptions in their copying endeavors. This was inherently linked to individual capabilities. For example, those who relied on auditory means found themselves at a disadvantage when Akira Toriyama took Yasaka's paper, necessitating a return to listening, discerning which questions were posed, and then resuming their copying. Conversely, others who relied on observational skills, such as those with the Sharingan, needed to mimic Toriyama's movements and ascertain the current question he was addressing, thereby waiting until he reached the previously written question before continuing to copy. As a result of this delay, it could be said that approximately 60% of the examinees had to wait for Toriyama to reach the question that had not been exchanged before they could resume copying. Only a few, who could directly observe the answers visually, remained unaffected. Notably, Toriyama himself had not completed his own paper before the exchange, but this did not pose an issue. His own paper, combined with the subsequent application questions, was already sufficient to yield a score of 70 or 80 points, easily ensuring a passing grade. Moreover, having begun the task, Toriyama resolved to see it through to completion. Therefore, he decided to finish this paper, originally Yasaka's, before reverting to exchange it back with Yasaka and subsequently completing his unfinished paper. After all, Toriyama had already committed himself to the endeavor. Chapter 116. Toriyama's struggles. Thus, Toriyama resumed his writing, bolstered by his unique bloodline limit, which endowed him with photographic memory, allowing him to retain the exceedingly complex and voluminous answers. Consequently, those candidates engaged in copying found themselves in dire straits, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of answers required. Each application question demanded 7 or 8 lines of response, with the second application question astonishingly requiring over 10 lines. Such questions and answers were indeed inhumane. Nevertheless, the majority of examinees understood that these questions were designed to thwart easy answers, compelling them to rely on their abilities to copy. However, must the matter be rendered so intricate? The answer to this question is nearing 1,000 words. Consequently, a multitude of examinees fervently transcribe Akira Toriyama's responses. At this juncture, these candidates begin to envy Yasaki, who simply slumbers, free from the obligation of composing those convoluted answers. It seems quite unfair. Regrettably, a protest had already been raised, and the outcome was evidently futile, leading the examinees to recognize that rather than engage in futile dissent, it would be more prudent to utilize the protest time to copy additional answers. After all, achieving a passing score of 60 suffices. There is no necessity to complete every answer. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and others, observes the examination hall through a crystal ball. Naturally, they are watching Yasaki's examination venue. Upon witnessing the protest by some candidates, swiftly quelled by Marino Ibiki's decisive intervention, the onlookers express profound relief and admiration for Ibiki's capability and performance. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked to his aide, Marino Ibiki executed that splendidly. As expected from the head of the interrogation department, his commanding presence effectively neutralized the crisis posed by the candidates' protest. Starting next month, Ibiki shall receive a raise. The aide, who wore spectacles, promptly jotted down notes, then looked up to inquire, how much of an increase shall he receive? After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen replied, 2,000 should suffice. Very well. The aide swiftly inscribed the figure of 2,000 in her notebook, while Jiraiya and the others exchanged astonished glances. This increment is considerable, particularly since the majority of individuals in Konoha earn around 3,000, and even instructors like Mizuki only receive approximately 4,005. Thus, a 2,000 raise from the third Hokage equates to nearly half a month's salary for Mizuki. Moreover, elite jonin such as Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha earn around 6,000. Consequently, the 2,000 increase represents a third of their salaries. As the head of the interrogation department, Ibiki's monthly salary already reaches 9,000. With this additional 2,000, starting next month, his remuneration will ascend to 11,000, effectively doubling that of Minato and the others. This circumstance is undoubtedly enviable. However, given the significance of his role, such a salary is warranted. Additionally, the 6,000 that Minato and his peers earn is merely their base salary. They receive additional compensation upon completing missions, thus their monthly earnings often exceed 7,000, making the disparity with Ibiki not overly pronounced. It is noteworthy that the third Hokage had previously informed Mizuki that, due to the exceptional performance of the current cohort of genin he trained, and the presence of prodigies like Yasaki, Mizuki will also receive a salary increase starting next month, likely to 5,000. After the crowd finished recounting the illustrious deeds of Son Ibiki, the conversation and gaze naturally shifted towards Yatsuka. Thus, the joyful expressions of the crowd transformed into looks of utter bewilderment, as if they had all ingested bitter melon, their faces marred with discomfort. They had all witnessed Yatsuka slumbering, and from the movements of his lips, it was evident that he was mumbling something about wanting to kick the third Hokage to death. Yet, this elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd. After all, the idea of Yatsuka daring to threaten the third Hokage would surely infuriate him if he were to learn of it. At that moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let out a resigned sigh, covering his face with one hand. Alas, the dignity of this third Hokage has been utterly tarnished by this rascal Yatsuka. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who have been wise throughout my life, now find myself in a position where I must brazenly assist him in cheating on his exam, he lamented, feeling thoroughly disheartened. The others, hearing the third Hokage's words, shared his sentiment. They knew this incident would undoubtedly become a source of mockery for the other nations. The fact that Konoha village resorted to such blatant cheating to help someone pass the written examination was simply too absurd. Thus, they could only imagine the ramifications of this event. What can we do? Yatsuka is so unreliable, only able to handle the multiple choice questions while utterly failing the latter. 20-point section. We must spare no effort to ensure he passes the written exam. The means are inconsequential as long as we achieve the desired outcome, remarked a member of the third Hokage's advisory team, Kankin Koa. Indeed, we must guarantee Yatsuka's success. For such a purpose, we have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. As ninjas, we are trained to employ any means necessary to accomplish our missions. Ultimately, we focus on the results. Once the objective is achieved, the process becomes irrelevant, added Orochimaru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. True, although this situation may tarnish our image in the present, if Yatsuka subsequently emerges victorious with overwhelming strength, defeating the competitors from other nations, all prior repercussions will fade into obscurity. At that point, the focus will shift entirely to Yatsuka's formidable prowess, overshadowing any discussions of past transgressions. With a pause, the third Hokage continued, "After all, you have all witnessed Yatsuka's capabilities. When the time comes for him to showcase his absolute strength, it will undoubtedly astonish everyone, and the previous incident will be forgotten." Chapter 117. The examination comes to an end. The third Hokage's assessment was accurate. While many currently fixated on Konoha's blatant attempt to ensure Yatsuka's success through dishonest means, the future held the promise of a different narrative. However, once Yasaka successfully passes the written examination, he will undoubtedly showcase his formidable prowess in both the team and individual competitions, triumphing over the prodigious talents from various nations, compelling all of them to submit to his superiority. At that moment, the collective attention will inevitably shift to Yasaka's remarkable abilities, causing people to forget the prior incident regarding his examination. Moreover, when Yasaka displays such overwhelming strength, onlookers will be astonished by his might, rendering any allegations of cheating during the written test inconsequential. After all, in this world, strength prevails as the ultimate truth. The rules are penned by the victors, leading the third Hokage to conclude that there is little need to dwell on the fleeting gains or losses of the present. The primary objective for everyone is the glory of this competition, and it is an opportunity to reveal the potential of their village, Konohagakure, showcasing their strength and demonstrating to other nations that it possesses not only powerful jonin, but also a vast reservoir of potential among the chunin and genin, ensuring a formidable future. Thus, it can be said that the third Hokage has placed his hopes upon Yasaka, wagering on his ability to dominate competitors from other nations. Should Yasaka succeed in asserting his supremacy, the prior incident of cheating will soon be rendered trivial. Conversely, if he fails, Konohagakure may become a target of ridicule, though such matters pale in comparison to the overarching significance of national strength. After taking a sip of tea, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, "While Yasaka may seem unreliable, I harbor considerable confidence in his abilities." "Are you truly that confident in the lad? The competitors this time are formidable, with even a Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village among them." These challengers will not be easy to confront, his assistant, Mitarashi Anko, interjected with a furrowed brow. Indeed, I possess unwavering faith in Yasaka's strength. It is a hope that he does not disappoint me, the third Hokage replied with a smile. Very well. Since you hold such conviction, I shall place my trust in your judgment. I only wish that he leads Konohagakure to victory. Otherwise, I shall not spare him, Tsunade remarked. Meanwhile, as the third Hokage and his entourage observed the crystal ball, within the examination hall, the candidates were fervently transcribing answers. With only 5 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the test. At that moment, Akira Toriyama had successfully completed the examination paper that originally belonged to Yasaka, only to retrieve the paper that belonged to him, thereby ensuring that both of their papers were fully written. Just then, Yasaka finally awoke, his bleary eyes opening to find that his paper was inexplicably filled with answers. What is going on? I distinctly remember only answering the multiple-choice questions. I thought I had left the application questions blank. How is it that they are all completed now? Thus, Yasaka was momentarily bewildered. But he swiftly grasped the situation and murmured to himself, "Ah, I see. It must have been during my brief slumber that I sleepwalked and completed the remaining application problems. I never fathomed that I would struggle with these questions while awake, yet upon drifting into sleep, my latent potential surged forth and my intellect soared, allowing me to solve these problems effortlessly." A fellow examinee seated beside Yasaka, upon hearing his mutterings, felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He yearned to deliver a resounding slap to Yasaka's face, exclaiming, "Do you have no shame?" Meanwhile, Mori no Ibiki observed that Yasaka had filled in his name on the examination paper and had thoroughly answered all the questions. A sense of relief washed over him. This time, Konoha's ultimate weapon was poised to triumph in the written examination. As a prominent figure in the intelligence department, Mori no Ibiki was acutely aware that Yasaka had been selected by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as Konoha's most formidable genin, serving as a secret weapon. He understood the immense expectations placed upon this child, with one crucial element being the assurance that Yasaka would successfully navigate the written test. With the answers now inscribed on the paper by Akira Toriyama, everything seemed settled, devoid of any issues. Consequently, Mori no Ibiki wore a discreet smile. After all, he was a Konoha citizen and naturally wished to see his village shine in the upcoming Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament. Thus, he placed great hope in Yasaka. At that moment, the exam came to a close, heralded by the ringing of a bell. Mori no Ibiki called out, "No one is permitted to continue writing, otherwise, you will be disqualified on the spot." Thanks to the Byakugan of Hinata Hizashi, no one dared to surreptitiously write any further, and everyone dutifully set down their pens as the proctor collected the papers one by one. At this juncture, the majority of the examinees directed their gazes toward Yasaka. They were not fools. Konoha had clearly gone to great lengths, even risking its reputation, to ensure Yasaka's passage in the written test. This, of course, implied the significance of Yasaka, a significance rooted in his prowess. Consequently, many were filled with curiosity about Yasaka's capabilities and desired to engage him in combat. Additionally, some individuals who harbored resentment toward Konoha's blatant cheating redirected their ire toward Yasaka, pondering what extraordinary abilities warranted such unyielding support from the village. In this way, Yasaka became the focal point for many, and during subsequent team battles, these individuals would seek him out for one-on-one duels, as they were unwilling to accept his superiority. Following the written examination, there would be a 30-minute period for grading, during which scores would be assigned. After 30 minutes, each individual's score would be displayed on a board in the small square below. Those who failed to achieve a score of 60 would inevitably be disqualified. Thus, the examinees exited the examination room and gathered in the small square below, where hundreds congregated, creating a cacophony of chatter as they discussed the recent test. And Yasaka's situation quickly became the talk of the crowd. Upon hearing of Yasaka's circumstances, Kakashi let out a sigh, his expression replete with exasperation. Chapter 118. The Tale of Yasaka. While many spoke of Yasaka's exploits, he remained utterly unmoved, seemingly indifferent to the chatter surrounding him. For Yasaka, there was but one matter of significance: culinary delights. To him, those who engaged in discussions about him were largely inconsequential, mere trifles easily dismissed. Thus, he chose to ignore them altogether. It is only the weak who concern themselves with such trivialities, for the strong focus solely on their own prowess. Yasaka's willingness to forsake his affiliation with Konoha in order to ensure his success in the written examination speaks volumes. The more formidable competitors present understood this all too well. It was evident that Konoha's unwavering faith in Yasaka's formidable abilities outweighed any potential embarrassment they might incur. The underlying implication was clear. The benefits derived from Yasaka's strength far surpassed any loss of face Konoha might suffer, making such a trade exceedingly worthwhile. The more Konoha engaged in grand gestures and significant sacrifices to ensure Yasaka's success, the more it underscored their recognition of his might. This only served to amplify the curiosity of the so-called geniuses, Scorpion, Yuzuki, Karabi, Daidara, and Tsunade, regarding Yasaka's capabilities. They were eager for an opportunity to measure themselves against him. Driven by an insatiable curiosity about what made Yasaka worthy of such extraordinary support from the higher-ups of Konoha. This perspective was shared by a select few of the more powerful contenders. Conversely, a considerable portion of the competitors harbored a different sentiment. Although they too possessed substantial strength, they were still a step behind the elite, leading to a divergence in their worldview, mentality, and thought processes. To them, the focus was not on Yasaka's formidable skills warranting Konoha's unyielding support. Rather, they fixated on the overt assistance he received during the examination, which bred feelings of jealousy, anger, and a sense of injustice. Their attention was drawn to this blatant act of cheating, and while they too wished to confront Yasaka, their motivations stemmed from a desire to rectify their grievances against him, born from a sense of unfairness. Thus, the psychological divide between these two groups was distinctly pronounced. The former is more inclined towards a contest of strength between oneself and the opponent, while the latter leans towards the expression of one's emotions. The distinction between these two mindsets arises from differing levels of capability, resulting in varying perspectives. The latter's view is confined solely to superficial phenomena, failing to perceive the deeper meanings beneath. Consequently, individuals of the latter mindset are unable to reach the heights of the former. Thus, although the majority around them vehemently denounce the injustices of Konoha, individuals like Scorpion, Daidara, and Yuzuki merely listen to the discussions without sharing such sentiments. They have discerned the essence beyond appearances. In this world, the principle is that strength equates to truth. Whoever is powerful speaks the truth, regardless of fairness. If one possesses great strength, how can one be challenged? Ultimately, one remains the arbiter of their fate. Why does Konoha so shamelessly guarantee Yatsuka's passage in the written exam despite widespread protests? Is it not simply because Konoha is too formidable? You can only voice your dissent, but cannot effectuate any substantial change. Konoha's overwhelming might renders them indifferent to your protests, as your power is insufficient to challenge them. Yatsuka's favorable treatment undeniably underscores his significance to Konoha. The importance of his strength in securing victory for Konoha is self-evident. At this moment, these talented competitors may not vocalize their thoughts, but their gazes and inner reflections are directed towards Yatsuka. Each of them, being a prodigy, harbors a competitive spirit, especially intrigued by the emergence of this remarkable genius, eager to discern the strength that compels Konoha to act thus. They wonder if he possesses greater abilities than themselves, what skills he truly wields, and so forth. Among a small group in the hidden cloud village, Yuzuki sits with her arms crossed on a railing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This smile is not of the warm variety, but rather one imbued with confidence and a sense of eager anticipation. Her gaze traverses the bustling crowd, settling on Yatsuka, as she remarks to the nearby Killer Bee, "I have heard about Yatsuka. It is of little concern." His ability to elicit such actions from Konoha reflects his strength. Only the weak would be indignant. The strong prove themselves through action rather than impotent outbursts. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. I yearn to engage in a match to ascertain our respective strengths. Killer Bee, equally exhilarated, chuckles. You have no idea how amusing he was at that moment, dreaming and talking in his sleep, claiming he would kick the third Raikage to death. Ha. This guy is simply too entertaining. Killer Bee's perception of Yasaki is rather favorable, after all. Both belong to a certain archetype, those who appear frivolous and unthinking on the surface, yet possess a profound wisdom beneath. Consequently, rather than harboring any resentment towards Yasaki's actions, Killer Bee feels an inclination to befriend him, perceiving Yasaki as a genuine individual with a pure heart, devoid of ulterior motives and schemes. He expresses his eagerness, stating, "I am keen to spar with him. This fellow truly intrigues me." Even before the match, he has already become the most dazzling presence in the arena, the most striking competitor amongst all. It is indeed fascinating. I wonder if he can withstand my beast transformation. How exhilarating. In Chapter 119, the self-assured Yuzuki wears a subtle smile that exudes confidence, a hint of arrogance illuminating his brow. I will undoubtedly defeat him, he asserts, and even without my beast transformation. He shall not be my match. He is strong, no doubt, but I am stronger. Chuckling, Killer Bee retorts dismissively. You might want to refrain from your self-adulation until you can actually defeat me without your beast transformation. To a degree, Yuzuki's overconfidence is understandable among his peers. He stands out as an exceptionally formidable contender. Notably, he is heralded as the most perfect Jinchuriki, seamlessly harmonizing with the two tails. Legends speak of Yuzuki's unique ability known as synchronization, which enables him to achieve a profound unity with the two tails, fostering a deep connection between them. Thus, even if Yuzuki has not yet mastered the complete control of the two tails' full power, he still wields a significant portion of its beastly strength. Currently, he has honed his ability to control a part of his beast transformation, enhancing his agility and versatility, making him incredibly formidable, except for the inability to summon creatures from the underworld, a power inherent to the two tails. Nonetheless, Yuzuki can effectively utilize the capabilities of the two tails while in a partial transformation state. In their previous 6 encounters, Killer Bee has been unable to best Yuzuki, losing each time. Theoretically, in a complete beast transformation, Killer Bee's 8 tails should surpass Yuzuki's 2 tails in strength. However, the reality of battle may differ, as neither has engaged in a full beast transformation fight, which is prohibited due to the potential for unnecessary casualties and destruction. Ultimately, Yuzuki possesses the confidence and merit to back it up, a fact that Killer Bee cannot contest. Hey, did you forget about my existence? If anyone is to defeat our fathers, it should be me taking on Yasaki. After all, he has surpassed my record in Fruit Ninja. I'm ready to face him in the match. I am the man who has perfectly inherited the black lightning of the third Raikage. Interjects Darui, visibly aggrieved. Get out of here, or I might just blow you away with a tailed beast bomb. Killer Bee responds. The Yumu man chuckled softly. What is it? Is possessing a tailed beast a license to act with impunity? Darui retorted indignantly. The Yumu man, with a mischievous grin, replied, Indeed, you are correct. Having a tailed beast does grant one the ability to indulge freely. Ha ha ha. Darui was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by the Yumu man's audacity. His assertion held a grain of truth. The enhancement provided by a tailed beast does indeed lead to a significant increase in combat prowess. However, this primarily pertains to the realm of the genin, where the overall strength of individuals is relatively modest. In such circumstances, the presence of a tailed beast typically renders one nearly unbeatable. To be candid, even jonin struggle against tailed beasts, let alone genin. It is akin to a scenario in a kindergarten where the collective combat abilities are quite low. If one child suddenly wields a stick, the others are unlikely to prevail against him, given their already limited power. Conversely, among adults, possessing a stick does not guarantee victory. Thus, the Yumu man's statement bore some validity within the genin level, especially when one embodies the so-called perfect Jinchuriki. The advantages are indeed formidable. Barring encounters with exceptional adversaries like Yasaka, one could theoretically dominate among genin. However, as circumstances evolve, the situation shifts. Eventually, tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki become prey for the Akatsuki, who, lacking tailed beasts themselves, can nonetheless vanquish those who possess them. This is exemplified by the third Raikage, who engaged in a fierce melee with the 8 tails, ultimately defeating it. At this level, tailed beasts may not hold the same weight. Consequently, Darui declared fiercely, just you wait. Yumu man, I may not be your match now, but that will change. One day, I shall defeat you like the third Raikage bested the 8 tails. Haha, rest assured. Even in the future, you will remain no match for me. The Yumu man laughed heartily, provoking Darui to the brink of fury. You wretched fool, mark my words. Darui retorted angrily. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei and her companions were likewise engaged in discussions regarding Yasaka. Oh my husband is truly remarkable. He has compelled Konoha to act unethically in his favor. What an impressive and powerful man. My husband is indeed extraordinary. He. Terumi Mei exclaimed, starry-eyed. Observing Terumi Mei's infatuated expression, the dry corpse ghost shark silently mused. Terumi may had lamented the discomfort of being surrounded by a cadre of lunatic companions. Yet it has become evident that we are all, in fact, a collection of eccentrics. It is not solely her comrades who are mad. She herself is undeniably a fervent romantic. Humph, this individual is my adversary, and I am resolute in my intent to eliminate her. To avenge the slight I have just endured. Next time, I will not be so easily dispatched as I was before. Humph. Meanwhile, the formidable Zabuza Momochi, radiating an aura of menace, contemplated his next words before addressing Terumi Mei. You would do well to refrain from targeting that young man, for I shall see to his demise. At that point, you shall find yourself a widow. Huh, is that so? Terumi Mei cast a scornful glance at Zabuza. What do you mean by that? Do you believe I lack the courage to slay him? Zabuza felt a surge of indignation at what he perceived as disrespect and provocation, responding with a cold demeanor. Who was it that my husband effortlessly sent flying from the restroom with a single strike? With a chilling smile, Terumi Mei retorted, Humph. That was merely due to my having not eaten enough this morning, resulting in low blood sugar and diminished strength. Otherwise, I would have cleaved him in two with that very blow. Consider it his good fortune. Zabuza's expression darkened as he replied, Please, spare me your bravado. Are you going to claim that he lacks martial ethics, taking advantage of your hunger? Indeed, he lacks martial ethics, Terumi Mei scoffed. He chose to engage me while I was weakened, my vision blurred from hunger. Otherwise, how could I have been forced to retreat and inadvertently tumble out of the restroom window? Clearly, those from Konoha possess no sense of honor, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Zabuza coldly snorted, his face contorted with rage. Terumi Mei, nearly sickened by his words, interjected defiantly, Brother, can we maintain some semblance of dignity? You, wielding two blades, were single-handedly dispatched by my husband. How does this narrative transform into your retreating and falling out of the window? Next, shall you attribute your misfortune to the subpar construction of Konoha's restrooms? Moreover, Terumi Mei continued, I distinctly recall your arrival in Konoha this morning, where you devoured 3 large bowls of ramen at Ichiraku, exclaiming your imminent explosion from fullness. Now, you claim to suffer from low blood sugar and weakness. Are you suggesting that the noodles were somehow fraudulent? At her words, Zabuza's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between hues of blue and red, rendering him momentarily speechless. Finally, he managed to retort, Humph. What would a woman understand? You ought to heed my words and remain silent. Why must you prattle on? Terumi Mei chuckled inwardly, resolving never to assume the mantle of Mizukage, lest she be driven to madness managing such eccentricities daily. Meanwhile, the dry corpse ghost shark contemplated the potential of employing water release and shark skin techniques to vanquish Yatsuka, having perused relevant information and understanding Yatsuka's proficiency in swordsmanship. His shark skin technique primarily serves to absorb the chakra of others. However, the swordsmanship of Yatsuka does not heavily rely on chakra. Moreover, the shark skin is rather cumbersome. Although it is referred to as one of the 7 ninja swords, it hardly qualifies as a sword in the conventional sense. It is more akin to a shield. Consequently, the only viable technique for Kisame Hoshigaki is the water release, in which he possesses considerable mastery. Water release, in fact, has a natural advantage against Yatsuka's close combat sword techniques. The expansive range and controlling effects of water release theoretically allow it to counter Yatsuka effectively. However, through special intelligence, Kisame learned that Yatsuka once cleaved through flames with a single stroke. This revelation sowed seeds of doubt in Kisame regarding the efficacy of his water release against Yatsuka, as the ability to slice through fire implies a potential to cut through water as well. This uncertainty ignited Kisame's desire for battle, fostering a keen interest in testing his water release against Yatsuka's swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Kisame harbored confidence in his abilities, knowing he was adept at countering advancing opponents. Theoretically, had Might Guy not been so formidable with the 8 gates, he might have struggled against Kisame, who rarely allowed opponents to close the distance. This scenario can be likened to Marco Polo facing Dianwei, even if Dianwei excels in close combat. As long as Marco Polo avoids being cornered and maintains agile movements while attacking, he would secure a victory. Others, such as Kurisuke and others, showed little interest in this rivalry, focusing solely on the fight regardless of the opponent, as the outcome would invariably be win or lose. Meanwhile, the residents of Awagakure engaged in casual conversation. Daidara remarked that against a close combat swordsman like Yatsuka, As long as he maintained distance and avoided being approached, he would undoubtedly secure victory, easily overpowering Yatsuka. Daidara's assertion holds merit. After all, he possesses the ability to soar into the skies, while Yatsuka lacks any ranged attack methods in the eyes of Daidara and his companions. Thus, Daidara could simply ride his two giant dragons, raining bombs down upon Yatsuka to ensure his victory. Coincidentally, I recently completed the rework of my number 2 technique, which perfectly counters opponents like Yatsuka. If I encounter Yatsuka, victory is assured, Daidara proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Oh, you've revamped your number 2? Inquired the astonished CHG. Indeed, the rework is complete, and the new version of number 2 is significantly more powerful than before, Daidara replied. I recall your previous number 2 was a highly agile 4-legged lizard, capable of invisibility, which could split small lizards from its tail to charge at opponents and self-detonate, CHG recalled. Correct, but now it has transformed. It is no longer a 4-legged lizard. Daidara chuckled. What is it now? This is a secret. You will understand in due time. The newly upgraded version 2 has successfully mitigated the risks of being vulnerable to attacks. After all, even if one can become invisible, remaining on the ground still poses a threat of being targeted. Oh, are you suggesting that your new version 2 is airborne? Jingtu inquired, his face a blend of astonishment and curiosity. Indeed, precisely that, Daidara replied with a look of immense pride. He then provocatively glanced at Sho and declared, thus, my version 2 has become even more formidable against you. Haha, you are now at my mercy. You, just wait, Sho retorted angrily. Previously, Sho had faced Daidara in a one-on-one match, only to be thoroughly defeated, as Sho was a close combat fighter while Daidara specialized in long-range attacks. With his earlier version of 2, Daidara had already bested Sho. Now, with the upgraded version, Sho would find himself even less capable of countering Daidara's prowess. This cannot be attributed to Sho's weakness alone. Rather, it is indicative of Daidara's effective counter against melee combatants. Generally, most ninjas who utilize long-range jutsu tend to have an advantage over close combat fighters, although this is contingent upon normal circumstances. Exceptional individuals, such as Guy, who nearly delivers a decisive blow with a single kick, or the yellow flash, do not fall within this paradigm. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Sunagakure were engrossed in discussions regarding the techniques for the upcoming team battles, choosing not to dwell excessively on the events surrounding Yatsuka, as their focus remained firmly on the forthcoming skirmishes. Chapter 121. Preparing for the team tournament. Ultimately, Sunagakure, whether in terms of overall strength or the participants in the Allied Shinobi Forces Friendship Tournament, is regarded as the weakest among the 5 great nations. Even though the ninjas from Kirigakure may appear less imposing, even someone like Zabuza, who seems somewhat unhinged, proves to be formidable in combat. As the ninjas from Kirigakure are known for their strong practical abilities, particularly in assassination. Thus, those who may not seem particularly powerful can still pose a lethal threat if underestimated. Consequently, Sunagakure has thoroughly prepared for this tournament, having compiled the most comprehensive intelligence among the 5 great nations. Once the team battles commence, everyone is advised to remain discreet and avoid unnecessary confrontations, prioritizing regrouping instead. We should be cautious and stealthy, Scorpion advised his comrades, while he himself remained indifferent to engaging in battle. He thought to himself that he would fight if he desired, or refrain if he chose, for his strength was considerable. On the other hand, in Konohagakure, the competitors gathered together. Kakashi, looking exasperated, asked Yatsuka, Yatsuka, I heard you fell asleep during the exam, and the Umbu ninja in front of you, Akira, wrote your answers. Yatsuka nodded, realizing that he had not been sleepwalking while dreaming, but rather that Akira had assisted him. Indeed, it was the gentleman ahead who secretly wrote my answers while I was asleep. Your words imply that if you had not slept, you could have written even better than he did, sighed Asuma Sarutobi. Regardless, I am confident that I will pass the written examination without a hitch. As for the upcoming team competition, I believe we can secure the championship with ease, as the competitors from other nations do not appear particularly formidable, Yatsuka remarked nonchalantly. Such words, if overheard by the competitors from other countries, would surely provoke their ire, and I can guarantee they would pursue you relentlessly, Asuma retorted, casting a glance at the participants around them who, upon hearing Yatsuka's statement, shot him fierce and furious glares. He mused that the Konoha team would likely become the target of their collective wrath. I believe we should discuss the techniques for the upcoming team battle. As the real competition is about to commence, and this is no trivial matter, Uchiha Aido interjected. The others nodded in agreement, aware that in less than an hour, they would be engaged in formal combat. Until now, the so-called written test had not instilled a sense of serious tension. Hence, those who had just completed the examination were still in a rather relaxed state and had yet to enter the right mindset. In less than an hour, they would transition to the team competition, a legitimate contest requiring genuine combat. Therefore, it was imperative to begin adjusting their mentalities and preparing accordingly. What is there to discuss? Just eliminate any opponent we encounter and claim their bells. It's as simple as that, Yatsuka stated indifferently. Your perspective is overly simplistic. Though there is a kernel of truth to it, Madogai replied, looking at Yatsuka with a bemused expression. Indeed, according to Yatsuka's assertion, it seemed straightforward. Eliminate all opponents until only one remains, thus claiming victory. However, the execution of such a strategy is far more challenging. As the competitors from other nations are not mere novices, each participant is a representative of their country's elite. Even those with somewhat lesser abilities are not easily dispatched. Furthermore, this is a team competition, emphasizing collaboration, meaning you may find yourself facing multiple adversaries alone unless you possess the prowess of Uchiha, capable of overcoming 7 opponents single-handedly. Thus, this tactic seems tailored solely for Yatsuka, as he alone possesses the ability to swiftly eliminate others and seize their bells. The approach Yatsuka proposed is fitting only for him. The rest of us would require time to defeat our foes, thereby necessitating a strategic allocation of roles. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki pondered briefly before speaking. Oh, what do you mean? Yatsuka inquired, intrigued by Kakashi's mention of him. Kakashi replied, let us lower our voices and activate the barrier to avoid any eavesdropping. Uchiha unleashed a barrier that enveloped several individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village, effectively shrouding them in silence and obscurity. This barrier not only muted sound, but also rendered the interior invisible from the outside, thereby preventing any eavesdropping through lip reading. Additionally, it served as a protective shield, safeguarding against intrusions by individuals like Chino, who might employ insects or other means to overhear conversations. At this juncture, Kakashi Hitaki articulated his thoughts. My intention is to avoid conflict if possible once we enter. However, should we encounter weaker opponents, a brief skirmish may not be out of the question. We must remain vigilant, ensuring that we do not fall prey to ambushes while we regroup. He paused for a moment before continuing. Once we are assembled, we shall advance as a unified front. If we encounter adversaries, we will confront them directly. Yet, our primary strategy will be feigned attacks, with Yasaka lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a decisive blow at the opportune moment. This approach is the most prudent, minimizing the revelation of our true strengths. What do you all think? I find this plan quite agreeable. Yasaka was the first to express his approval, feeling invigorated by his pivotal role in Kakashi's strategy, which positioned him as a primary attacker, undoubtedly enhancing his sense of significance. Consequently, his admiration for Kakashi surged, pondering to himself that this young man was rather impressive. Following Yasaka's endorsement, Obito Uchiha chimed in. I concur, as there are no particularly superior assassination techniques at our disposal. We cannot simply charge in, waging solitary battles against other teams. The remaining members unanimously expressed their agreement, thus solidifying the tactical approach for the Leafs representative team. In truth, this strategy was not exclusive to the Leaf team. Other squads employed similar tactics. Chapter 122. Team Combat Strategy highlights that this approach is optimally suited for such collective engagements, being the most logical choice. Unless one were a relentless killer like Zabuza Momochi, most participants would weigh the pros and cons before acting. Team combat resembles an expansive illusion rather than a genuine battlefield, akin to the effects of Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. According to the parameters established by the 5 Kage, participants would be randomly transported to various locations within this environment upon entry, disrupting their initial formations. This method was designed to test the competitor's adaptability and survival skills. After all, in a true battlefield scenario, one cannot expect to remain in constant proximity to allies. When isolated, one must rely on personal abilities for survival. Thus, it becomes evident how crucial reconnaissance and perception skills are, enabling one to locate allies while evading foes. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that prior to the competition, there exists a so-called written examination, which is essentially a preparatory measure for the subsequent team contest. aimed at eliminating those unfit for genuine combat scenarios. Individuals lacking the ability to scout and perceive the battlefield are easily ambushed, leading to their demise. Hence, the initial written test serves to weed out these candidates, leaving behind those equipped with the requisite skills to survive in combat. One may possess inferior fighting prowess and struggle in direct confrontations, yet one must possess means of self-preservation, which inherently involves scouting and perceptual abilities. This underscores the significance of the first written examination. Under normal circumstances, barring the shameless violations by Konoha, Yasuka would have been eliminated. However, in reality, even if he were to fail the written test, he would not easily encounter difficulties on the battlefield, as Yasuka possesses reconnaissance skills. His airflow perception allows him to detect movements within a radius of several hundred meters, distinguishing him from those devoid of such abilities. Yasuka's inability to pass the examination stemmed purely from his lack of audio discernment despite his perceptual capabilities. Thus, in a certain light, the written test was not entirely flawless. At this juncture, the written examination papers had been graded, and an announcement resonated over the loudspeaker, instructing all candidates to check the scoreboards to ascertain their results. "Come on, let us see how everyone fared," Mike Guy exclaimed, eliciting chuckles from those around. "Do you really have to be so blunt?" Kakashi Hatake remarked, visibly exasperated. "Haha, well, we all understand each other, don't we?" Mike Guy retorted with a hearty laugh. "I reckon I should have scored quite high this time," Yasuka said with a sly grin. "Mike Guy, how about a friendly competition to see who scored better?" Mike Guy waved his hand dismissively, responding, "You seriously want to compare scores? You're making it easy for me to lose. After all, your exam paper was filled with the answers from someone who knew them." "That's true. What a pity," Yasuka replied. Mike Guy shrugged. What is there to lament? The group arrived at the score display board, where they found Kurabi and his companions from the hidden cloud village nearby. Yasuka greeted Kurabi. "You're here to check your scores too?" Kurabi smirked and replied in a rap style. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You must have aced it." "You do make a valid point. However, I'm primarily here to see how well you all did," Yasuka responded. As they conversed, the scoreboard illuminated with the names and scores of all candidates. The previously raucous crowd fell into a hush as they began searching for their names. Kakashi Hatake was the first to spot his name, which displayed a score of 78. "Excellent. That's quite satisfactory. I passed," Kakashi mused contentedly. At that moment, Mike Guy also beheld his score, which read 67. He exhaled deeply, his expression one of relief as he remarked, "Thank goodness, I managed to pass." Soon after, others began to glance at their scores. Uchiha Aido with 83, Uchiha Itachi with 96, Moonlight Gale with 75, and Sarutobi Asuma with 86. Thus, all the competitors from the Hidden Leaf Village successfully passed the written examination. "Wait, what score did Yasaka receive? I haven't seen his result," Moonlight Gale inquired, a puzzled look adorning his face. "Indeed, where is Yasaka's score? Hurry and search for it. Could it be that Yasaka was eliminated? Even if he was, there should still be a score." Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed anxiously, being the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. He was acutely aware of Yasaka's significance to their village. Though reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Yasaka was the strongest among them, and with him, they possessed an unparalleled ace. Consequently, for the sake of the Hidden Leaf, Sarutobi Asuma was genuinely concerned about Yasaka's potential elimination. Finally, the group discovered Yasaka's name, which bore the score of 100. "Haha, a perfect score. I'm undoubtedly the top candidate among all the examinees," Yasaka exclaimed with exuberance. Beside him, Yuzuki rolled his eyes and scoffed. "It's not like you solved it yourself." Yet, everyone had copied answers. Yasaka merely executed his methods with greater finesse, directly replicating the original answers. Haha. He laughed heartily, leaving Yuzuki momentarily speechless. After all, in the end, what mattered was that the answers were recorded on the paper, regardless of the method used. As everyone reviewed their scores, some hung their heads in despair. These were the individuals whose scores fell below 60, many of whom lacked any reconnaissance or perceptive abilities, rendering them incapable of obtaining answers from others, resulting in their failure. A small fraction had insufficient reconnaissance skills. Although they managed to copy some answers, their inherent limitations led to inaccuracies or misinterpretations, culminating in their disqualification. Chapter 123. The underrated Yasaka. Interestingly, Yasaka should have belonged to this latter group, as he was unable to discern the characters written by others through sound. The ability to identify numbers through auditory cues was already a remarkable feat, especially since Yasaka possessed no auditory capabilities. He relied solely on his own interpretations. Upon seeing Yasaka's flawless score, many around him cast glares of anger and disdain, deeming his victory unjust. Humph, that kid is nothing but a cheat. While we all may have cheated, his form of cheating is the epitome of dishonesty. Indeed, this is the advantage of connections. Who can blame the mighty Konoha for wanting their competitors to succeed? What can we do about it? Humph, I hold such individuals in utter disdain. Just look at him, reveling in his petty triumphs. Does he truly believe this is cause for celebration? He is gravely mistaken, for this will only lead him into the subsequent competition with feeble strength, where he will undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Should our paths cross in the future, I assure you, I shall make him acutely aware of his own insignificance, allowing him to experience the depths of despair. He is, in essence, a pretender, inflated by false bravado, entering a contest that requires genuine prowess, only to be brutally humbled. He ought to pray he does not encounter me. If he does, I will show him no mercy, ensuring he recognizes just how weak he truly is. I cannot fathom why Konoha would permit such a connection-based contender to participate. Is there any merit in allowing this individual to compete? This only serves to hinder Konoha's progress. What connections does he possess? It is utterly baffling. Yuzuki, overhearing the chatter around him, scoffed inwardly, thinking, these fools truly believe Yatsuka is merely a product of favoritism. How naive. It is one thing to be foolish oneself, but to presume Konoha shares their ignorance is utterly laughable. Karabi similarly pondered, how can one articulate the absurdity of these individuals? For a great nation to engage in such blatant favoritism speaks volumes about this person's true worth. It is inconceivable that he has risen through mere connections. The audacity of these people to dream of defeating Yatsuka is laughable. They should pray they do not cross paths with him, lest they find themselves as helpless as fruit once shredded by Yatsuka's blade. Karabi understood Yatsuka's formidable nature, though he was not fully aware of his true strength. However, witnessing Yatsuka effortlessly dispatching an opponent wielding a massive sword with a single-handed strike was a telling glimpse of his might. Yatsuka is undeniably formidable, and Karabi feared he could not claim victory without resorting to his beast transformation. Thus, upon hearing the conversations around him, he regarded these individuals as imbeciles, relishing the thought of witnessing their expressions when Yatsuka inevitably bests them. Meanwhile, not far from them, Sasori shared the same sentiments, deeming these people irredeemably foolish. He contemplated whether to eliminate them upon encountering them, as their presence was quite irksome. Similarly, Meitarumi found herself wishing to eliminate them with a single boiling technique, her irritation mounting with each word she overheard. On the other hand, Daidara and his companions paid little heed to the matter, viewing these foolish individuals as unworthy of their attention. To Daidara, Yatsuka was no match. With a few well-placed explosives, he believed he could easily vanquish him. Thus, from the very beginning, Daidara regarded Yatsuka with utter disdain. In his eyes, Yatsuka represented the ideal opponent, an adept close combat ninja, because the revamped two dragons were specifically designed to counter such fighters. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash. Soon they shall all be blown to smithereens by my bombs, he scoffed, casting a derisive glance at those before him. He held them in such low esteem that even the renowned Yuzuki posed no threat. Daidara was confident he could defeat her. After all, his bombs were indeed formidable. Unless Yuzuki underwent tailed beast transformation, Daidara believed she could not withstand his relentless barrage. He certainly possessed the credentials to exude such confidence. His strength was indeed impressive. Among those present, only a select few could truly counter him, such as the Uchiha duo of Aido and Kakashi, both wielders of the Sharingan. However, they were mere genin at this stage, lacking the overwhelming jinjutsu of Itachi in the future, thus posing no immediate threat to Daidara. While Konan's water jutsu could strike at Daidara as he soared through the skies, he remained unperturbed, confident in his agility and ability to evade her long-range assaults. Positioned above, he enjoyed a considerable advantage, allowing him to unleash a relentless onslaught. Consequently, among the intelligence he had gathered on the competitors from various nations, the only individual he truly regarded with apprehension was Sasori of the Sand. Although unaware of Sasori's precise capabilities, he recognized that the latter's puppetry could effectively retaliate against him. While the puppets might not surpass Daidara in flight, they could certainly reach him with their attacks. Furthermore, Sasori's use of puppets rendered him somewhat immune to Daidara's explosive arsenal, even if Daidara targeted Sasori's true form. The latter possessed defensive puppets to shield him from the blasts. Overall, however, Daidara remained exceedingly self-assured, as he was the one dictating the pace of the encounter. Of course, these were merely his theoretical deductions. The dynamics of actual combat could prove vastly different. His belief that Yatsuka could not reach him was simply an illusion. In reality, many underestimated her, viewing her as nothing more than a blade-wielding close combat fighter, perhaps at best on par with the 7 ninja swordsmen, a trivial concern. In truth, Yatsuka possessed the potential to eliminate them with a single strike. Unfortunately, by the time some realized this fact, it might already be too late. This is precisely why the third Hokage held Yatsuka in such high regard. His foresight was remarkably astute. Chapter 124. The battle begins soon. After reviewing the scores, the eliminated participants departed from the small plaza, making their way to the audience seats. The upcoming team battle would take place within a virtual realm known as the Illusion. Thus, it would not be conducted in the stadium. The competition within the stadium unfolds as an individual contest following the team events, where select participants are guided towards the entrance of a mystical realm. This illusion, crafted by 5 shadows in unison, requires immense energy to activate, remaining dormant except during critical moments. Upon entering this ethereal space, competitors are broadcasted through a unique medium, while a grand 360-degree screen at the stadium's center relays their performances in real time, allowing spectators in the stands to witness the unfolding drama. Consequently, a number of dejected competitors, approximately 30 in total, exited the small square and made their way to the audience seating. While this figure may seem modest in relation to the overall participant count, it is still significant. However, even for those who have endured the written examination and gained entry into the illusion, it is likely that they would find themselves swiftly eliminated in the team phase. Their perception of danger is notably lacking. They remain oblivious to potential threats lurking nearby, unaware that while they engage in battle, others may be lying in wait, ready to strike. Thus, these types of ninjas exhibit poor survival instincts, rendering them unfit for the challenges ahead. As the eliminated contestants departed, they cast resentful glances at Yasaka, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was evident to them that Yasaka had gained entry into the competition through official channels, while they, lacking such connections, faced elimination. This bred a palpable animosity towards him. I'll be watching this guy get pummeled from the stands, they thought. He merely coasted through the written exam on the strength of his connections, not his own merit. Such a person is no stronger than we are. Even if he makes it into the team phase, he will surely meet his downfall. They eagerly anticipated witnessing him fall into an ambush, blissfully unaware. How dare he cheat his way through? It's infuriating. Just you wait, kid. Your time will come, and you will suffer for your inadequacies. You do not deserve to be in the team phase. The eliminated participants harbored deep resentment towards Yasaka, hurling insults as they walked away. Observing this scene, Karabi and his companions frowned. Karabi scoffed, remarking, "With your pathetic skills, I'm not exaggerating when I say that even if you all teamed up, you wouldn't stand a chance against that guy. He could dispatch you with a single strike." "Brat, looking for a fight, are you?" One of the eliminated contestants, already in a foul mood from his disqualification, exploded with anger at Karabi's taunt, feeling as if his dignity had been trampled. "You think you can take me on? You're not even worthy." Karabi regarded him with a mocking smile, his expression dripping with derision. "I can't take this anymore. I'll make you pay." The individual in question is named Kishimoto Zetsu, a lower-ranked ninja from the village hidden in the grass who participated in the tournament. He possesses a mane of golden hair, earning him the moniker Golden-Haired Lion King. Impulsive and hot-tempered, he was already in a foul mood, and the taunting from Karabi, who had successfully advanced in the competition, proved intolerable for him. Had the mockery come from someone equally eliminated, he might have borne it more gracefully. However, the fact that Karabi was a successful candidate intensified his feelings of inadequacy. It was akin to a vocational school graduate encountering a postdoctoral scholar from the United States, evoking a profound sense of inferiority. This overwhelming sentiment ignited a fury within Kishimoto Zetsu, compelling him to disregard all caution and launch an assault on Karabi. He swiftly performed the necessary hand seals and bellowed, "Earth release, sand and stone destruction technique." In the next instant, Kishimoto's cheeks puffed out, resembling a toad. and he opened his cavernous mouth wide, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind laden with sand and sharp stones, akin to a sandstorm, surging towards Karabi. The extent of this technique was considerable, encompassing an area of 50 square meters, inadvertently ensnaring several other ninjas from the hidden cloud village alongside Karabi. As Yuzuki and Darui prepared to intervene, Karabi interjected with a dismissive snort, "Stand down. I shall handle this." He then sneered, "Humph. A mere parlor trick. A grain of rice attempting to compete with the sun and moon. Very well. Today shall be your lesson in the might of the hidden cloud village and the prowess of your esteemed Karabi." With that proclamation, Karabi unleashed an astonishing aura, and a multitude of electric arcs erupted from his form, enveloping a radius of half a meter around him, resembling a formidable electric energy shield, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Then, with a thunderous shout, Karabi advanced a step, propelling his right arm forward with tremendous force. Lightning release, thunder curtain. In an instant, a vast wall of lightning materialized, resembling a colossal curtain, surging toward Kishimoto's sand and stone onslaught. The ensuing clash between the tempestuous sandstorm and the lightning curtain was monumental. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by a myriad of electric flashes that emitted blinding light, compelling the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes, as the arena was engulfed in a brilliant, pulsating glare. Subsequently, the multitude of debris from the sandstorm collided with the lightning curtain, yet it proved utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. The formidable power of the lightning dismantled many of the stones, shattering them into countless fragments, which then littered the ground. During this time, the curtain of thunder continued to advance, unexpectedly reversing the violent sandstorm technique of Okamoto Kiyoshi, akin to a tornado, back towards him. Chapter 125, Thunderous Husky. Nani. Okamoto Kiyoshi was taken aback. His technique of shifting sands had been repelled by his opponent's thunder curtain. This was a situation he had never encountered before, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. However, as one of the strongest contenders from the hidden grass village, he quickly regained his focus and devised a countermeasure. Okamoto Kiyoshi immediately ceased the use of his earth technique and observed as the thunder wall rushed towards him. With a grunt, he swiftly formed hand seals, then struck the ground with his palm, shouting, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Instantly, a massive earthen wall rose before him. In the next moment, Karabi's thunder curtain collided with the wall, producing a cacophony of crackling electric arcs. Okamoto Kiyoshi was taken aback as he noticed cracks forming in the wall, a shocking revelation since this technique was renowned for its defensive prowess. As the fissures multiplied, nearly engulfing the entire structure, he felt an impending sense of collapse. Just as he prepared to retreat, the energy of the thunder curtain finally dissipated, vanishing before the wall. A wave of relief washed over Okamoto Kiyoshi. Had the thunder curtain persisted for a few more seconds, he would have had to evade its onslaught. Fortunately, although the wall was riddled with cracks, it had successfully withstood his opponent's assault. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, the wall abruptly crumbled, debris scattering across the ground. The thunder curtain had utterly shattered it, and had its energy not been depleted, it would have collapsed within moments. Okamoto Kiyoshi gasped in disbelief, turning to Karabi with incredulity. This man was astonishingly formidable. With a mere punch, he had obliterated the earth flow wall, known for its robust defense. Had the thunder curtain maintained its energy, Kiyoshi's defenses would have been rendered futile. The sheer might of a single punch was terrifying. His eyes reflected a mixture of shock and admiration as he pondered. Is this the caliber of a contestant from the land of lightning? Truly impressive. A testament to the might of a nation that stands alongside Konoha as a superpower. Their participants possess such formidable strength, it was beyond his belief. As Okamoto Kiyoshi remained in awe, Karabi smirked and declared, "To not reciprocate is impolite. Since you have made your move, it is now my turn. Prepare yourself." Lightning release, thunderous husky. As he spoke, Karabi swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, 2 orbs of lightning erupted from his hands, enveloping them in a dazzling display reminiscent of electric gauntlets. With a powerful roar, Karabi brought his hands together in a pose akin to a tiger's claw. Palms aligned and fingers splayed outward, striking a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha. "Huh!" he shouted, directing his hands toward Kishimoto, and in the next moment, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the scene as a colossal sphere of lightning was unleashed from Karabi's hands. This sphere, initially the size of a dog, quickly morphed into the form of an electrified husky. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Ah, it's actually a husky. Wow, the lightning husky is incredible. They were taken aback by Karabi's astonishing control over lightning, capable of manifesting it in the form of a husky. This electrified creature appeared immensely powerful, and none could have anticipated Karabi had reached such a level of mastery, employing a technique as challenging as the lightning husky. Even the villagers of the hidden cloud were visibly impressed upon witnessing Karabi's remarkable feat. Yuzuki, displaying a hint of surprise, remarked, "I never expected that this kid possessed such a talent. This technique resembles my fire mouse jewel, doesn't it?" His guess was indeed accurate. Karabi's lightning husky was inspired by Yuzuki's fire mouse jewel, a technique of Yuzuki's own invention, combining fire and lightning to unleash a stream of blazing energy that took the form of a mouse. This technique, characterized by its speed and agility, possessed a formidable piercing capability, akin to a guided missile pursuing its target. Upon reaching its target, it would collide with devastating force, penetrating the enemy's body and triggering an explosive burst of lightning and fire. The flames, a fusion of fire and lightning, were immensely powerful, capable of obliterating foes completely. Yuzuki could unleash over 20 such fire mouse jewels simultaneously, making it a fearsome technique. Inspired by Yuzuki's prowess, Karabi endeavored tirelessly to develop his own technique, ultimately resulting in the creation of the lightning husky. Seeing the lightning husky, Darui could only shake his head in bemusement, commenting, "This lightning husky looks rather foolish. It pales in comparison to Yuzuki's fire mouse jewel." In response, Yuzuki chuckled with pride, stating, "Of course, my fire mouse jewel is unmatched by this mere lightning mutt." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yasaka observed Karabi's lightning husky with keen interest, captivated by its charm, and feeling an irresistible urge to learn it himself. What these individuals remain oblivious to is that the lightning husky form of Karabi was not originally his intended creation. In the beginning, Karabi aspired to replicate the fire mouse jade of the White. However, due to his limited abilities, his research took an unexpected turn. The form he intended to produce, namely that of a mouse, deviated entirely into that of a husky. Thus, the origin of the lightning husky was born. Chapter 126. Karabi's reckless abandon. The mouse form, being relatively diminutive and intricate, demanded an exceptionally high level of control over lightning. Karabi, lacking the prowess of the White in manipulating lightning, found himself unable to manifest the mouse form after considerable effort, ultimately resulting in the creation of a form strikingly reminiscent of a husky. Consequently, Karabi relinquished any pretense of restraint and embraced the creation of the lightning husky form. Much like the fire mouse jade of the White, Karabi's lightning husky can also summon over 20 at once. The fire mouse jade draws inspiration from the communal nature of mice, as they often venture in large groups. Thus, when unleashed, a multitude emerges. By imitating the fire mouse jade, Karabi was able to summon a considerable pack of huskies. However, perceiving his opponent as relatively weak, he deemed it unnecessary to unleash such a multitude and summoned merely one lightning husky. Upon witnessing Karabi's lightning husky, Yasaka was instantly captivated, yearning to master such a technique. This led to the eventual creation of Yasaka's signature move, the lightning release, 10,000 boars assaulting the tower technique. Resolute, Yasaka decided to allocate time to study the intricacies of this technique. Simultaneously, the lightning husky lunged towards Kishimoto with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, leaving in its wake the acrid scent of singed ozone. Its body gleamed in a brilliant white, intermittently flashing with blue and white sparks of electricity, exuding an aura of formidable power and a certain violent aesthetic. Faced with the menacing lightning husky, Kishimoto felt a surge of panic. He hastily formed hand seals and shouted, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique." In an instant, his cheeks bulged like a frog ass, and from the earth beside him emerged a massive, gaping dragon head sculpted from soil. With fervor, he commanded, "Attack." The next moment, the earthen dragon head emitted a brilliant light, from which an array of soil projectiles erupted, akin to a machine gun, incessantly firing towards the lightning husky. Yet, the lightning husky displayed remarkable agility, darting left and right, skillfully weaving through the barrage of earthen projectiles without sustaining a hit, while steadily advancing towards Kishimoto. Witnessing this spectacle, Kishimoto's anxiety escalated. He quickly began to form seals once again, forcefully striking the ground before him, exclaiming, "Earth release! Earth spear barrage!" In the next moment, numerous sharp earthen spikes, resembling elongated spears and measuring over a meter in length, erupted from the ground, emerging incessantly beneath and around the feet of the lightning-infused hound. However, the remarkable agility of the hound allowed it to dart left and right, causing the spikes to lag behind by nearly a heartbeat. Frequently, as the hound leaped forward, the spikes would only then breach the surface beneath where it had just stood. Okamoto Kiyoshi attempted to anticipate the hound's movements, aiming to preemptively thrust the spikes upward in hopes of impeding the hound's advance, yet the unpredictable trajectory of the hound rendered his predictions futile. Consequently, while one side unleashed a barrage of earthen projectiles, the other side continued to erupt with spikes. The hound navigated through the hail of attacks with the grace of a spectral phantom, steadily closing the distance to Kiyoshi. At last, the hound surged to within a mere 5 meters of Okamoto Kiyoshi. At this proximity, the spikes could no longer keep pace with the hound's speed, and the earthen projectiles were nearly incapable of striking such a close target. In the blink of an eye, that 5-meter gap was traversed. With a sinister smirk, Kirabi watched as the lightning hound lunged toward Kiyoshi, sinking its teeth into his neck, followed by a thunderous explosion. The violent detonation unleashed a formidable shockwave that swept across the surroundings like a tempest, lifting debris and dust into the air, momentarily blinding the onlookers. Fortunately, Yasaka, despite keeping his eyes closed, could perceive the spectacle through his mastery of airflow manipulation. He witnessed the explosive force obliterate Okamoto Kiyoshi, yet a faint smile graced his lips. For he discerned that Kiyoshi was not his true self. The explosion had merely destroyed a clay clone. As the explosive force gradually subsided, a crater measuring 2 meters in diameter and 30 centimeters deep remained where Kiyoshi had stood, yet he had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the lad was obliterated on the spot? Not even a trace left behind. No way. Has a life already been claimed before the match even began? This is utterly ruthless. The demise of that youth is truly tragic, leaving not even a remnant. Kirabi's lightning hound showcased considerable destructive prowess, yet it paled in comparison to the potency of my fire mouse Jade, thought the Yuzu woodman as he gazed at the crater on the ground. "Hey, Kirabi, you haven't truly killed someone, have you?" Darui asked, his face a mask of horror. "I honestly didn't know. I thought he could evade it. Who would have guessed he was so weak that he couldn't escape?" Kirabi scratched his head, perplexed. At that moment, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, and a shadow erupted from the earth at Kirabi's feet, launching a kunai directly at his chin. Had it struck, the weapon would have pierced through Kirabi's head from jaw to brain. In a critical instant, Kirabi's entire body unexpectedly swelled like a balloon, astonishing everyone present who instinctively recoiled in alarm. The members of the Hidden Cloud Village were acutely aware that this was one of Kirabi's signature abilities, the lightning release exploding clone. Upon witnessing Kirabi's body begin to expand, Yasaka had already retreated, discerning at a glance that this was undoubtedly an explosive technique. The sight of a person expanding like a balloon would lead any rational individual to think of self-detonation. Thus, Yasaka was the first to withdraw, followed by the other members of the Hidden Cloud Village, and then the surrounding onlookers. Simultaneously, emerging from the ground, Okamoto Kishi, who had thrust a kunai toward Kirabi, was struck with dread as he beheld Kirabi's form inflating violently. In that instant, he realized with horror that it was merely Kirabi's clone, and a self-detonating one at that. Given their proximity, he was certain he would be obliterated. His speed and the aggressive nature of his attack left him no time to evade, even though his mind registered the trap. Yet, his body could not keep pace with his thoughts, continuing to advance in its assault on Kirabi. In that moment, despair enveloped Okamoto Kishi. He had merely come to participate in a contest, yet found himself facing death. The surrounding members of the grass village shared his desolation, witnessing a comrade on the brink of demise. In the next heartbeat, Kirabi's clone reached its maximum expansion, nearing a spherical shape, signaling an imminent explosion. A deafening roar erupted. Kirabi's ballooning form was first pierced by Okamoto Kishi's kunai, and then it detonated explosively. However, the violent explosion that everyone anticipated did not materialize. Instead, the clone burst forth, releasing a cascade of vibrant, colorful streamers, akin to those seen at an award ceremony or wedding. Okamoto Kishi found himself enveloped in this kaleidoscope of ribbons, as though he were the recipient of an accolade. This spectacle left everyone present, including Yasaka, in a state of utter bewilderment. Their minds blank as they stared at Okamoto Kishi amidst the shower of colorful streamers. What was happening? A flurry of questions raced through their minds. Still unable to process the perilous situation they had just escaped, their cognitive faculties struggling to adapt to the unexpected turn of events. The sudden twist of fate rendered everyone present as if time had come to a standstill, leaving them utterly frozen in place. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Each individual appeared as if suspended in time, akin to robots abruptly deprived of their power. Their gazes fixated on Kishimoto Masashi and the vibrant cascade of colored ribbons. Kishimoto himself stood there, mirroring the astonishment of the onlookers, his expression vacant as if his mind had momentarily disengaged. After a prolonged pause, a few among the crowd began to regain their senses. What on earth just happened? I thought we were about to witness a catastrophic explosion, only to find this astonishing outcome. This is truly a plot twist, Darui exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. Killer Bee, you are unbelievable. Yuzuki chimed in, equally astonished. The recent spectacle had been so electrifying that it had transitioned from a heart-pounding moment to one of unexpected celebration. The abruptness of the turn was akin to a car skidding into a drainage ditch, unable to navigate the curve. I can't believe it was merely a false self-detonation clone. That truly sent chills down my spine, Terumi Mei, an observer, remarked as she patted her chest. Exhaling in relief. This individual possesses an intriguing character, Yasaka mused with a smile, having believed for a moment that it was indeed Killer Bee's clone that was about to explode. Instead, it transformed into a delightful surprise. Just as the crowd began to feel a sense of relief, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. Killer Bee suddenly materialized behind Kishimoto, his kunai poised against Kishimoto's throat. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Huh? You have lost, and not just once, but twice." Kishimoto, taken aback, had been pondering Killer Bee's whereabouts just moments prior. Now, he found himself on the receiving end of a lethal strike. With a resigned breath, he accepted his defeat, offering a smile to Killer Bee. "Indeed, I have lost. And I concede willingly. You are truly formidable, a ninja of great caliber." "Haha," Killer Bee chuckled, sheathing his kunai with an air of triumph. "I am curious. How did you manage to sneak up on me? I didn't see you at all just now." Kishimoto inquired, his expression one of confusion. With a proud grin, Killer Bee replied, "Among those colorful ribbons, one was me. I transformed into that very ribbon using my transformation technique." "What?" Kishimoto gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by such a cunning maneuver. The revelation left everyone in attendance astounded, for they had assumed Killer Bee to be a straightforward brawler, unaware of his strategic intellect in battle. Their perceptions of him shattered. Finally comprehending the depth of Killer Bee's prowess, Kishimoto acknowledged, "You are truly remarkable. I concede that I am indeed lacking." With that, Kishimoto departed, while Killer Bee rejoined his companions from the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the group from the Hidden Leaf observed Killer Bee with a serious demeanor, the gravity of the moment lingering in the air. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, "I never anticipated such prowess. It is truly formidable and elusive. I believe that had I been in that position, I would have been unable to discern Kurabi's techniques." Indeed, had that self-destructing clone been genuine, Kishimoto Masashi would have met his demise on the spot. Instead, it was a ruse, a mere self-destructing ribbon clone, leaving Kishimoto in a state of utter bewilderment. His mind was struck with an overwhelming impact, causing his vigilance to wane significantly. At that moment, Kurabi seized the opportunity to launch an attack, orchestrating a series of intricate moves that were nothing short of brilliant and cunning. Uchiha Aido interjected, "Indeed, this individual is remarkably astute. His tactical intelligence is exceedingly high. Everyone must remain vigilant against his deceptions during the ensuing battle, otherwise we may unwittingly fall into his traps." With a serious demeanor, Aido emphasized the importance of caution. "We must not underestimate our opponent. This serves as a timely reminder." At this point, Yasaka nonchalantly declared, "It's really not that complicated. One merely needs to strike decisively." His words were disregarded by Kakashi and the others, as such a statement, while analytically sound, bore little practical relevance. After all, if one could simply fell their adversary with a single blow, there would be no need for tactics. One could merely charge forth with a blade in hand. Consequently, the group sought out places to rest, preparing for the imminent team battle. With less than an hour remaining before the commencement of the collective confrontation, they aim to optimally prepare their bodies and minds for the challenge ahead. While individual duels typically captivate the public's interest, team battles carry significant weight. This was no mere game. It was a genuine contest, and all participants recognized its gravity. No one wished to suffer defeat before the gaze of thousands, particularly under the scrutiny of their fellow villagers from the Leaf, lest they be labeled as the one who fell to a ninja from another village, a disgrace to Konoha. Thus, everyone was determined to secure victory, diligently adjusting their states of readiness. The written examination had already drained some of their chakra and energy. However, Yasaka, in stark contrast, required no such adjustments. He was in peak condition, invigorated and alert. While others toiled to surreptitiously copy answers during the written test, Yasaka had simply rested and conserved his energy. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands was eagerly anticipating the commencement of the team battle, their excitement palpable as they prepared for the thrilling contest ahead. They had already taken their seats. Before the written examination had concluded, the auditorium was filled with spectators, or rather, those who were meant to attend the opening ceremony had already arrived. At this moment, many acquaintances of Yatsuko were present in the audience, such as Otsutsuki Ayam, Noera Rin, and other lower ninjas who were not participating, including Yamashiro Aoba, Inazuka Kiba, and Narashikamaru, among others. Additionally, several higher-ranked ninjas were also in attendance, including Kakashi of the Sharingan and Uchiha Fugaku. They all sat in the audience, eagerly awaiting the activation of the enormous 360-degree circular display screen in the center of the stadium. Hey, Hitaki Tsukumo, what do you think our little ones from the Leaf Village will place in this team competition? Uchiha Fugaku inquired with a smile. Well, I can't say for certain. After all, the participants from other nations are no fools. However, I firmly believe that our young ones will perform admirably, Hitaki Tsukumo replied with a grin. Among them was his son, Hitaki Kakashi, renowned as a genius ninja, often referred to as Hitaki 50-50, as he could hold his own against anyone with equal prowess. Such a pity. If only your son Itachi had been born a few years earlier, he would undoubtedly have participated in this competition. His talent is of an extraordinarily rare caliber, truly worthy of being your son. Ha ha ha, Hitaki Tsukumo, I must admit, I relish hearing your compliments about both boys. Nevertheless, Itachi is indeed exceptionally gifted. I suspect that if he were to compete now, he would perform remarkably well. Yet, your Kakashi is quite impressive as well, a genius in his own right. With proper training, he may one day aspire to become Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, smiling. At that moment, Hitaki Tsukumo replied with a hint of resignation. In my view, while these two children possess immense talent, if we were to truly assess raw ability, there is one individual who stands above all. None could claim to be second. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, that child, Yatsuka, possesses an almost supernatural talent. I have never witnessed him train. He spends his days merely eating and sleeping, and yet his strength continues to grow. I even suspect he may possess some unique bloodline limit, perhaps gaining power simply through consumption. As long as he remains unscathed, he will undoubtedly emerge as the strongest ace of the Leaf Village in the future. Hitaki Tsukumo expressed with a complex expression. Yes, that child truly embodies an extraordinary level of talent. I have never encountered anyone with such potential. Even among my Uchiha ancestors, including Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, I believe none surpass Yatsuka in terms of innate prowess. To my knowledge, Yatsuka is already capable of defeating the majority of higher-ranked ninjas. I once spoke with Orochimaru, who candidly confessed that in a full-scale confrontation, he estimates the odds between himself and Yatsuka to be around 60-40. What? Is he truly that formidable? Hitaki Tsukumo exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly and remarked, although Orochimaru may triumph over Yasaka, the mere fact that he can contend with the legendary Sannin on equal terms is a testament to his strength. However, Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, allowing Kakashi Hitaki to interject. Considering that this child is merely a 12-year-old genin, the ability to stand toe-to-toe with the legendary Sannin at such a young age is nothing short of astounding. It is difficult to fathom what his capabilities will be when he reaches 16. If he were to face Orochimaru at that age, it would be hard to predict the outcome. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku managed a wry smile and continued, I assume you can guess the conclusion, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A 16-year-old Yasaka would undoubtedly surpass Orochimaru. A child of 16 capable of defeating a figure from legend is remarkable. The Sannin are of a caliber just below, or perhaps on the brink of, the Hokage level. Typically, one would require 2 to 3 decades to attain such prowess, marking them as a true genius. Yet, Yasaka has already reached this level in his teenage years. Indeed, a person under 20 could achieve Hokage-level strength, and this is not even their peak. It is unfathomable to consider what his capabilities will be during his prime, between the ages of 25 and 35. I even believe he could potentially rise to the level of Uchiha Madara or the first Hokage. Thus, in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, all other so-called geniuses pale in comparison to Yasaka. Chapter 129. Uchiha Fugaku's abilities. After all, regardless of how gifted Kakashi Hatake or Itachi Uchiha may be, they did not reach a level where they could contest Orochimaru at the age of 12. When Orochimaru spoke of a near 50-50 chance, he referred to a life-or-death scenario, where he would employ his ultimate techniques, possessing a 60% probability of victory against Yasaka. It is important to note that forcing a Sannin-level opponent to reveal all their trump cards in a battle that is not merely a spar, but a fight to the death, and still only achieving a 60% chance of winning, signifies that the adversary possesses formidable strength. Without a certain level of power, one cannot compel Orochimaru to unleash his full strength in a desperate struggle. This is not simply a matter of practice. It is a genuine fight for survival. It is difficult to imagine how an ordinary individual could force Orochimaru into such a dire confrontation. Historically, Orochimaru only encountered a true life-or-death battle once in his life. Against Hanzo the Salamander, alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. They faced Hanzo together, but ultimately suffered defeat, earning the title of Sannin thereafter. Hanzo the Salamander is renowned as a demigod of the ninja world, and the god of ninjas is none other than Senju Hashirama. This indicates that Hanzo is merely a notch below Hashirama in terms of ranking, which exemplifies the terror of Hanzo and underscores the might of the Sannin. To contest against a figure considered a demigod is indeed a remarkable feat. The second life and death battle that Orochimaru experienced was during the Chunin exams against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even though the third Hokage was already in a diminished state due to age, he remained formidable, for he was revered as the god of ninjutsu, claiming mastery over all forms of ninjutsu and possessing the 5 elemental chakra affinities. The third life and death encounter for Orochimaru occurred after he transformed into the Orochi, where he faced Uchiha Itachi, who had unleashed the fully realized Susanoo, wielding the Yata mirror in one hand and the Totsuka blade in the other. The fourth life and death experience for Orochimaru, or rather a confrontation devoid of combat, transpired when he utilized Edo Tensei to summon the first Hokage. At that moment, the first Hokage released an overwhelming surge of chakra that caused Orochimaru to break into a cold sweat, fearing he might be struck down on the spot. Thus, anyone who engages Orochimaru in a battle of life and death is undeniably a being of extraordinary power. And then there is Yasaka, a mere 12-year-old genin, who could compel Orochimaru into such a dire confrontation. Although Orochimaru ultimately emerged victorious, the mere fact that Yasaka could reach this level of engagement speaks volumes of his potential. After all, he is just 12 years old. One can only imagine how formidable Yasaka will become by the age of 16, 20, 25, or even 35. The anticipation of his growth is indeed thrilling. It is no wonder that the third Hokage is so devoted to nurturing this child. He possesses enviable potential. As you mentioned, as long as he survives, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha, perhaps even rivaling the first Hokage in stature, Uchiha Fugaku mused. Indeed, I share your curiosity and eagerness to witness the current extent of this young one's abilities. The upcoming tournament presents a perfect opportunity to observe him, which is truly exciting. Kakashi Hatake remarked with a grin. Yes, your words have piqued my interest as well, Fugaku replied, chuckling. By the way, won't you check on the security arrangements for this event? No need. I have already dispatched my clones to oversee the situation. Moreover, security is not solely my responsibility as Uchiha Fugaku. One must also have faith in others to perform their duties commendably, he stated with a smile. As the captain of Konoha's security force, he was indeed the primary overseer of the 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament's security. Generally, as the main coordinator, one would be stationed in the central command room to manage the overall situation. Yet, it was surprising to see Fugaku present at the competition. However, he assured Kakashi that he had left clones in the command room, ensuring everything was under control. Kakashi was among the few who were aware of Fugaku's unique abilities. He had developed a remarkable original jutsu known as the shadow clone technique, which allowed for the mutual transfer of information between his clones. In essence, his true form can seamlessly exchange positions with his shadow clones, or he may be summoned directly by them. Thus, the ability of Uchiha Fugaku bears resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. As long as there exists a Flying Thunder God seal or a shadow clone of Uchiha Fugaku, his corporeal self can be transported at will to either the seal or the clone's location. Furthermore, Uchiha Fugaku can traverse amongst numerous shadow clones, a capability that is indeed formidable. For instance, when an enemy's assault is poised to strike his true self, he can instantaneously shift to a clone, thus evading the attack. Alternatively, while engaging the adversary, his real form can continuously flip between shadow clones, thereby confounding the opponent. Moreover, Shikamaru Nara is aware that Uchiha Fugaku's cloning ability possesses an even more extraordinary technique. His true form is capable of rendering itself invisible. This means he can utilize a clone to feign an attack and divert attention while his true self stealthily approaches for a decisive strike. This tactic is exceptionally ruthless. For example, one might perceive him charging forward, unaware that it is merely a clone. Meanwhile, his genuine form stealthily follows behind. And as the opponent successfully defends against the clone's onslaught, a momentary lapse in vigilance occurs. At that instant, Uchiha Fugaku's true self might reveal itself, delivering a lethal blow. The potency of Uchiha Fugaku's strategy lies in its suitability for assassination, proving immensely practical, akin to the techniques of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the Moonlight Wind's intangibility. It is capable of invisibility, yet it surpasses the Moonlight Wind's method significantly. After all, the Moonlight Wind's intangibility becomes apparent with the slightest movement. Chapter 130 illustrates Uchiha Fugaku's brilliance, as the Moonlight Wind requires complete stillness to achieve genuine invisibility. Any movement risks revealing his semi-transparent form to even the most observant adversaries. This explains why the Moonlight Wind was ultimately discovered. A moment of carelessness led to movement and sound, resulting in exposure. Had he maintained composure, remaining motionless and silent, the likes of Kabuto Yakushi and Maki would have never detected his presence. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku's ability allows for unrestricted movement while in a state of invisibility without the risk of detection. Only upon making contact with an adversary does his form become visible. This aspect alone renders his skill vastly superior to that of the Moonlight Wind. However, it is important to note that Uchiha Fugaku's invisibility is not independent. It is intrinsically linked to his mirror shadow clone technique. In essence, this highlights a fundamental distinction between Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi's technique of invisibility. Kakashi possesses the ability to render his body invisible instantaneously, whereas Uchiha Fugaku must first create a shadow clone to achieve the same effect. This ability bears resemblance to the second Tsuchikage Mu's capability of division. In essence, Uchiha Fugaku can separate his true self from his physical form while remaining invisible, effectively transforming his original body into a shadow clone, from which he can stealthily emerge. This remarkable flexibility allows for intriguing scenarios. For instance, during a conversation, he could discreetly render his true form invisible and depart, leaving the clone to engage in dialogue seamlessly. One would be utterly unaware that the entity conversing with them might not be Uchiha Fugaku's true self. This renders the ability exceedingly unpredictable and formidable, a unique power bestowed by his Manjiki Sharingan. At first glance, its potency may not seem overwhelming, falling short of Uchiha Sasuke's Indra's Arrow, Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu, Uchiha Shurisui's Koto Amitsukami, or Uchiha Ibido's Kamui. However, Uchiha Fugaku's ability proves to be far more practical, exhibiting a bizarre versatility that allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Should he find himself outmatched, he can simply retreat. Moreover, this skill can be integrated into his Susanoo, creating scenarios where the target, unaware, attacks a mere illusion of Susanoo, while the authentic Susanoo may be maneuvering behind them, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Alternatively, when his Susanoo strikes, one might realize too late that the attack was deceptive, leading to their demise by the genuine Susanoo lurking in the shadows. This exemplifies the cunning application of his ability, which, while seemingly modest, can yield unexpectedly potent results when executed adeptly. It appears that Uchiha Obito's Kimyi might be particularly effective against Uchiha Fugaku's ability. However, this is merely relative. If Uchiha Obito fails to react and is struck by Uchiha Fugaku before activating Kimyi, he too would meet a grim fate. Overall, Uchiha Fugaku is undeniably formidable. He does not solely rely on this singular ability in battle. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are exceptionally impressive, allowing him to hold his own against the likes of Minato Namikaze. Thus, he stands as a remarkably strong contender among the candidates for the position of fourth Hokage. However, Uchiha Fugaku had no desire to become Hokage, as such a position would disrupt the delicate balance within the village and alter the mindset of the Uchiha clan. This could potentially lead to unrest. Conversely, if he refrained from assuming the role of Hokage, the Uchiha clan members would remain restless. Thus, the predicament concerning the Uchiha clan was rather intricate. The only solution would be the complete extermination of the clan, a course of action that was evidently impossible and unthinkable. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku had engaged in numerous discussions with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet no optimal resolution had been reached. The third Hokage resolved to revisit the matter with Nara Shikaku and others once the fourth Hokage was elected, recognizing the Uchiha clan as a vital combat force for Konohagakure. He sought a harmonious coexistence between the Uchiha and the village, despite the presence of rebellious individuals within the clan. Eliminating such individuals, however, would only serve as a superficial remedy. Therefore, a more prudent and long-term strategy was required. As Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi Hatake engaged in casual conversation, the time for the commencement of the team tournament finally arrived. On the small plaza, the third Hokage stood, flanked by projections of 4 other Kage, each representing their respective nations. The spectators were taken aback, for it was their first encounter with Kage from nations other than their own and Konohagakure. "Wow, is that the Mizukage? He looks like a child," exclaimed Asaka, pointing at the projection of the third Mizukage. Kakashi Hatake, equally surprised, replied, "I have no idea. Perhaps that is simply his appearance." Asaka nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I refuse to believe that such a young child could become the Mizukage. Even I lack such talent." Kakashi glanced at Asaka, pondering the absurdity of the statement. At that moment, the third Hokage waved his hand to the gathered crowd, urging silence. "Everyone, please settle down. We are about to initiate the transmission for the team tournament." Chapter 131. It's about to begin, huh? Is it finally starting? I was nearly dozing off. Upon hearing the third Hokage's announcement, the drowsy Asaka was instantly revitalized, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Kakashi, observing Asaka's eagerness, remarked dryly, "You are quite the warrior, aren't you? While others are anxious, you appear utterly eager. Are you not excited? Soon, we will have the chance to battle against the elite from other nations. Just thinking about it fills me with exhilaration." Yasaka exclaimed with fervor, yet his excitement was not fueled by the thrill of battle. Rather, it stemmed from the anticipation of swiftly vanquishing competitors from other nations and thereby seizing the championship in the team event. He looked forward to fulfilling the promise made to him by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to indulge in a delightful meal of grilled sea bream. Thus, it was the prospect of feasting that truly exhilarated Yasaka. On the other hand, Kakashi Hatake interpreted excitement as the fervor of engaging in combat with adversaries. Although both spoke of the same topic, their thoughts diverged significantly, akin to a conversation between a chicken and a duck, with entirely different ideas occupying their minds. It could be said that the majority of the candidates shared a mindset distinct from that of Yasaka. Not only was Yasaka stirred, but others, too, felt a surge of excitement. Tsukikage Shippu experienced a mix of nervousness and exhilaration, for it was his inaugural encounter with the brilliant competitors from various nations, which filled him with both anticipation and trepidation, creating a sense of pressure within him. However, recalling his diligent training, he reassured himself that he was not inferior, and viewed this competition as his moment to shine. Consequently, after swiftly adjusting his mindset, Tsukikage Shippu prepared himself in an optimal state, ready to face any opponent without fear. Kakashi Hatake, in contrast, exhibited little agitation. His excitement was minimal, yet he remained notably composed, a demeanor influenced by the teachings of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. These lessons instilled in Kakashi a remarkable calmness, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst chaos. He understood that panic was futile, when confronted with challenges. Maintaining a cool head to devise solutions was the most prudent approach. Thus, among those present, Kakashi was perhaps the most composed individual. Mike Guy, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. Akin to a hyperactive child, incessantly throwing punches and kicking while shouting about youth. Obito Uchiha, like Tsukikid Shippu, felt a mixture of pressure, nervousness, and excitement. Conversely, Uchiha Itachi mirrored Kakashi's tranquility, displaying a calm demeanor that reflected his confidence in his own abilities. Asuma Sarutobi was relatively normal, feeling more excitement than anxiety. His focus stemmed from the sense of achievement he anticipated from defeating his opponents, free from the pressures that burdened Tsukikid Shippu and Obito Uchiha. Consequently, Asuma's mindset was considerably more favorable, unencumbered by the fears of failure that weighed on his peers, whose thoughts lingered on the likes of Yagugo and Rin Noera, serving as both motivation and pressure, occasionally invoking negative emotions. However, at times, these feelings could ignite a greater fighting spirit within them, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The competitors from other nations exhibited a diverse array of emotions. For instance, a genius like Scorpion, possessing ample confidence in his own capabilities, remained unfazed and untroubled by the prospect of clashing with formidable opponents from other countries. The individual known as Scorpion exhibits a certain disdain for his competitors, perceiving them merely as beneath him. To him, they are destined to be defeated. Consequently, the thrill of competition eludes him, resulting in a rather mundane experience. This sentiment stems from his unwavering confidence in his own formidable prowess. It is akin to a boxing match. When faced with an opponent of comparable age and skill, one may feel a rush of anxiety and excitement. However, when the adversary is merely a child from kindergarten, such feelings dissipate, as the opponent is not regarded as a true rival, thus lacking any challenge or exhilaration. Scorpion's current mindset reflects this, a perspective he is well qualified to hold. Apart from the exceptional Yatsuka, he is indeed among the most gifted and promising in this assembly. Similarly, the figure from the Hidden Cloud Village, Yuki, shares a resemblance to Scorpion, albeit with some distinctions. Yuki experiences a thrill specifically regarding Yatsuka, as she eagerly anticipates a confrontation, yearning to best him in combat. Nevertheless, her view of the other competitors mirrors Scorpion's. She perceives no one as a worthy challenger, leading to a lack of special emotions regarding them. On the other hand, Karabi displays no particular sentiments, as he is not especially invested in these battles, his interests lying solely in rap and inspiration. However, he harbors a desire to test his skills against Yatsuka, to see whether his Eight Tails sword technique surpasses Yatsuka's slashing arts. In contrast, Darui is filled with excitement, finally prepared to unleash his full potential in a grand battle. He is truly the warrior among the representatives of the Hidden Cloud Village. Karatsuchi, too, is exhilarated at the prospect of combat with Yatsuka, fantasizing about a scenario where she feigns defeat, sustains an injury at his hands, and subsequently finds herself in a hospital, where romance might blossom between them. Nearby, Zabuza chuckles with delight, his body shaking with anticipation. He is equally enthusiastic, eager to slay his opponents, particularly Karabi and Yatsuka. He resolves to deviate from their prior agreement, to regroup before engaging in battle, opting instead for a solo approach. His intention is to seek out and eliminate foes indiscriminately, a course of action that aligns with his nature and brings him joy. Conversely, Kisame remains indifferent, adhering to the strategy of regrouping before combat, ready to adapt based on the unfolding circumstances. Daidara, with a nonchalant demeanor, plans to enter and unleash his explosives, aiming to detonate wherever he can. He possesses the latest version of his explosive creations, including the new 2-Dragon model, along with bomb-carrying birds for reconnaissance. In essence, his techniques are diverse and adaptable, allowing for a flexible approach to the fray. Chapter 132. The tension of Obito Uchiha, filled with anticipation, found himself trembling due to the overwhelming anxiety coursing through him. Observing his state, Yasaka erupted with laughter, remarking, "Obito, why are you quaking in fear? This is unacceptable. What if, in your nervousness, you are swiftly defeated? The audience will surely witness your shame." Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the weight of pressure intensified for Obito. Indeed, he was to engage in battle before a multitude of spectators from the Hidden Leaf Village. Should he be utterly outclassed in front of so many, he would be utterly humiliated, unable to face anyone thereafter. The more he tried to dismiss these thoughts, the more they consumed him, particularly the notion of Rin Noera watching him falter against opponents from other nations. The thought of her disappointment only escalated his anxiety. Despair surged within him. What if he failed? The certainty of Rin's disappointment loomed large in his mind. I cannot afford to lose, he thought, yet the burden felt insurmountable, causing his body to tremble even more violently. Noticing his distress, Yasaka chuckled and advised, "The more you fear, the more tense you become. The more tense you are, the poorer your performance will be. If you continue this way, the audience will undoubtedly be disheartened, especially Rin. Rather than succumbing to this fear, why not throw caution to the wind? Give it your all. Even if you lose, if you've exerted every ounce of effort, people will not judge you harshly." However, Aido hesitated, for he understood the logic, yet could not quell the paralyzing fear that gripped him. He detested this aspect of himself. Why did others exude confidence while he was ensnared by anxiety? Logically, being chosen as a competitor implied his prowess was among the best of his peers. His abilities were not lacking. Why, then, did he succumb to such trepidation? What Aido failed to comprehend was that his true pressure stemmed from Rin. He placed her on a pedestal, as if the very essence of his existence revolved around her. Her kindness rendered the world a beautiful place, while her disappointment plunged him into despair. His perception of reality hinged entirely upon her regard for him. Every action he undertook was for her sake. To some extent, he had lost his sense of self, projecting his identity onto Rin, while others derived self-love from within. He sought it solely from her. This was the crux of the immense pressure Rin exerted upon him. Thus, Aido found himself ensnared in an extreme state of idealism. The presence of Rin transformed his experience drastically. In her absence, he felt worthless, weak, ineffective, timid, and cowardly. Yet, when Rin was by his side, he metamorphosed into a force to be reckoned with, capable of overcoming any divine or demonic obstacle. Thus, Uchiha Aido embodies an individual of extreme temperament, a being characterized by a profound idealism, whose emotional state fluctuates dramatically. His lower limits are exceedingly low, while his upper limits soar to remarkable heights, rendering him utterly unstable. At his zenith, he possesses the power to obliterate anything in his path, yet at his nadir, he is rendered insignificant. Consequently, Yasaka finds it exceedingly challenging to console Aido, unless perhaps Noera Rin were summoned to engage him in conversation, or should adversaries confront Rin in Aido's presence, provoking a surge of power within him. At this juncture, the third Hokage has commenced the intricate task of establishing an illusion along with the other four Kage. They executed a series of complex hand seals, expending considerable chakra, and soon a colossal energy sphere, approximately 2 meters in radius, materialized in the air, suspended by a unique mechanism resembling a gateway. After half a minute, the 5 Kage concluded their seals, declaring the successful creation of the illusion. Wow, is this the entrance to the illusion? It appears extraordinarily marvelous. How does one enter? The energy sphere radiated an immense power, prompting wonder about the chakra required to conjure such a phenomenon, truly reflective of the strength of a Kage. This illusion seems to merge time and space in a remarkable manner, its complexity far beyond comprehension. It necessitates the collaboration of all 5 Kage, making one ponder the ingenuity of its original creator. Soon, we are to enter for the team competition. While I am aware of how to enter, I am left pondering the method of exit. I have heard that uttering the phrase "I forfeit" will result in automatic transportation out, which is indeed impressive. It is said that upon entry, one is randomly teleported to various locations. Hence it is prudent to refrain from wandering aimlessly and instead take cover to survey the surroundings. Furthermore, the environment within this illusion diverges from reality, devoid of stars, complicating one's ability to discern directions. The precise nature of the interior remains a mystery, as this ninjutsu is being employed for the first time. Upon witnessing the entrance to the illusion, the competitors began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, the third Hokage raised his hand and commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the previously boisterous crowd fell quiet. The third Hokage then proclaimed, "I shall now elucidate the rules of this team competition." The audience perked up, eager to absorb every detail, acutely aware that understanding the rules could prove crucial, as often a single detail can dictate victory or defeat. Even Yasaka listened intently, knowing that this could directly impact his chance to savor the Taiyaki of the hidden cloud village, a matter of great significance to him. Thus, The third Hokage commenced a detailed explanation of the rules governing this grand team competition. Meanwhile, the grand screen at the center of the stadium illuminated, signifying the imminent commencement of the first team competition. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement among the audience members, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, transforming the atmosphere into one of fervent anticipation. Chapter 133. The match is about to begin. Wow. The screen has lit up. Does this mean the team competition is about to start? A young man exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Ah, it's finally starting. I was nearly dozing off. Let us go, Konoha. Victory for Konoha. The excitement surged among the spectators as their eyes fixated on the grand screen. In the stands, Naruto turned to Yamashiro Aoi and remarked, Aoi, I believe your skills could qualify you for the competition. Why do you choose to conceal your abilities? Yamashiro Aoi smiled and replied, I prefer not to draw too much attention to myself, and I find that approach less troublesome. I enjoy honing my skills privately. Naruto inquired further, but if you participated in the competition, you could face off against competitors from other nations, gaining invaluable practical experience. Yamashiro Aoi responded with a grin. My ambition is to become a special jonin and join the Konoha's covert operations team, undertaking unique and secretive missions. My capabilities are diverse, yet I excel in assassination techniques, which may not be suited for a direct battlefield. After a pause, Yamashiro Aoi added, Moreover, observing from the grand screen can also provide substantial experience. I am a jack of all trades, proficient in various skills, but not outstanding in any single area. This reality complicates the goal of defeating adversaries, making me better suited for a supportive role. Naruto nodded, comprehending Yamashiro Aoi's perspective. In essence, Aoi was akin to Kakashi Hitaki, a versatile talent adept in physical techniques, illusion arts, ninjutsu, weaponry, reconnaissance, and assassination. However, being well-rounded often implies a lack of specialization. Without a singularly dominant skill, he could match others but found it challenging to surpass them. Should he participate in the upcoming 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament as a member of the team, he could serve effectively in a supportive capacity. However, in subsequent individual matches, he might face defeat. Thus, it seemed wiser to allow those with greater combat prowess to take part. Yamashiro Aoi's self-assessment was accurate. He aimed to be a versatile tool, recognizing that completing a mission often transcends mere combat capability. The optimal approach lies in executing tasks unnoticed, ensuring success without confrontation. Thus, in this instance, the final spot originally intended for Sanjus was claimed by Yamashiro Aoba. However, Yamashiro Aoba voluntarily approached Sanjus, requesting to relinquish his position in favor of Might Guy. After all, when it comes to sheer combat prowess, there is no doubt that Might Guy surpasses him. Nevertheless, in other aspects, Might Guy does not excel as much as Yamashiro Aoba. For instance, in the first round of competition, Might Guy nearly failed, a scenario that would not have occurred had Yamashiro Aoba been in his stead. Ultimately, Sanjus permitted Might Guy to participate in the contest. It is noteworthy that Might Guy's physical prowess is indeed formidable. At least among the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha, no one can best him in physical combat. Meanwhile, as the audience awaited the commencement of the competition, in a nearby square, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was expounding upon the rules of the upcoming team tournament. He began by stating that before announcing the rules, he must elaborate on the will of fire that embodies the spirit of the village hidden in the leaves. What then? Is this will of fire? It is the idea that where the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to blaze eternally. The flames will perpetually illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of the next generation. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finds himself reiterating the will of fire numerous times daily, to the point where the villagers of Konoha are nearly weary of hearing it. Conversely, the other ninja villages, hearing it for the first time, remain largely unperturbed. After articulating the essence of the will of fire, the third Hokage proceeded to analyze and interpret its significance. It was not until 20 minutes had elapsed that he finally transitioned to the formal declaration of the tournament's rules. The tournament will adopt a free-for-all format, wherein each participant will be adorned with a bell. Should a bell be seized, it signifies elimination. The eliminated participant will be instantly transported away. If one wishes to withdraw from the contest or finds themselves incapacitated due to injury, they may simply declare their withdrawal aloud, resulting in immediate transportation from the arena. Pausing momentarily, the third Hokage continued, stating that the more enemy bells one acquires, the higher their score will be. Ultimately, the team with the highest total of bells will be declared the victor, followed by second and third places. It is worth mentioning a particular stipulation. Once a bell is captured, it will be marked with a seal indicating the team that claimed it. Therefore, it is impossible for one team to seize a bell and subsequently have it taken by another team, as a captured bell becomes effectively useless to others. Hence, each bell is deemed a one-time use. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd comprehended the implications. Uchiha Kakashi nodded in agreement, stating, in essence, this effectively eliminates the possibility of a hidden competitor swooping in at the last moment to seize the majority of the bells. The others present nodded in concurrence with Kakashi's assertion, understanding that without the seal, the situation at the conclusion of the competition would devolve into a matter of possession, raising concerns about fairness and strategy. In this scenario, it is as if others have seized the bells, while you patiently lay in ambush until the final moments, ensnaring your competitors and claiming the bells they have acquired, rendering them entirely yours and their efforts in vain. However, such occurrences have now been entirely eradicated, as the bells are marked the moment they are taken by someone else. This signifies that even if you withdraw from the competition thereafter, the bell remains attributed to you, recorded under your representative team's name, and contributing to your team's overall score. This regulation is remarkably ingenious, significantly enhancing the excitement of the competition while simultaneously accelerating its pace. Chapter 134. The art of rule breaking. Should one employ the previous method, allowing for the indiscriminate seizing of bells, it could lead to individuals concealing themselves until the very end, seizing the opportune moment to strike when others, weary from numerous battles, are at their weakest. This scenario resembles that of a mantis stalking a cicada, with the hidden predator waiting to snatch away the bells from the leading team, thereby monopolizing all the bells. Such an outcome could result in a situation where there is only a first place and no second or third, as the bells would have been claimed by this group at the last moment, leaving others empty-handed. This would fundamentally undermine the essence of the competition, which primarily assesses teamwork and combat prowess, rather than mere survival. Moreover, if everyone chooses to hide, the audience's experience becomes rather dull, leading to poor reception. Therefore, the current rules are a significant improvement over previous circumstances. The one-time marking of the bells introduces a new layer of strategy. This allows for a tactical approach where participants can initially remain concealed, striving to reunite with their teammates, and once united, collectively engage in combat or target isolated opponents. This tactic is more applicable in the mid to late stages of the competition. Conversely, the strategy arising from the one-time marking of bells encourages a more proactive approach at the outset. With everyone randomly teleported to various locations, individuals find themselves isolated. During this period of solitude, one can leverage their personal prowess to confront those who have yet to locate their teammates, swiftly engaging and seizing bells. Given the initial dispersal, it is improbable for teammates to regroup quickly. Thus, one should capitalize on this time to eliminate as many solitary opponents as possible and seize as many bells as feasible before others find their allies. Once opponents have united, the difficulty of claiming bells significantly increases and conflicts may escalate into large-scale skirmishes. Thus, it can be asserted that the sudden announcement made by the third Hokage regarding the bell, which could be seized by the first person to imprint their team's mark on it, has fundamentally shattered the preordained strategies of all participating teams. Consequently, each team must engage in combat as swiftly as possible at the onset of the match, for it is crucial to recognize that the bells are limited in number. If the majority manage to seize the bells at the very beginning, even if one manages to survive until the later stages, it would be of no consequence. Even if one were to outlast their opponents, should the bells already bear the marks of the adversary's teams, defeating them and capturing the bell afterwards would yield no benefit. Therefore, this tactic has transformed what was initially a mid to late game reliant on teamwork into a chaotic melee from the outset. Hokage Kakashi, however, found this shift perplexing. After all, in a team competition, the focus should naturally be on collective combat. If everyone were to engage in one-on-one confrontations, the subsequent individual matches would seem redundant. In reality, Kakashi was unaware that adhering to the standard game rules, that is, attributing the bells to those who initially seized them, could potentially lead to a scenario where no one engages in combat at all. If everyone concentrated on gathering together from the start, it would ultimately result in coordinated assaults by groups, which, while fostering teamwork, might also lead to stalemates. Given that all participants are elite among the lower ninja of their respective nations, although their strengths vary, they are generally comparable. Thus, when 5 or 6 competitors of similar caliber converge and engage with another group of equal size, it is entirely plausible that after prolonged skirmishes, no one would manage to capture the bells. In such a scenario, the likelihood of all parties refraining from combat increases. Therefore, it would be far more effective to accelerate the pace of the competition from the outset. Moreover, there exists a concealed strategy to engage in individual combat while simultaneously regrouping, swiftly uniting to outnumber opponents, and quickly isolating individuals, thereby enhancing the chances of capturing the bells. Should a team manage to assemble rapidly, they could potentially sweep aside other candidates, thereby establishing a significant advantage early in the match. This embodies the true essence of the team competition. For an actual combat, one cannot always rely on fortunate proximity to their teammates. It is common to encounter unforeseen circumstances that lead to separation from allies. In such instances, one must survive while swiftly eliminating solitary foes and diligently seeking to reunite with their comrades. This, indeed, encapsulates the genuine significance of this team competition, an understanding that, regrettably, eluded the majority of the competitors present. In essence, the most accurate and optimal approach is to simultaneously engage in solo bell snatching at the onset, while swiftly converging with teammates, ensuring that this union occurs before others can locate their own allies. By leveraging the numerical advantage, one can initiate a rapid bell snatching strategy, which represents the pinnacle of tactical execution. However, this strategy necessitates the ability to quickly unite with teammates, thus placing a significant demand on one's reconnaissance and perceptive skills. This is precisely the significance of the initial written examination. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the capacity for reconnaissance and perception remains paramount. One may not possess overwhelming strength, yet one must wield the capability to survive. This embodies the true essence of the team competition. Regrettably, most participants present failed to grasp this profound meaning, as the majority focused their thoughts on swiftly eliminating foes and seizing bells at the outset. Yasaka erupted into laughter, exclaiming, This seems exceedingly entertaining. For me, it's quite advantageous. Just encounter and seize." Chapter 135. The competition begins. Uchiha Aido observed Yasaka, pondering that this indeed favored him. Should Yasaka swiftly locate the enemies, he might eliminate them before others had the chance to engage their allies. Of course, this presupposes that the opponents encountered are not excessively formidable. Should Yasaka face someone like Yuzuki, he would likely need to engage in a protracted battle, thus wasting precious time. Hence, the significance of reconnaissance abilities becomes evident. Others sharing Yasaka's sentiments included Yuzuki, Karabi, Scorpion, and Daidara. Scorpion, however, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had initially hoped to eliminate Hatake Kakashi during this team competition. Yet, having just heard the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's remarks, which implied that a player suffering a fatal injury would be immediately transported out, he realized that the prospect of vanquishing Kakashi in this competition was unlikely. While he felt a sense of regret, he did not dwell on it excessively. If he strengthened his prowess, there would always be opportunities to eliminate Kakashi in the future. Thus, Scorpion maintained a relatively positive mindset, complemented by his striking appearance and exceptional talent, rendering him a quintessential heartthrob. This left Terumi Mei in a quandary over whether to choose Scorpion or Yasaka as her partner. T.D. Zabuza, listening to the rules articulated by the third Hokage, wore a sinister grin, his eyes radiating murderous intent, feeling an immense sense of elation. This situation was perfectly suited to him, allowing him to methodically eliminate enemies one by one in the early stages. Before long, the third Hokage concluded the announcement of the team competition's rules, stating that the competition would officially commence in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this news, the audience erupted with excitement, eagerly anticipating the onset of the contest. Some lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha gathered together, with Noera Rin anxiously gazing at the large screen, murmuring to herself, "I wonder if Aido will encounter any danger this time. It would be best if he doesn't face an overly formidable opponent." "Do not worry, Rin. Aido is unlikely to have such poor luck as to encounter a powerful adversary right away. On the contrary, it is Yatsuka-kun who might activate his mowing mode as soon as he enters." Yuin comforted her from the side. Indeed, the rules this time are quite advantageous for Yatsuka-kun. As long as he doesn't face opponents like Yuzuki Terumi right at the start, he has a significant chance of acquiring several bells early on. On the opposite side of the stands, Otsutsuki SHBU gazed expectantly at the large screen, envisioning the scene of Yatsuka bravely battling foes. The mere thought of Yatsuka soon stealing the spotlight made her heart race with excitement. The more dazzling he appeared, the more exhilarated she felt. It is about to begin. By the way, this mode is actually quite suitable for you, Minato, Uchiha Shursui remarked to Namikaze Minato from a nearby stand. Indeed, my Flying Thunder God technique is particularly effective for swiftly dispatching enemies, thus favoring me. However, your body flicker technique is also impressive. Ultimately, if one possesses strength, it is advantageous regardless, Minato replied, nodding in agreement. 10 minutes later, the team competition officially commenced as the third Hokage conducted a drawing to determine the order in which squads would enter the illusion. The first team selected was the representative team from the Grass Village, who promptly approached the luminous sphere and vanished within its radiant light. Oh, so this is how one enters. I wonder what it feels like to immerse oneself in the illusion, Yatsuka said, his curiosity piqued. Then, the second team drawn was the representative team from the Cloud Village. Yatsuka, be careful once you enter. If I encounter you, I will eliminate you without hesitation. Yuzuki boasted to Yatsuka before striding confidently into the light. I look forward to our match, but let us not meet too early, Killer Bee added, diving into the sphere. If I come across you, I will hold nothing back. We shall see who is superior, Darui chuckled, also plunging into the glowing orb. One by one, the members of the Cloud Village entered the sphere, and the third Hokage drew once more, this time selecting the Mist Village. Terumi Mei, with a starry-eyed expression, said to Yatsuka, if we meet, please be gentle with me. Rest assured, I will swiftly send you flying, Yatsuka replied earnestly. Oh, how rude. But I find that quite appealing. Terumi Mei exclaimed joyfully before entering the luminous sphere. Kid, I will kill you, Momochi Zabuza declared menacingly at Yatsuka. Is that so? Just based on you? You are utterly incompetent. Perhaps it's time to consider a replacement, Yasaka remarked with a look of exasperation, provoking a furious reaction from Momochi Zabuza, who nearly drew his sword in a fit of rage. Fortunately, he was restrained by the nearby Kisame Hashigaki, who let out a heavy huff and shot a fierce glare at Yasaka before stepping into the luminous sphere. Is he insane? I feel compelled to expel him from this illusion. Yasaka expressed his thoughts to Uchiha Shinsui, who nodded in agreement, stating, I too believe it would be prudent to eliminate him from the illusion if you encounter him. Otherwise, he could prove to be a nuisance. Indeed, it would be best to encounter him. He does not seem particularly formidable, Yasaka acknowledged. At that moment, the remaining members of the Mist Village also entered the glowing sphere. Mike Guy, unable to contain his anticipation, exclaimed, Why haven't we arrived yet? Let us draw our lots quickly so I can rush in and let them experience the vitality of Konoha. Perhaps by coincidence, just as Mike Guy finished his sentence, the third Hokage drew the lot for the Konoha representative team. Ah, it's us. We've been selected. Yasaka shouted with excitement, having just pondered when they would be chosen. It seemed almost as if the third Hokage had overheard Mike Guy's words and deliberately selected their team. Thus, the Konoha representatives reviewed their belongings and made final adjustments before proceeding towards the entrance of the illusion, the luminous sphere, with palpable curiosity. Chapter 136, commencing entry soon. After they were adequately prepared, the Konoha team queued up before the entrance of the illusion, standing before the radiant sphere. We are to simply plunge into this sphere, aren't we? Yasaka inquired with intrigue, gazing at the orb, which boasted a diameter of 3 meters, appearing extraordinarily vast and shining with a brilliant white hue. Its surface was exceptionally smooth, almost impossible to discern, as it was composed entirely of light, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact exterior. What sensation might one experience upon entering this sphere? Yasaka, filled with curiosity, extended his right hand and cautiously prodded the orb with his index finger. Upon contact, he felt a refreshing chill radiate from his fingertip. However, this sensation was not the frigid kind. Rather, it resembled the delightful coolness one feels upon entering an air-conditioned room during a sweltering summer day, an utterly delightful sensation. If such a feeling accompanied just the fingertip, then once his entire body passed through, it should envelop him in the same refreshing aura. It appeared to be quite an enjoyable experience. Yasaka meticulously examined the luminous sphere before him, when suddenly, the voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, resonated nearby. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and do not delay others from entering the competition. You must realize that several groups have already gone in before you. Even gaining a minute's advantage can prove significant, for it affords you time to scout and familiarize yourself with the surrounding terrain, as well as to set traps, thereby granting you an upper hand over those who enter later. I see now. I previously assumed that the allocation would occur after entering. In light of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, it dawns on me that Killer Bee and his companions have been inside for nearly 10 minutes already. Hence, they possess that much more time to acclimate to the environment and prepare ambushes. This indeed presents a considerable advantage for those who entered first. For instance, if the first individual enters 5 minutes ahead, performs a cursory reconnaissance of the surroundings, and swiftly finds a concealed spot to hide, then when someone else arrives nearby 5 minutes later, that newcomer will be utterly bewildered. As they begin to survey the area, the first entrant can seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, catching the later arrival completely off guard. This exemplifies the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. Moreover, if the first entrant is agile and quick, they might even take the time to set up rudimentary traps, thus enhancing their tactical options and increasing their probability of victory from the outset of the battle. Therefore, it is evident that those who enter first invariably hold an advantage over those who follow. However, this order is determined by a draw, making it entirely fair. One's luck dictates who enters first and who follows. Without further ado, Yatsuka plunged directly into the sphere of light. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, the others hastily followed suit into the luminous orb. As Yatsuka entered the sphere, he felt an immediate rush of icy coolness enveloping him, akin to the refreshing sensation of swimming in a river on a sweltering summer day. The water appears bright, yet the heat outside negates any chill, instead offering a delightful relief. This invigorating feeling of being submerged in cool water was precisely what Yatsuka experienced, compelling him to linger within the sphere indefinitely. Yet, at that moment, Yatsuka was not merely in the sphere. Through the amalgamation of time and space, he was transported directly into the illusion via a spatial conduit. Consequently, this delightful sensation lasted but an instant, vanishing in less than a second, leaving Yatsuka bereft of that refreshing coolness. A sudden wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, as if he were caught in a tornado, spinning uncontrollably in a disorienting whirl. The sensation was profoundly unsettling, rendering him incapable of distinguishing up from down or left from right. It felt as if his head were directed downward while he twirled in chaos. His sense of spatial awareness vanished entirely, leaving him in a state of confusion. Moreover, during this tumultuous experience, Yasaka sensed that his consciousness began to disperse, akin to that fleeting moment just before slumber when one hovers between wakefulness and dreams. His awareness felt utterly devoid of control, as though he were on the brink of succumbing to sleep. A peculiar, indescribable sound echoed in his ears, adding to the disarray. This disorienting sensation persisted for approximately 5 seconds before Yasaka abruptly felt the dizzying turmoil and the haze of his consciousness dissipate, vanishing as suddenly as waking from a vivid dream. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain struck his head, accompanied by a resounding thud, as if something had collided with his forehead, causing stars to dance before his eyes. But the ordeal did not end there. His body began to tumble uncontrollably, crashing into various objects that felt like poles of varying thickness, inflicting pain as he gritted his teeth. Still disoriented from the previous state of mental fog, he lacked full control over his body, unable to steer clear of the hard, elongated barriers that he sensed were beneath him. After a brief second, his sensory awareness, control, focus, and reflexes surged back like a tidal wave, prompting Yasaka to open his eyes wide. The first thing he beheld was a robust tree branch. Instantly, he adjusted his posture, flipping from a head-down orientation to a more stable position, landing securely upon the sturdy limb. So, I had just fallen from a tree? Once stabilized, Yasaka surveyed his surroundings and realized he was perched upon a thick branch of a colossal tree. Chapter 137. Entering the illusion now, it dawned on Yasaka why he had been spinning in such disarray and colliding with hard surfaces. He had fallen from the sky, descending alongside the tree and crashing into its branches. With his mental clarity restored and no longer feeling dizzy, he commenced a thorough investigation of his environment. Despite Yasaka's formidable prowess, often dispatching foes with a single stroke, it did not breed arrogance within him. On the contrary, he approached combat with an admirable caution. And beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor lay a keen intellect for strategy, capable of deceiving those who underestimated him due to his innocent exterior. In truth, when it comes to combat, Yasaki is undoubtedly a cunning adversary. However, in most instances, he finds little need to employ intricate strategies or elaborate schemes, as he often dispatches his foes with a single, swift strike, leaving no room for further action. This has led the majority to harbor a misconception, perceiving Yasaki as a rather careless ninja, unconcerned with details or subterfuge. Little do they realize that, should a true confrontation arise, Yasaki's intellect would undoubtedly outmaneuver them. Previously, during the encounter between Karabi and a ninja from the grass village, the self-destructing clone and the concealed technique went unnoticed by others. In reality, Yasaki had already begun to suspect the ruse, pondering the possibility that Karabi might merely be a clone. Thus, those who underestimate Yasaki, viewing him as a mere brute, will inevitably pay a heavy price. At this moment, perched upon a branch of a towering tree, Yasaki activated his airflow perception ability, meticulously surveying his surroundings while also sketching the environment in his mind. His airflow perception grants him a capacity akin to the Byakugan, allowing him to visualize a clear, three-dimensional representation of his surroundings. Although it lacks the ability to see through objects in open spaces, it serves much the same purpose as the Byakugan. Soon, Yasaki acquired pertinent information regarding his current location. He found himself amidst a dense forest, standing on a branch approximately 16 to 17 meters above the ground, with the tree towering over 30 meters. The surrounding trees were similarly grand, their robust branches adept at concealing one's presence, creating a certain hindrance to movement that necessitated careful navigation around the thick limbs. This terrain demanded a high level of agility, and for the Yuzuki clan, it was particularly advantageous. Yasaki had studied the Yuzuki clan's information. Their agility and speed are remarkable, akin to that of a cat, excelling in acrobatics. All this knowledge resided in Yasaki's mind, while he was confident in his ability to defeat any opponent through his mastery of swordsmanship. He approached the matter of battle with utmost diligence. After thoroughly scanning a 100-meter radius around him, he found no sign of any presence. Of course, it was still possible that someone was concealed, biding their time, thereby eluding his detection. What should he do next? It seemed prudent to explore another area. According to the rules of the competition, it would be wise to eliminate a few more enemies and seize their bells while others had yet to rendezvous with their teammates. Resolute in his decision, Yasaki chose a random direction and dashed forth. Meanwhile, the other members of the Konoha team had completed their reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain. Unlike Yasaki, the environments of others are markedly distinct. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi finds himself atop a hillside, surrounded by sparse and low trees, rendering concealment nearly impossible. One can easily discern whether anyone occupies a vast expanse. Hence, Kakashi is hastening towards the summit, eager to survey the surroundings from a vantage point. Meanwhile, in a valley by a river, Uchiha Aido is cautiously observing his surroundings. Just moments prior, his Sharingan had detected a trace of chakra, heightening his vigilance and stirring a blend of anxiety and exhilaration within him. The anxiety arises from the misfortune of encountering an adversary barely 5 minutes into the illusion, while the thrill stems from the prospect of swiftly confronting an enemy. Should he emerge victorious and seize the bells, it would be splendid, particularly with the audience watching the live broadcast of the environment on the grand screen. Perhaps Noira Rin is watching him at this very moment. If she were to witness him dispatch an enemy upon entry, her joy would be immeasurable. Thus, Uchiha grapples with a tumultuous array of emotions. On the other side, Might Guy has been transported near an abandoned temple, where he discreetly observes from within a room. Uchiha Aido finds himself in a derelict amusement park, hiding beneath a stationary carousel, keenly watching two ninjas engaged in combat over 30 meters away. At this juncture, Tsukiakari Kaze employs the technique of Shunshin, concealing himself in the shadow of a wall. Upon his arrival, he was immediately attacked. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to evade the assault. Relying on instinct rather than thought, and after throwing a smoke bomb, he seized the opportunity to vanish. Sarutobi Asuma is nestled within a patch of grass, carefully scrutinizing his surroundings. Although he has yet to detect anything amiss, his instincts whisper of an ambush nearby, prompting him to remain cautious and observant, ready to adapt to any unfolding changes. Thus, The members of the Konoha representative team swiftly acclimate to their circumstances, each exhibiting a commendable level of caution. This pleases the third Hokage, who watches through the crystal ball, appreciating the high caliber and alertness of these young ninjas. Noting that they have not fallen prey to an ambush at the outset. His admiration is particularly directed towards Tsukiyakari Kaze, whose performance has garnered his utmost satisfaction, especially given that Kaze was attacked immediately upon entry. It is essential to recognize that this illusionary technique has a drawback, due to its creation through the fusion of time and space. Those who enter initially experience a dissipation of consciousness. During this period, their autonomy is suppressed, casting them into a state akin to half-dreaming. Immediately following the onset of a brief state of weakness, lasting approximately 5 seconds, an individual's reflexes, concentration, and sensory perceptions become considerably diminished, akin to the condition one experiences upon awakening from anesthesia. However, under such circumstances, Moonlight Wind demonstrated remarkable resilience. Even while under attack, he managed to adopt a defensive posture, thereby evading a potentially disastrous encounter. This performance garnered significant approval from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who recognized that it signified Moonlight Wind's considerable strength. To his astonishment, Hiruzen reflected on how Moonlight Wind had previously concealed his true abilities. Just moments ago, when he witnessed the ambush, he had anticipated the young ninja would be swiftly eliminated. Yet he was impressed by the skill displayed. The third Hokage expressed his admiration, stating, "I never expected such excellence in his maneuvers." Beside him, Orochimaru nodded in agreement, remarking that Moonlight Wind typically maintained a low profile, seldom revealing his prowess. His previous encounters with Yasaka had resulted in quick defeats, preventing the true extent of his capabilities from being showcased. It seemed that this competition would finally unveil the genuine strength of Moonlight Wind. Simultaneously, not only was Hiruzen Sarutobi observing the group match through the crystal ball, but the large screen in the arena was also broadcasting the actions of each participant within the environment. The main screen was divided into 4 segments, providing varied perspectives. Managed by a member of the Hyuga clan with Byakugan, they meticulously monitored the different participants and, when combat ensued, swiftly switched the display to focus on the relevant combatant, ensuring the audience could witness the action in real time. However, there were instances when simultaneous battles exceeded the capacity of the 4 screens, necessitating a replay of any combat that had not been shown. Notably, the moment when Moonlight Wind was ambushed upon entering the arena was broadcast live, allowing the audience to witness his struggle while in a weakened state. The spectators were aware of Moonlight Wind's vulnerability at that moment due to the presence of 2 commentators, who provided insights to the audience. This ensured that, rather than being mere passive viewers, the audience remained engaged and informed. The commentators skillfully guided the emotional tempo of the crowd, enabling even those unfamiliar with ninjutsu to grasp the events unfolding on screen. As soon as the large screen was activated, the commentators had introduced the audience to the key aspects of the group match, emphasizing that participants would experience a brief period of weakness upon being transported into the illusion. They cautioned that being attacked during this vulnerable phase could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in immediate elimination. Thus, when the audience observed Moonlight Wind being ambushed in his weakened state, they understood the gravity of the situation. The audience present was collectively holding their breath for Moonlight Gale, many believing that he was on the verge of elimination. However, to their astonishment, Moonlight Gale deftly wielded his katana to block the incoming attacks. After exchanging several blows that resonated with sharp clangs, he promptly deployed a smoke bomb, utilizing the ensuing obscurity to activate his technique of evasion. Though his technique rendered him semi-transparent during movement, increasing the likelihood of detection, the cover of smoke combined with the chaos of battle made it difficult for anyone to scrutinize their surroundings closely. As a result, even in this translucent state, Moonlight Gale successfully concealed himself. This elicited a collective sigh of relief from many spectators in the stands, who had been anxiously invested in his fate. Shien, with a tense expression, gazed at the large screen, having believed just moments earlier that Moonlight Gale would be eliminated, feeling a pang of regret for him. Yet, in an instant, she witnessed his remarkable maneuver, causing her eyes to sparkle with admiration. At that moment, she found him undeniably impressive. The assailant lying in ambush for Moonlight Gale was none other than the 8 Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee. It was quite fortuitous that Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee were assigned to the same vicinity. As Moonlight Gale was transported to Killer Bee's location, the latter was in the midst of setting traps. Suddenly, he spotted a figure descending from the sky, instantly recognizing the newcomer. He quickly concealed himself, waiting for Moonlight Gale to touch down before launching an assault using his dual-wielding technique from the Eight Tails Bee blade art. Killer Bee was confident that, in such a weakened state, his opponent would be unable to withstand his attack. Even though he was only employing 2 out of the 8 blades, he believed it would be sufficient to secure victory. Contrary to his expectations, Moonlight Gale's counterattack astonished Killer Bee, as he successfully parried the assault and retaliated with a smoke bomb, causing Killer Bee to lose sight of his target. When the smoke cleared, Moonlight Gale had vanished without a trace, leaving Killer Bee taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering such skill, had it not been for the noticeable height difference. Moonlight Gale towering over Yasaka, Killer Bee might have mistaken him for Yasaka himself. Due to the suddenness of the skirmish, Killer Bee had not been able to discern Moonlight Gale's features clearly. His recollection was limited to the opponent's height and the katana in hand. However, having reviewed some materials on the Konoha representative team prior to the match, he quickly made the connection and realized that the individual he had just faced was none other than Moonlight Gale. Chapter 139. The plan of Moonlight Gale to his surprise. It was that individual. It seemed he had always maintained a low profile. In fact, I had scarcely paid him any heed before, leaving me with minimal impression of him. Kurabi mused silently to himself, realizing that this was a person of considerable strength, yet remarkably discreet. His swordsmanship appeared formidable, which was quite commendable. Although he had not encountered Yasaka, meeting this individual was still acceptable. His blade skills likely paled in comparison to those of Yasaka, providing an opportunity to hone his own technique and gauge the superiority of his swordsmanship against Yasaka's. Resolute in his decision, Kurabi opted to confront Moonlight Gale directly. He swiftly concealed his presence to prevent any surprise attack and began to survey the surroundings, searching for the location of Moonlight Gale. After releasing a smoke bomb, the latter had vanished, presumably employing some form of ninjutsu to cloak himself. Kurabi speculated that he could not have traveled far, likely remaining in the vicinity. As he analyzed the situation, his gaze, shielded by sunglasses, swept the area without revealing any anomalies. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadow of a wall, Moonlight Gale was also observing the general vicinity where Kurabi had concealed himself, deep in thought. He reflected, that person was indeed Kurabi from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, colloquially known as the Eight Tails Bee, renowned for his adeptness in wielding 8 blades simultaneously. His chakra was identified as lightning-based, and although he appeared to be a brutish figure, he was, in reality, astute and cunning. One must exercise caution when engaging him, lest one be ensnared by his deceptive tactics. Moonlight Gale silently catalogued some characteristics and precautions regarding Kurabi. As participants often researched the profiles of competitors from various nations before the tournament, the intelligence gathered from Konoha was relatively detailed, allowing its participants to familiarize themselves with competitors from other countries. Consequently, Moonlight Gale was well versed in the profiles of notable contenders. At this juncture, he pondered whether to engage Kurabi in battle. To Moonlight Gale, Kurabi represented a formidable foe. However, he was not intimidated. His ultimate target was always Yasaka. In Moonlight Gale's mind, aside from Yasaka, no one else seemed insurmountable. If he could not defeat others, how could he hope to conquer Yasaka? Thus, he felt no trepidation about clashing with Kurabi and did not doubt his own capabilities against him. Nevertheless, he contemplated whether a confrontation with Kurabi was worthwhile, considering Kurabi was a fierce opponent, not easily subdued. If a battle exposed his own strength or attracted Kurabi's allies, it would be a costly endeavor. For the Moonlight Gale, the prospect of swiftly eliminating his opponent to seize the bell was certainly a worthy endeavor. However, should the situation fail to unfold favorably, the significance of charging into battle would diminish considerably. Although he yearned to experience his adversary's Eight Tails Bee blade technique, he discerned that, regardless of the outcome, this confrontation was not particularly worthwhile, and retreat would be the prudent choice. Contemplating this, Moonlight Gale began to entertain thoughts of withdrawal. Yet, Kurabi had no intention of letting him slip away so easily. Kurabi possessed unwavering confidence in his prowess, believing that even with the arrival of reinforcements for his opponent, he could evade capture. With this conviction, he felt no fear, only the desire to engage. Furthermore, it was evident that his opponent was a formidable member of the Leaf Village. If he could eliminate him here, it would bestow a significant advantage upon the Cloud Village team in the upcoming tournament. Thus, as Moonlight Gale sought an opportunity to retreat, Karabi smirked and thought, "Since you choose to hide, I shall compel you to reveal yourself." With that, Karabi swiftly formed hand seals and bellowed, "Lightning release." Machine gun technique. In the next moment, he thrust his hands forward, fingers splayed, as brilliant arcs of electricity crackled at his fingertips. As he shouted, these arcs shot forth like serpents of lightning into the open space ahead. Instantly, the chaotic, tangled arcs enveloped a 20-square-meter area before him. Upon striking the ground, they erupted with violent explosions, colliding with the walls and causing similar ferocious blasts. The destructive power of these explosions resembled that of explosive tags. Karabi unleashed over 100 such arcs, each triggering an explosive effect upon contact with obstacles, akin to artillery shells. As Karabi adjusted the direction of his hands, the area under relentless assault began to shift in a clockwise manner, and Moonlight Gale found himself perilously close to the chaos. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Moonlight Gale felt a chill run through him, knowing he could no longer evade Karabi's onslaught. Resolute in his decision, he opted to utilize his phasing technique, adopting a semi-invisible form and charged toward Karabi. At that moment, Karabi was preoccupied with controlling the multitude of arcs, his attention largely drawn to the clouds of smoke from the explosions. Consequently, despite Moonlight Gale's semi-invisible approach, he remained undetected until he was a mere 3 meters away from Karabi, startling him. "What the?" In a moment of surprise, Karabi exclaimed a curse. And with a swift kick, Moonlight Gale leapt into the air, drawing his katana with a swift motion, striking directly at Karabi, the sword technique resembling a long, sinuous serpent. Simultaneously, the grand screen at the center of the arena was broadcasting the scene of Moonlight Gale facing Karabi in real time. As the audience witnessed Karabi unleashing a wide-range carpet bombing attack to force Moonlight Gale out, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Chapter 140. The choice of Moonlight Gale. Just as the audience held their breath for Moonlight Gale, they suddenly realized that the previously invisible fighter, who seemed on the verge of being forced out by Karabi, had chosen to take the initiative. Like a cheetah, he charged fiercely towards Karabi, his katana aimed directly at him, moving with the speed of a black lightning bolt. "Wow, Moonlight Gale is actually taking the initiative," an acquaintance exclaimed in astonishment. "That kid is not retreating, but advancing. What a stunning maneuver." Another admirer remarked, "I thought he would withdraw, yet he chose to attack. This boy is truly unpredictable." In the stands, Mitsushima Shusuke was taken aback by the sight of Moonlight Gale advancing rather than retreating. He had anticipated that Moonlight Gale would evade the confrontation and temporarily withdraw. Based on his previous observations, Mitsushima regarded Moonlight Gale as a rather low-key individual, with a fighting style characterized by caution. Typically, in Mitsushima's eyes, Moonlight Gale would likely opt for retreat, as he had never engaged in actions without a measure of certainty, save for challenging Yatsuka. Furthermore, Moonlight Gale was adept in stealthy assassination techniques, those sudden strikes that could end an opponent in one blow. Therefore, if he felt unable to deliver a decisive blow or incapacitate his adversary, Moonlight Gale would usually choose a more prudent course of retreat or abstain from attacking altogether. Thus, the current bold approach of confronting his opponent head-on was indeed unexpected for Mitsushima, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never imagined that the typically cautious and prudent Moonlight Gale could exhibit such decisiveness and valor. This boy is not retreating, but advancing. This is not like him at all, Mitsushima pondered, bewildered by Moonlight Gale's performance, which was entirely contrary to his usual demeanor. Many others shared Mitsushima's sentiments. The lower ninjas from Moonlight Gale's class were equally astonished, as this was a stark departure from the style they had come to know. Yami stared wide-eyed at the screen, feeling as though she had glimpsed a previously unseen side of Moonlight Gale. Only Moonlight Gale himself understood that his usual modesty stemmed from his character, and he held no pride, being a defeated subordinate of Yatsuka. However, the circumstances have changed. Now we are contending against opponents from different nations, and any hint of negligence is utterly unacceptable. A moment's lapse could allow the adversary to seize the opportunity and decisively determine the outcome. Thus, in such moments, one must act with unwavering resolve, striking first and without hesitation. In ordinary practice, one may pursue a more cautious approach, as these encounters are merely for sparring, often allowing for leniency. Yet, the current scenario is distinct. The Moonlight Gale seeks victory, striving to make a resounding impact, demonstrating that he is not to be trifled with. As the audience gasped in astonishment, within the illusion, Moonlight Gale lunged forward with his long blade, the tip aimed directly at Kairabi, transforming into a streak of black light, akin to a bolt of thunder hurtling toward him. Faced with such a formidable strike, Kairabi was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden ferocity of his opponent's assault. The impending danger was palpable, as if a sharp needle were piercing his skin, an instinctive awareness of peril gripping him. Due to the astonishing speed of Moonlight Gale's assault, and the element of surprise, Kairabi found himself within a mere 1.5 meters of his opponent before he could react. Alarmed, he hastily attempted to defend himself. However, the abrupt nature of the attack left him with little time to execute a proper and effective block. In a desperate last moment, as Moonlight Gale's blade approached, he drew a short dagger from its sheath on his left forearm, attempting to deflect the incoming strike. Alas, Kairabi had underestimated the ferocity of Moonlight Gale's attack, which embodied the very essence of his spirit and determination. As he channeled his peak mental energy into the blade, it became a conduit of lethal force. There was no way for Kairabi's hasty maneuver to succeed in deflecting such a concentrated strike. The next moment, a sharp sound of metal clashing echoed through the arena as Moonlight Gale's wrist flicked with precision, sending Kairabi's short dagger flying. Immediately, his blade surged forward with relentless momentum toward Kairabi, who faced the imminent threat of severe injury. In a moment of desperation, a robust tentacle sprouted from Kairabi, striking fiercely toward the now closed Moonlight Gale. Witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in gasps, while the commentators swiftly elucidated the unfolding drama. Essentially, Kairabi realized he could no longer evade Moonlight Gale's onslaught, and thus resolved to confront it head-on. In a fierce exchange of blows, CHG, at great personal cost, retaliated against the swift and lethal strikes of Tsukikage, using his powerful tentacles to launch a counterattack. The might of those tentacles was formidable. Should Tsukikage be struck, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries and lose his combat effectiveness. However, CHG himself, having been pierced by Tsukikage's attack, would likely also be gravely wounded. Thus, if Tsukikage failed to evade, the outcome would result in mutual destruction, with both combatants eliminated from the contest. Nevertheless, this fate was preferable to CHG facing annihilation alone, as he harbored the desperate resolve to take his adversary down with him. Yet Tsukikage had no intention of perishing alongside CHG. He sought further victories, eager to defeat more foes and claim glory. As he witnessed the massive tentacle lash toward him, Tsukikage let out a disdainful snort, reflecting with some regret that CHG was fortunate, for that strike would have surely led to his elimination. With a swift motion, Tsukikage raised his katana and struck down upon the tentacle, cleaving it in two, thus nullifying its threat. Seizing this moment, CHG hastily retreated several meters, creating a distance between himself and Tsukikage. In doing so, he had effectively utilized a self-destructive tactic to force Tsukikage back, successfully averting immediate peril. Nonetheless, the abruptness of Tsukikage's attack had left CHG in a cold sweat, for he had narrowly escaped elimination. Particularly alarming was the fact that he had initiated the ambush against CHG, only to nearly be turned into the prey himself. Moreover, CHG had scarcely engaged in any substantial effort, coming perilously close to being ousted by Tsukikage's sudden onslaught. Had he truly been eliminated, it would have been a disgrace for the village of Kimogakure. If he had fought with all his might and lost due to a disparity in skill, it would not have been seen as shameful. At most, he would have faced light-hearted jests about his inadequacy. After all, despite the village's reputation for its brawny warriors, they held great respect for those who fought valiantly. Effort was honored, and no one would place blame on a warrior who had given their all. However, CHG had not truly unleashed any of his techniques. Had he been caught off guard by Tsukikage's sudden resurgence, he would have undoubtedly faced the ignominy of being a warrior who had not even harnessed 10% of his potential. It could be said that, had it not been for the power of the tailed beast, allowing him to unleash his octopus tentacles in a bid for mutual destruction, he stood a 95% chance of being decisively eliminated by Tsukikage. Indeed, this is primarily due to the formidable prowess of Moonlight Gale. Although his phase-shifting technique may be easily detected when in motion, it is not entirely transparent. In the midst of a complex and tense battle, one may subconsciously overlook the semi-translucent figure of Moonlight Gale. Furthermore, the powerful strike he delivered moments ago was indeed remarkable, nearly eliminating Karabi in one fell swoop. Which is not surprising. After all, the force behind that strike was the culmination of his entire spirit and intent, infused into his blade, resulting in a formidable attack. This blow possessed a degree of spiritual attribute damage, akin to the mental shockwave unleashed by Yasaka, thus delivering a powerful impact that could dull one's senses. By the time one reacts, the blade is already upon them, leaving no room for defense. Therefore, it is not solely due to Karabi's own negligence, but also because Moonlight Gale's strength genuinely posed a threat that could turn the tide against him. Moonlight Gale's own capabilities are formidable. He frequently engages in duels with Yasaka, enduring repeated defeats while simultaneously honing his skills. The strength of his opponents is significant, reminiscent of the Chinese table tennis scene where only the elite engage in practice matches. In contrast, other countries often feature lesser skilled players, leading to a widening gap in proficiency. Consequently, Karabi found himself drenched in cold sweat, as he had never anticipated Moonlight Gale to be such a formidable adversary, having underestimated him entirely. In his perception, based on the information available, the noteworthy members of the Konoha representative team were primarily Yasaka, Kakashi Hitaki, and Uchiha Itachi. The others, such as Aido Uchiha, Might Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi, while possessing strength, did not pose a significant challenge to Karabi, who, as a Jinchuriki, inherently held a considerable advantage in the early stages. Thus, he merely regarded Moonlight Gale as a close combat ninja skilled with a blade, akin to Yasaka, but did not consider him a serious threat, especially since Karabi himself was older than Yasaka and the others. Having entered the academy later, Karabi's age has now aligned with that of a Chunin, making him somewhat of an elder to Yasaka and his peers, being slightly younger than Minato Namikaze. Consequently, Karabi's accumulated strength surpassed that of a genin, leading him to dismiss Moonlight Gale's potential. This underestimation, combined with the sudden eruption of Moonlight Gale's hidden strength, nearly resulted in Karabi's downfall. It can be said that had it not been for the power of the tailed beast, Karabi would have been eliminated by that very strike. However, the power of the tailed beast is indeed a part of his overall strength, thus rendering the situation somewhat unfair. After Kirabai resolved the crisis with a mutually destructive approach, he finally adopted a serious demeanor, casting a vigilant gaze upon Tsukikage Shippu. To his astonishment, he mused, "I never anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable strength. It seems he has been rather low-key. Or perhaps the prowess of Yatsukasa has overshadowed the brilliance of others, leading me to mistakenly perceive them as less capable. In truth, these individuals likely possess considerable strength." Thus, Kirabai quickly acknowledged his opponent, wholly retracting his earlier nonchalance and treating the present Tsukikage Shippu as a genuine adversary. "You are indeed powerful, far exceeding my expectations. Initially, I believed that only Yatsukasa was a true contender among you. It appears I was mistaken. Very well, I shall use you to gauge my swordsmanship. According to the records, you have never triumphed against Yatsukasa in single combat. If I cannot defeat you, it would imply that I stand no chance against Yatsukasa either. Therefore, allow me to test my strength against you first." As he spoke, Kirabai unsheathed the short blades embedded in his person, one in each hand and another clenched between his teeth, totaling 3 knives. Witnessing this, Tsukikage Shippu furrowed his brow, contemplating. The records indicate that Kirabai, aside from wielding lightning release and the power of tailed beasts, is particularly adept in a technique known as the 8 tails beast style, which engages 8 blades simultaneously when at full capacity. Yet, he has chosen to employ only 3 blades against me? With this thought, Tsukikage Shippu let out a cold chuckle. Am I still underestimated? Very well, I shall ensure you comprehend the price of underestimating me. Chapter 142. The Battle of Tsukikage Shippu. Tsukikage Shippu reflected that while he typically maintained a low profile, it did not imply that his strength mirrored his unassuming demeanor. On the contrary, through countless battles with Yatsukasa, he had been honed like a rusted sword, becoming increasingly sharper. Although he still could not surpass Yatsukasa, his own capabilities had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced through repeated failures. Thus, this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament marked the moment when Tsukikage Shippu's blade would be unsheathed. He aspired to demonstrate his strength in this tournament, partly for himself, to validate his abilities, and partly to impress Yuin, who was watching from the audience. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands observed the escalating tension between Tsukikage Shippu and Kirabai on the large screen, their hearts brimming with anticipation. After all, they had come to witness a competition, and a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. How could they not be excited? Look, they are about to clash. This time, it's for real, they exclaimed. I've heard that the individual across from us hails from the hidden cloud village and possesses immense strength. He will not be easy to contend with. Indeed, did you witness the colossal tentacle he unleashed moments ago? That is the power of the Eight Tails. He is the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. A formidable force and undoubtedly one of the strongest contenders for the championship in this solo tournament. Yes, that individual is quite ruthless. Just earlier, he nearly fell to the Moonlight Gale, but in truth, he had underestimated his opponent at first. Now that he is serious, he poses a significant challenge. And I hope our Moonlight Gale does not fall easily. As Yuin listened to the murmurs around her, her anxiety grew. Initially, she was not particularly tense, but now, as the large screen began to display the duel between Moonlight Gale and a powerful adversary from another nation, her nerves began to fray, fearing for Moonlight Gale's safety. Especially after overhearing that the imposing figure opposite him was, in fact, the Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village, her concern for Moonlight Gale intensified. While Yuin admired the strength of Yasaka, it was merely admiration. She did not harbor the same fondness for him as Moonlight Gale might have thought. In her heart, Moonlight Gale had always been paramount. Their long-standing relationship as childhood friends fostered a sense of familiarity, leading Yuin to feel that the nuances did not warrant much attention, which in turn caused Moonlight Gale to often feel jealous of Yasaka. Had Moonlight Gale been privy to Yuin's true feelings at that moment, he would have been overwhelmed with emotion, realizing he had misinterpreted her sentiments all along. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale contemplated, perhaps Yuin is watching my every move on the big screen from the audience. I cannot afford to lose. Being the Jinchuriki means nothing to me. My only opponent is Yasaka. If I cannot defeat this opponent before me, how can I even dream of overcoming Yasaka? Yuin is watching. I must prevail. Thus, Moonlight Gale cast aside any prior thoughts of evasion or retreat, focusing solely on defeating Karabi. A serious expression gradually adorned his face, his eyes radiating an intense determination and focus that made Karabi feel a chill, wondering, has this guy truly become serious? We have no enmity. Why does it feel as though he is intent on my demise? Although puzzled, Karabi remained confident in his strength, assured that he would not easily succumb to anyone. Since Moonlight Gale desired a serious bout, he was more than willing to oblige, believing firmly that victory would ultimately be his, with nothing to fear. Moonlight Gale, I shall remember you. Allow me to experience your swordsmanship today. Behold, the Eight Tails ultimate technique, 3 blades of the B-blade style. With that, Karabi let out a mighty roar and lunged at Moonlight Gale like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. In response, Moonlight Gale also let out a low growl, gripping his long sword tightly as he charged toward Karabi. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in fervent cheers. It has begun. They are clashing. Look, the thrilling performance is underway. After a long wait, the first battle has finally arrived. To my surprise, it features Moonlight Gale from the Hidden Leaf Village against the formidable Killer Bee from the Hidden Cloud Village. Both are masters of the blade, promising an exhilarating clash. I earnestly hope they deliver a spectacular performance. How thrilling it is. Moonlight Gale, give it your all. Do not succumb to that adversary. Yuin shouted passionately, her voice drowned out by the cacophony of the surrounding spectators. Although she was aware that Moonlight Gale, trapped in an illusion, could not hear her fervent cries, she continued to shout nonetheless. Meanwhile, not only was Moonlight Gale commencing his battle, but on the other side, Kakashi Hitaki faced his own initial opponent. Surprisingly, it was not the scorpion from the Sand Village, but rather an unexpected, yet strangely fitting adversary. This individual was none other than Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist, infamous for his delusions of persecution. At that moment, Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, perched upon a sturdy branch of a great tree, gazing down at Kakashi with a menacing glint in his eyes, silently contemplating. Kakashi Hitaki, indeed a worthy opponent. However, the outcome remains unchanged. He shall become yet another soul beneath my blade. Below, Kakashi spotted Zabuza on the branch. Initially, he pondered whether to engage in battle for the sake of the bells. However, Upon recognizing Zabuza, he understood that confrontation was inevitable. Had it been anyone else in that position, Kakashi might have considered negotiating a truce. But Zabuza was different. Kakashi knew well that he was a relentless killer, driven by a desire to eliminate anyone who crossed his path. Despite Kakashi's reluctance to engage Zabuza in combat, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess, which was not something he could swiftly overcome. Should the battle prolong, it might attract other competitors, placing Kakashi at a disadvantage. Even if he managed to avoid elimination and secure the bells, the time wasted would render the effort futile. Yet, even with this understanding, Kakashi held on to a flicker of hope. He yearned to converse with Zabuza, believing that perhaps Zabuza might comprehend his rationale, leading them to part ways without further unnecessary conflict. After all, despite being a delusional maniac, Zabuza's intelligence remained intact. Kakashi was convinced that he could grasp some semblance of reason. Thus, Kakashi Hatake directly addressed Zabuza Momochi, perched upon the tree, stating, "Zabuza, should we engage in combat, it is likely that a decisive outcome will elude us for an extended period. This, in turn, may attract other competitors, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. It could also summon our respective allies. Therefore, I propose we part ways and seek out other adversaries instead. What do you think?" Kakashi, harboring a flicker of hope, inquired. For although he did not fear Zabuza and was confident in his ability to prevail, he wished to avoid wasting time. It would be far more advantageous to chance upon a weaker opponent, thereby swiftly securing a bell. As Kakashi gazed at Zabuza, awaiting a response, Zabuza, hidden beneath his mask, curled his lips into a cold smirk, contemplating, "You wish to evade a confrontation with me? Such fanciful thinking." Consequently, Zabuza refrained from answering Kakashi and instead raised his hands, commencing the formation of seals. "Is this your response to me? Very well, it seems you are not one for dialogue." Observing Zabuza's silence and resolute action, Kakashi understood the implication. Since Zabuza desired battle, then let it be so. Kakashi was not one to shy away from a fight. With a disdainful snort, Kakashi drew his trusty short blade, adopting a defensive stance, opting not to perform any jutsu, wishing instead to gauge Zabuza's tactics and react accordingly. Employing a strategy of adaptability, he positioned the blade before him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zabuza in the branches above. At that moment, Zabuza completed his seals and silently declared, "Water style, hidden mist technique." In an instant, Kakashi felt the humidity in the air intensify, and within mere seconds, visibility began to diminish at an alarming rate, shrouded by thickening fog. "This is the hidden mist technique?" Kakashi thought in astonishment. He recalled having studied that the ninja of the Mist Village excelled in assassination techniques, with the hidden mist technique being one of their signature jutsu. By augmenting the moisture in the air, they could generate dense fog, obscuring the enemy's sight, and then execute silent killing techniques, effectively masking their presence and scent, allowing for a lethal strike amidst the obscurity. Witnessing this development, Kakashi swiftly devised a counter-strategy in his mind. He resolved to employ fire style, using the searing heat to evaporate the moisture in the fog, thereby thinning it out and significantly undermining the efficacy of the hidden mist technique. For fog is most vulnerable to the flames that evaporate its moisture. However, just as Hatake Kakashi was about to perform his hand seals, a shadow suddenly flashed before him, followed by a blurred black light sweeping towards him like a tempest. Kakashi immediately halted his hand seals, sweeping his short blade to the right. The resounding clash of metal echoed as a tremendous force traveled through the blade and into Kakashi's arm, propelling him backward with great strength. What immense power! Is it the beheading sword? Kakashi pondered to himself, while simultaneously drawing 3 shurikens with his left hand and casting them forward, each tied with thin threads to sense their status. In an instant, the 3 shurikens vanished into the dense fog ahead, where visibility was reduced to approximately 1.5 meters. Thus, the shurikens became invisible almost immediately after being thrown. However, thanks to the threads, Kakashi could feel if they encountered an enemy. Indeed, the next moment, he sensed vibrations along the threads, clearly indicating that the shurikens had been deflected by Momochi Zabuza. This revelation allowed Kakashi to ascertain Zabuza's current direction, being enveloped in the thick fog, where visibility was nearly non-existent. It was crucial for Kakashi to identify his adversary's position beforehand. Otherwise, if he were to face someone like Yasaka or even Tsukiakari, He would only realize their presence when they were merely 1.5 meters away, likely leading to his demise. After all, Kakashi did not possess the same beast-like resilience as Killer Bee, who could afford to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Now that he had determined Zabuza's direction, Kakashi swiftly performed his hand seals and unleashed a fire release, Fire Dragon Flame bullet towards him. In the next moment, a fierce tongue of fire shot towards Zabuza, piercing through the fog and incinerating the mist surrounding it. This allowed Kakashi to catch sight of Zabuza not far from him. Chapter 144. The Battle of Hatake Kakashi Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet and Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique are two distinct types of fire-based ninjutsu. Although both techniques expel flames to vanquish foes, the Great Fireball Technique releases a large fireball aimed at the enemy, emphasizing its area of effect. In contrast, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet emits a concentrated, serpentine flame to assault its target. Consequently, the range of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet extends to 50 meters, while the Great Fireball Technique covers approximately 30 meters. Moreover, the technique of fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet possesses a concentrated lethality, coupled with an immense impact force. As a result, those struck by this fiery assault experience an effect akin to being collided with a colossal pillar, suffering internal injuries or fractures from the overwhelming force before subsequently being burned by the searing flames. In contrast, the advantage of the fire release, Great Fireball Technique lies in its extensive area of attack, making it difficult to evade, albeit with a relatively slower speed and shorter range. Conversely, the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet excels in its long-range capabilities and rapid velocity, delivering formidable power within a smaller radius. However, its limited range makes it susceptible to evasion by faster opponents. In the next moment, the fiery column resembling a dragon surged towards Zabuza Momochi, with the surrounding mist within a meter radius evaporating due to the intense heat, restoring visibility. Through this newly clear sight, Kakashi Hatake observed Zabuza forming hand seals to execute the water release, water barrier technique. Consequently, the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet collided fiercely with the water barrier conjured by Zabuza. The interaction of the extreme heat and cool water led to an immediate evaporation of the latter, generating a substantial amount of steam and increasing the humidity in the air, which in turn filled the space previously cleared by the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet with mist once more. Thus, this exchange resulted in a stalemate, with neither participant gaining the upper hand. However, Zabuza was evidently not limited to this singular ability. He swiftly employed the mist concealment body flicker technique, darting toward Kakashi with remarkable speed. This ninjutsu allows for silent and rapid movement within the mist, enhancing assassination efficacy when combined with the mist concealment technique. Just as Kakashi was preparing to form seals, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, a primal instinct warning him of impending danger. Zabuza was launching another assault. Yet, the surrounding thick fog obscured all vision, rendering it impossible to discern the direction of Zabuza's attack. Should he misjudge his response and collide with Zabuza's massive blade, it would spell disaster. In this critical moment, Kakashi leaped into the air, ascending 3 meters above the ground. As he did, a flash of black passed beneath him, revealing Zabuza's colossal, door-like decapitating blade sweeping past his feet. Witnessing this, Kakashi felt a wave of dread. Had he not acted swiftly to jump, the trajectory of the blade would have aligned perfectly with his neck, resulting in his beheading. Seizing the opportunity while still airborne, Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release, fireball barrage." In that instant, a multitude of small fireballs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized around Kakashi, erupting violently and propelling flames outward, causing the temperature in the surrounding air to rise dramatically. The scorching heat instantaneously evaporated the mist surrounding Kakashi Hatake, revealing a clear area with a radius of 5 meters. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi caught sight of Zabuza Momochi, who was positioned 2 meters diagonally in front of him. "Die!" Zabuza bellowed, swinging his massive sword towards Kakashi. Kakashi swiftly dodged to the right, and Zabuza's blade struck the ground where he had stood, carving a deep chasm into the earth. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi lunged forward with his short blade, piercing Zabuza's chest just as Zabuza, having just executed a powerful strike, found himself in a moment of vulnerability, unable to react in time due to the unwieldy nature of his weapon. Kakashi then grasped the bell hanging from Zabuza's chest and yanked it free, triumph surging within him as he secured the bell. However, a fleeting glance revealed a sinister smile curling at the corner of Zabuza's mouth, sending a chill down Kakashi's spine. Realizing the imminent danger, he attempted to retreat, only to witness Zabuza transform into a torrent of water that surged towards him. Alarmed, Kakashi recognized the water clone technique and the ensuing water prison jutsu. He hurriedly retreated, but was a moment too late, becoming ensnared within the watery confines of the prison. Turning to look, he saw Zabuza standing behind him, one hand pressed against the water sphere to maintain the water prison, while the other wielded his sword. Is this a feigned attack with a water clone? Kakashi mused, recognizing that Zabuza had taken advantage of the mist to conceal his movements and mislead him. Indeed, the mist technique effectively obscures my actions, allowing me to evade your observation and create confusion. That is the true power of the mist technique. Now, enough talk. I shall eliminate you and claim your bell. With that, Zabuza swung his sword towards Kakashi within the water prison. Should the blade connect, Kakashi would surely be cleaved in two, and trapped in the prison, he was unable to evade. In the next moment, Zabuza's sword descended. Chapter 145. The Battle of Yasaka. Meanwhile, as Kakashi and Moonlight Gale engaged their adversaries, Yasaka finally detected the presence of the first individual he encountered after entering the illusion. Navigating through the forest, relying on his ability to perceive the air currents, Yatsuka continuously visualized the surroundings within a radius of 300 meters. After 10 minutes of progress, he finally discerned a figure standing atop a tree, 100 meters ahead. Who could that be? It appeared to be someone from the land of soup. Observing the emblem on the person's forehead protector, which bore the mark of the land of soup, Yatsuka pondered that those from this region were reputed to be rather weak. As he continued forward, he soon found himself within 50 meters of the ninja from the land of soup. It was evident that only those possessing skills in reconnaissance or perception could participate in this team competition. Consequently, once Yatsuka encroached upon the 50-meter threshold, he was immediately detected by the individual. Who goes there? The person exclaimed, retreating swiftly and leaping to another large tree, warily eyeing Yatsuka. In no time, Yatsuka had dashed to the opposite tree and greeted the ninja. Hello, what is your name? The ninja, gazing at Yatsuka's face, felt a sense of familiarity as if they had met before, and thus responded, I am called Mamazu. I am Kiki Yatsuka, Yatsuka declared. What? Kiki Yatsuka? The ninja Mamazu was suddenly taken aback. He recognized that name. It belonged to the captain of the Konoha team. No wonder Yatsuka had seemed so familiar. It was indeed during the opening ceremony that they had crossed paths. Now, realizing Yatsuka's identity, Mamazu was struck with dread, sweat beading on his forehead, his expression turning serious and tense. What ill fortune to encounter this individual. The captains are invariably the strongest members of their teams. And the strongest of Konoha must be formidable indeed, far beyond my capabilities. I must retreat swiftly. With this thought, Mamazu instinctively stepped back with one foot while reaching for his pouch of weapons, retrieving 2 smoke bombs. All of these subtle movements did not escape Yatsuka's perceptive awareness of the air currents. Thus, through these actions, Yatsuka surmised that the ninja was preparing to flee. Contemplating to himself, his hand delving into the pouch could either yield shuriken or kunai, or perhaps smoke bombs or explosive tags, all projectiles meant for throwing. Therefore, Yatsuka had accurately deduced the intentions of the ninja, illustrating the stark contrast between an inexperienced individual and a skilled practitioner. In the next moment, Mamazu suddenly pointed behind Yatsuka and shouted, Look who that is. Almost instantaneously, he hurled 2 smoke bombs toward Yatsuka from his weapon pouch. Simultaneously, as Mamazu's hand emerged from the pouch, Yatsuka sprang into action. With a powerful push off the tree, he shot forth like an arrow, one hand gripping the hilt of his katana at his waist, swiftly drawing it. At that moment, the 2 smoke bombs Mamazu had thrown exploded nearby with a resounding thud, enveloping both Yatsuka and Mamazu in a thick cloud of smoke. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted on the large screen in the center of the stadium, captivating the attention of numerous spectators. Witnessing this spectacle, the commentator exclaimed with palpable excitement, Wow! The contestant from the land of soup, Momonosuke, has launched 2 smoke bombs, while Yasaki from the Leaf Village has surged forward with astonishing speed, almost a full second ahead. Remarkably, his velocity surpasses that of the smoke bombs that Momonosuke just released. At that very moment, As soon as the smoke bombs were thrown, Yasaki had already closed the distance to him. Yasaki has drawn his sword. He has drawn his sword. Oh, the smoke bombs have exploded. Visibility is lost. What transpires within the smoke? As the captain of the Leaf Village, what will be the outcome of Yasaki's first real battle? We must await the dissipation of the smoke. Cursed smoke. With each rapid exclamation from the commentator, the hearts of the audience swelled with anticipation. The most critical moment was obscured by the smoke bombs. They only witnessed Yasaki drawing his sword and charging towards Momonosuke before everything vanished into the haze. After a brief interval of about 10 seconds, as the smoke cleared, the audience fixated their gazes on the screen, where Yasaki was seen clutching a bell the size of a grape. What? He has managed to seize the bell. The commentator's shrill voice echoed throughout the arena, as all present beheld the moment Yasaki triumphantly held the bell. Let us extend our congratulations to Yasaki, for he has become the first person to capture the opponent's bell in this team competition. At that moment, the commentator's voice rang out once more. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into fervent applause and cheers, as Yasaki's accomplishment ignited immense excitement among the Leaf supporters, especially those who knew him personally. Yasaki. Incredible. Otsutsuki SHBU clapped vigorously, her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, overflowing with joy. Mikami Haichir could hardly contain his smile, clapping wildly while shouting Yasaki's name. At that instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. His student had become the first to seize the opponent's bell, a true honor. I knew it. This lad would shine brightly in this competition, but I never expected it to happen so swiftly. Truly remarkable. Mikami Haichir remarked with a grin. Yasaki is amazing. Truly deserving of his reputation. Noera Rin exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically, before musing to herself, I wonder how Aido is faring now. Has he encountered any foes? Are they formidable? Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Uchiha Aido was embroiled in a fierce battle. Earlier, he had detected signs of chakra nearby through his Sharingan. Through the clandestine investigations of Uchiha Aido, he unwittingly fell into his adversary's trap. As he stepped into this snare, he was suddenly bombarded by explosive tags, narrowly escaping death. In Chapter 146, Uchiha Aido's response. He found himself on the brink of demise, much like Tsunade's brother, S.H. Sui, who had similarly succumbed to an enemy's explosive trap. This was a pitfall crafted with explosive tags, functioning akin to a landmine. Initially, a large hole was excavated in the ground, and an array of explosive tags was affixed to the walls of the pit. The entrance was then concealed, masquerading as an ordinary flat surface. When an unsuspecting individual traversed the area, they would plummet into the pit, triggering the ignition mechanism of the explosive tags, resulting in an instantaneous detonation that would obliterate anyone ensnared within. In Aido's case, he had been diligently tracking a chakra signature, compelled by curiosity to uncover the source of its presence, as it was situated not far ahead. However, he failed to consider that this could merely be a ruse, a bait designed to lure him into the trap. As he advanced, he inadvertently stepped onto the concealed trap, falling into the abyss below and activating the explosive tags within. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Uchiha Aido maintained his composure, swiftly leaping to safety while employing the earth release, earth flow wall technique to erect 4 earthen barriers around himself, thus avoiding immediate destruction. The explosive tags required a brief interval of 2 to 3 seconds to ignite, providing Aido with the necessary time to escape and utilize his defensive technique. Had those tags detonated instantaneously, he would have had no opportunity to evade and would have met a fate far more gruesome than S.H. Sui's, who, despite being blown to pieces, at least left behind a recognizable corpse. Conversely, Aido's demise would have rendered him utterly unrecognizable, reduced to mere fragments. However, it is highly probable that he would sustain only severe injuries, as the protective mechanisms of the illusion could transport a competitor away from the brink of death in an instant, thereby significantly mitigating the risk of fatalities among participants. This was akin to the earlier confrontation between the ninja of the hidden hot water village and Yatsuka, when the smoke bomb detonated. It obscured the audience's view while simultaneously shrouding Yatsuka and the ninja from the land of hot water, known as Momoz. Nevertheless, Yatsuka, utilizing the manipulation of air currents, could perceive his surroundings with clarity, unhindered by the visual obfuscation. Thus, he executed a decisive strike, and the ninja, Momoz, was caught unawares. feeling as though a colossal blade had descended upon him from the heavens. Moreover, it imparted an inescapable sensation, as if he were destined to be cleaved. In that fleeting moment, he felt ensnared in an illusion, his body rendered immobile. The scene before him, not one of reality, but rather a vivid recollection of a colossal blade descending from the heavens. Consequently, he found himself ensconced in a state of utter stupor, allowing the bell that hung from his neck to be effortlessly severed by the tip of Yasaka's sword, which he then seized. The blade continued its trajectory, aimed at the carotid artery of the ninja known as Momonosuke. Should this strike land, it would undoubtedly spell death for the aforementioned ninja, as it would not merely sever the artery, but would cleave his head from his shoulders. However, Yasaka was cognizant that when one sustains a fatal injury, they are instantly transported away. Thus, he deliberately aimed a lethal blow at this individual. As anticipated, the next moment saw the ninja vanish from sight, leaving Yasaka standing solitary upon the thick branch. This led to the subsequent spectacle, wherein the audience witnessed the smoke from the smoke bomb dissipate, revealing only Yasaka clutching the bell, with the ninja known as Momonosuke having vanished. Where did that ninja go? Why is only Yasaka left? At this moment, some bewildered spectators voiced their inquiries. The commentator, however, provided clarity, stating, "Although we could not discern what transpired within the smoke bomb's embrace, given the current scenario where the ninja from the land of hot water has completely disappeared, it is likely that Yasaka's attack inflicted a fatal wound. According to the mechanics of the illusion, individuals who sustain such injuries are instantly transported away, suggesting that this competitor has been removed from the fray. Thus, the audience could see that only Yasaka remained, as the competitor from the land of hot water had been spirited away, leaving behind only the bell that symbolized him, signifying that in practical terms, Yasaka had eliminated his opponent. The commentator's explanation illuminated the understanding of the majority of the onlookers, elucidating why only Yasaka stood alone. Consequently, a fervent murmur of excitement erupted among the spectators, who enthusiastically discussed Yasaka's swift and decisive action, recognizing it as a remarkable display of prowess. It is essential to note that those who reached this stage of the competition are no mere novices. They are the elite among the lower-ranking ninjas from their respective nations. Even though the overall strength of the hidden hot water village may be comparatively weaker, leading to a relatively less formidable contestant pool, they could not be dismissed entirely. Yet, Yasaka's ability to dispatch one of them with a single stroke underscored his formidable strength. Thus, upon witnessing Yasaka's swift triumph, many Leaf ninjas erupted in cheers, a commendable display that instilled immense pride in the Leaf spectators present. Audiences from other nations gazed upon the spectacle with envy, eagerly anticipating their own competitors to showcase such remarkable prowess and bring honor to their homeland. Although the majority of spectators hailed from the Hidden Leaf, a considerable number of visitors from other countries attended, drawn by the allure of complimentary entry and provided transportation. For instance, over 300 spectators from the Hidden Cloud Village made their way to the event, while approximately 200 from other minor villages also graced the occasion, illustrating a significant presence of foreign audiences. Consequently, this strategic maneuver by Yasaka greatly invigorated the enthusiasm of those in attendance, enhancing the atmosphere within the venue. As the broadcast shifted focus to Uchiha Aido, he was seen employing the earth release technique to erect a sturdy earthen wall that successfully shielded him from the explosion triggered by explosive tags. This sight elicited a collective sigh of relief from many Leaf Village spectators, who had just witnessed Aido fall into a trap, engulfed by a fierce conflagration, leaving them concerned for his safety. Among them was Noera Rin, whose heart sank as she saw Aido vanish amidst the violent blaze. Instinctively, she leapt from her seat, calling out his name in a moment of sheer anxiety, her gaze fixed on the large screen. When Rin observed Aido emerge from the earthen wall, her heart began to ease, allowing her some respite. However, just as she started to relax, her anxiety surged anew as she watched multiple shurikens hurtling towards him from all directions the moment he broke free from the barrier. Initially startled, Aido swiftly activated his Sharingan, meticulously tracking the trajectory of the incoming shurikens. Summoning all his strength, he adeptly maneuvered his body to evade their onslaught. The audience beheld Aido's form executing a graceful yet astonishing display in midair as he navigated through the barrage of shurikens, escaping unscathed. This impressive feat drew admiration from the commentators, with Noera Ganjin exclaiming in awe, "Truly, the Sharingan shines." Its enhanced dynamic vision offers a distinct advantage in such scenarios, allowing one to perceive rapid projectiles in slow motion, facilitating precise, evasive actions. Indeed, facing such a multitude of shurikens would be quite challenging without it, added Yamashiro Aoi. Meanwhile, having successfully dodged the barrage, Uchiha Aido finally caught sight of his adversary, thanks to the advantages bestowed by his Sharingan. His opponent was concealed within a thicket, hidden with remarkable stealth. However, the moment he utilized chakra, he became vulnerable to the gaze of Uchiha Aido's Sharingan. After all, the Sharingan possesses the ability to perceive chakra, and any attempt to ambush Uchiha Aido would necessitate the use of chakra. As soon as the adversary summoned his chakra, it was immediately detected by Uchiha Aido, shimmering like a candlelight in the darkness, glaringly evident to his keen eye. "I see you," Uchiha Aido roared, hurling 3 shurikens in the direction of his foe while swiftly forming hand seals. Realizing his position had been compromised upon seeing the shurikens launched at him, the hidden ninja swiftly dashed out from the thicket, evading the projectiles while simultaneously throwing several shurikens back at Uchiha Aido. In the midst of forming his seals, Uchiha Aido was startled to find the enemy countering with shurikens, forcing him to abandon his technique and draw a kunai to defend himself. With a flurry of clinks and clangs, Uchiha Aido successfully deflected all the incoming shurikens, only to discover that his opponent had completed his hand seals and unleashed a ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth wave technique. With a hand pressed firmly against the ground, the earth began to undulate like waves, rendering Uchiha Aido unable to maintain his balance. The ground was now dynamic, akin to standing atop a turbulent sea, tossing him up and down incessantly. "Ah, I can't stand," Uchiha Aido screamed. And in that moment of instability, the ninja completed another set of hand seals, bellowing, earth-style, falling boulder technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Aido found himself enveloped in shadow. Instinctively, he looked up, only to be met with a sight that left him utterly astounded. Above him loomed a massive boulder, the size of a small hill, plummeting towards him. This spectacle startled not only Uchiha Aido, but also the spectators watching in real time from the sidelines. The sheer size of the stone was daunting. Should it strike him, it would undoubtedly reduce him to mere pulp. Witnessing this, Rin Noera cried out in alarm, "Aido, run!" Naturally, Uchiha Aido wished to flee. However, the ground was still under the influence of his opponent's earth wave technique, undulating like waves and making it impossible for him to stand, let alone escape. Thus, after stumbling a few times, he resorted to crawling on all fours, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, the speed of his crawling could not possibly match that of the descending boulder. In a critical moment, Uchiha Aido formed his hand seals and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." In the next moment, Uchiha Aido's cheeks suddenly puffed up, and he expelled a fireball the size of a basketball from his mouth, hurling it towards the enormous rock plummeting from above. A thunderous explosion erupted as the fiery sphere struck the massive stone with the force of a cannonball. Instantly, the rock detonated violently, sending a colossal fireball soaring into the sky, accompanied by countless fragments that shot outwards in all directions. Below, Uchiha Aido found himself in the direct line of this explosive barrage. The small stones that were flung outward possessed considerable force, akin to miniature projectiles. Being struck could easily result in severe injury or even death, particularly if one were unfortunate enough to be hit in the head, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Chapter 147. Aido's Choice. Thus, it can be asserted that the shattered debris posed a lethal threat to Uchiha Aido. However, in comparison to the initially descending giant rock, while both presented fatal dangers, the immense boulder would guarantee doom if it were to crush him. Conversely, the flying fragments, though likely to be deadly upon impact, presented a slim chance of survival should he manage to shield himself from their onslaught. Ultimately, Uchiha Aido resolved to employ the fire release, great fireball technique to obliterate the towering hill-like stone, subsequently utilizing alternative methods to defend against the scattering debris. At that moment, he swiftly formed hand seals and invoked the earth release, earth flow wall technique, conjuring a curved earthen barrier before him, which successfully intercepted the barrage of flying stones. Nevertheless, the stones were formidable. Upon striking the wall, they produced a cacophony of cracking sounds, even causing the barrier to develop fissures, leaving both Uchiha Aido on one side and the spectators outside anxiously apprehensive. Should the wall shatter, it was likely that Aido would sustain grave injuries. Fortunately, the earth flow wall was not a flimsy construction. It withstood the impact of the debris. However, it was left marred with cracks, giving the impression that it was on the verge of collapse. Regardless, Uchiha Aido had successfully endured this wave of peril, owing his survival to the classic technique of the later Hokage, Kakashi Hatake. Yet, while he had weathered this storm, he found himself in a passive position, ensnared by his opponent's rhythm and forced to respond defensively, a situation decidedly unfavorable for Uchiha Aido. After all, there is an old adage that states, long defense leads to eventual loss. This is akin to the game of Go. If one solely focuses on defense, defeat is inevitable. For the best defense is indeed a good offense. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Mitsuhashi Shuji felt a surge of anxiety as Uchiha Aido had, from the outset, unwittingly stumbled into the traps set by his adversaries. Each misstep had led to further calamity, perpetually placing him in a position of reactive defense, leaving him at the mercy of his opponent's aggressive onslaught. A shift in the tide was imperative, otherwise, the prospect of defeat loomed large. Furrowing his brow, Mitsuhashi Shuji murmured to himself, aware that while counter-offensive strategies exist, they rely on a foundation of stable defense, an approach that demands composure and an astute observation of the opponent's minutiae, enabling one to exploit any vulnerabilities that might arise. Yet, Uchiha Aido currently found himself beleaguered, struggling to maintain his defenses amid perilous circumstances. The mere ability to defend was commendable, leaving scant opportunity to seize upon any weaknesses for a counterattack. In such dire straits, it is crucial to identify and create conditions that allow for a counteroffensive, a principle Mitsuhashi Shuji often imparted to his students, including Uchiha Aido. Having participated in the Second Shinobi World War, Mitsuhashi Shuji, despite lacking notable accolades, possessed a wealth of experience. Surviving such tumultuous times at a tender age attests to his capabilities. One does not endure without merit. At this moment, Uchiha Aido recalled the practical wisdom imparted during their lessons. In the face of relentless bombardment by the enemy, it is vital to seek opportunities for a counteroffensive. Otherwise, barring the depletion of the opponent's chakra, remaining on the defensive will inevitably lead to a critical lapse, resulting in one's downfall. Thus, creating conditions for a counterattack, even in the absence of favorable circumstances, is paramount. Consequently, Uchiha Aido executed a swift roll to the side. The effects of the earth-style, earth-wave technique had dissipated, restoring the ground to its normal state, no longer an undulating terrain that hindered stability. With renewed clarity, Uchiha Aido swiftly assessed the situation, observing the movements of his adversary in search of an opening for retaliation. Meanwhile, the opposing ninja had completed his hand seals, preparing to unleash another ninjutsu. The assaults surged forth like relentless waves, crashing upon Uchiha Aido and leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, he remained remarkably resilient, enduring this onslaught, a testament to his fortitude honed from frequent encounters with Yotsuka. At this juncture, the adversary began to exhibit signs of impatience. Casting numerous ninjutsu required considerable chakra. If Uchiha Aido could not be vanquished soon, the depletion of the enemy's chakra would become inevitable. Thus, amidst his growing urgency, the foe unleashed yet another technique, Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Suddenly, a dragon's head with a gaping maw emerged from the ground, and from its blood-red mouth, stones began to be ejected towards Uchiha Aido like cannonballs. Aido, realizing that if he allowed his opponent to continue this relentless assault, he would eventually expose his vulnerabilities and face defeat, decided to take action. He performed a roll to evade the initial wave of earthen projectiles and swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a colossal fireball, an iconic technique of the Uchiha clan known as the Great Fireball Technique. In the next moment, a massive fireball hurtled toward his adversary, who, in turn, redirected the dragon's head to unleash the stones from its mouth towards Aido's blazing sphere. The clash of earth and fire erupted in a violent collision. Although the fireball was composed of flames and lacked physical form, it possessed tremendous inertia, effectively intercepting the incoming stones. Seizing this opportunity, Aido sprang into action, having finally established a reciprocal exchange of attacks rather than merely being on the defensive. This was a moment of fortuitous creation by Aido, and he swiftly charged at his opponent. Meanwhile, the audience watched in awe as Aido mounted a counterattack, their eyes widening in anticipation of the unfolding spectacle. "All right, well done. Aido, show him what you're made of," exclaimed Mitsuhashi Shuji, his excitement palpable as he observed Aido escape the clutches of a passive stance. Among the competitors, Aido was considered the weakest, which had made Mitsuhashi particularly anxious about his performance. "Fantastic. Go for it, Aido," cheered Noira Rin, her enthusiasm evident. In the illusion, Aido gritted his teeth, running while retrieving several shuriken to throw at his adversary, taking the initiative to attack and catch his opponent off guard, just as he had been moments earlier. The clash of shuriken against kunai echoed in the air, but before long, Aido was face-to-face with his opponent. He launched a kick aimed at the adversary, who raised his arm to block. A sharp crack resonated as Aido's foot connected forcefully with the opponent's wrist. Although the strike was parried, the opponent staggered back, clearly affected by the blow, validating Aido's strength. "I will defeat you. I want Rin to see that I am not the weakest," Aido declared with fervor, growing increasingly courageous, his strikes combining in a relentless storm of fists and feet. Initially, Aido had been a timid student with relatively weak abilities, and under normal circumstances, he would not have been selected to compete. Mitsuhashi had not chosen him either. However, it was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who saw within Aido a terrifying potential that needed to be awakened. Thus, in a bold move, the third Hokage included Aido in the team, eager to see if he could unleash that latent power. To understand, the third Hokage is a person of great wisdom, far from the mere image of a benevolent old man that some might assume. As someone who has experienced much, he undoubtedly perceives the affection that Uchiha Aido harbors for Rin, as well as Rin's significance to Aido. Consequently, he took the initiative to summon Rin and Yasaka, offering a meal as an incentive for them to encourage Aido prior to the competition. This led to the poignant words of encouragement and solace that Yasaka later provided to Aido during the review, words that were indeed imparted by the third Hokage himself. For it is unlikely that Yasaka could articulate such profound sentiments independently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido was fiercely attacking his adversary, who was no mere pushover. Despite Aido's relentless offensive, his opponent adeptly countered each move, resulting in a stalemate. This left Aido feeling anxious. He had initially believed he could turn the tide with a sudden surge of strength, only to find himself unable to break the deadlock. Frustration welled within him. How could this opponent be so formidable? A nagging doubt crept into his mind, making him question his own abilities and perceive his enemy as increasingly powerful while he felt diminutive in comparison. This is a common psychological pattern for Aido. He is inherently timid. The earlier surge of confidence was sparked by the thought that Rin might be watching him. However, failing to defeat his opponent after that burst of energy caused his previously ignited courage to wane, leading him back into self-doubt. How infuriating. This opponent is extraordinarily strong. I cannot defeat him. As Aido's distraction became apparent, his adversary seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Aido crashing to the ground. Aido! Rin cried out in distress from the sidelines, but alas, her voice reached him not. What is going on with this kid? He was doing so well just moments ago, almost overwhelming his opponent, and now he has faltered. It's infuriating. Mitsukami Haichir lamented, frustrated as he watched Aido fall victim to a lapse in concentration. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sighed as he observed the scene through the crystal ball. It seems this child has succumbed to insecurity once more. The fervor of his earlier enthusiasm has faded, reverting him to his former self. Clearly, he requires further motivation. Third Hokage, are you certain this child possesses formidable potential? To me, he appears to be nothing more than a lackluster straggler. I cannot fathom why you would allow such a weakling to participate in the competition, Tsunade Haruno reproached, her expression one of discontent. She had consistently expressed her dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's decision to have Aido compete. Given that Aido's abilities ranked him among the lesser contenders, is it not a disservice to have such a weak participant, occupying a spot that could have been filled by someone more capable, thus bringing shame upon Konoha? While this competition may showcase physical prowess, the essence of nurturing the next generation holds far greater significance. Is cultivating an exceptional future generation not more important than mere displays of strength? The third Hokage retorted. As the discussion progressed, Xiaochun frowned and retorted, while the logic stands, are you truly confident in unleashing the potential of that lad? The third Hokage momentarily faltered, uncertain if he could indeed awaken Aido Uchiha's latent abilities. he could merely seize this opportunity to experiment. After all, Obito was a timid individual plagued by self-doubt. Yet, if Rin were present during critical moments, Obito would transform entirely, displaying an unparalleled courage that might lead him to confront Yatsuka head-on, disregarding his inherent fears. However, the outcome would tragically result in his demise at Yatsuka's hands. Best-case scenario, let us hope for the best and refrain from further discussion. Quickly, let us focus on the match. The third Hokage, disinclined to dwell on uncertainties, redirected the conversation towards the crystal ball, urging everyone to observe. On the other side, Obito, having been knocked to the ground by a powerful punch, began to succumb to self-doubt, questioning his own strength. The adversary advanced aggressively, striking him with relentless blows. Leaving Obito in a position of passive defense, he had already endured 3 punches and 2 kicks, leaving him battered and bruised. I can't hold on much longer. Am I truly incapable? Obito lamented inwardly, his mind in utter disarray. I expected a formidable opponent, yet you are so feeble. Allow me to eliminate you now. Your bell shall be mine. The assailant laughed heartily, delivering a kick that sent Obito sprawling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He then reached for the bell hanging around Obito's neck. At that moment, the assailant's expression shifted, and he abruptly retreated 3 paces. Chapter 149, The Emergence of Yatsuka. 3 steel needles shot towards them with astonishing speed, narrowly missing the assailant's clothing as they embedded themselves into the ground beside Obito. What is happening? Obito was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the situation, as despair over losing his bell and the disgrace of being the first in Konoha to have it taken overwhelmed him. Suddenly witnessing the assailant's hasty retreat left Obito bewildered, as he had been too engulfed in despair to notice the surrounding environment and the 3 steel needles. Who is it? The ninja's face turned vigilant as he scanned the direction from which the needles had come, gripping his kunai tightly, every muscle tensed like a predator poised to strike. Following his gaze, not far away, perched upon a branch of a large tree, stood another ninja, unmistakably a member of Konohagakure, as evident from his forehead protector. Casually leaning against the trunk with a katana in hand, the latter's relaxed posture belied an aura of immense danger that sent shivers down the spine of the observing ninja. Thus, the ninja chose to disregard Uchiha Obito before him, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the leaf ninja perched upon the branch. He pondered silently. This individual, at first glance, appears to be rife with vulnerabilities, yet an unsettling intuition warns me that a mere attempt to attack him may lead to disastrous consequences. Who is he? Merely standing there exudes an aura of profound danger. Unbeknownst to him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, a manifestation of the immense psychological pressure he felt, something he was oblivious to at that moment. After all, neither party had made a move, merely facing each other. Yet the tension was palpable, leaving him bewildered. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito finally regained his composure, hastily scrambling to distance himself from the ninja, and following the direction of the latter's gaze, he instantly recognized the figure on the branch. Ah, Yasaki, what brings you here? Indeed, the source of the overwhelming sense of peril was none other than the captain of the Leaf Village team, Kiki Yasaki. Upon hearing Obito's words, the ninja was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Yasaki? Kiki Yasaki?" The captain of the Leaf Village team, Kiki Yasaki. The expression on his face was one of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Curse it, it's him. No wonder I felt such an intense sense of danger merely from his presence. Evidently, the intel was correct. I must not confront Yasaki head-on. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, the ninja's mind flooded with the information he had reviewed prior to the match. The dossier described Yasaki as follows: Captain of the Leaf, master of slashing techniques, with extraordinary strength, specific capabilities unknown. But reliable sources indicated that he had previously inflicted wounds upon one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Thus, encountering him, engaging in direct confrontation is ill-advised. Fleeing is the optimal choice. In that moment, the ninja resolved, yes, fleeing. I must seek an opportunity to escape. In battles among masters, often a mere glance suffices to determine the victor and the vanquished. Clearly, after that brief exchange of glances, I understood. I have lost. At this point, the ninja's will to fight had evaporated, his thoughts consumed entirely by the prospect of escape. Just as he prepared to deploy a smoke bomb to facilitate his retreat, Yasaki on the branch smiled slightly and beckoned to the ninja, saying, "Hey, what is your name?" "I, Yasaki, do not slay nameless foes." "What? How audacious! Does he truly regard me as a mere pushover?" Yet, in this moment, I indeed appear to be one before him. The ninja, incensed by Yasaki's words, felt a surge of anger, but quickly quelled it, for he possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. He was no match for Yasaki. Nevertheless, though he was ready to flee, he thought it prudent to at least reveal his name before departing. Thus, he furrowed his brow and shouted back at Yasaki, "I am a contestant from the land of rice. My name is Yamamoto 57. Yamamoto 57? The name is rather peculiar," Yasaka thought, somewhat speechless. He then pointed the tip of his blade and, with an air of arrogance, declared to Yamamoto Gojin, "Yamamoto Gojin, I shall claim your bell." "Humph, what an arrogant fellow, boasting so shamelessly. Today, I, Yamamoto Gojin, will seize both you and that bell." With that, Yamamoto Gojin revealed a confident and haughty grin, bellowing, "I have heard you are the commander of Konoha. If you possess any skill, then receive this attack of mine. Let it come, it is but a trivial technique." "Bring it on," Yasaka retorted with confidence, promptly calling out to Uchiha Aido, "Aido, do not intervene. I will confront him myself. This is a battle between men." "How infuriating. What do you mean a battle between men? As if I am not a man." Uchiha Aido replied indignantly, casting a glare at Yasaka before glancing at the rapidly forming seals of Yamamoto Gojin. He retreated a safe distance, wary of a sneak attack, while pondering the peculiar nature of Yamamoto Gojin's seals. Meanwhile, as Yamamoto Gojin formed his seals and Yasaka prepared to confront him head-on, the audience outside was completely engrossed, fixated on the large screen displaying the showdown between Yasaka and Yamamoto Gojin. The previous scene, where Yasaka came to Aido's aid, ignited a wave of excited screams from the crowd. Particularly striking was the sight of Yasaka, blade in hand, towering over Yamamoto Gojin, which rendered the latter hesitant to act, evoking a sense of heroic dominance that thrilled many spectators, prompting them to chant Yasaka's name. "Yasaka! Yasaka! Yasaka!" The chorus of his name surged like a tidal wave, stirring great excitement within Otsutsuki Boku, who admired the strength and brilliance of the man she adored. The sheer aura of his presence made her heart race, leaving her flushed with exhilaration as she felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace him. Chapter 151. Outwitted Yasaka in the illusion. Yasaka confidently observed Yamamoto Gojin forming seals below. Though it appeared that the latter was performing an elaborate sequence, possibly a formidable ninjutsu, Yasaka remained unfazed. His confidence in his own strength was unwavering. No matter what astonishing technique his opponent unleashed, he could overcome it with sheer power. Just as his famous saying goes, "There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there is, then one must strike again. Hey, could you hasten your pace? If you don't finish your seals soon, I shall not wait for you." Yasaka expressed his impatience, as Yamamoto Gojin had been forming seals for an eternity without releasing any jutsu. "Humph, why the rush? Are you afraid?" Yamamoto Gojin sneered, his hands swiftly continuing to form seals. However, despite his calm demeanor, his face bore an unmistakable confidence that he would defeat Yasaka. Yet inwardly, he was in a state of utter panic. Despite the intricate seals he had been forming for what felt like an eternity, he was not truly preparing a formidable attack. Rather, he was anxiously awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. The battle with Uchiha Aido had produced a considerable commotion, and anyone nearby would undoubtedly take notice. If any allies had been in the vicinity, they would have arrived by now. Regrettably, after nearly a minute of sealing, no one had come to his aid. Thus, he found himself entirely isolated, facing two adversaries alone. Frustration coursed through Yamamoto God's Shuriken as he clenched his teeth, contemplating a hasty retreat. A malicious grin spread across his face as he addressed Yasaka perched in the tree. "Come on, if you possess any skill, endure this attack without perishing." "Huh, no one has ever survived this move." With that, Yamamoto completed his seals and unleashed two explosive tags from his sleeve, hurling them with great force towards Yasaka while feigning another seal, shouting, "Here it comes." Explosive tag shadow clone technique. Oh, I've seen the third Hokage's Shuriken shadow clone technique before, but now an explosive tag shadow clone technique has emerged. This is quite impressive. Yasaka, perched on the tree, was taken aback, astonished to witness a technique more advanced than the Shuriken's shadow clone. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido shouted, "Yasaka, be cautious. Quickly dodge." Just as both of their attentions were riveted on the two explosive tags soaring towards Yasaka, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yamamoto God Shuriken abruptly turned and fled in the opposite direction. Huh, what is happening? Why is he running? Yasaka, who had been preparing to counter the explosive tag shadow clone technique, was momentarily stunned, only to quickly realize he had been deceived. The two tags he had observed were not only devoid of any shadow clones, but also unlit. Normally, explosive tags ignite before detonation. These two were clearly fakes. How dare you trick me? You've made a grave mistake. Fury surged within Yasaka as he had always been the one to outsmart others. Never expecting to be outwitted himself. Enraged, he stomped his feet and leapt down from the tree. Meanwhile, Yamamoto God Shuriken, having put some distance between himself and the confrontation, laughed heartily. Huh? You actually believed me. What a fool. The esteemed first commander of the Leaf Village's lower ninjas is not so formidable after all. Ha ha ha. As he continued his laughter, he simultaneously formed seals for a Doton JK no Jutsu, causing the ground behind him to erupt with countless spikes. Each spike was over 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in diameter, resembling sea urchins scattered across the terrain, rendering the ground impassable. This ensured that not only was pursuit nearly impossible, but traversing the area would also prove exceedingly difficult. Observing this, Uchiha Aido roared in anger. How despicable! He resorted to trickery. He managed to escape. Escape? That is inconceivable. No prey targeted by me, Yasaka, has ever eluded capture. Yasaka's voice sliced through the air, reaching Aido's ears. Instinctively, Aido glanced back, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly speechless. At that moment, Yasaka was astonishingly balanced atop the sharp tip of a spike, moving as if on solid ground. Not only was he unscathed by the piercing point, but he also showed no sign of falling. This spectacle left Uchiha Aido dumbfounded, while the spectators outside gaped in disbelief at the image of Yasaka standing on the spike displayed on the large screen. It was akin to a mouse perched upon the tip of a needle. The spike was extraordinarily sharp, designed to pierce flesh. Yet here stood Yasaka, defying all logic. Wow, what on earth is going on with that kid? How did he manage that? Why isn't his foot impaled? Murmured the crowd, perplexed by the apparent use of some extraordinary ninjutsu allowing him to balance on the spike. A wave of astonished gasps rippled through the audience. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Yasaka stood on the spike, gazing at Yamamoto Gage, who had already fled 50 meters away, silently uttering, "The great freedom sage technique, commence." In the next instant, Yasaka's body floated into the air like a balloon, his feet lifting a few centimeters off the spike's point. The onlookers failed to perceive this marvel, but Uchiha Aido, who had activated his Sharingan, was keenly aware of the phenomenon. "Ah, Yasaka, what is happening? How are you floating?" Aido exclaimed in shock. "You wouldn't understand if I explained," Yasaka replied, offering no further clarification. With a swift motion of his foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted across the field of spikes. Witnessing this, Aido, both startled and terrified, fell onto the ground. Having never seen Yasaka employ such a technique before, the sheer speed at which he moved across the spikes was so surreal that Aido questioned whether he was dreaming. Not only Aido, but the audience outside was equally astonished. They had never witnessed anyone move in such a manner. If he were merely running on solid ground, it would not have caused such an uproar. However, the fact that Yasaka was navigating at high speed atop the multitude of sharp spikes was truly absurd, as if he possessed no weight at all, giving the impression that he could soar into the skies with the slightest effort. Even the third Hokage, observing through a crystal ball, was left speechless. What kind of ability is this? Wind-style ninjutsu? Weight and lightness technique? He pondered, pointing at Yasaka in the crystal ball. It does not appear to be the weight and lightness technique, and I haven't seen him perform any wind-style hand seals, Orochimaru remarked thoughtfully. When did this boy acquire such a skill? I've never seen him use it before. He has concealed it so well. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the crystal ball, realizing he had no recollection of Yasaka ever using such an ability previously. Where on earth did he learn this technique? And what kind of ninjutsu is it? Beside them, Jiraiya, with a perplexed expression, remarked, then turned and nudged Orochimaru with his elbow, inquiring, haven't you studied numerous ninjutsu? Can you discern what kind of technique this is? Orochimaru, furrowing his brows as he gazed into the crystal ball where Yasaka's sword, replied. It appears to be a fusion of the heavy stone technique and a wind-based ninjutsu. Could it possibly be a combination of wind and earth attributes? Jiraiya, astonished, remarked. I had never considered such an amalgamation of these two elements before. Perhaps not, Orochimaru replied thoughtfully. I merely perceive this potential. The reality could very well be something entirely different. He was undeniably impressed by Yasaka's sudden display of prowess, feeling a spark of excitement. Regardless, let's observe for now. My anticipation for these youngsters is steadily growing. He consistently delivers unexpected performances, smiled the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appearing more elated at Yasaka's brilliance than he would have been at his own son's achievements. Speaking of the third Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi, his situation was somewhat ambiguous. While others encountered opponents, Asuma wandered alone amidst dilapidated buildings, ever vigilant, but finding no one. What on earth? Wasn't the plan to swiftly engage in battle for the bells and regroup to outnumber our foes? Yet here I am, utterly alone, Asuma lamented, fearing not the might of adversaries, but the absence of any foe at all. Half an hour had passed without a single soul in sight. At that moment, Asuma's ears perked up at the faintest sound. He sprang into action, drawing a kunai, his movements as agile as a startled cat, swiftly concealing himself among the debris. Remaining motionless and silent, he waited for approximately 10 minutes until he sensed movement ahead. Who could it be? I sincerely hope I don't encounter those formidable opponents too soon. Otherwise, I may have no choice but to flee, Asuma silently prayed. Unlike Uchiha Aido, who was inherently timid and lacked confidence, Asuma possessed a keen self-awareness, understanding his capabilities. Other than his previous encounter with Yasaka, he was acutely aware of his chances of victory, thus making the most rational choice. Seconds later, a figure appeared around the corner, and through the gaps in the clutter, Asuma recognized the silhouette. The individual bore a short blade on their back and sported a forehead protector emblazoned with the emblem of Konohagakure. At that moment, Asuma finally discerned the face of the person, and to his astonishment, it was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Come out, Asuma. I just sensed your chakra, Itachi announced with a smile. To think you would discover me. Wait, did you manage to seize someone else's bell? Asuma exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the bell in Itachi's hand. Indeed, I encountered a ninja from Iwagakure. He was quite formidable, but rather cumbersome, which allowed me to eliminate him using the body flicker technique. Uchiha Hozui gently waved the bell in his hand, which bore the emblem of Iwagakure, clearly indicating it belonged to a ninja from that village. Remarkably, Uchiha Hozui was the first to eliminate a contestant from the 5 great nations, a testament to his formidable prowess. After all, the participants from the 5 great nations are exceptionally strong, and to defeat one is tantamount to vanquishing some of the top genin from that nation, reflecting his own strength among the elite of that country. Let us hasten to locate our comrades, he urged, and together they set off in search of their teammates. Fortune favored them, as one encountered no adversaries while the other faced a ninja from Iwagakure, whom he had a natural advantage over. Meanwhile, Yatsuka activated the Great Freedom Sage technique for the first time in a real combat scenario. Upon activation, his speed surged dramatically, and his body became extraordinarily light, liberating him from the constraints of the earth. This was precisely why Yatsuka could stand atop the sharp spikes of the earth without being pierced. The essence of the Great Freedom Sage technique lies in its emphasis on freedom, not only in terms of horizontal movement, speed, but also in vertical dimensions, gravity. Thus, this technique grants him the ability to manipulate gravity at will. When he desires to lessen its weight, he does so effortlessly. As he soared across the spikes with remarkable swiftness, his weight was diminished to the point of buoyancy, akin to that of a balloon, allowing him to evade injury while achieving near flight-like velocity. In moments of attack, he could instantaneously restore his weight, thus delivering a kick imbued with the inertia of his body mass. This unique capability provided by the Great Freedom Sage technique is akin to the effects of the light and heavy rock technique. Initially, Yatsuka did not possess this power, but through relentless training and consumption, he upgraded the Great Freedom Sage technique and acquired this extraordinary ability. The timing of this newfound skill coincided perfectly with the ongoing competition, filling him with exhilaration as he relentlessly pursued Yamamoto Gauge, rapidly closing the gap from over 50 meters to just 20 in a matter of seconds. experiencing his body's buoyancy akin to that of a plastic bag and the exhilarating speed reminiscent of flight. Yatsuka felt a marvelous sensation as the air rushed past him. Coupled with his mastery over airflow, he could perceive his surroundings with remarkable clarity, free from any blurriness. Chapter 153. The misfortune of Yamamoto Gage at that moment. Yamamoto Gage remained blissfully unaware of Yatsuka's swift pursuit, laughing heartily as he fled. So what if you are the leader of Konohagakure? You still cannot catch me. Ha! How can you be so certain I cannot catch you? Just as Yamamoto Gage's laughter echoed, Yatsuka's voice suddenly reached his ears. Yamamoto 57 momentarily froze, momentarily disoriented, and instinctively turned his head towards the source of the sound, only to find Yasaka beside him, running in parallel and flashing a smile as he approached. What the hell? Yamamoto 57 gasped in shock, letting out a shriek that caused him to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. When he finally regained his composure, he found Yasaka standing directly in front of him. How did you manage that? I laid down a vast expanse of ground thorns, yet you still managed to catch up. What on earth? Yamamoto 57 wore a look of utter disbelief as he regarded Yasaka, hastily retreating, aware that Yasaka excelled in close combat with a blade, and fearing that being too close could result in his swift demise. What's the big deal? You seem quite naive. Allow me to enlighten you today. As he spoke, Yasaka, in response to Yamamoto 57's bewildered expression, tossed his katana into the air, leaped up, and astonishingly landed atop the blade, suspended mid-air. Remarkably, he did not exert any pressure onto the katana, as if he possessed no weight whatsoever, leaving it entirely unaffected. This spectacle not only left Yamamoto 57's mind in a state of shock, but also captivated a large audience. Wow, what is that kid doing? Does he lack weight? Is he performing magic? How can he stand on a katana in mid-air without pressing it down? The audience erupted in speculation, and even those in the Hokage's office fell into a stunned silence. Finally, it was Jiraiya who broke the quietude, exclaiming, "Could that be the super weightlessness technique? Yet, I didn't see him perform any hand seals." Orochimaru interjected with a serious demeanor, "It likely isn't. The weightlessness technique allows one to fly, but it cannot account for standing on a katana in mid-air." The third Hokage added, "Indeed, it appears as though Yasaka has directly manipulated his own gravity. While similar to the weightlessness technique, a closer examination reveals it to be entirely different. What an enigma. What kind of ninjutsu is this?" Jiraiya couldn't help but curse in astonishment. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Yasaka leaped down from his katana, which then fell to the earth, its tip embedding itself into the soil. Yamamoto 57 fell into silence, and unexpectedly, he removed the bell from around his neck and handed it to Yasaka. "I'm done. Here, take it." "This is beyond what a mere human can contend with," Yamamoto 57 remarked, utterly exasperated, leaving Yasaka momentarily stunned. He had initially intended to confront this young man, but never anticipated that he would surrender outright. Yamamoto 57 passed his bell to Yasaka, feeling a strange sense of relief despite his elimination. At least he would no longer endure the punishment of being struck. Although he had been aware that he could not surpass this Konoha commander, he believed he could withstand a few exchanges. However, after witnessing Yasaka's extraordinary maneuvers, Yamamoto 57 abandoned all hope. The notion of fighting to the bitter end against such an opponent seemed utterly absurd. This was a violation of all norms. Just as he exhaled deeply, grateful to escape further blows, preparing to declare his surrender and be teleported away, he suddenly noticed an ominous grin spreading across Yasaka's face. "What are you up to?" Yamamoto 57 instinctively retreated a step. "Humph, do you think that relinquishing your bell will spare you from punishment? You are gravely mistaken." With that, Yasaka lunged towards Yamamoto 57. Alarmed, Yamamoto hurriedly attempted to utter the words, "I surrender," knowing that saying those 3 words would guarantee his immediate teleportation. However, just as he managed to vocalize the first 2 syllables, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from Yasaka. Yamamoto cried out in anguish as he was propelled backward. At that moment, his mind fixated solely on the need to declare his surrender. Ignoring the pain of rolling upon landing, he shouted desperately. Yet, as he uttered the initial syllables once more, he was met with a swift kick from the pursuing Yasaka. To his utter astonishment, Yasaka then produced a piece of tape and swiftly affixed it to Yamamoto's mouth, rendering him incapable of uttering the words "I surrender." For the next 2 minutes, Yamamoto 57 endured a relentless barrage of punches and kicks from Yasaka, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. What misfortune had befallen Yamamoto 57 to have his mouth silenced while his hands were bound behind him? In that moment, even the thought of surrendering seemed utterly unattainable. He felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Was it truly this difficult to submit in these times? After delivering a thorough thrashing, Yasaka glanced at the time and decided not to waste any further moments. With a playful grin, he removed the tape from Yamamoto's mouth and declared, "You may leave now. Until we meet again. I have no desire to encounter you once more. Humph. I surrender." Yamamoto 57 shouted vehemently, and in an instant, he vanished, teleported out of the arena. Fortunately, he had not lingered too long. He was eager to explore other areas in search of remaining competitors, determined to seize more bells. Indeed, we must act swiftly, Yasaka murmured to himself. At that moment, Uchiha Aido laboriously navigated through the prickly terrain resembling a cactus. "I was referring to myself. I never implied you. Bringing you along would only hinder my speed," Yasaka remarked to Uchiha Aido. "You." Uchiha Aido nearly fainted from frustration. "You go that way, and I shall proceed this way. Let it be so." As he spoke, Yatsuka activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique, swiftly darting out and vanishing from Uchiha Aido's sight in mere moments. Chapter 154. The Battle of Hokage Kakashi. This fellow truly moves with remarkable speed, Uchiha Aido sighed. Observing Yatsuka's fleeting figure disappear, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him for his earlier performance. Yet, he found himself powerless whenever confronted by formidable foes. He was overtaken by fear, sometimes even to the point of tears, an affliction that left him both perplexed and helpless. Meanwhile, as Yatsuka secured 2 bells, Hokage Kakashi was embroiled in a fierce battle against Momochi Zabuza. At that moment, Kakashi had fallen victim to Zabuza's cunning ruse. Deceived by a water clone and subsequently ensnared within a water prison, Zabuza, wielding his executioner's blade, aimed to cleave Kakashi along with the prison itself. In a critical moment, Kakashi unleashed lightning release, shattering the water prison just in time to evade the descending blade, which grazed perilously close to his nose, nearly bisecting him. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, evenly matched and locked in combat. As the fog in the air thinned significantly from its initial density, it lost its capacity to obscure Zabuza's form and hinder Kakashi's vision. This change was largely due to Kakashi's earlier use of a wide-range fire release, which elevated the surrounding temperature and evaporated much of the moisture in the air, dissipating the fog. Although the mist had lifted, Zabuza's assaults remained fierce. However, for Kakashi, this was a fortuitous turn of events. The limitations imposed by restricted visibility had hindered his full potential. Now unencumbered by such constraints, Kakashi was ready to unleash his true power. Swiftly forming hand seals, he bellowed, "Lightning release, lightning wave." In an instant, Kakashi opened his mouth, releasing a laser-like beam that sped towards Zabuza with astonishing velocity. The beam pierced through Zabuza's body, effortlessly penetrating his left shoulder, shattering his scapula and rendering his entire left arm incapacitated. With his arm unable to rise, Zabuza found himself unable to form hand seals. At this juncture, victory seemed assured for Kakashi. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Zabuza, struck by the beam, transformed into a puddle of water on the ground. This sight prompted Kakashi to furrow his brow and snort in annoyance. Another water clone? This adversary is proving to be quite troublesome. At that moment, approximately 10 meters to the left of Hokage Kakashi, there lay a river, which suddenly began to surge with tremendous force. Kakashi swiftly turned his head to observe the scene. He witnessed the river water rising dramatically as a colossal dragon's head emerged rapidly from its depths. Beneath the surface of the water stood Momochi Zabuza, who bellowed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In the next instant, the dragon's head launched straight into the sky, its enormous and elongated body continuously surging forth from the water. This water dragon, with a diameter of 3 meters, ascended to a staggering height of over 60 meters, towering above Kakashi as it opened its massive jaws, preparing to dive down upon him. Kakashi felt a jolt of shock upon witnessing this spectacle, for it was known that the water dragon technique required a substantial amount of chakra. Among the participants in the competition, who were all genin, how many could possess such an immense reservoir of chakra? The sheer size of the water dragon, combined with its velocity, meant that its impact could easily crush a person, let alone the frail human form. Kakashi briefly contemplated employing the Earth Release, Earth Wall technique, yet he quickly dismissed this option, realizing that his wall could only rise 3 meters high, utterly insufficient to impede the gigantic water dragon. However, not being able to obstruct the water dragon did not imply that there were no alternative methods to evade its wrath. Consequently, Kakashi formed hand seals and utilized the Earth Release, Earth Tunnel technique, creating a subterranean passage beneath his feet, seamlessly merging into the earth below. It was akin to crafting an underground cavern or cellar. In the next moment, the enormous water dragon, carrying the force of a tempest, crashed violently into Kakashi's original position. The power of the impact was so immense that even from underground, Kakashi could distinctly feel the tremors of the earth surrounding him. Such a formidable force was beyond what Kakashi's physical prowess could withstand. Zabuza's strength was undeniably formidable. However, Kakashi mused calmly, if that were all, you would not be able to defeat me. As he sensed the diminishing tremors of the earth, he resurfaced from the underground passage. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time. But your luck shall not hold out for long. Zabuza remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. The spectators outside were in awe of Kakashi's method of evading the water dragon technique. In truth, most had not anticipated such an approach, with many contemplating either confronting the water dragon head-on, perhaps by creating an earth wall, or attempting to flee, though the latter seemed nearly impossible. No one considered the option of burrowing underground to evade the water dragon technique. Although the force of the water dragon is formidable, it is ultimately a mere creation, incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the hard ground. Thus, by seeking refuge underground, one could effectively evade the water dragon technique with minimal chakra expenditure. Consequently, many spectators praised Kakashi Hatake for this maneuver, expressing their admiration for the genius ninja whose intellect surpasses that of his peers. Hearing the accolades from those around him, Tsukumo Hatake in the stands felt a surge of joy and satisfaction with his son's performance. Chapter 155. The Battle of the Moonlight Gale. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Moonlight Gale was embroiled in an intense confrontation with Killer Bee. It could be said that both Moonlight Gale and Kakashi Hatake had encountered unfortunate circumstances, facing formidable opponents, one against Zabuza Momochi and the other against Killer Bee, both strong competitors from the 5 great nations. However, despite the odds, neither Kakashi nor Moonlight Gale exhibited any trepidation. Instead, they grew increasingly resolute, eager to showcase their true prowess and conquer their adversaries. For warriors of their caliber, facing a formidable foe ignited a desire to triumph, viewing such challenges as opportunities for growth rather than sources of fear, unlike Aido Uchiha, whose lack of strength bred apprehension. At this moment, both Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee had unleashed their full potential, discarding their pre-planned strategy of swiftly seeking weaker opponents to seize bells and regroup with their comrades. Their sole focus was now on unleashing their complete strength to defeat one another. Moonlight Gale severed one of Killer Bee's thick octopus tentacles with a swift strike, while Killer Bee retaliated by kicking Moonlight Gale away, resulting in a stalemate. Killer Bee did not advance. Instead, he retreated, panting as he assessed his opponent. He needed to use this fleeting moment to recover as much energy as possible. How is this kid so strong? His swordsmanship is utterly formidable. Even while utilizing the 6 tails of the 8 tails, I still cannot bring him down. It is only with the aid of the 8 tails tentacles that I can barely suppress him. Moonlight Gale had previously maintained a low profile, evading our notice, yet he possesses incredible strength. And yet, despite this, he repeatedly falls short against Yasaka. Is that guy even human? Killer Bee silently lamented. On the other side, Moonlight Gale was equally breathless, his abdomen marked by a large shoe print, a remnant of Killer Bee's earlier kick. Grasping the hilt of his katana, he drove it into the ground and leaned against it, using the weapon for support as he seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Just moments ago, the battle with Karabi was exceedingly intense. Moonlight Gale, wielding his swordsmanship, compelled Karabi to escalate from his initial 3-sword technique to an impressive 6 blades in action. Karabi's ultimate manifestation of the 8 tails B-blade technique involves the simultaneous wielding of 8 swords. Thus the gap to Karabi unleashing his full potential is narrowing. This exemplifies the prowess of Moonlight Gale, as few can force Karabi to engage with 5 blades at once. At this juncture, Moonlight Gale successfully elicited Karabi's 6th sword. Despite Karabi's 5 blades, he found himself at a disadvantage against Moonlight Gale. Even as the 6th blade was drawn, Karabi resorted to summoning octopus tentacles from within, catching Moonlight Gale off guard and sending him flying with a swift kick. In Karabi's perspective, Moonlight Gale had reached a level that could soon compel him to utilize his 7th and 8th blades. Such an adversary commands a measure of respect, even from someone as proud and arrogant as Karabi. Observing Karabi across the battlefield, Moonlight Gale, breathless, contemplated. This fellow is quite formidable. I initially believed my swordsmanship had reached an impressive level after extensive training, yet I can only contend with his 6 blades. I suspect that when he employs his 7th and 8th blades, I will be at my limit. While Moonlight Gale perceives himself as unable to rival Karabi's full 8-blade assault, onlookers regard his performance as remarkable, a revelation. It is noteworthy that few can withstand Karabi's 5-blade technique, and only AI has managed to push him to unleash all 8 blades. Among his contemporaries in the Hidden Cloud Village, no one else can contend with Karabi's 7-blade 8-tails technique. Yet now, this man from the Leaf Village, known as Moonlight Gale, previously unassuming and obscure, has compelled Karabi to reveal 6 blades and is on the brink of invoking the 7th. Even Kakashi Hitaki in the stands expressed admiration for Moonlight Gale's swordsmanship. This child has concealed his depth remarkably well. His technique is indeed formidable, having reached such a level through considerable effort. However, if my assumptions are correct, he will likely only manage to barely contend with Karabi's 7th and 8th blades, and even then, he will be suppressed. Kakashi smiled. Uchiha Fugaku beside him nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, Karabi's blade technique is quite vexatious, as his movements are utterly unpredictable, resembling a chaotic flurry that can overwhelm even the most seasoned master. Yet, it is precisely this unpredictability that renders his technique exceptionally challenging to decipher." After a brief pause, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "Unless that Moonlight Gale possesses the Sharingan to slow down Karabi's movements, it is virtually impossible for him to effectively keep pace with Karabi's 7 blades." At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki chuckled and remarked, "It seems that only that child Yasaka might stand a chance against Karabi's 8-blade technique." Indeed, I find myself rather eager to witness the clash between Yasaka and Karabi. It would be quite a spectacle. Ideally, I hope they encounter one another in the subsequent individual matches. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him and laughed. "Fugaku, you wouldn't be contemplating a little cheating to ensure they draw each other, would you?" "Haha, how could I? Do I look like that sort of person?" Uchiha Fugaku replied with a somewhat guilty laugh, though, in truth, he harbored such thoughts. As the captain of the Konoha Guard and a formidable wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, manipulating the tournament's draw would be a trivial matter for him. Chapter 156. Intensified combat. The battle raged on, with Moonlight Gale and Karabi's confrontation reaching a fever pitch. Moonlight Gale's prowess had far exceeded Karabi's expectations. Initially, Karabi believed that Moonlight Gale's strength was merely slightly inferior to Darui's. However, it became evident that Moonlight Gale surpassed Darui. Wielding his blade with extraordinary finesse, and a moment's inattention could lead to injury. Thus far, Karabi had sustained 5 cuts, albeit superficial, indicating that he had not maintained the advantage he had anticipated in his skirmish with Moonlight Gale. "This kid is truly formidable," Karabi mused, as he frantically maneuvered 6 short blades with various parts of his body in a relentless assault against Moonlight Gale. Meanwhile, Moonlight Gale found himself equally challenged. Karabi's 6 blades unleashed unpredictable attacks, making it impossible to ascertain his next move. This left Moonlight Gale in a precarious position, with several wounds inflicted upon him by Karabi. Though he could hold his ground against Karabi's 6 blades in a one-on-one confrontation, Karabi had now harnessed the power of his tailed beast. Suddenly, a massive octopus tentacle surged forth to assault Moonlight Gale, tipping the scales of battle. As Karabi unleashed the tentacle, the previously balanced contest began to tilt in his favor. Moonlight Gale started to retreat under the relentless pressure. It was simply untenable to manage nearly 7 simultaneous attacks. Even with his formidable swordsmanship, he could not match Yasaka's ability to unleash a flurry of strikes in a short span. At this juncture, Moonlight Gale was nearing his limits. "Your sword techniques are indeed impressive, far beyond my expectations. However, if this is all you can muster, you will not defeat me," Karabi declared, continuing his frenzied assault on Moonlight Gale. He has now come to the realization that, Without the aid of tailed beast power, he can. By fully employing the 8 tails B blade technique with all 8 blades unleashed, suppress, and ultimately defeat the Moonlight Gale. This is achieved without the use of ninjutsu or tailed beast strength. Therefore, if he were to unleash his full potential, Moonlight Gale, with his current displayed prowess, would stand no chance against him. Your swordsmanship is remarkably exquisite, Moonlight Gale remarked. Your attacks resemble a swarm of bees, a tempestuous onslaught. His speed had nearly reached its zenith, constrained by the reflex speed of his nerves and the frequency of his strikes per second. He was struggling to keep up with Killer Bee's relentless assault. After all, Killer Bee was attacking with 6 blades simultaneously, while occasionally launching surprise strikes with his octopus tentacles. Unless Moonlight Gale possessed the Sharingan, his attention could not adequately keep pace with Killer Bee's multifaceted onslaught. Nevertheless, I shall not concede. With a decisive stroke, Moonlight Gale forced Killer Bee back and retreated a few steps, forming hand seals to summon 2 shadow clones. This is a technique I have recently devised. Initially intended for use against Yasaka, I shall employ it against you today. Behold, the Leaf Flow Sword Technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. With a resounding shout, Moonlight Gale charged forward alongside his 2 shadow clones, positioning himself directly in front of Killer Bee while the clones flanked him on either side, creating an encirclement. Witnessing this spectacle, the spectator Yuin gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? It's the Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Gale has truly mastered this technique." "What is this technique? Is it formidable?" Yuin's companion, Hinata, inquired curiously. Yuin explained, "The Dance of the Crescent Moon is a technique that Moonlight Gale and I have previously discussed and researched. It utilizes the shadow clone technique to summon 2 clones that, alongside the original, swiftly advance towards the enemy, attacking from the left, above, and right to strike at the enemy's vital points, achieving a deadly effect." "Wow, it's that impressive?" "It seems Moonlight Gale is employing his trump card," Hinata exclaimed in awe. Yuin nodded with a smile, exuding confidence in Moonlight Gale's technique. Meanwhile, not far from them, Kakashi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Though this technique is indeed formidable, it may not necessarily inflict significant damage on the one called Killer Bee. I fear Moonlight Gale may be at a disadvantage." Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha nodded with closed eyes, then opened them, his Sharingan shifting back to its normal 3-tomo state. He had glimpsed the outcome and sighed, "What a pity. Moonlight Gale's strength is quite commendable, yet against Killer Bee, if he cannot deliver a decisive blow, he will struggle to turn the tide. In that case, Killer Bee will have ample means to defeat Moonlight Gale. Ultimately, he is lacking in intensity." "Oh, it appears you have witnessed the conclusion." "Indeed. The swordsmanship of Moonlight Gale is commendable. However, its offensive strength falls short, unable to breach the opponent's defenses, thereby resulting in a stalemate. Furthermore, given that the adversary is a Jinchuriki, the outcome seems inevitable," as Shikaku Hatake remarked. In truth, the only individual privy to the true capabilities of Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan is Shikaku Hatake himself, for they were comrades in a small team during their formative years, having faced life-and-death situations together on numerous occasions. Thus, the secret of Uchiha Fugaku rests solely with Shikaku Hatake. The genuine ability of Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan is not merely the power of the mirror clone, but rather the extraordinary gift to glimpse into the future. This remarkable ability has enabled Uchiha Fugaku to foresee the outcome of the battle between Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee. In the surrounding environment, upon witnessing Moonlight Gale unleash his ultimate technique, Killer Bee adopted a serious expression, fully armed and poised defensively. While secretly contemplating, have I finally compelled him to reveal his trump card? If I can withstand this strike, victory will be virtually assured. In the next moment, Moonlight Gale, accompanied by 2 shadow clones, surged forward with astonishing speed, 3 figures simultaneously striking toward Killer Bee with their blades. 3 Moon Crescent Dance. Moonlight Gale shouted fervently, his long sword glistening with a dazzling light, resembling 3 crescent moons converging upon Killer Bee. It appeared evident that Killer Bee had no means of resistance. "I hadn't anticipated this, Killer Bee. I shall eliminate you with this move," Moonlight Gale bellowed, intent on dispatching Killer Bee. Killer Bee chuckled. Indeed, the 3 Moon Crescent Dance was a formidable technique, and should he wish to defend against it, he would need to employ all 8 blades simultaneously. However, he had a superior strategy. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Let me show you the power of the tailed beast." With that, Three enormous, robust octopus tentacles erupted from Killer Bee's body, lunging towards Moonlight Gale and his two shadow clones. The sudden appearance of these tentacles caught Moonlight Gale off guard. Previously, Killer Bee had only manifested a single tentacle at a time, leading Moonlight Gale to prepare solely for one. Yet, to his astonishment, three tentacles emerged at once. Nonetheless, with the arrow drawn and no retreat possible, Moonlight Gale had no choice but to press forward. He raised his great sword in unison with his two clones, fiercely striking at the oncoming tentacles. Only by neutralizing the tentacles could he hope to defeat Killer Bee himself. In a flash, three beams of blade light sliced through the air, severing two of the robust tentacles, while the remaining one struck fiercely against one of Moonlight Gale's shadow clones, obliterating it instantly. However, this allowed Moonlight Gale's true form and the remaining clone to advance toward Killer Bee. Killer Bee, your bell is now mine. Moonlight Gale let out a fierce roar, striking at Karabi with his blade, while his shadow clone simultaneously executed its own attack. A look of panic crossed Karabi's face as he hurriedly attempted to raise his weapon to block the blow, but he was a moment too late. Moonlight Gale's sword cleaved into his shoulder, piercing through to the left side of his abdomen. Consequently, despite the loss of a shadow clone, Moonlight Gale successfully struck Karabi. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Karabi would not perish, yet he had been gravely injured by Moonlight Gale. The wound inflicted upon Karabi's shoulder was deep, slicing from the shoulder down to the left chest, and judging by its depth, it was perilously close, within a mere 5 centimeters, to reaching his heart. This strike had severed the bone of Karabi's left shoulder and cut through the major artery connecting his neck and shoulder. As a result, blood gushed forth violently from the wound, spraying up to 3 meters in height, a truly horrifying sight. At last, in this critical moment, Moonlight Gale breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Karabi's severe injury. He had taken a desperate gamble, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Dance of the Three Moons, not truly believing it could vanquish Karabi. To his astonishment, he had succeeded in defeating Karabi, which filled him with immense surprise. It seems your tentacle speed could not match mine. Moonlight Gale calmly remarked to Karabi. You were careless. Had you unleashed all 8 blades earlier, I would have posed no threat to you. Now that Karabi was gravely wounded, and given the severity of the blood loss, Moonlight Gale surmised that within 30 seconds, Karabi would succumb to his injuries and be expelled from the illusion. Thus, Moonlight Gale refrained from lingering on the matter with Karabi, simply expressing his victory, which, in truth, felt rather fortuitous. If assessed based on pure strength, he knew he could not match Karabi. At that moment, Karabi, who had sustained 2 strikes and was restrained by Moonlight Gale, suddenly began to laugh, addressing him. Do you truly believe it was I who was careless? Is it not you who underestimated the situation? Moonlight Gale halted his words, a feeling of unease creeping into his mind as he realized he might have overlooked something significant. Think again. Is there not something amiss? Karabi said with a mysterious smile. In that instant, a flash of insight struck Moonlight Gale as he glanced at the massive wound he had inflicted upon Karabi's shoulder. The injury had nearly severed Karabi in half, and based on the volume of blood lost, it was evident that within 20 seconds, Karabi would likely lose consciousness. And in 30 seconds, he would be irretrievably dead. This indicated that the moment Moonlight Gale's blade had struck, Karabi had already sustained a fatal injury. However, since the strike had been delivered at least 15 seconds prior, Karabi still stood upright, showing no signs of fainting. What did this imply? It suggested that Karabi either possessed an extraordinary resilience to physical attacks, rendering such considerations moot. At this moment, the Moonlight Gale realized that what was before him was not the true form of Karabi. With this thought, his pupils constricted sharply. He hastily drew his blade, yearning to distance himself from the looming Karabi, but it was already too late. Karabi revealed a sinister grin, his body suddenly swelling like a balloon. Haha, you fell for it. Lightning release, exploding clone. With a thunderous roar, a small mushroom cloud erupted skyward, and an invisible shockwave violently surged outward, uprooting the very ground beneath. In an instant, a whirlwind of dust and debris engulfed the area within a 30-meter radius. Amidst the explosion's mushroom cloud, flashes of lightning danced, while the figure of Moonlight Gale vanished from sight. This shocking spectacle left the onlookers in utter disbelief, their eyes wide as they stared at the screen. With Cheyenne springing to her feet, her face etched with worry, Moonlight Gale murmured to Cheyenne, her heart tightening at the moment of Karabi's explosion. Then, The commentator's voice rang out. I never expected that Karabi would deceive Moonlight Gale with an exploding clone, luring out his ultimate technique, the 3-day moon dance, only to detonate the clone. It remains uncertain whether Moonlight Gale has been directly eliminated, as that was an explosion at point-blank range. Listening to the commentator's frantic exclamations, Xian sank into despair, convinced that he had been eliminated on the spot. After all, being caught in the explosion of an exploding clone at such close range would typically result in instant demise. Due to the nature of the illusion, when a fatal blow was received, one would be instantly teleported away, leading Xian to believe that Moonlight Gale had indeed been eliminated. Chapter 158. An Unexpected Turn. Oh dear. I had a feeling that Moonlight Gale would struggle against Karabi, and it turns out to be true. What a pity, to be eliminated by an explosion in the end, sighed Kakashi Shikaku from the stands, his expression one of regret. Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, saying, "No, it's not that simple. Although he lost, he was not obliterated. Just wait and see. He has not been eliminated by Karabi." What? Wasn't he blown up? To withstand an exploding clone at such close proximity without sustaining severe injuries? And you say he hasn't been eliminated by Karabi? This is intriguing. Kakashi Shikaku found this revelation fascinating. He had initially believed that Moonlight Gale had been decisively eliminated by Karabi's lightning-infused explosion. Yet, the fact that he had not been obliterated indicated that the explosion had not dealt him a fatal blow, raising questions about how Moonlight Gale managed to evade such devastation at such proximity. However, what astonished Kakashi Shikaku even more was the notion that Moonlight Gale had not been eliminated by Karabi. What was unfolding? A counterattack? Or perhaps someone intervened? Considering Uchiha Fugaku's earlier statement about Moonlight Gale losing, it suggested that assistance had indeed arrived. Curiosity enveloped Kazuki Tsukumo as he pondered who might come to the rescue. Just as his thoughts wandered, within the illusion, the enormous mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing a vast crater with a radius exceeding 3 meters, an undeniable testament to the immense power of the self-destructing clone. The surrounding terrain bore the scars of upheaval, with fragments of stone haphazardly strewn about, alongside the severed octopus tentacles that had been cleaved by the Moonlight Gale. In that moment, one of the octopus tentacles erupted with a resounding pop, transforming into a cloud of smoke that swiftly vanished into the air. This tentacle belonged to the Eight Tails, and upon being severed, it naturally dissipated, as the tailed beast itself is not comprised of flesh and blood, but rather a conglomeration of chakra. Conversely, the other tentacle did not vanish in the same manner. Instead, it began to writhe, swelling larger and larger until it ultimately morphed into none other than Killer Bee himself. This astonishing spectacle left the spectators outside utterly astonished, their minds grappling with the unfolding events. It was then that the commentator began to elucidate the situation, explaining that this was Killer Bee's tentacle transformation technique. The so-called tentacle transformation technique allowed Killer Bee to assume the guise of an octopus tentacle, thereby confounding his adversary into believing it was merely a tentacle, while in truth, it was his true form. After the commentator's detailed explanation, the audience finally grasped that during his battle with Moonlight Gale, Killer Bee had, at some point unbeknownst to his opponent, switched his true form with that of his octopus tentacle clone. In essence, Killer Bee transformed into an octopus tentacle, sending his self-destructing clone to engage with Moonlight Gale, who, having failed to recognize the ruse, struck down Killer Bee's clone, resulting in an explosion. At this moment, the tentacle that Killer Bee had transformed into finally reverted back to his original form. This clever maneuver resembled the age-old trick of substituting one for another, akin to a cat swapping a prince, deceiving the enemy while they were off guard, luring them into a trap. Should the other competitors from the Hidden Leaf Village have witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly recall the earlier encounter between Killer Bee and the ninja from the Land of Soup. In that instance, Killer Bee had similarly employed a lightning clone to outwit the ninja named TZ, transforming himself into a ribbon, while now, in his battle with Moonlight Gale, he had transformed into an octopus tentacle. Thus, in essence, both tactics bore striking similarities. Both involved using a lightning clone to impersonate the true form while disguising himself as something entirely different, a strategy that Killer Bee favored and frequently employed. Regrettably, Moonlight Gale had overlooked this detail and was caught unprepared, falling victim to Killer Bee's cunning. Once Killer Bee reverted to his true form, he surveyed the crater below and chuckled, remarking, The power of that self-destructing clone is indeed formidable. That strike should have eliminated him, and his bell should now automatically appear on my person. Killer Bee was not mistaken, for according to the rules of the illusion, if one were to eliminate their opponent directly, even without seizing their bell beforehand, the bell would automatically appear on the victor's person upon the opponent's defeat. However, when Killer Bee lowered his gaze, he found that the bell of Moonlight Gale was not adorning his neck. What? Killer Bee exclaimed in shock, and almost instinctively reacted by leaping into the air. At the very moment he jumped, a blade of white light flashed beneath him, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Remarkably, he had not been obliterated or eliminated. Cursing under his breath, Killer Bee noticed that below him stood Moonlight Gale, who, having missed his strike, adjusted his grip on the sword and transitioned from a sweeping motion to a stabbing one, aiming fiercely at Killer Bee's legs. In a moment of desperation, Killer Bee summoned his octopus tentacles to deflect the incoming blow from Moonlight Gale. Subsequently, he pressed his palms together and swiftly performed a lightning technique, shouting, "Lightning release, spherical lightning." In the next instant, a sphere of lightning, the size of a football, shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards Moonlight Gale below. Moonlight Gale quickly retreated to evade the lightning sphere, which struck the ground and erupted in a violent explosion, sending a powerful shockwave that propelled both Moonlight Gale and Killer Bee outward. This allowed Killer Bee to create some distance from Moonlight Gale, thereby avoiding a barrage of relentless attacks. Moonlight Gale executed a mid-air somersault and landed firmly on the ground, though he appeared disheveled, his hair resembling a wild explosion, and his clothing tattered, resembling that of a beggar, a result of the earlier lightning explosion from Killer Bee's technique. Observing Moonlight Gale's disheveled state, Killer Bee curiously inquired, "I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to withstand the blast from my exploding clone?" Moonlight Gale replied in a low voice, "I had my shadow clone positioned in front of me to absorb the brunt of the impact, which is why I was not eliminated on the spot." Chapter 159. Moonlight Gale in peril. Thus, Killer Bee nodded in understanding, realizing that Moonlight Gale's shadow clone had indeed shielded him. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly been cast out of the illusion. Following this incident, Moonlight Gale finally began to take Killer Bee's cunning strategy seriously. Indeed, Killer Bee's tactic was quite insidious and exceptionally sly. He had previously employed this maneuver multiple times to successfully deceive adversaries, inflicting significant damage. Naturally, if his opponent possessed formidable strength or keen observation, Killer Bee's strategy would be rendered ineffective. Now, however, Moonlight Gale had etched this tactic deeply into his memory, ensuring he would remain vigilant in the battles to come. At that moment, Killer Bee drew forth a short blade, positioning it beneath his chin. Thus, he had effectively unleashed a total of 7 blades. Upon witnessing this scene, Moonlight Breeze grew increasingly cautious, for with 7 blades unleashed simultaneously, he was perilously close to confronting the pinnacle of Kiribai's 8 tails. Even with a mere 7 or 8 strikes, it was exceedingly challenging for Moonlight Breeze in his current state. Not to mention the occasional ambush from the octopus tentacles. Observing Kiribai poised and ready, Moonlight Breeze contemplated. The dance of the crescent moon had begun to lose its efficacy, and the true battle lay ahead, one in which I might likely succumb if I continued to engage. At that moment, Moonlight Breeze hesitated, torn between the desire to battle his equal to the bitter end, accumulating invaluable experience and practical training, and the grim realization that should Kiribai eliminate him, it would mean an additional bell for the Hidden Cloud Village, undoubtedly putting the Leaf Village team at a disadvantage. How infuriating! Although he yearned to fight until the last breath, for the sake of Konoha, retreat had become imperative. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately succumbed to the collective honor of Konoha. In reality, such dilemmas would arise in actual combat, where the most prudent choice would be to consider the larger picture, prioritizing the team's welfare and choosing to withdraw temporarily from the fray. Thus, with great reluctance, Moonlight Breeze prepared for retreat. Kiribai, sensing the possibility of Moonlight Breeze's intention to withdraw, was determined to prevent his escape. After all, after such an extended engagement, if he failed to seize Moonlight Breeze's bell, it would render the time spent utterly futile. In the next moment, Kiribai charged at Moonlight Breeze, unleashing all 7 blades, his movements a chaotic dance. Each strike was executed with an erratic rhythm, rendering Moonlight Breeze incapable of deciphering Kiribai's actions. A blade grazed him, adding another wound to his body, and Kiribai's assault intensified. Resembling a tempest, as if one were besieged by a swarm of hornets, bombarded from all directions by relentless, torrential strikes that left him gasping for breath. Despite Moonlight Breeze's commendable swordsmanship, he found himself akin to a solitary insect besieged by a swarm, struggling to cope with the ferocious onslaught. In mere seconds, 3 new wounds marred his form, the pain further compromising his performance. Battling against 7 blades and the occasional surprise attack from the octopus tentacles, Moonlight Breeze found himself in a dire predicament, acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Kirabai. How vexing. Is this truly my limit? I had hoped to shine brightly in this competition, yet here I stand, on the brink of elimination from the very outset. His heart brimmed with reluctance. Yet he had been driven to his limits, and it seemed that in a matter of mere seconds, he would no longer be able to endure. What troubled Moonlight Gale even more was the fact that Karabi had not even fully unleashed his true strength. For instance, he had refrained from utilizing his tailed beast transformation. This was intolerable. He could no longer allow himself to be subjected to Karabi's relentless assaults. He needed to find an opportunity to retreat. For being eliminated was a minor concern compared to allowing the Hidden Cloud Village to gain another victory. With a firm resolve, Moonlight Gale clenched his weapon and executed a fierce horizontal slash, forcefully pushing Karabi back. He then swiftly retreated, preparing to escape. However, Karabi had anticipated this move. With a swift tug of his left hand, 2 nearly invisible steel wires sprang up from the ground. In the next moment, Moonlight Gale found 2 traps emerging beneath his feet, aiming directly at him. Reacting with remarkable speed, he leaped into the air just in time. But before he could catch his breath, he noticed Karabi wearing a triumphant grin. In that instant, a sense of foreboding washed over Moonlight Gale, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." Yet, it was already too late. Karabi swiftly performed hand seals and shouted, "Farewell." Lightning release, flash cannon. In the blink of an eye, he conjured a radiant energy sphere from his hands and launched it towards Moonlight Gale. The energy sphere transformed into a blinding flash, surging towards him with incredible speed, leaving Moonlight Gale suspended in midair with no time to evade. Should he attempt to withstand the attack, given his physical prowess, it would be nearly impossible to endure. Witnessing this, the audience erupted in gasps, with nearly all spectators convinced that Moonlight Gale would surely be eliminated. At that moment, he had no means to alter his body's position in the air, and the sheer power of the energy sphere was evident, making a direct confrontation utterly implausible. Shusui Mikazuki closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the moment of Moonlight Gale's potential elimination, as he would become the first member of the Konoha team to fall. A rather embarrassing outcome. Similarly, Yuin sat in her seat with a face ashen, avoiding the large screen, awaiting the inevitable announcement of Moonlight Gale's elimination. Akiyama always sighed in regret, stating, "Alas, Moonlight Gale truly gave it his all. He exerted every ounce of his strength, but Karabi proved to be the stronger opponent, and there was nothing he could do." Chapter 160. The perilous Moonlight Gale. At this juncture, aside from Fugaku Uchiha and Tsukumo Hatake, everyone else had concluded that Moonlight Gale would certainly face elimination. Tsukumo Hatake was reassured by Fugaku Uchiha's prediction that Moonlight Gale would not be eliminated, as Fugaku could foresee the future through his Sharingan. However, for everyone else, including the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was a shared belief that this time, Moonlight Gale was likely to be defeated. In the midst of the ethereal moonlight, the swift winds echoed a similar sentiment. As the dazzling cannonball charged towards him with an alarming speed, Moonlight Swift felt an overwhelming stillness within. Had he retreated earlier, he might have escaped. Yet, his reluctance to abandon the fight, driven by a desire to land a few more blows, now rendered him unable to flee, facing imminent elimination. How infuriating! I should have acted decisively. My lack of determination has hindered Konoha. Regret flooded his mind as he gritted his teeth, gripping his blade tightly, prepared to summon every ounce of strength to confront the oncoming cannonball. However, deep down, he knew he stood no chance, lacking the prowess to cleave through flames like Yasaka. Haha, at last, the bell will be mine, Kairabi exclaimed triumphantly. Securing a bell from the Konoha representative team would be a significant achievement, one he could boast about to Yuki later. The blinding light of the cannonball illuminated Moonlight Swift's face, and in the critical moment before impact, a vague shadow emerged amidst the brilliance. Before his mind could comprehend the situation, a figure appeared before him, swiftly slicing the cannonball in half with a single stroke. With a resounding thud, the cannonball, roughly the size of a football, was cleaved into two smaller orbs, which soared past Moonlight Swift and his savior at a 45-degree angle, striking the ground behind them and igniting two violent explosions. Boom, boom. The tremendous blasts cast a shadow across Moonlight Swift's astonished face, filled with shock and disbelief. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the cannonball being sliced apart, Kairabi exclaimed in astonishment, "What the hell?" The explosions produced a blinding light that rendered Kairabi, even with sunglasses, unable to discern the faces of Moonlight Swift and the mysterious figure. Moreover, the backlighting created by the explosions intensified the shadows, obscuring their features further. Who on earth is capable of such a feat, to slice a cannonball in half? Kairabi muttered as he retreated with squinted eyes, lamenting in a rap-like manner. Moonlight Swift, eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at the silhouette before him, instinctively uttering, "You." At that moment, the figure turned, revealing a handsome profile, and chuckled, "Ha ha. Moonlight Swift, your skills are lacking. Just a Kairabi has put you in such a predicament. How pitiful." "Thank you so much." Moonlight Swift managed a wry smile. Yasaka, despite arriving to save the day, had a knack for uttering words that ignited frustration. Yet, such was his character that Moonlight Swift found it impossible to be angry, and instead, felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him. "Thanks to your arrival. Otherwise, this bell would have belonged to the Hidden Cloud Village." Moonlight Gale sighed. At this moment, he finally recognized the extent of his own power. He was acutely aware of the distance between himself and Yatsuka. The dazzling cannon that he could not withstand was effortlessly cleaved in two by Yatsuka, a disparity that could not be overlooked. At that moment, Yatsuka turned back to Moonlight Gale and said, "I heard sounds of combat from this direction earlier and intended to swoop in and eliminate both combatants while they were at odds, only to find it was you here. Thank you. Otherwise, I would have inadvertently hindered Konoha." Moonlight Gale expressed his gratitude once more. Yatsuka waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "This time, I merely intervened to prevent the Hidden Cloud Village from acquiring more bells. Next time, I may not be so inclined." The corners of Moonlight Gale's mouth twitched. Just as he felt a surge of gratitude, Yatsuka's words extinguished it, revealing the familiar Yatsuka once more. Meanwhile, in the audience, all spectators wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape, seemingly frozen in place as they gazed at the large screen. Even the commentators fell silent for a moment, as they were all taken aback by the scene where Yatsuka had cleaved the dazzling cannon in half. What on earth was that? Did he just split the dazzling cannon in two with a single strike? Surely I must be mistaken. Wasn't that dazzling cannon formed from the power of lightning? Theoretically. Isn't that something intangible? How could it be severed? Is this for real? Who is that person? What kind of feat is this? Can lightning be cleaved? Isn't lightning fundamentally intangible? Instantly, the audience erupted in a flurry of discussions. Hearing their murmurs, Mitsurugi Shuji felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The moment Yatsuka appeared, the other spectators failed to recognize him, but Mitsurugi instantly identified that indistinct figure as Yatsuka. He then witnessed Yatsuka cleave the dazzling cannon and rescue Moonlight Gale from peril. At that moment, Mitsurugi felt utterly enamored with Yatsuka. His prowess was astonishing, akin to a savior's arrival, captivating the entire audience. He was almost compelled to stand up and loudly proclaim, "Did you see that? The one who cleaved lightning with a single strike is my student." Mitsurugi was so elated that he could hardly contain his joy. Although he often found Yatsuka troublesome and mischievous, he suddenly realized what a remarkable child Yatsuka truly was. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was equally overjoyed, mirroring Mitsurugi's elation. "Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you this kid would never be eliminated." It all comes down to Yatsuka in critical moments, he exclaimed, laughing heartily as he pointed at the crystal ball. Beside him, Jiraiya wore a broad smile and remarked, "This lad has arrived just in time." Moonlight Gale was almost done for. Orochimaru, furrowing his brow, responded, "As far as I know, that boy was at least 7 kilometers away from Moonlight Gale just moments ago. How could he have heard the sounds of battle from such a distance?" After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, "Furthermore, how did he manage to cover that distance in under 5 minutes?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, those present fell into silence. There was no denying that the strength displayed by Yatsuka had left everyone in attendance utterly astonished. Many abilities that Yatsuka had never previously revealed were now astonishing first-time witnesses. For instance, his capacity to effortlessly stand atop the sharp spikes of the earth, akin to a technique of overwhelming gravity, and his speed that allowed him to traverse 7 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. Such velocity was unattainable even for those well-versed in physical techniques. Yet, Yatsuka had accomplished it, leaving Orochimaru and the others with a multitude of questions. This lad is shrouded in secrets. I never imagined he was concealing his true strength, Jiraiya remarked, utterly speechless. Let us continue watching. He is now facing Killer Bee. I wonder what will transpire. The third Hokage indicated towards the crystal ball. As the crowd redirected their gaze to the crystal ball, Killer Bee, upon recognizing Yatsuka, was taken aback and instinctively exclaimed, "Yatsuka, it's you. Wow. How on earth did you manage to slice my lariat in half with a single blow? This is utterly outrageous." Clearly, Killer Bee was shocked by the sight of his lariat being cleaved in two. Such an event had never occurred before, and its suddenness nearly left him in a state of disbelief. Haha, B, it's as simple as having hands. Such a straightforward maneuver is something anyone could execute, right? You're really making this too easy. Yatsuka laughed heartily. Behind him, Moonlight Gale rolled his eyes, thinking, is he suggesting that I'm not human? Killer Bee mirrored the eye roll, feeling as though he was being told he lacked the very qualifications of being human. Yatsuka, since you're here, this is perfect. I was just hoping to challenge you. Let us engage in a duel here and see who is truly superior. Killer Bee exclaimed excitedly, drawing the last blade from the sheath at his side. This scene left Moonlight Gale in shock, while a bittersweet feeling arose within him. He thought, this guy has directly unsheathed his 8th blade. It seems he believes that he cannot defeat Yatsuka without using all 8. He thinks that 7 or 8 blades would suffice to overcome me. The disparity is truly heartbreaking. The moment when Karabi unsheathed his 8th blade elicited a cacophony of gasps and shrieks from the audience, as they finally witnessed Karabi unleashing his true prowess. The legendary 8 Tails B blade technique was on the verge of a genuine display. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, as if the very air was charged with the scent of gunpowder. These two formidable warriors were finally set to clash, promising a confrontation that would be nothing short of spectacular. The audience was rife with eager anticipation for this duel. One was the fabled Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, whose mastery of the B-blade technique had yet to be fully revealed. The other was the esteemed leader of Konoha, known for his unparalleled swordsmanship, capable of cleaving through the heavens, earth, and even the air itself, a genius ninja who could dispatch foes with a single stroke. Their battle would be akin to a comet colliding with the earth, an explosion of brilliance that would surely captivate all in attendance. As the atmosphere in the stands intensified, cheers and shouts surged in waves, prompting the commentators to exclaim with exhilaration. The contestant Karabi from the Hidden Cloud Village faces off against the Konoha leader, Yasaka. This clash promises to be extraordinary. It is said that Karabi is also a Jinchuriki, so perhaps he will harness the power of the tailed beast. After all, Yasaka is not an ordinary opponent. Without tapping into that power, I cannot fathom how Karabi might emerge victorious. The commentator's words rippled through the audience like a stone cast into a pond, further heightening the already electric atmosphere. Meanwhile, as the crowd eagerly anticipated the showdown, Yasaka raised his sword, its tip aimed directly at Karabi, his expression brimming with confidence. Karabi, you have a long way to go if you wish to defeat me. Huh? How can you know without trying? I am curious to see what effect my 8 Tails B blade technique will have on you. Hell, let me show you. You truly are relentless. Today, fortune favors me, and with your bell, I now possess my 3rd one. Huh, I am not far behind. With you and Tsukigakure's hate, I too have acquired 2 bells. Karabi laughed heartily, brandishing his collection of short blades as he charged toward Yasaka. The audience erupted with excitement as they witnessed Karabi's advance, eyes wide with anticipation fixed upon the big screen. Even Noera Rin stood up, shouting, "Go Yasaka! Defeat that despicable octopus!" Mitsukami Hideki watched with crossed arms, confidence radiating from him. In his mind, Yasaka could not possibly lose. So what if Karabi was a Jinchuriki? Being one does not grant absolute supremacy. It merely indicated that Karabi had yet to encounter Yasaka. With unwavering assurance, Mitsukami Hideki turned to a fellow spectator and declared, "Did you see that? The one called Yasaka is my student." "Ah, he is your student? How extraordinary!" the bystander exclaimed, astonished by the revelation. Mitsukami Hideki smiled silently, his pride swelling as he savored the satisfaction of being associated with a remarkable pupil, even if their connection was tenuous at best, for the audience remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, within the realm of illusions, Kairabi leaped into the air, unleashing the full force of his Eight Tails B-Blade technique. Chapter 162, Kairabi's Downfall. Witnessing this spectacle, Moonlight Gale was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Is this the true power of the Eight Tails B? It is astonishingly formidable. Indeed, he did not exert his full strength when we fought." As he spoke, he cast a worried glance at Yasaka, realizing that with Kairabi unleashing his full power and all 8 blades in action, the situation was exceedingly perilous. Moonlight Gale believed that if he faced Kairabi, he would undoubtedly be vanquished in an instant. Although Yasaka was considerably stronger than him, he too would likely struggle against the unleashed fury of Kairabi. Thus, Moonlight Gale hesitated momentarily before advising Yasaka, "Yasaka, it would be prudent for us to retreat." "Are you jesting?" Yasaka interrupted, yawning and appearing lethargic. With a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "With such trifling skills, it is but a mere slice to resolve. I assure you, there is nothing in this world that cannot be settled with a single slash. If there is, then it simply requires 2. Yasaka turned sideways, speaking to Moonlight Gale while facing the approaching Kairabi, which incited a sense of humiliation in Kairabi. Having unleashed the complete version of the Eight Tails B, he was taken aback by Yasaka's apparent lack of focus and his casual conversation with another. This was nothing short of blatant disrespect. Kairabi roared, "Yasaka, you shall pay for your carelessness. I will claim your bell. Prepare yourself." "Move aside. I have yet to finish my conversation with Moonlight Gale," Yasaka retorted, casually swinging his blade towards the advancing Kairabi, who had not completed his sentence. In the next moment, a blinding flash of white light illuminated the scene, leaving Kairabi momentarily dazed. His body was propelled backward as if kicked like a football, crashing with a thud against a small hillside 30 meters away, creating a human-shaped indentation upon impact. "Why?" Kairabi lay in the crater, gazing vacantly at the sky, murmuring to himself in a daze, surrounded by 8 short blades scattered chaotically around him. At that moment, Yasaka turned back to the stunned Moonlight Gale and remarked, "You see, he is a prime example. A single slice was all it took to resolve the matter. Should he rise again, I shall simply slice him once more. It is that straightforward." "Is that so?" Moonlight Gale responded, still in shock, his gaze fixated on the motionless Kairabi in the crater, his mind a blank slate. Meanwhile, outside the arena, what had once been a fervent atmosphere filled with deafening cheers had fallen into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The commentator, who had been vocally narrating the match moments before, now sat frozen, staring blankly at the screen, utterly immobilized. Seconds passed, 1, 2, 3, 5, rendering the entire stadium as silent as if it were devoid of life. Tutsui Hiroshi sat there with his mouth agape, as though it could accommodate a light bulb. Kakashi's expression was one of sheer bewilderment as he gazed at the large screen. Uchiha Fugaku wore a look of resigned disbelief, as if to say, "I told you so." Aoba Yamashiro, oblivious to the fact that his sunglasses had fallen to the ground, remained fixated on the display. Akimichi Choza stood with his mouth agape, entirely unaware that the half-eaten drumstick had dropped at his feet. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kaichi failed to notice the cigarette that had scorched a hole in his trousers. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was frozen in astonishment, staring intently at the crystal ball. Jiraiya's eyes were wide open, Orochimaru remained motionless, and Tenten appeared dazed, while Mito Minyin uttered not a word. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was paralyzed, either in shock or disbelief, utterly captivated by the sight of Kairabi being effortlessly dispatched by Yasaka's casual strike. Suddenly, a crow flew overhead, its caw echoing through the stadium, a jarring sound that shattered the silence like an alarm clock. Instantly, it felt as though time resumed its flow, and the arena erupted with unprecedented gasps of astonishment. Kakashi exhaled deeply and turned to Uchiha Fugaku, asking, "You knew it would turn out this way, didn't you?" Fugaku simply nodded in response. At that moment, Yamashiro Kaichi noticed the hole in his pants caused by the cigarette, while Akimichi Choza realized his chicken leg was on the floor, and Mikami Hideshire became aware that his mouth was agape beyond closure. A ninja from the hidden cloud village stared in disbelief at the screen, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" That was Kairabi's full power attack with the 8 Tails B blade. Yet it was effortlessly countered by that guy with a mere flick of his wrist. This sentiment echoed among the other spectators, who were equally incredulous. They were not blind. Anyone with sight could see that Yasaka's strike had been a casual, unscripted maneuver, simply a relaxed swing that sent the fully unleashed Karabi flying over 30 meters. If Zabuza Momochi had been present, he would have undoubtedly shed tears, declaring that it was no disgrace to be struck down by Yasaka, as he had faced him head-on. Whereas Karabi had merely been struck in passing. Reflecting on the moment when Yasaka casually dispatched Karabi, Aoba Yamashiro murmured in admiration, "Is this what they call a backhanded strike?" Meanwhile, within the illusion, Yasaka sheathed his blade, turned to Moonlight Breeze, and said, "Take notes," before striding towards Karabi, intent on claiming the bells from his person. However, at that moment, Yasaka abruptly halted his steps, turning to gaze in the 2 o'clock direction, yawning as he remarked, "Another one has come to deliver a bell. My luck today is indeed splendid." With that, he continued his stride towards Karabi, who remained in a state of bewilderment, repeatedly uttering the word "why." "Karabi, I shall accept your bell. You are truly a good person." At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "Yasaka, if you dare take Karabi's bell, I will eliminate both you and that wretch today. Who do you think you are?" Yasaka swiftly seized the bell from around Karabi's neck. Chapter 163. Trash Ninja Techniques. As Yasaka removed the bell from Karabi's neck, Karabi instantly vanished from sight, transported out of the illusion, leaving behind only a deep indentation. Witnessing this scene, an enraged shout arose from nearby, as a disheveled woman rushed towards them, her face ablaze with fury, clutching 2 bells, one bearing the emblem of Sunagakure, the other, that of Konohagakure. The newcomer was none other than the leader of Kumobikure, the elder Yuzuki. You actually took a bell from Konoha?" exclaimed Tsukikage, astonished at the bell in Yuzuki's hand. "Humph, that individual may possess the Sharingan, yet he is utterly incompetent. I dispatched him with ease." "Such a waste. I believe you should forego him," Yuzuki retorted. In that moment, Yasaka discerned that the bell originated from Uchiha Aido. Only he could truly embody the description of a waste possessing the Sharingan. Yuzuki then leaped down from the tree, her expression filled with rage as she glared at Yasaka. Her tone harsh as she declared, "Yasaka, I commanded you to cease, yet you persist. Very well, I shall claim both of your bells today. If you wish to take them, then come forth and try. If you possess the ability," Yasaka replied, yawning once more. He had stayed up late the previous night and was beginning to feel drowsy, and this time of day was typically when he indulged in a midday nap. Seeing Yasaka feigning sleepiness, Yuzuki assumed he was merely putting on an act to show off, which only fueled her fury further. Casting a glance at the deep hole left by Karabi, she muttered a curse under her breath before fixing her gaze back on Yasaka and promptly began forming hand seals. Meanwhile, the audience outside, witnessing Yuzuki's sudden decision to form hand seals, erupted with excitement. This past half hour had been nothing short of exhilarating. First, Tsukikage had struck Karabi. Then Yasaka had dispatched Karabi with a single blow, and now, a confrontation between Yasaka and Yuzuki was imminent. The intensity was simply thrilling. Even the commentators were visibly animated, exclaiming, "Wow! Yasaka has just eliminated Karabi, the representative of Kumogakure, and now he is about to engage with Yuzuki. He truly embodies the prowess of the Konoha captain. Prepare yourselves for a spectacular showdown between the leaders of Kumogakure and Konohagakure." Yuzuki swiftly completed her hand seals and unleashed her signature technique, shouting, "Fire Mouse Ball." In the next moment, the Yu-Wood man expelled over 20 spheres of azure flames from his mouth, each roughly the size of a cantaloupe, radiating a brilliant blue fire. As these azure orbs were emitted, they swiftly morphed into the shape of mice. Witnessing this spectacle, Moonlight Gale was taken aback, exclaiming, "These are fire mouse jades. Yasaka, retreat quickly. These fire mouse jades are exceedingly troublesome." With that, Moonlight Gale promptly retreated several meters. However, when he glanced back, he was astounded to find Yasaka still standing in place, prompting him to shout, "Yasaka, fall back." At that moment, Yasaka addressed Moonlight Gale, stating, "In this world, there is no issue that cannot be resolved with a single strike." Just as Yasaka spoke, the 20 or so transformed blue fireballs darted toward him at an incredible speed. As he uttered the final 2 words, he swiftly raised his blade, cleaving the foremost fire mouse jade in twain. Following this, the severed orb vanished into thin air. "What?" Moonlight Gale gasped in disbelief, staring at Yasaka, incredulous that the legendary Fire Mouse Jade, known for its rapidity and formidable power, had been so effortlessly dispatched by a single stroke. How could this be possible? Moonlight Gale stood agape, and it wasn't just him. The Yuwood man, once brimming with arrogance, now wore an expression of utter shock, watching as Yasaka continued to slice through the Fire Mouse Jades one after another. Haha, this is quite simple. It resembles the Fruit Ninja game I played previously, and, in fact, it's even easier. Yasaka laughed heartily. With each strike, only 4 Fire Mouse Jades remained. Moments later, those final 4 were also vanquished by Yasaka's blade. Is this all you have? It's hardly enough for me to warm up. Yuwood man, you are rather lacking. Yasaka remarked earnestly, genuinely believing that the Yuwood man's Fire Mouse Jades were insufficient. Yet, to the ears of the Yuwood man, this sounded like a mockery. Infuriating. This is simply intolerable. The Yuwood man cried out, forming hand seals to unleash another jutsu. Lightning release, Thunderwave. In the next instant, the Yuwood man unleashed a colossal wave of lightning, resembling a tumultuous sea wave. This shockwave was not like typical shockwaves that have a limited range. Instead, it spread widely, crashing toward Yasaka like a tidal wave. The commentator outside, witnessing this move, exclaimed into the microphone, "Oh dear. The Yuwood man has truly ignited a fierce fire." This lightning release, Thunderwave, is a high-level jutsu. Even many seasoned ninjas may struggle to execute it. It appears Yasaka is in for a challenge. Such expansive ninjutsu is particularly effective against him, given that a blade cannot contend with this broad range of techniques. Upon hearing the commentary, the audience in the stands began to express concern for Yasaka. After all, the pressure damage was akin to a vast, surging wave or a wall of fire. And how could Yasaka possibly withstand it with a mere blade? Some spectators from the Hidden Cloud Village wore victorious smiles, thinking to themselves that their leader was far superior to Konoha's. Even Mitsukami Hideshire started to harbor doubts. The pressure damage could not simply be countered with a sword. Even techniques like the Earth Release, Earth Shield would struggle to hold up against such might. Yasaka is in for a rough time, Mitsukami Hideshire thought, gritting his teeth. However, as many fretted over Yasaka's fate, he faced the thunderous shockwave with a hearty laugh. "Yamuki, is this the best you can do with your pitiful ninjutsu? Show me the power of the tailed beast, if you dare." With that, Yasaka swung his blade towards the wave-like thunder shockwave. "Humph, pitiful ninjutsu. I shall see how you evade my so-called garbage technique." Just as Yamuki began his retort, the thunder shockwave was effortlessly cleaved in two by Yasaka's strike. Chapter 164. The Astonished Yamuki. What? Yamuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the thunder shockwave, now split seamlessly in half by Yasaka's blade. He could scarcely comprehend what he was witnessing. How is this possible? With a look of incredulity, he slapped his own face hard enough to leave it swollen. Murmuring to himself, "This shouldn't be happening. With the tailed beast, I shouldn't be affected by Jinjutsu." At that moment, Tsukaki's ship gazed at Yasaka with wide eyes, trembling as he pointed at the cleaved shockwave. "Why, you actually could cut this?" The once formidable thunder shockwave, now bifurcated by Yasaka's blade, surged away at a 45-degree angle, creating a fan-shaped dispersion that left Yasaka's position untouched. Witnessing this, Tsukaki's ship collapsed to the ground, as if his entire worldview had shattered, muttering in a daze, "Lightning can also be cut? Haha, I told you it was garbage ninjutsu. But you refused to believe it. Look, it was a mere slice to sever it in two. How difficult can it be?" Yasaka chuckled carelessly, further traumatizing Tsukaki's ship's psyche. Meanwhile, Yamuki had already re-established a connection with the two tails within him, confirming that he was not under any Jinjutsu. His expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Yasaka with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. "This must be your bloodline limit," Yamuki asserted firmly, his expression resolute, as if trying to convince himself. "From the moment you cleaved Karabi's lightning cannon to now, with your sword slicing through my lightning release. These are intangible phenomena that you can sever. This has to be your bloodline limit," Yamuki proclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yasaka with unwavering conviction. She had witnessed the dust release of 3 generations of Tsuchikage, capable of directly disintegrating matter. With this shift in perception, he surmised that Yasaki might be employing a similar technique, one that could strike at non-corporeal entities. Bloodline limit? No, it was merely a simple slash. Wasn't it just a matter of having hands? Yasaki inquired, genuinely perplexed, believing that it was as simple as wielding a blade and striking. Upon hearing Yasaki's words, Yuzuki assumed he was intentionally mocking her, which only fueled her anger. With a sardonic grin, she retorted, "Very well. It seems you truly are the leader of Konoha, possessing some skill. However, if you think that this alone can defeat me, you are gravely mistaken." As she spoke, a peculiar and sinister expression crossed Yuzuki's face. It was a blend of menace and twisted delight. "Just a casual slash. You can't possibly think this is my ultimate move, can you?" Yasaki shrugged. Sensing that Yuzuki had misunderstood him, it truly was just a casual strike. An indescribable aura began to emanate from Yuzuki, causing the small pebbles on the ground around her to tremble. Waves of energy radiated outward in concentric circles from her center. "Yasaki, I had intended to unveil this technique in the upcoming individual matches, but I never anticipated using it on you so soon. To be defeated by this move will be a privilege for you," Yuzuki declared, her expression twisted with malice. Her eyes widened, transforming into an eerie green glow, while elongated fangs sprouted from her mouth, accentuating her crimson lips and rendering her visage particularly otherworldly. "Wow, Yasaki exclaimed, taken aback by Yuzuki's transformation. "Humph. So you finally understand fear. You are the first to witness this form." Yuzuki cackled malevolently, her voice distorted, as if two entities were speaking in unison. At that moment, Yasaki, wide-eyed with horror, pointed at the transformed Yuzuki and exclaimed, "Isn't this a monster?" In that fleeting instant, it felt as though an eternity had passed, plunging Yuzuki into a state of blankness, where only the echo of the phrase, "Isn't this a monster?" reverberated in her mind. After what seemed like both a moment and an eternity, Yuzuki finally succumbed to her rage. "Yasaki, I will kill you," Yuzuki roared. Her hair, previously cascading down her back, exploded upwards, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan. Her eyes emitted a strange blue light, and her canine teeth elongated to a formidable 3 centimeters. She crouched low, her hands and feet transforming into claws with razor-sharp nails. Most striking of all was the tail that sprouted from her rear, composed of countless flickering blue flames, exuding an aura of the bizarre. Soon, her entire form was engulfed in these eerie blue flames. A raspy voice emanated from the lips of Yuzuki, sending a shockwave through Tsukike's, who stood behind Yasaka. Momentarily stunned, his mind became foggy, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. It was a soul impact. Could mere words possess such power? Tsukike's knelt on one knee, straining to maintain his balance. As the sound of Yuzuki's voice had rendered him more incapacitated than any illusionary assault could, his consciousness blurred, his body felt feeble, and he had lost all combat capability. Meanwhile, the spectators outside gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Yuzuki's transformation on the large screen. For many, it was their first encounter with such a phenomenon, and astonishment rippled through the crowd. What is happening? Has he transformed? They speculated, sensing an aura akin to a chakra cloak enveloping his form. Is this the lightning release chakra mode of the Hidden Cloud Village? Yet it appears distinctly different from others. A murmur of excitement spread among the audience until the commentator finally spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is not the lightning release chakra mode, but rather the tailed beast chakra cloak mode of Yuzuki, who is the Jinchuriki of the two tails. He has summoned the power of the tailed beast, resulting in this extraordinary form." The commentator's words struck the audience like a stone cast into water, creating ripples of astonishment. Tailed beast transformation was an ability that surpassed all expectations. It was known that even high-ranking jonin would struggle against someone in this form, let alone the fact that Yuzuki was merely a genin who had achieved such a feat. The revelation that he would resort to this formidable technique against Yasaka suggested a dire escalation in the stakes of their confrontation. As this realization settled in, many began to view Yasaka's chances with increasing pessimism. After all, his opponent had already undergone tailed beast transformation. While most had never encountered a true tailed beast, a significant number understood the concept, recognizing it as a challenge only those of Kage-level strength could contend with. The audacity of a competitor from the Hidden Cloud Village to unveil such a trump card was shocking. Otsutsuki SHBU clasped his hands in front of his chest. A look of deep concern etched across his face as he gazed at Yasaka on the screen, as if silently urging him to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Mikami Hideshire abruptly stood up, vociferously chastising the screen. "Come on. Is it really necessary to cheat like this? Tailed beast transformation is entirely beyond the scope of a genin. A nearby observer glanced between Mikami and Yasaka on the screen, muttering, "It seems someone who can slice through lightning shockwaves doesn't quite fit the definition of a genin either." Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage shrugged helplessly, remarking, "The Hidden Cloud Village has always been concerned with appearances. Sending a Jinchuriki to compete aligns with their style. As for Yuzuki, who is hailed as a perfect Jinchuriki, I can only wonder if Yasaka can withstand this onslaught." Orochimaru furrowed his brow and remarked, "I believe it is somewhat forced. After all, the tailed beast chakra cloak possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and even when injured, it boasts an extraordinary regenerative ability. Unless Yasaka can deliver a single fatal blow to the Yuzuki in this state, he certainly stands no chance against it." At this moment, Jiraiya interjected, "So, do you think Yasaka can indeed slay the Yuzuki with a single strike?" Orochimaru shook his head, declaring, "Absolutely impossible." As the conversation among Orochimaru and the others unfolded, within the illusion, the Yuzuki gazed at Yasaka with a hint of confusion. She had just uttered several sentences, intentionally directing her voice towards him. Logically, he should have been able to transmit a mental shock through sound waves, attacking the enemy's psyche. Thus, after intensifying the sound waves to launch a mental assault on Yasaka, he should have collapsed. However, reality did not align with the Yuzuki's expectations. The moonlight gale had ceased, yet Yasaka remained steadfastly upright, exhibiting not the slightest sign of struggle. He appeared completely unfazed. "How could this be? Why are you not affected by the mental shock?" The Yuzuki questioned Yasaka hoarsely. "Haha, is that what you call a mental shock? Are you jesting with me?" Yasaka laughed heartily, which only deepened the Yuzuki's confusion. "It makes no sense. How could you be utterly unharmed?" Her face contorted with rage while her mind was riddled with perplexity. At that moment, Yasaka spoke up. "There was a time when I couldn't sleep at night, so I directed mental shocks at myself to induce hypnosis. Over time, I became accustomed to it, and I realized that the mental shock no longer affected me. It seems I have adapted." Upon hearing Yasaka's words, the Yuzuki furrowed her brow, instinctively contemplating the validity of his assertion. Then, she erupted in furious disbelief. "You directed mental shocks at yourself? What nonsense! How could you possibly possess such an ability?" With that, the Yuzuki launched herself off the ground with great force, transforming into a streak of blue light, akin to a comet trailing a cerulean tail, hurtling towards Yasaka. "Die!" she screamed with fury. Witnessing this, Yasaka spread his hands in exasperation, glancing at the time and realizing he had squandered nearly half an hour with the Yuzuki. He muttered to himself, "I should wrap this up quickly. I can't waste any more time here." Then, he lifted his great sword. Its tip aimed at the incoming tailed beast-formed Yuzuki, and casually remarked, "What you call a mental shock is nothing. Let me show you what a true mental shock looks like." With that, Yasaka swung his sword towards the Yuzuki. "Do not speak so arrogantly," the Yuzuki bellowed. But before she could finish her sentence, her vision suddenly blurred. In the next instant, a colossal blade descended from the heavens, breaking through the clouds and aiming to cleave her down. In that fleeting moment, Yuzuki felt an indescribable terror surging from the depths of her heart. An overwhelming sensation that was insurmountable and inescapable, akin to being bound to a cutting board, helplessly witnessing her own demise. Particularly as the enormous blade drew closer, a primal fear emanated from her very soul, almost driving her to the brink of tears. This was a terror that transcended mere physical pain, which could be endured through sheer grit. Instead, it was an assault that penetrated her psychological defenses, striking at the most vulnerable depths of her being. In an instant, an image flashed before Yuzuki's eyes, a scene of a two-tailed cat, frothing at the mouth and collapsed on the ground. Subsequently, her surroundings blurred into chaos, as if the world had shattered into a million disordered fragments. And then, there was nothing more. She fainted. With a resounding thud, Yuzuki hurtled towards Yasaka with the speed of a meteor, crashing to the ground with a resounding thump, landing in a heap. She continued to slide forward, her face scraping against the earth, leaving a 5-meter-long trench in her wake before finally coming to a stop at Yasaka's feet. The once fierce charge of Yuzuki, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, culminated in her fainting at Yasaka's feet. Furthermore, the cloak of tailed beast chakra that enveloped her had vanished, reverting her to her normal state, having been struck down and rendered unconscious by Yasaka's distant blade. Witnessing this scene, the Moonlight Gale, who had just managed to rise, widened his eyes in shock and promptly fainted once more. Meanwhile, the spectators outside looked on with blank expressions, as if they had all succumbed to a stupor, their attention fixed on the large screen. Chapter 166. The Wrath of AI. What had initially been an impressive display of prowess, showcasing the various transformations and chakra cloaks of the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yuzuki, ended with her being effortlessly dispatched by Yasaka's blade. The manner of her defeat was particularly humiliating, as she charged only to collapse mid-stride, sliding face-first across the ground, etching a 5-meter gash before resting at Yasaka's feet. This was undoubtedly an excruciatingly awkward situation. Fortunately, Yuzuki had already lost consciousness. Otherwise, even had she remained awake, the embarrassment would likely have driven her to vomit blood. Unbeknownst to everyone, the two-tailed cat within Yuzuki had also succumbed to the mental shock delivered by Yasaka's blade. Initially, Mikami Shuji had been vocally berating Yuzuki, who had transformed into her tailed beast chakra mode on screen. Now, he fell silent, his mind echoing with a singular question. Wasn't the Jinchuriki supposed to be formidable? Is this all there is? In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya glanced sideways at Orochimaru, clearing his throat as he remarked, "Well, Orochimaru, I believe I heard you say earlier that Yasaka could never possibly defeat Yuzuki with a single stroke." Orochimaru offered no response. The third Hokage chuckled, then shrugged and addressed those around him, saying, "What of the Jinchuriki? Do they believe they can act with impunity? That is only because they encountered Yatsuka, ha ha ha." As he concluded his statement, the third Hokage burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, Jiraiya joined in the mirth, while Tenten nodded and remarked, "This child shows great promise. He is worthy of cultivation. Were it not for some character flaws, he would undoubtedly be the next Hokage." Hearing her words, the third Hokage smiled and responded. Jiraiya was quite similar to Yatsuka in his youth. Now that he has matured, he has become considerably more composed. Had he not shunned the title of Hokage, I might have recommended him, even in the face of Orochimaru's refusal. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have no desire to be Hokage. It is far too exhausting and restrictive. My pupil, Minato Namikaze, would be a far more suitable candidate. That boy is level-headed, young, and possesses remarkable strength. Truly the prime choice for Hokage." Indeed, the third Hokage nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction with Minato, who met all the qualifications for the role, save for a lack of sufficient authority and youth, which left some questioning his capabilities, as he had yet to achieve notable victories. Just look at the Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, Killer Bee and Waimuki. Both are the strongest combatants of their village, yet were effortlessly dispatched by Yatsuka with a single strike. I can only imagine the fury that has ensued among the Cloud Village ranks. The third Hokage remarked with a hint of mirth. His words held truth, as the leader of the Cloud Village, the future fourth Hokage, was on the brink of losing his composure. Previously, upon witnessing Killer Bee fall to Yatsuka, had vented his frustration by smashing a nearby pillar, only to be confronted by Leaf Village officials demanding compensation for the damage. Finally managing to regain his composure, I was soon struck by admiration for Waimuki's decisive action as he unleashed his tailed beast chakra mode. However, within mere seconds of commending Waimuki, I watched in disbelief as Waimuki was brutally slain by Yatsuka from a distance, falling ignominiously at his feet. This was a far worse humiliation than that suffered by Killer Bee, truly tarnishing the reputation of the Cloud Village. At that moment, who was already prone to rage, lost control entirely. He erupted into his lightning release chakra mode, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that swept outwards. A layer of pale blue chakra enveloped his form, accentuating his already formidable physique. These useless fools, I shall not let them go unpunished. Seethed, his gaze fixed on the screen showing the unconscious Waimuki and the crater left by Killer Bee. In his uncontrollable fury, he sent a dozen onlookers tumbling away, quickly drawing the attention of the Leaf Village security forces. Soon, 3 shadowy figures materialized around AI, forming a triangular formation that encircled him. "AI, withdraw your chakra. This is not a place for you to unleash it," one of them said expressionlessly. His body was enveloped in a thick layer of lightning chakra, crackling with arcs of electricity. AI cast a glance at the speaker, clenched his teeth, and ultimately let out a resentful grunt as he dispelled the lightning chakra mode. "Damn it, who was that Yatsuka fellow? His slashing technique carries such a potent mental shock." AI's eyes fixated on Yatsuka on the large screen as he addressed the figure before him. "I'm sorry, but I, too, am unaware of Yatsuka's origins. Even the Hokage has yet to decipher the enigma surrounding him. Moreover, even if I did know, I could not divulge it to you. I hope you harbor no ill intentions, as that would jeopardize our hard-won peace, the figure replied earnestly. Fine, I understand, AI said, forcing himself to control his emotions. In truth, if Killer Bee and the others were to witness AI in this moment, they would be utterly astonished. Known for his fiery temper, AI was typically volatile. When he truly lost his temper, few could restrain him. Yet, the shadowy figure before him could quell AI's fury with mere words, showcasing the formidable influence he wielded over him. As AI returned to his seat, he secretly contemplated, that Yatsuka, I must challenge him to a duel when the opportunity arises. I shall see if his slashing technique can withstand my iron fist. AI possessed a certain understanding of mental shock. Thus he immediately discerned that Yatsuka's earlier strike, though seemingly a distant attack, was in fact a manifestation of his will, wielded as an illusory blade to assault the psyche of the Uzuki, causing their will to shatter and rendering them unconscious. Such mental shocks had also been endured by Naruto Uzumaki in later generations, when his daughter, Himawari, unleashed a devastating attack through her finger after witnessing her doll being torn apart, resulting in both Naruto and the Nine Tails within him being knocked out. Chapter 167. Consecutive Eliminations. AI was among the few present who understood the concept of mental shock. After all, mental shock was not akin to Genjutsu, which was a common phenomenon. It was something far more arcane. Even Orochimaru had a limited grasp of it. Consequently, AI resolved to personally confront Yatsuka after the competition, believing he could easily overpower him and reclaim his honor. Killer Bee and the Uzuki were utterly worthless. They were akin to mud that could not prop up a wall. It seemed that their hopes now rested solely on Darui and his companions. However, as this thought crossed his mind, AI sighed, fully aware that relying on Darui and his small group offered little chance of competing for the championship. In truth, with both of their primary forces from the Cloud Village eliminated, their bid for the championship was all but declared over. From here on, they could only hope for a stroke of luck to vie for a modest second place and salvage a shred of dignity. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into another wave of fervent applause as they witnessed Yasaka swiftly eliminate Uzuki with a single stroke. This time, however, the reaction was somewhat muted, as the spectators had become somewhat desensitized to Yasaka's astonishing displays after witnessing several such breathtaking moments. Yet, despite this emotional numbness, excitement still coursed through the crowd. With Otsutsuki Shomu's palms reddened from vigorous clapping, her fervor unyielding. In that moment, she was not quite sure if her flushed cheeks were a result of exhilaration or something else, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of excitement and joy. Yasaka's figure was reflected in her pupils, as if he were the sole focus of her world, rendering everything else insignificant. When she beheld Yasaka's commanding presence as he dispatched an incredibly formidable opponent, her heart fluttered as if a fawn had leapt within her chest, nearly causing her to cry out in delight. She felt an overwhelming admiration for Yasaka, whose mere act of walking forward ignited a wild joy within her. It seemed that simply gazing at him brought her the utmost satisfaction, to the point where she was oblivious to the rapid, powerful thumping of her heart. How wonderful! Yasaka-kun. Otsutsuki Shomu could not contain her sweet smile, grinning broadly. A slightly older girl beside her, witnessing this enchanting spectacle, stifled a chuckle, pondering whether this young girl had perhaps fallen in love. 50 meters away, Noara Rin watched Yasaka on the large screen with palpable excitement, thinking he looked extraordinarily handsome. Even the simple, ordinary gesture of him walking forward with a sword in his right hand exuded an undeniable charm. A few boys nearby, noticing Rin's infatuation with Yasaka on the screen, were suddenly filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could be in Yasaka's place, garnering the affection of numerous girls. Meanwhile, Yasaka sheathed his sword and bent down to turn Uzuki, who lay at his feet. He swiftly removed the bell tied around Uzuki's neck and tucked it into his pocket. Thus far, Yasaka had successfully acquired 4 bells, 2 of which were of significant value, belonging to the formidable Jinchuriki of the Cloud-Hidden Village, Karabi and Uzuki. It could be said that Yasaka had effortlessly eliminated the 2 major dark horses of this competition with his singular prowess. It seems this competition poses no real challenge. Yasaka remarked at Tsukikid Shippu, "See, I told you it would only take 1 strike, didn't I?" However, he suddenly noticed that Tsukikid Shippu had fainted and was lying on the ground, recalling that he had been mentally struck by Uzuki's attack and had succumbed to unconsciousness. What a troublesome fellow, Yasaka thought. If I leave him here, anyone passing by will essentially pick up a bell for free. It was clear that Tsukikage Shippu would not awaken easily, and if Yasaka were to carry him on his back, it would undoubtedly slow his pace. With a furrowed brow, Yasaki pondered for a moment, and suddenly a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. He swiftly dashed aside to gather a substantial amount of hay and procured 2 elongated wooden sticks. Binding the sticks together with rope into a cruciform shape, he then secured the Moonlight Gale to the cross, crafting a striking resemblance to Jesus. Subsequently, he coated the entirety of Moonlight Gale's body with glue and hay, even adorning his face with straw. Finally, he planted the cross, with Moonlight Gale bound to it, firmly into the ground. At first glance, one could hardly discern a human figure. Any onlooker would mistake him for a mere scarecrow. Yasaki circled the makeshift scarecrow, now a transformed Moonlight Gale, and felt that something was amiss. After a brief contemplation, he fashioned a template to hang around Moonlight Gale's neck. Inscribing upon the wooden board, Yasaki hereby eliminates Yuzuki and Karabi. Satisfied with his handiwork, he surveyed the scarecrow adorned with its battle honors, nodded in approval, and departed the scene. Meanwhile, the Yuzuki was teleported out of the illusion after the bell was claimed by Yasaki. Outside the illusion, in a small plaza, stood 7 or 8 individuals, including the ninja whom Yasaki had swiftly dispatched in the smoke bomb, and another ninja who had ambushed Uchiha Aido only to meet a similar fate at Yasaki's hands. Their faces were twisted in indignation as they gazed upon a small broadcast screen, which displayed Yasaki's image, provoking a visceral reaction from them. Damn it, I had hoped to linger a bit longer, but upon entering, I encountered that guy immediately. How infuriating. I was eliminated within 5 minutes. What a disgrace. One lamented. I, too, had intended to ambush that Uchiha. I was on the verge of eliminating him when that scoundrel suddenly appeared and delivered a thorough beating, leading to my elimination. It's utterly maddening. The other individual expressed his frustration, recounting how, prior to his elimination by Yasaki, he had been silenced by tape, unable to utter the words "I surrender," resulting in an unmerciful thrashing before his expulsion. At that moment, a fellow contestant, also eliminated, patted the disgruntled man's shoulder, saying, "Do not be so upset. At least you are faring better than those 2. He gestured toward the ground, where Karabi and Yuzuki lay. Chapter 168. Is he a devil? The crowd's gaze shifted to the sprawled forms of Karabi and Yuzuki. Once the most arrogant and ostentatious contenders among the participants, one now lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, mumbling incessantly why. The other lay unconscious, drooling, a stark contrast to their previous bravado. Isn't that the duo from the Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki? How could they possibly be eliminated? They were supposed to be formidable opponents. Who could have bested them? The speaker is none other than the contestant named, who was brutally beaten and had his mouth taped shut by. At this moment, he gazes incredulously at the 2 fallen members of the Cloud-hidden village, the Jinchuriki. It is quite amusing, for these 2 were eliminated by, one after the other. The speaker, with a tone dripping with schadenfreude, remarks on the fact that and had always been rather conspicuous in their behavior, primarily due to the arrogance that characterized their personalities and the audacious reputation of their village. Many had anticipated that these 2 might be contenders for the championship. Yet, within less than an hour, they were ousted, one dazed and the other unconscious, leaving a rather tarnished image. What the hell? S. mouth gaped wide in disbelief, his expression a portrait of astonishment. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at the sprawled figures of, and then glanced back at the speaker, his voice quivering as he asked, "Is it really true? Indeed, if you doubt it, feel free to inquire with them." In that instant, felt as if struck by lightning. Was a demon? Why was he so unfortunate as to encounter someone capable of vanquishing 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud-hidden village so swiftly? Such misfortune seemed almost absurd. However, he soon regained his composure, and surprisingly, his mood brightened. In that case, my elimination isn't something to be ashamed of. After all, those 2 Jinchuriki had boasted so brazenly, yet here they are, eliminated just the same. Laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Meanwhile, in the surrounding environment, while effortlessly dispatched, and was locked in a deadly struggle with water release, great waterfall technique, unleashed a torrent of water that surged dramatically, forming a colossal wave towering 6 to 7 meters high, crashing toward. The force of this wave was formidable, capable of obliterating ordinary buildings, and any lower-ranking shinobi attempting to withstand it would likely suffer grievous injuries. unless they possessed the sheer muscle strength of someone like Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, employed his signature technique, managing to create an earthen barrier to block the oncoming wave, though the wall was already riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. Breathing heavily, he realized that prowess was indeed formidable. Initially, he had assumed that strength lay solely in assassination, believing that dismantling his hidden mist technique would render him harmless. Yet, here he was, discovering that was quite the formidable opponent. It was clear that those who participated in the tournament were not to be underestimated. Reflected, yet he felt no fear. After all, he was known as evenly matched against anyone. Thus, finding himself in a stalemate with felt like a typical day at the office. Kakashi Hitaki, I never expected you to be quite resilient, but this is where it ends. I shall claim your bell. Zabuza Momochi revealed a sinister smile, having yet to exert his full power, merely to gauge Kakashi's capabilities. To his bewilderment, he discovered that no matter how much strength he employed, Kakashi was always able to match him. Whenever Zabuza felt that with just a bit more effort he could defeat Kakashi, the latter's prowess would inexplicably rise in tandem. Thus, they had fought to a standstill, with no victor emerging, a situation that Zabuza found increasingly intolerable. He was reluctant to squander any more time. Perceiving Zabuza's intentions, Kakashi's expression grew wary, realizing that Zabuza was about to unveil his true abilities. Consequently, he prepared to reveal the fruits of his recent training. Originally intended to defeat Yasaka, it appeared that he would have to employ it against Zabuza first. Although it was not fully developed, it would serve as an excellent test subject for Zabuza. Kakashi reflected on the scenes from his month of hellish training, where he had crafted this technique to counter Yasaka. Yasaka had severed flames with a single stroke. I cannot be inferior, so I shall cleave the lightning instead. Thus, I shall temporarily name this technique Raikiri. Kakashi recalled the day he fought desperately, using the incomplete version of Raikiri to slice through the lightning descending from the heavens. Regrettably, he had intended to reserve this technique for the upcoming individual matches, but fate dictated that it be revealed here. At that moment, Zabuza began forming intricate hand seals, and from the waters on either side of him, 2 water clones emerged. Kakashi Hitaki, this is my latest creation, the Water Release Water Elemental. It completely disregards physical attacks. Even if dispersed, it can reconstitute itself. I am curious to see how you will counter this technique. Zabuza declared with a sinister grin. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Completely disregarding physical assaults? Able to reassemble after being shattered? This posed a considerable challenge, as even his Raikiri primarily constituted a physical form of attack. Even if he managed to disrupt Zabuza's water elementals, they would merely reconstitute, rendering his efforts largely futile. Thus, it became evident that he must target the original body. Kakashi crouched low, his gaze fixed on Zabuza, contemplating how to eliminate him. Suddenly, an excited voice interrupted. Ah? Zabuza, so you are here. The unexpected voice startled both Zabuza and Kakashi, who turned to see Yasaka, brimming with excitement, one hand gripping a blade while the other rested upon a branch. What? It's this guy? Tao Dizai Bujan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden appearance of Yatsuka. Ah, it is indeed Yatsuka. What brings him here? Kakashi Hitaki gazed at Yatsuka in astonishment, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, Tao Dizai Bujan let out a contemptuous snort and menacingly addressed Yatsuka. Perched on a nearby tree, humph. I was just lamenting my inability to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my doorstep. No need for me to search anymore. Today we shall settle both old and new scores, and you too will leave your bells here. With that, Tao Dizai Bujan seized the beheading sword lodged beside him and struck it down with great force, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Such bravado. Whether you can claim my bell depends on your true abilities. Kakashi Hitaki retorted with a wry smile, sensing that with Yatsuka's arrival, the odds had shifted to a 2-on-1 scenario. As long as he prevented Tao Dizai Bujan from escaping, the bell would belong to the Konoha team. Contemplating this, Kakashi halted his hand midway through forming the hand seals for Raikiri, recognizing that with 2 opponents, there was no need to resort to his ultimate technique. He then turned his gaze to Yatsuka in the tree and said, Yatsuka, let us together vanquish him. Do not let him escape. As soon as Kakashi's words fell, Tao Dizai Bujan emitted a derisive laugh, scoffing. Heh, it is you who should be concerned about fleeing, Kakashi Hitaki. If you have the courage, do not run. After I dispose of Yatsuka, you shall be next. Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Yatsuka interjected from the tree. Kakashi, you should leave. I will handle this guy. He is not very strong, and I will catch up with you shortly. Humph. Such confidence. Previously, I merely held back. By underestimating you, I was caught off guard. This time, your luck has run out. Do you truly believe you are formidable? Tao Dizai Bujan's voice was heavy with malice. The memory of being struck down by Yatsuka still rankled, and he had long sought an opportunity to confront Yatsuka to reclaim his honor. With Yatsuka presenting himself, this was his chance to exact brutal revenge and re-establish his dominance in front of others. Thus, Tao Dizai Bujan's gaze toward Yatsuka was filled with vengeful fury, his body trembling with a fierce fighting spirit. Akin to a cheetah that had spotted its prey, eagerly anticipating the imminent battle and relishing the thrill of vanquishing an opponent. Seeing that Yatsuka insisted on letting him go, Kakashi weighed the pros and cons, recognizing that this was a team competition that necessitated prioritizing the bigger picture. With Yatsuka's strength, dealing with Tao Dizai Bujan should pose no significant challenge. Consequently, Kakashi made a swift decision, allowing Yatsuka to confront Tao Dizai Bujan while he sought out other opponents. Nodding in agreement, he turned without hesitation and headed in another direction. Did I grant you permission to leave? Tao Dizai Bujan barked, stamping his foot and splashing a torrent of water that instantly morphed into a 1-meter-long water arrow, which shot through the air toward Kakashi with a whoosh. Clang! With a crisp sound, the water arrow soared but was swiftly intercepted by a stone hurled by Yatsuka, shattering mid-flight and cascading into a puddle upon the ground. I commanded him to depart, and indeed, he could leave. Not even the water shadow could retain him. As I asserted, Yatsuka, with his sword resting upon his shoulder and a countenance brimming with arrogance, declared with a commanding presence, "You seek your own demise." As Kakashi Hatake vanished swiftly into the woods, Zabuza Momochi turned slowly to face Yatsuka, a guttural growl escaping his clenched teeth. His eyes were ablaze with a murderous intent that felt almost palpable, exuding a malevolent aura akin to that of a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, Yatsuka. This scene ignited a wave of anticipation among the spectators outside, particularly when Yatsuka proclaimed that not even the water shadow could hold him. It detonated like a bomb, splitting the audience into an uproar of astonished gasps. In that fleeting moment, a chorus of wow erupted from the stands, as countless individuals were left utterly awestruck by Yatsuka's audacious words. Many young women widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions shifting from astonishment to fervent admiration, akin to that of devoted fans encountering their idol. The fervor of their excitement, reminiscent of zealous disciples, astonished many of the male spectators, who were taken aback by the transformation of typically demure girls into fervent admirers, shouting Yatsuka's name with wild abandon and waving their arms, filling the air with the euphoria of his name. One male ninja stared in disbelief at the girl he had secretly adored for ages, who had previously been gentle and soft-spoken. Now, he witnessed her exuberantly calling out Yatsuka's name, as if intoxicated, transformed into an entirely different person. Such scenes proliferated throughout the audience, causing Otsutsuki SHB in the stands to feel a twinge of discomfort at the overwhelming chorus of women chanting Yatsuka's name, as if something she cherished was being coveted by others. Yet, simultaneously, Yatsuka's meteoric rise to fame and the throngs of admirers also filled her with exhilaration and pride. The more formidable and charismatic Yatsuka became, the happier she felt. Why is it that, despite Yatsuka and I being mere acquaintances, the sound of so many calling his name elicits both joy and unease within me? Otsutsuki SHB pondered, oblivious to the jealousy stirring within her at the sight of those women clamoring for Yatsuka. Inuzuka Jinisuke glanced around, the deafening screams echoing in his ears. With a resigned expression, he remarked to the nearby Aoyama Yamashiro, "I find myself a tad envious of Yatsuka. So many girls are captivated by him. How I envy his allure." Aoyama Yamashiro smiled knowingly. Indeed, his recent proclamation was undeniably domineering. "Surely, you feel the same?" Inuzuka Jinisuke nodded. "I sense that line may well become a classic quote. Who can truly predict this fellow? He is indeed remarkable." Chapter 170. Classic quotes. Even the commentators outside could be heard exclaiming, "Wow. Yasaka's prowess is undeniably formidable. Even the water shadow cannot contain him, I assert." Such words exude a remarkable confidence. Listening to the impassioned shouts of the commentator, Shuji Mikami could not help but beam with delight. He had only just realized that while Yasaka often appeared nonchalant, when the moment called for action, he proved to be more reliable and imposing than anyone else. Truly, he epitomizes what it means to be a man, and Yasaka's unexpected skill is indeed impressive. Mikami's spirit soared, simultaneously, within the realm of illusion. The anticipated confrontation between Momochi Zabuza and Yasaka did not unfold as the audience had envisioned. At this moment, one stood in the water while the other perched upon a tree, both locked in a gaze, neither making the first move. It was as if time itself had paused, leaving them motionless. Yet, despite their stillness, the intensity of their exchanged stares radiated a far more terrifying aura than any physical confrontation could. The atmosphere crackled with tension, palpable even to the spectators outside the arena, heralding an impending clash that was poised to erupt at any moment. Zabuza's cold eyes fixated on Yasaka, memories of a few hours prior flooding his mind, when Yasaka had sent him flying out of the restroom with a single strike. That spectacle had unfolded in the small plaza below, witnessed by numerous onlookers, and within mere minutes. The tale of Zabuza being launched from the restroom by Yasaka had spread like wildfire among the competitors. Furthermore, he had been mercilessly mocked by Terumi Mei. Although Zabuza had attempted to maintain an air of indifference when he was ejected, internally, he was seething with humiliation. Yasaka had embarrassed him, and he vowed to exact revenge. Thus, for the past 5 minutes, Zabuza had been harboring a fierce rage, biding his time until he could unleash this pent-up fury upon Yasaka. Now, the moment for retribution had arrived. Water release. Water Dragon Jutsu. The suffocating tension of their standoff was shattered as Zabuza unleashed a powerful incantation, summoning a torrent of water that surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the depths, followed by its massive and elongated body soaring toward the sky. A gargantuan water dragon over 50 meters in length ascended to the clouds, its gaping maw and fierce eyes radiating a murderous intent as it locked its gaze upon Yasaka. This was the true manifestation of Zabuza's water dragon jutsu, far surpassing the earlier display against Kakashi in both power and size, a significant escalation by 5 to 6 times. At this moment, Zabuza was entirely serious, prepared to strike with lethal intent. Though he could not truly kill Yasaka, he could certainly deliver a resounding blow. What a magnificent water dragon! Yasaka gazed upward in astonishment at the colossal water dragon hovering above, their eyes locking in a mutual stare. The dragon towered at an impressive height of 20 stories, its massive head surpassing even that of an elephant. The mere act of this gaze conveyed an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to a debilitating fear of great beasts. Had Uchiha Obito been present, he might have been paralyzed by sheer terror. However, in this moment stood the strongest genin of Konoha, the captain of the Leaf representative team, Kiki Yasaka. Despite the phonetic similarity of their names, Yasaka's prowess starkly contrasted with that of Kakashi. The former struggled to withstand the water dragon technique unleashed by Momochi Zabuza in a relaxed state. In contrast, the latter, facing Zabuza's full power, could marvel at the dragon's size while remaining unfazed. Are you frightened now? Yet, I shall not spare you. I intend to exact a reckoning for the humiliation you brought upon me. Onward. Water dragon technique. Zabuza bellowed. In the next instant, the enormous water dragon, perched above the clouds, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, diving fiercely towards Yasaka. The dragon's head, capable of effortlessly swallowing an elephant, descended from the heights with an imposing presence, instilling a profound sense of pressure, as if a collision would result in utter annihilation. Its cavernous mouth resembled an endless abyss, evoking sheer terror. Witnessing this spectacle, Zabuza felt a surge of confidence. Such a formidable water dragon was undoubtedly insurmountable. A manic grin spread across his face as he shouted, "Tremble, suffer, howl in madness, Kiki Yasaka. Your demise is at hand. Angering me, Momochi Zabuza, shall lead to your tragic fate." However, as the fearsome water dragon surged toward Yasaka, it became evident that he exhibited no signs of tension or distress. His expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was marked by a look of astonishment, as if he were merely observing something extraordinary. It seemed as though he dismissed the colossal water dragon entirely. In fact, as the dragon dove towards him, he turned to Zabuza and inquired, "Zabuza, how did you make the dragon's eyes glow? Did you place light bulbs in the water?" Even in the face of imminent danger, he pondered such trivialities. "You're deliberately masking your fear, aren't you?" Zabuza shouted in frustration. Yasaka's demeanor unsettled him. The anticipated spectacle of Yasaka's terror never materialized. Instead, Yasaka appeared nonchalant, questioning the luminous eyes of the water dragon as if oblivious to the massive creature hurtling towards him. This left Zabuza with the sensation of having struck nothing but air. Nonetheless, he dismissed these thoughts. Soon, Yasaka would be crushed beneath the torrent of water right before his eyes. Outside the arena, both the spectators in the stands and the individuals within the Hokage's office were fixated on the screen displaying Yasaki. They were eager to witness how Yasaki would respond to such a large-scale ninjutsu, especially considering that he was a melee ninja wielding a blade, typically at a disadvantage against this type of technique. I wager $10 that Yasaki can cleave the water dragon in two, Jiraiya suddenly declared. Impossible. That water dragon is far too massive to be severed. If he can, I shall consume this table, Orochimaru retorted after a moment as contemplation. Chapter 171. Orochimaru eats the table. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the third Hokage felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. While he acknowledged that his apprentice possessed remarkable talent, he often exhibited an inflexible nature, stubbornly refusing to reconsider his stance until faced with undeniable evidence. This led the third Hokage to wonder if his table was destined for destruction, despite his own doubts about Yasaki's ability to split the water dragon. After all, Yasaki had previously demonstrated his prowess by slicing through flames, energy beams, and lightning shockwaves. However, those phenomena lacked physical substance and were relatively small in scale. In stark contrast, the water dragon before them was enormous, its girth surpassing that of an elephant. Even Shikamaru, adept in wind techniques, would struggle to sever such a colossal entity with a wind-release vacuum wave, let alone Yasaki. With this in mind, the third Hokage advised Orochimaru. Though I share your skepticism regarding Yasaki's capability to cleave that immense water dragon, I would recommend against wagering with Jiraiya. Orochimaru shook his head firmly, responding, one must adhere to their ninja way. If one cannot uphold their beliefs, then what purpose does it serve to be a ninja? He then, with a slightly hoarse voice, pointed to the small wooden table before him and declared, if Yasaki manages to slice the water dragon, I shall consume this table. Orochimaru, you will regret this. Remember, you said it of your own volition, not under duress, Jiraiya warned. Humph, do not be overly arrogant, Jiraiya, Orochimaru scoffed, brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, Zabuza Momochi wore a sinister grin, envisioning Yasaki being grievously injured by the water dragon and subsequently eliminated from the illusion, thereby obtaining Yasaki's bell. He shouted fervently, Die Yasaki! This is the consequence of inciting my wrath. Yasaki, having inquired of Zabuza how he managed to make a water dragon composed entirely of water manifest such a vibrant gleam, found Zabuza unwilling to divulge the information, instead wishing him dead. With a shrug and a dismissive sound, Yasaki remarked, TSK, how stingy. You want to even share your secrets. In that case, your water dragon has little reason to exist. With that, Yasaki huffed disdainfully, raised his right hand in an upward arc, and, gripping his katana from below, silently invoked Steel Slash. He then struck fiercely towards the water dragon. In the next moment, a tremendous fissure appeared at the head of the imposing water dragon. Immediately, the fissure widened rapidly, as if the water dragon had collided with an invisible blade, resulting in its body being cleaved in twain from the head downwards while suspended in midair. Witnessing this spectacle, the once smug and scornful Momochi Zabuza stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he exclaimed, How is this possible? There, approximately 10 meters from Yasaka, the water dragon was indeed severed into two perfectly symmetrical halves, maintaining its form even as it split apart. This astonishing scene left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. It was simply too extravagant to comprehend that someone could split a water dragon with a mere stroke. What manner of sorcery was this? Furthermore, the apparent ease with which Yasaka had executed the feat belied the effort one would expect in such a formidable endeavor. In that moment, the once boisterous audience fell into an eerie silence, reminiscent of mere moments prior, as they gaped at the screen displaying the water dragon, now divided, crashing towards Yasaka with tremendous force, sending him sprawling aside. The severed water dragon struck the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tidal waves of water surging outward. The massive tree that Yasaka stood beneath swayed perilously from the deluge yet remained steadfast, leaving Yasaka unscathed, his attire untouched, a fact that left Orochimaru visibly green with envy. How could this be? How did he accomplish such a feat without employing the wind release hand seals? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, muttering to himself in a manic fervor as he stared at the crystal ball. Meanwhile, Jiraiya approached with a gleeful demeanor, exclaiming, Orochimaru, as a ninja, one must honor their word and uphold their promises. The third Hokage, covering his face, lamented the inevitable loss of his desk. However, he suddenly realized that this was a solid wooden desk, not one made of chocolate. Orochimaru could not possibly chew through it. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, and he lowered his hands from his eyes, he witnessed Orochimaru bite off a corner of the desk and consume it. Orochimaru, you actually ate that? The third Hokage stammered in disbelief, pointing at the desk eating Orochimaru, his voice trembling. What of it? It's merely a desk. I shall compensate for it, Orochimaru replied, voraciously gnawing on another sizable chunk of the desk. It's not about compensation. The third Hokage nearly lost his mind, realizing they were speaking entirely different languages. Meanwhile, after a considerable time had passed since the enormous water dragon was cleaved, Momochi Zabuza finally regained his composure, struggling to accept the reality that water could indeed be split apart. This man, was he a monster? Taudi Zaibujan was taken aback, pondering that in all his years, he had never encountered anyone capable of splitting water. Wasn't this somewhat contrary to the laws of physics? At that moment, Yasaka leaped down from the tree, landing upon the surface of the water. Due to Zaibujan's ninjutsu, the area spanning several hundred square meters had been entirely submerged, transforming it into a battleground perfectly suited for Taudi Zaibujan. Taudi Zaibujan, might we resolve this conflict through conversation? Yasaka inquired amiably. Conversation? Taudi Zaibujan questioned, bemused. Yasaka nodded, a sincere smile gracing his face as he addressed Taudi Zaibujan. Would you be willing to surrender and hand over the bell to me directly? Chapter 172. Negotiations collapse, do not jest. Taudi Zaibujan exclaimed in fury. The conversation had abruptly soured, and he swiftly unleashed his water release technique. Instantly, dozens of water spheres, each the size of an apple, floated upon the surface. At his command, they shot towards Yasaka with remarkable speed. As he observed the swiftly flying water spheres, Yasaka was reminded of the earlier Fruit Ninja game, realizing they bore a striking resemblance. He burst into laughter and charged straight at the water spheres. Fool, those water spheres are explosive. Do you truly believe you can treat them like fruits? Taudi Zaibujan scoffed, commencing his hand seals. From his observations, he deduced that Yasaka would not employ fire release techniques. Given that the mist concealment technique was most vulnerable to fire, this meant that Yasaka's lack of fire ninjutsu allowed him to utilize his mist concealment once more. The water elemental beings he had previously summoned were specifically designed to counter the mist concealment technique, possessing terrifying power under its cover. Meanwhile, Yasaka dashed towards the group of water spheres, executing a swift slash that shattered one of the water projectiles. However, as Taudi Zaibujan had indicated, these projectiles were indeed explosive, and an immense detonation ensued. A colossal splash erupted, engulfing Yasaka's figure entirely. Subsequently, the remaining water projectiles surged into the newly formed spray, creating a cacophony of explosions that reverberated through the air. The area where Yasaka had stood transformed into a tumultuous expanse of explosive waves. This fool truly mistook the water bubble technique's projectiles for mere fruit. What a simpleton. With this, the bell shall be mine, Taudi Zaibujan thought triumphantly. Outside the fray, the audience watched in dismay as Yasaka was engulfed by the series of explosions from the water projectiles. Concern for his well-being arose among the spectators. Some feared for his safety, while others worried he might be eliminated outright. In the stands, Noara Jinkin nudged Yamashiro Aoi with his elbow. Anxiety etched upon his face as he queried, "Do you think Yasaka might be eliminated by the explosions?" Given the ferocity of that display, a normal person could very well be killed. The words of Noara Jinkan indeed hold merit, for the explosive power of those water cannonballs is comparable to that of detonating tags. Anyone caught in the blast of over 10 detonating tags, unless endowed with extraordinary abilities, would likely meet a grim fate. Previously, Tsunade's brother, S.H. Ju, fell victim to a trap of detonating tags, succumbing to the explosion of more than 10. Now, Yasaka finds himself in a similar predicament, facing imminent danger from the blasts. Aoya Mishiyu adjusted her sunglasses with a serious expression, lost in thought, remarking, "Indeed. This is quite precarious." Yasaka's strength lies in his slashing technique, which emphasizes offensive capability. However, these water cannonballs are impervious to slashing, and their explosive force is formidable. No matter how adept Yasaka is at cutting, he cannot defend against the shockwave. Precisely, Noera Jenkin lamented. Even if Yasaka can sever lightning or water, he ultimately cannot cut through the shockwave. Lacking defensive ninjutsu, he is at great risk of being obliterated at close range. It was not only the two of them who harbored doubts about Yasaka. Others shared the same sentiment. Yasaka was renowned for his offensive prowess, often substituting attack for defense. Yet, when his offensive strategy falters, how can he avoid being annihilated by the explosive force of the water cannonballs? This presents a severe dilemma. Come on, Yasaka. Ino Yamanaka clasped her hands together, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the screen where the water vapor, rising from the explosion, obscured her view of the situation. She silently prayed, "Yasaka will surely be unharmed." Mikami Haichur, anxious, rose from his seat, his eyes fixed intently on the mist. He was among the few who recognized Yasaka's evident weakness. The water cannonball technique was particularly effective against Yasaka, as his formidable offense was countered by a near-total lack of defense, and since the water cannonballs were unaffected by slashing, he was left with little recourse. Had he encountered this technique before acquiring the steel body skill, the likelihood of his immediate elimination would have been substantial. However, the circumstances had changed. Yasaka now possessed the steel body ability, which allowed him to withstand attacks equivalent in power to detonating tags. Yet, Mikami and the others remained oblivious to this critical detail, their anxiety mounting. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tien Komura, and even Orochimaru, who was currently devouring a table, were all intently focused on the crystal ball. This was the first moment of genuine tension they had experienced since the match commenced. Each of them understood the water cannonball's inherent disadvantage against Yasaka. Simply put, the water cannonballs were unaffected by his slashing attacks, and he lacked defensive capability. Orochimaru, having consumed half the table, squatted in front of it, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball with narrowed pupils. Jiraiya, usually carefree, now wore a serious expression. While the third Hokage appeared particularly anxious, his hands pressed against the table, leaning forward as though his face were about to touch the crystal ball. Do not let this fellow cause any mischief. He is indeed the secret weapon of Konoha. If he were to be defeated by a mere water bullet technique, it would be nothing short of a farce, the third Hokage remarked anxiously. What is this boy thinking? When faced with the water bullet technique and lacking any defensive jutsu, instead of evading, he charges forward as if the bullets would not explode upon impact, Tsunade exclaimed, equally concerned. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. With all eyes riveted on the grand screen, awaiting the dissipating mist to reveal the outcome. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, time elongated as the water vapor swirled, obscuring the precise situation. The vast stadium fell into a profound silence. Even the commentators lowered their microphones, craning their necks to gaze at the screen in anticipation of the result. Surely, Yatsuka hasn't he been eliminated by the explosion? Irika voiced his distress. Impossible. Yatsuka would never fall so easily. Irika, silence your ominous words. Lin scolded him angrily. Ahem, forgive my foreboding words, Irika quickly amended. Meanwhile, Shikaku glanced at Fugaku. The latter, with a resigned smile, replied, Do not look at me. I have not employed that ability. After all, it requires the Manjiki Sharingan, you know. Do you believe activating it is so simple? I need not resort to the Sharingan to foresee such trivial matters. Well, I thought you might already know the outcome. Shikaku shrugged. Sometimes, ignorance of the future is preferable. After all, uncertainty presents its own challenges, and Yatsuka embodies that unpredictability, Fugaku said, chuckling. Let us await the revelation. He added. At that moment, the image on the grand screen shifted. Shikaku widened his eyes in anticipation. Within the mist, a vague silhouette emerged, and as the vapor cleared, Yatsuka appeared on the screen, seemingly unscathed except for his wet hair and clothing, even donning a faint smile. Wow! The arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers echoing as the crowd, relieved to see Yatsuka unharmed, erupted in jubilant shouts, applause resounding throughout. Shusui let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing back into his seat, clutching his chest, looking as if he had narrowly escaped a heart attack. That lad nearly gave me a heart failure, I was deeply worried. Upon seeing Yatsuka's figure on the screen, Kagaya's face transformed from deep concern into a radiant smile, blooming like a flower, shifting from worry to sweet delight, as if a beautiful red blossom had unfurled. Indeed, Yatsuka would not be so easily eliminated. He is the most dashing. Kagaya smiled, her lips curving in joy. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage exhaled a lengthy sigh, reminiscent of a sigh of relief, and slumped into his chair, his countenance reflecting a near-death experience. With a tone of languid exasperation, he remarked, "That nearly frightened the life out of me. Had that fool caused me harm, I would have surely sought retribution." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, commenting, "Watching that lad's match was nothing short of exhilarating, akin to riding a roller coaster. Oh, and Orochimaru, do not just stand there. You have yet to finish your meal." Meanwhile, upon witnessing the seemingly unscathed Yasaka standing before him, Momochi Zabuza displayed an expression of incredulity, furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "How is this possible? Do you possess some form of defensive jutsu? Yet, I have no intelligence regarding such abilities." Yasaka raised an eyebrow and scoffed, "I have myriad secrets that are far beyond your ability to uncover." As he spoke, Yasaka privately marveled at the remarkable utility of his newly acquired iron body, which could withstand the explosive force of a water cannonball. This implied that he could subsequently disregard explosive tags entirely. His prior dash toward the water cannonball, followed by a decisive strike, was not a display of foolishness or ignorance of evasion. Rather, it was a deliberate test of his iron body's defensive capabilities. The series of explosions that ensued resulted in nothing more than damp clothing and hair, leaving his physique entirely unscathed, which greatly pleased Yasaka. Achieving such a level of defense at a mere beginner's level was astonishing. One could only imagine the heights of power he might attain with further enhancement. Do not grow too pleased with yourself. It is merely a basic ninjutsu that most can withstand, Zabuza retorted coldly. He then formed hand seals and declared, "Prepare yourself. I will soon eliminate you and claim your bell." With a low exclamation, he invoked Mist Concealment Jutsu. Release. In an instant, a thick fog enveloped the water's surface, progressively saturating the surrounding space and obscuring visibility. Within moments, Yasaka could no longer discern anything beyond 2 meters, and even his own 5 fingers were barely visible. "Humph, you wish to claim my bell? That sentiment has been expressed by 3 others before you, and they now find themselves outside the arena. You shall be the 4th to utter such words and join them outside," Yasaka proclaimed with confidence, activating his ability to manipulate air currents. The moment his control over the airflow was established, he discerned Zabuza's movements with clarity through his heightened perception. He observed Zabuza grasping his executioner's blade, while 4 water elementals surged toward Yasaka in unison. Like Zabuza, these water elementals moved soundlessly within the mist concealment jutsu. Had anyone else been in their place, they would have been obliterated without a trace. However, Yasaka was no ordinary opponent. Such visual interference techniques held no sway over him. However, the multitude outside remained oblivious, their discussions rife with speculation as they witnessed the dense fog enveloping Yasaka, rendering their vision of the surroundings entirely obscured. Regardless of the perspective, it was evident that the abilities wielded by Momochi no Zanana held a certain degree of restraint over Yasaka, yet bolstered by the lessons of the past. The spectators refrained from hastily proclaiming Yasaka's defeat. Instead, they engaged in conjecture regarding the unconventional maneuvers Yasaka might employ. Subsequently, after dispatching 4 water elementals, Momochi no Zanana brandished his decapitating blade and charged toward Yasaka. Within Yasaka's perception, both Momochi no Zanana and the 4 water elementals converged from all directions, forming a surrounding assault. Yasaka, however, could distinctly discern the positions and movements of both Momochi no Zanana and the elementals. After a moment of contemplation, he propelled himself directly towards Momochi no Zanana, laughing heartily as he shouted, "Ha, no Zanana, I'm coming for you." "Humph, such arrogance. As if you truly know my location," Momochi no Zanana thought with a cold snort. Yet, mere moments later, he was astonished to find Yasaka indeed charging directly toward him. "What is happening? Does he know where I am? Impossible. It must be mere chance," he mused. Chapter 174. Fierce Confrontation. Within the fog concealment technique, Momochi no Zanana, witnessing Yasaka's direct advance, felt a twinge of surprise, but ultimately believed Yasaka was merely flailing in the dark, a chance encounter at best. In the fog concealment technique, unless one possessed the Byakugan, only he could perceive through the thick mist, akin to the techniques of darkness. Thus, it was inconceivable that Yasaka could see him. Firm in his conviction, Momochi no Zanana abruptly pivoted left, attempting to lead Yasaka astray, dragging his lengthy, decapitating blade of over 3 meters. He swiftly maneuvered to a position 2 o'clock in front of Yasaka, continuing his charge. However, just as Momochi no Zanana altered his course, preparing for Yasaka's misstep, he was taken aback to discover Yasaka had also changed direction, again surging directly toward him. What on earth? How is he coming at me again? Momochi no Zanana exclaimed in astonishment, quickly signaling the 4 water elementals to advance toward Yasaka while he himself halted, forming seals to unleash a water-style wave attack. In the next instant, a barrage of over 10 high-pressure water waves erupted from the surface, their velocity astonishing, reaching Yasaka in the blink of an eye. These powerful waves possessed immense penetrating force, rendering even the earth-style techniques like the earth wall ineffective against them. Should they strike Yasaka, they would undoubtedly transform his body into a veritable honeycomb. Enveloped in the fog, Yasaka could not perceive the scene ahead, nor could he hear amidst the mist. Thus, he would be utterly unaware of the impending wave attack. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship, within this fog, you shall inevitably succumb to my prowess. This is the might of Momochi no Zanana. As the high-pressure jets of water approached Yasaki, a sinister smile curled upon the lips of Momochi Sandeo, concealed within the thick mist. Victory over Yasaki seemed imminent. However, just as Momochi was about to raise his voice in triumphant exultation, he observed Yasaki's body suddenly halt, followed by a deft leap to the left, narrowly evading the first torrent directed at him. The high-pressure wave shot past, grazing the right side of Yasaki's ear, yet he remained unscathed, the water jet veering off course. What? He actually dodged it? Impossible. He couldn't have detected it. Momochi was momentarily engulfed in confusion. Yet, one miss was inconsequential. Many more were poised to follow. I refuse to believe he can elude them all. As if in response to his thoughts, a barrage of over a dozen high-pressure jets surged forth, resembling a dense array of beams, enveloping Yasaki from all directions, effectively sealing his escape. Let us see how you evade this. Momochi's face contorted into a grotesque grin. Yet, in the very next instant, that grin froze upon his face. Yasaki unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, and a network of glimmering blades formed before him, composed of multiple flashes of light, hurtling towards the oncoming torrents. The moment they collided, a cataclysmic explosion ensued, sending vast plumes of water cascading outward in a spectacle akin to a grand fountain. Though visually magnificent, it signified that all the high-pressure jets had been intercepted by Yasaki's blade. What? Momochi stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as every single jet was thwarted. At that moment, even if he were reluctant to concede, he had to acknowledge that Yasaki must possess clarity of vision amidst the fog. How did he achieve this? He lacks the Byakugan. Even if he relied on sound, he shouldn't have detected anything. How did he sense it? Momochi was left with a myriad of questions, engulfed in bewilderment. However, he quickly regained his composure, growling defiantly, "Even if you thwart my water waves, what of it? The water elementals are specifically designed to counter your kind." With that, Momochi commanded 4 water elementals to surge towards Yasaki from every direction. These entities, composed of liquid, bore no facial features, merely a rudimentary humanoid form. Their liquid composition allowed for malleable shapes, and each water elemental morphed its arms into formidable blades and spikes, appearing as if fully armed, akin to a hedgehog. In the next instant, one of the water elementals leapt high into the air, its right arm transforming into an enormous axe, descending with ferocity upon Yasaki. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly cleave him in two. Have you arrived? I can see everything quite clearly. With a sly grin, Yatsuka swiftly brandished his blade. And with a resounding clash, the katana met the water axe, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Almost immediately, the surface beneath Yatsuka began to ripple violently, revealing the immense force of the water element that the axe wielded. The power behind that strike was indeed formidable. However, that was merely the beginning. Yatsuka exerted tremendous strength in his right arm, lifting the water axe with a fierce upward slash. The sudden surge of power exceeded the limits of what the water element could withstand, cleaving both the wielder and the axe in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, Momochi Zabuza furrowed his brow, while the audience erupted in cheers. Such raw, visceral combat, with each blow landing with palpable force, delighted the spectators. Especially striking was the image of Yatsuka's decisive cut, which exuded a certain brutal beauty, evoking a surge of adrenaline among the onlookers. A wave of applause erupted from the stands, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts, as if they were witnessing a thrilling action film. Even the commentator exclaimed, "How powerful! Yatsuka's strike is nothing short of divine, slaying gods and demons alike. No matter who you are, I shall resolve everything with a single blow." The already fervent atmosphere among the audience intensified under the commentator's fervent narration. "Go, Yatsuka!" shouted Otsutsuki Shikuro, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape near her lips. The crowd became a cacophony of voices. Chapter 175, The Battle of Tuumph. I anticipated you would cleave the water element. However, my water element is specifically designed to counter such situations. Zabuza scoffed, pressing his palms together in a seal. In the next moment, the water element that Yatsuka had split asunder began to liquefy, merging its halves back into a complete form once more. Simultaneously, the remaining 3 water elements surged towards Yatsuka. One transformed its arms into sharp spires, lunging fiercely at him. Another morphed one hand into a colossal sword, aiming to cleave Yatsuka in half. The final one twisted one hand into a massive pair of scissors, aiming for Yatsuka's throat, while the other morphed into a spiked club, sweeping towards Yatsuka's back. With the water element overhead poised to strike down with a formidable axe, Yatsuka found himself besieged from all directions, surrounded by an array of attacks. The audience tensed once more, for it appeared that Yatsuka, whose physique seemed slight and lacking in defense, had no means to withstand such an onslaught. With but a single blade at his disposal, how could he possibly counter so many attacks? This was the source of their concern. Yet, buoyed by previous experiences, the audience did not abandon hope for Yatsuka. Instead, they rallied in support. "Hang in there. Withstand this wave of attacks. Go for it. Let them witness the might of our Konoha. Yasaka, rally forth. Unleash the spirit of Konoha upon them. Strike him down. Yasaka, give it your all." In an instant, the audience erupted into a cacophony of fervent cheers, and within the illusion, Yasaka seemed to draw strength from this encouragement. A confident smile graced his lips as he deftly twirled his blade, summoning a tempest of silvery winds. Countless glimmers of his sword wove a stunning tapestry of light, and he softly uttered, "Steel slash, unleash." The next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the vicinity, surrounded by 4 water elementals, rapidly expanding like a dazzling shockwave, sweeping outward and colliding fiercely with the onslaught of the water elementals. "What? Is that actually Kaiten?" Hyuga Hizashi exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock. "No, it's not Kaiten. He's spinning at high speed while releasing countless blades of light, creating an effect akin to Kaiten." Nara Shikaku beside him exclaimed in astonishment. "What? How is this possible?" Hizashi gasped in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted by the sight of blades mimicking the mode of Kaiten. It was a spectacle he had never witnessed in his lifetime, leaving him profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku stared intently at the large screen, his demeanor grave as he observed the radiant white light resembling Kaiten. Without turning away, he remarked, "Shikaku." Kakashi Hitaki, equally serious, nodded without diverting his gaze from the screen, his voice filled with awe. "Indeed, I understand. To unleash blade light in such a manner is enough to quicken my heartbeat." At that moment, Fugaku's previously languid demeanor shifted to one of stern concentration. His brows furrowed as he focused intently on the screen. If one were to gaze into his eyes, they would notice that his pupils had transformed into the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan. In his vision, the energy wave, resembling Kaiten, was magnified countless times by his Sharingan. What unfolded before him was a dense hemisphere of radiant white light, layered with sharp blades of light, each one intensifying the spectacle. The shock it instilled in Fugaku was akin to the astonishment Yasaka had felt when he, using the Sharingan, foresaw the future and saw himself cleave through a colossal water dragon. Perhaps even more profound, a single phrase flickered through Fugaku's mind: the return of 1,000 swords? Simultaneously, as tens of thousands of eyes fixated on the energy sphere reminiscent of Kaiten, the dazzling hemisphere collided head-on with the attacks of the 4 water elementals. In an instant, the moment the water elemental attacks met the white light, they disintegrated into a spray of vapor. The hefty axe that had descended met the white light, and was instantly shredded into a puddle of water. The remaining 3 water elemental attacks met a similar fate. Before Tao Di Zaibujan could react, a voice resonated from within the luminous hemisphere. Open. In the next moment, the radiant white light erupted like a celestial explosion, violently expanding outward and transforming into a shockwave that surged in all directions. The vast expanse of white mist was instantly illuminated into a dazzling brilliance, turning the entire area into an overwhelming spectacle of light, brightening several kilometers around. Caught within the illusion of mist, Tao Di Zaibujan let out a pained cry, momentarily blinded by the blinding radiance. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, the audience erupted into a cacophony of gasps, as the illumination that reached out for miles resembled a breathtaking sequence from a science fiction epic, rendering everyone present spellbound. Even the commentators, who were supposed to provide narration, found themselves frozen in awe, staring at the screen like statues. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage and his companions were equally dumbfounded, gazing at the crystal ball in disbelief. While they had maintained their composure during earlier displays of splitting water dragons and thunderous shockwaves, the spectacle of Yasaka illuminating the entire mist with a single move left them utterly speechless. Even these seasoned veterans of the ninja world, who had witnessed countless elite shinobi, were rendered silent by such grandeur. Not far from the stadium, in a ramen shop, a certain elder initially wore a look of astonishment, soon followed by a grin as he muttered to himself, "This young one possesses remarkable skill." Approximately half a minute later, the dazzling white light began to dissipate, and the illuminated mist returned to its original state of dense fog. Zaibujan emerged from the water, and upon glancing back at Yasaka's previous position, he found Yasaka still present, yet the 4 water elementals had vanished without a trace. To have eliminated all 4 water elementals with a single strike, such a formidable technique. However, it is utterly ineffective against the water elementals. With that, Zaibujan clasped his hands and formed a seal. Suddenly, several puddles appeared on the water's surface around Yasaka, and the droplets on the ground began to move, converging to form 4 larger puddles. Gradually, these puddles rose, assuming humanoid shapes, and the 4 water elementals were restored. The audience outside gasped in astonishment. Are the water elementals truly indestructible? Even after being shattered, they can regenerate. This is a clear demonstration of immunity to attacks. How can one possibly defeat them? Even if they are destroyed, they simply revive and continue the battle. This ability is incredibly counterproductive against melee-type ninjas. Attacks hold no significance, and I cannot fathom a way to secure victory. This technique is akin to puppetry, or perhaps even surpasses it. In a moment, the audience erupted in discussions, all expressing their astonishment at the peculiar water elemental beings. Haha, Yasaka, this technique is specifically devised to counter you. No matter how formidable your slashing techniques or how fierce your attacks, they are futile. My water elemental beings can effortlessly regenerate. Laughed Momochi Zabuza, hidden within the mist. A sinister grin spread across his face. As Zabuza's voice reached Yasaka's ears, he nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing as he remarked, "Indeed. The water elemental beings are quite troublesome, not just for me, but for others as well. Very few possess the means to completely eliminate them." However, Yasaka's expression softened as he gazed in Zabuza's direction, a smirk curling his lips. "If I can just deal with you, the problem will be resolved." "Humph. Do you truly believe you can dispose of me with ease? How boastful." Zabuza sneered, shifting his position. It had become evident that Yasaka possessed the ability to pinpoint his location even within the mist, necessitating Zabuza to continually alter his stance. Meanwhile, the 4 rejuvenated water elemental beings surged forth, launching an assault against Yasaka. Zabuza intended to wear him down, as long as he evaded Yasaka's grasp. The relentless regenerative capabilities of the water elemental beings would ultimately exhaust him. In truth, this tactic would have been more effective against others, as most individuals would struggle to discern Zabuza's whereabouts in the mist, remaining in a state of blind confrontation against the water elemental being's onslaught. While Zabuza orchestrated their movements from the shadows, it would not be long before opponents succumbed to defeat. Yet today was an anomaly. No one had anticipated that Yasaka would be capable of identifying Zabuza's position, thereby diminishing a significant advantage of this approach. Nevertheless, as long as Zabuza kept his distance, he could rely on the water elemental beings to continue their assault. However, while the strategy was sound, its flawless execution proved challenging, particularly when contending with a competitor like Yasaka, where unpredictability was a constant threat. Without hesitation, Yasaka charged directly toward Zabuza's position, compelling Zabuza to mobilize the water elemental beings for a counteroffensive, splitting them into two, one group to restrain Yasaka and the other to attack him. The first water elemental being transformed, its form swelling to over 3 meters in height, bristling with spikes akin to a cactus, standing defiantly before Yasaka. With a single stroke, Yasaka cleaved through it, yet the severed water swiftly reconstituted, demonstrating true immunity to physical attacks. Almost immediately, another water elemental being surged from behind Yasaka, one arm morphing into a long water whip that coiled around him, while the other transformed into a massive spear aimed to pierce him. Simultaneously, another water elemental being descended from above, morphing into a gigantic sphere that plummeted towards Yasaka. The final water elemental being remained on standby, observing the unfolding chaos, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Recognizing the predicament, Yasaka executed a diagonal slash, cleaving through the cactus-like water elemental. The individual once again unleashed a swift strike, severing the water whip that aimed to bind Yasukawa. With another precise slash, the massive water sphere overhead was cleaved in two, followed by a deft maneuver that split the towering water elemental spear behind him. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, executed with a speed that was nothing short of terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 3 water elementals assailing Yasukawa had been reduced to mere halves. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity while the water elementals were still in the process of healing, Yasukawa activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, shooting forth with astonishing velocity. "What?" cried Tita Zabuza, startled, as he hurriedly commanded the final water elemental to intercept. Yet, Yasukawa's speed was so overwhelming that by the time the water elemental began to move, Yasukawa had already surged ahead, creating a distance of nearly 20 meters between them. Incredibly fast. "This is bad. There's no time." Tita Zabuza's face drained of color as he grasped his beheading sword and retreated, but Yasukawa had already closed the gap to within 10 meters. Observing this scene, Uchiha Shursui remarked in astonishment, "Such speed. How is he achieving this? It's almost on par with my body flicker technique." Beside him, Namikaze Minato regarded the scene with grave concern. He recognized that Yasukawa was solely relying on running to achieve his swift displacement, rather than employing his Flying Thunder God technique or Uchiha Shursui's body flicker technique. The former closes the distance through movement, while the latter transcends space entirely. The two methods are fundamentally different. Typically, one would expect the latter to be swifter, yet Yasukawa's running speed approached that of spatial traversal, leaving both Minato and Shursui profoundly unsettled. Such prowess seemed exaggerated beyond belief. Others, such as Hatake Sakumo, Uchiha Fugaku, and the third Hokage along with Jiraiya in the Hokage office, shared similar feelings of disbelief. Previously, they had viewed Yasukawa primarily as a master of close combat slashing techniques. Yet they were now astounded to discover that his speed was equally extraordinary, shattering their previous perceptions. Chapter 177. Intense Blade Clash, Third Hokage. "Did you know that Yasukawa possessed such speed?" Jiraiya inquired, perplexed. The third Hokage shook his head. "I had no idea that Yasukawa had this high-speed mobility. It is only now that I realize he possesses such a skill. This fellow has truly kept his capabilities well hidden. However, in truth, he likely had no need for such abilities in the past. After all, the arenas for their junior ninja duels were typically small, and they mostly consisted of opponents rushing in, only to be dispatched by a single stroke from him." The third Hokage shrugged, and thus, whether Yasukawa's extraordinary speed had always existed or was a recent development remained unclear to everyone, though Orochimaru leaned towards the latter explanation. Once, Orochimaru had engaged in battle with Yasaka in an expansive wilderness, where he summoned the serpent array of 10,000 snakes. Thousands of serpents relentlessly pursued Yasaka, and had he possessed such extraordinary speed back then, he would have employed it. However, at that moment, Yasaka did not. Meanwhile, as the third Hokage and others marveled at Yasaka's remarkable abilities, he had already dashed before Momochi Zabuza. With a hearty laugh, he leaped high, bringing his blade down upon Zabuza. "Take my strike." "Humph. Die." Zabuza roared, gripping his sword with both hands, his determination unwavering. remembering the previous encounter in the restroom. He was fully committed this time, exerting every ounce of strength. His muscles bulged as he unleashed peak power, intent on reclaiming his lost dignity from earlier. "Ah!" Zabuza bellowed, his sword slicing through the air with seemingly insurmountable force, creating a visible wave of energy along the blade, a testament to its might. In contrast, Yasaka wielded his sword with a single hand, his movements appearing effortless and casual. Unlike Zabuza's fierce and strained attack, Yasaka's downward strike resembled the act of slicing a watermelon, devoid of any semblance of seriousness. As the two were poised for an epic clash, the audience fell into a hushed silence, collectively holding their breath, eyes wide, fearing the fleeting moment would escape them. The commentators, too, were mute, their gazes fixed on the grand screen, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Visually, Zabuza's fierce expression and exertion suggested a greater strength, instilling an unconscious belief in his superiority. Yet, past experiences rendered spectators wary of underestimating Yasaka. Beneath his slender frame and seemingly nonchalant blade work lay a terrifying power. Those who dared to disregard him had been felled by his strikes, leaving the outcome of this confrontation uncertain. In the next heartbeat, their swords finally clashed. At the moment of contact, time seemed to stand still, devoid of any anomaly. However, in the following instant, an explosive force erupted, akin to a comet colliding with Earth. A fierce shockwave surged forth from the intersection of their blades, uprooting the ground within a 30-meter radius, dislodging trees and sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air like a ferocious sandstorm, creating a stunning visual spectacle. The confrontation was far from over. Suddenly, the ground beneath the formidable Zabuza Momochi fractured with a resounding crack, splintering into numerous fissures. As Yasaka executed a seemingly gentle downward motion with his wrist, Zabuza's feet were instantaneously ensnared by the earth itself. "Ah, I will not be defeated by you. Yasaka, die!" Zabuza howled frantically, his previously bulging arm muscles swelling further. With a sharp sound, his clothing was torn asunder, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Moreover, his arms resembled hardened iron, veins bulging grotesquely, presenting a fearsome sight. His upper body muscles engorged with blood, reddening as he exerted every ounce of his strength. "Not enough. Still not enough. Explode. Explode." Zabuza's voice rose in a desperate crescendo, and with another crack, his trousers met a similar fate, bursting into shreds, leaving only the thigh region intact yet strained to the brink of tearing. At this moment, Zabuza was acutely aware that he had unleashed all his power without reservation. Every fiber of his being was being drained and concentrated into this one strike. Witnessing his demonic visage, the audience outside was left in awe. Could Yasaka truly withstand such an all-out assault? Meanwhile, in the throes of battle, Zabuza sensed his massive blade rising slightly, a few centimeters upward, indicating that his strength had surpassed Yasaka's, pushing him back. "Ha ha ha. Yasaka, this time, I will send you flying just as you did to me before. The humiliation I endured shall be repaid 100-fold. You have exhausted all your strength, haven to you? You are but this." Feeling a surge of empowerment as he sensed his strength overcoming Yasaka, Zabuza was invigorated, unleashing his full might with the fervor of a desperate warrior, determined to hurl Yasaka away. Observing Zabuza's fervent struggle, Yasaka chuckled, bracing against Zabuza's colossal blade. "When did you ever get the impression that I was using my full strength? You truly are amusing." Zabuza, gritting his teeth in defiance, retorted, "Stop pretending." However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Yasaka's right arm bulging slightly as he pressed down with his wrist, effortlessly forcing Zabuza's executioner's blade downward. "What?" Zabuza exclaimed in shock, and in the next instant, an overwhelming force surged forth. Before he could react, he was cleaved into the ground, blade and all, by Yasaka's decisive strike. Chapter 178. The blade was severed. Boom. With a resounding crash, Zabuza, along with his 3-meter-long executioner's blade, was driven deep into the earth by Yasaka's powerful blow. In an instant, the ground split open with countless massive fissures, and beneath the feet of Zabuza Momochi, the earth crumbled away, sending a tumultuous cloud of dust and vapor soaring into the sky. The enormous crack extended over 10 meters, radically altering the landscape within a 15-meter radius centered around Zabuza. "Ah, how is this possible?" he cried out, as chaos enveloped his vision. He felt an insurmountable force bearing down upon him through his executioner's blade, as if an immense mountain were pressing down, causing him to sink uncontrollably. Simultaneously, outside the arena, the commentator let out a piercing scream, followed by an exuberant shout. "Ah? It's happening. The Yatsuka contestant has actually managed to send Zabuza, blade and all, deep into the ground. How ruthless!" With the commentator's fervent exclamation, the atmosphere in the audience erupted. A cacophony of shrieks erupted, so loud that those present momentarily lost their hearing. The chorus of screams crescendoed, overwhelming the commentator's voice, rendering it inaudible amidst the uproar of tens of thousands of spectators. At that moment, the crowd's reaction was the most intense since the event began, a roar so powerful that it could be heard several kilometers away from the arena. Passers-by on the streets were left bewildered, questioning what could have transpired to provoke such fervent cries from the audience within the stadium. Kakashi Hatake, the sole man authorized to wear the Hokage's half-sleeve, having participated in the Second Shinobi World War and witnessed countless battles and formidable foes, found himself unable to restrain a shout of approval upon witnessing Yatsuka's decisive blow that sent Zabuza, along with his weapon, into the earth. The uproar of the multitude drowned out all sound for him, making his ears feel as if they were pressed against a great drum. He turned to Uchiha Fugaku, nudging him with his elbow, and remarked on the overwhelming volume of the crowd. Fugaku turned to respond, but Kakashi could only read his lips, unable to hear a word of what was said. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This kid is impressive. Just this one move has showcased Konoha's might, letting these foreigners know we are not to be trifled with." Jiraiya, equally enthused, remarked, "That strike was incredibly powerful. Just look at Zabuza. He clearly exerted all his strength, yet he was still laid low by Yatsuka's single-handed blow." At this moment, Orochimaru interjected, "If I am not mistaken, Zabuza's executioner's blade appeared to have been severed by Yatsuka." "What? Are you sure you did not missee?" the third Hokage inquired, astonished. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then nodded, pointing to the crystal ball. "Whether it is broken or not, we shall see." Several individuals gathered around the crystal ball, observing intently. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, with a grave expression, remarked to Hatake Tsukumo, "The beheading sword of Momochi Zabuza has been severed." "What?" Hatake Tsukumo gasped in astonishment, unable to doubt Uchiha Fugaku's vision, for he possessed the Sharingan. "This Yatsuka fellow appears to lack strength. It is surprising how fierce he can be," Hatake Tsukumo commented, somewhat bewildered. On the other side, after striking Momochi Zabuza down into the ground, Yatsuka executed a backflip and landed gracefully, standing a short distance from the large pit, silently observing the cloud of dust swirling around. "Zabuza, did you skip breakfast this morning? Your power is astonishingly feeble. Perhaps you should return home to tend to pigs," Yatsuka nonchalantly remarked, digging at his ear. In the pit, Momochi Zabuza lay in a manner reminiscent of a relaxed position, his mind slightly dazed, with stars flickering before his eyes, lost in a state of confusion regarding his identity and purpose. After a while, he finally regained his composure, grimacing as he struggled to sit up from the pit, shaking his head and immediately feeling a wave of pain wash over him. Yatsuka's earlier strike had felt like an immense mountain crashing down upon his blade, leaving him with little resistance in that fleeting moment. The tension in his muscles had led to a state of excruciating agony throughout his body. "Damn, this guy possesses incredible strength," Zabuza muttered, instinctively grasping the beheading sword to help himself stand, only to be momentarily stunned upon lifting it. Zabuza instinctively sensed that the weight of the sword was amiss. Glancing down, he froze in disbelief. The beheading sword was severed in half, with the blade's tip lying beneath his feet. "How is this possible?" Zabuza exclaimed, utterly bewildered, realizing that Yatsuka had managed to cleave his sword in that last strike. Raising his head in astonishment, Zabuza's expression shifted from disbelief to fury. "You dare to break my beheading sword? Unforgivable. It is utterly unforgivable," he howled, gradually rising from the pit, his eyes radiating an intense murderous aura. He stepped out of the pit, clutching the now-have beheading sword, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I shall kill you." "Wow, how terrifying," Yatsuka chuckled, wearing a playful grin, showing no signs of fear. As Zabuza advanced toward him, Yatsuka also stepped forward, moving toward Zabuza. Observers outside the scene were astonished, questioning his intentions. Then, they witnessed Zabuza dragging his half of the beheading sword and Yatsuka, with his playful demeanor, approaching each other, their distance closing. When they were 5 meters apart, both surged forward simultaneously. Chapter 179, The Counterattack of Zabuza. Look, they are about to clash again, exclaimed Noara Kakashi, pointing at the large screen. Yasaka, give it your all. Defeat Zabuza, shouted Yumino Iraka fervently. Go Yasaka, you can do it, cheered Otsutsuki Shbu, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape. Kakashi smiled and remarked, if my intuition serves me correctly, this will be the decisive moment for both of them. Uchiha Fugaka nodded, his expression brimming with confidence. Yasaka will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Zabuza's blade is shattered. What can he use to fight? Oh, have you seen the future? Kakashi asked, feigning surprise. Fugaka shook his head, not at all. But my experience and instinct assure me that Yasaka is destined to win. Is that so? I share the same sentiment, replied Kakashi. Meanwhile, in the small square at the entrance of the illusion, a group of eliminated contestants gathered before the screen, engrossed in the unfolding match. The display was divided into 4 sections, showcasing 4 battles simultaneously. Yet, all eyes were fixated on the segment featuring Yasaka and Zabuza. Yasaka is truly formidable. He has even severed Zabuza's decapitating blade. It's beyond imagination. One competitor marveled. Indeed, that strike was so swift that I didn't even have time to react. One moment I blinked, and the next I found myself here, utterly bewildered, lamented a contestant who had been eliminated by Yasaka's initial smoke bomb attack. By the way, haven't Karabi and Yuzuki come to watch? Someone suddenly recalled the duo of Jinchuriki, who had previously been sprawled on the ground. At this mention, the crowd couldn't help but chuckle, with one person laughingly stating, those two were just lying there. One was still unconscious, while the other seemed dazed, repeatedly asking why as he was carried off by the villagers of the hidden cloud. Hilarious. The laughter echoed around as they shared in the amusement. Initially, these two had been among the elite competitors, looking down upon others with disdain, but now they faced the same fate, eliminated with a single strike, appearing even more pitiful than the rest, much to the delight of those who had previously found them insufferable. However, if we are to speak of misfortune, I suspect that Yuzuki and Karabi cannot compare to Zabuza. Just wait and see. In a few moments, Zabuza will arrive, and he looks positively tragic. Look at his tattered clothing. He couldn't even withstand Yasaka's onslaught. Truly unfortunate, remarked another, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. At this very moment, Yasaka and Zabuza reached the climax of their battle, charging towards one another. Zabuza, in a fit of rage, swung his broken decapitating knife with fervor, aiming a desperate strike at Yasaka. Meanwhile, Yasaka maintained an air of nonchalance, effortlessly swinging his blade towards Zabuza, as if engaged in a mere exhibition. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed as a blade over a meter-long soared into the sky, severed once again by Yasaka's strike, leaving the already damaged, decapitating sword in the hands of Momochi Zabuza reduced to mere remnants of its former glory. What remained was only the hilt and a small portion of the blade, insufficient even for the simplest of tasks. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. At the instant of the break, Zabuza felt as though an invisible sword had cleaved through him, and soon after, a sharp pain coursed through his head, plunging him into darkness and unconsciousness. With a sudden flash, Zabuza's figure appeared above a small square, crashing to the ground with a thud, rolling twice before coming to a halt. His unexpected arrival startled the crowd, who were intently watching the match. Ah, Zabuza? How did he get here? Oh no. He has been eliminated. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as many turned to gaze at Zabuza's fallen form. Wow, that was fast. Just a moment ago, we were speculating that Zabuza would be teleported soon, and now he is truly here. He seems to have fainted. I distinctly saw that Yasaka's blade did not strike him. A flurry of chatter erupted among the eliminated contestants, surrounding Zabuza as if he were an exhibit. Look at his sword. It's utterly broken. Just the hilt remains. Someone pointed out, drawing attention to Zabuza's decapitating sword, now rendered almost useless. It was clear that even in his unconscious state, Zabuza clung tightly to the hilt. An admirable testament to his unwavering spirit. Make way, came a shout from the back of the crowd, as medical personnel clad in white coats approached. The crowd parted, allowing them to carry Zabuza on a stretcher toward the emergency room. What a tragedy. Why did he have to face that monster Yasaka? His luck truly ran out, lamented one onlooker. Indeed, given the prowess Zabuza displayed, he could have held his own against Kirabai, and even if he couldn't prevail, escaping would have been feasible. Yet, he had to face Yasaka, as he ominously predicted. Zabuza, you're eliminated for certain. Not even the Mizukage could save you. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into a chorus of gasps upon witnessing Zabuza's demise at Yasaka's blade, quickly transforming into fervent cheers for Yasaka. After all, Yasaka had delivered a breathtaking spectacle that left the entire audience in awe, earning their admiration and affection. The staff responsible for the live television broadcast of the match were utterly exhilarated, for Yatsuka, through sheer determination, had remarkably elevated the viewership from a mere 20% at the outset to an astonishing 75%. This feat brought immense joy to the television executives, who were left beaming with satisfaction. Upon witnessing Yatsuka's victory, Otsutsuki Shubu in the audience wore an uncontainable smile, his face glowing with delight that did not fade. Chapter 180. Yatsuka triumphant with a soft chime. A bell materialized in Yatsuka's hand. With this bell, alongside the one I obtained earlier, I have now acquired 5 bells. I suspect others have also gathered quite a few during this time. I must act swiftly. With that, Yatsuka surveyed his surroundings before hastily departing in a chosen direction. Thus far, Yatsuka had been operating solo, completely disregarding the initial strategy of rapid regrouping to outnumber and seize bells. During the 5 battles he had engaged in, several individuals had effectively executed the regrouping tactic, forming small squads of 3 to 5 members to search for enemies and snatch bells. Among these assembled teams were competitors from various nations, including Konoha, alongside those acting independently. One such individual was Sasori of the Red Sand. At this moment, Sasori possessed 4 bells, merely 1 less than Yatsuka. However, the opponents he had eliminated were considerably weaker than those Yatsuka had bested, such as Karabi, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza, thus lacking in merit. According to the competition's rules, the only criterion was the number of bells collected, not the prowess of their bearers. Thus, Sasori's tactic of targeting weaker opponents proved more advantageous in this context. Currently, Sasori navigated through a cluster of buildings, flanked by numerous 3-story structures, all devoid of occupants. Suddenly, he darted into the shadows to his left. In the next instant, 3 shurikens embedded themselves where he had just been standing. Have I encountered an adversary? What luck! This could boost my bell count to 5, Sasori mused to himself from his concealed position. On the opposite side, within a nearby house, stood a beautiful girl, none other than Terumi Mei, the successor to the 4th Mizukage, who harbored a secret affection for Yatsuka. At that moment, she concealed herself behind a large wardrobe, manipulating the moisture in the air to refract the light, allowing her to observe the outside world without exposing herself. That individual with red hair. If I'm not mistaken, he must be Sasori of Sunagakure, the handsome youth I have seen before, Mei reflected, recalling her research. Though he is quite striking, I shall not hold back in this competition, Mei thought, stealthily forming hand seals to create a water clone, preparing to test Sasori's abilities. On the other side, the scorpion of the Red Sand stealthily released a small puppet, about the size of an egg, equipped with a propeller that allowed it to soar into the air. At the front of the puppet was a miniature camera, enabling the scorpion to conduct remote reconnaissance. As he loosened his grip, the puppet ascended gently, first rising vertically into the sky before gradually approaching the building. Due to its considerable altitude, an ordinary person would hardly notice the puppet unless they looked up and paid close attention. The target must be hiding within that building, the scorpion mused, manipulating the reconnaissance puppet to inch closer to the small structure while simultaneously adjusting the camera's focal length to observe the scene within the window. However, since Koyomi Mei was concealed behind a cabinet, she remained out of sight, and thus the scorpion failed to detect her presence. Has she already left? Just as the scorpion felt puzzled, Koyomi Mei's water clone had liquefied, transforming into a puddle that stealthily moved across the floor. To an untrained eye, it merely appeared as a small pool of water, evoking no further thought. The puddle continued to glide towards the vicinity of the scorpion, who remained oblivious, his attention fixated on the building. Do you think hiding inside the building would render you invisible to me? How naive, the scorpion thought, activating the infrared thermal imaging device on the reconnaissance puppet. Due to the limitations imposed by the puppet's size, the output power of the infrared device was relatively low, necessitating proximity for effective use. Hence, it was only now that he had turned it on. Simultaneously, Koyomi Mei's water puddle had successfully approached within 2 meters of the scorpion and had spotted him. At that very moment, the scorpion, now utilizing the thermal imaging device, also discovered Koyomi Mei hiding behind the wardrobe. "Found you. Die." The scorpion sneered coldly, commanding the airborne reconnaissance puppet to accelerate rapidly toward the window of Koyomi Mei's room, intending to trigger a suicide explosion the moment the puppet breached the threshold. However, just as the scorpion launched his attack, the puddle of water, under Koyomi Mei's command, swiftly rose to take on a human form, manifesting a massive water axe upon its arm and lunging fiercely at the scorpion. Not good. Not good. Both combatants sensed each other's impending attacks almost simultaneously and reacted accordingly. Koyomi Mei instantly retreated, employing the water barrier technique. Meanwhile, the scorpion quickly summoned a puppet to shield himself. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted as the reconnaissance puppet, having breached Koyomi Mei's room, detonated violently. Yet the explosion was thwarted by her water barrier technique, sparing her from harm. The scorpion of the red sand managed to evade an attack from Terumi Mei's water clone by using a puppet as a shield. Although one of the puppet's arms was severed, this diversion allowed the scorpion to swiftly escape and distance himself from the water clone. Meanwhile, Terumi Mei successfully thwarted the self-detonation of the reconnaissance puppet with her water barrier technique. However, the walls of the third-floor room could not withstand the force of the explosion. Collapsing entirely, the entire room crumbled under the thunderous roar, yet Terumi Mei had already retreated in advance. Thus, in this initial encounter, neither Terumi Mei nor the scorpion of the red sand gained an advantage, resulting in a stalemate. Simultaneously, Kakashi Hatake had successfully joined forces with Asuma Sarutobi and Uchiha Shursui, while Moonlight Wind and Might Guy also united. Only Yasaka remained in solitary action. Regarding Aido Uchiha, he became the first participant eliminated from Konohagakure, a mark of shame. It was simply unfortunate for Aido, as despite his shortcomings, he could usually outrun opponents, but he found himself facing Yuzuki, an unexpected dark horse contender in the tournament. Although Yuzuki was swiftly defeated by Yasaka, he was nonetheless among the top competitors, while Yasaka's abilities were in a league of their own and could not be deemed fair. As the battle between the scorpion of the red sand and Terumi Mei commenced, Daidara on the other side was wreaking havoc with delight. At this moment, Daidara possessed 3 bells, unleashing a series of explosions that eliminated several competitors before they even caught a glimpse of him. This was merely Daidara utilizing his first-tier explosives, having yet to deploy his second-tier bombs. However, Daidara was the sole survivor from the Iwagakure village, which faced misfortune at the outset, with 2 of their members encountering Uchiha Shursui from Konohagakure and Darui from Kumogakure, while another was easily dispatched by the scorpion of the red sand. The last remaining member fell to Terumi Mei, leaving Daidara as the lone representative. Currently, the situation was as follows. 1 from Konohagakure had been eliminated, the Iwagakure had 1 survivor. Kumogakure had lost 2. Kirigakure had 1 elimination, and Sunagakure still had both Maki and the scorpion of the red sand, while the smaller nations had a few scattered participants remaining. Thus, aside from the unfortunate Karabi, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza, those still present were generally competent competitors, with Konohagakure holding the greatest strength. However, the circumstances for Konohagakure were not entirely favorable, as the small team composed of Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, and Uchiha Shursui fell prey to an ambush orchestrated by Kirigakure. The ambushers included Kiri's Jur, Kisame Hoshigaki, and Mangetsu Zuki. Utilizing his sewing needles ability, Jur set traps with nearly imperceptible steel threads, severely injuring Asuma Sarutobi and rendering him nearly incapacitated. As Uchiha Kazui and Hatake Kakashi attempted to rescue Sarutobi Asuma, they were ambushed by the lurking Mangetsu Suigetsu and Kisame Hoshigaki, sustaining injuries of varying degrees and finding themselves in a dire predicament. How infuriating! Those 3 adversaries are exceedingly formidable, particularly the one wielding the sewing needle. His wire is nearly undetectable, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Sarutobi Asuma gritted his teeth, maintaining his composure, having just triggered a trap set by Kirisuzukuren, which left his right leg wounded by a steel wire, narrowly avoiding amputation, and he grimaced in pain. At that moment, the trio sought refuge in a cave, besieged by Suigetsu, Kisame, and Kirisuzukuren, who had devised an array of traps outside. It could be said that they had become trapped beasts, desperate and cornered. Kakashi's left arm bore the mark of Suigetsu's blade. Although it had been bandaged and the bleeding halted, he was unable to exert himself fully. He could form hand seals, yet his combat effectiveness was undeniably compromised. The one in the best condition was Uchiha Kazui, who had evaded several attacks using the body flicker technique. However, even he could not hope to defeat the three adversaries coordinating outside. What should we do? Shall we wait for rescue here, or make a break for it? Asuma questioned. Hiding here is certainly not an option. They possess numerous ways to force us out. Even if we remain, they can easily eliminate us within this cave. Uchiha Kazui frowned. Yet, bursting forth could also lead to our demise. It poses significant risk, Kakashi replied gravely. Meanwhile, the three ninjas from the Mist Village stood outside the cave, waiting without fear, confident in their position. They believed that by hiding in the cave, we would be powerless against them. Kisame, unleash your water release technique to drown them. If they are unafraid of drowning, they will inevitably emerge, and we can then strike them down at the entrance. Mangetsu chuckled ominously. Kisame nodded in agreement and began forming hand seals, summoning the Great Waterfall technique to inundate the cave. This is bad. They are using the Great Waterfall technique to flood the cave. If we do not exit, we will drown here. Uchiha Kazui was the first to react, urgently calling out. Let us charge out. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Even if we cannot win, it is better than being trapped to die here. Asuma declared with fervor. But your leg cannot move. Do not concern yourselves with me. You must break through, and I will do my utmost to cover your retreat. Asuma proclaimed resolutely, filled with indignation, lamenting that his initial intention to showcase the fruits of his training had been thwarted before the battle even began. He thought of the yet-to-meet Yatsuka and silently mused. That fellow must have already secured several bells by now. Alas, I cannot fight alongside you. What a pity. Asuma, do not speak like that. We will not abandon you. We either fall together or endure. Being eliminated is merely that. Even if we are ousted. There are still Tsukikage and Might Guy, as well as Yatsuka. Uchiha Fangs gritted his teeth and declared, unwilling to abandon his comrades. However, Kakashi Hitaki nodded in agreement with Uchiha Fangs, stating, I believe it is best to leave Asuma Sarutobi behind. The ultimate goal of a ninja is to complete the mission. At times, it is necessary to forsake comrades in order to fulfill that mission. We must adhere to this principle. Enough, Kakashi. How can you say such a thing? I will never abandon my teammates. Uchiha Fangs retorted angrily, just as the two engaged in a fervent debate over whether to abandon Asuma Sarutobi. A sudden explosion echoed from outside the cave. The sound abruptly halted their argument, and they pressed their ears against the wall to listen intently to the commotion outside. It seems there is a fight occurring outside. It appears they are clashing with others, Kakashi remarked, intrigued by the faint sounds of battle emanating from beyond the cave. Let us go. We must seize this opportunity. Perhaps we can break free. Uchiha Fangs decisively declared. Chapter 182. Yatsuka returns outside the cave. An intense battle was unfolding. Though this intensity was predominantly one-sided, favoring the three ninjas from the hidden Mist Village. Kirigakure's Manatsu panted heavily, half kneeling on the ground. His other hand gripping a large sword plunged into the earth, barely supporting his weight. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? He gasped, his gaze fixed on the young boy not far away, as if he were staring at a demon. I suggest you just hand over the bells. It would save you from a beating later, and in the end, you'll have to surrender them anyway, Yatsuka proclaimed. One hand on his hip while the other wielded a katana, laughing heartily. This guy is insufferably arrogant. I detest arrogance. Kurisen Komaru shouted as he lunged forward, his sewing needle resembling a spear aimed at Yatsuka. However, Yatsuka effortlessly deflected it with a swift stroke and countered with a slash aimed at Kurisen Komaru. Startled, Kurisen Komaru rolled away just in time, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in two. Nonetheless, his chest armor was sliced open, revealing his bare skin beneath. That was close. His blade is astonishingly swift. Even my sewing needle couldn't pierce him. What a formidable opponent, Kurisen Komaru grimaced, fixating on Yatsuka. Allow me to handle this. Against an opponent with such overwhelming close combat prowess, should we not employ long-range, wide-area jutsu to resolve this? At that moment, Kisame Hoshigaki stepped forward, swiftly forming hand seals before bellowing, water release. Water dragon jutsu. In the next instant, a colossal water dragon surged into the sky, hurtling towards Yatsuka with fierce intent. Upon seeing the water dragon, Yatsuka recalled the massive one unleashed earlier by Zabuza Momochi, noting that this one seemed rather diminutive in comparison. This water dragon is quite small. It pales in comparison to the one Zabuza just summoned, Yatsuka mused, watching the water dragon approach. What? You encountered Zabuza? Upon hearing Yasaka's words, Kisame and his companions were taken aback. It was evident that Yasaka had previously engaged in combat with Momochi Zabuza, and now, standing confidently before them indicated that either one of them had fled after a brief skirmish, most likely Zabuza, or that Zabuza had succumbed to Yasaka's blade. Instinctively, Kisame and the others chose to believe that Zabuza had escaped, unaware that he had not only been defeated but that both he and his weapon had been vanquished by Yasaka. The sword shattered into 3 pieces, a dismal sight indeed. In the next moment, Yasaka effortlessly sliced through the enormous water dragon released by Kisame with a single upward stroke of his blade, dividing it into 2 cascades that fell upon the ground. Do you have any other formidable jutsu? Unleash them all, Yasaka remarked nonchalantly while adjusting his ears, exuding an air of utter disdain for Kisame and his companions. Humph, if that technique has proven ineffective, then how about this one? Kisame declared, slapping his palm against the water's surface, which promptly shot forth a melon-sized water cannonball, inundating the area as it hurtled towards Yasaka. Upon seeing the water cannonballs, Yasaka's initial intrigue quickly waned into boredom. He addressed Kisame directly. This water cannon technique has already been employed by Zabuza. It lacks any real potency. With that, Yasaka swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling flurry of blade light that shattered the cannonballs, causing them to explode in a series of thunderous detonations that enveloped Yasaka in a cloud of vapor, the sound echoing through the cavern where Kakashi and his team were located. Witnessing Yasaka engulfed by the explosions, Kisame and his allies displayed expressions of delight. Haha, this fool, no matter how skilled his swordsmanship, will still be obliterated by the water cannonballs. These projectiles are least threatened by any cutting technique. Kazuki Minatsu laughed heartily. Indeed, the water cannon technique fears only avoidance, and yet this fool voluntarily approached the explosive projectiles. Who else could he possibly harm but himself? Kurasuzen Yurin chuckled as well. However, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the mist and revealing Yasaka completely unscathed. No harm done. Yasaka even waved to Kisame and his companions in greeting. What? How is that possible? He is unharmed. The 3 of them were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The anticipated scene of Yasaka being obliterated by the explosions had not materialized. Instead, an intact Yasaka stood before them. Curse it! What is this sorcery? Not only is his swordsmanship astonishingly swift, but his defenses are equally formidable. How could he withstand the direct assault of over 10 water cannonballs without a scratch? Kurasuzen Yurin seethed, his gaze toward Yasaka filled with apprehension. Meanwhile, high above in the distant sky, a small white appeared, unnoticed by the others. It was a figure standing atop a white clay bird, none other than Daidara, the last remaining contender from the Hidden Stone Village. At this moment, Daidara stood atop his clay bird, soaring through the skies with a telescope in hand, observing the tumultuous scene below where Yasaka and his companions were engaged in fierce combat. Ah, they are truly battling it out. Splendid. Soon, I shall descend upon them from above and rain down a barrage of bombs to obliterate them, thus collecting a generous bounty of bells. It will be a most effortless endeavor. Ha ha ha. Daidara chuckled, finding his scheme exceedingly amusing. He envisioned the impending spectacle, a throng of warriors locked in a life-and-death struggle, only to be suddenly showered by a hail of explosives from above, leaving him free to leisurely descend and gather the bells. Meanwhile, Daidara remained aloft, high enough that Yasaka's sensory perception had yet to detect his presence, leaving them oblivious to the lurking threat above. Nevertheless, even if a cascade of bombs were to descend, Yasaka would not be easily vanquished, for he could rely on the defensive prowess of his steel body to withstand the assault, suffering at most some minor internal injuries. Simultaneously, upon hearing the sounds of conflict emanating from outside the cave, Uchiha Sasuke cautiously hoisted Asuma Sarutobi onto his back and, alongside Kakashi Hitaki, proceeded with utmost care. They remained wary, uncertain whether this ruckus was merely a ruse orchestrated by Kisame Hoshigaki to lure them out. Thus they advanced slowly, maintaining heightened vigilance. In another realm, the battle between Sasori of the Red Sand and Konan raged on. After discovering each other's presence and successfully parrying one another's attacks, They engaged in a stalemate of equally matched combat. Sasori's mastery of puppet technique unleashed a plethora of hidden weapons. And despite Conan's repeated deployment of water release, water barrier technique, she could only barely fend off the relentless barrage of projectiles, continuously evading and defending against assaults from all directions. However, Conan was not merely a passive defender while maintaining her guard. She retaliated with water release, water elemental technique against Sasori. The greatest advantage of this technique lay in its resilience against physical attacks, even if shattered. It could swiftly regenerate and continue its assault, proving to be a more tenacious adversary than Sasori's puppets in certain respects. This peculiar battle unfolded like a duel between two puppet masters, as Sasori's puppets attacked Conan, while she, in turn, unleashed her water elemental technique upon him, both sides unfettered by the fear of death. Moreover, since Sasori had not turned his own body into a puppet, his true form remained exposed to his foe, presenting a critical vulnerability that Conan could exploit. Yet overall, their combat maintained a delicate balance, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a faint pop resonated as a small projectile detonated above Conan's head, releasing a thick cloud of toxic smoke. In an instant, Terumi Mei held her breath and employed the water release, water barrier technique to shield herself. She swiftly retreated, evading the toxic smoke that could incapacitate her. Concurrently, she manipulated the water element to unleash a frenzied assault on the true form of Sasori of the Red Sand, preventing him from fully concentrating on his offensive maneuvers against her. Terumi Mei proved to be a formidable opponent. Her defenses were impeccable, making it exceedingly difficult for Sasori to exploit any weaknesses. He controlled his puppets with his left hand to target Terumi Mei while using his right to manage other puppets in response to the water element's onslaught. Despite the apparent chaos, Sasori maintained a sense of composure, adeptly dividing his focus between attack and defense, an essential trait for a puppet master's strength. On the other hand, Terumi Mei excelled as well. The synergy between her water barrier technique and the water chaos technique rendered her defenses virtually impenetrable. No matter how ferocious Sasori's puppet assaults were, none breached her defenses. While maintaining her protective stance, she simultaneously commanded 5 water elementals to strangle Sasori's true form, effectively diverting his concentration from controlling his puppets. At this juncture, both sides remained evenly matched. To disrupt this equilibrium, a change was necessary, perhaps unleashing a powerful technique to throw off the enemy's rhythm. Both Terumi Mei and Sasori contemplated this. As the foremost champions of their respective nations, they possessed unique talents. Terumi Mei had grown weary of the tactical back and forth with Sasori's offensive puppets. She swiftly formed hand seals and invoked her bloodline limit, proclaiming, "Melt and converge technique." In the next moment, she expelled a torrent of searing magma from her mouth, seizing the opportunity between puppet attacks to strike one down, ensnaring it in a fiery embrace like a vast net. Within mere seconds, the wooden puppet ignited into a roaring blaze, consumed entirely by the molten lava. Unyielding, Sasori retaliated. As the puppet neared destruction, an arm appeared to be severed and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment when Terumi Mei was momentarily distracted by the puppet's demise, he deftly manipulated a chakra thread to seize the fallen arm and hurled it towards her. Terumi Mei quickly raised a water barrier for defense, but the arm detonated upon impact, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that shattered her water shield. The force of the explosion sent her hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a nearby pool. As Terumi Mei was flung away, Sasori seized the fleeting opportunity created by the disruption of her water elementals. He charged forward, commanding his puppets to rapidly assault the fountain, unleashing a torrent of projectiles that shattered and collapsed it. In this fierce confrontation, the Red Sand Scorpion successfully gained the upper hand, overpowering Kagayame. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side involving Yatsuka continued unabated. Kirisakwamura, wielding a sewing knife and undeterred by the peril, charged once more at Yatsuka, only to be sent flying by a single strike, leaving a gaping wound that stretched ominously from his left shoulder to his right side, a gruesome sight indeed. The famed Gazuki Mangetsu, reputed for his proficiency with all 7 ninja swords, had summoned the lightning blade, Raiga, through the scroll of ninja tools, now firmly grasped in his hands. He recognized that employing a cumbersome weapon against Yatsuka was tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he deemed the swift and powerful Raiga to be the most fitting choice. "Young one, I concede that your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, but that is where it ends. The ultimate victor shall be us. Kazuki Mangetsu declared with a look of caution. Oh, you are so confident? That is splendid. I hope you can withstand the onslaught, allowing me to exhibit my full prowess. I would hate for you to end up like Zabuza, whose blade was shattered by my strike. What? What did you say? Kazuki Mangetsu and his companions gasped in shock, incredulous at the claim that Yatsuka had severed Zabuza's executioner's sword. Impossible. How could you possibly break the executioner's blade? Cease your fabrications. Kurosawamura shouted vehemently. Yatsuka shrugged nonchalantly and replied, If you doubt my words, summon it and see for yourselves. Are you not capable of summoning that great sword? Upon hearing this, Kazuki Mangetsu hastily produced the ninja tool scroll and began the summoning ritual, his heart racing with trepidation. Instinctively, he sensed that Yatsuka might be lying, yet the formidable strength of Yatsuka instilled a flicker of doubt, compelling him to summon the executioner's sword to unveil the truth. Quickly, Kazuki Mangetsu summoned the executioner's blade, so that this boy's deceit may be exposed. Kurosawamura urged loudly, expressing disbelief that Zabuza could have been bested by Yatsuka. Indeed, do not be easily swayed by his rumors. He is clearly attempting to sow discord and undermine our morale, added Kakashi, echoing Kurosawamura's sentiments. While he typically did not express much admiration for Zabuza, he acknowledged the latter's prowess, noting that defeating him was no simple feat furthermore. Zabuza regarded his executioner's sword as his very lifeblood. The notion of severing it was utterly preposterous. With the encouragement of his comrades, Kazuki Mangetsu's earlier anxiety began to dissipate, and a renewed sense of confidence surged within him. Indeed, how could one possibly sever both Zabuza and his sword? Very well, I shall summon the executioner's blade immediately, and we shall see what you have to say in the face of it. As he spoke, Kaido Mangetsu unfurled the scroll containing the ninja blade, revealing 7 emblematic designs corresponding to 7 blades. Upon activating his summoning technique, one circular emblem, representing the decapitating blade, illuminated. Simultaneously, the decapitating blade, lying beside Zabuza Momochi in the emergency room, glimmered to life. What is happening? The medical personnel were startled, casting bewildered glances at the blade's hilt that lay on the ground. Do not concern yourselves with that. Continue the treatment, the chief physician instructed. Thus, the medical team resumed their efforts to aid Zabuza. Mere moments later, the decapitating blade vanished in a flash. Concurrently, a puff of white smoke erupted from Kaido's scroll, signifying the success of his summoning technique. The decapitating blade had been successfully summoned. Haha, the decapitating blade has been summoned. Boy, I wonder what you will say now. Kurai Samaru sneered. Yet, Kaido Mangetsu gazed quizzically at the dissipating white smoke, murmuring to himself, why does this smoke seem so much less? As the smoke faded, the hilt of the decapitating blade emerged first. Witnessing this, Kurai Samaru laughed even more maniacally, beginning to shake with anticipation as he awaited the unveiling of the blade, eager to expose Yatsuka's feeble lies. Thus, Kurai Samaru and his companions eagerly anticipated the blade's appearance as the smoke cleared. However, as the hilt became visible, the smoke dissipated entirely, leaving nothing further to reveal. With a clang, the hilt of the decapitating blade thudded to the ground, and Kurai Samaru and his companions stared in disbelief at the solitary hilt and guard. The most dreaded silence enveloped the atmosphere, plunging the scene into an eerie stillness. After a considerable pause, Kurai Samaru finally broke the tension, pointing at the hilt on the ground and leaping up in outrage, exclaiming, Kaido Mangetsu, what on earth are you doing? Did you make a mistake? Look at what you summoned. Kaido Mangetsu was equally incredulous, his body stiffening as he stared blankly at the hilt on the ground, his mind in a state of paralysis. What is this? Even Kisame Hoshigaki, standing nearby, wore a perplexed expression. The sudden appearance of the hilt left him bewildered, causing him to overlook the fact that it resembled the hilt of the decapitating blade. His focus remained fixated on the inexplicably incomplete hilt, rather than discerning its true identity. At that moment, Kaido Mangetsu was the first to regain his composure, hastily picking up the decapitating blade and scrutinizing it closely. The more he examined it, the worse his complexion became, until his hand tremblingly clutched the hilt. This is truly the decapitating blade, Kaido Mangetsu stammered, drawing the attention of the other two. Kurai Samaru rushed over, snatching the hilt for a closer inspection, and soon recognized it as the genuine hilt of the decapitating blade. Ah, how could this be? Upon hearing a piercing scream, Li Sanchuan succumbed to darkness, fainting instantly. How infuriating! His words rang true, as the beheading blade had indeed been severed. It seemed that Tao Di would likely face elimination if this continued. The expression on Gan Chi Gui Jiao's face darkened, for he was known as the man whose blade was an extension of his very being. Now that the sword was shattered, it was reasonable to assume that its wielder would also be eliminated. Moreover, a glance at the hilt revealed that a mere fragment of approximately 5 centimeters remained, as if it had been cleaved to the root. Previously, when he heard Yasaka mention the severing of the beheading blade, Ganchi Gui Jiao had imagined the sword splitting in two. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that it had been completely severed at the base. The brutality of the strike was undeniable. Slowly raising his head, he cast a look of disbelief and shock towards Yasaka, although he had already witnessed Yasaka's formidable prowess. The sight of the fully severed beheading blade caused his estimation of Yasaka's threat level to soar dramatically. This wretched individual. I believe our best course of action is to retreat, Ganchi Gui Jiao whispered to Gui Deng Manyu, who was gradually regaining composure after the overwhelming shock. With trembling pupils, she nodded and quietly replied, "Such an opponent, even the two of us together would struggle to contend with. Moreover, there are still 3 individuals inside the cave. If they emerge and surround us, escape will be impossible." Ganchi Gui Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must flee while we still can. This place is no longer safe. We should avoid unnecessary conflict. However, Li Sanchuan's presence will hinder our escape." After a moment's contemplation, Gui Deng Manyu decisively stated, "Leave him behind. He is injured and unlikely to escape. At a critical moment, we cannot afford to show mercy." Ganchi Gui Jiao, known for his ruthlessness, understood that if Li Sanchuan fell into enemy hands, their intelligence could be compromised. Thus, with the intention of safeguarding their information, he unsheathed his blade and approached Li Sanchuan. He intended to deliver a fatal blow, ensuring that Li Sanchuan would be eliminated by his own teammate rather than by the enemy. At this juncture, as Li Sanchuan lay unconscious and unable to utter the words of surrender, the only way to ensure his elimination was for a teammate to administer the final strike. This would prevent Yasaka from obtaining Li Sanchuan's bell and facilitate his passive removal, thus averting any risk of intelligence leakage. Ganchi Gui Jiao felt that this decision was exceptionally astute. However, Gui Deng Manyu, unaware of his intentions, instinctively sensed trouble as she saw him approach with his drawn blade and called out in confusion, "Hey, what are you planning to do?" The dry persimmon, Kisame, spoke without turning back. "The only solution is to eliminate Kurosukuk Maru, preventing him from falling into enemy hands, which could lead to a breach of intelligence and jeopardize us." "Ah, Kisame, that seems rather ruthless, doesn't it? You have no vendetta against Kurosukuk Maru, do you?" Zuki Mangetsu exclaimed in astonishment. Kisame replied, "This is not a matter of vengeance. If it were you lying unconscious, I would do the same. However, we are not in a dreamscape, so death is not imminent. I am merely inflicting a fatal wound." With that, Kisame approached Kurosukuk Maru, raising his long blade, aiming for the heart, ready to strike. Not far off, Yatsukaza observed this scene and immediately protested, "If you plunge that blade into him, the bell I was about to claim will be lost. Hey, that is my trophy. Do you intend to monopolize it?" Yatsukaza shouted loudly, simultaneously preparing his great freedom technique, ready to intervene and save Kurosukuk Maru from Kisame's strike. He was confident that he could seize Kurosukuk Maru before Kisame could deliver the fatal blow, as his great freedom technique had already reached 80% of the speed of the yellow flash. Upon hearing Yatsukaza's words, Kisame chuckled. "It is precisely because I do not wish for you to obtain his bell that I am determined to do this. Do you truly believe you can outpace my blade?" As he spoke, Kisame tightened his grip on the hilt, poised to deliver a swift and decisive thrust into Kurosukuk Maru's body. He was aware of Yatsukaza's speed but had never witnessed him utilize the great freedom technique, thus underestimating his ability to intercept before the blade struck. The tip of his sword was merely 30 centimeters from Kurosukuk Maru, while Yatsukaza was still 10 meters away. Consequently, Kisame's arm muscles began to tense, ready to plunge the blade at any moment, while Yatsukaza prepared for the explosive manifestation of his great freedom technique, waiting for the opportune second to rush in and eliminate Kurosukuk Maru, taking advantage of Kisame's momentary lapse in reaction. Had Kurosukuk Maru realized that he had become the prime target for both allies and adversaries, he would likely have fainted from disbelief. noting the absence of assistance during his time of need, yet witnessing a fervent competition to end his life. As both parties readied themselves to strike down Kurosako Maru, no one noticed a large white bird soaring above them. Perched atop this bird was Daidara, who was observing the unfolding scene through binoculars. As he had not yet encountered the cosmic wave that would lead to his IS transformation for illusionary combat training, he was using ordinary binoculars to survey the battlefield. From a considerable distance, Daidara spotted Yatsukaze and the others engaged in battle, and thus he soared above them, armed with a plethora of pre-made clay explosives. At this juncture, it is imperative to note that, theoretically, Daidara possesses a distinct advantage over Yatsuka. After all, his clay bombs are impervious to slashing. Even if Yatsuka were to cleave them, they would still detonate. Unless Yatsuka wielded lightning release, which he does not, Daidara can effortlessly maintain his aerial superiority, creating an insurmountable distance that renders Yatsuka's attacks ineffective. Even when employing the air blade technique, Yatsuka's reach is limited to a mere 15 meters. In contrast, Daidara can soar 30 meters above, raining down explosive projectiles upon Yatsuka with impunity. This exemplifies the benefits of air dominance when the adversary lacks sufficient aerial defense. However, this remains a theoretical scenario. The outcome can only be determined through actual combat. Many abilities are posited to counter Yatsuka, yet those who presume their powers to be particularly effective often face dire defeats. A recent example is Zabuza, who currently languishes in a hospital bed, unconscious. Observing the tense standoff below, where Yatsuka and his companions appear poised for battle, Daidara chuckles heartily, exclaiming, "Huh? Let them fight. Foolish mortals, may they mutually annihilate each other. Then I shall swoop in with a barrage of bombs to conclude their skirmish, effortlessly claiming the bell for myself. What a delightfully simple battle this is. While others scramble for the bell, I shall merely collect it." Daidara revels in the prospect of such widespread chaos, envisioning it as akin to casting a net to catch fish. One swift bombardment, and he would gather a bountiful haul of bells. While others may struggle for survival, he need only execute a simple throwing motion to reap the rewards. With this in mind, he launches a multitude of clay spider bombs toward Yatsuka and his allies below. This veritable cluster of over 30 bombs, each no larger than an egg, descends from above at a gentle pace, making them difficult to detect, particularly as both Yatsuka and his adversaries are wholly engrossed in each other, leaving little attention for their surroundings. As these bombs approach their target, poised to explode, Kisame Hoshigaki prepares to strike. "Huh, if you dare, come and seize it," he bellows, driving his long blade toward the unsuspecting enemy. In that instant, as he lunges downward, his muscular arms quivering with exertion, Yatsuka keenly perceives the movement through his air-sensing abilities, acutely aware of the impending threat. In that fleeting moment, Yasaka activated the Great Freedom Immortal technique, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards Kurosako Maru. Time seemed to decelerate infinitely as the long blade in Daidara's hand descended at a slow, yet perceptible pace towards Kurosako Maru. Meanwhile, Yasaka propelled himself towards Kurosako Maru at an astonishing speed, tenfold that of Daidara's blade. Judging by the slowed motion of their respective velocities, it appeared that Yasaka would reach Kurosako Maru before the blade could pierce his form, swiftly seizing the bell hanging around Kurosako Maru's neck. Indeed, in reality, just as the tip of Daidara's blade was a mere 10 centimeters from its target, Yasaka had already arrived before Kurosako Maru, his fingertips only 2 centimeters from the bell. The audience's gaze was transfixed on the impending clash between Yasaka's hand and Daidara's blade, eagerly anticipating who would prevail. At that crucial juncture, a multitude of egg-sized, spider-like explosive clay landed around the two combatants. With a low growl from the sky, Daidara shouted, and instantaneously, the explosive clay erupted around Yasaka and Daidara. Simultaneously, in another battleground strewn with debris, walls and ground littered with various hidden weapons, the landscape bore the scars of an intense conflict, marked by pools of water and the remnants of puppets. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the earth, followed by a red-haired head that sprang forth, eventually revealing his upper and lower body as he emerged from the soil. With a swift motion, Sasori dusted off the dirt from his attire. Although he emerged somewhat disheveled, his striking features and vibrant red hair overshadowed his soiled clothing, drawing all attention to his handsome visage. "This girl is particularly formidable. I underestimated her. If I had known, I would have avoided this confrontation." which has cost me precious time. Nevertheless, her physique is impressive. If transformed into a puppet, she could wield considerable combat power, he mused, glancing at the extensive water stains on the ground. Moments later, the water began to ripple, and slowly, a humanoid figure emerged from the surface. Initially formless, it soon became refined, revealing the contours of clothing, the shape of hair, and exquisite facial features, all taking on their true colors. Not only are you strikingly handsome, but your strength is remarkable as well. Would you consider being my husband? Temari remarked with a seductive smile. The scorpion of the red sand smiled faintly. Akin to a blossoming rainbow, his exquisite visage fully revealed in the eyes of Kei Mei Mei. With a subtle tone, he remarked, I find this rather uninteresting. In contrast, I am much more intrigued by your physical form. What did you just say? Kei Mei Mei's countenance turned crimson, shocked by the brazen words of the scorpion. Leaving her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, the scorpion continued, if I were to craft your body into a puppet, I would possess a formidable creation endowed with both offensive and defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. What say you? Would you not desire to become my exquisite work of art? I can offer you such an opportunity. A puppet? Kei Mei Mei inquired, her instincts suggesting that this was not a favorable proposition. Indeed, I mean to transform your corpse into a puppet, allowing me to install numerous concealed weaponry within your form. Most importantly, your abilities from life would be preserved. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? The scorpion spoke with a smile, as if discussing a delightful prospect. Go to hell. If you wish to do that, you may proceed. I have no desire to become a specimen. Kei Mei Mei exclaimed in fury, forming hand seals and unleashing the water release, water dragon bullet technique towards the scorpion. Do not be so hasty. You might want to reconsider. This way, I could immortalize your beauty, preserving you forever in your most splendid visage, a manifestation of eternal beauty. Is that not a perfect form of artistry? As he spoke, the scorpion leapt backward, extending 2 launchers from his sleeves, which emitted a burst of high-pressure gas, elevating him gracefully into the air, evading the oncoming water dragon. With a resounding crash, the colossal water dragon collided with the ground, instantly transforming into a vast wave that surged outward. Within that wave, the exquisite features of the scorpion were reflected as he descended gently, addressing Kei Mei Mei. However, you are correct about one thing. I indeed intend to transform myself into a puppet as well. What a lunatic, Kei Mei Mei mused, furrowing her brow, sensing a profound distortion in his psyche. She continued to form hand seals, contemplating. I initially thought that Momochi Zabuza was sufficiently deranged, yet here I encounter an even greater lunatic. In comparison, Zabuza's eccentricities seem trivial. Water release, water bullet technique. Kei Mei Mei declared, unleashing a torrent of water bullets that cascaded towards the scorpion like a torrential downpour. Unperturbed, the scorpion summoned a massive puppet, its abdomen resembling a wooden barrel, which opened to reveal an entrance into which he swiftly climbed. A defensive shield resembling a partition then rose before the puppet, just as the relentless barrage of water bullets struck against the protective barrier. Chapter 187. The yellow sparrow lurks behind amidst a cacophony of incessant explosions. The colossal puppet was swiftly engulfed by the vapor generated from the water cannon's detonation. Yet, in the next moment, the voice of the scorpion of the red sand emerged from the tumultuous din futile efforts. This puppet, the salamander, is specifically designed to counter your broad-scale assaults. Even a boulder weighing several tons would find it impossible to breach its defenses. Oh, is that so? Then what about this? With a raised eyebrow, Koji Mei manipulated the water cannonballs to refrain from exploding, transforming them instead into a vast pool of water that cascaded over the surface of the salamander puppet. The water began to seep into the seams connecting the puppet's structure. Since the scorpion of the red sand was concealed within the puppet's barrel-like abdomen, Koji Mei directed the water to flow toward its hiding place. Soon, the scorpion of the red sand noticed that water was steadily infiltrating the inner side of the puppet's belly. Although unsure of Koji Mei's intentions, he sensed that it could not bode well for him. Simultaneously, Koji Mei did not allow all the water cannonballs to convert into flowing water. Rather, she allowed 8 of them to hover around the puppet. Should the scorpion emerge, those water cannonballs would swiftly approach him and detonate. Thus, Koji Mei devised a strategy that compelled the scorpion of the red sand to either remain hidden within the puppet's belly, subject to her water techniques, or to reveal himself and faced the same fate. At that moment, the scorpion observed as the incoming water coalesced into small orbs the size of eggs, floating in midair like celestial bodies. This resemblance to the previous water cannonballs sparked an unsettling realization within him. Just as he felt a pang of dread, those suspended water orbs erupted in a series of explosions, detonating from within the puppet and tearing open its belly. Witnessing this spectacle, Kojime smiled alluringly and confidently declared, "The most formidable fortresses are often breached from within." Once the puppet's abdomen was breached by the water cannonballs, the remaining floating cannonballs, under Kojime's control, surged through the newly created openings, triggering secondary explosions. Consequently, the salamander puppet was left with a gaping hole, enveloped in a haze of steam and water. "Humph. Let us see if you survive this," Kojime scoffed. Meanwhile, in the vicinity where Yasaka and Kisame were engaged in battle, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, obscuring the area. This dense smoke, mixed with swirling dust, ascended skyward, covering several hundred square meters and rendering it visible from kilometers away. The architect of this chaos, Daidara, stood upon his great bird, binoculars in hand, surveying the movements within the smoke. However, lacking the Byakugan, he struggled to discern the particulars obscured by the haze. Meanwhile, the spectators outside remained anxious for the fate of Yasaka amidst the swirling dust. Moments ago, as the audience watched Yasaki dash towards Kakashi's position to seize the bell, their hearts brimmed with confidence. They believed wholeheartedly that the bell was destined for Yasaki, whose speed was so remarkable that even the spectators could foresee his success in snatching the bell before Kakashi's blade could reach Kurisakimaru. Just as the crowd was filled with optimism and delight at the prospect of Yasaki claiming yet another bell, an unforeseen event transpired, turning the tide dramatically as the scene was engulfed by a violent explosion. In that instant, the audience, their smiles frozen, could only watch in disbelief as Yasaki's fingers hovered a mere 2 centimeters from the bell, only to be suddenly consumed by the ferocity of the blast. Their expressions of confidence were abruptly replaced with shock, leaving them bewildered and perplexed, utterly unaware of the bombs descending from above until the moment of detonation. Most spectators were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden explosion that had erupted without warning. At that moment, their smiles were replaced by blank stares, their minds filled with questions. Only a select few, including Uchiha Fugaku, discerned the cause of the explosion. He turned to Kakashi with a bemused expression and remarked, "It appears that a multitude of clay bombs fell from the sky and detonated in that instant. If my guess is correct, it must have been that young prodigy from a Wagakure, Daidara." "Oh, is that fellow airborne?" Kakashi mused, intrigued by the possibility. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, stating, "Indeed. A Wagakure possesses a technique known as the lightweight rock technique, which allows one to soar. However, I personally believe it is more likely a manifestation of that boy's own abilities, as I suspect those detonating clay bombs could transform into a large bird and take flight." On the opposite side of the stands, Namikaze Minato remarked to Uchiha Shursui, "I believe I saw something white descending just before the explosion." Uchiha Shursui confirmed, "Indeed, it was something resembling a spider, which fell precisely at that moment and then exploded. It seems to be a technique of earth release. According to the data, the Wagakure has 2 competitors from the explosive department, one of whom, Shino, utilizes his bloodline limit to create explosions. Given that these bombs detonated mid-air, it is likely the handiwork of the contestant known as Daidara." Namikaze Minato nodded, letting out a sigh, realizing they had been caught unawares by an ambush, hoping that Yasaki would remain unharmed. As the group, led by Uchiha Fugaku, who had been carrying a Suma Sarutobi, approached the cave entrance, a sudden series of violent explosions erupted outside. The blasts fortuitously collapsed the rocks blocking the entrance, trapping the 3 individuals inside the cave. "This is infuriating. The entrance has collapsed. We are trapped here," Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, pounding his fist against the wall in frustration. "Do not worry. I possess the earth release technique and can simply dig a tunnel to escape," said Kakashi Hitaki, his demeanor remarkably calm. Chapter 188. The iron body outside in Shandong. The smoke began to dissipate with the gentle breeze, drawing the audience's attention as they eagerly awaited the emergence of Yasaka. If he remained unseen, it would signify his elimination. In the sky, Daidara also peered through his binoculars towards the clearing smoke below. Soon, the haze lifted considerably, revealing a solitary figure standing within. Many spectators recognized the silhouette at once. It was indeed Yasaka. Look, it's Yasaka. He is still in it. He hasn't been eliminated. One spectator shouted, leaping to their feet and pointing at the large screen with fervor. That's right. It's him. Fantastic, echoed another voice, followed by a chorus of cheers and screams from the crowd. Among them, Aoi Yamashiro smiled knowingly. Yasaka really is quite resilient. He survived that explosion unscathed. Of course, he is the captain of our Konoha team. He could never be so easily defeated, chuckled Kakashi Nara, casually twirling a toothpick. The term defeated here implied elimination. As per the rules of the illusion, any participant facing mortal danger would be instantaneously transported out. Thus, Yasaka's presence indicated that he had not sustained fatal injuries, allowing the initially anxious Otsutsuki Shomu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Throughout the match, Otsutsuki Shomu had experienced a roller coaster of emotions, her heart fluttering with each twist and turn. This constant emotional upheaval, sparked by Yasaka, hinted at a burgeoning affection. Meanwhile, Daidara, through his binoculars, observed Yasaka's silhouette as the smoke continued to clear, revealing his features more distinctly. Yasaka stood firm, his hair unruffled, his clothing intact, not a speck of dust upon him, entirely unscathed. How is this possible? Daidara let out a piercing scream, his expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed down at Yatsuka. Despite the explosive clay detonating mere inches from Yatsuka, resulting in an explosion that should have obliterated him, Yatsuka remained unscathed, not even a thread of his garment singed. This defied all logic and contradicted Daidara's understanding of the situation. At that moment, Yatsuka was looking up at Daidara in the sky, his gaze contemplative. Let us rewind time to a minute prior, when Yatsuka's finger was but 2 centimeters away from grasping the bell hanging from the neck of the creature known as Kurasenkikamaru. In that instant, Yatsuka's keen sense of airflow detected something descending around him, before his mind could fully comprehend what these objects were. Even before his thoughts could process the intricate details of their shapes, Yatsuka's body instinctively activated his iron body state. In the next moment, as Yatsuka's neural responses finally relayed the shapes of the descending objects to his mind, he was still yet to fathom their purpose or his own intended actions. It was then that the explosive clay detonated. However, thanks to his prior activation of the iron body state, which conferred upon him formidable defensive capabilities, Yatsuka emerged relatively unscathed from the subsequent explosion. Though he felt as if he had been struck by a multitude of hammers in rapid succession, he sustained no significant injuries. This experience solidified Yatsuka's belief that he could withstand such explosive force, despite being unaware that it was Daidara's first bomb. Yet, Yatsuka could gauge the bomb's potency by its size. After all, if Daidara had launched a bomb the size of 3, Yatsuka, not being a fool, would have readily acknowledged he could not endure such an attack. You're Daidara from Iwagakure, aren't you? Yatsuka suddenly spoke. Daidara, regaining his composure from the earlier shock, nodded confidently and replied, Indeed, that is I. Yatsuka smiled and declared, Your abilities are quite intriguing, but I believe it is improbable that you can defeat me. Today, that bell will belong to me. He boldly issued a proclamation of victory. Upon hearing Yatsuka's declaration, Daidara scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Quite the audacious claim. Let us see what you will use to defeat me. With that, Daidara reached into his waist pouch, retrieving a chunk of clay with his palm's mouth, which began to chew incessantly, mixing his chakra with the clay to create explosive bombs. At that moment, a furious shout erupted not far from Yatsuka. There, a hemispherical water sphere stood, encasing within it the formidable duo of Kisame Hoshigaki and Mangitsu Manjik, ready for action. The furious exclamations emanated from the lips of the enigmatic Kagaya Mangetsu. Daidara of Iwagakure, how despicable of you to launch a sneak attack while we are engaged in battle. Truly, you exhibit no sense of martial ethics. I advise you to reconsider your actions, Kagaya Mangetsu declared with palpable indignation. Had it not been for the swift intervention of Kisame Hoshigaki, who conjured a water prison jutsu just in the nick of time, they would have likely been eliminated by the explosive shockwave that ensued. As for the unfortunate Kurasenkikamaru, he found himself in a perplexing situation. Fortuitously, he had not been immediately obliterated. However, his misfortune lay in the fact that he was propelled skyward, only to plummet headfirst into a deep pit, leaving only his legs protruding from the earth. Kagaya's vehement tirade caught the attention of Yatsuka, who turned to observe Kagaya and Kisame with astonishment. Oh, you're still alive? I had assumed you were eliminated in that last explosion. What a pity, he remarked. What do you mean by that? If you emerged unscathed, why must I be eliminated? Do you regard me as worthless? Kaguya retorted angrily. Chapter 189. The arrogant Yatsuka. Kaguya was indignant, questioning why Yatsuka could withstand the explosion while he himself faced elimination. Sensing Kaguya's ire, Yatsuka waved his hand dismissively, offering an apologetic response. No, don't misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you. Then who were you referring to? Kaguya pressed, unwilling to relent. With a resigned gesture, Yatsuka pointed at Kaguya, then at the distant Kurisumu, followed by Kisame, and finally at Daidara, who was soaring above on a great bird. I am referring to everyone present here. They are all worthless. What? Kaguya found himself momentarily silenced, his retort lodged within him, astonished and enraged, unable to articulate a single word. Not only he, but Kisame and Daidara, who hovered in the sky, were equally taken aback by Yatsuka's audacious declaration. The audience, who were watching the live broadcast from outside the arena, were left agape, shocked by Yatsuka's unexpected and astonishing words. Wow, this guy is incredibly arrogant, one audience member exclaimed. Having previously thought that the likes of Killer Bee and Yuzuki were the epitome of hubris, only to find Yatsuka's arrogance to be unparalleled. Indeed, this fellow is audacious. But I admire that. Another chimed in enthusiastically. He is so brazen, utterly dismissive of others. Yet, I find such confidence appealing, a true man indeed. Wow, my idol is so dashing. It's as if he's delivering a manifesto of strength. I must note down all these classic quotes. In that moment, the audience was left in sheer astonishment by Yatsuka's sudden proclamation. Rather than feeling disdain towards him, most found themselves admiring his boldness. For Yatsuka had showcased a prowess throughout the competition that justified his audacious claim that everyone present was beneath him. Moreover, Yatsuka is indeed a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, and when one of their own flaunts his prowess, it is only natural for the villagers to rally behind him wholeheartedly. Had these words been spoken by someone from another nation, the audience would undoubtedly have turned hostile, exemplifying the advantage of the home ground. Shiranui Genma, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, wore a perplexed yet admiring smile and remarked, "This Yatsuka is truly a born leader. Previously, I thought the individuals from the Cloud Village were quite arrogant. But now I realize that Yatsuka is the one who truly embodies arrogance, and his confidence is utterly irrefutable, grounded in reason." Beside him, Yamashiro always nodded in agreement, chuckling. Compared to Yatsuka, they are mere novices. However, Yatsuka's audacity is such that it commands respect, which is quite perplexing. I had not previously noticed how flamboyant he could be, delivering powerful declarations one after another. Noera Rin clapped her hands vigorously, utterly captivated, feeling that when Yatsuka proclaimed that everyone present was worthless, it was an image of sheer charisma and invincible dominance, a true embodiment of a male deity. She clapped until her hands turned red, seemingly oblivious to the pain, all the while shouting Yatsuka's name. Yuin, equally exhilarated, resembled an ardent fan, contemplating when Moonlight Gale might exhibit such unparalleled dominance, though she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing the fundamental differences in their characters. Yatsuka was audacious, exuding a kingly aura, capable of cleaving through heaven and earth, obliterating both gods and demons with casual ease, while Moonlight Gale maintained a much more subdued demeanor. On another part of the stands, Otsutsuki sh Boku applauded fervently, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars, reflecting the figure of Yatsuka. After hearing his declaration, she felt an exhilarating rush, increasingly enamored by his presence. Meanwhile, on the small square designated for the eliminated contestants, a group of individuals stared in astonishment at the screen showcasing Yatsuka, particularly those who had previously faced elimination at his hands, struck by an overwhelming sense of shock, realizing they had been bested by such an audacious individual, igniting a peculiar sense of pride within them. T-Jiro chuckled. Being eliminated by someone like him is not a disgrace. It is not a reflection of my weakness, but rather a testament to his strength. Did you not see how even formidable hosts like the Jinchuriki Karabi and Yuzuki were dispatched with a single strike? My elimination at his hands is merely a natural outcome. His words evoked thoughts of Kakashi Hatake from the Leaf Village, who during the Second Great Ninja War was reputed to induce flight among enemies, evoking a similar sentiment that losing to Yatsuka was not truly a loss. T-Jiro's assertions held merit, The powerful duo Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village fell to Yatsuka's blade, and even the notorious executioner from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi, was not only eliminated but had his weapon cleaved into 3 pieces, demonstrating that those of such formidable strength were no match for Yatsuka. It is entirely reasonable for a ninja of lesser pedigree to be defeated. It would be more astonishing were he to emerge victorious. Thus, at that moment, Momonosuke felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if he were under the illusion that had he not encountered Yasaka, he would not have faced elimination. The onlookers exchanged glances, intending to counter Momonosuke's assertion, yet found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. His words held an undeniable truth, unmarred by fault. Meanwhile, in a 3-person ward within the medical facility of Konoha, Yuzuki slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at the stark white ceiling above, her thoughts sluggish, still grappling with the disorientation of awakening. Questions flooded her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Instinctively turning her head, she noticed Karabi beside her, staring blankly at the ceiling. Isn't that Karabi? What is he doing here? This appears to be a hospital, she pondered. As she reflected, an overwhelming tide of memories from the recent competition surged forth, unfolding before her like a relentless slideshow. Damn, I was taken out in a single blow by that guy? What a disgrace. Yuzuki recalled the moments before her fainting spell, her teeth clenched in frustration, realizing she had not even unleashed her full potential before being bested by Yasaka. Chapter 190. The fury of Yuzuki. Just as Yuzuki clenched her fists, seething with the desire to confront Yasaka, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure lying on the bed by the window. Isn't that Momochi Zabuza, the so-called psychopathic killer from the Mist Village? What is he doing here? Yuzuki was momentarily taken aback, but quickly surmised that Zabuza too had been eliminated, though she considered him not a worthy opponent. She acknowledged his strength with a hint of curiosity. I wonder who managed to eliminate Zabuza. Such a contender must be of a commanding caliber. Her attention shifted back to the dazed Karabi beside her, and her irritation flared anew. When Yuzuki had arrived, Karabi was already lying in a large pit, devoid of his tailed beast transformation. This indicated that he had not been defeated while fighting at full strength, but had succumbed without even showcasing his complete prowess. Karabi, what on earth happened? How could you fall without unleashing your full power? Is this truly you? It is an utter disgrace for the Cloud Village, Yuzuki exclaimed, her brow furrowed in indignation. At that moment, Karabi slowly turned his head, his gaze vacant as he looked at Yuzuki, finally articulating the first words he had spoken since his elimination. Why is his swordsmanship so formidable? Karabi's simple question left Yuzuki momentarily speechless, her fury momentarily quelled by genuine curiosity. Yuzuki found herself momentarily speechless, as she too had been swiftly dispatched by Yasaki. At that moment, she had believed herself capable of transforming into a tailed beast, and thought that defeating Yasaki would be a simple endeavor. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. Infuriatingly, that individual had employed a mental assault, catching her completely off guard and leading her into his trap. However, should they cross paths again, luck would not favor him as it had before, Yuzuki declared through gritted teeth. In truth, Yuzuki possessed the ability to defend against mental attacks, for her two-tailed cat was inherently endowed with spiritual capabilities, making her adept at both offense and defense in matters of the mind. Regrettably, her arrogance had led her to believe that no one could possibly defeat her with such tactics, resulting in her downfall. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Momochi Zabuza awakened. The first thing he did was reach for his decapitating blade, having just emerged from a nightmare where his weapon had been reduced to nothing but its hilt. Upon waking, his immediate instinct was to ensure the integrity of his sword. He needed to see it intact to feel secure. However, as he grasped for it, his hand met only empty air. What in the world? Zabuza was momentarily stunned. Where is my sword? He was on the verge of exploding with rage. At that very moment, while Zabuza searched for his blade, Akatsuki's Haiden stood nearby, clutching two Raijin blades in one hand and the hilt of the decapitating sword in the other, his face a mask of fury directed at Yasaki. You are exceedingly arrogant. Today, I, Haiden, shall teach you a lesson and broaden your horizons, he proclaimed, sealing the hilt back into a scroll before brandishing the Raijin blades, ready to launch an assault on Yasaki. In the skies above, Daidara also wore a displeased expression as he glared down at Yasaki, who had the audacity to label him as trash. He was determined to obliterate this insolent foe. You've got some nerve, kid. I'm eager to see if you'll still be so defiant when I reduce you to ashes," he declared, reaching for his explosive clay, preparing to unleash a devastating barrage upon Yasaki. "Huh, what else can you do besides hurling bombs? Don't rush. I'll take my time, and soon enough, I'll send you packing back to the plaza," Yasaki chuckled darkly. At that moment, Haiden prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained by the imposing figure of Kisame Hoshigaki. "Kisame, let me go? I intend to eliminate this arrogant fool," Haiden bellowed, struggling against his grip. "Calm down. Have you forgotten that we were nearly obliterated by those explosives just moments ago? If we act rashly now, it will only allow that airborne fiend to capitalize on our recklessness." The words of the dry persimmon, Kisame, immediately calmed the tumultuous emotions of Zuki Mangetsu. Upon hearing this, he raised his gaze towards Daidara in the sky, then glanced at Yatsuka on the ground, contemplating inwardly. The adversary above is undoubtedly the most formidable. If I deal with Yatsuka first, I shall surely be at a disadvantage when the aerial foe takes advantage of the situation. It would be wiser to eliminate the one above first, ensuring I can then focus on Yatsuka without concern. Thus, Zuki Mangetsu reigned in his earlier fury, adopting a composed demeanor as he addressed Yatsuka. "How about we first take down the one up there, and then we can continue our fight? I assume you wouldn't want to be ambushed during our battle, would you?" Yatsuka regarded Zuki Mangetsu, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "There's no need for that. I can handle him alone. This way, you won't have to compete with me for the bell." "You." Zuki Mangetsu nearly spat blood in exasperation. "Very well. I will see how you, a close combat fighter, can contend with that individual above," he retorted, his anger palpable. At that moment, Yatsuka turned back and inquired, "Aren't you also adept with a blade?" Zuki Mangetsu, incensed, shot back, "Though I wield a blade, I am also proficient in water release ninjutsu." "Sounds as though anyone could do that," Yatsuka remarked nonchalantly, eliciting astonishment from both Zuki Mangetsu and Kisame. Historically, Yatsuka had showcased only his swordsmanship, never revealing any ninjutsu. Now, he claimed to possess the ability to perform water release. Was this true? "What did you say? You can also use water release?" Zuki Mangetsu exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Not only Zuki Mangetsu, but also the spectators outside were filled with curiosity. Was it possible that Yatsuka could indeed perform water release? He had always relied on his sword. Throughout the match, not once had he exhibited any ninjutsu techniques, neither water release nor shadow clone. In that moment, the audience buzzed with intrigue, and even the third Hokage and his companions in the Hokage office wore expressions of disbelief. "What is this? Yatsuka claims he can use water release. Is he jesting?" the third Hokage queried, glancing at Jiraiya and the others. None of them had witnessed Yatsuka employing water release. They all shook their heads in response. In fact, throughout the entirety of Konoha, no one had ever observed Yatsuka utilizing any ninjutsu. Chapter 191. Yatsuka's use of ninjutsu. What is this? Why is Yatsuka suddenly claiming he will use ninjutsu? I have never seen him use even a single technique. The third Hokage lamented, feeling a headache coming on. As Yatsuka's guardian, the third Hokage had watched him grow since childhood, thus he was quite familiar with him. Especially in his current prime, the third Hokage was far from the elder state he would later reach. His attention and memory remained sharp. In his recollection, Yatsuka had never once employed ninjutsu throughout his upbringing. Not even during his time at the Ninja Academy had Yatsuka practiced any techniques. In plain terms, the third Hokage had never even seen Yatsuka form hand seals. Now, with Yatsuka suddenly claiming proficiency in water release, it left the third Hokage and those present utterly befuddled, a profound sense of confusion enveloping them. Mikami SHG stared blankly at the large screen, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth is this? Has Yasaki mastered ninjutsu? I have trained him for 3 years, and I have never even seen him form hand seals. How is it possible that this fellow possesses such skills? Mikami Shuji was utterly astonished, even resorting to exclamations of disbelief. When did Yasaki acquire the ability to perform water release ninjutsu? It is truly remarkable. Could he have suffered some sort of brain injury from that explosion, leading to hallucinations? Noera Jenkin gazed at the large screen in astonishment. Yasaki is quite the enigma, consistently unveiling abilities we have never witnessed before, such as his recent display of rapid movement, even defying gravity. Now he is demonstrating water release ninjutsu. Where could he have learned such techniques? A truly formidable talent. Yamashiro always remarked, admiration evident in his expression. Otsutsuki SHBU beamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she clasped her hands before her chest, murmuring in awe, Yasaki-kun can actually perform water release. How impressive! How does he possess such a diverse array of abilities? He is indeed a powerful individual. In the illusion, both Kisame Hoshigaki and Ao were intrigued by Yasaki's display. It is well known that the Mist Village excels in water release techniques. Although the second Hokage's water release was unrivaled, he is long deceased. Furthermore, the Mist Village has recently emerged from a decade-long blood mist calamity and is regaining its footing, with many adept in water release techniques. Not to mention, Kisame himself is a master of water release ninjutsu. Thus, both Ao and Kisame were exceedingly curious to see what kind of water release techniques Yasaki would exhibit. Meanwhile, perched atop a great bird, Daidara scoffed upon hearing that Yasaki intended to combat him with water release ninjutsu, casting a disdainful glance and retorting, It's not that I underestimate you, but if you can truly perform water release, I shall descend to the ground to engage you in battle. Daidara had previously reviewed information regarding the inhabitants of the Leaf Village, as a Wagakure places great emphasis on intelligence gathering and excels in it. Consequently, he was aware of the individual named Yasaki, reputed for his exceptional swordsmanship, yet he had never witnessed him utilize ninjutsu. Thus, upon recalling Yasaki's earlier declarations of strength, Daidara concluded that Yasaki was merely boasting. Those were your words. Yasaki laughed heartily, swiftly sheathing his sword, and before the watchful eyes of Kisame and Ao. Under Daidara's condescending gaze, and in front of the audience's collective scrutiny, he raised both hands and formed his first seal. That was it. The rabbit seal. Could it be that he genuinely possesses water release abilities? Mikami Shuji sprang to his feet, eyes wide in astonishment, utterly shocked as he beheld the image on the screen. This fellow, could it be that he truly knows how to perform water release? Noera Jinkan, waiting anxiously for the large screen to reveal more, spoke in disbelief. Jiraiya, with a smirk, questioned whether this young man was merely boasting, expressing his skepticism. The third Hokage, visibly exasperated, observed the exchange. Jiraiya, brimming with mischief, proposed a wager to Orochimaru. Let us bet once more. I assert that Yasaka will successfully execute a water release technique, while you contend that he will not. Should you lose, you must consume this desk, he declared, gesturing towards the Hokage's desk. If I lose, I shall provide you with a batch of experimental materials. Intrigued, Orochimaru considered the proposition. He was currently delving into curse seal research and required live specimens for his experiments. However, he was no fool. Having recently lost a bet resulting in the consumption of a desk, he was reluctant to wager again, especially since he had yet to digest the remnants of that challenge. After careful contemplation, he concluded that Yasaka's ability to perform water release was not entirely implausible, and thus, he declined Jiraiya's proposal. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was intently focused on the crystal ball, eagerly anticipating Yasaka's display of ninjutsu. Yasaka had already formed 3 hand seals, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Yet it could be considered a legitimate sequence. Observing this, Minato Namikaze exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Could it be that technique? How could Yasaka possibly know that jutsu? Where did he learn it? What technique?" inquired Uchiha Shursui, his curiosity piqued. Minato, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I am not entirely certain. But judging by the order of his seals, it bears a striking resemblance." "Do tell," urged Uchiha Shursui, feeling the tension rise as Minato had stirred the curiosity of the onlookers, yet failed to complete his thought. "Continue watching, you will soon find out." Minato ultimately refrained from revealing the name of the jutsu, leaving Shursui in a state of frustration. It would have been better had Minato not mentioned it at all. On another front, Uchiha Fugaka discerned something amiss, crossing his arms and frowning. How could a mere genin possess that jutsu? Is it even within his capability to execute it? "What jutsu?" asked Kakashi Hatake, his interest ignited. "Keep watching, I cannot say for certain. It is merely a hypothesis," Fugaku replied with a grave expression. "Must you always leave us hanging? Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat?" Chapter 192. Moonlit slashes. Meanwhile, perched upon a great bird, Daidara observed Yasaka's hand seals with curiosity, his lips twitching slightly as he pondered. Could this guy be attempting to show off by hastily performing a jutsu? With his seal speed, others would have executed 5 or 6 techniques by now. As he contemplated this, he began crafting several clay bombs, preparing for a potential ambush. On the other side, Kisame Hoshigaki and Aido were equally fixated on Yasaka's hand seals. The dry persimmon, Kisame, furrowed his brow and remarked, based on his hand seals, it indeed appears to be a water-style ninjutsu. However, the structure of these seals seems rather peculiar and vastly different from the conventional ones associated with water ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the moonlit light of the ghost lantern wore a look of disbelief, pondering that even if Yasaki could unleash a water-style technique, by the time he completed his seals, his adversary would likely have executed several jutsus capable of eliminating him. Out of curiosity, the trio comprising Daidara, the moonlit ghost lantern, and the surrounding spectators, whose thousands of eyes were fixated on Yasaki's hands, eagerly anticipated what this exceptionally skilled young man would manifest through ninjutsu. Aside from a select few who surmised the possible technique Yasaki might employ, the majority were utterly perplexed by the nature of his jutsu. The third Hokage, renowned as the god of ninjutsu, wore a face of shock and disbelief, clutching a crystal ball while leaning in closely, murmuring, "How is this possible? How could he possibly possess that ninjutsu? What ninjutsu? You seem rather serious," Jiraiya inquired bluntly, noticing the grave expression on the third Hokage's face. As he dismissed the notion that a mere genin like Yasaki could wield an impressive ninjutsu. Before the third Hokage could respond, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be the second Hokage's?" "Indeed," the third Hokage nodded. "I see. No wonder you are so astonished. It is indeed surprising that Yasaki could manifest that technique. But where did he learn it? I recall that it was not documented in the Forbidden Scrolls," Orochimaru mused, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you please finish your sentences?" Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to contain his impatience. Just then, Yasaki's hand seals were finally complete, and as he brought his hands together in a final gesture, an invisible aura emanated from him, momentarily stunning Kisame and the moonlit ghost lantern. "Kisame, did I just feel as if I were standing before the vast ocean for a fleeting moment?" The ghost lantern queried, a hint of doubt in his voice. Kisame, gravely nodding in agreement, replied, "It is not your imagination. I felt it too. This fellow gives me the impression of confronting the ocean, which is quite strange, considering there are no apparent changes in him." On the other side, under Jiraiya's pressing inquiries, the third Hokage slowly began to articulate. The second Hokage was most skilled in water-style ninjutsu, and there are rumors that he once forged a pact with the sea, allowing him to summon it. This rumor, in fact, is it truly real? Jiraiya interjected, astonished by the revelation. Actually, it is false. The third Hokage shook his head, leaving Jiraiya nearly toppling over in shock. The third Hokage's expression was grave as he remarked on the formidable nature of his slashing techniques. Beyond the flying thunder god slash, he possessed another equally powerful technique known as water release, moon cutting thousand blades. On the other side, Yasaka smiled as he drew his great sword, the tip slicing through the air, generating a visible mist. Just as the blade pointed towards Daidara, Yasaka softly uttered, "Water release, moon cutting thousand blades." In the next moment, a vast amount of vapor erupted from the air's trajectory, traced by the sword tip, which then adhered to the blade. With a swift motion, Yasaka swung the sword, and the water transformed into a colossal waterfall, surging towards the sky and racing towards Daidara. "What?" Daidara exclaimed in shock, hastily maneuvering his large bird to evade. But the sudden rush of water exploded forth like a dam breaking, moving with such speed that as Daidara attempted to dodge to the left, he was struck by a massive wave that engulfed most of the bird's body. "This is bad," Daidara shouted, an overwhelming sense of danger surging within him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself backward from the bird, and in that instant, half of the bird's body was consumed by the torrent. As the water swept away the bird's remnants, Daidara witnessed the creature being utterly shattered by the force. In a perilous moment, the remaining half of the bird was also torn apart by the oncoming wave, which now resembled an enormous blade aimed directly at Daidara, suspended in midair. In a desperate bid, Daidara flicked his right hand, unleashing 2 explosive clay bombs. With a loud shout, the bombs detonated, and the shockwave successfully momentarily staved off the super wave, propelling Daidara away and sending him plummeting towards the ground. The abrupt turn of events left Kisame and Itachi momentarily stunned, their eyes wide as they beheld Daidara being swept away by the immense wave. As Daidara hurled his explosives, risking injury to distance himself from the deluge. The twin explosions jolted the bewildered Kisame and Itachi back to reality. What in the world? What kind of jutsu is this? Itachi exclaimed, quickly retreating from Yasaka, while Kisame followed suit, creating distance between themselves and their adversary. Meanwhile, Yasaka's blade swept through the air, carving a near 180-degree arc. As the blade glided, the super wave followed suit, resembling a high-pressure water jet unleashed from the sword's tip, relentlessly pursuing the descending Daidara. Daidara was struck by panic. Realizing the wave was in hot pursuit, his face paled as he once again hurled two bombs. With two thunderous explosions, the shockwaves briefly halted the water, allowing Daidara to land safely. He hit the ground with a thud, rolling and scrambling to evade the water's lethal strike. Chapter 193. The astonishing third Hokage's office. Jiraiya stared in astonishment at the crystal ball, his trembling finger pointing at the scene within, exclaiming, This water release technique is extraordinarily powerful. Not only Jiraiya, but even the typically composed Orochimaru was captivated, his pupils narrowing as he gazed at the figure of Yasaka in the crystal ball, evidently shaken by the previous breathtaking display. The third Hokage nodded solemnly, affirming, Indeed, the might of this technique is formidable. In fact, it is an advancement based on the water release, water-severing wave developed by the second Hokage. What? Isn't the water-severing wave an attack that ejects a high-pressure water blade from the mouth? Yet, the 1,000 blades of the moon are evidently derived from a slash of the blade, Jiraiya questioned, perplexed. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had remained silent, interjected, Precisely. The water-severing wave requires the user to expel water from their mouth, which can be somewhat inconvenient. Moreover, during an attack, it can only unleash a singular high-pressure water blade. Thus, the second Hokage improved upon this foundation. The third Hokage nodded in agreement, continuing. What you witnessed as the tidal wave is actually composed of countless high-pressure water blades. Consequently, it is not only incredibly sharp, but also possesses a shredding effect. Being struck by that wave does not merely bisect the target. Rather, it results in being obliterated by innumerable high-pressure water blades, which is truly terrifying. Furthermore, its extended range, broad area of effect, and rapid deployment render it a top-tier ninjutsu. Where could Yasaka have learned such a technique? As the third Hokage became increasingly astonished, he pondered the absurdity of a mere genin executing a top-tier ninjutsu. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat puzzled, remarked, Wait a moment, you just mentioned that this technique can be released swiftly. However, I observed Yasaka taking a full minute just to form the hand seals. In response, the third Hokage shrugged helplessly, explaining, The second Hokage could execute this technique without hand seals. Yasaka, having likely never utilized ninjutsu before and employing it in actual combat for the first time, was unfamiliar and thus slow. In reality, he could perform it during battle while simultaneously forming hand seals with one hand. The third Hokage was correct. When the technique was first developed, the second Hokage executed it by forming hand seals with one hand during combat, which posed little hindrance. Over time, his proficiency allowed him to forego the hand seals entirely, enabling him to unleash it with a mere slash. Now, with Yasaka, due to it being his inaugural use, he had to form the seals on site. His fingers, not accustomed to the practice of forming seals, appeared clumsy, necessitating that others wait for him to complete them. Nevertheless, when Yasaka finally executed the technique, it nearly resulted in an instant defeat for Daidara, leaving the two Mist Village practitioners, well-versed in water release, utterly bewildered. Even the spectators outside were left in shock, as they had instinctively assumed that the hand seals Yasaka was forming had no connection to the blade. Who would have anticipated that after completing the hand seals, a single slash would unleash such an immense waterfall, eliciting a profound visual impact? Yasaka's strike manifested as a fan-shaped wave attack, spanning over 40 meters in length and more than 10 meters in width, representing the epitome of a high-pressure water blade. The spectators were left in awe, unable to comprehend how many times they had been left speechless by the spectacle. Can you envision an inhabitant of the land of fire, in the presence of two individuals from the land of water, employing water techniques to dominate a ninja from the land of earth? Particularly striking was the fact that the water technique astonished two adept practitioners of water ninjutsu, while almost obliterating a ninja whose elemental affinity counters water. This was utterly absurd. Noara Jenkin stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself, Is Yasaka truly a devil? Mikami Shuji leapt from his seat, astonished that this student, who typically resolved conflict with a blade, could also wield ninjutsu, albeit one executed with a sword. Nonetheless, it was Mikami's first encounter with Yasaka utilizing ninjutsu, which not only astonished him but also filled him with a sense of novelty. "Wonderful. Yasaka, that was impressive," exclaimed Otsutsuki Shbu, clapping her hands in delight. She had never before witnessed Yasaka employ such a plethora of innovative techniques, and today was a feast for the eyes, further deepening her admiration for him. In the stands, Hatake Tsukumo stroked his chin, nodding slightly. Indeed, this technique is formidable. A single slash creates an expansive cleaving attack that is quite challenging to defend against. Uchiha Fugaku concurred. True, however, this move consumes a considerable amount of chakra and should only be utilized as a trump card. Given Yasaka's physical constitution, he likely cannot employ it many times. Uchiha Fugaku's insight was astute. In reality, Yasaka could not use it frequently. However, his intent was not to eliminate foes, but rather to assert his capability to wield water techniques. Meanwhile, Daidara, having been knocked from the sky by Yasaka's water technique, finally managed to rise after rolling on the ground. At this moment, his gaze towards Yasaka was rife with wariness, devoid of the previous disdain. What a powerful water technique. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been eliminated on the spot. The potency of that water technique is astonishing, Daidara thought seriously, reflecting on how, had he not prepared several explosive clay pieces while airborne, and had he not decisively employed the shockwave of an explosive to create distance between himself and the water wave, he would have already been defeated by Yasaka. The might of that colossal water wave was comparable to the future wind release, Raisin Shuriken. What do you think? My water technique is genuine, I assent it? Yasaka beamed with pride at Daidara, confident that he had never lost a wager. Daidara scoffed, spitting a pre-chewed small bird from his palm onto the ground. I concede, you indeed know how to wield water techniques, but that does not intimidate me. As he spoke, Daidara formed a series of hand seals, and the diminutive bird on the ground erupted into a magnificent avian creature of the same size as before. With a swift motion, Daidara mounted it and soared into the sky once more. Although that previous technique was formidable, its range is inherently limited. If I ascend a bit higher and harness the agility of the bird, I should be able to evade Daidara, he mused to himself, climbing ever higher. Chapter 194, The Deceptive Daidara. Hey, didn't you say that if I unleashed my water release technique, you would descend to the ground and fight me? Yatsuka shouted in frustration as he observed Daidara ascending further into the sky. Oh, when did I ever say that? I can't recall at all, haha. Daidara feigned ignorance, a look of mock bewilderment on his face. You are truly dishonorable, Yatsuka exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Haha, young one. Allow me to impart a lesson today. All's fair in war, haha. Feast upon my bombs. Daidara laughed heartily, casually scattering a plethora of explosive clay towards Yatsuka and the other two ninjas, Kisame and Guy. How despicable. You have no sense of martial ethics, Guy exclaimed angrily, witnessing Daidara break his promise and launch bombs instead. If you're going to explode something, do it on Yatsuka's side. In response, Guy swiftly employed the water release, water surge technique, conjuring a massive column of water aimed at the bombs while he darted to the side in an attempt to avoid the impending explosions. Meanwhile, Kisame unleashed the water release, great waterfall technique, expelling a torrent of water before erecting a semi-spherical barrier of water above himself using the water release, water barrier technique. Yatsuka, on the other hand, resorted to the steel cutting flash, unleashing a barrage of wind blades directed at the falling explosive clay. To Yatsuka, the scattered explosive clay in the sky resembled a real-life fruit slicing game, and it was even simpler than that. However, when Yatsuka's wind blades cleaved through the explosive clay, they detonated immediately. Thus, Yatsuka employed this technique to intercept the explosive clay. Yet, due to the limited range of his steel cutting flash, which extended only about 10 meters, he found himself within the lethal radius of the explosive clay's shockwave. Consequently, even though Yatsuka managed to intercept the explosive clay, he remained within the danger zone. Fortunately, Yatsuka activated his iron body technique, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities, which allowed him to withstand the explosive clay's impact. After all, the explosive clay had detonated within a 2-meter radius around him, failing to eliminate Yatsuka, who had fortified himself with iron body. Nevertheless, Yatsuka remained quite displeased. After all, He was on the receiving end of the assault while Daidara relentlessly bombarded them, leaving them with no choice but to endure the onslaught without the means to retaliate. On the other side, the explosive clay fell onto the spherical water barrier of Kisame Hoshigaki. At the command of Daidara, it detonated, sending water splashing everywhere from the barrier. However, due to water's excellent cushioning properties, which allowed it to dissipate the impact into the earth, Kisame remained unscathed, even though the barrier appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately for Suigetsu, his water prison technique only intercepted a portion of the bombs, leaving the remainder to descend perilously close to him. As Daidara formed his hand seals, a series of explosions erupted around Suigetsu, causing him to shout in dismay. "Ah, Daidara, you filthy scoundrel. How dare you blow me up? Do you believe I want to cleave you in two? If you have the guts, come down and face me. Hiding in the sky like a coward is no true skill," he yelled. In response, more bombs rained down, accompanied by relentless explosions. A cacophony of blasts seemed to pursue Suigetsu, forcing him into frantic leaps as his hair, once flowing freely, now resembled a wild mane, with wisps of smoke curling from it. "Daidara, if you have the courage, come down. What kind of hero hides in the sky?" Boom. "Daidara, if you dare to blow me up again, I will not hold back. Do not force me to unleash my full strength." Boom. "You bastard." Boom. Despite being relentlessly bombarded, Suigetsu's agility allowed him to evade most of the explosions just before they detonated. Nevertheless, his clothing was tattered and ragged, giving him a woeful appearance. As another series of explosions erupted, Suigetsu barely managed to escape death, panting heavily. Suddenly, he noticed 6 bombs descending from above, and as he lay half on the ground, there was no time to flee. In a moment of desperation, he brandished his blade, Raiga, and shouted, "Lightning blade, flash of thunder." In an instant, a dazzling arc of electricity erupted from his dual blades, forming a dense web of lightning that surged toward the falling bombs. The arcs, glowing with brilliant white light, illuminated Suigetsu's grimacing face in a flickering glow. However, to his dismay, the arc struck the clay bombs without any effect. They continued their descent undeterred. Seeing this, despair filled Suigetsu's heart as he realized his imminent elimination. "Suigetsu!" Kisame shouted. Thinking it was over, Suigetsu was surely doomed to be obliterated. Even Yatsuba, observing from the sidelines, shared this sentiment, feeling a twinge of regret. If it weren't for Daidara, that bell would undoubtedly belong to Suigetsu. As the moonlit spirit, Goejong Manua, painfully shut his eyes, he awaited the impending explosion. When the sound of detonation echoed, it signified his imminent elimination. Yet, the explosive noise he had envisioned failed to materialize. Instead, he was met with the mere sounds of something thudding to the ground. Perplexed, Goejong Manua cautiously opened his eyes to survey his surroundings, discovering the 6 explosive clay pieces lying motionless around him, devoid of any anomalies. What on earth? Goejong Manua was momentarily bewildered, grappling with the absence of an explosion. Just then, he heard the voice of Kankuro in the distance. "What are you dawdling for? Run away. What if they explode now?" Awakening from his stupor at Kankuro's words, Goejong Manua hurriedly scrambled away from the 6 explosive clay pieces. Chapter 195, Daidara's Weakness in the Sky. Daidara furrowed his brows. How could he not trigger the explosion? Was it due to being struck by those electric arcs? So that was it. He had been countered by the lightning attribute. As Daidara contemplated this, the arcs surrounding the 6 explosive clay pieces gradually dissipated until they vanished entirely. At that moment, Daidara felt he could once again ignite those clay pieces. Simultaneously, Yatsuka gazed quizzically at the 6 explosive clay pieces that had not detonated as anticipated, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "Huh, what's going on? Why aren't you exploding? Have you run out of bombs and thrown down a few fakes? Huh, you think you can compete with me? You're still too green," Goejong Manua exclaimed, moving to another spot, hands on his hips, laughing merrily at Daidara in the sky. Daidara, observing the laughing figure below, raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, hurled an enhanced flying bird-shaped clay bomb at Goejong Manua. This particular bomb, crafted in the shape of a bird, was a unique variant known for its remarkable speed. As soon as Daidara released it, the bomb accelerated like a bullet, hurtling towards the laughing Goejong Manua, aimed directly at his wide-open mouth. In an instant, the bird bomb zipped towards Goejong Manua at lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. The rapidly approaching clay bomb, almost as swift as a flash, surged towards Guizhong Manyue's laughing mouth. Kankuro, taken aback, swiftly unleashed a water gun technique aimed at the bomb. To his astonishment, Kankuro's aim was impeccable, striking the flying bomb and causing it to explode 5 meters above Guizhong Manyue's head. Consequently, the shockwave from the explosion knocked the laughing Guizhong Manyue to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Daidara launched a barrage of ordinary clay bombs towards Guizhong Manyue, who, still reeling from the previous explosion, found himself unable to escape the lethal radius of the incoming projectiles. In a moment of peril, Akatsuki's Jigai Mangetsu recalled the recent wave of lightning net attacks that rendered the bombs inert, averting an explosion. In a state of urgency, he employed the lightning release technique once more. Instantly, arcs of electricity, resembling tendrils, surged towards the falling clay bombs. As anticipated, the clay bombs that were meant to detonate around Jigai Mangetsu did not explode, appearing as though they had been neutralized. He exhaled deeply, relieved from a near scare, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and reflected that this technique could indeed counter the clay bombs. However, he recognized the potential for complications and hastily distanced himself from the surrounding explosives. Huh, did you intend to obliterate me? How come you didn't explode? I knew it. You were merely feigning. Only the initial few bombs were genuine. The majority are mere illusions. You're still too naive to play this game of truth and deception. He laughed unabashedly, inciting a mix of anger and disbelief on Daidara's face. He never expected a shinobi from the Hidden Mist village to wield lightning release. Yet, it was not entirely unfounded, for among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, there existed a blade that harnessed lightning, the lightning sword, Raiga. Thus, Daidara pondered deeply, acknowledging that the explosive clay's vulnerability to lightning release posed a significant dilemma. He resolved to devise a solution to enhance the explosive clay, overcoming its weakness to lightning attacks, lest it lead to dire consequences in the future. This decision initiated a chaotic butterfly effect, triggering a series of chain reactions that altered the anticipated outcome of his confrontation with Sasuke in later years, where he would have otherwise succumbed to Sasuke's lightning techniques. Meanwhile, Jigai Mangetsu had discerned that lightning release could indeed restrain Daidara's explosive clay, preventing detonation. This realization was not exclusive to him. Both Kisame and Hachisuka had previously identified this issue, though this encounter reaffirmed their suspicions. Hachisuka, however, contemplated whether the lightning release could render the explosive clay permanently inert upon impact, or if the effect was merely a temporary consequence of the lightning's influence. Observing the arcs of lightning flickering over the clay bombs, he noted that the initial wave of electricity had dissipated, leaving him uncertain if the clay could still explode. Determining what type of attack could effectively neutralize these bombs was imperative. As Hachisuka considered this, he turned his gaze towards Jigai Mangetsu, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Here stood a readily available subject for experimentation. At that moment, Jigai Mangetsu found himself merely 3 meters away from the first 6 explosive clay bombs, well within their lethal radius. More crucially, the arcs of electricity had vanished from the clay, indicating the absence of lightning release's power upon them. What remains unclear is whether one becomes incapacitated simply upon being struck by the lightning release, or if it is only when the lightning release is actively applied that one can no longer function. Yatsuka sought to seize this opportunity for clarification. Once this point was established, the battle would become considerably easier. However, he lamented, it seemed he possessed no proficiency in lightning release. Thus, Yatsuka found himself in an awkward predicament. Having identified a weakness, he discovered he lacked the capability to exploit it, which was profoundly embarrassing. At that moment, Daidara evidently observed the position of Akatsuki's Manji, who was standing nearby. In response to the incessant chatter from Akatsuki's Manji, Daidara wore a sinister smile. Suddenly, amidst his tirade, Akatsuki's Manji noticed Daidara in the sky, raising his hands to form hand seals. Feigning again. You think to frighten me with another fake bomb, do you? Know this. I have seen through your little trick and shall not be deceived again. Akatsuki's Manji shouted. Run quickly. Don't just stand there. At this juncture, the voice of Kisame Hashigaki rang out from the side, prompting Akatsuki's Manji to turn in confusion. What do you mean run? At that moment, Daidara smirked and bellowed, Run? It is already too late. Behold my technique. With a resounding boom, a series of deafening explosions erupted, engulfing Akatsuki's Manji in a massive conflagration that soared into the heavens. Chapter 196. An escape. A colossal cloud of dust ascended skyward, and Akatsuki's manji was instantly obscured within the swirling debris. The shockwave stirred up dust from the ground, creating a tempest of flying sand and stones for dozens of meters around, akin to a sandstorm, completely obstructing visibility. Witnessing this scene, the spectators from the hidden mist village erupted in cries of despair. Their numbers had already dwindled, and now it appeared they would suffer yet another casualty. However, compared to the opposing Iwagakure, they fared somewhat better, as only Daidara remained in the air on his large bird. Shikaka Nara observed the dust cloud on the large screen and remarked, "This little rascal from Iwagakure exhibits formidable skill. This type of combat strategy offers significant advantages. Soaring in the sky while launching explosives effectively provides an additional layer of defense, as most cannot reach him." Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha nodded in agreement, appreciating this method of attack. Furthermore, the bombs were quite powerful and had a considerable range. A foe of equal rank would find it challenging to contend with Daidara. However, this Earth-style explosive bore a fatal flaw against lightning release. If only he could refine it further, it would be even more formidable, Fugaku mused, mentally noting Daidara's capabilities. It is essential to recognize that those participating in this competition are the future pillars and core forces of each village. Naturally, the more potent among them represent formidable adversaries that the next generation of Konoha will eventually face. Thus, from another perspective, the greater the potential and strength exhibited by the opponents, the more significant the prospective threat to the Hidden Leaf Village. Consequently, Fugaku Uchiha contemplated taking covert action against Daidara. For in his view, should war arise with Iwagakure in the future, Daidara's explosive prowess would pose a considerable danger to the ninja of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, I am aware of your intentions. However, it would be prudent to refrain from taking action. On one hand, such a course may incite unnecessary troubles and potentially lead to war. Furthermore, our descendants possess their own fortunes. The next generation is formidable in its own right. A powerful ninja like Daidara serves as both a formidable opponent and a whetstone for them. It is perhaps best to leave this matter to those spirited youngsters. At this juncture, Hatake Tsukumo remarked nonchalantly. He understood that nipping danger in the bud is the most effective strategy, yet should a confrontation arise, the stakes would escalate significantly. Moreover, one must harbor a degree of confidence in the members of one's own village. Very well, I merely entertain such thoughts. The prospect of actual engagement is rather daunting. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the moment the explosive from Scorpion detonated, Yatsuka had swiftly retreated. The bomb's impact was essentially something Yatsuka could withstand due to his iron body. Unless a multitude of explosives were to detonate directly upon his form, the likelihood of sustaining severe injuries was minimal. One must commend the unexpected boon of the iron body acquired prior to this event. Without this ability, Yatsuka might have faced elimination. Contemplating this, his appreciation for Otsutsuki Ayam increased significantly. Concurrently, seizing the opportunity amidst the billowing smoke that obscured vision, Kisame hurriedly dashed towards the position of Kahaku Mangetsu, discovering to his delight that Kahaku had not been eliminated in the explosion. With exuberance, he swiftly lifted Kahaku and made his escape. At that moment, Kahaku was in a semi-liquid state. As the bombs detonated, he activated his liquefaction technique, rendering his body akin to water, much like the previous water elemental. This transformation greatly mitigated physical damage. However, Daidara's explosives relied on shockwaves to inflict harm. While these shockwaves also constituted physical damage, they were somewhat unique and still posed a threat to Kahaku's liquefied form. Consequently, although Kahaku avoided immediate elimination, he sustained significant internal injuries and was rendered incapable of combat. It is noteworthy that the liquefaction technique of the Hozuki clan can effectively nullify direct physical attacks, such as punches, kicks, and blade strikes. However, its resistance to non-material physical damage is somewhat lacking. For instance, the shockwaves from explosions and the attacks of tailed beast bombs can still result in injury or even unconsciousness, despite the technique's ability to ensure survival in most cases. Amidst the smoke, after retrieving the semi-liquid Kahaku, Kisame sprinted while employing the water bullet technique to target Daidara in the sky. Thanks to the cover of smoke, the distance to Daidara was only a mere 10 meters when the water bullets were launched. Thus, upon noticing the projectiles emerging from the smoke, Daidara found himself frantically maneuvering his large bird to evade the incoming water bullets. narrowly escaping being struck down. As the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki seized the opportunity presented by Daidara's evasion of the water projectile technique, he swiftly took advantage of the cover provided by the rising smoke and dashed in another direction. With a firm grip, he hoisted the unconscious Kurasame Tsumaru, escaping into the outside world. At this moment, Kisame had no desire to engage in battle with Daidara and Yasaka. He deemed the preservation of their remaining forces to be of paramount importance, especially since 2 of their 3 members had already been rendered incapable of combat. It was imperative to retreat and avoid confrontation, particularly as he recalled the presence of 3 Leaf Village ninjas within the cave. Once those 3 emerged, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, making him an obvious target for the coveted bells. Kisame's departure did not elude Yasaka's keen sense of airflow. His perception was entirely unaffected by the obscuring smoke. As long as there was a current of air, he could discern everything around him, though he was unable to see through walls. Thus, Yasaka remained oblivious to the existence of Kakashi and his 2 companions within the cave. During this time, Yasaka had also grasped the mechanics of Daidara's explosive clay. The clay would not detonate if influenced by lightning chakra. Conversely, it could be employed again once the lightning chakra dissipated. While Yasaka contemplated whether to pursue the fleeing Kisame and his companions, a multitude of explosive clay bombs rained down from the sky. Consequently, Yasaka had to evade the explosive clay bombs first. After a moment of reflection, he resolved that pursuing Kisame was the more prudent choice, for capturing those 3 bells was far more valuable than merely defeating Daidara, which would yield only 1 bell. Chapter 197. The elated Daidara. Thus, Daidara, regrettably unfortunate due to Kisame's water projectile technique, failed to notice Yasaka and the others as they made their escape. Once Daidara had evaded the water projectile and resumed his observation through a telescope, he was left bewildered as the smoke gradually cleared. Where had they gone? Just moments ago, there were 4 individuals, yet now not a single silhouette remained. Initially, Daidara assumed he had eliminated all 4 with his explosions, but upon inspecting his bells, he realized their numbers had not increased. It dawned on him that the earlier water projectile had scattered his focus, allowing Kisame and Yasaka to escape. Ugh, how infuriating. They've managed to flee, Daidara lamented, his frustration evident, as he turned to direct his large bird towards other locales in search of additional ninjas. However, just as he pivoted and had yet to take flight, Kakashi and his 2 companions suddenly emerged from the hillside below. The trio had been diligently tunneling, and although Kakashi possessed a repertoire of earth-style ninjutsu, he was not particularly adept at digging. It was only after considerable effort that they finally surfaced from the mound via their earth-style tunneling. While they had been excavating, the trio had heard the continuous explosions from outside and had deliberately waited for the sounds to cease before confirming that the coast was clear, thus finally making their exit. Who would have known that the moment these 3 emerged from the earth, they would be instantly spotted by Daidara, who was about to take flight. Today seems to be fortunate. Although they let 4 escape, 3 more have surfaced, not entirely unsatisfactory. Even if 1 bell is missing, it can still be reluctantly accepted. Thus, as Kakashi Hitaki and his companions just broke through the soil, unprepared to assess their surroundings, they were immediately subjected to a bombardment from above. In an instant, Kakashi and Uchiha Fugaku, without a second thought, instinctively released Asuma Sarutobi and hurriedly fled in different directions, leaving the severely injured Asuma behind. Forgetting that he was unable to move at that moment, when Uchiha Fugaku realized that Asuma could not escape, Asuma's figure had already vanished amidst a conflagration of explosions. No, Asuma! Uchiha Fugaku cried out in despair, yet Asuma's presence had completely disappeared from sight. Fugaku, forget about Asuma. We cannot afford to be hindered by a teammate in a critical moment, shouted Kakashi from the other side, glancing upward to see a large white bird soaring in the sky. A bird? What is this? Due to the angle, Kakashi initially failed to notice Daidara standing atop the creature, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What manner of beast is this? Is it a transformation of a ninja? How can it still launch bombs? Don't just stand there, Kakashi, find cover and retaliate, came Fugaku's voice amid the chaos. Understood. Kakashi quickly surveyed the nearby terrain and realized that a fierce battle had evidently transpired moments ago. The ground was littered with craters of various sizes, clearly formed by explosions. The long trenches bore witness to someone being flung away, and the puddles of water indicated the use of water techniques. From this, Kakashi deduced that members of the Mist Village had previously engaged in combat here. However, those figures had vanished, leaving only the great bird in the sky. Thus, based on the information at hand, Kakashi concluded that the trio from the Mist Village who had ambushed them had battled with the creature in the sky and had been eliminated. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi's assessment would have been sound. Yet, what he did not anticipate was the sudden emergence of Yatsuka, which led to a misjudgment. The Mist Village members had not been defeated but had instead fled, with Yatsuka pursuing them, leaving only the great bird, which was not a bird at all, but Daidara standing atop it. At this moment, Kakashi Hitaki realized that seeking cover was futile, as there were no substantial shelters nearby. Even if there were, they would offer little protection against aerial bombardments, underscoring the significance of air superiority. It could be said that Daidara inherently possessed a considerable tactical advantage. Uchiha, look above. We have a large bird, Kakashi exclaimed. That is not a bird, it is a person standing atop it, Uchiha responded. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly looked up and indeed spotted a blonde-haired figure atop the gigantic avian creature. Daidara, through his binoculars, clearly discerned the faces of Kakashi and Uchiha, and images of previously reviewed documents regarding the contestants from various nations flooded his mind. Thus, he promptly identified Kakashi and Uchiha, recalling pertinent information about them. Holding a newly appeared bell, he muttered to himself, Kakashi Hitaki, known as Kakashi of the Sharingan, is evenly matched against anyone proficient in earth release, water release, and lightning release. The latter poses a significant threat to me. He continued, Uchiha, the younger brother of Minato, excels in body flicker technique. But no matter how swift he is, he cannot ascend to the sky, thus posing little threat. His expertise lies in Shuriken and fire release, which are also not particularly alarming. Daidara then called down to Kakashi and Uchiha. You are from the Leaf Village, are you not? Earlier, there was another Leaf Ninja, but he managed to escape by chance. That guy even employed water release. Since he fled, you shall hand over the bell in his stead. Upon hearing Daidara's words, Kakashi was momentarily perplexed. A Leaf Ninja who also utilized water release. Both Kakashi and Uchiha felt a sense of confusion, as they could not recall any participant among their ranks, aside from Kakashi, who possessed such abilities. Kakashi quickly ruled out Asuma Sarutobi, and as he searched among the remaining individuals, he found no one who could possibly wield water release. Who could it be, so adept at concealing their skills? Kakashi pondered. Uchiha was equally baffled. Apart from Kakashi, he could not fathom who among the competitors might possess the water release technique. Like Kakashi, Uchiha dismissed Asuma first, and having known each other for 3 years since their time at the Ninja Academy, he had never witnessed Asuma perform even a single hand sign, let alone any ninjutsu. He eliminated Might Guy, who specialized in taijutsu and could not even perform the shadow clone technique. Expecting him to utilize water release would be as implausible as a sow climbing a tree. Then there was Kurenai Yui, who, while capable of releasing ninjutsu and proficient in shadow clone technique, was known to be adept only in wind release, not water release. Lastly, there was Aido Uchiha, who commanded only fire release and earth release, leaving no one else. Thus, Uchiha was left utterly perplexed. Yet, just as he was utterly perplexed about which Leaf Brother could possibly unleash the water release technique, his pupils suddenly contracted, fixating intently on the bells dangling from Daidara's hand. A sense of dread washed over Uchiha Hashizuki as he swiftly turned to gaze at the spot where the three had emerged from the tunnel. Indeed, Asuma had been eliminated. Uchiha Hashizuki's expression darkened, a pang of guilt gnawing at him. The sudden explosion had startled him into instinctively abandoning his watch over Asuma Sarutobi, fleeing to the side. Consequently, Asuma, unable to escape swiftly due to his injuries, had fallen victim to the blast, resulting in his elimination. Contemplating this, Uchiha Hashizuki furrowed his brows, directing his ire towards Daidara. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wore a similarly awkward expression as he observed the bells in Daidara's grasp, remnants of Asuma Sarutobi's untimely defeat by the explosion. The embarrassment of witnessing his own son eliminated weighed heavily on him, even for someone as composed as the third Hokage. To divert the conversation, he remarked, "This Daidara from Awagakure is indeed impressive. If he continues to develop, he may very well become the next Tsuchikage." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this fellow possesses remarkable skill. If he utilizes his explosive techniques effectively, He truly is a formidable opponent. Just look at how he eliminated Asuma on the spot. Hiruzen's frustration flared at Jiraiya's words. His discomfort was palpable. As the third Hokage, it was particularly mortifying that his son not only failed to secure a bell, but also became a liability by sustaining injuries and ultimately falling to the enemy's detonation. Thus, Hiruzen had intentionally shifted the topic to Daidara's prowess, hoping to overshadow Asuma's elimination. However, Jiraiya inadvertently broached the very subject Hiruzen wished to avoid, further aggravating the Hokage's irritation. Humph! It was merely a standard earth release explosive, easily countered by lightning release. A simple lightning attack would suffice against those bombs. It is not as difficult to handle as it seems, Hiruzen proclaimed, his tone sharp and unfriendly, leaving Jiraiya perplexed at his sudden outburst. Immediately, Jiraiya hastened to concur, yes. Although Daidara's explosive techniques appear quite challenging, they can indeed be effectively countered with lightning release. Unfortunately, Asuma had the misfortune of being eliminated right upon his arrival. Otherwise, he could have exchanged a few blows with Daidara, though he may still have been defeated in the end. At least he would have met his fate with some semblance of dignity. Jiraiya's intention was to defend both the third Hokage and Asuma Sarutobi. Yet his words inadvertently exacerbated Hiruzen's fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his hand down on the table and shouted, "Jiraiya, are you deliberately trying to infuriate me? I clearly wish to divert the conversation from Asuma Sarutobi, yet you insist on steering it back. What do you mean by that?" The sudden outburst of the third Hokage startled Jiraiya, who then comprehended the reason behind the Hokage's anger. He quickly attempted to smooth things over, saying, "It's all right, calm down. It's quite natural for Asuma to be unable to defeat Daidara. It is not that Asuma is too weak, but rather that Daidara is exceptionally strong. We should not blame Asuma. He is not too weak after all." "Enough," the third Hokage shouted. "Get out of here, Jiraiya. I do not wish to see you." With that, he forcefully kicked Jiraiya out of the room. Even Orochimaru, who usually remained aloof, displayed an uncommon look of embarrassment. Moments earlier, he had discreetly nudged Jiraiya, signaling him to cease speaking, yet Jiraiya continued, utterly oblivious to the social cues. "Humph. From this day forth, do not mention Asuma Sarutobi in my presence," the third Hokage declared in anger. In truth, he was not genuinely upset. After all, victory and defeat are commonplace in the lives of shinobi. Moreover, Asuma had merely fallen into an ambush and sustained injuries, which was not a grave matter. Even the second Raikage had met his end after being ambushed. So what was there to fret about? Thus, the third Hokage did not harbor any true resentment towards Asuma's elimination. In his eyes, losing was inconsequential as long as one survived. With determination and effort, one could always reclaim victory in the future. However, Jiraiya's remarks had unintentionally highlighted Asuma's defeat, igniting the Hokage's irritation. Just after the third Hokage had forbidden any further discussion of Asuma, Jiraiya, who had been kicked out, poked his head back through the window and exclaimed, "Sensei, I was wrong. I shall never mention Asuma's defeat by Daidara again. Get out," the third Hokage bellowed, summoning the golden staff to push Jiraiya away from the window, sending him flying over 500 meters. The Hokage's beard bristled in fury, leading him to suspect that Jiraiya was intentionally provoking him today. It was truly exasperating. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake noticed the bells in Daidara's possession and realized that Asuma had been eliminated. Chapter 199. The Angry Third Hokage. Damn it. Asuma has indeed been blown to bits. This fellow effortlessly acquired a bell. What a stroke of luck, Kakashi thought, feeling a surge of frustration. He recalled his own arduous battle with Zabuza Momochi, during which he had fought fiercely for a bell without success. Yet now, these three had barely emerged, only to have Daidara swiftly eliminate a severely injured Asuma and claim a bell. Kakashi found himself struggling to reconcile this sudden imbalance. Meanwhile, the figure of Asuma Sarutobi suddenly appeared in the small square. Due to the mechanics of the illusion, the injuries he sustained within it vanished the moment he was teleported, rendering him whole and healthy once more. In contrast, Killer Bee, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza, the three ninjas, faced psychological issues that led to their being sent to the emergency room, as the illusion could only restore the physical body, not the mind. "Ah, Asuma, you have indeed been eliminated." Upon Asuma's emergence, Aido Uchiha stepped forward, greeting him. This caused Asuma to blush slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What did it mean that he had indeed been eliminated? Was it expected that he should have been? As he glanced around, Asuma noticed a significant gathering of people in the square, many of whom were familiar faces. This discovery lightened his spirit a bit. So many others had also been eliminated, making his own elimination seem less significant. Aido, aside from you and me, who else has been eliminated? Asuma inquired with a hint of anticipation, his emotions conflicting, eager yet reluctant to hear the names of his teammates. He hoped that if others had fallen, his own elimination would carry less weight, considering that other allies from Konoha had also been ousted. However, he was disinclined to hear the names of his comrades, as he did not wish to see the Konoha representatives falter, reflecting a sense of collective honor. Aido responded with excitement, "None. Apart from you and me, no other representatives from Konoha have been eliminated." At this, Asuma's heart sank. He was dismayed to learn that only the two of them had been cast out. A truly embarrassing turn of events. Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself. This meant that the other members of their Konoha team were still valiantly battling for the village's honor. With this thought, Asuma's discontent began to dissipate. Ultimately, the purpose of this competition was to bring glory to the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus, the elimination of one or two individuals was inconsequential, as the focus remained on the final outcome. With renewed resolve, Asuma turned his gaze to the large screen showcasing Kakashi, Hatake, and Aido, silently urging, "Kakashi, Aido, you must do your utmost." He then posed another question to Aido, "Which formidable individuals from other nations have been eliminated?" As he spoke, Asuma held little hope. His cursory glance at the crowd revealed no familiar strong figures. In his mind, he believed these powerful competitors were likely preoccupied with claiming the bells from others, making it improbable for them to be eliminated. This thought brought to mind the image of Yatsuka, and he mused to himself that the fellow must already possess several bells by now. As Sarutobi Asuma's thoughts drifted towards Yasaka, Aido Uchiha spoke up. "Indeed, there are a few, such as the infamous maniacal killer Zabuza Momochi from the Hidden Mist Village, as well as the Jinchuriki duo from the Hidden Cloud Village, Killer Bee and Yujito Ni, both of whom have been eliminated." What? Killer Bee and Yujito Ni have been eliminated? Is that true? They were among the favorites to win, especially Yujito Ni, who is renowned as the perfect Jinchuriki and the captain of the Hidden Cloud team. I cannot fathom how she could have been defeated. By whom could she have been eliminated? Upon hearing the news of Killer Bee and Yujito Ni's elimination, Sarutobi Asuma was taken aback, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Aido Uchiha chuckled mischievously and said, "Who else could it be?" After contemplating for a moment, Sarutobi Asuma speculated, "Could it be the scorpion from the Hidden Sand Village? I've heard his strength is formidable, and his mastery of puppet techniques is unparalleled. It would indeed be a challenge to determine who would emerge victorious against Yujito Ni." Aido Uchiha shook his head. "Incorrect." Sarutobi Asuma then guessed, "Is it the explosive release user Daidara from the Hidden Stone Village? I've heard his explosive techniques are tremendous. If he faced Yujito Ni, it might very well result in her demise." Aido Uchiha continued to shake his head. "Wrong. Try again." At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was struck by an ominous premonition and tentatively inquired, "Could it be?" Aido Uchiha smiled and nodded. "Indeed, it is he." Sarutobi Asuma felt as if he had been struck by lightning, engulfed in profound shock. To be honest, he had never considered that Yasaka could have defeated Yujito Ni, as he believed her tailed beast transformation was beyond Yasaka's singular sword to overcome. Though he acknowledged Yasaka's cutting prowess, he subconsciously felt that Yasaka would not be able to best Yujito Ni. Now, with Aido Uchiha revealing that the seemingly invincible Yujito Ni had indeed been eliminated by Yasaka, Sarutobi Asuma was left utterly astounded. It was a shock that resonated deep within his soul, rendering him momentarily speechless, not from disbelief, but from sheer astonishment. The audacity of Yasaka accomplishing such a feat left Sarutobi Asuma's pupils trembling, his body quivering in disbelief, rendered speechless by the enormity of it all. However, just as Sarutobi Asuma grappled with his overwhelming shock, Aido Uchiha's voice rang out. "Not only Yujito Ni, but Killer Bee and Zabuza Momochi have also been eliminated by Yasaka. Particularly, Zabuza's sword was shattered into 3 pieces." "What?" Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, gripping Aido Uchiha's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at him. Nearly shouting, "He defeated both Zabuza and Killer Bee, and even shattered Zabuza's decapitating blade? Indeed, that guy is nothing short of extraordinary. He slays gods and Buddhas alike." Aido Uchiha replied with a grin. Chapter 200. The shock of Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma Sarutobi trembled slightly. The news that Yasaka single-handedly defeated Killer Bee, Yuzuki, and Momochi Zabuza was utterly staggering for him. It is essential to recognize that these three individuals are not mere trifles. They are formidable masters and indeed strong contenders for the championship in this competition. Eliminating any one of them would be a remarkable feat. Yet Yasaka managed to vanquish all three in one fell swoop. This signifies an extraordinary level of prowess. Prior to this, Asuma would not even have dared to imagine such a scenario, particularly with two Jinchuriki being dispatched by the same individual, a notion that borders on the absurd. Moreover, the beheading sword of Momochi Zabuza was shattered into 3 pieces by Yasaka. Such brutality is astonishing. It is akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep as if it were an unguarded domain. To describe it as a divine force slaying gods and a demonic force vanquishing Buddhas is not an exaggeration in the slightest. Reflecting on this, Asuma muttered to himself, Yasaka possesses such ferocity, it is truly overwhelming. However, he could not help but feel a peculiar sense of exhilaration knowing that Yasaka's violence was directed towards foreign competitors. It instilled in him a sense of pride, akin to rising tides lifting boats, though he may be somewhat lacking in skill himself. The prowess of his teammate fills him with honor. At that moment, Asuma noticed the absence of Zabuza, Killer Bee, and Yuzuki among those present and inquired, where have those 3 vanished? Uchiha Aido chuckled and replied, those 3 are in quite a dire state. Yuzuki emerged in a state of unconsciousness, reportedly suffering from mental shock. Upon hearing that Yuzuki experienced mental trauma, Asuma was instantly reminded of his own encounter with Yasaka. When Yasaka had swung his blade towards him, a colossal sword materialized in his mental realm, symbolizing a mental shock. Thus, Asuma comprehended Yuzuki's predicament. It is noteworthy that during Asuma's previous encounter with Yasaka, although Yasaka had unleashed a mental shock attack, it was merely a sparring session, allowing him to temper the intensity. Nonetheless, that encounter had rendered Asuma unconscious for several days. Now, considering that Yasaka unleashed a mental shock on Yuzuki during a competitive match, targeting a non-native competitor, the intensity of that shock would undoubtedly far exceed that experienced by Asuma during their spar. Therefore, Asuma fully understood Yuzuki's fainting episode. Asuma nodded, signaling Aido to continue. Killer Bee, on the other hand, had unleashed his full power through the 8 Tails Bee blade technique, summoning all 8 blades, only to be struck down by Yasaka's distant slash, leaving him utterly dejected. As for, he proved to be formidable indeed. With both hands gripping his blade, he unleashed a powerful strike against, who wielded a sword with one hand. The result was that effortlessly cleaved his executioner's blade in 2. Unperturbed by this defeat, charged forward once more, only to have the remaining half of his severed blade sliced through as well. Ultimately, that 3-meter-long executioner's sword was reduced to a mere 30-centimeter hilt. At this juncture, could not help but erupt into laughter, drawing the ire of several individuals from the hidden mist village nearby. Offered a resigned smile. He had long since recovered from his initial shock and reflected on the sheer strength of. Indeed, without a doubt, his prowess was a source of pride for the Leaf Village. Nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in front of an audience of tens of thousands, including many from foreign lands, the display of power, striking and sending flying, was enough to leave an indelible impression on the spectators from other nations. One of the primary objectives of this competition hosted by the Leaf Village was to showcase their future strength, a goal had not only met but exceeded, leaving the other nations in awe. The prowess of the Leaf Village's lower ninjas might even surpass that of some upper ninjas. Meanwhile, as the two conversed about, he had activated the Great Freedom Sage technique and was pursuing. Although was skilled in water-style jutsu, his speed while fleeing was not remarkable, especially with 2 individuals in tow, and he was quickly overtaken by, upon sensing his approach, halted, eyeing him warily. What do you intend to do? He inquired, fully aware of the impending confrontation, chuckled heartily, and unsheathed his blade. You already know, so why bother asking? In response, offered a resigned smile. It seems we have no choice. It appears we must fight. Without further ado, he formed hand seals and shouted, water style, exploding water shockwave. In an instant, he puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of water onto the ground, transforming the surroundings into a miniature lake, establishing his domain. Regarded its water spouting with indifference. Stretching his limbs atop the water's surface, he perceives type as easy prey and thus did not take the situation too seriously. allowing his opponent to conjure up a vast quantity of water, ensuring a more satisfying defeat. Had he desired a swift victory, could have activated the Great Freedom Sage technique and dispatched in a single blow during his water jutsu. "Are you done spewing water? Once you're finished, I shall commence my assault," inquired boldly. Responded with a smile, "Bring it on. Let me experience the swordsmanship of the Leaf's champion." With that, he produced a scroll and summoned. "What is that? Such a large weapon?" As the enigmatic Kisame Hoshigaki unveiled his sword, the Samahata, Yatsuka was momentarily taken aback. Having never encountered such a peculiar weapon before, he found himself at a loss. The blade was ensconced in numerous bandages, devoid of any sharp edges, resembling an oversized popsicle, leaving him bewildered regarding its purpose. "This is the Samahata, one of the 7 swords of the mist," Kisame explained. In truth, Kisame was acutely aware that wielding Samahata against Yatsuka in a contest of slicing techniques would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, Samahata was not a conventional sword. Its true purpose lay in its capacity to serve as a shield. Chapter 201. The emergence of Samahata. Kisame comprehended that Samahata was utterly inadequate for countering Yatsuka, who was, in fact, a counter to the sword itself. This weapon was designed to consume the chakra of others, making it particularly effective against traditional ninjas, and especially suited for confronting Jinchuriki. However, against fighters like Might Guy or Yatsuka, who relied less on chakra and more on physical prowess, Samahata proved to be virtually useless. Its considerable size and weight rendered it cumbersome, devoid of a proper blade, making it incapable of inflicting significant harm. Thus, presenting Samahata to combat Yatsuka would not only fail to counter him, but would likely play into Yatsuka's strengths. Yatsuka's speed was remarkable, akin to that of flight. Kisame could scarcely outrun him, especially while burdened by 2 companions. Consequently, he resolved to take a desperate gamble, contemplating the elimination of Kurosaki and Hozuki to prevent Yatsuka from acquiring their bells. If successful, Yatsuka would at most secure Kisame's solitary bell, representing a manageable loss for the Hidden Mist village. However, executing this plan beneath Yatsuka's vigilant gaze would prove to be no simple task. Kisame recalled a prior attempt to eliminate Kurosaki when Yatsuka had intervened. He vividly remembered that had it not been for Daidara's sudden interference, dropping a barrage of explosives, Yatsuka would have undoubtedly secured the bell from Kurosaki's neck before he could act. Thus, devising a strategy to surreptitiously eliminate Kurosaki and Hozuki before Yatsuka could intervene was a matter worthy of serious contemplation. "Do you truly believe your cumbersome club can withstand my blade?" Yasaka wore a faint smile, exuding confidence as he brandished his blade, steadily advancing towards the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. Meanwhile, the audience fixated on Yasaka's silhouette. Having witnessed his relentless combat since the match's inception, he had either been embroiled in battle or en route to one, accumulating 5 bells in the process. Thus, the spectators' gaze remained steadfastly on Yasaka, for wherever he ventured, a brawl was sure to ensue. And it was precisely such clashes that captivated their interest. At that moment, the commentator exclaimed into the microphone, "Ah, Yasaka has once again caught up with Kisame Hoshigaki. With 5 bells already in his possession, will Yasaka manage to secure 3 more from Kisame and his companions? I dare say it is highly probable, as Yasaka appears to have a distinct advantage over Kisame." The commentator's assertion resonated with the majority of the audience, who had previously observed Kisame's prowess in other split screens. He was undeniably a master of water release techniques, while Yasaka wielded his blade with the finesse of an assassin, exhibiting a clear tactical superiority. Suddenly, the commentator continued, "Ah, it seems that Kisame has decided to go all in for a final desperate gamble. Look at that bandaged entity he has summoned, resembling a club. It is called the Samahata. Despite its unassuming appearance, it is one of the 7 ninja swords." This revelation sparked astonishment among the audience, who were taken aback by the fact that such a seemingly mundane object was, in fact, a legendary weapon. A wave of murmurs swept through the stands. The commentator then elaborated, "The Samahata is indeed formidable, capable of absorbing the chakra of others. However, it is unfortunate for Kisame that Yasaka is not a user of ninjutsu, rendering the Samahata largely ineffective against him. Engaging in a direct clash with Yasaka using the Samahata would be tantamount to courting disaster. I suspect that Kisame intends to utilize it as a shield." This insight induced laughter among the audience. While it sounded somewhat humorous, the truth of the matter was evident. and the commentator displayed commendable skill in discerning Kisame's intentions. Within the illusion, Kisame performed hand seals, conjuring two shadow clones. These clones approached Kirisakuren and Hozuki Mangetsu, unleashing the water prison technique, encasing both in its watery confines. Witnessing his opponents ensnared, Kisame felt a measure of relief, thinking to himself, "With the protection of the water prison, I should be safe from being swiftly dispatched and losing my bells. My water prison possesses formidable buffering and rebounding power. No matter how sharp his blade may be, it cannot slice through this technique." Kisame's reasoning was sound, for the water within the prison was not ordinary, it swirled incessantly. Though this dynamic was imperceptible from the outside, as the blade struck the water prison technique, it encountered the resistance of the flowing water, generating a formidable cushioning force. Thus, even though Yasaka had previously managed to slice through water with a single stroke, attempting to cleave the water prison technique in one blow proved to be quite challenging. At least 2 strikes would be necessary. This was all meticulously crafted by Kisame Hoshigaki, drawing inspiration from Yasaka's earlier feat of severing the water dragon bullet technique. Therefore, it can be asserted that in terms of mastery over water ninjutsu, Kisame stands as the most formidable within the ranks of the Mist Village team. However, this was merely Kisame's own belief. Whether Yasaka could indeed slice through Kisame's water prison technique with a single strike remained an uncertainty. At this moment, Kisame completed his hand seals, bringing his palms together in prayer, his body poised in a bow stance. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Water style, Kongo Baha." In the next instant, the water surface beneath Yasaka and Kisame began to tremble violently, the intensity of the vibrations escalating dramatically. Chapter 202, Kongo Baha Witnessing Kisame's Ninjutsu. The commentators outside expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Behold, this is the signature ultimate technique of the Mist Village, water style, Kongo Baha." Following this, the commentators elaborated on the intricacies of this water ninjutsu. It was conceived by the first Mizukage, representing an extraordinarily wide-ranging and powerful water technique, classified as a lethal move. Typically, the chakra required for this technique is beyond the reach of many elite J-nin. It was truly remarkable that Kisame could wield such a technique. He was indeed a paragon among the elite of the Mist Village. It is worth noting that with the deployment of this technique, it was evident that Kisame was fighting for his life. As the commentators passionately narrated the unfolding action, the audience grasped the precariousness of the situation for Kisame. To avoid being swiftly defeated by Yasaka, Kisame opted for a preemptive strike, unleashing his ultimate move to seize the initiative. Even if he were to be vanquished thereafter, at least he would not face the humiliation of being eliminated without having unleashed his full potential. Unlike the duo from the Cloud Village who had fallen to Yasaka before fully exerting themselves, an embarrassment of the highest order. At this juncture, the water beneath Yasaka surged with increasing ferocity. What began as minor tremors had escalated to roaring waves, resembling a tempest-tossed sea. The waves had risen to heights of nearly a meter, transforming the once tranquil lake nearby into a tumultuous ocean of chaos. Thus, merely observing this spectacle, Yasaka understood that Kisame had resorted to his ultimate technique. However, he remained unfazed. For Yasaka, there was nothing in this world that could not be resolved with a single stroke of his blade. If there were, then 2 strokes would suffice. It was that simple. Thus, Yasaka remained motionless, calmly standing upon the water's surface, his body rising and falling in tandem with the tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, Kakashi Kisame maintained his hands in a prayer-like position, visibly channeling vast amounts of chakra to augment the potency of his water-style ninjutsu. Observing this spectacle, the spectators outside were brimming with excitement. It was indeed the first time in the match that they witnessed such an expansive ninjutsu, invigorating many to fix their gaze upon the grand screen with heightened anticipation. Having learned from previous experiences, the majority of the audience no longer harbored the same trepidation upon witnessing the opponent's formidable technique, but rather cultivated a deep sense of expectation for Yasaka, eager to see how he would vanquish his adversary. Concurrently, on the square designated for eliminated participants, those who had been ousted gathered before the large screen. Captivated by the live broadcast, Asuma Sarutobi widened his eyes, observing Yasaka's unwavering composure on the screen, and remarked, "That fellow remains unchanged, regardless of the opponent's ninjutsu. He appears utterly unfazed. I truly envy his serenity." Beside him, Aido Uchiha commented, His calmness stems from his immense strength. He is so powerful that all tactics employed against him seem trivial. He often asserts that there is nothing a sword cannot resolve, and it certainly appears to be the case. I have never witnessed Yasaka in a state of tension. Reflecting on Aido's words, Asuma recalled that Yasaka had indeed never exhibited signs of anxiety. At any moment, he appeared composed and unruffled, as if no threat could ever disturb him. His tranquility resembled that of a stabilizing anchor in tumultuous seas, a strength that evoked admiration. How I wish to possess that kind of fortitude, Aido mused, contemplating that if he were endowed with Yasaka's formidable prowess, he would not be reduced to tears in the face of formidable foes. At that moment, others recognized the ninjutsu being employed by Kisame, astonished as they pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Look, that is the water release, Kag's sea dominance, created by the first Mizukage. I never imagined Kisame could wield such a technique. Things are getting interesting. That contestant named Yasaka is likely to be eliminated." Indeed, many believe that despite Yasaka's exceptional swordsmanship, he stood no chance against the Kag's sea dominance. It seemed that the hidden mist village would finally reclaim a victory. Yes, it appeared that Yasaka was destined for elimination, yet he had already collected 5 bells, a feat that rendered his efforts commendable. Listening to the surrounding chatter, most were skeptical of Yasaka's chances, convinced he would be defeated. The technique of water release, KGSC, wielded by the dry persimmon Zabuza, was swiftly dismissed, much to the discontent of Uchiha Aido and Sarutobi Asuma, who immediately retorted loudly, "How can you be so certain that Yatsuhiko cannot withstand this technique? In my opinion, regardless of its origin from the first Mizukage, it could never triumph over Yatsuhiko." Aido proclaimed to those around him, "Keep boasting. While I concede that Yatsuhiko is indeed formidable, you must understand that this water release, KGSC technique is an expansive ninjutsu. By the time Yatsuhiko even gets close to dry persimmon Zabuza, he will likely be vanquished. You truly do not comprehend the might of this technique." One individual countered vehemently. Sarutobi Asuma, equally indignant, shot back, "You simply do not grasp the terror of Yatsuhiko. If you have the courage, let us wager. Who dares to bet? I wager on Yatsuhiko's victory. Should I lose, I shall perform a handstand while defecating right here." Asuma was quite committed, even going so far as to propose such an outrageous stake. A declaration that left the onlookers astounded. "Who dares to challenge me? Step forward." Asuma bellowed, "I will wager against you. I bet that Yatsuhiko will lose. If I am wrong, I shall swim in a cesspool." At that moment, a participant from the Mist Village, who had been eliminated, stepped forth. Chapter 203, Pai Pa Shirzong. This individual bore the emblem of the Mist Village upon his forehead protector. His name was Pai Pa Shirzong, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, wielding the decapitating sword. However, during this tournament, he had intended to utilize the decapitating sword, only to find himself in a game of chance with Momochi Zabuza to determine its rightful owner. Ultimately, Shirzong lost and relinquished the sword to Zabuza. Given that Shirzong was the eldest among the competitors from the Mist Village, he deemed it appropriate to concede to the younger Zabuza, especially since he was on the brink of advancing to Jonin status. Initially, Shirzong believed that with his near Jonin prowess, competing against these genin would be a mere child's play. However, upon being transported to the illusionary realm, he soon encountered the Scorpion of Sunagakure, who ambushed him and eliminated him on the spot, making him the second contestant to be ousted and the first from the Mist Village. In that moment, Shirzong felt utterly desolate, believing his future was irrevocably doomed, and that the decapitating sword would forever elude him. Yet shortly thereafter, he observed on the large screen the scene of Momochi Zabuza, sword in hand, being thoroughly defeated by Yatsuhiko, to the extent that the sword was reduced to a mere hilt. This revelation rekindled a glimmer of hope within Shirzong. Although he was the first eliminated contestant from the Mist Village, he felt that the embarrassment he suffered paled in comparison to that of Zabuza, who had lost the sword in such a humiliating fashion. Thus, Shirzong believed that barring unforeseen circumstances, the decapitating sword would eventually return to him after the tournament. At this juncture, as a wager emerged regarding who would triumph between Yatsuka and Kakashi, Pipa Shirzong was the first to step forward. This bet was significant, involving the land of fire and the land of water, especially given their historical animosity. Thus, it was only natural for him to take a stand. Consequently, Pipa Shirzong made his presence known. Initially, When Sarutobi Asuma uttered the phrase performing acrobatics while relieving oneself, the crowd was momentarily awed by his audacity. However, Pipa Shirzong escalated the situation with an even more audacious act of swimming in a latrine, rendering the wager a stalemate. Very well. With that settled, let it be known to all present that I, Sarutobi Asuma of the Leaf Village, and Pipa Shirzong of the Mist Village, have cemented our wager. Whoever fails to uphold their promise shall bear the shame of their nation. Sarutobi Asuma proclaimed loudly to those around him. The crowd's perception of both Asuma and Shirzong shifted. Both were undeniably formidable. Despite their elimination from the tournament, one dared to perform acrobatics while relieving himself, while the other braved swimming in filth. They had both demonstrated a willingness to endure humiliation for their countries, marking them as true warriors. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aido felt a sense of relief. He had not anticipated that Sarutobi Asuma would step forward so boldly. Thus, if Yatsuka were to lose, the one performing the humiliating act would be Asuma, not him. Gazing at Asuma's resolute countenance, Aido was filled with admiration, reflecting, indeed, he is the son of the third Hokage, inheriting his father's indomitable will of fire. His readiness to endure such humiliation for the sake of the village speaks volumes of his profound conviction. Consequently, the battle between Yatsuka and Kakashi not only captivated the attention of the thousands of spectators, but also intertwined with the potential for humiliation through their wager. Observing Yatsuka on the grand screen, Sarutobi Asuma silently prayed, "Yatsuka, you must summon your strength. If you falter, I may find myself in the most degrading position." Conversely, Pipa Shirzong was fervently hoping for Kakashi's victory. Simultaneously, in a place strewn with ruins, a fierce battle unfolded between a man and a woman. Terumi May gasped for breath. Her eyes vigilant, fixated on the figure of Sasori, perched atop a high building. This adversary is truly formidable. I never anticipated that puppetry could be wielded with such mastery. No wonder he is hailed as the strongest genius of Sunigakure. She mused inwardly, noting the multiple wounds adorning her form, her attire in tatters. In the recent clash, Sasori's exquisite puppetry had momentarily subdued Terumi May, forcing her to acknowledge the prowess of this art, which she had previously underestimated. At that moment, the crimson-haired youth stood atop a 5-story building, one foot poised at the edge, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Terumi May below. Having reached this level of combat, you have indeed proven yourself to be quite formidable. However, let us draw this to a close, for I have already squandered ample time. I must hasten to seize others' bells. The scorpion of the red sand smiled faintly, his fingers curling, and behold, 15 puppets slowly ascended from the ground, floating in midair. Each puppet's arms directed menacingly at the below, Konoha May. Humph, do you truly believe you can vanquish me so easily? Dream on. Konoha May snorted coldly, swiftly forming seals. Oh, you remain undeterred? Quite tenacious indeed, yet ultimately futile. You merely delay my progress, engaging in a futile struggle. The scorpion of the red sand remained unfazed, a confident smile gracing his face. Under his control, the raised arms of the puppets were soon adorned with numerous sigils resembling inscriptions. Puppet technique, thousand-hand manipulation. In the next moment, the sigils illuminated, and the puppet's arms sprouted an abundance of additional limbs in mere seconds, multiplying into hundreds. These limbs coalesced densely, resembling a colossal, serpentine creature, obscuring the sky and casting a shadow over Konoha May below. Humph, I shall not be so easily defeated. I am the commander of the Hidden Mist Village. Do not underestimate me. With determination etched across her features, Konoha May raised her sword-like brows and shouted, "Lava release. Volcanic eruption technique." In an instant, her petite face puffed as if she had consumed something, and she tilted her head, directing her open mouth towards the mass of limbs above, unleashing an immense torrent of lava. Chapter 204. Konoha May vs. Scorpion of the Red Sand. A massive surge of lava erupted from Konoha May's mouth, the searing heat distorting the surrounding air. The vivid orange-red flames signified not only beauty, but also the perilous nature of the lava. Observing this scene, the Scorpion of the Red Sand furrowed his brow slightly, yet it was too late to alter the trajectory of the arm's assault. Thus, he continued his descent, charging headlong into the oncoming lava. Quite an impressive bloodline limit, indeed. It poses a certain restraint on my puppets, the Scorpion of the Red Sand remarked with a smile, betraying no fear. Immediately thereafter, the multitude of limbs, resembling a gigantic serpent, surged downwards toward the lava Konoha May had unleashed. The next moment, a deafening crash resounded as Konoha May's lava collided violently with the massive arms of the scorpion. In an instant, a hissing sound erupted, and thick white smoke billowed upwards amidst fierce flames. The wooden arms ignited upon contact with the lava, combusting at an alarming rate and generating vast clouds of smoke. Yet, despite the rapid incineration of the arms, their sheer number allowed them to persist in their assault against Konoha May's molten barrage. In a moment, the magma of Koji May and the excessive arms of Sasori found themselves in a state of stalemate, neither side gaining the upper hand. The outcome hinged on whether Sasori's multitude of arms would succumb to the relentless consumption of the magma, or if Koji May's molten fury would falter against the onslaught of Sasori's appendages. A thick cloud of smoke billowed and flames soared, obscuring the vision of both combatants. Seizing this opportunity, Sasori deftly manipulated a chakra thread, summoning a puppet from one of his scrolls. Under his control, the newly summoned puppet surged forward towards Koji May, shielded by the fire and smoke. Meanwhile, Koji May was not idle. She continuously expelled magma from her mouth, while forming hand seals with one hand, conjuring a water clone. Like Sasori, she took advantage of the cover provided by the flames and smoke, charging towards him. Soon, the clash between Sasori's puppet and Koji May's water clone ensued, leading to an intense confrontation between the two. Koji May's shadow clone could also be considered a puppet. At this juncture, the two puppets were evenly matched. The advantage of Koji May's shadow clone lay in its ability to undergo partial transformation, such as transforming an arm into a colossal water axe. However, its vulnerability was evident. A decisive blow would cause it to vanish instantly. In contrast, Sasori's puppet boasted resilience, able to continue fighting even after losing its head, though it lacked the fluidity of the water clone, exhibiting somewhat rigid movements. Nevertheless, through an unending barrage of hidden weapons, it managed to hold its ground against the water clone. Ultimately, Sasori proved to be the more formidable contender, as the sheer number of the puppet's arms relentlessly assailed the magma. Although the wooden arms would incinerate upon contact with magma within seconds, their overwhelming quantity meant that Koji May's molten onslaught could not suppress the assault of Sasori's puppet arms. Before long, Koji May's chakra reserves dwindled, compelling her to cease her magma expulsion. The instant she relented, a multitude of arms broke through the molten barrier and surged towards her. Koji May swiftly rolled aside to evade the oncoming onslaught. In the next heartbeat, her previous position was inundated by an onslaught of arms, akin to being pierced by countless bamboo poles. Cursed, this adversary is exceedingly difficult to confront. Continuing this way is futile. I must target his true form. A sense of urgency was evident on Koji May's face. Her chakra was nearly depleted, while Sasori appeared to be effortlessly managing his resources, yet to exert his full strength. If this continued, she risked being worn down completely. After all, Sasori primarily relied on puppets for his attacks, most of which employed hidden weapons, requiring chakra only in specific instances to activate ceiling-like mechanisms. The remainder was merely chakra threads, thus not significantly depleting his chakra reserves. Conversely, every jutsu employed by Koji May demanded chakra expenditure. Initially, she had not regarded Sasori with much concern, believing him to be on par with her abilities. However, as the battle progressed, Terumi May realized that the strength of Sasori of the Red Sand might surpass her own. Up to this point, she had yet to witness Sasori employing any formidable techniques. Aside from the recent display of numerous arms, his attacks were predominantly executed through the manipulation of puppets. Terumi May was unwilling to believe that Sasori relied solely on puppet control, devoid of any powerful jutsu. At that moment, Sasori, perched above, smiled slightly and addressed her. It appears you are nearing your limit. Perhaps you should surrender instead of engaging in futile endeavors. Humph. Do you think victory is assured? Terumi May retorted coldly, immediately forming hand seals and exclaiming, water style, hidden mist technique. Soon, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility. By now, Terumi May had discerned that Sasori lacked any means to counteract the mist. He was solely reliant on visual perception, devoid of any auditory or other sensory abilities. Thus, when the fog arose, Sasori's reliance on sight, particularly without the Byakugan, would be significantly hindered. Indeed, as Terumi May executed the hidden mist technique, Sasori momentarily lost his target. To think you could devise such a strategy, I underestimated you, he remarked, gazing into the expanse of white mist. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a fierce confrontation unfolded. When Kisame Hoshigaki unleashed the water style, great shark bullet technique, the once tranquil surface beneath him and Yatsukahoko transformed into a tumultuous sea. Instantly, over 10 colossal water dragons erupted from the depths, each rivaling the massive water dragon summoned previously by Zabuza Momochi. The sheer magnitude of these water dragons obscured the sunlight, casting Yatsukahoko into shadow. Such numerous water dragons, yet they seem rather ordinary. It's merely as if you released a dozen water dragon jutsu simultaneously, Yatsukahoko remarked nonchalantly, gazing skyward. Chapter 205. Underestimation. Yatsukahoko's assertion was not entirely unfounded. From an external viewpoint, it did resemble the simultaneous casting of multiple water dragon jutsu. However, the reality was far more complex, for these water dragons possessed a power far exceeding that of mere water bullets. The sheer size of these dragons alone surpassed that of the water dragons summoned by the water dragon jutsu, for size equates to strength. Furthermore, while it appeared that there were merely a dozen water dragons, they were capable of continuous assaults. Even if destroyed, they would regroup and persist in their attacks, akin to the principles governing water elementals. Thus, this was a technique of immense range and sustained offensive capability, limited only by the caster's chakra reserves. If one possesses an infinite reservoir of chakra, this technique could indeed be unleashed without limit. Should a Jinchuriki perform this ninjutsu, its potency would be overwhelming. Hence, the current third Mizukage stands as the epitome of this technique, capable of sustaining it for half an hour, thanks to the immense chakra of the three tails. The preceding information serves to elucidate the audience's understanding of this ninjutsu, providing them with a clearer perspective. However, such comprehension eludes Yasaka, who perceives it merely as a series of water dragon jutsu. Upon hearing Yasaka's remarks, Kisame Hoshigaki chuckled lightly. While he previously regarded Yasaka as somewhat oblivious, he now deemed him utterly naive, for this was a high-level ninjutsu crafted by the first Mizukage, unparalleled by mere water dragon jutsu. As he formed hand seals, he addressed Swearin, stating, "This is a high-level ninjutsu, not something that can be compared to the power of a water dragon. Underestimating it would lead to your downfall." Yasaka smiled slightly, gazing at the colossal water dragons above, and replied to Kisame, "They are all the same. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single stroke. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." With that, Yasaka advanced, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence, as if the 10 or more water dragons were but insignificant creatures, entirely disregarded by him. Witnessing this, Kisame scoffed and commanded the water dragons to plunge towards Yasaka. Each of these dragons was significantly larger than those previously summoned by Zabuza Momochi, and the force of their impact was even more formidable. Furthermore, with over 10 dragons striking simultaneously, even the earth-style wall would be utterly insufficient to withstand them. Observing Yasaka's lack of intention to evade, Kisame felt a surge of excitement within him, thinking how truly oblivious this youth was. Initially, he feared Yasaka's terrifying speed might allow him to escape the range of the water dragon's attack, rendering his effort futile. However, it appeared that this concern was entirely unwarranted, as Yasaka not only showed no inclination to retreat, but seemed eager to confront the onslaught head-on. This prompted even the typically composed Kisame to internally muse, "This fool truly is reckless. Thinking he can withstand it. He must be out of his mind." Meanwhile, in the small square, the gathered crowd reacted with varied emotions as they witnessed Yasaka's bold intent to confront the water dragons. Tika Kiba burst into laughter, pointing at the screen displaying Yasaka, exclaiming, "Huh, this lad thinks he can stand his ground. Does he possess an excess of confidence?" In stark contrast, Uchiha Aido and Asuma Saratobi wore expressions of deep concern, particularly Asuma, whose face resembled that of someone who had just consumed bitter melon. Feeling a frantic urge to shout, "Yasaka, you fool, do you truly believe you can cut through anything? Run, this is not something you can withstand. It matters not if you lose, but do not drag me down with you." In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage glared at the crystal ball. His face darkened with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, berating, "Has this fool lost his mind? Does he truly believe he can slice through anything? This is the technique of Gonggong, the Sea Dominator, not merely an ordinary water dragon jutsu." In the audience, spectators observed in alarm as Yasaki seemed eager to confront the challenge head-on. A chorus of voices erupted, urging him to flee, exclaiming, "Yasaki, get away. You cannot win." Most of the audience held little faith in Yasaki's chances, for this encounter was unlike any before. Previously, there had only been a single water dragon. But now there were over a dozen, capable of infinite regeneration, and each larger than the last. In stark contrast to the multitude of water dragons, Yasaki appeared diminutive, akin to an ant beneath the foot of an elephant, evoking a sense of insurmountable odds. "Yasaki, you fool! Run! Do not confront him!" shouted Shuji Misaka, his voice hoarse with desperation. Yet, he could only scream at the screen, for Yasaki within the illusion could not hear him, and even if he could, he would not retreat. As the crowd voiced their doubts and urged Yasaki to escape, Otsutsuki Shbu clasped her hands in prayer, her gaze fixated on the screen, her pupils reflecting Yasaki's figure as she murmured, "Yasaki, I believe in you. You can do this. Go, go, go." Meanwhile, within the illusion, a confident smile graced Yasaki's lips as the colossal water dragon bore down upon him. At that moment, he lightly tapped the water's surface with both feet, and in an instant, it was as if gravity no longer affected him. He soared skyward, charging towards the oncoming dragons. "Ah, he has taken flight," someone exclaimed from the stands, astonished. "How is he doing this? He truly intends to confront those water dragons directly. How audacious!" Doubts flooded the minds of many. Could he genuinely stand against the forces of nature? Panic swept through the audience as they realized that the strongest in the Leaf Village might soon be eliminated by the ninjas of the mist. Frustratingly, it seemed he had the chance to win, yet his own recklessness might lead to his downfall. A wave of screams and gasps rippled through the crowd. In the illusion, Yasaki ascended amidst the incredulous gazes of many, as if unbound by gravity, charging straight towards the water dragons. I have said it before, there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a single strike. If there is, then I shall deliver another. With that declaration, Yasaki raised his katana, striking down upon the water dragon above him. Chapter 206. The blade strikes. He has drawn his blade. A voice rang out from the stands. One man against a dozen colossal dragons. Could this be the legendary dragon-slaying warrior? His audacity was remarkable. There was truly nothing he was afraid to confront. The audience buzzed with excitement, all eyes glued to the screen where Yasaki's stunning display unfolded. A lone figure charging into a sky, filled with gigantic dragons. It was indeed the embodiment of a dragon-slaying hero. In the next moment, Yasaka quietly intoned the words "steel flash," and with a swift motion, a translucent blade of light erupted from the tip of his sword. It cleaved fiercely into the enormous dragon's head, resulting in a violent explosion that sent massive waves of water spraying into the air. With a resounding boom, the colossal dragon's head was obliterated, transformed into a vast splash of water, as Yasaka's strike shattered it midair. Yet this was merely the beginning. The 3-meter-long, crescent-shaped silver blade continued its relentless advance, slicing through the body of the gigantic water dragon, which was soon reduced to a myriad of water droplets in mere seconds. However, this was only the demise of the first dragon. As the first colossal water serpent was utterly fragmented, more followed in rapid succession, surging toward Yasaka. In an instant, a multitude of dragons descended upon him like an overwhelming tide, their massive forms blotting out the sky and casting his figure into shadow, creating a stark contrast between his diminutive stature and their grand presence. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers outside grew tense, for the spectacle was utterly breathtaking. In comparison to the multitude of water dragons, Yasaka appeared as insignificant as a mere sesame seed, while the dozen or more dragons loomed large, an imposing force. Although Yasaka had indeed severed the first water dragon, it was merely an appetizer, with an entire battalion of water dragons yet to come. The sheer volume of water comprising those dragons weighed in the thousands of tons, a force potent enough to crush a person into a mere pulp under its pressure. Even though the first dragon had been reduced to liquid by Yasaka's blade, the immense mass of water it released could still inflict severe injury. Thus, despite witnessing Yasaka's initial triumph over one water dragon, the audience felt no excitement, only an intensifying apprehension. For all were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, with danger looming ahead. Sure enough, 5 or 6 water dragons charged simultaneously toward Yasaka, followed closely by a dozen more. Their colossal sizes made it seem as if a great mountain formed of serpentine water was descending from the heavens upon him. A veritable deluge of water dragons poised to overwhelm. Yet, amidst the tension felt by the spectators, they observed that Yasaka's expression remained completely unperturbed. He wore the same casual demeanor as always, as if he faced not a dozen massive water dragons, but rather mere strands of fried dough, displaying no concern whatsoever. I wonder how you will respond next. I truly do not believe you can sever all these water dragons. Even if you could, what of it? As long as my chakra continues to flow, new water dragons will incessantly emerge to attack. Beside him, the dry persimmon Kisame wore a cold smile, continuing to channel chakra into his ninjutsu while maintaining his hand seals. Fortunately, his innate abundance of chakra allowed him to sustain this expenditure. Had it been Kakashi Hatake, he would have already been drained and perished by now. Yet, even Kisame could not endure for long, at most. He could maintain this for about 5 minutes before his chakra was depleted. However, this was inconsequential, for within those 5 minutes, he could unleash an onslaught of attacks, potentially summoning hundreds of dragons, sufficient to vanquish Yatsuka. Meanwhile, observing the immense dragon head descending upon him like a mountain, Yatsuka smiled faintly and remarked, "Did you not doubt me? Allow me to demonstrate how to slice through a colossal water dragon." With that, Yatsuka's right arm bulged with muscle as he swung his katana, delivering over 10 strikes in a mere second, producing a vast array of blade lights. In the next instant, a brilliant orb of white light shot towards the colossal dragons. This orb, appearing as if it had been unleashed from Yatsuka's frenzied slashes, was actually composed of countless blade lights. The intensity of the illumination obscured the original crescent shapes of the blades, rendering them into a singular, enormous luminescent sphere in the eyes of the spectators. Then, under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, this orb boldly collided with the 6 massive water dragon heads. "Finish him, Yatsuka. Go for it." As this scene unfolded, Asuma Sarutobi roared, with the hopes of the entire village resting upon Yatsuka's shoulders. The outcome of this battle hinged upon Yatsuka's prowess. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air, illuminating the sky with a blinding white light. The brilliance flashed brilliantly, albeit for a fleeting instant, before revealing the immense tidal wave generated by the 6 dragon heads as they were obliterated by the orb. The colossal water spray erupted like a tsunami, soaring into the heavens before cascading downwards, resembling a vast watery shroud descending from the sky. Simultaneously, the orb did not vanish after annihilating the 6 dragon heads. It surged forward, relentlessly pushing against the bodies of the 6 dragons. As a result, the massive dragon forms were shattered and dispersed into torrents of water, cascading down upon Yatsuka like a torrential waterfall. In that moment, tens of thousands of tons of water plummeted towards Yatsuka. Although the force was far less than that of the dragons themselves, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Yet, Yatsuka remained unfazed, activating his iron body technique, which exponentially enhanced his defensive capabilities. He braved the onslaught of the thousands of tons of water, continuing his upward charge, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment and shock. Chapter 207. The astonishment of all parties. The deluge was about to descend. At that moment, an audience member pointed at the image on the large screen and exclaimed, observing as torrents of water cascaded from the sky, like a celestial river descending upon Yasaka, who was suspended in midair, having just completed a strike with his blade. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage and others gazed gravely at the crystal ball. Can anyone explain how he manages to float in the air? I am certain this is not the earth release technique of weightlessness, spoke the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru pondered for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, his abilities seem to be a combination of gravitational and wind release forces, allowing him to soar into the sky. Oh, what do you mean? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Orochimaru replied solemnly, from his movements and posture, it appears he can alter his own gravity to some extent. However, this ability only allows him to achieve a state close to weightlessness, not the direct levitation characteristic of the earth release technique. Moreover, if you observe beneath his feet, there seems to be a sensation of flowing wind, indicating he employs wind release to lift his nearly weightless body, or perhaps to propel himself upward. This is merely my conjecture. Upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded thoughtfully, finding Orochimaru's reasoning quite plausible and the most coherent explanation for Yasaka's aerial ascent. This lad, Yasaka, harbors such an abundance of secrets. Were it not for this competition, I would have been oblivious to his myriad abilities. It has truly broadened my horizons. The third Hokage remarked with a smile. Having watched Yasaka grow up, he felt a profound sense of pride in the boy's formidable display of power. Yet, he was equally astonished, having never witnessed Yasaka acquire such skills or use them previously. This was the first time he had seen them, leaving him utterly astonished by how deeply concealed they were. At that moment, Jiraiya chimed in. Indeed, he resembles a treasure trove. It was entirely unknown to us until now that he possesses such extraordinary abilities. His mastery over wind and gravity is simply outrageous. The third Hokage nodded, suddenly pausing to turn and glare at Jiraiya, exclaiming, "Jiraiya, who permitted you to enter? Get out." Jiraiya, taken aback, responded, "I merely mentioned that Sarutobi Asuma was eliminated. I assure you, I shall refrain from speaking of his elimination again. Yet you persist. You dare to speak again." The third Hokage quickly lifted his staff, aiming a strike at Jiraiya's head. Meanwhile, after assuming the iron body stance, Yasaka braced himself against the immense force of countless tons of water pouring down upon him. In an instant, he felt as if an enormous mountain had descended upon him, pressing his body toward the ground. Consequently, from the spectator's perspective, it appeared as though Yasaka had been crushed by the deluge. This sight elicited gasps from the audience. However, before their astonishment could subside, they witnessed Yasaka, who had seemingly been struck down, surge back into action, appearing completely unscathed. This exemplifies the formidable defensive prowess of Yatsuka, enabling him to remain unscathed. However, despite his lack of injury, he was unable to withstand the overwhelming force of several tons pressing down upon him, resulting in his descent. Now that the water had receded, Yatsuka ascended once more into the sky. At this moment, he was confronted by over a dozen colossal water dragons. Not only those that remained, but also new ones that had regenerated. This technique, akin to that of a water elemental, possesses the ability to continuously restore itself. Thus, theoretically, as long as there is sufficient chakra, it can mount an infinite cycle of assault. Yatsuka launched into the air with renewed vigor, unleashing a dazzling array of sword strikes that shattered the water dragons, only to be pelted back to the ground by torrents of water. Yet, he soared again to continue his onslaught, creating a relentless cycle of battle. The spectators outside were utterly astonished, marveling at his extraordinary combat capability. Was this even human stamina? Time and again, he was battered by tons of water, yet managed to rise and fight anew. His defensive strength was truly remarkable. In an instant, the audience erupted into cheers, rallying behind Yatsuka, urging him to persevere. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the anxious expression of Kisame Hoshigaki, who was engaged in casting his jutsu, began to surface. 3 minutes had elapsed, during which Yatsuka had dispatched dozens of water dragons. Observing Yatsuka's demeanor, there was no sign of fatigue. Conversely, Kisame himself was beginning to experience a depletion of chakra. He could sustain himself for at most 1 more minute before his chakra would be entirely exhausted. Damn it, is this guy even human? How can he remain unyielding under such relentless assault? Kisame seethed, unwilling to gamble that Yatsuka would succumb to fatigue before his own chakra was depleted. Consequently, he was compelled to contemplate an escape route. As he continued to channel chakra into the Kong no Hkai technique, he stealthily created 3 explosive water clones, liquefying them to approach Yatsuka in the guise of water. Given the terrain was saturated with water, the liquid clones could evade Yatsuka's detection while stealthily closing in. At the moment Yatsuka was once again thrust back to the water's surface, the latent explosive clones swiftly revealed their true forms and charged toward him, detonating within a 2-meter radius. With 3 thunderous explosions, Yatsuka was engulfed by a deluge of water, and in that fleeting opportunity, Kisame swiftly directed the remaining 2 water clones to launch an assault on Kurasame and Hoshigaki, swiftly eliminating them from the contest. Thus, the 2 from the Hidden Mist village were ousted, and their bell did not belong to any other nation's competitors. Immediately thereafter, Kisame canceled the Kong no Hkai technique, performing hand seals as he turned and fled. Yasaka found himself momentarily restrained by the explosions of 3 self-destructing clones, which, at the instant of detonation, raised a curtain of water that obscured his sense of airflow manipulation, thus preventing him from noticing a subtle movement made by Kisame Hoshigaki. However, A few distinguished spectators observed this small action, expressing their astonishment at Kisame's maneuver. In Chapter 208, during a commentary on speed, Kakashi Hitaki remarked to Fugaku Uchiha, "Fugaku, did you catch that hand sign from Kisame Hoshigaki?" Fugaku nodded, responding, "Indeed, I saw it. I hadn't anticipated he would employ such a tactic. Yet, I must admit, this maneuver is quite impressive. It is indeed the only way he could escape Yasaka's pursuit." Kakashi concurred, noting, "Initially, I thought his self-destructing clones were intended as an offensive measure against Yasaka. I now realize they were actually a preparatory step for that moment. This fellow has quite the strategic mind." Fugaku agreed, saying, "Yes, he is a ruthless individual. To prevent the bell from falling into enemy hands, he was willing to sacrifice his own teammate. Such actions are not common. They starkly contrast with our village's ethos of never abandoning a comrade." Kakashi nodded again, adding, "In a sense, his approach is the most correct. It ensures that intelligence remains confidential and that the enemy gains no advantage." Fugaku acknowledged this perspective, stating, "That being said, such decisions require a steely resolve. Individuals like him either exhibit a cold-hearted ruthlessness, disregarding their teammates, or they carry the burden of guilt for their comrades' demise. In any case, they are formidable characters." The concerns raised by Kakashi and Fugaku were echoed by other notable figures, including Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha, who likewise deliberated on the matter. "Minato, do you think that in a real battle, Kisame would eliminate his own teammate to prevent the enemy from acquiring intelligence?" Shursui inquired. Minato frowned thoughtfully before responding, "I believe he would indeed resort to such measures." A similar conclusion was reached by Orochimaru in the Hokage office. Meanwhile, as the scene unfolded with Yasaka engulfed by the explosions of the self-destructing clones, many spectators grew anxious, fervently hoping for Yasaka's safety. Among them, Asuma Sarutobi was particularly worried, as this incident had implications for his own well-being. When he witnessed Yasaka surrounded by the clones, his heart raced, and he instinctively held his breath. Beside him, Kiba Inuzuka mirrored this tension, equally apprehensive, for a loss in their wager would mean a rather unpleasant fate for him. However, the anxiety of all present was unfounded, for Yasaka was unperturbed by the explosions of the clones. After all, having activated his iron body technique, Yasaka could withstand even the destructive force of Daidara's bombs, let alone the explosions of mere self-destructing clones. In that fleeting moment, Yasaki found his vision obscured by the spray of water from the explosion of his self-detonating clone, which also hindered his ability to sense the flow of air. However, as the cascading droplets descended, his sight and perception of the air currents were restored. It was then that Yasaki noticed the distance between himself and the fleeing Kakashi Kisame had widened to over 50 meters, while Kurosukakuru and Ichiraku Mangetsu had vanished without a trace. Infuriated, Yasaki thought, "How could I have overlooked this?" That scoundrel acted first, realizing that the two had disappeared and only Kisame remained in flight. Yasaki swiftly comprehended that Kisame had taken advantage of the brief moment when he was obstructed by the explosion to eliminate Kurosukakuru and Ichiraku Mangetsu. Those two had been as good as captured in Yasaki's grasp, and now they had been taken out by Kisame himself, which incensed Yasaki greatly. At that moment, given that Kisame had already fled more than 50 meters, Yasaki did not hesitate and activated his Daitai Zai Senjutsu to pursue. Witnessing this, Kakashi Shikaku sighed and remarked, "He truly is still a bit naive." However, one cannot blame him, for the deception was indeed quite potent. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement, adding, "It is an inevitability. Most would fall for such a ruse. One must concede that the lad named Kisame possesses a certain cleverness." Meanwhile, in the stands, as Yasaki charged towards Kisame, Minato Namikaze pondered aloud. It appears that Yasaki's reconnaissance ability is linear. When obstructed, he is unable to detect, indicating a lack of penetrating capacity. Upon hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shursui nodded in affirmation. "It seems you have discerned the issue. The three self-detonating clones were indeed masterfully crafted, yet it is also a gamble on their part. Betting on Yasaki's inability to perceive through obstacles, otherwise, it would have been futile." Minato nodded. "One cannot deny that Kisame's tactic is quite impressive. I, too, had not contemplated such an approach, truly a creative mind. Yet, without this method, he would have had no hope of escaping Yasaki's pursuit, as Yasaki's speed is merely a fraction slower than mine." Uchiha Shursui concurred. "Indeed, His speed is remarkable. It is astonishing that a mere genin can possess such velocity. At that moment, the two fastest individuals were discussing Yasaki's speed, one being the Yellow Flash and the other Shursui himself. As for A from the Hidden Cloud Village, he ranked third. The reason A claimed to be the second fastest was that Shursui had already perished. Had Shursui still been alive, it would not have held that position. For Shursui's speed surpassed A's. Both Shursui and Minato shared a similarity in their abilities, akin to instantaneous movement, naturally making them swifter than A, who relied solely on running. If a ranking of speed were to be established presently, it is likely that Kakashi Hatake would secure the first position, followed closely by Shursui Uchiha in second. With AI in third, Yasaka could very well claim the fourth spot, as his speed at this moment is remarkably swift. Though it may not quite reach the level of lightning speed, he is almost capable of leaving afterimages in his wake. This is precisely why Kisame Hoshigaki stands no chance of evading Yasaka's pursuit. His velocity is indeed astonishingly rapid. However, should Might Guy's father, Might Dewey, activate the 8 gates, his speed would naturally surpass that of the current Yasaka. Yet, this would be of little significance, as such an ability is temporary. Furthermore, should he activate the 8 gates, it would ultimately lead to his demise, leaving Yasaka in fourth place regardless. Chapter 209. The strategy of luring the tiger from its mountain. Witnessing Kisame Hoshigaki fleeing in desperation, Yasaka shouted, "Don't run. Stop," as he relentlessly pursued him. In that moment, Yasaka's speed surged to its utmost limit, producing a series of afterimages behind him. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Indeed, their attendance at this match was not in vain. Just witnessing Yasaka's combat prowess had already provided them with a plethora of spectacular moments. From his initial floating steps to the subsequent blade battles, each display was akin to a cinematic experience, showcasing Yasaka's myriad extraordinary abilities. Those familiar with Yasaka were left in awe, having never before witnessed him employ such a diverse array of skills, their previous knowledge limited to his swift and decisive victories. Until this competition, they had been astonished to discover that Yasaka harbored such a wealth of hidden talents, truly a feast for the eyes. Now, Yasaka demonstrated his incredible speed, resembling a figure soaring through the air. The breathtaking imagery evoked cheers from the audience, exclaiming how incredibly impressive it was. Kisame, aware that mere running would not suffice to evade Yasaka's pursuit, simultaneously unleashed a jutsu. He formed hand seals to create 3 water clones that would explode upon contact, intending to obstruct Yasaka's advance. Upon seeing the 3 water clones racing towards him, Yasaka acted without hesitation, slicing through them with a single stroke. As the clones were severed, they detonated instantaneously, resulting in a thunderous cacophony that sent a colossal splash engulfing Yasaka's figure. Yet, in the very next instant, Yasaka emerged from the deluge, droplets of water flying backward due to his extraordinary speed. The 3 explosive clones had failed to impede Yasaka in the slightest, as he maintained his relentless pace toward Kisame. At this juncture, the distance between Yasaka and Kisame had diminished from over 50 meters to a mere 30. At this rate, it was anticipated that in less than a few seconds, Yasaka would close the gap and catch up to Kisame. The dry persimmon ghost shark would not be so easily pursued. As he fled, he unleashed various ninjutsu. When Yatsuka broke through the barrier created by 3 exploding water clones, he was immediately confronted by a colossal water dragon. The dragon opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing an elephant whole, and engulfed Yatsuka, who had just emerged from the explosion of the clones. The audience witnessed a breathtaking scene, as Yatsuka was caught in the dragon's mouth, appearing almost as if cradled within it. The water dragon, composed of water and thus nearly translucent, allowed the spectators to observe the coexistence of Yatsuka and the dragon from their vantage point. Despite the immense force of the dragon's bite, Yatsuka remained unscathed. However, being engulfed by the dragon momentarily hindered his momentum, causing him to be pushed back several meters due to the dragon's forward rush. Yet, in the next instant, with a swift stroke of his blade, Yatsuka severed the dragon's head, transforming it into a magnificent spray of water. He then resumed his pursuit. At that moment, the brief delay of 3 seconds had restored the distance between the dry persimmon ghost shark and Yatsuka to 50 meters. Yet, for Yatsuka, this distance posed no challenge. With renewed vigor, he surged forward. If unimpeded, he estimated he could reach the dry persimmon ghost shark in no more than 3 seconds. However, The dry persimmon ghost shark was not one to surrender easily. As he ran, he unleashed an array of ninjutsu, water bullets, water dragon techniques, and tidal waves, endlessly attempting to obstruct Yatsuka's chase, yet with little effect, as the gap continued to close rapidly. While Yatsuka fervently pursued and the dry persimmon ghost shark desperately fled, a ripple suddenly stirred the surface of the water left behind from their earlier confrontation. Soon, the disturbance intensified, and a humanoid figure of liquid water began to rise, becoming increasingly defined, with facial features gradually emerging until it ultimately took on the appearance of the dry persimmon ghost shark. That was close. I nearly got caught. Fortunately, I managed to deceive him, the dry persimmon ghost shark remarked, observing the direction in which his clone had fled, a smile playing on his lips. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the audience erupted in astonishment, never anticipating that while one dry persimmon ghost shark was desperately fleeing from Yatsuka, another had emerged. As many spectators were left puzzled, an experienced commentator quickly discerned the situation and elucidated the events to the audience, who then grasped the unfolding drama. It turned out that when the dry persimmon ghost shark had cancelled the Gongsun Basi technique and dispatched 3 exploding clones to assault Yatsuka, the colossal waves generated by the self-detonation of the clones had obscured Yatsuka's line of sight. In that fleeting moment, Kisame Hoshigaki conjured a water clone identical to himself, while his true form, employing the secret technique of liquefaction, transformed into water and merged seamlessly with the liquid on the ground. He then directed the water clone to make a hasty escape. At that moment, Yasaka broke through the obstruction of the self-destructing clone and, observing what he believed to be Kisame fleeing, pursued without a second thought. Thus, Kisame executed a cunning ruse, leading Yasaka away from his true location. As Yasaka was lured a considerable distance by the water clone, Kisame's true form emerged from the water, retreating in the opposite direction. In this manner, Yasaka was deceived by Kisame's clever trick, a feat previously noted by Shikamaru Nara and Minato Namikaze as one of Kisame's remarkable maneuvers. Although formidable, Yasaka had his shortcomings, particularly highlighted by Minato's observation that Yasaka's perception could be obstructed by walls. Thus, he failed to detect Kisame's sleight of hand at the moment of the self-destructing clone's explosion. If Yasaka's perception had the ability to penetrate walls, Kisame's subtle maneuver would not have escaped his scrutiny. However, at that critical moment, 3 self-destructing water clones surrounded Yasaka in a triangular formation before detonating. The resulting spray from the explosion enveloped Yasaka in a confining dome, effectively shielding him from the external flow of air. Consequently, Yasaka lost the 3-dimensional image formed by his awareness of the outside air currents, and the water curtain obscured his vision, preventing him from discerning Kisame's actions. This occurrence was, to some extent, fortuitous, as in genuine combat, it is rare to completely enclose Yasaka. Even the slightest breeze could enable him to reconstruct his perception of the external world. Thus, while Kisame succeeded in deceiving Yasaka this time, it would be exceedingly difficult to replicate such a feat in the future. Nevertheless, Kisame had indeed outwitted Yasaka, who remained blissfully unaware of the trap, relentlessly pursuing him, having already chased over 300 meters. By the time Kisame's true form emerged, he had surpassed the maximum range of Yasaka's perceptual abilities, remaining unseen. Finally, Yasaka overcame numerous obstacles to catch up with Kisame's water clone. However, Kisame was not inclined to allow the water clone to be easily vanquished. He intended to prolong the engagement with Yasaka a while longer. Thus, the water clone of Kisame Hoshigaki executed various water release techniques. However, these jutsu had little to no effect on Yatsuka, who had awakened his iron body, and some were effortlessly cleaved in 2 by his blade. Eventually, Yatsuka stood before the water clone of Kisame and declared, "Your bell belongs to me." The water clone of Kisame chuckled and replied, "Is that so? I beg to differ." Without further ado, Yatsuka brandished his katana and struck at Kisame. Yet, during the swing, a question suddenly crossed Yatsuka's mind. Why had he not seen Kisame's sword, the Samahata, while pursuing him? Logically, even if 3 explosive clones had delayed him for a second, Kisame could not have concealed the Samahata in that brief interval. If Kisame were truly fleeing, how could he afford to use that precious second to stow away his weapon rather than escape? These thoughts briefly flickered through Yatsuka's mind, and before he could fully grasp them, his katana had already cleaved through Kisame, slicing him in 2. Just as Yatsuka awaited the retrieval of the bell, the bisected Kisame transformed into a large puddle of water. Stunned by this revelation, Yatsuka quickly comprehended that he had been deceived. All along, he had been relentlessly pursuing a mere water clone of Kisame. "Kisame, you scoundrel!" he seethed, glaring at the pool of water before him, infuriated by the trickery he had fallen for. Meanwhile, upon realizing that his water clone had been vanquished by Yatsuka, Kisame understood that Yatsuka was now aware of the ruse. However, it mattered little, for he had already distanced himself 2 kilometers from Yatsuka, making it nearly impossible for him to be pursued or discovered. Thus, Kisame felt a momentary sense of safety. Yet, he was also filled with trepidation. Initially, he believed that with his team's combined strength, they could at least achieve commendable results. If not victory. Little did he anticipate encountering a monster like Yatsuka, who could single-handedly slay 3 opponents, forcing him to eliminate 2 of his own teammates to avoid being entirely defeated and losing their bells. Kisame had not foreseen Yatsuka's level of power. He felt that none of his ninjutsu could truly affect him. Reflecting on Yatsuka's assertion, Kisame realized that there was indeed nothing in this world that could not be resolved with a single stroke of Yatsuka's blade. In hindsight, he acknowledged the truth in Yatsuka's words, flawless and without fault. In the depths of his heart, the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki lamented the misfortune that befell his group. Of all adversaries, they had the ill luck to encounter Yatsuka. Truth be told, even if they had faced the likes of Yuzuki, Kijirabi, or Darui, Kisame harbored no doubts that they would have managed to evade total annihilation. Regardless of their inability to triumph, the prospect of retreat remained viable. However, facing Yatsuka was an entirely different matter. Despite being but a solitary figure, Yatsuka proved insurmountable, as even in unison, the trio found themselves outmatched, with no means of escape. Kisame surmised that even if they fled in 3 separate directions, Yatsuka possessed the prowess to eliminate all 3 in a remarkably brief span. After all, the speed with which Yatsuka pursued Kisame's shadow clone was nothing short of breathtaking, and combined with his previous display of effortlessly cleaving through obstacles, Kisame was unequivocally convinced that Yatsuka could dispatch each of them with a single strike. To date, Kisame had yet to discover any object or jutsu capable of withstanding the force of Yatsuka's blade. Truly, he was a fearsome opponent. Kisame mused with a lingering sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, after losing track of Kisame, Yatsuka sought another direction, employing the magnificent technique of the Great Freedom, dashing forth with astonishing swiftness, stirring dust, and uprooting trees along his path. This spectacle captivated the audience outside, who reveled in the exhilarating display of speed, showering the scene with fervent applause. On another front, the battle between Terumi Mei and Sasori of the Red Sand was drawing to a close. Although Terumi Mei wielded 2 bloodline limits, marking her as a prodigy among prodigies, she could not contend with the superior prowess of Sasori, whose mastery of puppet techniques rendered him virtually invincible. Ultimately, he ensnared Terumi Mei with a roadside explosive crafted from a puppet component, resulting in her elimination. Chapter 211. Terumi Mei's disqualification. In an instant of blinding light, Terumi Mei found herself in the small plaza. The spectators had witnessed the clash between her and Sasori unfold on the large screens, leaving them with a sense of regret over her defeat. While Terumi Mei's elimination did not imply weakness, for she was indeed formidable, anyone who had observed her performance against Sasori would hesitate to claim victory over her. Her abilities had approached the level of AJ Nin, showcasing a remarkable array of jutsu and chakra control. Alas, Sasori's strength and experience surpassed hers, rendering her defeat a testament not to her inadequacy, but rather to Sasori's overwhelming might, a sentiment entirely justifiable in her case. Wait, Giakimichi? Hozuki Mangetsu? Have you also been eliminated? Terumi Mei exclaimed in surprise upon encountering them. Indeed, but we were not bested by others. It was Kisame Hoshigaki himself who eliminated us. They replied. What? Terumi Mei responded, utterly bewildered, her confusion palpable. Thus, Zuki Mangetsu proceeded to brief Terumi Mei on the preceding circumstances. It was only then that Terumi Mei realized that they had been coerced by Yatsuka. Had Kisame Hoshigaki not taken matters into his own hands, their 3 bells would have undoubtedly fallen into Yatsuka possession. Upon grasping this revelation, Terumi Mei found herself filled with admiration for Yatsuka. My husband is truly formidable, she exclaimed. her expression one of infatuation. Beside her, Kurasame Maru and Zuki Mangetsu could only roll their eyes, deeming her reaction excessive and lamenting her prioritization of romantic affection over camaraderie. At that moment, Terumi May recalled the formidable Sasori of the Red Sand, who had eliminated her in battle. The preceding confrontation had been nothing short of intense. Terumi May had unleashed a plethora of powerful techniques, utilizing all but her ultimate move, which she reserved for critical moments. Yet, she still found herself suppressed by Sasori, who had evidently not exerted his full strength, highlighting his remarkable prowess. However, hearing Kurasame Maru and Zuki Mangetsu speak of Yatsuhiko's divine might, Terumi May felt an unexpected excitement. She pondered the spectacle that would unfold should Yatsuhiko confront Sasori. Just then, Terumi May inquired about Momochi Zabuza, asking Kurasame Maru why he had not been eliminated. Upon mentioning Zabuza, both Kurasame Maru and Zuki Mangetsu displayed awkwardness, hesitating to respond. "What is going on? Speak up," Terumi May urged, sensing the unease and feeling a foreboding sense of dread. At that moment, Uchiha Aido interjected, saying, "Allow me to clarify. Momochi Zabuza encountered Yatsuhiko, who severed his blade into 3 pieces. Yatsuhiko, is that formidable?" Terumi May's expression morphed into one of adoration once more. Observing her infatuation, Kurasame Maru and Zuki Mangetsu exchanged exasperated glances. After all, Zabuza was their ally, and yet Yatsuhiko had eliminated him. While Terumi May seemed more enamored with Yatsuhiko than concerned for Zabuza. Women, they thought, bemused. Upon learning that Zabuza was currently recuperating in the hospital, Terumi May chose not to dwell on him further, as she had never held him in high regard, viewing him as a paranoid victim. Since he was not in serious danger, she opted instead to focus on the last remaining contestant from the Kirigakure team, Kisame Hoshigaki. Meanwhile, after Kisame concluded his battle with Yatsuhiko, he faced a pressing question. Had his KK Bahizai technique triumphed over Yatsuhiko? Since Kisame had initiated the use of the technique, it had not managed to vanquish Yatsuhiko. Conversely, Yatsuhiko had also failed to defeat the technique. Consequently, the outcome of their wager remained ambiguous, leaving both Asuma Saratobi and Kiba Inuzuka relieved that they would not have to resort to humiliating measures or endure unpleasant swimming experiences. They both sighed in relief, tinged with a hint of regret for missing out on the other's remarkable display. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Kakashi Hatake and Uchiha Aido against Daidara raged on. The ground was littered with numerous craters, a testament to the ferocity of their conflict, with Daidara relentlessly unleashing his bombs. Both Kakashi and Aido found themselves in a dire predicament, their attire tattered and torn from the explosions. Throughout the preceding skirmishes, they attempted to retaliate against Daidara, yet his aerial advantage rendered their efforts largely futile. Daidara dominated the skies, bombarding them with an unrelenting barrage, nearly eliminating them from the fight. It was only through Aido's remarkable body flicker technique that he managed to narrowly evade Daidara's explosive onslaught. Had it not been for that skill, he would surely have been defeated. Kakashi, on the other hand, relied on the earth flow wall technique to absorb the impact of the bombs, thereby preventing his own elimination. However, both warriors found themselves in a precarious situation, being forced to endure a barrage of attacks while struggling to land effective strikes on Daidara. Frustration mounted as Kakashi gritted his teeth, realizing that relying on shurikens and kunai was insufficient. Their low power could easily be thwarted by Daidara. Though he possessed water release techniques, such as the water dragon bullet, they proved ineffective as the dragon was swiftly obliterated by Daidara's explosives before it could reach him. Similarly, Aido's fire release, great fireball technique was too slow, allowing Daidara to evade it effortlessly. Although the fire release, Phoenix fire technique was quicker and possessed a broader range, its diminished power rendered it ineffective against Daidara's clay constructs. Chapter 212. The final feast of Yasaka. At this juncture, Kakashi and Aido faced an arduous struggle against Daidara, who held dominion over the skies, akin to a relentless aerial bombardment. Daidara, without fear, hurled bombs at Kakashi and Aido, who were left with no effective means to threaten him. Even his standard bombs proved formidable enough to inflict significant distress upon them, much to Daidara's amusement. Frustration boiled within Kakashi. He knew they needed a strategy, for remaining perpetually on the defensive was not a viable option. Kakashi Hatake, lost in thought, swiftly evaded the bombs plummeting from the sky. However, the destructive radius of those explosives spanned a daunting 5 to 6 meters, and with Daidara unleashing a multitude of them, evasion proved to be a formidable challenge. Consequently, Kakashi was caught in the blast wave, sent hurtling through the air. Kakashi. Upon witnessing Kakashi being flung away, Uchiha Shursui shouted in alarm, only to neglect his surroundings, resulting in a bomb descending upon him. Although Shursui utilized the body flicker technique to escape in the nick of time, he was still caught in the explosion's aftermath, sustaining significant internal injuries despite having teleported to safety. Similarly, Kakashi suffered grievously. The shockwave from the bombs had already inflicted damage on his internal organs, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. Up to this moment, Kakashi had yet to realize that his lightning release could counter Daidara's clay bombs. Even if he did, it would be of little consequence, as, although he possessed lightning release chakra, he lacked proficient lightning-based jutsu to employ. At this juncture, Kakashi had only just begun to develop Raikiri, still untested in actual combat, and was limited to a rudimentary version merely for personal practice. Furthermore, even if he attempted to wield Raikiri, he had yet to master the transformation of elemental chakra, rendering him incapable of projecting lightning-based attacks at mid to long range, as one would with Chidori or Chidori Sharp Spear. Thus, even if he managed to use Raikiri, it would be futile. He could only strike at the bombs. But before he could even reach them, he would be obliterated by the explosions. For Kakashi, the situation appeared utterly hopeless. Daidara was akin to his nemesis, an opponent he could neither engage nor defend against effectively. At this stage, it could be said that Daidara, due to the mechanics of their confrontation, stood as a pinnacle among the lower-ranked shinobi, with only a handful capable of contending with him, while others simply endured his onslaught passively. On the other side, Uchiha Shursui was similarly disadvantaged. Despite his commendable strength, if the battle had occurred on the ground, he would have undoubtedly triumphed over Daidara. The predicament arose from Daidara's aerial advantage. No matter how swift Shursui's body flicker technique was, it could not reach the skies, leaving him to suffer the consequences. Additionally, while Shursui excelled in fire release and wind release, the former either lacked the speed to strike Daidara, or the latter, though fast, failed to deliver sufficient power to bring him down. Although the water release technique of the Uchiha clan possesses some capability, its power falls short of directly bringing down Daidara. This renders the current situation rather awkward. Should Daidara descend to the ground, he would undoubtedly be swiftly eliminated by the Uchiha's water release. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Daidara remains airborne, and it is likely that a single bomb could obliterate the Uchiha. On another front, Yasaka is soaring through the skies, employing the Great Freedom Sage technique with remarkable speed. Coupled with his ability to sense airflow, he can detect movements within a radius of 300 meters. Consequently, it wasn't long before Yasaka encountered two adversaries. These foes, lacking in skill, were promptly dispatched by Yasaka with a single strike. Thus far, Yasaka has secured 7 bells, the highest number among all participants. As the competition has progressed, the initial intentions of all teams have drastically diverged. Initially, the squads aimed to quickly regroup and overpower their opponents to obtain bells. However, the current scenario reveals that few are focused on regrouping. Instead, they are seeking out enemies and engaging in solitary battles for the bells. The focus has shifted to a chaotic melee, where the strongest individuals prevail in one-on-one encounters to claim their prizes. This strategy undeniably favors a formidable contender like Yasaka, whose prowess allows him to eliminate any opponent he encounters with ease. His speed is unmatched, rendering escape nearly impossible for those who cross his path. Only individuals like the reanimated Jinchuriki, Kisame, have managed to narrowly evade Yasaka's grasp, relying on sheer luck. Meanwhile, Daidara has grown weary of the game and aims to eliminate Kakashi Hitaki and the Uchiha. Both Kakashi and the Uchiha are acutely aware that they stand no chance against the formidable Daidara unless he descends to the ground, which is unlikely. Therefore, while evading bombs, they devise a plan to sprint in opposite directions, ensuring that Daidara can only pursue one of them, thus enhancing the other's chances of escape. As a result, Kakashi successfully eludes capture while the Uchiha is eliminated. In the remaining 2 days, Yasaka continues his rampage, dispatching several more opponents, ultimately amassing a total of 12 bells, rightfully earning the title of champion. Furthermore, the Konoha representative team also clinches victory. In subsequent solo matches, Yasaka demonstrates his prowess once more, securing first place and bringing home 2 championships for Konoha. Consequently, the third Hokage honors his promise and treats Yasaka to a feast, filling him with joy and ushering him into a life of happiness and contentment.